Chapter 1 Arrival at the Pirate World. 5 years have passed, murmured a sweat-drenched youth reclining on the sandy shore. His skin was darkened, yet his muscular physique was evident he had just completed an intense workout. Hiroshi Akira staggered to his feet. It seems the physique of this pirate world has presented a formidable challenge after such prolonged training. I have finally encountered a plateau. 5 years prior, Hiroshi Akira was merely a programmer at a company on Blue Star. Due to project demands, he had worked tirelessly for an entire week, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Upon awakening, he discovered himself transported to the world of the manga One Piece, which he had once perused in his previous life. "Young master, you have returned," announced the venerable butler, bowing respectfully. "Ah, butler, is there anything of importance at home today?" Hiroshi Akira inquired, shedding his shirt and handing it to a nearby servant. The rat faction has uncovered some ordinary cultivation manuals in the underground market. The monkey and boar factions acquired a zoan-type devil fruit at the auction in Subjugation. They encountered a pirate crew along the way, however, with the famed swordsman, Gallia, in tow. No unfortunate incidents transpired that a devil fruit? Hiroshi Akira's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Do you know which animal it is?" "It is of the wild boar variety." "That a wild boar, you say?" Hiroshi Akira contemplated, stroking his chin and shaking his head slightly. "True. It is fortunate enough to have obtained a devil fruit. There is no need to dwell on it further." He dismissed the fleeting disappointment of it not being a mythical beast. Hiroshi Akira, a programmer from Blue Star who had met an untimely demise due to overwork, found himself in the world of One Piece. He was now a noble of the kingdom of Black Lyre in the West Sea. Tragically, his parents had perished at the hands of pirates during a voyage, leaving him with only an elderly butler, 5 servants, their noble status, and a grand estate quite expansive indeed, with 3 courtyards. The original owner of this body, unable to bear the loss of his parents, succumbed to despair, inadvertently granting Hiroshi Akira the opportunity to occupy this vessel. Upon realizing his circumstances, Hiroshi Akira, bombarded by the myriad of information from his past life, quickly regained his composure and devised a 5-year plan. This world was perilous. Commoners were as expendable as grass, and the powerful could obliterate nations. Blindly charging forth would likely lead to capture by human traffickers, who would sell him to the noble celestial dragons above. Thus, Hiroshi Akira resolved to engage in commerce. Leveraging his noble status to facilitate his endeavors, he intended to adopt orphans. As they were plentiful in this war-torn realm, many formidable warriors hailed from orphan backgrounds. He would then commence training, acquire devil fruits, and set sail to fulfill his dream of a carefree and liberated existence. 5 years elapsed, and the results were commendable. Drawing from his past knowledge, Hiroshi Akira swiftly amassed a considerable fortune and established his own faction, the 12 Zodiac, a fitting tribute to his former life. The members primarily consist of orphans, organized into various groups. The Mouse Group, which manages business affairs. The Bull, Tiger, Dragon, Horse, Monkey, Chicken, Pig, Dog Group, responsible for combat. The Rabbit and Sheep Group, dedicated to healing, and the Snake Group, tasked with assassination. Additionally, 3 instructors have been recruited, 2 masters of swordsmanship and 1 expert in physical techniques. Although situated in the West Sea, many formidable individuals who had retired from the Grand Line have returned to their homeland, often due to age or lingering injuries. Akira Kurosawa invested considerable resources to bring these 3 on board to train the orphans admitted into the family. He occasionally participates in training sessions himself. While the physical constitution of humans in the pirate world is generally robust, without an effective training regimen, the outcomes can be subpar and may even lead to irreversible injuries, jeopardizing future prospects and outcome. He could not afford to. "Is there any news from the seas?" Akira, reclining in his chair, casually bit into a piece of fruit. In the year 1495 of the Sea Circle calendar, Roger engaged in battle with the Golden Lion in the New World, but their clash was abruptly interrupted by a colossal wave, severely damaging the Golden Lion pirates. That it is said that the Golden Lion himself was injured. While the Roger pirates managed to retreat unscathed, the old butler adjusted his glasses and replied, "In 2 years, will Roger ascend to the throne of Pirate King?" Akira pondered, "Is there any word on the 8 trigrams fist from the Flower Country or the Navy's 6 styles?" "We have received word that both manuals will be available at tomorrow's auction. However, due to the involvement of the Navy and individuals from the Flower Country, the prices may prove quite steep." This was understandable, as they would not wish for their signature techniques to be appropriated, especially by potential adversaries. Nonetheless, the sheer number of individuals proficient in the 8 trigrams fist and the Navy's 6 styles leaves room for vulnerabilities, and fortune has favored them with this opportunity, and no matter the cost. Those manuals must be delivered into my hands. Send the bull and tiger groups to procure them. If they cannot secure them through purchase, they're to seize them, Akira stated, narrowing his eyes. In recent years, many orphans have been taken in, yet only a select few possess the aptitude for effective use. The combat groups each consist of 5 members, while the healing group comprises 2, and the assassination group has 20. The mouse group includes 50, as each merchant vessel must carry a significant crew, leaving a number of orphans as reserves. The combat group members possess strength equivalent to at least 1 million berries in pirate terms, and all members exhibit commendable talent, with some being exceptionally gifted. That a few were acquired from the unending war-torn regions of the first half of the Grand Line, where child soldiers have been a grim reality. Douglas Barrett, the infamous heir of the Roger Pirates, hails from such a land. While the remaining children may not possess Barrett's extraordinary talents, surviving on the battlefield at such a tender age is a remarkable feat, given the battlefield's merciless nature. Young master, the Linli family is hosting an evening banquet tonight and has extended an invitation for you to attend, claiming there is something amusing for you to see, the old butler reported. The Linli family, akin to Akira Kurosawa, stands as one of the aristocratic lineages of this nation, wielding power comparable to that of the Kurosawa clan. Consequently, they have a penchant for measuring their accomplishments against those of Kurosawa, perhaps in an effort to showcase their continuous progress and draw nearer to the celestial lineage, the so-called dragons of heaven. The proximity to such esteemed beings instills a sense of pride in the world of nobility. Understood. Inform them that I shall definitely attend tonight. You may leave now, Akira Kurosawa said with his eyes closed. The old steward bowed slightly and exited. It appears the Linli family has procured new toys to flaunt. I shall go and witness this spectacle as my competitive spirit stirs within me. Kurosawa donned his coat, stretched lazily, and pushed open the door to step outside. Young master, the carriage is ready. Shall we depart? A young maiden inquired, standing nearby. Her delicate features were illuminated by an expression of admiration in her eyes. Is you, Xiao Qing, Kurosawa replied, glancing at her. Is there no task for today? None, young master. The steward instructed me to accompany you to the Linli residence, she said, curtsying gracefully. Kurosawa nodded, exited the estate, and took his seat in the carriage, which set forth towards the Linli family. Is Kurosawa here? A fellow with green hair emerged, his pallid complexion and dark circles under his eyes betraying a recent indulgence in excess. The newcomer was Linli Oak, the current head of the Linli household, a year older than Kurosawa, who had grown up alongside him. Their parents were friends, and thus they often enjoyed leisure time together, leaving behind the 2 orphans, Kurosawa and Oak. However, while Kurosawa harbored a mature soul and practiced self-restraint, Oak, devoid of supervision, had surrendered to indulgence. Lacking direction, he fell in with the old aristocrats, engaging in the slave trade and oppressing the common folk, neglecting any good deeds while tirelessly committing mischief. Oak approached, draping an arm around Kurosawa's shoulders. Come. Today, I shall show you my newly acquired slaves. I assure you, they surpass the lot you possess. Kurosawa chuckled, not resisting the embrace. After all, their relationship was amicable enough, although he disapproved of mingling with the old aristocrats' reckless behavior. Initially, he had dealings with them, but as his enterprise flourished and his influence expanded, their interactions dwindled. Yet, despite Oak's morally ambiguous nature, he was not entirely devoid of virtue. They had grown up together without significant conflicts, though Oak often sought to outshine him in their youth. He had never bested Kurosawa in their playful skirmishes and had taken to acquiring orphans himself, albeit without the intent to nurture them merely to boast of. Whose entourage was more formidable? Stop fixating on such pursuits. Engage in some training instead with your current physique. I could easily extinguish you with a single grasp, Kurosawa remarked, lighting a cigarette. Oak scoffed. We are nobles, we should relish our privileges without overthinking. Kurosawa Ming realized that this fellow had not truly absorbed his words and chose to refrain from further admonition as they both made their way to the living room. Come, bring forth the newly acquired slave, commanded the servant, who entered with a pallid figure clad in prison garb, his lips a striking red. Kurosawa squinted, intrigued. What is his name? He inquired, glancing towards the jovial Oak beside him. Lafitte, an acquisition I painstakingly procured from the underground auction, Oak replied. Do not be deceived by his frail appearance. The overseer mentioned that he is a devil fruit user, albeit too arrogant, and thus subjected to a retaliatory drugging. What sort of drug can incapacitate a devil fruit user? I have no idea, perhaps an excessively potent dosage. Kurosawa tilted his head, sensing something amiss. Was it conceivable that the notorious navigator of the Blackbeard pirates, the devilish officer Lafitte from the West Sea, could be subdued by an unknown petty character? Observing Oak's gleeful demeanor, he suspected that the man had once again been duped. "What say you? Shall we have your subordinate compete against my newly acquired slave?" Oak boasted, exuding an air of triumph as if he had finally bested Kurosawa, while Lafitte stood quietly, his eyes cast down, lost in thought. "Oak, have you shackled him with sea stone?" For a devil fruit user, typical shackles were insufficient, and the explosive collars from the Sabeti auction house had yet to gain widespread use in the West Sea, thus, ordinary shackles remained the norm. Yet, such restraints sufficed in the four seas, where formidable foes and devil fruit users were not as prevalent as in the Grand Line. "Sea stone? What is that?" Oak laughed boisterously. "Fear not. While my subordinates may not rival yours in strength, they are no mere minnows. I shall dispatch this slave with ease." Kurosawa shook his head, knowing Oak's indifference was to be expected. However, it mattered little. The devilish officer, barely 19, could not be too formidable. After all, he had only set sail with Blackbeard at nearly 40, serving as a mere sailor. Yet, if he could secure Lafitte for himself, he would possess a worthy ally. Kurosawa dismissed the thought, reminding himself that Lafitte was still Oak's property. He would not stoop so low as to seize him away. Chapter 2. The fruits and secrets at hand. After partaking in some food and drink at Oak's residence, Kurosawa could no longer tolerate Oak's boastful tales and concocted a flimsy excuse to depart. "How have matters with the Liar family been resolved?" Kurosawa asked, turning to the young woman seated beside him in the carriage. "The Serpent faction has completed the assassination of their upper echelon," she replied, igniting a cigarette for Kurosawa. "However, a few nobles have clandestinely collaborated with them, so they may soon initiate an investigation." With a puff of smoke escaping his lips, Akira Kurosawa reclined further back, seemingly in search of a more comfortable position. "We are unafraid of the investigation, but should anyone dare to reach out, they must be interrupted." "What about the Yule family's assets?" "We have uncovered items valued at 1 billion belly and an additional 500 million belly.as for their real estate. The Rat Group has also ventured into the black market for auctions, expecting to acquire around 300 million belly more." The young woman fed peeled grapes into Akira's mouth, her brow furrowing slightly. "Their influence is quite feeble, yet they continually attempt to encroach upon our business, as if they possess formidable strength. One wonders who has emboldened them." Akira observed the girl, who remained unflinching in the face of violence yet appeared discontented, puffing her cheeks in frustration. He couldn't help but chuckle. "They are merely a faction supported by a few old aristocratic families behind the scenes, coveting our business and wishing to meddle. While it may not seem significant, such behavior cannot be tolerated. If we permit it once, many others will follow suit, eager to seize a share of our growing family enterprise. We must return and add 20% to this year's tribute to the royal family. Though it seems excessive, we still need them to facilitate our endeavors." With that, Akira squinted and settled in for a moment of rest. Noticing this, the young woman held her tongue and quietly lifted the curtain of the carriage to step outside. Young master! The Rat and Tiger groups have returned." Old Butler Jack stumbled in, breathless. Akira stretched lazily. "Slow down, old Jack. I'm not quite ready to replace my butler just yet," he remarked with a smile as he watched the elderly man rush in. "Youthful master, we have procured the devil fruit and 2 tomes." Old Jack exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. "That's splendid. Where are they?" "Bring them to the hall," Akira commanded. "At once, young master," Old Jack replied, bowing as he exited. 2 maidservants had already prepared water for washing and laid out the attire for Akira, assisting him in dressing. Soon, he traversed the corridor and arrived in the grand hall, where several individuals stood. Upon seeing Akira, they bowed in unison. "Young master, what are you all standing for? Please take a seat." "Must I, your young master, invite you to sit?" Akira jokingly gestured from his seat of honor, a smile gracing his face. The attendees, clearly pleased with the outcome of the recent endeavors, beamed in return. Seated to Akira's left were the leaders of the ox, tiger, monkey, and pig groups. A little further back were their own group members. Not many in number, only 4 from each group, but their appearances bore signs of the task challenges, each adorned with varying degrees of wounds. To Akira's right sat the skilled swordsman, Liagian, who had accompanied the monkey and pig groups to Shambadi to retrieve the devil fruit. Evidently, they had encountered formidable pirates along the way, as the old man's beard had been half severed. "Teacher Lia, are you all right?" Akira Kurosawa inquired, suppressing his thoughts with concern. "Of course, I am fine," the elderly man retorted, puffing out his cheeks and glaring. If I were a decade younger, I could effortlessly dispatch those piddling characters with bounties of merely tens of millions of berry. Akira chuckled, given teacher Lia's prowess. In his youth, he could likely contend with pirates valued at 2 to 3 million berry. While this may seem trifling compared to the exorbitant bounties of later times, which often soared into the billions, the current bounties were indeed earned through sheer strength, unlike the inflated values that followed, rendering berry somewhat devalued. Ha 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 ha. A robust laughter echoed from outside the room that a man with a bare upper body, graying hair, and a long beard that cascaded to his chest, adorned with a muscular physique marked by numerous scars, approached. It was evident that this elder had once been a formidable warrior in his youth. Upon his arrival, several groups stood in unison, respectfully acknowledging him. Teacher Mayan. Please, everyone take a seat, Mihawk beckoned. I heard that old Lia nearly met his end. I specifically came to pay a visit, ha ha ha. It was clear that this elderly gentleman was here to revel in the company of an old friend. How could I possibly depart this world before you? Old Lia was instantly displeased, springing up from his chair. I can still take on 10 of your kind. Shall we put that to the test? Let us see if my sword can still slice off the other half of your beard. Mihawk quipped, lunging towards the wound of the famed swordsman Lia. His attack proved effective, as Lia had already unsheathed his sword, intent on departing through the door. Now, esteemed masters, let us hold on for a moment. There are important matters to discuss. Akira Kurosawa sighed, rubbing his temples. These two were the swordsmanship instructors invited by the family a few years prior to teach the children. Being true sword masters, they often found themselves engaged in friendly contests. Yet even after all this time, a clear victor had yet to emerge. Upon hearing Akira's words, the two ceased their banter. I shall grant the young master some courtesy. Otherwise, let us see if I can't cleave this barbarian in two. The renowned swordsman Lia remarked. Thank you, esteemed teacher, Akira replied with a smile before turning to Mihawk. Please take a seat as well. Haha, thank you. Mihawk chuckled as he settled beside Lia. Despite their penchant for playful banter, the bond between the two elderly men was evidently strong. His visit this time was chiefly motivated by concern for the well-being of the esteemed swordsman Lia. Akira Kurosawa observed the two contradictory old men, shaking his head in bemusement, pondering how they truly were two individuals who never matured. With a sigh of contemplation, he turned his gaze towards the members of Group 4, commending their commendable efforts on this occasion. Each participant would receive a reward of 10 million berry, instructing them to enjoy themselves. Thank you, young master, they exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Noticing their enthusiasm, Kurosawa chose not to comment further, suspecting that they would soon venture to taverns or the enchanting streets of the brothel in search of merriment. He cautioned silently, hoping they would not indulge themselves too recklessly. With the acquisition of the secret manual, it was imperative that the members of the Zodiac group, who were not on missions, devoted themselves to rigorous training, as his plans were soon to unfold. Understood, young master, they replied in unison, hastily departing with their rewards, clearly eager to partake in leisure activities. Kurosawa felt a sense of helplessness, recalling how the elder Mayan had not imparted any wise guidance. Reflecting on his own training days, he remembered being deceived by Mayan into believing there was a splendid place to unwind, only to discover it was a venue owned by the Queen of Joy, where the ladies were exceptionally skilled at providing service, making it hard to leave. Fortunately, his willpower was quite strong, and he would only occasionally visit after training. However, since the ladies had become acquainted with him, his visits had dwindled. He pondered when he might explore other countries, stroking his chin in anticipation. Teacher Lia, how did the observation of the combat group's personnel turn out during this outing? Kurosawa inquired. The members of both groups are quite impressive, having been selected from a pool of children with the most promising combat talents. Even the least skilled member possesses the strength of a pirate worth over 1 million berry. Notably, both group leaders exhibit formidable abilities, each valued at 10 million berry, and have become sword masters, Lia replied with evident excitement. That is reassuring. I appreciate your efforts. Teacher Lia, I recently received a new shipment of fine wine, which has already been delivered to the courtyard. Please do indulge, Kurosawa offered. Excellent. Lia's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I shall go and sample it immediately. Old drunkard, what could wine possibly offer that women cannot? Wait for me, Mayan exclaimed, leaping to his feet and hastily following suit. Despite his words, he was undeniably drawn to the allure of the new arrival. Lia strode ahead, disregarding Mayan's calls, musing to himself. With capable leaders like Monkey and Pig, there are still 5 more with equally impressive abilities. Furthermore, the leaders of the Ox, Tiger, and Dragon groups possess the most extraordinary talent. I wonder how formidable they have become and how they measure up against the young master. His aptitude is unparalleled. Ever since he single-handedly defeated us 3 instructors a year ago, we have not witnessed him in action again, and yet he is merely 18 years old. Liao reflected thoughtfully. Yet it makes sense. The young master exhibited such maturity from a young age, distinctly different from the ordinary. Perhaps this is the essence of the divide between the mundane and the exceptional. In the room, Akira Kurosawa was perusing the ancient tomes in his hands, while the newly acquired devil fruit lay on the table, resembling a patterned banana. However, Kurosawa had no time to indulge in such distractions, for there existed a more pressing manuscript, a training manual for the Navy's 6 styles and the 8-punch fist. This invaluable knowledge, capable of enhancing the strength of all family members, far surpassed the significance of a mere fruit that could only augment an individual's power. The techniques were as follows. Finger gun. Channeling the entirety of one's strength through the fingertips, one could strike with astonishing speed, piercing through flesh and stone alike as if fired from a gun. Iron body. Much like a hard qigong, one's body brimming with power attained an iron-like hardness, making it exceedingly difficult for blades and bullets to penetrate. Shave. In a fleeting moment, one could rapidly strike the ground or air multiple times, utilizing explosive recoil to propel oneself with great swiftness. Moonwalk. A leaping maneuver allowing one to kick in midair with remarkable speed, enabling suspension and flight. Storm leg. A technique generating slashing winds through high-speed kicks. Paper drawing. The ability to sense the air currents from an opponent's attack, allowing one to evade peril at the last possible moment. Though the Navy's 6 styles were gradually being overshadowed by the power of Haki in the New World, it must be acknowledged that these techniques laid a robust foundation for the Navy's formidable warriors. Figures such as Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr, all renowned for their martial prowess, bear testament to the efficacy of the 6 styles in their ascent to strength. While legends claim that Garp was the originator of the 6 styles, such assertions lack substantiated evidence, as the manga's creator has not disclosed this information. Nevertheless, the world government has maintained its legacy for over 8 centuries. To establish a foothold in these treacherous seas, one must possess formidable techniques. It cannot be solely reliant on Imu. Amidst the multitude of powerful beings at sea, it is implausible to attribute every crisis to a single entity. Surely, they possess other forces, such as the Knight's Order, and undoubtedly have their own methods and manuscripts for cultivating strength. However, the narrative has primarily followed Luffy and his companions, leaving the audience unaware of the broader intricacies. Yet, for Kurosawa, having traversed into this realm, complacency was a luxury he could not afford. A moment's inattention could lead to his demise, leaving him with nowhere to lament. The 8-treasure navy, similarly endowed with the 8-punch fist, has thrived for a century, occupying its own territory in the seas. The current leader, Green Pepper, once roamed the New World as a notorious pirate, possessing exceptional martial arts skills and conqueror's Haki, with a spear tip being nigh indestructible. Though Garp had ultimately bested him, it is undeniable that Green Pepper was once a formidable adversary, commanding a bounty exceeding 500 million berries. Garp had to topple numerous mountains to attain the strength necessary to defeat Green Pepper, a feat remarkable for a Navy officer relentlessly pursuing the Roger Pirates. Chapter 3. Chaos. Rescue. In Subjugation, after flipping through the ancient texts, Kurosawa suppressed his exhilaration. Butler, entrust this to the leader of the Zodiac group and let them commence their training. Young master, will this not be discovered? This is the secret of the Navy and the 8 treasure water army. What if we are found out? The remaining words went unspoken, yet Akira understood all too well. After all, the family had not developed significantly over the years, and to defeat the 8 treasure water army seemed a daunting task, let alone contend with the world's most formidable violent organization under the world government. Never mind. Let the team leader focus on their training, while the tasks are delegated to the junior members. As for the more challenging assignments, the family shall forego them for the time being. Akira waved his hand dismissively. An old adage rings true. While others stockpile provisions, I shall amass arms. Others become my granary. With strength, wealth is easily acquired. Without it, one could be extinguished at any moment. A command was issued, and the assassination and warfare missions in the Grand Line gradually came to a halt. Nevertheless, the trade ventures along the Grand Line continued to progress methodically. Akira's heart still harbored hope that they might acquire potent fruits, whether for personal consumption or for the family members. Both would be equally beneficial. As time slipped away, Akira's family gradually adopted a more subdued presence, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The number of family members dwindled, most having been assigned to a deserted island discovered a few years prior. This island, with its harsh environment and pervasive toxins, was home to various poisonous creatures. Akira expended considerable resources to bombard the island, turning its soil into new earth buried deep below, to ensure the absence of toxins. He personally surveyed the island for an entire day. After uncovering no abnormalities, he claimed the island for the family's training purposes, with members of the rat squad routinely delivering food and water supplies. Young Master, Master Oak has sent a distress signal. A slave has revolted and has already breached the front courtyard, and no one can withstand this slave's blade. The old steward relayed as he walked, a trembling young servant clad in commoner's garb trailing behind him. Akira recognized him, often seen as Oak's sycophant. What transpired? Akira fixed his gaze on the servant, urging him to elaborate. Upon seeing Akira, the servant immediately knelt, his forehead touching the ground. Master Akira, for the sake of your shared upbringing with Master Oak, I beseech you, please save him. The servant cried, his head bowing repeatedly, tears streaming down his face. It must be said, Oak possessed a certain charm, for such loyalty from a servant indicated he had not committed too many misdeeds. Akira muset momentia. And the slave? Lafitte, the new acquisition of that young master, he concluded. Akira Kurosawa nodded, not particularly surprised. After all, a character capable of shining brightly in the original work, though perhaps not as formidable as those decades later, still held considerable merit in this country. As for that fellow, Oak, he knew well that within his own family, few could rival Buffett. Very well. Kurosawa rose and clapped his hands, indicating his intention to intervene. The unnamed servant, brimming with excitement, stood up. Young Master Kurosawa, allow me to lead the way. The butler had already prepared a carriage outside, fully aware of the young master's character and his connection to Oak, knowing he would certainly offer assistance. Before long, the unnamed servant and Kurosawa emerged, the servant leading the way while Kurosawa settled into the carriage, heading towards Oak's residence. It wasn't long before they arrived at the entrance of Oak's home, where the gates stood wide open, a palpable aura of bloodlust seeping from within. Oak and the petite Ching alighted from the carriage and made their way inside, while the unnamed servant, though trembling, mustered the courage to follow closely behind Kurosawa. As they traversed the front courtyard, the shouts from the inner courtyard became audible, alongside Oak's bellowing cries, akin to that of a butcher. My brother, Kurosawa, is on his way. Hurry up and cease this, or I assure you, the consequences will be dire. Clearly, this individual was still alive and well, though evidently shaken. Otherwise, given his frail constitution, he would not have been able to project such a robust voice. You need to practice more. Look at you, running out of breath, Kurosawa remarked. Upon hearing this, Oak excitedly turned towards the entrance of the inner courtyard, while Buffett, sword in hand, also glanced at Kurosawa, a cruel smile curving his crimson lips, his eyes gleaming with a mix of malice and excitement. In a flash, Oak darted to stand behind Kurosawa, his overindulgent physique surprisingly capable of such speed. Driven by the instinct for survival. You've finally arrived. This slave, for reasons unknown, dares to threaten me. I've treated him well, and yet he seeks to kill me. Kurosawa, I want him dead. Oak shouted with fervor and rage, clearly terrified by Lafayette, his words tumbling out in a jumbled mess. Enough, enough. I told you to train diligently, but you ignored me. Now, in your panic, you come to me. Kurosawa waved his hand, hoping this lesson would resonate with Oak. Turning his gaze towards the sword-wielding Lafayette, he asked, what are you waiting for? Shouldn't you make your move? After years of little combat, Kurosawa felt a surge of restlessness, eager to engage in battle. Lafayette, upon hearing this, wasted no words and charged towards Kurosawa with his sword drawn. Just as Ching attempted to intervene, Kurosawa halted her, saying, let me handle this. With a gentle whisper, he removed the coat draped over his shoulders and stepped forward, sword in hand, towards Lafayette. Upon their encounter, Lafayette thrust his sword at Akira Kurosawa, who deftly bent his head, parrying the strike while simultaneously delivering a swift kick towards Lafayette. Sensing the force transmitted through the blade, Akira discerned the nature of his opponent's skill. Though not particularly strong, he was remarkably swift, relying on technique. Lafayette, momentarily bewildered by the unexpected kick, pondered the unconventionality of the duel. Was it not a contest of swords? Before he could contemplate further, he leaned backward to evade Akira's kick, retracting his sword to steady himself. The rush of air from the passing leg sent a shiver of apprehension through him. A blow to the face would have been disastrous. Taking a breath, he charged once more at Akira, thrusting and slashing. As Akira defended against Lafayette's relentless assault, he mused on his opponent's lack of formal training. Although his innate talent was evident, at the very least, he possessed the prowess of swordmaster. Lafayette's attacks lacked structure, relying solely on his remarkable reflexes. While effective against an average adversary, they fell short against Akira's seasoned skill. Before long, Akira had disarmed Lafayette, sending his sword flying aside, while he himself was sent sprawling to the ground by a fierce kick. To his surprise, among the nobility, there existed such a one as Lafayette. He had underestimated him. Lafayette displayed no fear despite the sword resting against his throat. "Let us do this, haha." Indeed, it was impressive to see someone so unflinching in negotiations with a navy, revealing a boldness that had manifested even in his youth. "Would you consider joining my crew to explore the vastness of the sea?" Lafayette's eyes flickered with doubt and a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated Akira's invitation. The world was vast, and the world government had held dominion for far too long. "Shall we overthrow them and seize control of this world ourselves?" Lafayette regarded the robust, somewhat dark-complexioned figure before him. Akira, standing at 2.6 meters, who was unlike the other nobles. Those individuals were either as rotund as pigs or indulged excessively, embodying decadence. Lafayette held them in disdain, for their recklessness had led to their expulsion from the market. Yet, he recognized that their brutality paled in comparison to the sordid deeds of the aristocracy. It was evident that Lafayette stood alone without the support of nobility. Overthrow the world government? The corners of Lafayette's mouth curved upward. Indeed, it was a splendid notion. Rising slowly, he addressed Akira. "Then, my esteemed captain, we are not yet a pirate crew. Ha ha ha. Soon we shall be. Lafayette, do not fret. Chaos will soon envelop this world." Akira Kurosawa gazed outside the courtyard. It had seemed to Lafitte that he was not merely observing the scenery, but rather beholding the vast ocean beyond, his focus shifting to the swine-like nobles in the sky, the celestial dragons. A surge of formidable energy erupted from within Kurosawa, causing the remaining servants and guards of Ak to topple like a line of dominoes. Only Lafitte, Shoching, and Ak remained standing. It was quite unexpected that, despite his excessive indulgence, Ak possessed a commendable will. Nevertheless, the trio was teetering on the brink, beads of sweat cascading down their faces. "Is this the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki?" Kurosawa clenched his fists, feeling an undeniable thrill coursing through him. His spirits soared as a smile spread across his face, culminating in a hearty laughter, an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki radiating from him. The remaining three could no longer withstand the pressure and succumbed. Fortunately, Ak's residence was situated in the outskirts. Otherwise, the surrounding civilians would have also fainted in the wake of such overwhelming power. Chapter 4. Pirate King Roger Young Master. Big news. The butler's voice echoed from outside the door. Inside, two bare figures lay tangled amidst the disheveled sheets. Upon hearing the commotion, Kurosawa opened his eyes. "Understood. Wait for me in the hall," he replied, giving a playful pat on Shoching's smooth, pale backside. "Ah, young master." Shoching shyly buried her head beneath the covers. "You rest a while longer. I'll go check it out first." "No worries, young master. I shall assist you in getting up." With that, Shoching struggled to rise from the bed, the aftermath of the previous night's battle evidently taking a toll on her. With the help of Shoching and the other two maids, the indulgent young master Kurosawa finally dressed and stepped out of the room, entering the living room where the leader of the Zodiac group and the old butler were awaiting him. "Oh, I almost forgot. The leader of the Serpent group is still resting in bed. Young master, here is today's newspaper. You should take a look," the old butler said, his excitement palpable as he handed it over. Akira Kurosawa gazed at the contents of a newspaper. In the year 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Roger pirates successfully arrived at Raftel, becoming the true sovereign of the seas, the king of all pirates, Jold. Roger. Has it begun? Kurosawa rubbed his chin and looked up at the members of his family present over the years. These leaders were already aware of some of Kurosawa's plans and ideas. "Young master, shouldn't we set sail as well?" spoke a tall, robust man, muscles straining beneath his clothing. "What's the rush, Huji?" The young master hasn't even spoken yet. Another man interjected, similar in stature to Huji, but exuding a more composed demeanor. "Nyoli, do you wish to spar with me?" Huji retorted, his temper flaring as he stood up and rolled up his sleeves. Nyoli's impatience mirrored Huji's. Both young men in their 20s, their tempers fiery. "You two are leaders now, yet your tempers remain so hasty. Should I help cool you down?" A woman entered from outside, the leader of the Serpent group, who had just been resting in bed. Upon her arrival, both Huji and Nyoli recoiled slightly. After all, this woman was adept at silent assassinations, her heart as dark as her craft. The two men, who had been on the verge of confrontation, exchanged glances, seemingly understanding each other's sentiments, and they immediately embraced, sitting down as if they were long-lost brothers. Observing this farce, Kurosawa helplessly rubbed his temples. In the past 2 years, to enhance the strength of his family members, he had expended half of the family's wealth. As some key members were occupied with their training, only the rat group had been consistently engaged in transporting goods. However, due to the contraction of the family business, profits had dwindled, amounting to roughly 5 billion berries, a stark contrast to the 100 billion earned in previous years. Nevertheless, the results were commendable. Every year during the Subjugation auction, Kurosawa dispatched several family members to participate, procuring devil fruits and, incidentally, acquiring methods to cultivate Haki from the black market. While most strong individuals in the pirate world conveyed their training methods orally to their juniors, many had still compiled these teachings into manuals to earn berries. All the leaders present below were users of devil fruit abilities. Kurosawa felt a sense of pride as he looked upon his formidable members. With their growing strength, he could navigate the seas with greater freedom and without constraints. As a leader, it was impractical to handle everything personally. Weaker foes could be delegated to subordinates, allowing him to focus on enjoying the fruits of his labor. In a past life filled with toil and tribulation, I have indeed had my fill. It is still early, as Akira Kurosawa languidly reclines in the main seat. The leaders below, upon hearing his deep voice, instantly fell silent. Throughout these years of training, battles have been inevitable, aside from their internal sparring. The main event has always been their collective confrontations with Akira. The outcomes have remained consistent. They lie prostrate while Akira stands tall. For this ordinarily unassuming young master, they harbor not only gratitude, but also a profound respect. Although you have all grasped the essence of your domineering aura, it remains rather superficial, and some members of your groups have yet to even breach the threshold of its mastery. Akira's voice resonated within the hall. Our family has expended considerable effort for this secret manual. The members below, particularly those from the logistics teams, broke into a cold sweat. Indeed, in their quest to obtain this manuscript, their young master, Akira, personally journeyed to the Land of Flowers, engaging in a fierce battle with the then leader of the 8 Treasure Navy, the formidable Pepper. Though Pepper's head had already been crushed by Carp, he was far from the strength exhibited by Luffy during his early adventures. Despite losing his spearhead, Pepper remained a formidable wielder of the 3 types of Haki, with a bounty of 500 million berry, showcasing his prowess as a notorious pirate. This confrontation marked the most significant battle Akira had faced since arriving in the pirate world, granting him invaluable insights into the combat styles and techniques of Haki users. His mastery of Conqueror's Haki also saw considerable growth. Alas, some information about the family had leaked, as the Land of Flowers was Pepper's stronghold. Akira could not venture there alone. He yearned for freedom, but was not yet ready to meet an untimely demise. He pondered whether the CP organization and the world government had uncovered anything about his family. At that time, both family members and he had donned disguises, as he preferred to remain out of sight in these treacherous seas. Possessing formidable influence, personal combat strength, and a business of his own, alongside numerous devil fruit users, he straddled the line between the underworld and the great pirate crews of a new world. Each of these entities had detailed records with the world government. The CP organization was indeed all-seeing. Who would have guessed that Tom, the fisherman who crafted ships for Roger, possessed ancient weapon blueprints? Fortunately, with Roger's ascent to Pirate King, the world government's urgency regarding family inquiries would likely diminish. Though merely a small family in the 4 seas, defeating the renowned martial arts kingdom of the Land of Flowers was no trivial feat, much like a domestic enterprise that triumphed over the formidable South Korea, where the true powers lay. With Samsung continued to train the family members diligently, Akira commanded. And how is the preparation of our ship coming along? The leader of the Mouse clan, Shui, rose to his feet and proclaimed, "Young master, our vessel is constructed from the finest materials known in this era, the precious atomwood." Before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by Akira Kurosawa. "I wish to know whether the items I requested have been prepared. I'm not one to toil endlessly. You must understand this," he stated, fixing his gaze upon Shui. Shui wiped the sweat from his brow, nearly forgetting the young master's words. Akira Kurosawa once articulated the purpose behind assembling the 12 Zodiac, to harness their individual strengths while he himself would oversee and command the overall direction. This family is not solely his, but belongs to everyone. His role is merely to guide, while the finer details rest upon their shoulders. For this is a collective endeavor rather than a solitary enjoyment. The youth, who had tragically lost their parents and experienced the ravages of war before reaching adulthood, had never encountered such sentiments. They immediately regarded Kurosawa as their most significant figure, their hearts brimming with the belief that the family's prosperity was a reflection of their own honor. Many matters required no prompting from Kurosawa. They revered his commands as if they were sacred decrees. Kurosawa's intentions to employ the deceptive rhetoric often wielded by unscrupulous merchants in the world of piracy, even in conversations with these impressionable youths, seemed rather misguided. Rest assured, young master, the ship is equipped with all necessary structures and facilities, as we have invested over 2 billion berries. The hull is sufficiently large and robust, Rat remarked. In a couple of days, it will be ready for launch. The journey from Water City to our western sea will take merely a week, especially since our vessel employs the advanced technique of sea stone embedding and has an enhanced propulsion system, allowing for swift travel even in windless zones. Indeed, the craftsmanship of Master Tom is unparalleled, albeit at a steep price. To construct the ship, Kurosawa had specifically sought out Master Tom, the fishman who had previously built vessels for Roger, capable of accompanying him from the first half of the Grand Line all the way to the New World in Skypiea. A testament to both the vessel's durability and Master Tom's exceptional skills. Akira Kurosawa offered little explanation, merely urging Shu Hui to hasten the retrieval of the ship. Roger had ascended to the status of Pirate King, and Mr. Tom was soon to attract the attention of the CP organization. It would not be long before he fell under the control of the world government, tasked with constructing the sea train. You speak of rescuing Mr. Tom? The two have never met, and Kurosawa is undeniably a self-serving individual who wishes to remain uninvolved in matters pertaining to Roger. Thus, a mental blessing would suffice. Chapter 5. It's time to reclaim the business, young master. We sense that our strength has recently hit a plateau. We seek your guidance for a solution. Spoke a diminutive yet keen-eyed youth. This was none other than Shu Hui, the leader of the mouse group, a wielder of animal fruit abilities in the form of a weasel. Despite his small stature, he possessed remarkable cleverness and was among those who had once served under Kurosawa, having been rescued from the unending conflicts of the Grand Line. During his flight with a group of young companions, Shu Hui had successfully evaded pursuers multiple times through his cunning. Initially wary of Kurosawa, believing him to be no better than the rest, Shu Hui gradually succumbed to Kurosawa's persuasive tactics and came to regard his words as divine decree. The young man had endeavored to improve himself. Although not as physically robust as the other group leaders, he had leveraged his own advantages. With Kurosawa's mentorship, he flourished in business, amassing considerable wealth for his leader and sparing him the burden of excessive investment in profit-making endeavors. His combat prowess was not to be underestimated either. Among all the leaders, Shu Hui was most proficient in both the shave and moonwalk techniques. Though small in stature, his agility was remarkable, allowing him to hold his own against those stronger than himself and even inflict critical damage when the opportunity arose. In a world dominated by brute strength, one might wonder, can a severed head remain unscathed? Once our ship arrives, let us bring your subordinates out to showcase their training results. It is high time for our family's business to expand, Kurosawa mused, stroking his chin. After such a long period, it was evident that the family's finances were faltering. Without additional income, their young master would soon find himself struggling. The group leaders below were invigorated by his words, filled with enthusiasm. After years of rigorous training, they were eager to demonstrate their capabilities before their young master. Young master, shall we first cleanse the West Sea of its gangs? Those ruffians have encroached upon our business over the years and must have accumulated a substantial fortune, suggested Hutch, eager for the mouse group to set an example and showcase their strength. Your mouse group should not be so presumptuous. It is our dragon group that will take the lead. You should remain within the family and await our good news, boomed a tall, muscular man, none other than Long Tongue, leader of the dragon group. Enough of this excitement. Let us heed the young master's direction and cease this pointless banter, came the admonition. Wang Ti has spoken, commanding everyone to obediently hush and take their seats. This formidable woman inspires a certain trepidation among them. For the sheep group is a professional healing team. If one were to provoke them, seeking their aid for future injuries could prove challenging, potentially resulting in severe repercussions. Who would have imagined that they could inflict excruciating pain while simultaneously healing one's wounds? What a lively gathering we have today. Among the attendees is Lafite, who joined under Akira Kurosawa's banner 2 years prior. It seems everyone is brimming with energy, he remarked. Have you gathered the necessary information? Akira inquired, observing Lafite's entrance. I have uncovered the details. Our firearms business is currently under the control of a gang known as the Karina family. They operate within the Kamina kingdom, monopolizing all underground ventures in that realm. 2 years ago, they targeted our firearms business as their first step in expanding outward. However, due to our strategic plans, we did not engage with them at that time. Nevertheless, this family has grown rapidly over the years. We once possessed a comprehensive firearms business model, which the Karina family has now entirely absorbed. By collaborating with certain nobles, they now produce 80 of the firearms in the West Sea. Oh, so they have not only inherited our business, but have also expanded it? It is no wonder that Akira had relinquished the firearms trade. After all, the manufacture and sale of weapons could attract the scrutiny of the world government. At that time, the family's priority was to enhance the strength of its members, leading to the decision to abandon that venture. Yet now, what of their power? As long as it remains insufficient, what has been taken may be reclaimed at any moment. Having just traversed into this world, Akira understands that in this realm, strength is paramount. Thus, he allows other families to seize his business during critical periods of strengthening his own family's overall power. To Akira, strength is everything. The Karina family boasts 3 self-trained pirate crews: the Bloodblade Pirates, the Heavy Hammer Pirates, and the Mad Lion Pirates. Their headquarters is fortified with 1,000 armed subordinates, overseen by 3 clan leaders. The first leader, Karina, possesses the abilities of the green snake fruit, endowed with lethal poison and agility, excelling in close combat to deliver fatal damage to her opponents. It is said that her venom is insurmountable, and the family's growth hinges upon her prowess. After taking a sip of water, La Fight continued. The second leader, Light, is naturally irascible yet formidable, obeying Karina's every word. He specializes in physical combat, having no devil fruit abilities. The third leader is the most cunning and treacherous, favoring ambush tactics, proficient in using firearms and a short sword. In the West Sea, the Karina family's strength eclipses all but the Flower Kingdom and us, leading to their rapid expansion. The bounties on their 3 pirate crews hover around 50 million, most of which involve the use of Haki, albeit at a rudimentary level. Let all the combat squads proceed, and have the Mouse Squad accompany them to seize the assets and businesses of the Karina family. The Snake Squad shall ensure that the noble class backing this family is properly dealt with. Let them not enjoy their privileged lives or engage in their frivolous pursuits. Akira Kurosawa shook his head, questioning whether they could truly afford to play this game. Indeed, as you earn your wealth, I shall train. Once I become formidable, all that you acquire will ultimately be my gains. Remember to maintain your disguises. We are not yet in haste to reveal ourselves upon these vast seas. Yes, the leaders of each squad rose, departing with their respective missions. The hall was left with only Akira and Lafitte. Young master, when shall we venture into these waters? Lafitte inquired, his urgency palpable, especially since Roger had ascended to the title of Pirate King, while their young master remained indifferent, seemingly unconcerned about even claiming the small West Sea. Patience, Lafitte. How fares your mastery of Haki? Akira maintained a firm belief. The era of grand sailing had yet to truly commence, and the seas had not yet descended into chaos. My proficiency in armament Haki remains unrefined, but I can now apply observation Haki in combat. Observing that his young master evidently had his own timing in mind for setting sail, Lafitte ceased his urgings. After all, he still held deep admiration for the domineering conqueror's Haki that once radiated from his young master. A man of such commanding presence would not linger in the modest West Sea for long. Chapter 6. Slaughter news arrived that the 3 pirate crews were currently stationed on Corona Island, which served as their stronghold. When not on missions, they would invariably linger on this island. The informant, holding a dossier, expressed disdain, stating that they intended for us to trouble the weakest faction. The audacity of the bull, tiger, and dragon squads was indeed infuriating. Goyu clenched his teeth, feeling the sting of indignation. If it weren't for the undeniable strength of these 3 groups, he would have long since retaliated. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Never mind, a leisurely approach isn't so terrible, remarked a rotund figure munching on a piece of meat. I'd much rather enjoy fine cuisine at home. Humph, Julian, you glutton, all you do is eat and sleep. Never willing to lift a finger, Goyu shot a sidelong glance at the slothful man. Though he spoke with scorn, Goyu was acutely aware of Julian's formidable strength. At the very least, the defensive capabilities afforded by his bulk were not something Goyu felt confident in overcoming, unless it were a life-or-death confrontation. But since they belonged to the same family, there was no need for such extremes. Boss, we are nearing Corona Island. Pirate patrols are in the vicinity. Surround the island with the other 3 crews. Not a single mosquito must escape. Since the young master instructed us to remain concealed, we shall eliminate these nuisances thoroughly. Goyu glanced at the still lolling Julian. Aren't you going to your ship? All right, these feeble pirates hardly warrant our vigilance. Take it easy, old go. Why haven't you learned my calm composure? Julian brushed off the not-so-conspicuous dust from his attire and, with a moonwalk, dashed toward his ship. You couldn't help but twitch his lips. This fellow's composure bore little relation to his character, for with that bulk, he was both heavy and steadfast, no matter where he stood. In no time, for vessels had effectively blocked all possible exits from the island. There were hardly any routes left, as the combined strength of these 3 pirate crews in the West Sea was indeed formidable, capable of vanquishing any other pirate crew in the region, excluding those already making their way to the Grand Line and the New World. Thus, the 3 pirate crews held a significant confidence in their power, never once contemplating the possibility of an ambush. The Navy and their allies had some connections, so even if the Navy were to intervene, they would receive advance notice and escape unscathed. As Goyu signaled, the crew members of the 4 ships sprang into action, silently dispatching any patrolling personnel they encountered along the way. Soon, they arrived at the threshold of the 3 pirate crew stronghold, where the pirates were still engaged in revelry, boasting of their recent kills, the women they had taken, and the riches they had amassed. TSK, not a decent soul among them. At that moment, Xue Dao, the captain of the Bloodblade pirates, seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly stood up. What is the matter? And Li Wei Ke, a burly man, one hand clutching a drink and the other embracing a woman, asked, his eyes glazed with intoxication. The surroundings fell off. The silhouettes of patrolling guards outside the camp had seemingly vanished. And Li Wei Ke narrowed his eyes, becoming vigilant. Though he was typically cautious, being in the company of 2 other pirate crews had allowed him to relax somewhat, for in the West Sea, no pirate crew dared to challenge their triumvirate. Indeed, something is amiss. It seems the area outside the camp has emptied. Where are our patrolling personnel? A disheveled man spoke up. He was Liao Lai, captain of the Mad Lion pirates, boasting a bounty of 56 million berries, the most powerful among the 3 crews. He appeared rugged, yet his keen intuition, sharpened by the devil fruit's beastly instincts, detected a palpable aura of malice surrounding them. All personnel, be alert. Nefarious individuals have landed on the island. Prepare for battle. The man who had just been embracing a woman was now fully alert, having long recognized that his companions were astute. Upon hearing Li Wei Ke's words, he had promptly readied his weapon and signaled his crew to prepare. It seems they have caught wind of us. We can only confront them head-on, Goyu remarked nonchalantly. Since we are here, why not step out and have a conversation? Perhaps we have some misunderstandings to clear up. Xue Dao was the first to propose. Get the hell out here, you little rat. How dare you tread upon our territory? You must have a death wish. The bounty of 50 million belly hung heavily in air as the formidable Link slammed his weapon onto the ground, producing a resonant thud. On the other side, the ferocious lion, silent yet menacing, revealed his sharp, protruding claws and a body that was gradually swelling, signaling his readiness to transform at any moment. To their surprise, they had been detected so easily. From the shadows emerged the figures of Goyu and his companions, who had initially hoped to let their adversary succumb in a drunken stupor. This development complicated matters significantly. The Bloodblade trio remained silent, but their underlings could no longer contain themselves. With over 2,000 on their side and a mere handful of foes before them, they felt emboldened. After all, they belonged to the renowned pirate crew of the West Sea, while their opponents were merely nameless individuals. Thus, they opened fire upon Goyu and his group, igniting the battle with the crack of gunfire. Goyu, who had intended to incite the trio verbally, found himself reluctantly charging toward them instead. Having already set foot on Corona Island, Goyu and his companions were poised to commence their operation. Meanwhile, Huchi and his crew had long since arrived at the Kamina Kingdom, having received word that the 3 leaders of the Kamina family would return to their stronghold on this very day. Prepared for this moment, Huchi's group awaited the signal that would allow them to abandon their concealment. At home, Akira Kurosawa cradled a glass of red wine in one hand while holding a cigarette between his lips, gazing out the window toward the vast ocean at the island's edge. His expression was pensive, and those remaining in the family could only speculate about his thoughts. It was clear that the young master seemed to have shed the confines of restraint, resembling a beast freed from its cage. Standing alongside him, Lafayette also stared out the window, acutely aware of the subtle yet overwhelming aura radiating from Kurosawa, a presence filled with an oppressive dominance. A smile crept across his face as he realized the young master was finally ready to unleash himself. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of the true moment that Kurosawa had long awaited. This night, the tumultuous sea was alive with flashes of lightning and howling winds, seemingly heralding the onset of extraordinary events. The long-dormant ocean was at last stirred by the emergence of those willing to disrupt its tranquility. Akira Kurosawa's first step emerges slowly from the endless slaughter of tonight. Chapter 7. The Harvest. In the stillness of the night, the Kamina family lay in an eerie silence, seemingly all members lost in slumber. Suddenly, the front door creaked open, and a group of individuals streamed out, reeking of fresh blood, each shouldering large, unwieldy bundles, evidently filled with an assortment of items. "Let us depart. This haul should recuperate some of our family's financial losses," spoke one named Huchi, peering into the courtyard. The scene resembled a hellish nightmare. Corpses lay strewn across the ground, blood staining the earth, while the inner courtyard was in disarray, marred by gaping holes and traces of toxins corroding the surface. Several structures had collapsed into mere ruins. Fortunately, the Kamina estate was expansive, although the commotion echoed outward. To the surrounding populace, this family was an indomitable behemoth, instilling fear that deterred any intervention. After all, it was not uncommon for chilling screams to emanate from the Kamina household, and the locals had grown somewhat accustomed to such horrors. Yet tonight's cacophony was undeniably excessive. It seemed a minor organization had incurred the wrath of the Kamina family. Alas, why provoke such a malevolent clan? No one dared to venture out for a glimpse, fearing retribution. The Kamina family could easily extinguish any solitary life without consequence. As dawn broke, townsfolk began to wander outside, passing by the Kamina estate. Upon witnessing the horrific scene within, word of the event gradually spread. The ominous shadow looming over the Kamina kingdom began to dissipate as commoners rushed to share the news, having long endured the family's cruelty. Subsequently, the nobility of the kingdom trembled in fear, for several nobles who had allied with the Kamina family met a grim fate. Their households slaughtered without mercy, children included. Who had they angered to provoke such wrath? In an instant, panic swept through the Kamina kingdom. The king urgently contacted the navy, seeking assistance in capturing the perpetrator. The once contentious relationship between the Kamina kingdom and the navy, due to the Kamina family's influence, had resulted in a reduced military presence within the kingdom, primarily consisting of nobles. In such a small locale, a little financial incentive would easily blind the department head to any wrongdoing. Not everyone possesses the unwavering resolve of a Kainu. In tumultuous times, the presence of iron-willed soldiers is invaluable. Regrettably, the previous era's Pirate King narrative centered around Luffy's perspective, casting the Navy in some eyes as mere enforcers of the world government, the lapdogs of the celestial dragons. Meanwhile, on Koron Island, flames raged fiercely, the stench of burning flesh wafting through the air. Several large ships were slowly departing from the island. To the crew's astonishment, the riches from 3 pirate crews exceeded their expectations. Upon their return, the young master would undoubtedly be elated, and their family would ascend to even greater heights. Goyu stood at the bow of the ship, laughing heartily. Beside him, Julian gnawed on the thigh of some creature, seemingly unfazed by the fact that he had just taken a life. To his surprise, they had captured an abundance of prisoners. Alas, he had sacrificed his own vessel in the process. "It's no great matter, old Jew," Goyu reassured his longtime partner, patting him on the shoulder. "The young master will surely prepare a new, better ship for you." Upon reaching Corona Island, Goyu and his companions discovered numerous captives seized by 3 pirate crews, children, women, and several merchants. Ultimately, Julian had no choice but to offer his ship and dispatch a few men to escort the captives, intending to consult the young master on how to proceed. "Young master, they have all arrived," announced the old steward quietly from outside the door. "Understood. Bring them to the hall," a deep voice responded from within. Before long, everyone stood in the hall, the stench of blood having diminished somewhat, though it lingered, a reminder of their recent deeds. While the group sat upright, a palpable excitement shone in their eyes as they eagerly gazed toward the entrance. The sound of footsteps approached, and their eyes brightened as Akira Kurosawa entered. Clad in a black and red coat, a smile gracing his face. Observing the members seated before him, he knew at once that their haul this time was undoubtedly impressive. Amidst the majestic presence of Akira Kurosawa, he ascended to his rightful position, inquiring with genuine concern, "Are you all unscathed?" This simple expression of care ignited warmth in the hearts of his companions. Indeed, he is their young master, who prioritizes their well-being over his own gains. Observing the fervor below, with each member vehemently declaring their minor injuries and their unwavering determination to reclaim the title of Pirate King from Roger, Akira could not help but sigh inwardly. Those devoid of intellect are easily moved. "Young master, the inventory is complete. We have approximately 30 billion berries, along with 3 renowned swords. 2 are fine blades of 50 craftsmanship, and 1 is a great blade named Whisper with a craftsmanship of 21. Additionally, we have 5 devil fruits. Aside from the berries, the swords and the devil fruits are collectibles unearthed from the caches of various noble families. Mouse, clutching a list, recited beside Akira. It had been mentioned that these parasitic nobles of the world sought to emulate the grander, swine-like aristocracy of the celestial dragons, thus indulging in the hoarding of the ocean's treasures to flaunt their supposed prowess. How absurd it is for those lacking true strength to feign grandeur. If such individuals do not perish, who will? Harboring disdain for these pretenders, Akira refrained from voicing his thoughts. As he examined Whisper, he marveled at the quality of these renowned blades. Even this one possessed a hint of sentience, albeit seemingly dormant from disuse. It appeared as though the blade had been in slumber for far too long, its spirit not fully manifest. Yet, it was likely that the application of Haki could awaken it. However, if it required the absorption of Haki akin to Zoro's experience with Enma in the land of Wano, he resolved to wait. After all, when Zoro acquired Enma, it was not in a state of deep slumber, and the energy it demanded nearly left him drained. Whisper, having succumbed to a profound dormancy, would likely require a significant amount of Haki to fully activate, prompting Akira to postpone this endeavor for a more opportune moment. Gazing at the assortment of devil fruits on the table, most were not particularly formidable zoan types, such as the chipmunk fruit, the boar beast fruit, the wolf fruit, alongside an ancient Titan python fruit and a paramecia-type bone fruit. The Titan python, renowned for its sheer power and size, was said to have once battled formidable sea kings in the depths of the ocean. The bone fruit, on the other hand, bore resemblance to the Kekkei Genkai of the Kaguya clan from another anime Akira had watched in his previous life. You will come to regret this, Sarutobi. I'm a true Hokage. Shaking his head in reminiscence, he recalled the classic dialogue and felt a tinge of nostalgia for Akira Kurosawa. Nevertheless, the world of pirates was far more comfortable. The thought of returning to the life of a corporate worker in his previous existence was utterly unappealing. Who would prefer to toil from 8 to 6 when one could relish in life's pleasures? He picked up 3 ordinary devil fruits and passed them down below, instructing the rat, pig, and dog factions to allocate them to their chosen members. As for the ancient and supernatural fruits, their distribution would occur post-mission. Additionally, each group would receive a reward of 10 billion berries for this outing. Clearly, the prospect of berries was far more enticing than the devil fruits, as the eyes of the members below gleamed with avarice. With such wealth, the red light district would become their playground. One by one, they rose to their feet, exuberantly proclaiming the greatness of their young master. Observing the chaos below, he said little. Bestowing them with such wealth was of no consequence. They were all loyal subordinates, and with their support, any amount of money was attainable. Very well, everyone, take your rewards and enjoy yourselves. Remember to return in a week. Yes, young master. They responded with spirited enthusiasm, a far cry from those who had just emerged from the battlefield. Akira Kurosawa waved his hand, signaling for them to leave, while he continued to sit in the main seat, gazing out the door with narrowed eyes. Roger, this ocean has been too tranquil for far too long. You must incite some chaos. Chapter 8. A major announcement has arrived, my lord. Another significant piece of news has emerged. The old steward stood outside, as usual. Over the years, it had become a mystery how such momentous events kept occurring, especially with Akira Kurosawa advancing toward supremacy, igniting a fervor within the old man. He paid particular attention to the news of the sea, especially concerning pirates and the navy, possessing knowledge surpassing even that of Akira Kurosawa. A year had elapsed since the last massacre. During this time, Akira Kurosawa and his subordinates diligently expanded their influence. Was there an obstruction? They either accepted it as a dog would or eliminated it like a monkey. The Kurosawa family had become a dominant force in the West Sea. Notably, 5 months prior, Akira Kurosawa ventured alone to the Flower Kingdom, challenging the leader of the 8 Treasures Water Army, the Green Pepper of the Needle, and defeated him. After leaving the Flower Kingdom with his life intact and a swagger in his step, his reputation spread across the seas, becoming known to certain figures. The Kurosawa family also came to control all illicit enterprises in the West Sea, extending their reach toward the other 3 seas, the North Sea, South Sea, and East Sea. A massive arms factory rose on the island, generating profit while Akira Kurosawa did not forget to involve the nobility and the Navy as partners. This collaboration made it difficult for the Navy and the world government to control or monitor Akira Kurosawa. After all, many influential figures stood behind these illicit industries. To disrupt them would be tantamount to offending those powerful individuals, jeopardizing their own positions within the government. It can be said that as long as Akira Kurosawa did not oppose the world government, his factories and businesses would remain untouched. This security was, of course, predicated on Akira Kurosawa's formidable strength and the might of his subordinates. The Zodiac battle group had also carved out a name for themselves upon the seas. Though there were 1,000 flaws left behind, once one reaches a certain level of power, such trifles are often overlooked by the more significant figures. What has transpired? Come in and speak. A deep voice emanated from within the room. Akira Kurosawa still bore the remnants of sleepiness. Yet he held no grievances toward the steward who had watched him grow. After all, the old man would not disturb him without cause. Could it be that matter? A flicker of curiosity crossed Akira Kurosawa's mind. My lord, the world government has decided to execute Pirate King Joel D. Roger. The old steward handed over the newspaper he held. Is it true? Akira Kurosawa took the paper and began to read. The headline boldly proclaimed, the world government has decided to impose the death penalty on Pirate King Joel D. Roger in 1 week, in his hometown of Lowtown in the EC. Soon, the family members gathered together in the hall, for no one wished to miss such a momentous event that could be etched in history. After freshening up, Akira Kurosawa entered the hall and took his seat. Observing the members below, they exuded an aura of bloodlust and intensity, a clear indication that the recent battles and bloodshed had significantly enhanced their prowess. Satisfied, he nodded, knowing they were all aware of the latest news. Let us proceed, for I am certain none of you wish to miss this grand occasion. The members erupted in cheers. Young master, let us embark on our newest vessel. It has never set sail since its construction, suggested Shu Hui from the side. Upon hearing Shu Hui's proposal, the eyes of the other members sparkled with excitement. The magnificent three-masted ship, equipped with formidable power and firepower, had long been a topic of eager anticipation among these battle-hungry warriors. However, Akira had consistently postponed their maiden voyage, believing that the time had not yet come. He preferred not to embark on such a casual journey, for the conclusion of the Pirate King saga was the perfect moment for this ship to make its debut, ushering the Kurosawa family into a new era. Very well, let a portion remain to guard the home. We shall set sail tomorrow. Ensure your respective duties are arranged beforehand. Yes, the enthusiasm among the members was palpable as they rushed out to prepare, eager to witness this momentous event. In the hall remained the healing teams of rabbit, sheep, and chicken, along with the leaders of the snake and mouse groups. Do you have any matters to discuss? Akira Inquit. The first to speak was Rena from the rabbit group, a seemingly gentle girl who, despite her soft demeanor, was ruthless in her approach. Any group that dared to provoke her would find their members crying out in agony during treatment. No one could threaten her, for no one could guarantee a lifetime free of injury. Our healing team need not accompany you, as our presence would not be of great significance, she said shyly, perhaps feeling bashful in front of the young master who had saved and cared for her. Is that acceptable? Akira turned to Xiaoqing and Shu Hui. You see, young master, some members of the snake group are still engaged in assassination missions, leaving only 6 of us at home. One of them responded. Our mouse group is occupied guarding the family's business and cannot leave this place. Very well, you may arrange your affairs as you see fit. This journey is merely to make our presence known upon these vast seas. The earlier skirmishes merely acquainted the world with us. The real spectacle lies ahead in the Grand Line and the New World. Akira nodded, understanding the importance of not neglecting the family's business in pursuit of mere entertainment, for it was essential to the family's growth. As the remaining members exited, Lafitte entered alongside a burly man with a dark complexion and a youthful, cheerful boy whose lips curled into a smile. You have returned. What brings these two along? Kurosawa, filled with perplexity, inquired about the imposing figure and the youth he had encountered a year prior. At that time, the already formidable Kurosawa had inadvertently crossed paths with individuals whose interests clashed with the ambitions of his family. Consequently, a bounty was placed upon his head in the black market, attracting numerous skilled assassins determined to eliminate him. However, each assassin was thwarted by Kurosawa, who meticulously uncovered the identities of those orchestrating the attacks, subsequently vanquishing their entire families. From that moment on, no one dared to openly issue bounties on Kurosawa's head in the clandestine realm of the black market. The 2 individuals he now faced were also sent to carry out an assassination, yet it appeared to be their inaugural attempt. They had formed a temporary alliance and confronted Kurosawa on the street, explicitly seeking to claim his life. Fortuitously, Kurosawa was accompanied by several leaders of his combat teams. In the ensuing skirmish, the assailants were swiftly subdued, although the combat team leaders sustained injuries. This piqued Kurosawa's interest, for these leaders had mastered the 6 styles of the Navy and the 2-color Haki. While it would be an exaggeration to claim they dominated in the New World, they were indeed formidable figures within the small realm of the 4 seas. Remarkably, the two assailants, lacking mastery of Haki, could defeat any leader in single combat, prompting the leaders to set aside their pride and dedicate themselves to more rigorous training. It was evident that these two possessed exceptional talent, igniting Kurosawa's desire to recruit them. His family's mid-tier combat strength was adequate, yet he alone represented the upper echelon, with Lafitte considered only a half-member, primarily serving as a navigator. The measure of strength ultimately depended on innate talent, as demonstrated by Kurosawa himself, who had undergone similar rigorous training and had access to the same instructional secrets. Remarkably, he consistently mastered techniques with remarkable speed, including the art of life restoration. The youth hailed from the West Sea, yet he was an orphan, taken in by an elderly man who named him Reg. From a tender age, he trained diligently in swordsmanship under the guidance of the old man, who passed away as the boy matured. With the only tether to his past severed, Liege resolved to venture out to sea. However, the meager inheritance left by the old man was insufficient, compelling him to seek ways to earn a living. By chance, he stumbled upon a bounty notice and contemplated seizing the opportunity to earn some money, thus enlisting a burly man as his partner. This robust individual, named Auroch, hailed from a fishing background. Tragically, he lost his parents to the merciless waves during a fishing expedition when he was but a child. As Auroch matured, the modest income from fishing could no longer sustain his desires, prompting him to seek opportunities beyond the shore. The duo, sharing a common ambition, set out to assassinate Akira Kurosawa. Regrettably, their lack of formal education rendered their assassination attempts clumsy, transforming them into a brazen robbery instead. Recognizing the potential within the two, Kurosawa decided to invest in them. Under the immense allure of Kurosawa's wealth and the overwhelming pressure of his prowess, the pair naturally gravitated towards joining his criminal enterprise. Young master, it was Liege who spoke, a spirited 19-year-old with an extroverted disposition. Aside from a few encounters with the leader of their combat group, and Kurosawa himself, he had yet to experience significant setbacks. Auroch and Liege had mastered the dual-colored Haki, and Auroch had also become proficient with the bone fruit. This marked the first time their entire family was mobilizing, and they were determined not to miss this opportunity. Indeed, upon seeing Auroch, Kurosawa immediately recognized him as a wielder of the bone fruit. After all, the towering figure, exceeding 4 meters in height, undoubtedly possessed formidable armament Haki. While bones may seem robust to the untrained eye, they can be quite fragile in the hands of the strong. Yet, when enhanced by Haki, their resilience becomes a different matter entirely. Akira Kurosawa observed the burly man nodding beside him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. From their demeanor, he could sense that both individuals had undergone a remarkable transformation, their prowess significantly enhanced. It was evident that the aura of dominance they exuded had elevated them into the upper echelon of his crew's strength. Now, whether the 7 leaders of the combat division could triumph over these two was uncertain. Very well, since you possess such confidence, let's set sail together. Kurosawa nodded in agreement, and the eyes of the two men sparkled with excitement. It seemed that the rigorous training imparted by Lafayette had indeed been a formidable challenge for them. Chapter 9. The Great Sword Pirate crew, a colossal 3-masted ship, glided across the ocean's surface, with Kurosawa seated upon a lofty platform, an arrangement he had specifically requested during the shipbuilding process, for it was impractical to convene on the rooftop amidst so many. Nearby, several young maidens, clad in slightly revealing attire, occasionally presented him with peeled grapes, feeding them into his mouth. Kurosawa lifted a glass of red wine, swirling it gently before taking a sip. Ah, this is the essence of life, he mused softly, casting a glance at the restless crew below. Whether engaged in a game of ball or a chaotic brawl, their exuberance was palpable. Fortunately, the ship was robust and expansive enough to withstand their antics. Shaking his head, he turned to the approaching Lafayette. Is there something you wish to discuss? Lafayette slightly bowed. Young master, we are on the verge of entering the East Sea. With a day's journey, we shall reach Logtown. Is that so? Then instruct the crew below to remain vigilant and refrain from excessive revelry. Lafayette chuckled. The pirates from the West Sea, upon sighting our ship and its emblem, fled in terror from a considerable distance. Our men are restless. Let's permit them some freedom to stretch their legs. Akira Kurosawa nodded. The family emblem in the West Sea caused pirates, large and small, to steer clear. After all, the denizens of the West Sea were well aware that Kurosawa was a man who held grudges fiercely. Anyone who dared to provoke him could expect dire consequences, and thus, no one would dare to tug at his beard. They had been at sea for 4 days since departing from the family stronghold, and the crew had yet to engage in battle, which was beginning to wear on their nerves. This was especially true for the newly embarked Reg, who was eager to avenge a previous defeat and was currently rallying with Auroch to challenge the leaders of several combat teams. However, the team members had not succumbed to lethargy during this period. Under the influence of Reg and Auroch, they had been diligently training, having previously expended considerable effort to suppress these two, leaving them with their own share of scars. It would be challenging for Reg and Auroch to determine a victor against the team leaders in a short time, yet they were not using their full strength, merely engaging in hand-to-hand combat. If they unleashed their complete power, the ship would not withstand the ensuing chaos. "Young master, a pirate ship is approaching us," a crew member shouted from below. "Oh, is someone truly coming?" Kurosawa, intrigued, stood and moved towards the edge of the ship. Upon hearing the commotion, the other members hurried over, fearing that if they delayed, the opportunity would be seized by another. In the distance, a pirate ship swiftly approached, its flag bearing a skull with a sword thrust through it. This was the Great Sword Pirate crew, led by Lafitte, who had been wandering the first half of the Grand Line, likely drawn by news of Roger's execution and heading to Logtown to take a look. The Great Sword Pirate crew specialized in robbing passing merchant vessels along the first half of the Grand Line, led by Captain Greatsword Luff, with a bounty of 65 million berries. The first mate, Sharp Blade Durin, had a bounty of 50 million berries, while the Brawler, a member of the Longhand tribe, had a bounty of 43 million berries. The crew comprised a total of 30 members. It was said that the captain had achieved the status of a true swordmaster. Yet those who had encountered them were no longer alive, and they were known for their caution, fleeing at the slightest hint of a navy, leaving their true strength shrouded in mystery. On board the Great Sword Pirate crew, a burly man with a thick beard and a mouthful of yellow teeth laughed boisterously. These fellows from the four seas may lack strength, but they are indeed wealthy. I am about to strike it rich. Captain, that ship over there looks resplendent. The treasures aboard could sustain our crew for quite some time," a small man said, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he gazed at Kurosawa's vessel. "Men, full speed ahead. After we pull off this heist, I'll treat each of you to 2 ladies. Long live the captain." The crew members, brandishing their weapons, were overflowing with greed and desire. Clearly, this group of individuals embodies the essence of ruthless killers. "Young master, the enemy ships have entered our cannon range, yet they show no signs of slowing down, likely unperturbed by the presence of our artillery," Lafayette remarked with keen interest as he gazed at the vessels of the giant sword pirates. The formidable beings of these seas are adept at cleaving the sky and striking the ocean. To them, mere cannonballs are but trifles, wielding substantial lethality only against the unarmed and ordinary pirates. If only we could seize Vegapunk from the clutches of the world government, for the pacifists of the future, when they first made their appearance, sent those infamous for their malevolence, fleeing in terror, unable to lift their heads in shame. Kurosawa's thoughts wandered into fanciful realms. After all, given his current strength, wresting Vegapunk from the world government would prove quite the challenge. As he pondered, the giant sword pirates were swiftly closing in on Kurosawa's ship. Reg, unable to contain himself, leapt overboard, executing a moonwalk towards the enemy, followed by Auroch and several members of the combat team. Upon a subtle gesture from their young master, also jumped into the fray against the giant sword pirates. "Captain, many of them are flying," exclaimed an unknown crew member of the giant sword pirates. "Are the Navy's moonwalkers also devil fruit users?" The diminutive figure expressed astonishment, questioning the existence of such beings within the four seas. What's there to fear? It's just the four seas. How many formidable warriors could there possibly be?" The burly man with a thick beard waved dismissively, brandishing his large sword as he regarded Reg and his companions charging toward their ship with disdain, likely assuming they were merely a group of nobles accompanied by a few capable guards. Before long, Reg was the first to board the enemy ship. Upon seeing the face of Lav, he scoffed, "So it's just a child with barely a whisker to his name. What audacity prompts you to leap aboard my vessel?" His crew erupted in laughter, for Reg's youthful, handsome visage, coupled with his well-kept attire and ever-present smile, often led newcomers to mistakenly perceive him as a young man on the cusp of adulthood. However, he was indeed only 19. Upon hearing Lav's derision, Reg's smile faltered, his gaze turning icy as he slowly drew his sword. "Foolish wretch, I shall soon send you to the depths." At that moment, Auroch and several other combat team members also boarded the giant sword pirate ship. "It seems you are eager to court death," sneered the sharp-sword Dren as he unsheathed his dagger. As Tiger Wing stepped aboard, he was immediately met with a taunt from a short individual, which he could not resist responding to. "Hey, rodent over there, what are you barking about?" The attack was formidable. Fortunately, the leader of the Mouse Brigade, Shu Hui, was absent, Otherwise, it is likely that the two would have clashed first. However, the words of the tiger wing evidently struck a nerve with the sharp-edged Diluent, as his height had always been a source of disadvantage for him. Although he had carved out a reputation due to his stature and speed, he could hardly tolerate being referred to as diminutive. In an instant, he brandished his sword and charged towards Tiger Wing, his armed color of Haki enveloping him as he lunged forward, aiming for Tiger Wing's face. Since boarding the ship, Tiger Wing had kept his observation Haki activated and swiftly evaded the attack by sidestepping, countering with a kick aimed at Diluent. Seeing that battle had erupted, Leg could no longer restrain himself and dashed toward the captain of the giant sword pirates, Lav. Observing the charge, Lav raised his colossal sword and swung it with tremendous force, unleashing a wave of black sword energy towards Leg. With a single stroke, the attack cleaved through the air, maintaining its velocity, but Leg raised his own sword to counter, only to have it effortlessly parried by Lav. It was evident that Lav possessed formidable strength, having roamed the first half of the Grand Line without capture. As the battle was on the verge of escalating, everyone grasped their weapons and surged towards their adversaries. In the distance, Akira Kurosawa watched the clash aboard the ship and remarked on the prowess of those emerging from the Grand Line. Beside him, Lafayette nodded in agreement, noting that for Leg and his companions, victory was merely a matter of time. The true powerhouses had already ventured to the New World to engage in fierce combat, while they could only resort to acts of piracy in the paradise of the first half of the Grand Line. Akira Kurosawa nodded in undeniable agreement. Indeed, it has become a paradise, especially in the early stages where numerous formidable fighters reside. Not to mention, the naval forces are predominantly stationed in the first half. Most of the pirates who manage to remain in that segment are of mediocre strength, yet possess exceptional evasion skills, akin to slippery loaches. Chapter 10. Arrival at Road Town. The noise from that side gradually diminished, indicating that the battle was nearing its conclusion. Reg, how are you holding up? The voice belonged to Hu Chi, who had always shared a tumultuous relationship with Reg, frequently exchanging barbs before engaging in combat. Clearly, Hu Chi had triumphed over his opponent, although it was no easy feat, for his adversary was the formidable Drun, with a bounty of 50 million berries. His body bore numerous wounds, steadily oozing blood, while his opponent lay sprawled on the ground, his skull crushed by Hu Chi, with brain matter splattered around. On the other side, Reg felt a twinge of anxiety. However, Lav's overwhelming strength compelled him to remain vigilant, lest he be caught off guard. With his diminutive stature, he would suffer severe injuries if struck. The essence of Reg's prowess lay in his ability to balance offense and defense. Each of Reg's strikes carved deep gashes into Lav's flesh, yet in these treacherous waters, where most combatants were akin to bloodthirsty bulls, as long as the injuries were not fatal, one could continue to fight undeterred. Lav surveyed his surroundings, noting that his crew had fallen one by one. A sense of dread crept into his heart. He longed to exhale, but Reg's relentless onslaught left him no respite, fearing that a moment's distraction could result in a blade piercing his throat. As blood continued to seep from his wounds, Lav's mind grew increasingly sluggish due to lack of oxygen, his eyelids becoming heavy. Finally, seizing the opportunity, Reg struck decisively, severing Lav's head from his body. Haha, Reg, you're a bit slow, aren't you? What's the matter? Hu Chi laughed heartily, clapping Reg on the shoulder, leaving bloody handprints on his attire. Upon witnessing this, Reg's face contorted in fury, and he swung his sword once more at Hu Chi, who deftly dodged with a mischievous grin. Others rushed forward to restrain Reg, preventing further escalation. Hu Chi, you certainly have too much time on your hands, they remarked, rallying against him. Soon, the playful bickering ceased, and they began to scavenge the riches left behind by the great sword pirates. However, most of the spoils comprised mere goods, suggesting that many merchant vessels had recently fallen prey to the great sword pirates. With their newfound bounty in hand, the group returned to their ship. Young master, it seems to be mostly cargo. Should we take it with us? One member inquired. No need, just the cash and easily transportable treasures will suffice, replied the affluent Akira Kurosawa, waving his hand dismissively before turning towards the elevated platform. Do remember to tend to your wounds. As the vessel gradually departed, the great sword pirate's ship burned in the distance. This is the fate that awaits those who venture out to sea, either to continue living and reveling in life or to succumb to the abyss of the dark ocean. Young master, we are almost there, a member shouted from afar. An island stood prominently, and finally, the time had come for Roger Town. As news of Roger's impending execution spread, individuals from all corners of the globe, each with their own motives, flocked to Roger Town. Among them were those who despised Roger and those who revered him, each eager to behold the legendary figure. The harbor of Rogertown was filled with a myriad of vessels, predominantly merchant and passenger ships, while pirate ships dared to linger at a distance. This was due to the formidable presence of the Navy, which had arrived to maintain order and to be vigilant against any members of the Roger pirates. As the prospect of the Pirate King being rescued would undoubtedly be a profound embarrassment for the Navy, the ship of Akira Kurosawa approached Rogue Town with a measured grace. As onlookers began to recognize the emblem emblazoned upon its hull, was the sovereign of the West Sea truly in attendance? Those unfamiliar with the vessel inquired among their companions. For the grandeur of Kurosawa's ship starkly contrasted with the other crafts present, both in size and embellishment. Several pirate crews, emboldened by their own prowess, contemplated the audacity of seizing this magnificent vessel, harboring aspirations of claiming Kurosawa's ship for themselves. Presently, aside from his victory over the Green Pepper, Kurosawa had little else to boast, leading many ambitious souls to suspect that his triumphs were the result of cunning stratagems, with the newspaper reports perhaps lacking in veracity. Given the nature of that bird, it was indeed plausible that exaggeration played a role. Ignoring the scrutinizing gazes of surrounding vessels, Akira Kurosawa and his entourage calmly docked their ship at the pier. They had yet to raise the Jolly Roger, brazenly confronting the Navy without fear of incurring their wrath. As the crew disembarked, leaving only a few members to guard the ship, Kurosawa led the way, flanked by his companions. As they made their way into the heart of Lowtown, the townsfolk regarded them with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. The group was uniformly clad in tailored black suits, while the central figure donned a burgundy coat, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding an air of reckless abandon. However, there was no discernible fear among the civilians. They were well aware that high-ranking officials from the Navy were soon to arrive on the island, and a contingent of advance troops had already landed to maintain order. No one dared to openly pillage or wreak havoc, as many pirates lacked the audacity to set foot on the island, opting instead to linger in the periphery. Yet this band was distinctly different from the common pirates. Their attire was immaculate, though the menace etched upon their faces betrayed the bloodshed upon their hands. Approaching a bar not far from the town center, they pushed open the door and stepped inside. The establishment buzzed with raucous voices, filled with shouts and curses, predominantly from pirates of lowly demeanor, a fact the patrons readily accepted. Upon noticing Kurosawa's imposing group, a server hastily approached. "Esteemed gentlemen, please follow me. There are vacant seats over here." Kurosawa and his entourage did not utter a word as they followed the guiding attendant through the throng, making their way into the bar. Subsequently, they settled onto a circular sofa, where the attendant summoned some rum before discreetly retreating. In what had once been a raucous bar, the patrons gradually lowered their voices, casting curious glances at Kurosawa and his companions. After all, the formidable demeanor of Kurosawa and his associates suggested that they were not to be trifled with. However, seeing that Kurosawa and his group remained unfazed, the crowd soon resumed their boisterous revelry. Akira Kurosawa took a sip of his drink and surveyed his surroundings, soon spotting some familiar figures. At the bar sat a man clad in a black trench coat, a sword slung across his back, his gaze as sharp as that of an eagle. This was none other than the youthful version of Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk, his sword intent as piercing as his eyes. Kurosawa stroked his chin thoughtfully. Mihawk, seemingly aware of being observed, turned his head and locked eyes with Kurosawa. An intriguing individual had arrived. Though it appeared he was not merely a swordsman, Mihawk felt a flicker of curiosity. Was he the one who had bested Green Pepper? It seemed the newspapers had not misrepresented him. Hawkeye was already contemplating whether to challenge Kurosawa right then and there, despite Kurosawa's unrefined sword intent. He yearned to engage in battle with any swordsman. At this stage, Hawkeye was merely an emerging wanderer, seeking opponents to validate his swordsmanship. Far from the world's greatest swordsman he would eventually become, he simply wished to find a true swordsman to duel. Meanwhile, seated nearby was a man with slick-back hair, a large cigar clenched between his teeth. He was none other than Crocodile, one of the future 7 warlords of the sea. At this time, he had yet to confront Whitebeard, both hands still intact, his eyes betraying an insatiable ambition. Akira Kurosawa could distinctly sense the formidable aura that enveloped him, powerful and brimming with aggression. In the era when Luffy set sail, such a formidable crocodile would effortlessly suppress Luffy and his crew with a mere flick of his wrist. How contrasting it is to see him 20 years later, solely fixated on pursuing the legendary king of the underworld, neglecting the enhancement of his own prowess. Incapable of wielding Haki and unable to defeat even a mere youth. Though bolstered by the protagonist's halo, victory was still achieved through sheer sacrifice, a testament to Oda's enduring talent in storytelling. At that moment, Kurosawa felt a gaze fixated upon him. Turning to investigate, he beheld a towering figure, resembling a demon with two horns protruding from his forehead, and sharp ears and teeth, all adorned in purple. This individual was none other than one of the future warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. Yet, at present, he was a renowned hero of the West Blue, commanding a multitude of subordinates, albeit mostly of lesser caliber. Moria's exuberance suggested he regarded his crew as comrades. He too was a pawn in Oda's narrative, a character capable of challenging Kaido, yet ultimately demoralized after the loss of his comrades, resorting to playing house with corpses before being defeated by the king, Luffy, and relegated to the role of a mere experience fodder. Moria expressed curiosity towards the ruler of the West Blue, but his pirate crew had long departed for the Grand Line, leaving little room for interaction between them. Chapter 11. The dawn of the great age of pirates, the Tiger Wing seemed to sense someone observing their young master and sought the direction of Kurosawa's gaze. Quickly identifying the towering Moria, whose height of over 6 meters made him a conspicuous figure in the crowd. "Hey kid, what are you staring at?" Tiger Wing approached with a direct inquiry. Moria opened his mouth, preparing to respond, but his subordinate interjected with discontent. "What are you looking at?" A nameless fellow suddenly shouted out. Upon hearing this, Tiger Wings was also stirred and immediately contemplated making a move. However, both parties were restrained by their respective leaders. With the Navy swarming all over Rog Town, Black Zhe-Ming realized that if things escalated, he might not be able to ensure everyone's escape. It was evident that Moria understood this as well. He raised his glass slightly towards Black Zhe-Ming, who nodded in acknowledgement, smiling in response. Moria possessed considerable potential, and integrating him into his ranks would indeed be an excellent choice. In fact, within the narrative, none of the 7 warlords could be deemed weak. Even the least among them possessed vice admiral caliber strength, and among vice admirals, they ranked among the elite, not to mention the legendary swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, who undoubtedly held sovereign-level power. Albeit his influence was relatively minor, often overlooked by many. However, following the formation of the Cross Guild by the Joker Buggy, only Mihawk and Crocodile remained as formidable forces, sustaining the entire pirate crew and establishing themselves as one of the new Yonko factions. The term Yonko encompasses not merely the 4 pirates of sovereign strength, but also the vast powers they command, such as Kaido's Wano and Big Mom's Tato Land. Of course, this is somewhat tangential, yet Black Zhe-Ming remained quite envious of the potential possessed by Moria and others. Unfortunately, Moria had yet to confront Kaido, and Crocodile had not yet dared to challenge Whitebeard. Both were currently brimming with confidence, making them difficult to subdue. Suppressing his inner thoughts, he turned to take a gentle drag from his cigarette, just as a group of individuals entered the bar. The lead figure donned a burgundy suit, yellow sunglasses, golden hair, cropped pants, and black leather shoes. Indeed, the youthful version of the celestial dragon, Don Quixote Doflamingo. At this point, he had not yet evolved into the underground titan Joker, one of the 7 warlords, nor had he formed a substantial partnership with Kaido. He was merely the headmaster of a kindergarten. It is amusing to note that the future emperors were still akin to kindergarten principals, with many of their significant forces still being children. The head of the Don Quixote family had yet to adopt a buzz cut, and his gait remained conventionally upright, starkly contrasting with his future arrogance. Nevertheless, Black Zhe-Ming was curious about whether the Doflamingo behind those glasses possessed beady green eyes or captivating large ones. Recalling some photoshopped images from his previous life, he couldn't help but chuckle. Tiger Wings looked at his young master in confusion, unable to fathom the reason behind his laughter. As he took a swig of his drink, after Doflamingo entered, he surveyed the surroundings before following his entourage and the attendant into the bar, where they settled onto a sofa, observing these individuals who would become renowned figures on the seas 2 decades hence. Black Zhe-Ming pondered with interest whether keeping them here might diminish the excitement of the ocean, and if the Straw Hat Pirates might require more time to ascend to the title of Pirate King due to the absence of these seasoned characters. Not long after, a commotion erupted outside, prompting the patrons inside the bar to rush out. Upon witnessing the scene, Akira Kurosawa and his subordinates proceeded outward, escorting the naval ship bearing Roger. The crowd stood by the roadside, gazing towards the end of Rogue Town, as a procession gradually revealed itself. There stood Roger, shackled yet proud, striding confidently at the forefront, flanked by the naval elite, the valiant Garp, and Admiral Sengoku. Close behind were the future admirals of the Navy, the supernovas, Akainu, Akiji, and Kazu. Following them were several rear admirals and brigadier generals, including the steadfast Admiral Fire Mountain and the formidable Ghost Spider. As they approached, Kurosawa and his companions discerned Roger's visage. His distinctive, prominent mustache framed a face adorned with a proud smile, exuding the demeanor of a commander inspecting his troops rather than that of a condemned criminal awaiting execution. This was none other than Joel D. Roger, the Pirate King, whose legacy in the original narrative was conveyed primarily through the words of others, revealing only fragments of his essence. To truly face Roger was to experience the unabashed spirit and unrestrained will that he embodied, distinct from the so-called sun goddess will that would later manifest in Luffy. Roger possessed a freedom that was solely his own. As events unfolded, Kurosawa sensed that during the later stages of Luffy's so-called awakening as the sun god, it appeared as if a new soul had taken residence within him. Oda, the cunning storyteller, was indeed aware of the concept of destiny. Observing Roger ascend the platform and kneel, he maintained his radiant smile, chest held high, resembling a regal figure of authority. The transponder snail around them flickered with light, directed at the kneeling Roger and at Sengoku, who held the speaking transponder snail. For defying the edicts of the world government and openly challenging its authority along with the Navy, Roger was to be subjected to the ultimate punishment, a warning to all denizens of the seas. Just as the execution was about to commence, a voice erupted from the crowd. "Gold, Roger, have you truly reached the final island, Raftel?" Roger nodded affirmatively from the platform. "And what do you treasure?" Upon hearing this, Roger erupted into hearty laughter. "Go forth. I have left all my treasures there." With a swift motion, Sengoku's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the news. The two executioners atop the platform hastily plunged their blades into Roger's body, and the once proud head of Roger slowly bowed down. Yet, even in his final moments, the smile on his face remained unyielding. Below the platform, the crowd erupted in chaos upon hearing Roger's last words. The treasure left behind by the true Pirate King, who had once set foot on the final island, Raftel, was enough to drive anyone into madness. People began to call upon friends and prepare ships to venture out to inherit the Pirate King's riches. Amidst the tumultuous throng, Akira Kurosawa noticed two distinctively characterized children, crying, future Yonko Shanks and Buggy the Clown. He smiled softly, having no intention of engaging with the pair, and simply turned to leave with his companions, including Tiger Wing. "Oh, Pirate King Roger, I shall cherish the era of chaos you have ushered in." Kurosawa felt as though he had unlocked a certain restraint, though nothing had visibly changed. He exuded an aura of true freedom. Chapter 12. The challenge of Hawkeye. As the scene descended into turmoil, the Navy found itself in disarray. Roger's words had cast an irresistible allure over the masses, awakening the greed and desires long dormant within the hearts of many. Perhaps these civilians, oppressed and unable to endure, or perhaps those who thrived in chaos but had previously lacked the courage, were now emboldened by the immense fortune laid before them. Admiral Sengoku could only command the Navy present to quell the uprising and apprehend the pirates. However, this was merely a temporary measure. One could only imagine the chaos that would ensue once Morgans disseminated the news, an upheaval that even the world government could not suppress. The ambitious souls of the sea awaited their moment to strike. At this juncture, Akira Kurosawa had already set sail towards the West Sea with his crew. "Young master, shall we embark on our campaign in the New World?" Tiger Wing exclaimed, excitement bubbling at the prospect of the impending turmoil on the seas. "You would do well to stay home and oversee the family business," Regu interjected. Upon hearing Regu's taunt, Tiger Wing immediately engaged in a brawl with him. The two had never seen eye to eye since their first encounter, often quarreling at every meeting. Kurosawa, observing the scuffle, chose not to intervene. A bit of rivalry among his subordinates was beneficial in his eyes, stimulating their training intensity. Amidst the clamor, the crew sensed a formidable and sharp presence ahead. Before their ship lay a small vessel resembling coffin, upon which stood a man clad in a trench coat, his eagle-like eyes fixed on their ship. "Young master, a small boat is obstructing our path. Shall we drive it away?" A crew member hurriedly approached, exclaiming. "No need," Akira Kurosawa replied, shaking his head as he walked to the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance at the man. "Mihawk, are you challenging me by blocking my vessel?" "I apologize, Your Excellency," the somewhat youthful Mihawk responded. "I sense the essence of your swordsmanship and wish to inquire if we could engage in a dialogue regarding the way of the sword. I humbly hope for your consent." "Is that so? You seem to lack the requisite qualification." Akira Kurosawa shook his head. The hawk-eyed individual appeared somewhat disheartened. "Is that so?" Just as he was about to depart, he heard Akira Kurosawa call out to him. "I happen to have a swordsman under my command. You both may have a duel." Akira Kurosawa remarked on the eager anticipation of Rig, who had been longing for a chance to spar with Hawkeye ever since their first encounter. Unfortunately, he had not found a suitable opportunity until now. With Hawkeye approaching him, Rig's eyes sparkled with desire. Unable to resist the push from Kurosawa, he found himself propelled forward. Upon hearing Kurosawa's words, Rig's eyes seemed to shine with excitement. These fellows truly revel in combat, he mused, considering the formidable figure of Mihawk. Very well. Mihawk nodded. For him, the validation of his swordsmanship was paramount, regardless of his opponent. Moreover, the individual perpetually adorned with a smile beside Kurosawa exuded a potent aura. Piquing his interest, this was evidently someone even more fervent about the art of the sword than Kurosawa himself. In no time, Kurosawa extended an invitation to Mihawk to board his vessel, intending to seek out a deserted island for their duel. Hawkeye surveyed his small boat and consented, securing it to Kurosawa's vessel before leaping effortlessly to stand beside him. With keen interest, he regarded Mihawk, intrigued by the prospect of the future world's greatest swordsman. Kurosawa certainly held a profound interest in him. From what could be gathered about Hawkeye's future prowess, he typically unleashed a single strike, yet each time, it achieved the desired outcome. After 2 years of training, when Zoro encountered Hawkeye again in the film, he still exhibited strength far surpassing Zoro's own. His mastery over sword intent and power distinctly outstripped Zoro's, and even after joining the Cross Guild, he began placing bounties on the Navy. However, within the original narrative, Hawkeye never truly revealed his full strength. It was evident that after the Yonko Shanks lost an arm, he was no longer a match for Hawkeye in swordsmanship. Thus, the precise extent of the young Hawkeye's abilities remained a mystery to Kurosawa. Observing Kurosawa, who lounged in his chair with an air of relaxed confidence, Hawkeye felt uncertain about what to say, sensing an aura of danger emanating from him. This is a fine wine from the West Blue that I have collected. Feel free to sample it if you wish, Kurosawa said, gesturing towards a glass of red wine before Hawkeye. Aside from his pursuit of swordsmanship, Hawkeye's other passion was indulging in fine wine. Clearly, Kurosawa had struck a chord with him. His eagle-like eyes glimmered with interest as he lifted the glass and took a sip. The Will red wine from the Boreg family of the West Blue was indeed exquisite. It was not merely good. This single bottle was valued at 3 million berries. Hawkeye had only tasted his master's treasured wine during his training, which was worth just over 2 million berries. Yet, that bottle was cherished like a gem. Observing Kurosawa's apparent indifference towards this wine, it was clear he possessed a vast collection of similar, if not more precious, vintages. Is this the essence of nobility? How affluent he is! In comparison to the prospect of residing among a horde of monkeys, Mihawk clearly relishes his situation far more. Soon, the vessel approached an unnamed isle, where Mihawk and Reg jumped ashore, creating a distance between them. An invisible aura enveloped the space between the two, each gripping their respective swords. As a stone plummeted, they both surged towards each other with their blades drawn. Mihawk wielded Yoru, one of the supreme swords, while Reg, at a disadvantage, brandished Listening to the Rain, a prized possession of Akira Kurosawa. The clash of Yoru and Listening to the Rain unleashed a wave of energy, scattering debris across the island. The confrontation persisted for considerable duration, yet Reg was ultimately sent hurtling backward, retreating several meters. It was evident that, despite being the same age, both at 19, Reg still lacked the prowess to contend with the future world's foremost swordsman. A single strike unveiled the disparity between them. Mihawk, disinterested in prolonging the duel, turned his gaze towards Akira Kurosawa, who was observing the spectacle. The implication was unmistakable. It was Kurosawa's turn. Witnessing Reg's injury, both Tiger Wing and Aulic grew anxious. Despite their ongoing conflicts with Reg, they could not refrain from intervening when a close friend was harmed. Fortunately, Kurosawa remained seated on the ship. Though they felt a sense of urgency, they restrained themselves. There is no need to rush, Kurosawa remarked calmly. Reg has not truly been defeated yet. Upon hearing Kurosawa's words, they quickly turned to observe Reg, who had risen once more, assuming a combat stance. Mihawk sensed the shift in Reg's aura and glanced back at him. This is the mightiest technique I devised during my training with the old man. I cannot yet control it perfectly, so please be cautious, Reg declared as he readied his stance. Mihawk noted the heightened sword intent emanating from Reg, nodding in satisfaction. Use your full strength and strike me. Reg offered no further words, invoking the technique he had whimsically named Fish, Thousand-Layer Slices, inspired by his childhood fishing experiences. With a lack of formal education, he had crafted what he believed to be the most melodious title. The advantages of reading are indeed manifest. It seemed as though Reg had activated some latent potential, as his sword, Listening to the Rain, glided towards Mihawk like raindrops. However, Mihawk's unhurried demeanor indicated that Reg's attack posed no real threat. Upon exhausting his energy, Reg collapsed to the ground. Yet Mihawk, despite appearing composed, was not entirely unscathed. Beads of sweat trickled down his brow, and the rising and falling of his chest revealed that he had exerted considerable effort to deflect Reg's assault. Chapter 13. Departure. Though the eruption of energy was formidable, Reg's attack did not yield significant results. Mihawk merely took a slight breath, his aura momentarily disordered, but swiftly regained its equilibrium. It seems I'm the only one left, does it not? Akira Kurosawa raised an eyebrow, aware that a disparity existed between the two. Yet he was taken aback by Mihawk's extraordinary talent. Truly, it offered no respite to the ordinary souls upon the ocean. Observing Mihawk's resolute demeanor, Kurosawa realized that evasion was futile, and thus, with a whisper, he retrieved his previous spoils and leapt onto the shore. To activate his weapon, he felt as if he had nearly sacrificed his very essence, for the cost was staggering. Nevertheless, the results were remarkable. Light Whisper, indeed one of the great blades, enabled Kurosawa to unleash attacks of immense lethality with ease. In the face of Mihawk, who had already engaged in battle, Kurosawa graciously allowed his opponent a moment to recalibrate. Mihawk, understanding the gravity of the situation, did not overexert himself. He was acutely aware that the man before him exuded a presence far more formidable than the previous adversary, and thus he refrained from underestimating him. For the first time, Mihawk felt the weight of pressure from a peer, although Kurosawa was merely 2 years his senior. The admirals of 30 or 40 years of age posed little threat to him. Indeed, he sensed that even a vice-admiral would struggle to best him. After regaining his composure, Mihawk regarded the languid figure opposite him and stated solemnly, "You would do well to be cautious." No sooner had the words left his lips than the black blade, Night, descended upon Kurosawa with a formidable force, its speed unremarkable, yet its power undeniable. The surrounding sword intent severed Kurosawa's avenues for evasion, compelling him to engage in a true clash of titans. Light Whisper rose to parry the blow, entwined with the might of Haki, held steadfast above Kurosawa's head, unable to descend further. It was clear that in terms of raw strength, Mihawk could not match Kurosawa. Thus, the contest would be determined by their swordsmanship. Mihawk swiftly altered his technique, shifting from brute force to a more intricate style of swordplay. Slashes, thrusts, and cuts cascaded upon Kurosawa like relentless waves. Yet, Kurosawa stood unwavering, a bastion against the tempest. With his observation Haki fully engaged, no matter how exquisite Mihawk's sword techniques, they could not penetrate Kurosawa's defenses. While Mihawk unleashed a barrage akin to a special move, Kurosawa, relying on his mastery of observation Haki and his own strength, effortlessly parried the incoming strikes with a nonchalant demeanor. At that moment, Mihawk lacked the composure he would later display decades hence when besieged by the Navy. His relentless assault, though fervent, was proving ineffective, and his stamina began to wane, fueling an inner urgency. In contrast, Kurosawa, in a defensive stance, wielded Light Whisper to block the strikes while casually gesturing with his free hand, embodying the sentiment of "you cannot harm me, yet I can still penetrate your defenses psychologically." Gradually, Kurosawa sensed Mihawk's escalating anxiety. The latter's swordplay grew increasingly erratic, prompting a knowing smile from Kurosawa. "Ah, youthful Mihawk, allow me to impart a lesson." As Akira Kurosawa contemplated deeply, his hands moved with remarkable swiftness, suddenly exhibiting an uncharacteristic aggression. Although Kurosawa's swordsmanship did not quite match that of the formidable Dracula Mihawk, the potent combination of strength, speed, and his mastery of the dual Haki significantly enhanced his prowess. While Mihawk also possessed dual Haki, his youth and late exposure to its intricacies rendered him somewhat inferior to Kurosawa. A single force can shatter myriad techniques, no matter how ornate your swordplay may be. A single strike from me can dismantle it. Seizing the opportunity during Mihawk's moment of defense, Kurosawa unleashed a powerful strike. Mihawk sensed that this blow would lead to his defeat, yet he fought desperately to counter it. Alas, to no avail. Though his swordsmanship may not rival Mihawk's, nor even that of Leg, Kurosawa's sheer strength, swift speed, and formidable Haki were undeniable. Akira Kurosawa waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to carry the fainted Mihawk and Reg to the ship. His own members gazed at him with admiration, for Reg was already a formidable force within the family. However, he had encountered the rule-breaking Mihawk and was swiftly defeated. Fortunately, the family had an even more unconventional young master, yet the thought of the young master's temperament left everyone feeling disheartened. The young master had clearly stated that their family must rely on their own strength for protection. Yet now it seemed only he could stand firm. What, then, was the significance of their own existence within the family? Akira Kurosawa surveyed his surroundings, observing that each family member had lowered their heads in a semblance of shame. He nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the success of his indoctrination. Indeed, treating the company as one's own family fosters unwavering dedication. In his previous life, Kurosawa had often been deceived by unscrupulous bosses with grand promises, yet he couldn't deny the efficacy of such methods. The prior era was marked by an explosion of information, and as people became more discerning, these tactics grew less effective. However, the family members were merely unfortunate orphans, having relied on no one since childhood. It was Kurosawa who instilled in them the warmth of familial bonds. Though the training was arduous, they were well-fed, comfortably housed, surrounded by friends and family. And the ladies of Joy Street were exceptionally kind. Alas, while this world may be flawed, Kurosawa reveled in its pleasures and thus refrained from casting judgment, extending only a non-harmful attitude towards the common folk. This encounter with Mihawk allowed these individuals to truly comprehend the might of the Grand Line as formidable warriors. While their current strength was considerable across the seas, they remained powerless in the face of the true titans of the Grand Line. As they gazed into their young lord's encouraging eyes, their confidence was rekindled and determination reignited within their spirits. Upon returning to the family, they did not indulge in leisure, but instead intensified their training, leaving their mentor, Mouse, astonished. After this expedition, it seemed as though they had been invigorated, training relentlessly as if their lives depended on it. Consequently, Mouse felt compelled to keep pace with them. Although his group was not a combat unit, as a leader, he needed to exhibit commendable strength. Within the family, fervent training ensued. Having awakened from his rest, Reagan, too, joined in the rigorous exercises. Meanwhile, the early rising Mihawk was engaged in polite refusals with Kurosawa. I sincerely appreciate your generous hospitality during this time. Today, I must bid farewell as I seek to further hone my swordsmanship. Akira Kurosawa shook his head in resignation. In truth, after his battle with Hawkeye that day, he regained consciousness shortly thereafter and, having rested for a day, expressed his intention to take his leave. Akira Kurosawa, in an effort to retain Hawkeye, would produce a fine bottle of wine each time Hawkeye expressed a desire to depart, for everyone harbors a beautiful fantasy. If only he could keep Hawkeye within his family, the enhancement of their clan's power would be monumental. Alas, it seemed that this time Hawkeye was resolute in his decision to leave. Observing this, Kurosawa ceased his attempts to persuade him, simply saying, "If you wish to drink, come find me. Rest assured, Kurosawa, once my swordsmanship is validated, we shall engage in a duel," Hawkeye remarked, recognizing Kurosawa as a fellow warrior at heart. Well, as long as you come without drawing blades or firearms." Kurosawa, feeling somewhat helpless, admitted his aversion to violence. Chapter 14. The ancient devil fruit. Hawkeye departed quietly, and upon hearing the news, Reg felt no need for further commentary. He merely intensified his training regimen. He was swiftly defeated by Hawkeye, who exerted little effort, which was particularly disheartening for one who had seldom faced adversity in his youth. Reg's first experience of defeat had come at the hands of Tiger Wings and others, who had outnumbered him, a situation that was somewhat justifiable. However, to be easily knocked unconscious by someone of the same age in a one-on-one scenario was unacceptable. Unlike Kurosawa, who was aware of Hawkeye's formidable talent, Reg could only comprehend the simplicity of his own loss. While Kurosawa took pleasure in witnessing his subordinates' diligent training, time was of the essence, and gradual improvement through training was no longer viable. Ambitious individuals of the new era had already plunged headfirst into the Grand Line, and Kurosawa's return was merely to finalize matters within the family, though not all members would be taken. The most powerful 7 combat teams and 2 medical units would be departing. There was little concern regarding the encroachment on their business, as the truly fearsome assassination unit had yet to leave. Furthermore, the family's acquisition of orphans had never ceased, continuously generating fresh combat potential. Thus, their presence in the West Sea would remain unscathed. A week after Hawkeye's departure, newspapers were rife with reports of islands being ravaged by pirates and various pirate crews being captured by the Navy. Clearly, unrest had begun to stir across the seas, with several pirate crews emerging in the West Sea, and Kurosawa's merchant vessels had narrowly escaped plunder on multiple occasions. Nevertheless, in this small segment of the 4 seas, there were no exceptionally formidable foes, and overall, the situation was manageable. after Kurosawa dispatched Tiger Wings and Reg to eliminate several pirate crews. The pirates of the West Sea were reminded of the terror of the Kurosawa family, causing them to retreat in fear. "Let us all look after the family," Kurosawa declared from the bow of the ship. After considerable delays, he finally arranged for himself and his crew to board the Morgan, the name he bestowed upon his vessel. As the crew gazed into the distance, the old steward stood at the back of the crowd, silently wishing, "Young master, may you return safely." The old butler, having never married throughout his life, devoted himself to the family of Akira Kurosawa since the time of his parents. He had watched over Akira Kurosawa since childhood, and thus, the departure of his young master filled the butler with a blend of pride and concern. The vessel glided slowly across the surface of the sea, while the crew on deck worked tirelessly without pause. Clearly, they were embarking on a journey aimed at conquering these vast waters, and the group had already begun to revel in the experience. Kurosawa remained reclined in his seat, perhaps exchanging a few words with Lafitte beside him. "Young master, in just a couple of days we shall arrive at the Upside-Down Mountain. Beyond it lies the first half of the Grand Line, with multiple routes to traverse this segment and reach the land of red soil beneath." Pausing for a moment, Lafitte continued, "Do you have any thoughts on the choice of route, young master?" "Thoughts, you say?" Gently stroking his chin, Kurosawa slowly responded, "Let's take the route leading to the Kingdom of Drum." Upon hearing this, Lafitte did not inquire further about the reasoning and promptly set about charting the course. The captain's desires were to be fulfilled without question by his subordinates. Akira Kurosawa nodded in satisfaction, lifting his glass to take a sip, inadvertently allowing Eagle Eye to indulge a bit too much, leaving only a few bottles of fine wine. With a wistful sigh, it remained unclear whether his lament was for the absence of Eagle Eye or the dwindling supply of exquisite wine. As he stretched languidly, preparing to rise and invigorate his body, Kurosawa's gaze fell upon a distant pirate ship. Before he could utter a word, Huchi and Lugu had already leapt into action, their footsteps light as they raced toward the vessel, playfully jostling each other in their eagerness to claim their prize. It wasn't too long before the sound of an explosion echoed, and the nameless pirate crew found themselves at the bottom of the sea, with the two restless companions returning, their hands laden with spoils. "Young master, fortune truly favors us. This unremarkable pirate ship harbored a devil fruit," Huchi exclaimed, holding aloft a fruit reminiscent of a banana, yet adorned with intricate patterns. His grin stretched from ear to ear. Beside him, Lugu muttered with disdain, "It's merely a cowardly trickster who snuck in while I was busy eliminating their crew, claiming my rightful spoils." Huchi, unfazed by the remark, only laughed louder. As he presented the fruit to Kurosawa, the latter, recalling the illustrations of devil fruits he had perused, recognized it as the ancient species of the saber-toothed tiger fruit. With a smile, he tossed it back to Huchi, saying, "Since you've acquired it, it's yours to keep. The fruit possesses commendable potential. Utilize it wisely." Understanding the fruit's power, Huchi could not contain his exuberance, exclaiming, "Lugu, once I consume this fruit, let us see if I shall impart a lesson upon you." Although Akira Kurosawa has reaped numerous rewards over the years, most of these are rather ordinary fruits. Consequently, the leaders of the various combat teams have largely refrained from consuming the devil fruits. Only the leader of the dragon team has partaken of the Titan Python fruit, while the remaining ordinary fruits have been allocated to the members of the teams. Each time Kurosawa awards the leaders with fruits, he remains indifferent to how they choose to utilize them. After all, he has consistently provided them with substantial monetary rewards. The leaders would not sell a devil fruit for a mere couple of 100 million berries. Each leader is inclined to enhance the strength of their team members, thus opting to bestow the devil fruits upon them. This arrangement is indeed beneficial, as those who have ascended to the position of team leader possess the most formidable strength and potential. The notion of consuming merely an ordinary fruit is utterly unacceptable to these leaders. While devil fruits are exceedingly rare in the vast ocean, they can still be procured for a price. This is exemplified by future figures such as Don Quixote da Flamingo, as well as the Big Mom pirates who require Paramecia-type fruits, and the Beast pirates who seek Zoan-type fruits. For the average person, these fruits are unattainable. However, for the powerful, they are not in short supply. What the strong truly lack are the truly potent fruits, such as those of the Logia and mythical Zoan varieties. Ignoring the familiar presence of the tiger wings and the furious glare of Reg, Akira Kurosawa closed his eyes once more to bask in the sun. In fact, he had previously inquired if Reg desired a devil fruit, but was met with refusal. Reg, it seems, places greater faith in the sword he wields than in the power bestowed by a devil fruit. Chapter 15. Arrival at the Grand Line. After sailing for 2 days across the ocean, the Morga arrived at Reverse Mountain. Although this was not their first time traversing this peculiar landmark, the crew remained awestruck by the irrational spectacle before them. The ocean currents flowed upwards over the mountain, prompting admiration for the creator's ingenuity. The Morga ascended gradually with the current, helmed by Lafitte, who displayed evident expertise, navigating the vessel with calm assurance. The whale, Labu, which had been waiting in anticipation for their arrival, did not collide with the mountain today. Perhaps it had ventured off in search of sustenance. Without lingering too long, the Morga set forth on its predetermined course. At Whiskey Peak, there were no pirate hunters as one would encounter years later, only a few taverns standing tall, catering to the pirates who had just arrived at the Grand Line. Akira Kurosawa also contemplated disembarking to explore, as remaining aboard the vessel was rather monotonous. He desired to gaze upon the scenery, meander leisurely, and immerse himself in the diverse lives of the inhabitants of each island, embodying the essence of a traveler. However, those surrounding him were far from at ease, for the men accompanying Kurosawa bore intimidating visages that suggested they were not to be trifled with. Casually entering a tavern, Kurosawa surveyed his surroundings, and the raucous patrons fell silent. All eyes turned towards his group, with the imposing presence of the tiger wing leaving no room for disrespect. "What are you all staring at? Never seen a person before?" With a thunderous shout, the tavern's clientele shifted their gazes. Yet the souls frequenting this establishment were hardly of virtuous character. In an instant, several pirates drew their blades and approached the tiger wing, but their efforts proved futile, as they were swiftly ejected from the tavern. Akira Kurosawa shook his head in resignation as he followed the bartender into the tavern and took a seat. Observing that Kurosawa and his companions intended to drink here, the other patrons hastily set down their coins and fled the establishment. Although the tavern owner felt displeased, he dared not voice his discontent, merely hoping that Kurosawa and his companions would find satisfaction in his establishment's offerings. Upon witnessing the situation, Akira Kurosawa lost all desire for leisurely excursions. He casually consumed a few drinks, left some money behind, and departed. Realizing his error, Tiger Wing refrained from chattering, burying his head down like a timid quail. Upon witnessing the scene, Akira Kurosawa chose not to elaborate further. One could not expect too much from a brash fool. Hence, he resolved to leave the Tiger Wings behind on their next island venture. After a moment of self-reassurance, Kurosawa delivered a kick to the Tiger Wings and then boarded the Morgan. The Tiger Wings, observing the action of their leader, recognized his displeasure and resumed their foolish laughter. The ship, having filled its magnetic record pointer, continued its voyage towards the next island without delay. The next destination, Little Garden, was swiftly reached. However, this island rarely attracted pirate crews. This was largely due to the presence of a man-eating goldfish that roamed the surrounding waters. Although Little Garden was on the fish's menu, the existence of two ancient giants who had long inhabited the island posed a significant threat to it. Most creatures in the world of One Piece possess their own intelligence, with the Sea Kings being a prime example, even having their distinct means of communication. Fortunately, Kurosawa and his companions had good fortune and did not encounter the formidable fish. Safely landing on the island, the ecological environment of Little Garden was relatively primitive, teeming with numerous ancient creatures, including dinosaurs. No sooner had they set foot on the island than they were attacked by a Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, none of the group were weaklings. They swiftly dispatched the beast, dismembered it, and began feasting on roasted dinosaur meat. Indeed, the texture of the dragon meat elicited continuous nods of approval from Kurosawa, a fitting tribute to such an ancient creature. "Young master, since there is little to occupy our time, why not let me explore the depths of the forest?" proposed Leg. "I wish to go as well," chimed in the ever-curious Tiger Wings. Just as Lafitte was about to interject, Kurosawa preempted him. Allowing them to explore was indeed a fair decision, for confinement on the ship had likely driven these two rascals to restlessness. Upon receiving the young master's consent, the duo dashed into the forest with the exuberance of exuberant hounds. Seeing this, Lafitte could only acquiesce reluctantly. With the young master's approval, he felt it unwise to voice any objections. Although the circumstances within the forest remained uncertain, the capabilities of Leg and Tiger Wings were unlikely to lead them into trouble. After a moment's contemplation, Lafitte chose to refrain from further commentary. As Akira Kurosawa and his companions rested by the shore, the distant sound of explosions erupted from within the forest. Lafitte's countenance darkened. He knew that these two troublemakers would inevitably cause chaos. Without hesitation, Olak rushed towards the forest, prompting Lafitte to glance at Kurosawa. "Young master, we are still unaware of the specific circumstances inside. Rushing in recklessly might not be wise. Fear not. Even if formidable foes lie within, It will serve as a valuable lesson for Leg and the others, Kurosawa replied with an air of calm. Reassured by his composure, Lafitte followed suit, and together with the others, they entered with a sense of ease. It appeared that Leg and the others had clashed with the two giants. As he pondered this, he wandered about as if on a leisurely excursion. Leg, along with the ferocious Olak, likely stood little chance against the two towering giants. After all, these were the captains of the giant soldier-pirate crew, notorious for their bounty of 200 million berries, instilling fear across the seas for nearly a century. Soon, Kurosawa and his companions reached the island's center, whereupon entering, they witnessed Leg and his companions being hurled away by a colossal giant wielding an enormous axe and another brandishing a massive sword. You three wish to challenge the captains of the giant soldier-pirate crew? You are far too inexperienced, chuckled the axe-wielding giant, evidently amused by the novelty of encountering humans after nearly a century of solitude with another giant. Tiger Wing reverted from his beast form, while Olak retracted the bone spurs from his body, and Leg leaned on his sword, swaying unsteadily. The trio had not anticipated encountering such formidable giants on this seemingly ordinary island. Tiger Wing, displaying a surge of bravado, charged forward to confront the giant, with Leg unwilling to lag behind. Initially believing there was only one giant, they were soon met by another, disrupting their hopes of a fair fight. Though Olak joined the fray, the three still struggled against their formidable opponents, leaving them feeling utterly defeated, trapped in a scenario of relentless oppression. The two giants were named Dongli and Brokey. Their rivalry had persisted for a century, ignited by a simple question posed by a young girl regarding who was stronger. Thus, they had continued their battle in this small garden until the present day. However, for giants with their long lifespans, this duration was merely a fleeting transition from youth to maturity. Upon noticing Kurosawa and his companions, the giants assumed they were yet another challenge and wasted no time in preparing to engage them in battle. Upon witnessing the scene, Akira Kurosawa cast aside his cloak and charged forth like Dongli and Brokey. Regrettably, when Reg and others attempted to follow their young master, they were halted by Lafitte. He urged them to observe their master's combat skills, advising against such reckless behavior in the future. The stern tone of his voice caused the three to lower their heads in embarrassment, for it is indeed the height of folly to provoke others while being unable to prevail. Meanwhile, Kurosawa engaged in fierce combat with the two giants. Chapter 16. Subduing Dongli and Brokey. Akira Kurosawa skillfully maneuvered around the two giants, leveraging his physical advantage, delivering precise strikes that left a myriad of wounds upon their massive forms. Though these injuries were not fatal to the giants, the incessant harassment gradually escalated their agitation. You pesky little creature, if you're a man, face me honorably in battle. What kind of skill is it to keep dodging? Bellowed the giant, Dongli. Upon hearing this, Akira Kurosawa shook his head, acknowledging the sheer rigidity of these individuals' minds. He steadied himself, recognizing that in a direct confrontation, they held the advantage. A true man should engage in face-to-face combat. Resorting to evasive maneuvers hardly exemplifies masculinity. Dongli's face flushed crimson, clearly feeling a twinge of embarrassment regarding his own standards. Brokey, standing nearby, contemplated interjecting, yet refrained, feeling similarly bashful and lowering his gaze discreetly. I have a request. If you can agree to it, I shall acquiesce to your demands, he stated. Please articulate your request, Brokey replied in a gruff tone. If I manage to defeat both of you in a direct confrontation, you will join my family. Akira Kurosawa jestingly observed, his interest piqued by the formidable strength of the giant tribe. After all, an adult giant possesses power comparable to that of a rear admiral, albeit a standard one, slightly inferior to the elite rear admirals of the Navy headquarters. Nevertheless, a single giant can inflict tremendous damage upon ordinary humans in battle. Otherwise, the world government would not have gone to such lengths to persuade the giant kingdom of Elbaf to align with them. Unfortunately, Elbaf declined, proud as they are, being the foremost nation in the pirate world. Yet, some gains were made, such as the giant rear admirals in the Navy and the two giants on Judicial Island. Dongli and Brokey fell into silence. The trust of giants is profound. Once a promise is made, it signifies that the giant pirate crew would also align with him, and the influence of the giant kingdom of Elbaf would be swayed. They were acutely aware of their sway within Elbaf. What? Do you two lack the confidence to defeat me? Akira Kurosawa provoked them. Though such tactics may seem lowly, they often yield commendable results. If we lose, we shall solely represent ourselves in joining your family. The other giants and our nation, Elbaf, will remain unaffected, Dongli asserted. Very well, Akira Kurosawa nodded. choosing not to elaborate further. The three stood, weapons in hand, an inexplicable aura circulating among them. In the next moment, the two giants swung their colossal weapons toward Akira Kurosawa, who clenched his left fist, armed Haki enveloping it to withstand the massive axe, while his right hand engaged in a stalemate with the other giant sword. Behind Akira Kurosawa, the family members were all in a state of anxious trepidation. After all, those who traverse the vast ocean are well aware of the titanic strength possessed by the giants, evident from their sheer size. Now, Akira stood resolutely against the onslaught of two giants simultaneously, instilling both concern and awe in the hearts of those witnessing the battle, as they were astounded by the formidable prowess displayed by their young master. Previously, they had only understood that their master could easily contend with them, but they had never conceived that he could withstand the might of two giants with the strength of an ordinary human. The ground beneath the three combatants was being mercilessly pulverized, with Akira gritting his teeth against the tremendous force transmitted through the sword in his grasp. Although he had triumphed over Hawkeye, the latter was still in a phase of ascendant power, and being 2 years his senior, Akira's remarkable talent afforded him a significant advantage. However, pitting himself against the strength of two formidable giants was undeniably perilous. Yet, Akira found himself at an impasse, contemplating whether the pressure exerted by Dori and Bragi might catalyze a breakthrough in his own capabilities. As the giants intensified their assault, beads of perspiration began to form on Akira's brow. Damn it, is this still the realm of ordinary humanity? How could I possibly be outmatched in strength? Bragi thought with frustration. The two giants were exerting their full might, yet this diminutive human seemed poised to push them back instead. As they fought, the earth beneath them resembled a field plowed anew, fresh soil surging forth in the wake of their relentless clash. As Akira Kurosawa felt on the brink of collapse, an unexpected surge of warmth surged through his body. In an instant, he was invigorated, a newfound strength coursing through him. No longer pushed backward, Kurosawa summoned his might. With a mighty roar, he propelled both giants away. The two titans fell, astonishment etched on their faces. How could mere humans outmatch us in strength? East Brokey exchanged glances with Brokey, acknowledging that this was their final gambit. If you can withstand this, we shall submit to you until your last breath. East, having reached a resolute decision with Brokey, rose solemnly and addressed Kurosawa. Shaking his slightly aching arms, Kurosawa locked eyes with him firmly. Very well. Upon hearing this, East steadied himself alongside Brokey. This technique is the ultimate skill of our giant kin. Be cautious and do not falter. Akira Kurosawa smiled faintly, uttering no further words. He merely adjusted his tattered shirt, revealing his robust upper body, and signaled towards Linli and Biloki. Observing Kurosawa's unwavering resolve, the two men refrained from speaking further, exhaling deeply as they raised their weapons. A mystical azure and crimson light emanated from their arms, and at a certain intensity, they brought their weapons down with great force. Dominion, they shouted in unison, unleashing two immensely swift and powerful slashes directed at Kurosawa. In that moment, his gaze was solely fixed upon the intertwining blue and red lights, the overwhelming pressure rendering the tiger-winged companions behind him nearly unable to open their eyes. Kurosawa raised his sword, whisper, both arms aloft, as an eruption of Conqueror's Haki and armament Haki surged forth, causing Whisper's blade to shimmer with a radiant black light. With a decisive swing, he clashed with Dominion. Damn it, it seems I cannot withstand this. Akira Kurosawa's mind was incessantly pondering methods to break the stalemate. Suddenly, he recalled a moment from his past life while watching One Piece, specifically the scene during the Marineford War where Diamond Jozu valiantly blocked Hawkeye's attack. Akira Kurosawa's eyes glimmered softly as he gently pressed against the oppressive force of the tyrant, the blade gradually lifting upward. Slowly, the onslaught of the tyrant shifted its trajectory, soaring toward the horizon. In an instant, the clouds in the sky appeared as though someone had meticulously parted them, drifting apart to either side. The onlookers behind Akira Kurosawa stood frozen in astonishment. Is this truly the battle of genuine titans upon the vast ocean? Opposite him, Linli and Brokey were rendered speechless, utterly astonished. To dismantle their most formidable techniques with such apparent ease was something they had never encountered during their maritime voyages. Akira Kurosawa's hands trembled as he attempted several times to sheath his blade, but alas, he was unsuccessful. He had no choice but to temporarily plant it into the ground and slowly seated himself. Observing this, Lafitte and the others hurried over, eager to assist him. Wait, allow me a moment to rest. Kurosawa weakly gestured with his hand, speaking in a feeble voice. Upon hearing this, the group refrained from offering their support and instead turned their attention to the two giants opposite them, vigilant against any potential ambush. The two giants exchanged glances and slowly advanced a few steps before kneeling on one knee. "Since you have successfully withstood our assault, we shall now fulfill our promise," said Linli and Brokey, their right fists resting over their hearts. "We swear by the great giant king, Linli and Brokey shall henceforth join the Kurosawa family, serving young Master Kurosawa until his passing." Witnessing the oath taken before him, a smile crept across Kurosawa's face, eventually erupting into hearty laughter. This was an achievement even Charlotte Linlin, one of the future four emperors, had not attained. Lafitte and the others joined in laughter, for their young master's growing strength signified that their family would inevitably dominate the seas. Chapter 17. The Kingdom of Magnetic Drums. The group captured several large dinosaurs from the forest and brought the ship's wine ashore to celebrate the arrival of the giants. "I apologize," Linli Brokey said, Tiger Wing and Leg, casting a sheepish glance at the two giants. "We may have acted impulsively." "Ha ha," came the hearty laughter from Linli and Brokey. "It's of little consequence, Tiger Wing Leg. In all these years on the island, aside from me and Linli, no one else has ever come here." Brokey waved his hand dismissively, adding, "It was quite enjoyable to battle with you." Linli chimed in, "Now that we are part of the family, we are all one. There is no need for concern." Tiger Wing, feeling bashful, scratched his head and exchanged a glance with Leg. "If you ever need us, just let us know, brother," he said. "Ha ha, it's all good as long as there's wine." The giant's jovial demeanor won the approval of the family members, allowing everyone to relax and enjoy the gathering even more. "By the way, Brokey and I have never encountered anyone with such strength as our young master," remarked Linli. "Indeed, our young master ranks among the strongest in these seas," Tiger Wing agreed, encouraged by Linli's praise of Kurosawa. "All right, now eat your meat," Kurosawa playfully chided. "The number of formidable beings in these waters has increased and become ever more chaotic." He proceeded to recount to the two information-starved giants the events of the seas over the years, leaving them in awe. A century ago, when the giant soldier pirates set sail, the seas were not as tumultuous as they are now, and the number of powerful beings was far fewer. "By the way, does the giant race not possess any ambition?" Kurosawa, filled with perplexity, inquired how, in their previous confrontation, if both giants possessed the Haki of armament, his defeat would have been inevitable. "Indeed," replied Dory, lifting his gaze. "Our giant race also wields the three types of Haki, but due to our size, awakening it proves exceedingly challenging. It is true, one can only imagine the immense quantity of armament Haki required for such colossal forms. Fortunately, the Creator has been equitable. Otherwise, if awakening Haki were a mere triviality, the Kingdom of Giants would not merely be the world's foremost power, but rather its sovereign ruler." Time meandered leisurely onward, and it was soon time for Kurosawa and his companions to continue their journey. Before departing, he made a pact with the two giants to reunite in a new world. Although the Morges could accommodate both giants, it would leave little room to spare. Thus, they resolved to construct a vessel of their own. Additionally, they yearned to visit their homeland, having been away for so long. The Morges gradually distanced itself from the ancient island's small garden, and not long after, colossal waves surged from the depths of the ocean. As the mist dissipated, the sea monster appeared, resembling an enormous goldfish, its gaping maw capable of engulfing the Morges whole. The onlookers marveled at nature's splendid craftsmanship, yet the sea monster also took notice of Kurosawa and his party. Despite the vessel's modest size, it would suffice as a morsel. With a wide-open mouth, the giant fish aimed to devour the Morges. Leg brandished his weapon, unleashing a flurry of cutting energy towards the sea monster. But regrettably, the wounds inflicted were not lethal. Being on the open sea, the few devil fruit users among them hesitated to abandon the vessel and engage in combat within the depths. Amidst the rising tension, the two giants on the island shouted, "Young master, everyone, press forward." Simultaneously, they raised their weapons above their heads, and in a burst of brilliance, unleashed the Haki of domination. The crew aboard the Morges were momentarily blinded by the dazzling light, and, as it faded, a tremendous cavity was blasted into the sea monster's head. "Young master, Dory and Brokey await you in the new world," the two giants called, waving farewell from the shore to Kurosawa and his companions. Akira Kurosawa nodded in acknowledgement, and then the Morgan vessel surged towards the next island. Magnet Drum Island, perpetually cloaked in snow throughout the seasons, is renowned for its exceptional medical expertise and a plethora of practitioners. Although the island's defensive forces are modest, it seldom attracts the ire of pirates, for no one dares to guarantee immunity from ailments in the vastness of the sea. The formidable medical resources and the abundance of physicians have propelled Magnet Drum Island's economy into a remarkable state of prosperity, drawing individuals from around the globe who are keen to delve into the art of healing for scholarly exchange. On this journey to Magnet Drum Island, Kurosawa envisioned sending 2 teams of medical personnel to learn and perhaps procure some medical texts to enrich the legacy of the Kurosawa family. Soon, the vessel arrived at the port of Magnet Drum Island, surrounded by numerous merchant ships, and many physicians disembarked as well, rendering the place akin to a medical hub. Akira Kurosawa, accompanied by the quartet from the rabbit and sheep groups, ventured into the depths of Drum Island. The true repository of medical tomes likely resided within the royal palace. Thus, the group refrained from lingering and proceeded directly towards the palace of Drum Kingdom. Along their path, the onlookers gazed curiously at Kurosawa and his companions, yet none exhibited fear, for who would dare to trouble a doctor? Not even pirates would. In the distance, a magnificent palace loomed, encircled by towering walls. As the group reached the base of the walls, they were intercepted by 2 guards. "Esteemed sirs, our young master wishes to pay a visit to the king of Drum Kingdom. We kindly request that you open the gates," Lafitte stated as he stepped forward, employing his hypnotic abilities to ensnare the guards. The 2 sentinels' gazes turned blank, akin to marionettes, as they pivoted to unlock the grand gates of the enclosure. Akira Kurosawa and his companions entered without a hitch, surrounded by numerous patrolling guards. However, upon noticing that 2 sentinels were leading the way for the group, they refrained from further inquiries. The Kingdom of Magnetic Drums, renowned for its medical prowess, had demonstrated its exceptional capabilities by participating multiple times in the World Government Conference. The group proceeded into the palace with an air of indifference, where an elderly man adorned with a crown occupied the throne, while a young man below was vociferously protesting. "Father, we ought to seize all the surplus doctors and retain only a select few to generate revenue for us. Do you believe matters are as simplistic as you perceive?" The old king, visibly irked by his foolish son, responded with a furrowed brow. This impetuous youth was Valpo, the future king of the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums. Seated beneath his father, Kurosawa, although not entirely acquainted with Valpo's circumstances, was aware that in the future he would consume the fabled swallowing fruit. Upon noticing the newcomers, the old king composed himself and instructed Valpo to withdraw. Regrettably, the foolish prince, both cruel and rebellious, insisted, "I am the future king. I too shall partake in this meeting." The old king, realizing that no amount of reasoning would sway Valpo, reluctantly acquiesced. He then turned his attention to Kurosawa and inquired about their business. With his astute perception, the old king recognized at first glance that this gathering was not composed of benevolent souls. The aura of bloodshed emanating from them reminded him only of the high-ranking naval officers and the CP organization that served the Celestial Dragons. He promptly wished for his son to depart so he could manage the situation alone, but alas, Valpo was a fool. With a silent sigh, he hoped these visitors would not resort to violence. "Your Majesty, we hail from the Kurosawa family of the West Sea, and we have come to your esteemed nation solely to procure medical literature." Raffit offered a slight bow, though in Valpo's eyes it appeared insincere, prompting him to shout, "Who dares to speak?" unaware that one must kneel before the king. Upon hearing this, Raffit's eyes narrowed as he turned his gaze toward the impudent Valpo, a wave of murderous intent sweeping over him. Although he typically restrained his brutality in front of Kurosawa, he would not tolerate any individual daring to raise their voice so audaciously. The devil sheriff relished in bloodshed. Such was Raffit's nature. Valpo, frightened by the fierce glare, fell to the ground, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do?" "This is the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums, and I am the prince, the future king." Chapter 18. The path of individual training. Hearing Valpo's desperate cries, the old king could no longer remain composed. "Your Highness, please remain calm. Valpo is still young, and I urge you not to take offense." The elderly king hastily gestured for a tall guard to escort Valpo away. Observing this farce, Akira Kurosawa lost his patience. "Bring forth all the medical tomes from your nation. We shall select a few to take with us, or we shall raise this palace and seek them ourselves." The inhabitants of the Drum Kingdom were few in number, the weather was inhospitable, and there were scarcely any beauties to captivate Kurosawa's interest. He merely wished to expedite his business and return to bask in the sun aboard the Morgan. The old king, upon hearing this, could only nod in acquiescence, summoning a few subordinates to fetch the books, while Kurosawa himself settled into a chair. Noticing the lack of desire for conversation among Kurosawa and his companions, the old king suppressed his own inclination to engage in dialogue. "What? Why do you not resist?" This is merely a nation of great medicine. It is commendable if they regard their physicians with esteem, yet if they do not, one could easily sweep them away in an instant. Was it not the future ace who battled fiercely on Drum Island to capture Blackbeard, sending the then King Valpo fleeing in terror? Power remains the unchanging theme in this world. The medical texts were soon brought forth, and several members of the medical team perused them, nodding in acknowledgement towards Kurosawa. Satisfied, he rose, stretched lazily, and waved to Lafayette. Lafayette produced a pouch of gold coins and tossed it at the feet of the old king, and the group departed from the palace with the books in tow. Once Kurosawa and his entourage had completely vacated, the old king felt a sense of relief wash over him. He understood well that a nation renowned for its medical prowess might impress the common folk, but when confronted with true power on the high seas, such accolades held little weight. He couldn't help but think of his foolish son, Dalton. After my demise, you must support Valpo. The burly guard who had just escorted Valpo away replied, Your Majesty, Dalton shall certainly remember. The ox fruit wielder Dalton was honest and loyal. It was unfortunate that he would ultimately confront Valpo in the future. As Akira Kurosawa and his companions boarded the vessel with their books, one of his subordinates hurried over with a telephone bug in hand, exclaiming, Young master, there's a call from the leader of the mouse drawing group. Akira Kurosawa had made a call through the phone bug, and the sound of the mouse drawing emerged from the device. Young master, the mouse crew has acquired 5 devil fruits and is currently en route back along your course. Inform them that our next destination will be Alabasta, where we shall make the handover. Understood, young master, the mouse replied respectfully. Afterward, Akira Kurosawa ended the call and handed the device to his subordinate in charge of the phone bug. This creature required sustenance, and Kurosawa had no time for such trivialities. Thanks to Lafitte's adept navigation skills and the formidable power of the Morga, the group swiftly arrived at the port city of Alabasta, Canola. The kingdom of Alabasta boasts vast territories, though much of it is desert, and maintains a formidable standing army of 600,000, establishing itself as a genuine superpower among pirates. At present, the kingdom of Alabasta is devoid of one of the future 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, the sand alligator, who is stationed there. At the port, one can observe numerous pirates, though most merely seek supplies. It is only the desperate pirate crews that resort to robbery. With its substantial standing army, Alabasta is no pushover. Those who dare to steal shall face death. Unfortunately, most pirates lead transient lives, and the Navy must devise strategies in advance to capture them, lest the pirates escape. After a few members of Akira Kurosawa disembarked, they sought refuge in a tavern, intending to await the arrival of the Rat faction's delivery. Young master, here is today's newspaper. Upon receiving the paper handed to him by Talina, the first headline caught his eye. Dracul Mihawk battles the Hunter Knife Pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. Ultimately, Mihawk departed the scene, leaving behind a shattered vessel and a field strewn with corpses, as reported by witnesses. As of now, Hawkeye has yet to commence his hunt against the Navy, and thus, no bounty has been placed on his head. Much like Kurosawa's group during their time in the West Blue, he had forged alliances with numerous nobles and even some members of the Navy for the sake of his business. Upon arriving at the Grand Line, they had not yet encountered the Navy, resulting in no bounties being issued against them for the time being. As Hawkeye begun, Leg remarked with palpable excitement upon reading the news, feeling suddenly outpaced. The foes he encountered were either too weak or beyond his capabilities, igniting within him a desire to train and hone his combat skills. Indeed, given Kurosawa's current prowess, the adversaries he faced were largely mismatched in strength with his crew members, a predicament that could not be avoided, as his training talents greatly surpassed those of his family. Consequently, after deliberation, the combat members of the 7th faction split up, with Leg and Aulic forming a pair. They decided to part ways in Alabasta, planning to reconvene at the final island, Subjugation, in the first half of the Grand Line. Standing on the shore, watching as the various groups embarked on their newly acquired vessels, Kurosawa could not help but sigh. His rapid growth had inadvertently placed immense pressure on his crew, leaving them to feel superfluous. Back in the West Blue, he had rarely engaged in combat, merely issuing commands. The enemies in the West Blue, including those from the other 3 seas, were easily managed by his family members, rendering his intervention unnecessary. However, this was a Grand Line, and the more perilous New World lay ahead. He could only hope that this journey would yield valuable experiences for his crew, although his own strength could also grow. It was at a sluggish pace. Kurosawa remained silent, yet the members naturally harbored reluctance within. Shaking his head, he turned and walked toward the tavern. This is, in fact, a good thing, young master, Lafitte remarked. They cannot remain in the shadows indefinitely. The monsters of the New World number more than one. Moreover, the strength of our family members is commendable. They are more than capable of navigating the first half of the Grand Line with ease. Akira Kurosawa nodded, glancing at Lafitte. I must ask, why have I yet to see you indulge in a devil fruit? He inquired. Should you have a need, do not hesitate to voice it. I can have the members of the rat group seek it out for you. Lafitte merely shook his head, indicating that he had not yet encountered the fruit he desired. Indeed, this statement held truth. Lafitte was not averse to consuming a devil fruit. Although the original text did not explicitly clarify which fruit Lafitte had consumed, the prominent and sizable pair of wings on his back was unmistakable. Akira Kurosawa has not uttered much. In truth, Lafitte possesses considerable strength and exceptional talent. His future as a vice admiral is all but assured. However, he still falls slightly short compared to a general. While enjoying a drink, a few individuals entered, and upon lifting his gaze, he recognized them as members of the rat squad tasked with escorting the devil fruits. At last, they have arrived. Chapter 19. The mythical beast fruit, arrival at the White Sea Master. The few individuals bowed respectfully upon seeing Akira Kurosawa. Have you brought the goods? Kurosawa inquired, his interest piqued by the unknown devil fruits. Upon hearing his question, they produced several boxes from their attire, each containing a single fruit. As the boxes were opened, the devil fruits lay quietly within. The patrons of the tavern cast curious glances towards Kurosawa, but the dim atmosphere and the intimidating presence of him and his companions dissuaded them from lingering. Among the 4 devil fruits, most were rather ordinary. Few truly precious fruits were available for auction, with the exception of Don Quixote da Flamingos. Instead of presenting the gold fruit for auction, they also showcased the flame fruit as a reward, a rarity in the entire pirate realm. Nevertheless, there was still a commendable fruit among the 4. The paramecia-type paper fruit. The other 3 were a sheep form, a long-haired rabbit form, and a relatively rare insect fruit in a dragonfly form. Having a fruit capable of flight was quite advantageous, although the family possessed the Navy's 6 forms, specifically the moonwalk. Such skills demanded immense physical stamina. Devil fruits, on the other hand, while also consuming energy, were diminutive enough to be utilized in a state of normalcy. With the monstrous physique inherent in pirates, the energy expended was less than that which could be replenished. Turning his attention to the final fruit, Kurosawa meticulously searched his memories for images of devil fruits and their respective illustrations, yet he could not find a corresponding depiction. However, he was certain it was an animal fruit, its banana-like appearance distinctly notable. Is this? Lafitte, seated nearby, appeared somewhat perturbed. Akira Kurosawa also noticed Lafitte's unusual behavior. What is the matter, Lafitte? Young master, may I have that fruit? Lafitte inquired, pointing at the mysterious devil fruit. His gaze fixed upon Akira Kurosawa. Akira Kurosawa asked no further questions and handed the fruit to Lafitte. With a hint of gratitude, Lafitte bowed slightly to Kurosawa. Upon first sight of the fruit, an inexplicable desire to possess it surged within him. Thank you, young master. Akira Kurosawa shook his head upon hearing the news. Since there was a yearning for the fruit, it must indeed be extraordinary. Do make good use of its abilities, he advised. Lafitte nodded in gratitude and took a bite of the fruit. The contortion of his face revealed just how unsatisfactory the taste of the devil fruit was. Even someone as resolute as Lafitte could hardly bear it. With a rip, the fabric of Lafitte's clothing was torn asunder, and a magnificent pair of white wings unfurled from his back, unleashing a tempest within the tavern. In the ensuing chaos, the small establishment collapsed, leaving patrons bewildered and uncertain of what had transpired. As the swirling dust gradually settled, a colossal figure emerged, a head of an eagle and the body of a lion, with wings slowly extending. This was the mythical zoan-type cat fruit, griffin form. Possessing immense strength, it could soar freely through the skies and wield the power to control hurricanes. A being rumored to feast upon dragons. No wonder Lafitte's heart yearned for it. It is said that mythical zoan fruits possess their own consciousness and seek out their consumers. It appears that in the original tale, Lafitte's wings were indeed a consequence of consuming this fruit. With powerful limbs propelling him from the ground and wings flapping vigorously, the colossal creature soared into the heavens, its cries echoing through the skies, while gales swirled around the griffin, enhancing its agility. What extraordinary fortune to have acquired such a powerful fruit. It seems I have gained yet another formidable ally. Although Akira Kurosawa himself does not consume the devil fruit, he finds joy in witnessing his subordinates wielding its formidable powers, as it indirectly enhances his own strength. Satisfied, He nodded appreciatively and beckoned Lafitte to descend, gradually transforming back into his human form. Kurosawa watched him with keen interest, inquiring about his experience. Lafitte, brimming with excitement, extended his arm with his palm facing upward, as a miniature whirlwind surged within his grasp. This was the power to control hurricanes, though it may not possess the same magnitude as the Azure Dragonfruit's abilities. The capacity to feast upon dragons renders the Griffin's control over the Tempest truly formidable, especially when confronting airborne creatures, resulting in devastating consequences. Amidst the astonished gazes of the bystanders, Akira Kurosawa and his companions cast aside a bag of gold coins and departed. The patrons present, though driven by greed, understood that this was compensation for the tavern owner. Having witnessed the terrifying powers of Lafitte's devil fruit, they dared not entertain thoughts of seizing it. It seems we possess the ability to ascend to the Sky Island, Akira remarked to Lafitte. But, Master, is not the Sky Island merely a legend? For the majority, indeed, it is but a tale. However, there exists a select few who are aware of its reality. They are simply hindered by a lack of means to reach it. Otherwise, such a seemingly insignificant place would have long been claimed. Certainly, it is not a myth. In the past, we were bereft of methods to ascend to the Sky Island. But now, with your consumption of the Griffin fruit, granting you the power to manipulate hurricanes, we can attempt to lift the Going Merry into flight. Upon hearing Akira's intriguing notion, Lafitte's mouth fell agape. The ability to wield a devil fruit demands considerable stamina, let alone the task of elevating a massive vessel. Yet, this is not mere fantasy. In the original tale, Kaido was capable of manipulating flame clouds to lift the entirety of Onigashima. Surely, the weight of the Going Merry pales in comparison to that of Onigashima. With Lafitte's strength, it should suffice to raise it with ease. Albeit ascending to an altitude of 10,000 meters may present challenges. Upon returning to the ship, Lafitte commenced his experiment. He enveloped the vessel in swirling hurricanes, and gradually, the Going Merry began to detach from the sea's surface, ascending into the heights. The crew, including Robin, gasped in astonishment. A method to elevate a ship into the skies is a rarity in the entire pirate world. Once Lafitte became familiar with the technique, Akira allowed the crew to rest for a day, providing Lafitte ample time to acclimate to his newfound powers. The following day, after adjusting to peak condition, Lafitte initiated the procedure to lift the ship. The hurricanes swirled around the Going Merry as it ascended, soaring toward the heavens. Akira Kurosawa and others could only feel the continuous flow of air sweeping past their bodies, cascading downward, while the islands below appeared to shrink, and the vast expanse of the sea gradually dominated their view. Beads of sweat trickled down Lafitte's face. The temporary exertion was within his tolerable limits. How about it? If it becomes too much, we can always return another time, Kurosawa remarked, observing Lafitte. The current altitude posed no challenge for Kurosawa, especially with his mastery of the moonwalk technique. However, should the Morgus ship plummet, they would be compelled to finance the construction of a new vessel. It's manageable, not overly exhausting. Lafitte nodded in agreement. Indeed, Kaido was not only supporting Onigashima, but also engaged in a fierce battle with Luffy and others. Although Lafitte's strength paled in comparison to Kaido's, merely lifting a ship skyward seemed a trivial feat before long. The vessel ascended to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Yet their path was obstructed by a vast expanse of white sea. Although it resembled an ocean, it bore a closer resemblance to clouds. Nonetheless, for those endowed with the powers of devil fruits, it was indeed the sea, invoking a sense of helplessness. Observing this, Kurosawa halted Lafitte, advanced to the bow of the ship, and drew forth his blade, Whisper. After gathering his strength for a considerable duration, he swung Whisper, unleashing a colossal aerial slash toward the billowing sea. Now Lafitte followed the slash and dive. Before Kurosawa could finish his command, Lafitte had already maneuvered the Morga, plunging headfirst into the White Sea. Akira Kurosawa's prowess was insufficient to cleave a path through the White Sea with a single strike. Thus, he remained steadfast at the bow of the ship, relentlessly unleashing a series of aerial slashes. Under Lafitte's deft control, the vessel sailed with remarkable precision. As the final slash was executed by Kurosawa, a brilliant ray of sunlight illuminated the scene, heralding the safe arrival of the Morga at the surface of the White Sea. Chapter 20. Arrival at Baika. The ship floated gently upon the waters of the White Sea, 2 days having elapsed since Kurosawa and his companions ascended. Yet, they had yet to discover the island Kurosawa sought, Baika. In the original narrative, Baika was the homeland of Enel, but by the time of Luffy, it had long been obliterated by Enel himself. At this juncture, Enel was but a 15-year-old boy, though it remains uncertain whether he had consumed the rumble fruit. However, it is highly unlikely, for when Luffy encountered him, Enel was already in his 30s and had destroyed Baika merely 6 years prior. Soon, a member relayed the news of a route discovered in the upper left quadrant of the Morga. Given the cumbersome navigation of the ship, Kurosawa, under the pretext of allowing Luffy to further hone his fruit abilities, instructed him to harness a hurricane to propel the Morga forward. 7,000 meters above the White Sea, the Sky Island stood majestically. Before long, the inhabitants of the island noticed an unfamiliar vessel approaching from the distance. The current ruler of the Sky Island, the deity Gonfor, mounted upon a bird that had consumed the horse fruit, flew toward them. Having previously encountered the former pirate king, Roger, Gonfor regarded Kurosawa and his companions as similarly illustrious figures. Hence, he approached them with great warmth and hospitality. In response to such generous reception, Kurosawa felt a profound sense of joy, particularly with the presence of a delicate maiden by his side, her small wings unfurled, attending to him with a gentle demeanor, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled comfort. Akira Kurosawa instructed his subordinates to bring some commonplace items from Shanghai to Gonfor. While those items were ordinary below, they were remarkably precious in the sky. For several consecutive days, Kurosawa and his companions explored the aerial island under the guidance of Gonfor. The myriad of peculiarities on the Sky Island captivated the curiosity of Lafitte and others. Unique shellfish, such as the impact shell, shimmering shell, and flame shell, along with various cloud-crafted furnishings, left Kurosawa and his entourage in awe. The members of the medical team even procured numerous cloud products, including a magnificent cloud bed, which felt like lying on cotton due to its softness, despite the discomfort caused by the thin air at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The breathtaking sights brought immense joy to everyone. Moreover, the sparse atmosphere facilitated quicker physical training. After all, the stamina that could sustain a full day's rigorous exercise below was reduced to half a day on the Sky Island, saving an abundance of time. However, Kurosawa's purpose for this visit was not merely to enhance his strength. Given his current capabilities, significant improvement could only be achieved through combat. Akin to his previous encounters with Dongli and Brokey in the Empire, only under the duress of life and death could one experience rapid breakthroughs. The pressure from training was simply too minimal to facilitate substantial advancement for Kurosawa. Baika, are you planning to go there? Gonfor inquired. Indeed, our goal for this journey is Baika, came the response. If you head west from here, you should spot it within a day, considering your vessel's speed, Gonfor explained, directing Kurosawa and his companions towards the harbor. Thank you for your hospitality during this time. We shall return to visit when we have the opportunity. Kurosawa expressed with a smile. Haha, you have brought us many precious items. We will always look forward to your arrival, Gonfor replied. Without further ado, Kurosawa and his party boarded the ship, waving goodbye to Gonfor and his subordinates as they departed. What a splendid place, Lafitte exclaimed. Young master, should we consider occupying the Sky Island and bringing its unique treasures down below? Our family would never lack for wealth then. Let's discuss this later. Our family does not yet possess a reliable method to access the Sky Island. We cannot burden you with transporting goods every time, came the measured response. Akira Kurosawa shook his head as he spoke. The idea was quite commendable. The Sky Island indeed harbored numerous opportunities for wealth, not to mention the city crafted from gold. Unfortunately, there were scant viable methods for family members to ascend to the Sky Island. Moreover, the family was not particularly in want of money, having already transported a sum of gold several times greater than what Luffy had once carried aboard the mortar ship, a feat made possible only after Gonfor's relentless persuasion to load it onto the vessel. After all, this was his means of transport, which required ample provisions and resources, including gold for crafting furniture that, in its splendid luster, would undoubtedly elevate one's spirits. Despite the somewhat ostentatious mindset, the beautiful hue of gold indeed had the power to bring joy. Within a day, a cloud-formed island came into view ahead of the Morga. The group soon drew close to the island, stepping onto the cloud surface and entering a quaint town inhabited by the Sky Island people. However, along the way, many of the locals pointed and whispered about them, their hushed voices easily heard by Kurosawa and his companions, given their remarkable prowess. Another one of those monstrous beings. Just like that big-eared thief, they murmured. Indeed, they seemed to be another wingless creature. Had they never encountered such beings before? Could they possibly be kin to that big-eared thief? The inhabitants of Baika had always been rather insular, compared to those who had seen the Blue Sea people, or even Gonfor who had ventured there himself, It was evident that Baika regarded those with small wings on their backs as the epitome of normal humanity. Kurosawa Akira paid no heed to the murmurs of the onlookers, resolutely making his way into the heart of the small town. Soon, he espied the individual he sought. In the distance, a young man with elongated earlobes, cascading down to his shoulders, was being subjugated by a group of ruffians. The boy on the ground curled up, desperately cradling his head. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Relina rushed forward, swiftly toppling the assailants and aiding the young man with the long ears to his feet. At that moment, the onlookers emerged, questioning, "What manner of creatures are you? How dare you bully the children of Baika?" Upon hearing such audacious remarks, Relina's eyes widened in disbelief. Had they not been silent while the bullying transpired? Without further ado, Kurosawa commanded his subordinates to present firearms to the ringleaders. Each receiving a weapon, the leaders fell to the ground, blood pooling beneath them. Witnessing such ease in inflicting harm, the remaining inhabitants of the Sky Island instinctively recoiled. The young man with the long ears watched in awe as Kurosawa's group instilled fear in those who had tormented him, recognizing that they too bore no wings like himself. Instantly, admiration filled his gaze as he regarded Kurosawa, mistaking their shared vulnerability for kinship. Observing the pitiable figure before him, Kurosawa smiled. This was the future wielder of the Thunder fruit, Enel, yet he had yet to consume the fruit, and his current demeanor was far from the arrogance he would later exude. "Greetings, we hail from a family in Shanghai," Relina said warmly to Enel. "This is our family patriarch, Kurosawa Akira. What is your name?" Enel, taken aback by the presence of the graceful and intelligent young woman before him, stammered, hello, I am Enel." After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter a few words. Sensing the awkwardness, Kurosawa gently pulled Relina aside and glanced at Lafitte, saying, "You take over." Lafitte smirked slightly, addressing the boy, "We come from Shanghai. Our young master has a few inquiries for you." With that, he stepped back, not waiting for Enel to respond further. Akira Kurosawa, feeling a sense of helplessness, decided to take matters into his own hands. "I have a few inquiries I wish to pose to you." Gazing at the elegantly attired individual before him, whose face radiated with a smile, Enel found his earlier apprehension dissipating. "Please, do not hesitate to ask me anything you wish to know." Chapter 21, Conquest and Consumption. Akira Kurosawa observed the youthful Enel and casually inquired about his experiences and place of residence. Upon hearing Enel's response, Kurosawa's confusion regarding the disappearance of Baika dissipated. Baika was Enel's hometown, where he had grown up, and upon acquiring power, rather than seeking to dominate Baika, he chose to erase it entirely from the map. Kurosawa gleaned some understanding of the profound wounds that the people of Baika had inflicted upon Enel in the past. In truth, Kurosawa's method, while perhaps more humane, was not vastly different from simply erasing Baika from existence. For Enel, who had endured discrimination, violence, and humiliation since childhood, the act of obliterating Baika rather than tormenting its inhabitants could indeed be seen as a manifestation of kindness. Akira Kurosawa led Enel into the wilderness, descending with provisions from the ship to share with him. For Enel, who had grown up without family and had long been subjected to bullying, this gesture felt more intimate than that of kin. In no time, Kurosawa earned Enel's trust. Observing Enel devouring the food voraciously, Kurosawa nodded in satisfaction. Despite having never had enough to eat during his childhood, Enel exhibited remarkable physical prowess, a testament to his formidable innate talent for cultivation. According to the timeline, Enel consumed the fruit approximately 6 years prior to Luffy's departure to sea, achieving such mastery over the rumble fruit within those 6 years. Alongside extraordinary abilities such as observation Haki and a formidable mind connection, clearly showcased Enel's prodigious talent, which had blossomed without any formal training. Kurosawa, possessing a peculiar penchant for collecting, felt a surge of interest and inquired directly whether Enel would consider joining his family. Unlike other notorious pirates who relished in amassing various beautiful women from the seas, Kurosawa had little regard for such trivialities. He was solely interested in gathering exceptionally gifted indigenous pirates. Deeply moved by the prospect of acceptance, Enel readily agreed. Kurosawa, elated by Enel's response, realized that even without the rumble fruit, Enel alone was more than sufficient. Once their hunger was sated, Kurosawa guided Enel to peruse the Devil Fruit Compendium. "Have you ever encountered fruits resembling these?" he asked. Enel, pondering deeply with furrowed brows, replied, "I have seen something similar within the Banquet temple, adorned with peculiar patterns. However, driven by hunger, I stealthily entered to pilfer the offerings, though I dared not touch the oddly shaped fruit." Upon hearing this, Kurosawa's eyes gleamed with excitement. This trip to Skypiea had proven immensely worthwhile. Under Enel's guidance, they swiftly approached the location of the temple he had mentioned. However, before they could draw near, several monks, dressed as Scipions, emerged to confront them. "You are forbidden to approach the temple grounds. Depart immediately," shouted one adorned with a large string of beads around his neck. Upon witnessing the scene, Akira Kurosawa uttered no further words. Instead, he unleashed a formidable burst of conqueror's Haki. He found himself at a loss for words and harbored a distaste for unnecessary complications. Engaging in conflict was far more preferable than boasting about misdeeds, which was certainly not in Kurosawa's character. As he cast a glance towards the group of monks, they collapsed before him, and Enel's admiration for Kurosawa intensified. These monks were not akin to those who had bullied him. They were indeed formidable. While not rulers of the Sky Island, their words commanded the respect of the inhabitants. Under Kurosawa's leadership, the group swiftly pushed open the door and entered the sanctum of the temple. Inside the grand hall sat a statue, the identity of the deity worshipped by the inhabitants of the Sky Island remaining a mystery to Kurosawa, who was not particularly intrigued. His attention was fixated on a golden fruit adorned with lightning patterns. Could this be the most powerful Logia-type devil fruit? Lafitte stepped forward to examine it. Indeed, it resembled the illustration found in the Devil Fruit Compendium, the Rumble fruit. As Kurosawa took the fruit from Lafitte's hands, he caressed it thoughtfully. "My lord, do you intend to utilize it? It truly befits your prowess," remarked Helena with delight. They were well aware of the 3 formidable Logia users in the Navy, each poised to ascend to the rank of admiral, possessing immense destructive power. "No," Kurosawa replied, shaking his head. Given his innate talent, he felt no need to consume a devil fruit to augment his strength. While many strong individuals in the original narrative had ingested devil fruits, those who had not often exhibited a more refined mastery of their abilities. Although the narrative's eventual conqueror of the world government was the Sun Boy Monkey D. Luffy, Kurosawa viewed this as merely a manifestation of the protagonist's aura. Perhaps Joel D. Roger was even mightier than Luffy, yet he was felled by the whims of the plot. Can one truly believe that the world's most powerful figure could be vanquished by a trivial ailment? Akira Kurosawa displayed a certain indifference towards the devil fruits, merely collecting the potent ones for the consumption of his family members, harboring a modicum of confidence in his own innate abilities. Although he had traversed through realms, it was likely that the moment his soul descended into this corporeal form, it instigated an ineffable transformation. Perhaps other entities accompanied his spirit during the journey, continuously refining this body, rendering it increasingly exceptional. Consequently, while Kurosawa currently finds himself at an impasse, he senses that once he shatters this barrier, there will be a period during which his strength will ascend rapidly once more. Nevertheless, with his present capabilities, after making a slight breakthrough in the small garden, he feels assured that he could hold his own against an admiral of the Navy. Should the adversary underestimate him, he might even inflict considerable harm. Of course, in comparison to Monkey D. Luffy, he is somewhat lacking, as Luffy was younger than Kurosawa at the time of his battle with Kaido. Yet, such talent and prowess are rare upon these seas, and the potential for his strength to continue to grow unabated after breaking through the barrier is immeasurable. The future holds great promise, and Kurosawa's spirit swelled with ambition. With a slight flourish, he handed the fruit to the newly arrived Enel. "Take it and savor it. Do not squander this precious fruit." Enel gazed at Kurosawa in astonishment. "Boss, isn't this fruit quite rare?" Judging by the performance of Lafitte and the others, it was evident that this fruit was not easily obtained. "Fear not, for since you have joined us and become a part of our family, you are entitled to partake in it," Kurosawa replied with a warm smile. "Boss," Enel said, visibly moved, as he looked at Kurosawa's comforting smile. "I never thought I would find family in this lifetime." Accepting the fruit, he wept as he swallowed it whole. Instantly, a bluish-purple electric aura enveloped him. "Boss, I feel as though I can control lightning," Enel exclaimed in wonder, before transforming into a bolt of lightning that shot into the sky. Akira Kurosawa nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that it was no small feat to develop the abilities of the fruit to such an extent in merely 6 years in the original world. Having just consumed the Rumble fruit, he could already transform into an elemental form. His talent was indeed unmistakable. Chapter 22. The pirate massacre soon. Enel descended before Akira, expressing his gratitude. "Boss, thank you. I will surely repay you." With a hearty laugh, Akira patted Enel on the shoulder. "You must make full use of this fruit's abilities. Do not let its potential go to waste." "Yes," Enel replied with a firm nod. "Rafit, take our new member to practice," Akira instructed. Rafet stepped forward, casting a glance at the fortunate lad. Do not disappoint the boss. Many in our family desire this fruit, but cannot attain it. Rest assured, Brother Rafet, I will not let the boss's expectations down. Subsequently, Rafet escorted Enel aboard the ship, assigning a crew member to teach him some basics, while also allowing him to begin his training. The purpose of their visit to Skypiea had unfolded unexpectedly smoothly, prompting Akira to shift in his seat, seeking a more comfortable position. Little Rabbit, it seems you have grown significantly, he remarked. Oh dear, young master, Rabarina shyly swatted Akira, then fed him peel grapes, as he remained paralyzed except for his mouth. Let's set sail back to the blue sea and continue our journey, Akira commanded. With that, the crew began their return along the path they had come. With a thunderous boom, the sky appeared to tear open, from which emerged the ship, the Morga. Wow, is this the blue sea? It truly is beautiful, Enel exclaimed, having transformed into lightning and darted to the side of the ship. Now, with his heart unburdened, Enel recalled how Akira had asked him if there was anything else he wished to do before leaving. Without hesitation, Enel had dealt with those who had bullied him. However, unlike in the original tale, he did not completely wipe out Baika from the map. He left a few behind. Those survivors were likely terrified, having knelt in supplication before Akira and his companions just before their departure. Akira said nothing about this. After all, he was not a paragon of virtue, possessing only a modicum of morality. Boss, when shall we dominate this place? Enel, still exhilarated from avenging himself and invigorated by the power of the Rumble Rumble fruit, felt confident that aside from a few members of his family, none were his equal. Akira Kurosawa said little, but Lafitte stepped forward and tapped Enel's head with his sword, exclaiming, You can't even defeat me, and yet you aspire to rule Qinghai? Aren't you in the presence of your elder brother Lafitte and your leader? Enel, crouching on the ground in pain, rubbed the back of his head and replied. Akira Kurosawa waved his hand dismissively, remarking that it was commendable for a child to possess such aspirations. Upon hearing the praise from Kurosawa, Enel leapt up from the ground, exclaiming that even the captain recognized him. Observing this, Lafitte pretended to strike, causing Enel to transform into a flash of lightning and dart behind Kurosawa in fright. The others, including Talina, chuckled at the sight, teasing the young boy that he needed to train more, lest Lafitte be able to subdue him. The young lad offered an embarrassed smile. Since joining Kurosawa's family, Enel, who had never before experienced familial warmth, began to open his heart after receiving their care. This was the sentiment befitting a 15-year-old youth. After Lafitte determined their current position, he realized that their vessel was near the water city. Just as they were preparing to set sail, a pirate ship loomed ahead, closely followed by a naval warship engaged in battle. Captain, the Navy is like a persistent adhesive, impossible to shake off. First Mate Ronag shouted as he directed his crew to retaliate with cannon fire. It was merely the slaughter of a small town. Have these damned Navy gone mad? I've never seen them fight so fiercely before, grumbled a tall man with an explosive hairstyle and a scarred face. Captain, I've heard that the old man who killed several of our brothers was a retired Navy rear admiral. So the rear admiral pursuing us now is none other than the former first mate of that admiral, a crew member interjected. Damn it, next time we go for a heist, make sure to gather proper intel. What a mess this is. The slaughter pirate crew, led by Captain Scarface Ross, had a bounty of 65 million berries, while First Mate Ronag was worth 50 million berries. Overall, this pirate crew was relatively weak in the grand scheme of the ocean. However, they had a notorious reputation for killing everyone after their robberies, displaying extreme caution, and fleeing immediately after the carnage. Due to a proclamation by Roger, the entire sea was in turmoil, with elite forces deployed across the New World to suppress the numerous pirates emerging from it. The slaughter pirate crew, which fled upon encountering others, was a group that even the Navy struggled to contend with due to their lack of high-end combat power. Half of the bounty on the slaughter pirate crew was attributed to their brutal practice of slaughtering the merchant ships or islands they robbed. Captain, we have spotted a ship ahead, and it appears to be flying a pirate flag, exclaimed a sharp-eyed crew member, noticing Kurosawa's group in the distance. What are we waiting for? Full speed ahead towards that direction, Ross commanded, adhering to the principle of dragging the enemy down with them for a swift escape. Wait, why are they changing direction? Questioned a naval officer clad in rear admiral attire aboard the naval warship, looking perplexed at his subordinate. It seems another pirate ship has appeared over there. Oh, is an alliance with Ross? Which pirate crew could it be? The pirate crew remains unrecorded within our naval archives, suggesting they are newly emerged marauders. It is imperative to eradicate such nascent threats before they burgeon. The naval rear admiral gritted his teeth, cursing the chaotic era unleashed by Roger, which has led to the senseless demise of countless individuals. With a decisive wave of his hand, the warship surged towards the Morgan vessel. "Young master, it appears they are approaching us," Lafitte remarked, observing the two ships on the horizon with keen interest. "Is it customary for one to host a welcoming ceremony upon arriving in the East Blue?" "Akira Kurosawa. Since they are here, let us engage them." As he watched the slaughtering pirate crew draw nearer, it seemed that one of the figures at the bow, sporting an extravagant hairstyle, was attempting to communicate. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Their intent to lure the Navy was evident, aiming to compel Kurosawa into confrontation. Although they were undeterred by the Navy, such tactics irked him greatly. Standing at the ship's prow, he unsheathed his sword, whisper, and delivered a powerful strike towards the slaughtering pirate crew. A colossal wave of cutting energy surged forth, hurtling towards them. As the radiant blade of light expanded before him, Ross, the pirate captain with a scarred visage, felt a wave of panic. Who was this formidable pirate that had crossed his path? The immense sword light effortlessly cleaved the opposing vessel in twain, scattering numerous pirates as blood began to taint the waters. However, Captain Ross and his first mate, sensing impending doom, leapt into the sea in a split second. The rear admiral of the Navy, witnessing the pirate ship's disintegration, lacked the luxury of contemplation, for the blade of light continued its relentless advance. The speed was overwhelming. The warship had no time to evade. The admiral could only spring into the air, brandishing his sword to intercept the lethal strike. After a fierce clash, the radiant blade was finally extinguished, sending the admiral tumbling backward onto the deck of the warship. "Admiral, are you all right?" His fellow sailors rushed to his side upon seeing him thrown back. Clutching the gash carved into his chest, the admiral spat blood and commanded, "We must retreat to the naval headquarters immediately." Fortuitously, the distance was sufficient, and the pirate ship served as a shield. Otherwise, he would have been cleaved in half by that strike. Who was this powerful adversary, and why had there been no forewarning of their presence at sea? Burdened by confusion, the admiral succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 23. Master Fisherman Tom, as he sheathed whisper and observed the retreating warship, Kurosawa, chose not to pursue further. "Boss, leave the next encounter with pirates to me," Enel declared confidently, patting his chest. Akira Kurosawa cast a sidelong glance and said, "All right, the next one is for you." Having uttered this, he disregarded Enelu, who was as exuberant as a playful puppy, and turned back to his seat, resuming his solitary indulgence in drink. The vessel continued its voyage toward the city of water, and as it neared its destination, it encountered numerous somewhat dilapidated ships, all seeking shipyards to repair their vessels. Many of these were pirate ships, and the pirates here, despite their nature, would refrain from engaging in combat with others when they crossed paths. Given their inherently greedy disposition, they were loath to spend money on the maintenance of their ships unless they were on the verge of becoming unseaworthy. A few cannon shots exchanged at sea could spell disaster for their vessels, ultimately leading to the necessity of purchasing new ships, which would entail even greater expense. Not to mention the treasures stowed away in the captain's quarters. "Is this the island? How beautiful!" Enelu exclaimed, leaning over the side of the ship, marveling at the distant city of water. The city appeared as a floating metropolis, reminiscent of Venice, a place from Kurosawa's previous life. Boats traversed through an array of harbors, large and small. Enelu could hardly contain his excitement and soared above the city of water, keenly observing the urban landscape. Just as he pondered the nature of a peculiar creature that resembled a horse, yet swam in the water, pulling humans along, Kurosawa and the others docked the ship and disembarked. "Captain, look over there. Horses can actually swim," Enelu exclaimed upon seeing Kurosawa and the others on land. "That is the local mode of transportation, the blue." "Rabbit," Lena chided, "with so many books aboard, you choose to play instead of reading. Reading is rather dull." "Knowing how to read is sufficient," Enelu retorted. Under Kurosawa's insistence, Enelu had painstakingly learned the basic characters of the Blue Sea, but after completing his studies, he ceased to engage with books. For someone like him, who found boredom creeping in at the sight of written words, this was indeed torment. Rablina, exasperated, rubbed her temples, thinking how troublesome children could be, and admired the young master for his ability to keep so many children in line. She glanced at the young master beside her, inching closer to Kurosawa. Noticing the unusual proximity of the young girl, Kurosawa turned his head in curiosity, only to find her quite near, prompting him to casually pull her into his embrace, causing her face to flush a deeper shade of crimson. Though Kurosawa was typically indiscriminate in his romantic pursuits and had a fondness for the brothels of the pirate world, he maintained a stance of neither coercion nor rejection toward the girls within his family. Such was the nature of a rogue. Heedless of the young girl's unspoken thoughts, as he continued onward. After walking a short distance with Kurosawa, Lafitte tugged at Inalu, leading several crew members and Young Lina to procure supplies. As for the reason behind bringing Young Lina along, that remained to be seen. Though she is one of the leaders of the treatment group, she also serves as the head chef responsible for procuring supplies. Meanwhile, Akira Kurosawa arrived at an island scattered with derelict ships, the very site of Tom's shipyard. His purpose for visiting this place was to meet the renowned shipwright, Tom the Fishman, who had previously ventured out on the sea train. "Is anyone here?" Akira called out. "Who are you? Are you here for ship repairs?" "We are no longer accepting jobs," emerged a peculiar figure, clad only in undergarments. "It's Frankie," Akira noted with slight perplexity. "I am here to pay a visit to Master Tom." A child dressed in a suit, resembling a miniature adult, stepped forward. It was none other than the future mayor of Ice City. "Hey, Iceberg, we don't even know their intentions," Frankie exclaimed in discontent. "That is Master Tom's decision," Iceberg replied, continuing forward without a glance back. Observing the bickering between the two, Akira chose not to intervene. The design blueprints for the Underworld King's vessel had been handed to Frankie before Tom's demise, and it was still early days. The world government had likely just begun to exert control, constructing the sea train. Soon, they arrived at an office where a tall, robust fishman with horns was seated. It was Master Tom. "Guest arriving here is not the wisest choice," Tom remarked. "I came to express my gratitude for your exceptional craftsmanship in creating such a splendid ship," Akira responded. "Indeed, while I may not know your name, I remember the Morga. Despite having constructed many ships over the years, none have matched its grandeur." "It seems you're the young master that Loremouse spoke of," Tom observed, pleased to meet someone who treasures their vessel so dearly. "However, it is indeed an ill-timed visit," Tom lowered his voice, "for I am currently under surveillance by the world government." Just as Akira Kurosawa was about to speak, a graceful beauty entered the room. "Master Tom, I heard we have guests," she said. Upon seeing her, Master Tom introduced, "This is Kokoro, the secretary of Tom's shipyard." "Hello," Akira Kurosawa replied with a smile. Noting how well Oda had depicted the aging beauty, it was as if she had transformed entirely. Silently deriding Oda's peculiar sense of humor, Kurosawa continued, "I am Akira Kurosawa, here specifically to express my gratitude to Master Tom." At that moment, a frog, resembling a longtime family member, hopped in. "This is my companion, although it cannot speak. It's called Yakagawa." Kurosawa curiously observed the frog, reminiscent of the enormous one from the original story that collided with the sea train. "Your Excellency Kurosawa, if there is nothing else, you should take your leave. I am truly delighted by your visit, yet my current condition is rather dire," Master Tom said, despite being entangled in his own troubles, still considering others. "Do not worry, Master. It is merely the lapdogs of the world government. Nothing to concern ourselves with." Kurosawa waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, the CP members assigned to monitor Tom had recognized Kurosawa. "Isn't this the underground overlord of the West Sea? What brings him here? Should we take action against him?" One CP member inquired, glancing at his captain. "Not for now. Let's focus on our task. As long as this fishman remains, there is no cause for alarm," replied the CP leader. Tom was apprehended solely because he built a ship for Roger, and the news of his possession of the Pluton blueprint had yet to reach Spandam. Thus, the CP organization's surveillance of Tom was limited to ensuring he did not escape. After an extended conversation with Master Tom, Akira Kurosawa tendered his resignation. Master Tom, displaying a generous spirit, did not insist on his stay and personally escorted Kurosawa and his companions from the Forsaken Island. What a magnanimous fishman he is! Kurosawa silently mused that those who appeared in the memories of the original One Piece possessed immense charisma, with the sole exception of Kazuki Oden, whom he deemed rather unremarkable. As for Roger, opinions were polarized. Some asserted that he ignited the age of exploration, causing untold suffering among the common folk, while others hailed him as a great hero. Kurosawa refrained from extensive commentary, recognizing that his own venture into the sea was made possible by the chaos Roger had unleashed before his demise, thus granting him the opportunity to set sail. Chapter 24. The current status of the crew upon arriving at Subjugation. Young Master, since you hold this fishman in such high regard, why not seize the opportunity to rescue him? Inquired Relina with curiosity. Master Tom placed immense importance on the sea train project, which was under stringent surveillance by the CP. Akira Kurosawa shook his head and explained, although, given our current strength, CP poses little threat to us. Master Tom would never agree to leave with us. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether Spandam has acquired the schematics of the Pluton. The world government holds ancient weapons in the highest regard. To rescue Master Tom, we must first eliminate certain risks. Without dwelling further on the matter, the group meandered until they arrived at an inn. After resting for a day, they returned to their ship, where Lafitte and others who had procured supplies also rejoined them. "How astonishing!" exclaimed Inaru, his back laden with various bags, predominantly filled with apples. True to the original narrative, his fondness for apples remained unwavering. "Young master, we have been issued bounties." Lafitte presented the latest newspaper. It featured several recent bounties. Giant sword Akira Kurosawa, head of the Kurosawa family, renowned for wielding a legendary blade that delivers devastating aerial slashes. No regard for life or death. Bounty set at 80 million berries. Demon Sheriff Lafitte, navigator of the Kurosawa family, armed with a saber, capabilities unknown, bounty set at 34 million berries. The injured and unconscious major, upon regaining consciousness, promptly relayed the news to his superior. Following a thorough investigation, the Navy uncovered certain information regarding Kurosawa. However, when disseminating the intelligence, they conveniently omitted the detail of the major being struck unconscious by a single sword strike, a standard procedure for the Navy. "Is that all the bounties? It seems the Navy's knowledge of our family is rather limited," Kurosawa remarked with a smile. "Has our family business been affected?" "Not at this point. Our family maintains collaborations with many aristocrats in the West Blue who have thwarted the Navy's targeting. After all, the profits they gain each year are substantial, and they are reluctant to see our family business suffer," Lafitte replied. Satisfied with Lafitte's response, Kurosawa nodded. "In this world, to expand one's business, one must possess formidable strength in the shadows while cultivating good relations with the aristocracy in the light, a balance Kurosawa evidently managed quite well." He then picked up the newspaper he had missed during their time on Sky Island, hoping to uncover some news about Reg and others, and indeed, he stumbled upon valuable information. Saber-toothed tiger, a Zoan-type devil fruit user, capable of transforming into an ancient saber-toothed tiger form, has defeated the Mad Dog Pirates in a direct confrontation. Bounty set at 67 million berries. Blood Sword Reg, skilled in swordsmanship and a partner of the saber-toothed tiger, massacred numerous pirates during the battle against the Mad Dog Pirates. Bounty set at 60 million berries. Bone Demon Auroch, a user of the Bone fruit, able to sprout numerous bone spikes from his body, a companion of Blood Sword and saber-toothed tiger, also vanquished the Mad Dog Pirates. Bounty set at 54 million berries. Akira Kurosawa found himself intrigued by the unexpectedly high bounty associated with the initial slaughter of pirates. He promptly dispatched Lafitte to inquire about the reasons behind it. Leg and his companions had encountered the vicious dog pirates, who were engaged in a fierce battle with the Navy, and they subsequently managed to vanquish both the dog pirates and the Navy, did they not? Knowing the temperaments of those individuals, Kurosawa could only shake his head in resignation. It was likely that the other groups, upon hearing news of the Tiger Wing's exploits, would be unable to contain themselves. Not wanting to dwell further, Kurosawa instructed his subordinates to navigate the Morgans towards the New World. "Damn it, had I known this would transpire, I should have taken down that warship as well." Tiger Wing cursed vehemently. After all, he had granted them a reprieve. Who could have anticipated that they would seek out more Navy reinforcements to pursue us? While deftly parrying incoming cannonballs with his sword, Leg voiced his grievances regarding the Navy. Boom! Once again, several cannonballs came hurtling towards them, only to be intercepted by Aulic's bone shield, conjured from the powers of the bone fruit. As they approached the uninhabited island ahead, Tiger Wing coldly declared, "Let us eliminate these Navy men. Otherwise, when the young master arrives at Subjugation, we will still be fleeing. Moreover, if we continue this retreat, the supplies aboard our ship will dwindle." Leg, agreeing with a grim nod, recalled that although they had previously defeated the Navy, they had spared them, allowing them to escape. Little did they know that upon returning to their base, the Navy had rallied every rear admiral stationed there. In the vast ocean, Leg and his compatriots found it challenging to engage in battle, having to fend off Navy attacks while making their way towards Subjugation. However, the Navy's actions had ignited a desire for vengeance within them. Seizing the opportunity presented by the nearby uninhabited island, they resolved to bury the Navy there. Meanwhile, Kurosawa's group encountered a vast expanse of swirling black mist upon the sea. This must be the location of the infamous three-masted ship from the original tale. It was the lair of Moria, one of the future 7 warlords of the sea, and Kurosawa felt a keen interest in the enormous shadow lurking within. However, this was not the time for exploration. Choosing not to linger, he directed the helmsman to steer clear of the misty region. After several days, having dispatched a few pirate crews that attempted to rob them, the Morgans safely reached the Subjugation archipelago. Gazing upon the islands formed by the roots of the Yalchaman red trees, Kurosawa couldn't help but commend Oda's imaginative prowess. Observing the bubbles made of resin floating in the sky, the enchanting scenery was a fitting backdrop for the celestial dragons, who frequented this wondrous place. Currently, Kurosawa found himself on island number 42, surrounded by numerous souvenir and specialty shops, which caused the eyes of the ladies aboard to sparkle with delight. No woman could resist the allure of shopping. With a grand gesture, Akira Kurosawa bestowed upon each individual 200 million berries. After a period of fatigue amidst the unchanging expanse of the ocean and relentless battles, a respite was indeed warranted. Those desiring to indulge in a shopping excursion were instructed to remain at this location, each equipped with a communication device to summon their companions in times of crisis. Kurosawa then boarded the Morgan to journey towards the Gilded Island. He entrusted the vessel to a shipyard specializing in plating, while the remaining trio, Kurosawa, Lafitte, and Enel, ventured towards the lawless territories. The reason for this trio was that Kurosawa had dispatched the other subordinates to accompany 2 medical teams, assisting them while ensuring their safety. Unfortunately, it was still too early to ascertain whether Shaki's bar or Rayleigh were present. Soon, the 3 arrived at a venue for a human auction, fortuitously in progress. The noble lords and heroes of the sea, amid their tedious voyages, would find great delight in having a beautiful maiden by their side to serve them, especially one with a melodious voice. Within a cage on the stage knelt an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Her pitiful demeanor combined with an alluring visage, causing some men in the audience to breathe heavily. The bidding commenced at a minimum of 1 million berries, with no upper limit. 1,020,000. I bid 160 million. The Corlick family bids 200 million. The cacophony of voices echoed throughout the hall, and as the prices soared higher, the auctioneer's smile grew increasingly radiant, knowing that this singular item would yield him considerable commission. Ultimately, the woman was sold for 320 million berries to an older man from the so-called Corlick family, whose cruel yet lecherous expression suggested her future would not be bright. After the woman was taken away, a figure resembling a pirate was brought forth. Chapter 25. Unwavering resolve. Destruction of the auction house. Presenting himself was the captain of the Axe Gang, Logan, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 6,800,000 berries. Acquiring him would not only provide a formidable bodyguard for training, but also an asset for the arena, where he could earn wealth for you. The starting bid was set at 2 million berries. 3 million. I bid 4 million berries. The cries this time were evidently more fervent than before. For these nobles, the most exhilarating form of entertainment was the brutal clashes of slaves within the arena, which ignited their bloodlust. Nobles, by nature, engage in no virtuous pursuits. They either hoard wealth or torment slaves, betting on their lives as they fight in the arena. Due to the influence of the celestial dragons, most nobles across the world have adopted similar behaviors, viewing the celestial dragons as deities and yearning for the day when they can relocate their entire families to the Red Land and become part of their exalted ranks. TSK. The curious shook his head, showing little reaction to the scene he had long anticipated, while Lafitte and Kurizumi, despite their lack of worldly experience, were not overly disturbed by the spectacle, having endured their own share of humiliation since childhood. The latter even entertained the thought of purchasing a few individuals to serve as his own slaves, only to be chastised by Lafitte's sword tap on his head, prompting him to retreat to a corner, lost in sorrow. The next item on the auction block was our piece assistance, one we had to exert considerable effort to capture, and we hope it will meet your esteemed expectations. Upon hearing the auctioneer's words, the audience became intrigued, clearly pleased with the previous offerings and eager to see what else awaited them. Soon, a massive transparent tank was brought forth, containing an exceptionally beautiful yet terrified mermaid. The sight of the mermaid sent the crowd into a frenzy. Such creatures were rare even among the treasures of the celestial dragons, let alone for these ordinary nobles. If one could procure this mermaid as a gift for the celestial dragons, who knows? They might just be granted passage to the Red Land. Greedier nobles began to shout, "What is the starting bid? Hurry, give us a number. Let us get this going. I can hardly wait." Observing the scene before him and the frightened mermaid huddled within the tank, Kurizumi felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He turned and exited the auction house, followed closely by Lafitte and Enel. As Lafitte lit a cigarette, he remarked, "My purpose at sea is to seek freedom, yet why does this sight still unsettle me?" Noticing his master caught in a moment of confusion, Lafitte chuckled, "Young master, simply do as you wish. Isn't freedom about being able to do whatever you desire? Besides, our crew is already en route to Sabati Archipelago. What is there to fear?" Glancing at Lafitte, Kurizumi was taken aback that he could articulate such sentiments. In truth, Akira Kurosawa was well aware of his inner conflicts. However, he hesitated to challenge certain conventions of this world, for he too was a member of the aristocracy. Shaking his head, he cast aside some of his thoughts. What was the point of this? After all, he had already walked the path of death once. Why linger in indecision? Perhaps he should simply embrace oblivion. As his resolve crystallized, an overwhelming aura of conqueror's Haki surged from within him, manifesting as dark red lightning. Lafitte, Enel, let us obliterate this auction house. Observing the transformation of their enigmatic master, Lafitte and Enel were filled with exhilaration. Yes, master. Enel unleashed his control over thunder, striking the auction house with a deafening roar. In the aftermath, many aristocrats lay sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain, while a few pirates remained standing, their darkened forms indicating they had endured the assault with difficulty. The auctioneer, stricken with terror, exclaimed, "We are the auction house of the Mihawk family. How dare you create such chaos?" Before he could finish, Lafitte had already summoned a tempest, lifting the man into the air and tearing him apart. Those still standing nearby, witnessing the carnage, fled in terror, bewildered by the emergence of such harbingers of death, either wielding the powers of nature or exuding conqueror's Haki. Soon, they found themselves in the backstage area, where numerous captured slaves stood in a daze, their eyes vacant as they absorbed the scene unfolding before them. This clarity only intensified Kurosawa's desire for freedom, compelling him to end the abhorrent slave trade. Clenching his fist, he signaled for Enel to utilize his magnetic powers to dismantle the slave collars completely. Though Enel had possessed the ability of the rumble fruit for a relatively short time, his remarkable talent, coupled with the guidance of Kurosawa and Lafitte, had allowed him to master this power to a greater extent. The awakening of his observation, Haki further enhanced his finesse in such intricate maneuvers. With a sharp crack, the slave collars fell from the necks of the captives. As they tumbled to the ground, the former slaves' eyes sparkled with newfound hope, realizing that these three individuals had come to their rescue. One by one, they knelt in gratitude, bowing their heads. "We must leave this place quickly. The Navy will arrive soon." Kurosawa gestured for the kneeling individuals to rise and departed. For many more auction houses awaited his destruction, and the forces behind them, along with the Navy, were closing in. Time was of the essence. Hearing Kurosawa's words, the prostrated crowd stood and fled in various directions, while a few remained, declaring, "Allow us to accompany you, master." Among them was Logan, the captain of the battle-axe pirates, who lamented, "My crew has been slaughtered by these fiends. I am the sole survivor, and I seek vengeance for my fallen comrades." "Very well, as long as you can endure." Kurosawa nodded, subsequently dispatching someone to carry the water tank containing the Little Mermaid, and together they proceeded toward the next auction house. "Master, our auction house has been destroyed, and the slaves have been rescued." As the surviving members of the auction house observed Akira Kurosawa and his companions depart, they ceased their charade of death and promptly contacted the true proprietor of the establishment. Before they could articulate their message, a bolt of lightning struck down, incinerating one of them on the spot. The voice on the other end of the line shouted in confusion, "What is happening? Speak to me." An increasing number of slaves were liberated, and the resounding cacophony alerted many to the unfolding chaos. Several individuals had already reached out to the station Navy in Shambody. The Navy station in Shambody was led by an esteemed Vice Admiral, Iron Tiger. "So, several auction houses have already come under attack?" he remarked nonchalantly, a cigar clenched between his teeth. "Indeed, Vice Admiral. It appears the assailants include the underground overlord of the West Sea, the formidable swordsman Akira Kurosawa, the devil sheriff Lafitte, and an unidentified individual with powers reminiscent of the legendary Thunder Fruit. Is that so? This band of pirates is indeed perilous, particularly with the presence of the mightiest Logia user. I shall investigate this matter personally." "Sir, will you not summon your subordinates?" one of the sailors inquired. "With a Logia user among them, your presence alone may be insufficient." Upon hearing the Vice Admiral's words, the sailor hesitantly replied, "Vice Admiral, we do not fear sacrifice." "That's preposterous," the old Vice Admiral retorted, his irritation evident. "Stay put at the base." Noticing the Vice Admiral's growing anger, the sailor shrank back, suppressing further protest. In truth, the Vice Admiral harbored unspoken thoughts. To him, those slave auction houses were hardly worthy of concern, and their destruction was inconsequential. However, the emergence of this unknown Thunderfruit user piqued his vigilance. This pirate crew was formidable, and if they were not apprehended swiftly, they would inevitably evolve into a significant threat upon the seas. Our naval forces must withdraw a portion from the New World. The turmoil along the Grand Line and the Four Seas is escalating. The station naval personnel are struggling to maintain order, and we must retreat from the new world for the time being. Damn it, Roger, this is all you're doing. Muttering a curse against the deceased Roger, the old vice admiral donned his cloak and strode purposefully toward the exit. Several slave auction houses on the islands belonging to Akira Kurosawa have been obliterated, and the throng of followers behind him is swelling in both number and fervor. News of the assault on the auction houses has spread, prompting several factions affiliated with these establishments to dispatch their forces to confront Kurosawa and his entourage. With so many families aggrieved by your actions, do you truly believe you can depart from here unscathed? A figure at the forefront of the group blocking Kurosawa's path proclaimed, "It is the notorious pirate, Porcupine Kalina. How has he stooped to serve the interests of the nobility?" Behind Akira Kurosawa, someone recognized the identity of the leader across from them and shouted, "Over there!" Kurina wore a haughty expression. "Do you dare to lay a hand on the noble gentleman? Kurosawa, have you no regard for your life? It seems you take great pleasure in being their lapdog." Akira Kurosawa's mockery caused Kalina to flush with anger. "Since you wish for death, I shall oblige." Instantly, he transformed into a beastly form, with numerous spikes emerging from his back and two in his hands, charging towards Kurosawa. Upon witnessing this, Lafitte seized his cane sword and met the charge head-on. As expected, the opponent was someone whose identity was easily recognizable, possessing commendable strength. Armed with Haki, the spikes were imbued with a menacing aura, relentlessly assaulting Lafitte. Occasionally, in the midst of battle, Kalina would hurl one of the spikes like a concealed weapon towards Lafitte. However, Lafitte, commanding the forces of a hurricane around him, effortlessly countered these minor tactics. Kalina's prowess was indeed substantial. Kurosawa estimated him to be nearly on par with a vice admiral of the Navy, though his observation Haki was lacking. Otherwise, he would not have been consistently overwhelmed by Lafitte. While Kalina could still sporadically launch spikes, that was merely his last vestige of resistance. He lacked any other offensive means to strike Lafitte. Gritting his teeth, Kalina wondered where such a monster had come from, as the intelligence did not indicate this man possessed such formidable power. Wasn't he merely a swordsman? How could such a slender sword wield such colossal strength? With Lafitte's decisive blow descending, Kalina finally faltered, his body collapsing backward, a massive wound erupting diagonally across his chest. After struggling on the ground for some time, he ultimately lay down, still alive. As a Zoan fruit user, his resilience was far superior to that of an ordinary person. Meanwhile, the slaves who had followed Kurosawa were not idle. They charged forward, bringing down Kalina's entourage. Had it not been for the lack of stamina among these men, the human traffickers would likely have perished. However, after Kurosawa departed, Enel also utilized his rumble fruit to cleanse the area, ensuring those traffickers met their demise. Not long after their departure, a figure emerged ahead. Draped in a navy coat, the justice behind him billowed in the wind. "Pirate Kurosawa, accompany me to the underwater prison." "Who is this old man? Make way," the young Enel shouted. Vice Admiral Iron Tiger observed the audacious youth who had leapt forth. "Is this the wielder of the rumble fruit? What a pity! Had he joined the Navy, he might have reached the level of those three new admirals." The three new admirals referred to by the Old Navy were the future guardians of the seas, indicating the esteemed impression the rumble fruit held in the hearts of many. "What nonsense! I intend to join my captain in toppling this world. How could I ever join your Navy?" Enel declared with pride. Observing this arrogant youth whose head seemed nearly raised to the heavens, Iron Tiger could only sigh in exasperation. The old vice admiral felt a tumult within his heart. Another pirate, like Roger, seeking to disrupt the seas? "It appears I must ensure you remain here today, wagering my honor as Iron Tiger." Without further ado, the old admiral's muscles began to swell, tearing apart his naval uniform, while his claws extended ominously. General Iron Tiger, a Zoan-type devil fruit user, transformed into the colossal tiger form. With a swift motion, he tore the remnants of his military attire and discarded them on the ground, swiftly darting to Enel's side. Though Enel possessed the powers of a Logia user, the old admiral sensed that he was the weakest among the trio. With his armament Haki-laden claws, he struck Enel in the abdomen, who, caught off guard, was sent flying backward, spitting blood and losing consciousness on the spot. Raffet observed this and shook his head. The youth was still too inexperienced, his reflexes far too sluggish, necessitating further training. Without dwelling on this, he sensed through his observation Haki that General Iron Tiger was charging towards him. In the next moment, he completed his transformation into a hybrid form, unfurling his wings to soar into the sky and evade a flying kick from the general. Is he also a devil fruit user? With wings, no less. I wonder which animal fruit grants the ability to fly. Capturing them will indeed be troublesome. Ignoring Raffet soaring above, he redirected his focus to the seemingly innocuous Kurizumi. With a swift turn, he launched a punch at Kurizumi. With open palms enveloped in armament Haki, effortlessly parried the attack. Hey, old man. These slave auction houses are not virtuous establishments. Our destruction of them is merely a service to the people. Seeing Kurizumi easily block his probing strike, Iron Tiger ceased holding back. Your intentions are perilously misguided. I must act in the interest of the populace. With that, a tempest of ferocious attacks rained down upon Kurizumi. Realizing the old man was determined to impede their progress, Kurizumi became more resolute, evading strikes with agile movements while simultaneously covering his foot in armament Haki. He retaliated with a kick aimed at General Iron Tiger. Chapter 27. The bounty soars caught off guard. General Iron Tiger raised his hands to shield his face, anticipating to easily deflect Kurizumi's assault. However, upon contact, he felt as if he had collided with a battleship moving at full speed. Like a kite severed from its string, General Iron Tiger was propelled backward, crashing through several buildings before landing on the ground, clouds of dust erupting around him. As the dust gradually settled, General Iron Tiger lay on the ground, his arms appearing as if they had been fractured, blood seeping from his mouth, his life hanging by a thread. Witnessing the Admiral's swift downfall, the onlookers scattered in panic. The group of slaves following Kurizumi erupted in cheers at the display of his formidable strength. Let us go and inquire how much longer it will be until our ship is properly outfitted. As Akira Kurosawa spoke, the crowd made their way toward the Morgan, not forgetting to carry Enel along with them. Before long, several naval officers arrived, frantically lifting their unconscious rear admiral from the ground and transporting him back to the naval base. With the aid of medical personnel, Rear Admiral Iron Tiger gradually regained consciousness. Are you all right, sir? How long have I been unconscious? He inquired, bewildered. Not long. It has only been half a day since we brought you back, came the response. Indeed, age has its toll. As he sat on the bed, gazing at his bandaged arms, a thought seemed to strike him. Quickly, fetch the den mushi. I need to make a call. Yes, sir. A young soldier dashed out and soon returned with the den mushi in hand. Subsequently, the old admiral dialed a number. Hello, Rear Admiral Iron Tiger. Are you all right? A frail voice resonated from the other end. Marshal Kong, I am fine. What circumstances did you encounter? The reports from the communications officer were rather unclear. Marshal, it was the slave auction house of the Black Zoroastrian pirates at the island of Subjugation. They destroyed the entire auction house and liberated numerous slaves. The elderly voice, tinged with a slight rasp, responded, the strength of that formidable swordsman, Akira Kurosawa, is not to be underestimated. I suspect he possesses the strength of a candidate for admiral or even that of an admiral himself. Furthermore, his subordinate, the Devil Sheriff Lafitte, is also a user of a devil fruit, specifics unknown, but he has wings and can fly. Our brief encounter revealed his swift reactions, indicating the awakening of Ken Bunchika Haki. Before the other party could respond, Rear Admiral Iron Tiger continued. Among his subordinates is a thunder fruit user, young yet immensely promising, destined to become at least a vice admiral level combatant. The weight of his words left Marshal Kong's breathing noticeably hurried. The initial intelligence had proven vastly insufficient. This pirate crew was far more formidable and held even greater potential than anticipated. It seems we must reevaluate the strength of the Black Zoroastrian pirates. I will instruct the intelligence organization to monitor them closely. For now, focus on recuperating. You need not concern yourself with the Black Zoroastrian pirates just yet. Understood, Marshal Kong. Very well, we need to deliberate further. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, in the office of the Marshal, a robust and peak-conditioned Kong furrowed his brow. Crane, what are your thoughts? I never expected that a mere child from a small family in the West Sea could grow to such heights in secrecy. The general, He Zhong, furrowed his brow slightly. Currently, a significant portion of our naval strength is concentrated in the New World, while Sengoku must safeguard the headquarters. Moreover, the activities of formidable pirates, such as Kaido, are becoming increasingly rampant. Our immediate objective is to safely withdraw our main forces back to the Grand Line. As the chaos in the Four Seas and the Paradise, the first half of the Grand Line, has escalated dramatically. We require additional naval forces to suppress the pirates in the Four Seas and the initial segment of the Grand Line. Marshal Kong, our number of admirals is far too limited, rendering us unable to dispatch sufficient personnel to capture the Akira Kurosawa pirate crew. Let the Akira Kurosawa pirate crew engage in battle in the New World with those notorious pirates. We must first establish control over the Four Seas and the Grand Line. Kong frowned, feeling the weight of the current predicament. Roger's words held immense power, and the Navy's capabilities seemed somewhat constrained. Should we truly acquiesce to the government's proposal? Glancing at a document in his hand containing a proposal to recruit certain pirates, he crumpled it into a ball and discarded it into the trash, choosing instead to focus on other paperwork. A day later, a newspaper ignited fury among numerous underground factions, reporting that the Akira Kurosawa pirate crew had launched an assault on the slave auction houses of Subjugation archipelago, demolishing many of these establishments. It is well known that these auction houses serve as golden geese for many underground organizations, capable of producing golden eggs. Although the auction houses could be rebuilt with relative ease, their vulnerability to destruction poses a severe blow to their reputation. After all, these establishments rely heavily on the patronage of numerous nobles. If they feel unsafe, they may cease their visits altogether. Consequently, several factions within the black market issued a joint bounty on the Akira Kurosawa pirate crew. The Great Sword, Akira Kurosawa, 1 billion berries, dead or alive. The Devil Sheriff, Lafitte, 870 million berries, dead or alive. Thunder God, Enel, 650 million berries, dead or alive. Lured by the prospect of substantial financial gain, numerous bounty hunters and self-assured pirates rushed towards the Subjugation archipelago, eager to claim the heads of the Akira Kurosawa pirate crew members and achieve instant wealth. The Navy's bounty on the Akira Kurosawa pirate crew was also announced. The Great Sword, Akira Kurosawa, 670 million berries. The Devil Sheriff, Lafitte, Navigator, 530 million berries. The Combatant, Enel, user of the Rumble fruit, 500 million berries. Posters featuring the bounties on Akira Kurosawa appeared across the globe. Has the young master's bounty increased so rapidly? An exclamation arose from an uninhabited island, emanating from Leg and his companions, who had just finished a battle. A multitude of naval corpses lay strewn across the ground, and Leg and his companions appeared tattered, indicating that the recent skirmish had not been an easy one. Furthermore, there was an additional user of the Rumble fruit, seemingly a new recruit of the young master, truly worthy of admiration. Leg, we must hasten to Subjugation. We've just received news that the underground black market has issued a bounty on the young master. We must arrive promptly to see how we can assist him. On one side, Huchi spoke in a low, rumbling voice, urging everyone to hurry along. After instructing his numerous subordinates to tidy up the battlefield, Rege and the others quickly organized themselves and resumed their journey towards Akira Kurosawa's direction. Meanwhile, the members of several other combat teams also received news about Kurosawa and promptly concluded their own skirmishes, heading towards him as well. Young master, we are on our way. Chapter 28. The approaching yellow ape. Ha boss. Is my first bounty really this high? The troublesome youth in Nairu laughed heartily, hands on his hips, completely unfazed by being knocked down in one blow. Lafitte, unable to contain himself, stepped forward and struck him with the flat of his sword, causing him to crouch in pain. Instead of basking in your triumph, you ought to focus on rigorous training. Akira Kurosawa observed Enel squatting on the ground with a bemused expression. I have heard that several family members have become quite indignant upon seeing your bounty. They shall arrive here shortly, and it is likely that a confrontation will ensue. If you do not train diligently, you may find yourself trampled upon, and your reputation would suffer greatly. Upon hearing Kurosawa's words, Enel sprang to his feet. I fear no one, aside from you, my esteemed leader and brother Lafitte. I refuse to believe that anyone else can match me in combat. Confidence is indeed a virtue, Kurosawa replied, but one must consider the outcome. After all, those members of the combat team have undergone rigorous training and have mastered the art of Haki. I only hope that this young man does not allow his confidence to be shattered in the forthcoming encounter. In recent days, numerous individuals have been scouring the area, seeking opportunities to claim the bounties on Kurosawa and his companions, thus providing Enel with ample chances for practical combat experience. At the age of 15, a period ripe for physical development, Enel's strength was rapidly ascending, akin to a sponge absorbing various combat experiences. However, in comparison to other family members, he still lagged significantly behind, even with the advantage of a Logia-type devil fruit. Noticing his leader's teasing gaze, Enel felt an odd sensation and quickly made his exit. The medical team, consisting of several young women, erupted into laughter. As the scent of battle filled the air, everyone rushed toward this direction. They soon convened at Island No. 29, and upon learning the circumstances, the group rented a hotel near the shipyard to serve as a temporary resting place. Only the completion of the Morgan's film and the arrival of other members remained. Leader, when will the family members arrive? Enel inquired, becoming increasingly restless after just half a day. Why the haste? Are you so eager to meet them and engage in a scuffle? Kurosawa shot a glance at him. Instantly, Enel complied. No, I am merely looking forward to our journey to the new world. As they conversed, a series of knocks resounded from the door. In a swift motion, Enel reached the entrance and swung the door open. "Young master, I apologize for our tardiness," came the voice of Reg. A large group then entered, and upon spotting Akira Kurosawa, they stood in unison. "Young master, all right. Now that you are here, find a place to sit and rest for a while." Although the members arrived somewhat late, Akira Kurosawa could discern from the newspapers of that period and the air about them that they had been engaged in relentless battles. Bloodsword Liege, the swordsman, vanquished the captain of the crocodile pirate crew, Gator Gady, and brutally slaughtered a naval squad on Mogo Island, earning a bounty of 120 million berries. The necromancer Orok, a user of the bone fruit, defeated the vice-captain of the crocodile pirate crew, the rampaging Python Rofi, and, alongside Bloodsword, also massacred a naval detachment with a bounty of 100 million berries. Saber-toothed Tiger Wings, a user of the ancient saber-toothed tiger fruit, along with the Fierce Tiger Quartet, annihilated the plunderer's pirate hunter crew, subsequently joining forces with Bloodsword and Necromancer to slaughter another naval squad, attracting a bounty of 150 million berries. The rampant Bull Power, a user of the buffalo fruit, hunted numerous pirate crews and raided merchant vessels, carrying a bounty of 90 million berries. Titan Long Quan, a user of the ancient Titan Python fruit, brazenly attacked a naval base, committing heinous acts against the Navy, and is sought after with a bounty of 200 million berries. The Slayer Malina, a user of the antelope fruit, alongside the Ruthless Candidate, a user of the silverback gorilla fruit, Hunter Chicken Fillet Circle, a user of the capercaillie fruit, Devourer Julian, a user of the ancient giant dolphin fruit, and Hunter Goyu, a user of the hunting dog fruit, besieged the government-affiliated nation of Moldo, slaughtering numerous nobles within, including members of the royal family, in a gruesome spectacle. Their respective bounties are 87 million berries, 96 million berries, 72 million berries, 77 million berries, and 81 million berries, with life and death being irrelevant. Each newspaper detailing the bounties illustrates the chaos this group has wreaked during this period, particularly Longquan and Malina, one audacious enough to attack a naval base while the others besieged an allied nation. Should the Navy discover that these individuals are subordinates of Akira Kurosawa, they would likely mount an assault against him. Suddenly, a realization struck Kurosawa. Had Liege and the others been detected upon their arrival at the inn? He sprang up, urging to leave the place quickly. The 8-span jewels. A multitude of light projectiles rained down from above. A thick fog enveloped the area, only to dissipate to reveal a colossal figure. A massive serpentine form stretched across the scene. As Kurosawa shouted, Long Chuan's observation Haki sensed the impending aerial assault, allowing for an instantaneous transformation into his animal form, successfully deflecting all attacks. However, he bore the brunt of the impact, emitting wisps of blue smoke and a fragrant aroma of meat wafting through the air. His massive form gradually diminished, and Long Quan collapsed to the ground, covered in wounds, blood oozing profusely, and he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Borsellino, Akira Kurosawa, gazed upward at the future Admiral Kizaru. Has the Navy dispatched only you? How terrifying it is that so many dangerous criminals are indeed your subordinates. Kurosawa, the visage of Borsellino, marred by wrinkles, displayed a lewd expression as he uttered words of terror, as though the cataclysmic assault moments prior had not been unleashed by him. Ignoring the words of Kizaru, he commanded his subordinates to carry the unconscious Longquan towards the Morga ship, while Akira Kurosawa drew his sword, whisper, "Come now, let me witness the extent of your prowess." Soon to be Admiral. With that, he soared into the air, charging at Kizaru. As Kizaru regarded the incoming sword strike, he remained motionless. Akira Kurosawa brought his blade down. Was that merely an afterimage? Doubt crept into Akira's mind, but a voice soon echoed beside him. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? As thoughts raced, his arms instinctively moved to shield him. A tremendous force surged through his left arm, and in the next instant, Akira's entire body shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. He crashed to the ground like a cannonball, creating a vast crater and sending dust billowing into the air. Boss, Enel, in his flight, witnessed this scene and transformed into a bolt of lightning, dashing to Kizaru's side. 1 million volts. A colossal thunderclap erupted from Enel, striking towards Kizaru. Chapter 29. The Escape. How terrifying. The rumble fruit. The yellow-tinted glasses of Kizaru reflected a spectrum of blue and purple light. Did I miss my target? Enel's eyes narrowed. You shall not leave this place. A languid voice resonated behind Enel. Kizaru had already positioned himself, his finger emanating a yellow glow. A laser shot forth from his fingertip. There was no evading it. Panic surged within Enel, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Hey, I'm not dead yet. A figure instantly appeared before Enel, parrying the attack with a single stroke. Boss, Enel exclaimed with fervor. I told you to train earnestly. Look, even a random individual can handle you with ease. Quickly, return to the ship with everyone. I shall join you shortly. Understood, boss. Realizing he could only be a hindrance, Enel transformed into a flash of lightning, soaring towards the Morga's ship. Oh, Lord Akira Kurosawa, you are indeed formidable, Kizaru remarked with exaggerated tone. Haha, I'm not so easily defeated by single strike, Admiral Kizaru. No sooner had he spoken than another sword strike came forth. Tench Ky, a luminous sword materialized in Kizaru's grasp, deflecting Akira's assault. Lord Akira Kurosawa, you must accompany me to the underwater prison. Otherwise, I shall find myself in quite the predicament. I currently have matters to attend to. Why not wait until I'm finished, and then we can take a leisurely tour of the prison? Heh, Lord Akira Kurosawa, you jest. I'm not soliciting your consent. Is that so? Worry not. You shall find yourself acquiescing to my proposal shortly. Without further ado, Akira Kurosawa intensified his assault, fully aware that Huang Yuan could not prevent the other crew members from boarding. Although Huang Yuan was remarkably swift, Kurosawa's singular focus on ensnaring him rendered it a manageable task. After all, a moment's inattention to Kurosawa's strikes could lead to injury. The damage inflicted by a swordsman is not trifling. While the pirate world may boast of its resilient combatants, it is merely a saying. A head severed by blade. Would Kurosawa truly believe you could still move? That is not a blood cow. That is a deity. Where is Sakazuki? I seem to be unable to hold the line here. Young master, we must leave. Rear Admiral Sakazuki is about to arrive, roared Tigerwing. To think they dispatched 2 marine newcomers to capture me. Do they hold me in such high regard? Upon hearing this, Kurosawa felt a twinge of urgency. Huh, it is not an exaggeration at all. In the face of Lord Kurosawa and his cadre of monsters, even I do not dare to relax, Huang Yuan replied, a sly grin on his face, yet his attacks remained relentless. You all should submerge first. I shall follow shortly. But young master, there are no buts. Obey the order. Understood. The Morgan ship descended into the depths, while Akainu's meteor volcano was intercepted by Reg and others. Subsequently, Reg seized several weakened devil fruit users from the sea, traversed the bubble membrane above the Morgan, and returned to the ship. Hey, Lord Kurosawa, you show me a distinct lack of respect, Huang Yuan's languid voice echoed. Huh, is it not because your subordinates were decimated by you and Rear Admiral Akainu that I had to send them away first? Then you shall remain here. Without further conversation, as it became evident that he could not retain the others, Huang Yuan had no choice but to concentrate on Kurosawa. Instantly, the pressure on Kurosawa escalated, and Huang Yuan's attacks grew increasingly fierce. Canine Bite, Crimson Lotus. A surge of blistering heat emanated from behind Kurosawa. Akainu had arrived. Mizuki Kurosawa squinted his eyes, deftly evading the onslaught of Kizaru, while swiftly descending. Akainu, noticing his attack had been dodged, followed suit and plunged downwards after Mizuki. There was no time to linger. Continuing to engage with these two would surely lead to his demise. Mizuki resolved to intercept Akainu's punch, propelling himself towards the ocean. Are you attempting to flee, my lord? Kizaru's mocking voice resonated as countless beams of light converged before Mizuki, forming a towering silhouette. What a nuisance, he muttered, cursing the speed of these opponents, especially the monkey. Mizuki launched a flying kick towards Kizaru. Have you forsaken your sword in favor of your feet? Kizaru crossed his arms, blocking the kick. Mizuki regained his footing, only to find both Kizaru and Akainu obstructing his path. This is troublesome, he thought, feeling a sense of helplessness at the situation before him. Would it not be better for you to surrender, my lord? Kizaru chuckled. I jest. My journey is far from over, and my dreams remain unfulfilled. How could I so easily come to a halt here? No sooner had he spoken than a powerful Haki surged forth, enveloping his hands. Haki, is it? Quite terrifying indeed, Kizaru remarked, his expression growing serious as he observed the swirling crimson-black lightning. This Haki does not seem like a mere awakening. Its magnitude is immense, exuding great pressure. With no time to grant Mizuki a moment to gather his momentum, Kizaru and Akainu attacked simultaneously. In truth, Mizuki excels in martial arts, he mused, tearing off his shirt and discarding on the ground, his arms adorned with both armament Haki and conqueror's Haki, ready to counter Akainu's magma-infused kick. I must exert greater strength. He flung the two adversaries aside, shaking off his hands. Although he could speak so confidently, the pain in his scorched palms betrayed the truth. While his Haki provided some protection, It paled in comparison to the mastery of figures like Iron Fist Garp and Black Arm Zephyr, who had honed their armament Haki to extraordinary depths. Mizuki was still unable to fully withstand their cataclysmic power, as Akainu and Kizuru steadied themselves after being thrown back. Akainu wasted no time, transforming his arm into a molten limb. Great fire! The explosive force of a volcanic eruption propelled his lava arm towards Mizuki at breakneck speed. In response, Mizuki dashed toward the ocean, armament Haki enveloping his back, bracing for Akainu's strike, which propelled him forward, enhancing his speed. Just as he approached the sea, Kizaru soared into the air, arms crossed, radiating brilliance. Yada no Kagami. A multitude of light projectiles hurtled towards Mizuki, ignoring the assault from above. He plunged headfirst into the ocean. Immediately following, the attack of the yellow ape shattered the surface of the sea, plunging into the depths below. Soon, a crimson stain gradually emerged, tainting the waters. Witnessing Akira Kurosawa's escape, uncertain of his fate, Akainu commanded a contingent of sailors to plunge into the ocean, vowing to locate Kurosawa's corpse. Yet, Kurosawa had already endured the pain and swum deeper into the abyss. The sailors, failing to find their target, could only return empty-handed. Enraged, Akainu unleashed a brutal massacre upon the pirates of the Subjugation archipelago. The pirates remaining at Subjugation suffered greatly, lacking Kurosawa's formidable strength. They were unable to withstand the onslaught of two admirals. A multitude of pirates, trapped with no chance of escape, fell victim to Akainu's wrath. Fortunately, the yellow ape intervened, capturing a few survivors, or else there would have been no way to account for the carnage. Chapter 30. Awakening soon in the shadowy depths of the ocean, a vessel enveloped in massive bubble wrap continued its descent. Upon the deck, individuals scurried by, clutching an array of medical instruments. This was the Morgan, where at this moment, Akira Kurosawa lay in the infirmary, his eyes tightly shut, breathing becoming increasingly shallow. Surrounding him were several medical personnel, carefully applying ointment to his wounds. Though he had defended against Akainu's assault with Haki, he had nonetheless sustained severe injuries. Akira Kurosawa's back had been charred by molten lava, the scorched flesh heaving grotesquely, revealing beneath it the vibrant, crimson meat from which blood gushed forth. Numerous gaping wounds, inflicted by the yellow ape's assaults, marred his body. Rabbit Lena meticulously stitched the wounds with a medical needle, beads of perspiration trickling down her forehead, while a nearby nurse diligently wiped away the sweat. Yang Lin was cleansing Kurosawa's back with saline solution, the excruciating pain causing him to tremble even in unconsciousness. Several young women fought back tears, diligently tending to Kurosawa's injuries. Outside, a group of members awaited anxiously. Damn the Navy, I shall make them pay, Enel seethed. Leg and others gazed with worry at the medical room, where Long Quan, wrapped in bandages, sat at the ship's edge. Raffet, will the young master be all right? Came a hoarse voice. Raffet offered no reply, his gaze drifting into the shadowy depths of the ocean, lost in thought. The medical room door creaked open, and Rabbit Lena emerged, meeting the anxious stares of her comrades. The young master requires rest. You should all leave now and refrain from disturbing him. Attend to your duties, she instructed before retreating back inside, closing the door behind her. Hearing the doctor's words, the group felt a slight relief. Although they could not visit Kurosawa, they could still sense his presence. Though faint, they chose to believe that he simply needed time to recuperate, and one by one, they departed from the medical room, returning to their respective tasks. Only Raffet, with a flicker in his eyes, remained, knocking on the medical room door. Did you not say the young master needs rest? The door opened to reveal Rabbit Lena, her eyes red from tears. It's me, Raffet said, observing her tear-streaked face. I wish to see the young master's condition. Acknowledging that he had seen through her ruse, Rabbit Lena stepped aside, allowing Raffet entry. The young master's injuries are severe, and he has lost a significant amount of blood. Currently, we can only address the superficial wounds, Rabbit Lena explained, following Raffet to the bedside where Kurosawa lay. Can we not transfuse blood? No, the young master's body rejects any blood we attempt to administer. Forcing it would only inflict further harm. Thus, she continued, we can only provide nutrient solutions, stitch the wounds, apply a bit of ointment, and then await the young master's own recovery. Rabbit Lena wiped her eyes as she spoke. Gazing at Kurosawa, swathed in bandages like a dumpling, Raffet said little. Akira Kurosawa, indeed, once mentioned the peculiarities of his own physique. Previously, Lafitte was unaware of the specifics, merely recognizing the prodigious prowess of the young master's training abilities. However, it has now become evident that this is merely the tip of the iceberg. Even a blood type that is ostensibly the same can be rejected if it is foreign. After standing for a moment, Lafitte instructed Talina and the others to take good care of Akira Kurosawa before turning to depart. Understanding that the young master possesses formidable rejection capabilities alleviated Lafitte's worries. After all, if he were truly in dire straits, he would not actively repel external elements. Should Akira Kurosawa meet his demise, it is likely that the newly established formidable force would also disintegrate, as their unity is fundamentally rooted in him. Dismissing further thoughts, Lafitte commanded the crew to proceed along the route predetermined by Akira Kurosawa. In the inky depths of the ocean, time passed unmarked, and Akira Kurosawa's injuries gradually healed. Observing the young master's complexion regaining its color, Talina and the others collectively exhaled in relief. Family members frequently inquired about Akira Kurosawa's condition, and the medical team, particularly the young women, were under immense psychological strain. The sight of the young master's recovering visage brought solace to all. Outside, Regu was training the newly arrived Enel. Naturally, he refrained from employing his full strength or the capabilities of his devil fruit, as they were encased in a layer of bubble wrap. Should it shatter, the depths of the unknown ocean could spell disaster. The two engaged Enel in a series of exercises focused on stamina and physical conditioning, which served to temporarily dispel their worries about the young master. Enel, driven by determination, felt the weight of inadequacy after witnessing the true strength of formidable opponents. He realized he not only failed to contribute, but often exacerbated situations, which was deeply distressing for the youth. He cherished his opportunity to join Akira Kurosawa's family, but yearned to assist and earn the recognition of his kin. Yet, he found himself in possession of a powerful fruit purely by fortune, lacking the virtues to match it. He observed numerous comrades within the family who possessed superior physical qualities and strengths, yet lacked a formidable fruit by their side. Despite having acquired such a potent Logia-type devil fruit, he felt incapable of offering substantial assistance to his family, which fueled his relentless training with utmost diligence. 1789, 1790, 1791. Beads of sweat cascaded down his chin, forming a small puddle on the ground beneath him. "Take it easy, kid. You're still young," Regu advised, noticing Enel's arms trembling violently. The burden he bore felt akin to carrying a mountain. Yet the discomfort in his heart drove him to reject the notion of remaining weak. Ignoring Regu's counsel, Enel persevered in his endeavors. Even Tiger Wing found it hard to watch. Just as he prepared to intervene, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the medical room, accompanied by an overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki. Everyone instantly perked up. Was the young master awake? Without much thought, a group of individuals rushed fervently towards the medical room. Inside, Akira Kurosawa lay in a deep coma, yet his breath was steadily increasing, unconsciously radiating outward. Talina and Yanglin, braving the overwhelming aura, managed to reach Akira's bedside. Observing the instruments displaying the status of his various organs, they couldn't help but transform their worry into joy. They exchanged glances, relieved that their young master was finally out of danger. Chapter 31. Awakening. Hearing voices from outside, Talina pushed open the door. "Sister 2, how was the young master?" The brawny Haki asked first. "Yes, has he awakened? Why hasn't he come out?" The cacophony of voices caused Talina, who was about to speak, a headache. "All right, everyone, please quiet down. How can we expect the doctors to respond amidst such noise?" Lafitte interjected, exuding his presence to calm the frenzied crowd. "The young master remains unconscious. The aura we felt earlier was his unconscious energy manifesting. However, all his indicators have returned to normal, and it won't be long before he fully awakens." "Sister 2, why hasn't he awakened yet despite his recovery?" Hachi's question elicited nods of agreement from the others. "It's because he is very tired and needs to rest for a while." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sense of relief. Although it had been mentioned before that Akira was resting, the faint aura had made it difficult for them to believe. Yet, there was no other option but to wait. Now, with Akira's powerful and familiar presence radiating, doubts dissipated. After all, no one else on the ship could replicate their young master's aura, especially the distinctive Conqueror's Haki. Just as everyone exhaled in relief within the medical room, Akira abruptly opened his eyes. "Ouch, that hurts." Those two's attacks were quite ferocious, damn it. Gazing at his body, which was wrapped in bandages, Akira smiled wryly, feeling a slight increase in his physical strength. Indeed, such intense life-and-death battles are the best way to enhance one's power. However, if given a choice, Akira would prefer to grow stronger while lounging comfortably. Shaking his head to clear the pain, he tore off the bandages that hindered his movement, finding them quite uncomfortable. He also removed the foreline connected to his hand. Approaching the mirror, He examined the horrifying wounds on his back, now scabbed over. What a sorry sight. He carelessly grabbed a garment from the rack and draped it over himself before stepping out. Hearing the noise behind him, Talina turned around. "Oh dear, young master. Why did you remove the bandages?" she exclaimed, visibly alarmed. "But I'm fine now. Keeping that thing on is of no use," Akira replied dismissively. With a gentle smile, I patted the heads of the inquisitive rabbit Lena and young Lena, who approached to assess my injuries. Raising my gaze towards the eager faces of Enelu, Reach, and Tiger Wings, who had come forward, I felt a surge of gratitude for their efforts. "Everyone has worked hard. It is a relief that you are unharmed, young master. My apologies, boss, for being a burden. It is wonderful to see you awake, young master." A cacophony of voices filled the air. Yet Akira Kurosawa remained patient amidst the chatter. "What could possibly befall me, you lot?" He chuckled. "Let us commence the banquet to celebrate the growth of the Kurosawa family. Hooray for the young master." The jubilant shouts echoed, shattering the darkness of the ocean depths and infusing it with a hint of life. Soon after, several newcomers loyal to Kurosawa emerged, bringing forth a petite mermaid still nestled within the water tank. The young girl, timid and apprehensive, huddled in a corner, casting wary glances at the crowd. A group of burly men observed the enchanting creature with curiosity. During Kurosawa's prolonged unconsciousness, their attention had been diverted, leaving little room for them to notice the new arrival. However, with the young master finally awake, their curiosity could no longer be contained, and they clustered around to admire the beautiful mermaid. Rabbit Lena dashed forward, parting the throng of inquisitive men. "Don't you all realize how you appear? You frightened the poor girl." At her gentle admonishment, the crowd sheepishly dispersed, redirecting their efforts towards gathering the ingredients necessary for the feast. Akira Kurosawa slowly advanced and inquired, "Little Mermaid, are you acquainted with Tom?" Upon hearing the name she recognized, the little mermaid's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Do you know Uncle Tom?" she asked eagerly. "Indeed, this ship was crafted by none other than your Uncle Tom himself. Just look at this vessel. Isn't it splendid?" "Of course, Uncle Tom is the most skilled shipbuilder on Fishman Island," she replied proudly, puffing out her chest. "Ha, you still haven't told me your name. How did you fall into the hands of those human traffickers?" With Kurosawa's question, a shadow of a troubling memory crossed the little mermaid's face, causing her to lower her head. "My name is Ellie. It's my first time on the surface. I intended to seek out Uncle Tom, but I encountered those traffickers instead. Then they deceived you into believing they could lead you to Tom, and subsequently captured you, correct?" Hearing Kurosawa recount the details of her abduction made Ellie feel a bit bashful. I was also tempted by the tales of the surface world that Sister Nelia described, and out of curiosity, I sneaked out to see for myself. As she noticed the teasing glint in Kurosawa's eyes, her voice trailed off, and her head drooped even lower. "Oh dear, young master, do not tease the young lady any further," said Talina, stepping forward. "Ellie, can you come out?" "I can, but without legs on land. I find it rather challenging to move." "That is all right, as long as you can come out," Talina replied, releasing the water tank and gently lifting the little fish girl out. Ellie, cradled in Talina's arms, felt a wave of shyness wash over her, burying her face in Talina's ample bosom. "Hey, are you stealing my pillow?" Kurosawa interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer. "Let me hold her. You go prepare a seat for her." Talina blushed at his words. "Young master, what are you saying?" she exclaimed, hurriedly handing Ellie over to Kurosawa before dashing into the room. Now, in a new embrace, the little mermaid became even more bashful, daring not to raise her head. "Are you hungry?" Kurosawa asked, glancing down at the bashful mermaid with amusement. "Yes," came a voice as faint as a whisper, so tiny that without Kurosawa's keen hearing, he might not have caught it all. Soon, the crew aboard the ship laid out the food on the deck, while Kurosawa took his seat at the head, flanked by Lin, Talina, and the newly arrived little mermaid. Akira Kurosawa raised his glass, addressing the assembly. "Everyone has performed admirably during this period. I can sense the considerable effort each of you has invested in enhancing your abilities. Therefore, I shall reward each of you with 5 million berries, which Lafitte will distribute." Upon hearing this announcement, the members erupted in cheers, although a few seasoned veterans of the Kurosawa family remained stoic. Previously, Kurosawa had already bestowed a substantial amount of berries, and many had yet to exhaust those resources. Furthermore, any devil fruits acquired by the family will be prioritized for your rewards. Continue to excel in your endeavors. The prospect of even greater rewards ignited further excitement among the members, particularly the recent recruits. The opportunity to receive rewards so promptly, alongside the possibility of obtaining a devil fruit, was far more appealing than the arduous existence of a mere pirate exposed to the elements. Not to mention, The Kurosawa family possessed a unique training methodology, which was particularly enticing for those less experienced. Ordinary pirates, unless endowed with extraordinary talent, would find it nearly impossible to attain strength without a proper training regimen. Excessive training could even jeopardize one's health. While joining the Kurosawa family came with certain restrictions compared to the past, the advantages were evidently greater. With such a formidable young master and dependable companions, one's safety was significantly enhanced. After all, embarking on the perilous life of piracy was ultimately a quest for a better existence. Chapter 32. The New Bounty Approaches. Akira Kurosawa raised his wine glass and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the banquet. May you all indulge in the feast before you." He downed the contents of his glass in one swift motion, marking the official commencement of the celebration. The assembled guests raised their glasses in a toast to Kurosawa, then eagerly began to sample the array of grilled meats laid out before them. Meanwhile, a petite mermaid, initially exhibiting a modicum of restraint, could no longer resist the allure of the succulent offerings. Clutching a leg bone of some unknown creature, she began to gnaw on it, revealing that she had clearly endured a considerable hunger during her time away. During Akira Kurosawa's period of unconsciousness, he had not consumed any sustenance, despite the continuous infusion of nutrient solutions. Yet, can such a concoction compare to the richness of meat? He seized a large piece of meat and began to indulge. In a world of pirates, setting aside other matters, this grilled meat was indeed substantial and the texture was unparalleled. After all, with such a massive physique, one requires more developed muscles to facilitate movement, and thus the flavor of this meat was self-evident. Before long, having nearly finished his meal, Kurosawa rose, took a glass of wine, and approached Lafitte, who was diligently manning the control room. Since Kurosawa's awakening, Lafitte had come out to greet him, but, upon realizing Kurosawa's condition, returned to the control room without further delay. "How goes it, Lafitte? No incidents to report?" "Nothing amiss, my lord. Will you not rest a while longer?" Lafitte, engrossed in the display, did not turn his gaze. "Have you made any discoveries? You seem particularly focused, even skipping the banquet. After the eruption of your conqueror's Haki, several colossal sea kings appeared around our vessel. However, they departed shortly thereafter." "Very well then, since all is well, cease your incessant watch over the monitors. Come out and enjoy the company of others, relax, and unwind." He patted Lafitte's shoulder. In truth, the sea kings of this world possess their own means of communication, imbued with a sense of command, yet only the ancient weapons of the sea kings can exert control over these behemoths. As for the colossal sea kings from earlier, they were likely drawn by curiosity. In the depths of the ocean, entertainment is scarce, and these creatures spend the majority of their time in slumber. It is entirely normal for them to investigate any peculiar presence that piques their interest. Noticing Kurosawa's lack of concern, Lafitte also diverted his attention from the monitors. Although still somewhat uneasy, he acknowledged that his lord possessed knowledge far beyond his own. Lafitte did not probe further and followed Kurosawa outside. Such matters were difficult for Kurosawa to articulate. Who could fathom that such enormous beings might possess their own consciousness and civilization? It reminded him of a tome he had perused in his past life, The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. With a formidable warlord, Cao feared not only the might of the powerful Elbu, but also the fact that Elbu possessed both strength and intellect. Akira Kurosawa sat at the head of the table, observing as the multitude of members below him became increasingly intoxicated, each eager to challenge the next to a duel. A sense of exasperation washed over him. Where did these individuals derive such an intense warrior spirit? Particularly, there was Enel, whose capacity for alcohol was already limited, now calling out for Lafitte to engage him in combat. Lafitte, seated beside Kurosawa, could feel the veins in his forehead throbbing in response to the raucous demand. Akira Kurosawa suddenly sensed a faint aura of malevolence nearby. That foolish Anilu, when intoxicated, forgets all pain. Ultimately, Lafitte could no longer restrain himself. He descended, brandished his sword, and rendered Anilu unconscious, assigning someone to lay him upon the bed to restore tranquility. In the dim depths of the ocean, solitude envelopes one, and one cannot help but wonder if an enormous shadow might traverse nearby the vessel. For those with even a slight fear of the deep sea, the prospect of returning to the surface in clarity is uncertain. Could it be a sea king or some unknown marine creature, producing either a mournful or an elongated cry? In summary, the initial curiosity that Akira Kurosawa held for the ocean's depths began to wane. One cannot endure the sensation of being perpetually suspended in a singular place, neither rising nor falling. Were it not for the occasional passage of creatures nearby, one would hardly perceive the vessel's movement. Time passed unmeasured until a glimmer illuminated beneath the Morgan. Brother Kurosawa, there lies our Fishman Island. Beautiful, is it not? Indeed, it shines brightly. Akira Kurosawa, with a touch of indifference, noticed little Ellie pouting. However, he had no time to concern himself with such trivialities. His sole desire was to behold colors other than darkness. Most of the crew aboard the ship had long succumbed to slumber. At times, he found himself enviously eyeing these carefree individuals who lived a life of indulgence, killing, feasting, and sleeping. What a splendid existence it seemed. Ignoring the slumbering members, Kurosawa leaped to the bow of the ship, his gaze fixated on the glowing orb beneath. The diminutive light gradually expanded in Kurosawa's eyes as the Morga slowly approached it. At this moment, the tumultuous sea was abuzz with news of Kurosawa's successful evasion of the Marine Vice Admirals, Kizaru and Akainu, which had stirred considerable excitement. The notorious trio of natural element users was well known among the myriad pirates roaming the seas. Many from the New World had encountered them in battle and were acutely aware that these three would inevitably ascend to the position of admirals. Thus, the audacity of a newcomer from a paradise to escape the clutches of two such monsters had piqued their curiosity about Kurosawa. Moreover, the latest bounty on Kurosawa had just been released. The great sword, Kurosawa, 1 billion berries, dead or alive. The audacity to escape from the combined might of Kizaru and Akainu, coupled with the ability to amass a formidable crew akin to the Beast Pirates, marked him as a significant threat. Gulalala, what an intriguing little fellow. I wonder if I could take him as my son. Meanwhile, aboard the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard had just annihilated a group of reckless pirates and was now celebrating with his sons on the ship. Father, do you have high hopes for this new pirate? Marco, the pineapple head, inquired while serving drinks. Indeed, this lad possesses considerable strength. He managed to let his crew escape while he faced off against two young Marines. If I were to meet him, I would certainly want him as my son. Ha ha ha, to be valued by father is a testament to this lad's merit. A stout pirate exclaimed. Teach is right. Being favored by father is a privilege. Another pirate shouted from the side. Observing the revelry of his merry sons, he thought, my foolish children, drink to your heart's content. Long live father. Elsewhere, Kaido of the Beast Pirates was presently indulging in drinks with the current Wano country general, Orochi. In the flower capital, Captain, here is today's newspaper. A lowly pirate rushed in, presenting a freshly printed paper to the half-drunk Kaido. The headline boldly proclaimed Kurosawa's latest bounty. Again, this lad's bounty, Kaido hiccuped, slightly inebriated. Are these individuals truly his subordinates? Kaido's eyes widened. If so many powerful Zoan fruit users have joined the beasts, my grand display will be complete. It is unacceptable. I shall compel him and all his crew to join me. As he spoke, Kaido transformed into a colossal azure dragon, soaring into the sky with an unsteady grace, completely disregarding the pallid countenance of the black snake. How audacious of Kaido to act so brazenly before me, the general. Though it was Kaido who elevated the black snake to his current rank, the latter remains utterly oblivious to his own standing. On the delectable Cake Island, Charlotte Linli perused the latest newspaper. Regrettably, the only entities she could wield power over were her own offspring, and her interest lay solely in those endowed with the powers of the paramecia fruit, rendering her indifferent to Akira Kurosawa. Where's my cake for today? She inquired. Mother, it is en route, one of her daughters replied, trembling with trepidation. Hurry, I am famished. Fully aware of Linli's terrifying craving for food, which could erupt without warning, leading her to indiscriminately devour even her own children, her daughter prayed silently while harboring discontent over the food delivery's delay, contemplating the execution of the servant responsible for today as provision. At the naval headquarters within the highest office, Fleet Admiral Kong pressed his forehead, his expression laden with distress. The Navy's consecutive failures in capturing pirates had progressively eroded the patience of the world government. Kong, the Shichibukai system must be enforced. The Navy lacks the strength to subdue the entirety of the seas. A voice emanated from the Den Mushi on the table. Immediately withdraw the Navy's forces from the New World. Maintaining peace in paradise and the four seas is sufficient. Another voice interjected. We merely need to wait for the pirates in the New World to engage in mutual slaughter. The Shichibukai is our method of diverting the pirates' attention. Rest assured, Kong, the world government shall not forget the Navy's contributions. Once the Shichibukai is established, you too shall be promoted to Commander-in-Chief, with Sengoku elevated to Fleet Admiral. As for the admirals, we consent to promote 3 simultaneously. Yes, esteemed Gorosei, Kong affirmed. As he hung up the phone, a palpable tension enveloped his office, mirrored by the grave expression of Vice Admiral Tsuru. Many within the Navy had joined after suffering at the hands of pirates, the most prominent being former Admiral F., who, after the brutal murder of his wife and child by pirates, had despaired and relinquished his rank, now training new recruits in the boot camp. Should this disheartened naval officer learn of the Shichibukai plan, no one could predict his potential actions. Sai, summon Akiji, Akainu, and Kizuru, he instructed. He waved his hand in frustration. The brows of the warring states furrowed tightly, fists clenched, his heart brimming with fury. Yet at that moment, he found himself unable to unleash it. There was no trace of joy at the prospect of promotion. The events that had just transpired were still unknown to Akira Kurosawa and his companions. Meanwhile, Akira and his crew were joyously fixated on the magnificent, luminous bubble before them. An island, resembling a celestial body, was ensconced within a colossal double-layered bubble, suspended at the ocean's depths. Finally, they had arrived. This was the fabled Fishman Island. Relina and Yanglin stood on either side of Akira, captivated by the breathtaking scenery that unfolded as Fishman Island revealed itself. The dimly lit seabed was adorned with such exquisite beauty. Lafitte and Enel, along with the others, had also gathered at the bow of the ship, gazing toward the direction of Fishman Island. Even Lafitte, known for his cold demeanor, was awestruck by the sight, not to mention the exuberance of Enel and his companions. At this moment, the morgue was steadily descending, with the pressure of the surrounding ocean intensifying. Without a moment's hesitation, Akira instructed Lafitte to activate his devil fruit powers. A tempest propelled the morgue swiftly toward Fishman Island, the ship accelerating without veering away from the front of the island, instead piercing through the bubble from an oblique angle. Buzz. Fishman Island was encased in double bubbles. The space between the two layers was devoid of seawater. Normally, a vessel attempting to breach such a barrier would plummet to the depths below. However, Akira's ship encountered no such issue. After passing through the first layer, it experienced a slight tremor before immediately hovering in midair. Phew! Lafitte harnessed the power of the whirlwind to halt the morgue, gradually maneuvering the ship into the double bubble. Only then did the crew exhale in relief. Initially, Akira had intended to circumvent Fishman Island, aiming to traverse the underwater passage directly into the New World. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the oppressive atmosphere of the shadowy seabed, compounded by the presence of a young fishman child aboard. Casting a glance at the gradually relaxing and cheerful little Eli, he pondered whether they should simply drop him off. Otherwise, they would have reached the New World in one fell swoop. Stubborn as ever, Lafitte made slight adjustments to the vessel in midair, guiding it slowly through the second layer of the bubble, landing at a sandy clearing on the edge of Fishman Island. The pirates are here. Everyone run. The merfolk on the beach cried out in panic upon seeing Akira and his crew scattering in all directions. The era of great pirates had just begun, and many who sought fortune at sea had turned their greedy eyes toward the rare and precious fishmen. This had instilled an overwhelming fear of pirate ships among the fishmen, as they had yet to receive the protection of Whitebeard. The flag of Whitebeard had not yet been planted on Fishman Island, nor was the island sufficiently fortified to resist intruders, leaving them with no choice but to flee in the face of pirates. Jasmine's sister, Anna's sister, it's me. I'm Millie. Upon hearing someone calling their names from behind, it was the long-missing Ellie, which caused the fleeing mermen to regain their composure. Turning around, they were indeed greeted by the long-lost Ellie, and they rushed over to embrace the little one. Watching the small Ellie nestled amidst the mountains, Akira Kurosawa felt a twinge of envy. Meanwhile, the ever-observant Relina sensed her young master's eager gaze and inquired, "Master, do you wish for something similar? I could gather Sister Yanglin and a few others." No, it's nothing. Just a casual observation. I am merely intrigued by the merman." Akira Kurosawa responded awkwardly, diverting the conversation. Observing this, Relina stifled a soft chuckle. Mermen, indeed, are rare specimens. Lafitte and Leg descended from the ship, glancing at the mermen who either hid in the distance or peered at them from the water. They chuckled heartily, their admiration evident. "They seem quite fearful of us," Leg remarked softly, resting his famed sword on his shoulder. This is to be expected, with the dawn of the great pirate era. The precious mermen have become the favored treasure of nobles, as well as the prime quarry for avaricious hunters. Akira Kurosawa gazed deeply into the splendid scenery before him and spoke. Years later, the formidable Whitebeard would plant his flag here, at which point Fishman Island would finally be deemed safe. Pirates passing through this area seldom dared to invade the island in pursuit of mermaids. The weaker pirates were directly obstructed from entering, while the powerful ones, capable of forcefully breaching Fishman Island, understood all too well the nature of Whitebeard. Few would dare to provoke this legend before entering the New World. Chapter 34. Dragon Palace, let us proceed inside. Kurosawa suggested after inhaling the air of Fishman Island's beach for a moment. Having arrived at Fishman Island, it was time to rest and enjoy the local scenery and delicacies. Regarding one of the ancient weapons, the Sea King, it appeared that the future mermaid princess, Shirahoshi, still had a few years before her birth. Among the three ancient weapons, Kurosawa undoubtedly possessed the most profound understanding of the Sea King, capable of communicating with and controlling its powers. In this world, when discussing which biological group was the strongest, all humans and giants would have to yield to the Sea Kings. With Zo's elephant, one could easily overpower one of the calamities of the beast pirates, Jack, who bore a bounty of 1 billion berries. There were indeed more than one Sea Kings of comparable size. While these colossal Sea Kings might not pose a threat to the agile admirals or the emperors, they could effortlessly obliterate islands. The power to destroy the world does not stem from being invincible but from possessing the capacity to raise the world to the ground. If Shirahoshi were to issue a command to annihilate all islands, even if the emperors and admirals collectively intervened to thwart the Sea Kings, countless islands would still meet their demise. This is what it means to possess the power of world destruction, whether celestial or infernal. Sea Kings exist as equivalents to nuclear weapons. Until Kurosawa possesses the strength to contend with the future emperors and even the marine headquarters, he will refrain from allowing them to manifest in the world. Only when he has the capability to confront the impending emperors and the marine headquarters will he contemplate wielding the ancient weapons to unleash their world-shaking might. As he intended to lead his companions further inside, a contingent of soldiers suddenly emerged to block their path. The leader of the guards was none other than Jinbei, one of the future 7 warlords of the sea. "Pirates, leave Fishman Island." Jinbei's stern voice rang out, and the fishermen soldiers behind him raised their weapons. The atmosphere thick with the impending threat of battle. "Brother Jinbei, Lord Kurosawa is not a villain," Ellie exclaimed, disregarding the perilous mermaids and rushing to stand before Jinbei, arms outstretched in defense. Little Ellie stepped back. "These accursed pirates are not to be trusted." Jinbei did not cast a glance at Ellie. Instead, he fixed his serious gaze upon Akira Kurosawa. "Brother Jinbei," Ellie exclaimed, "it was Lord Kurosawa who rescued me from the clutches of villains and conveniently returned me to Fishman Island." As the tension between the two parties escalated, Ellie hastily recounted the events. After listening to Ellie's account, Jinbei immediately ordered his soldiers to lower their weapons and step forward. "I apologize for my negligence, which has caused distress to our esteemed guests from the sea." Akira Kurosawa waved his hand dismissively, reassured that he had nothing to fear in the ensuing conflict. "If you do not mind, I invite you to accompany me as guests to Fishman Street. As for the Dragon Palace, Jinbei does not possess the authority to bring others at will." The group, supported by a throng of fishmen, arrived at Fishman Street. "Esteemed Lord Kurosawa, this is the street where we grew up. Though somewhat disordered, the fishmen here are exceedingly amiable." Observing the small fishmen, some curious and others indignant, gazing intently at Kurosawa and his companions, they seemed at a loss for words. Jinbei, noticing the displeasure of Raig and others, felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, most of the inhabitants of Fishman Street were orphans who had received little education. Just as Raig and the others expressed their dissatisfaction, a shark fisherman approached, flanked by soldiers. "Jinbei, my father wishes to meet our human friends who rescued us fishmen." Upon hearing of the king's summons, and with the eldest prince sent to extend the invitation, Jinbei's spirits lifted, alleviating his earlier discomfort. "Lord Kurosawa, may we visit our king's palace?" "Indeed, my esteemed guest. My father has prepared a banquet to express our gratitude for your assistance to our kind." Shark Star promptly added, clearly eager to diffuse the awkward atmosphere. "Then let us proceed to see." Akira Kurosawa casually remarked that he was not particularly interested at first. However, as he journeyed forth, he encountered numerous viable mermaid offspring, all of whom were orphans. This piqued his interest, for the strength of a mature mermaid is tenfold that of an ordinary human. With a bit of training, they could serve as formidable mid-tier warriors. With this plan in mind, Akira began to contemplate requesting a few appropriately aged mermaid orphans from King Neptune of the Fishman Kingdom. His spirits lifted as he recognized the potential to bolster his family's power while simultaneously fostering a favorable relationship with Fishman Island. In anticipation of the future arrival of the Sea King and Princess Shirahoshi, he looked forward to witnessing their birth. Soon, after traversing the breathtaking sights of Fishman Island, the group arrived at the Fishman Royal Palace. Upon entering, Jinbei knelt on one knee, announcing, "Your Majesty, the guests have arrived." Meanwhile, Shark Star bowed in acknowledgement from the other side. Akira Kurosawa led his family forward to behold the young yet formidable sea knight before them. towering in stature. His arms bore tattoos resembling flames, and a powerful aura radiated from within him. Truly, as a friend of Roger and Whitebeard, he was a force to be reckoned with. Beside him sat a slender woman, her face adorned with a gentle smile. This was Odoheim, gazing upon this mermaid, who had long since passed during the era of Luffy, yet now appeared with a pronounced belly. One cannot help but reflect on the nobility of her sacrifice. Despite her delicate frame, she had chosen to embrace the ideal of coexistence with humanity, a testament to her remarkable greatness. Akira Kurosawa sighed inwardly, lamenting the unfortunate reality that without strength, discussions of peaceful coexistence were futile. You must be Akira Kurosawa. Thank you for rescuing the citizens of Fishman Island, Neptune remarked, observing the man as he entered the palace. Curiosity piqued within him. He had encountered few humans who harbored goodwill towards fishmen. Only Whitebeard and Roger had shown such kindness. I have prepared a lavish feast for you and your companions, in gratitude for your assistance. Neptune continued, his expressions of thanks flowing incessantly. Kurosawa, feeling somewhat reluctant to broach the subject of the orphaned fishman, opted to wait until mealtime to discuss it further. He then beckoned his companions to gather around the sumptuous spread, eager to indulge in the culinary delights of this deep-sea realm. As Kurosawa savored the offerings, reclining slightly in his chair with a glass in hand, Neptune observed the pirate with growing intrigue. Is the cuisine to your liking, my lord? Neptune inquired. Indeed. The flavors of Fishman Island are exquisite, Kurosawa replied. If it pleases you, I can arrange for some delicacies to be sent to you later. No need. I have already enjoyed quite a feast here, Kurosawa responded. Nevertheless, having saved my people, you are a friend of Fishman Island. It is only right that we offer our friends some of our finest dishes. Their conversation flowed in a courteous exchange, yet the presence of Odoheim, Neptune's wife, became increasingly restless. At long last, a formidable ally, who bore goodwill towards Fishman Island, had arrived, and she yearned to glean his thoughts on her ideals. Sensing his wife's unspoken intent, Neptune remained silent. Greetings, Lord Kurosawa. Thank you for your benevolence towards our citizens, he finally said. Your Highness Odoheim, you are too kind. Akira Kurosawa raised his wine glass and took a sip, pondering the intentions of the princess before him. Suddenly a loss for words. Yahim found herself unsure of how to respond to Kurosawa's nonchalant remark. What perspective does he hold regarding the current relationship between the fish people and humanity? The conversation had unexpectedly veered into such profound territory that Kurosawa nearly faltered. Which aspect was the princess referring to? Can the fish people and humans coexist peacefully? As he gazed into the eyes of this gentle woman, whose longings seemed to overflow, Kurosawa felt reluctant to deceive her. Your thoughts are rather naive, Princess Yahim. Akira Kurosawa lifted his wine glass and gave it a gentle shake. Coexistence is predicated upon the existence of equal strength, as you have witnessed. Contemporary humanity regards the merfolk merely as rare and precious commodities. This statement seemed to strike a chord with the princess, who sat motionless in her chair, her mouth slightly agape, at a loss for words. Even a formidable race like the giants can only barely manage to coexist peacefully, yet the merfolk, they may possess greater strength than ordinary humans, yet they fall drastically short in terms of superior power. Standing aside, Jinbe clenched his fists in frustration. Neptune, observing his dejected wife, felt a pang of sorrow himself. He was at a loss as to how to console her, for what Akira Kurosawa spoke was the unvarnished truth. They were all acutely aware of it, yet reluctant to accept it, clinging to a glimmer of hope within their hearts. However, today's arrival of Kurosawa had undeniably shattered that fragile illusion. Neptune waved his hand, summoning two maidservants to assist the still-dazed Odoheim. I apologize, Lord Kurosawa, but Odoheim. It is quite all right, Your Majesty Neptune, I understand. Akira Kurosawa shook his head, pondering the naivety of the woman before him. It was no wonder that her character met such an untimely demise in the original narrative. The atmosphere within the palace grew somber, yet the family members continued to indulge in the exquisite cuisine of Ryugu, evidently pleased by the delectable offerings. As he listened to the discourse between Kurosawa and the Neptune couple, Lafitte found himself deep in contemplation. Perhaps it would be prudent to initiate contact between a select few of the fishmen and those humans who harbor favorable sentiments towards them. The fishmen would eventually ascend to the surface. Upon hearing Lafitte's suggestion, Neptune shook his head. We have made attempts in the past. It seems no one is willing. My two old friends, Roger, has disbanded his crew, and Whitebeard has taken in a few, but this is far from sufficient for our needs on Fishman Island. Our family can also accommodate fishmen. Lafitte smiled, recognizing the potential for Kurosawa's family, a business reliant on a substantial workforce. Fishmen possess greater strength than ordinary humans and are notably more obedient, a fact that pleased him further. Neptune hesitated, acutely aware that Kurosawa had yet to voice his opinion. Lafitte promptly exchanged a knowing glance with Kurosawa. Indeed, Your Majesty Neptune, my family is engaged in extensive business endeavors that necessitate a considerable labor force. Furthermore, we possess territories across the seas, allowing fishmen to reside on land without fear of hostility. Surrounded by our family members, the safety of the fishmen would be assured. Under the persuasive influence of the two shrewd individuals, Neptune began to lose himself in their proposal. If what Lord Kurosawa asserted were true, then his fishmen subjects could eventually coexist peacefully with many members of the Kurosawa family, and they could live safely on land. Very well, Lord Kurosawa. Shall I dispatch formidable fishmen to join your crew? We have numerous adult fishmen whose strength is guaranteed. There's no need for that. I notice many orphaned children in Fishman Street. Entrust them to me. My family has a dedicated facility for training young ones, allowing these little fishmen early exposure to the next generation of our family. Akira Kurosawa hurriedly waved his hand, articulating his request. If a group of fully grown fishmen were to arrive, how could he possibly indoctrinate them? Training must commence from a tender age, after all. Upon hearing this, Neptune was profoundly moved. What a remarkable individual. He not only desired orphans, but also aimed to alleviate the overwhelming number of orphans on Fishman Island. Furthermore, this initiative would allow the young fishman to become acquainted with the next generation of his own lineage, clearly demonstrating that he genuinely regarded the fishmen as kin. Your Excellency Kurosawa, you must stay with us on Fishman Island for a few more days. Our beautiful scenery is abundant, Neptune exclaimed excitedly as he descended from his throne, approaching Kurosawa and clasping his hand firmly. Despite their considerable difference in stature, he willingly bent down, carefully grasping Kurosawa's hand. Indeed, I am truly grateful for your hospitality. Your Majesty Neptune. Akira Kurosawa leaned back, pulling his hand away, seemingly unable to fully accept such fervent enthusiasm. This time, as I venture into the new world, it would be quite challenging to bring along children. Noticing Neptune's slight anxiety, Kurosawa quickly added, however, after some time, my subordinates will arrive at Fishman Island to select a few children to escort to my territory across the seas, where they can study and train. Grateful. Neptune nodded and returned to his seat, lifting his goblet. Lord Kurosawa, today we shall not part until we are thoroughly inebriated. The palace has prepared accommodations for you and your entourage. Please, do not stand on ceremony. With that, he downed his drink in one go. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively as Leg and the others began to stir, propelling the banquet to its zenith. The following morning, Kurosawa awoke in a daze, observing the disheveled bed where two other bare bodies lay, Relina and Yanglin. It seemed that last night's revelry had indeed led to overindulgence, prompting him to shake his head in mild resignation. Akira Kurosawa sat on the bed, meticulously recalling the events of the previous night. He only remembered that Leg and his companions had relaxed, drinking merrily alongside Neptune, perhaps even inviting him for another round. Ultimately, he had extended an invitation to Jinbei to join in the revelry, even engaging in a drinking contest with the Fishman King Neptune, using the very same cup employed by Neptune himself. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He knew he could no longer indulge in such excessive drinking. He rapped lightly on his still dizzy head. Glancing at the two women still peacefully slumbering on the bed, he reclined once more, enveloping himself in their warmth, closing his eyes with the intention of catching a few more moments of sleep. Following the fierce battle against Kizaru and Akainu, Kurosawa found himself in a peculiar state. As if he had been holding his breath for an eternity, the banquet of the previous night had finally allowed him to exhale that pent-up tension. Chapter 36. Departure. Why not stay a few more days on Fishman Island? Otoheim continued to plead. Upon learning of Kurosawa's agreement with Neptune, she was filled with excitement, feeling that her dream had taken a significant step forward. This enthusiasm made her exceedingly warm towards Kurosawa and his companions. As they prepared to depart, she stood proudly with her burgeoning belly to bid them farewell. However, Kurosawa and his companions had already spent 3 delightful days on Fishman Island and had made the decision to leave today. No, Princess Otoheim, we have lingered here long enough. It is time for us to take our leave. Akira Kurosawa smiled gently, lifting his gaze towards the sky above Fishman Island, his eyes reflecting a profound depth. This journey would lead to the latter half of the Grand Line, the New World, a battleground rife with formidable pirates and engulfed in flames of conflict. Under the watchful eyes of Neptune, Princess Otoheim, Jinbei, and numerous soldiers, Akira Kurosawa and his companions boarded the Morgan. At that moment, a fresh layer of bubble film enveloped the vessel, a recent innovation of the Fishman. While coating ships on land is a formidable and costly endeavor, the machines on Fishman Island produce vast bubbles effortlessly, rendering the task remarkably simple. Thus, the bubble-coated ship glided slowly away from Fishman Island. In the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, the atmosphere within the Navy headquarters conference room was exceedingly somber. This matter was absolutely intolerable. How could they recruit legitimate pirates? Pirates are despicable beings. Freshly arrived at the headquarters and yet to rest, Akainu slammed his fist on the table during the meeting. His fury, already kindled by Kurosawa's previous failure to capture, now burned even more fiercely. Marshal Kong, we vehemently oppose the Shichibukai resolution. At that moment, even the usually languid Akiji voiced his strong dissent. Crunch, crunch. Kapu. Eating is not permitted in the conference room. The already beleaguered Kong's irritation flared upon hearing Kapu's chewing. Haha, is that so? My apologies, Marshal Kong. The boisterous Kapu chuckled, yet the unmistakable sound of his chewing revealed his disapproval of the proposal. Observing the various expressions of indignation and indifference among the attendees, Kong felt an overwhelming headache. I understand that many of you are skeptical of this proposal, even opposed to it, but this is the decision of the 5 elders and I. Before he could utter the word oppose, Akainu could no longer contain himself. Damn the world government. I will confront them directly. With that, he stood and made to leave. Stop right there, Sakazuki. At that moment, Admiral Sengoku stepped forward. Marshal Kong had been striving to reject this proposal, yet the chaotic era initiated by Roger had indeed left the Navy somewhat strained for personnel. Sakazuki, you must understand the Marshal's position. If we are short-handed, we should recruit more. I will handle the chaos of the 4 seas and the Grand Line. I absolutely cannot agree to the Shichibukai proposal. After stating this, Akainu turned and exited the room, followed by Akiji and Dragon, who had yet to defect from Navy. Ha ha ha, I shall check on that young dragon. He is rather impulsive, and I must ensure he does not act foolishly. Cap shook unsteadily as he made his exit. Observing the group depart the conference room with such casualness, Kong felt a surge of indignation, the veins in his forehead visibly throbbing. Fortunately, among the naval anomalies, Kizaru remained, and just as Kong thought to commend him, he turned to find a man nonchalantly trimming his nails with a nail clipper. Borsalino, what on earth are you doing? Upon hearing Kong's furious shout, Kizaru calmly put away the nail clipper and raised both hands in a gesture of innocence. How frightening, Admiral Kong. Witnessing Kizaru's demeanor, Kong sagged back in his chair, waving his hand dismissively to allow the remaining personnel to leave. Only Sengoku and Tsuru remained in their seats. I hope nothing untoward has transpired with Zephyr. It had been quite a while since Zephyr retreated to his quarters upon hearing the news. Sengoku cast a worried glance at the Admiral before him. To have such subordinates could be deemed both a blessing and a curse. The blessing lay in their unwavering conviction and steadfast sense of justice, while the curse was their occasional disregard for authority. Admiral, perhaps we should discuss this proposal with the Gorosei, Tsuru interjected. After all, legalizing pirates would likely face opposition from numerous allied nations. I am aware of the gravity of the situation, but Kong faltered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Then let us dispatch Akainu and the others to cleanse the seas and the Grand Line thoroughly, after which we can bolster our forces in the 4 seas. After a brief pause, Kong continued, I will approach the Gorosei, but Akainu and his team must act swiftly. The eradication of chaotic pirates cannot afford to be sluggish. Otherwise, those allied nations will continue to exert pressure on the government, and soon they may even consent to the establishment of the 7 warlords. Understood. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Sengoku rose to salute, turning to exit the conference room. Tsuru, you should also persuade Zephyr. He must continue training the new recruits. I will suppress the proposal for the 7 warlords. Very well, Admiral Kong. Tsuru followed suit, exiting the room. With a long sigh, Kong stood, adjusting his demeanor. Negotiations with the Gorosei awaited him, and he hoped Akainu and his team would hasten their efforts. Shaking his head, Kong stepped outside and summoned a marine to arrange for a warship, as he intended to negotiate face-to-face with the Gorosei. As Akira Kurosawa's narrative unfolds, the vessel gradually departs from Fishman Island, navigating under the command of Lafitte as it slowly traverses the aperture at the base of the Red Line, ultimately arriving in the waters on the opposite side. As the ship ascends, a colossal whirlpool, resembling a great white serpent, emerges from the dark and shadowy seabed, twisting and turning towards an enigmatic destination. It is the whirlpool current. Everyone, hold on tight. Akira Kurosawa immediately issued a warning. While Lafitte cautiously harnessed his abilities to control the Morga, allowing it to swiftly ascend and circumvent the distorted currents of the sea. In the face of such immense natural forces, it was prudent to navigate around them. After all, they were deep within the ocean, where the strength of the crew could not be fully realized, especially considering that a significant portion were devil fruit users. A single misstep could lead to the ship's destruction and the loss of many lives. Once the swirling currents were evaded, the Morga continued its ascent without further incident. Chapter 37. Sea Kings with a splashing sound. The vessel finally broke through the ocean's surface, emerging into a region blanketed by hail. At that moment, the bubbles encasing the ship quietly shattered and vanished. Hail fell from the sky like rain, pelting the ship with a cacophony of noise. Lafitte employed his powers to disperse the hail, pushing it away from the vessel. Is this truly the new world? This welcome ceremony is rather peculiar. The crew was captivated by the unusual sight. The hailstones, the size of fists, fell with such intensity that it created quite a spectacle. Why are you lot merely spectators? Get to work and help shield the ship. With a light-hearted reprimand to the onlookers, Lafitte continued to fend off the hail. Yet the question remained, who would steer the ship and assume the role of navigator? The crew, recalling Lafitte's significance, promptly sprang into action to thwart the hail's assault on the ship. With a moment to spare, Lafitte retrieved the nautical charts and consulted the advanced log pointer on his wrist to ascertain their current position. However, due to the difficulty in determining their exact location, they would have to head towards the nearest island. The 3 arrows on the log pointer shifted erratically, prompting Kurosawa to select the most stable direction. He had no intention of considering the erratic islands, as he lacked the curious disposition of Luffy, who would venture toward the most bizarre places. It was wiser to find a place to anchor and then communicate with the giants, Dory and Broggy. He wondered if they had arrived in the new world yet. With each passing moment, as the ship continued its journey, the hailstones grew in size, eventually reaching the dimensions of human heads. Fortunately, the crew was formidable enough to withstand the onslaught with relative ease. After an indeterminate amount of time, the ship finally emerged from the hail-laden waters, arriving in an area that appeared serene and undisturbed. There was no wind, the sea surface was smooth, and everything seemed devoid of any anomalies. At last, they were safe. Leg exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the deck. Having maintained intense focus to shield against the hail, he finally had a moment to rest. Yet, just as the crew settled onto the ground, a deafening roar emanated from the ship's hull. Suddenly, the entire vessel was lifted off the water, soaring several meters into the air and tilted precariously. What on earth? The crowd fell in disarray, only to swiftly regain their composure and rise once more. What transpired? Akira Kurosawa swiftly regained his balance, while Lafitte simultaneously employed his fruit ability to summon a tempest, stabilizing the vessel. Akira Kurosawa seized the opportunity to unleash his formidable observation Haki, and in that fleeting moment, his gaze sharpened with intensity. It was a sea king, indicating that we had ventured into the domain of these colossal creatures. However, this was not the calm belt. Tiger Wing and the others exclaimed in disbelief. Yet, this was indeed the new world, Lafitte solemnly remarked. The waters of the new world are inherently chaotic. There is a reason the first half of the Grand Line is referred to as paradise. A piercing hiss, excruciatingly shrill, emanated from beneath the ship's hull, causing Lafitte and Leg to recoil, their eardrums vibrating painfully as they instinctively covered their ears. The disruption unsettled Lafitte's breath momentarily, and the vessel began to sway once more. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure, stabilizing the ship anew. "Leave it to me," exclaimed Inaru, transforming into a being of lightning as he soared from the ship. In response, Lafitte elevated the Morga ship significantly higher. The crew gathered at the ship's edge, witnessing the entirety of the Sea King's immense form breach the water surface. Its head alone towered over 1,000 meters, signaling it was indeed a gigantic Sea King. At that moment, the creature noticed the Morga ship, which appeared as a mere speck above its head. Suddenly, it whipped its head, and its serpentine tail lashed out violently. Inaru, having amassed his energy, prepared to unleash a torrent of electric power. 100,000 volts. The thick current surged toward the Sea King, striking it with tremendous force. Lafitte deftly maneuvered the ship to evade the creature's retaliatory strike. The Sea King emitted a thunderous roar in response to the electric assault, indicating that the blow had not inflicted significant harm, but had instead provoked its wrath. It unleashed its massive tail once more in a furious attempt to strike Inaru. Yet, the speed granted by the Rumble fruit allowed him to evade the attack effortlessly, retaliating with several additional lightning strikes. Realizing that its attempts to engage this glowing insect were futile and only resulted in further injuries, the Sea King, in a moment of rationality, let out a final roar before retreating into the depths of the ocean, vanishing from sight. With a swift motion, Inaru returned to the ship, his eyes gleaming with delight as he surveyed his comrades. "Well done, Lightning Boy," Leg praised Inaru, while Tiger Wing and the others encircled him, showering him with accolades. Immersed in their praise, Inaru found himself unconcerned with the unflattering nickname that Leg had bestowed upon him. Akira Kurosawa gazed at the crowd, refraining from intervening, and spoke in a low tone to Lafitte. "We must hasten our departure from this maritime expanse. I can manage sea kings of this size, but should we encounter ones several times larger, it would pose a significant challenge. For now, they could only rely on Lafitte's fruit abilities to swiftly navigate the vessel across these waters, while also ensuring they soared at a considerable altitude. He was acutely aware that these sea kings could breach the surface to heights of 1,000 meters. If they flew too low, the ship might inadvertently be swallowed whole. Throughout the journey, Kurosawa kept his observation Haki fully activated, prepared to react should a sea king leap too high and approach the ship, affording him the opportunity to intervene. In a bid to expedite their escape, Lafitte disregarded his own stamina and exerted himself to lift the ship towards their designated island. This maritime region bore an uncanny resemblance to a windless zone, a veritable paradise for sea kings. The crew occasionally caught sight of colossal waves erupting in the distance, heralding the presence of a sea king rolling beneath the surface. Beneath the depths, enormous shadows emerged intermittently, sending shivers down the spines of those aboard. Their length far exceeded that of the sea king they had previously encountered. If one could harness a sea king, the vast ocean would become a playground for exploration. Kurosawa Ming sighed inwardly, acknowledging the formidable nature of ancient weapons. One could only imagine the terror of wielding such colossal sea kings, and it was not difficult to comprehend the unwavering resolve of the world government in concealing information regarding these ancient relics. Chapter 38. The giant pirate crew. Shortly after the vessel soared through the skies, a blurred shadow emerged in the ship's left fore. Could there truly be such a colossal sea king? As doubt lingered among the crew, Kurosawa Ming produced a telescope to gaze in that direction, revealing a hint of astonishment on his face. "Young master, have you discovered something?" Lafitte inquired, managing the ship while observing Kurosawa Ming's expression. "It appears that someone is engaged in battle with a sea king," Kurosawa Ming replied. At his words, Lafitte and the others widened their eyes. To provoke a sea king in this location was indeed a bold endeavor. "Let us proceed and investigate," Kurosawa Ming commanded, prompting Lafitte to steer the vessel towards the mysterious sight. As they drew nearer, the scene became increasingly clear. "That must be a member of the giant race." Given such immense stature, Leg remarked, still in awe despite having encountered giants before, their size always evoking wonder. Enel, his eyes wide with amazement, was witnessing a giant for the first time and eagerly urged Lafitte to approach closer. In the distance, a band of giant pirates was visible. Their ship, stretching over 100 meters, loomed over the sea like a medium-sized sea king. A number of giants stood atop, armed and engaged in combat with a serpentine sea king. "Lafitte, let us draw closer. I believe I recognize someone," Kurosawa Ming stated. Akira Kurosawa smiled broadly, and amidst the overwhelming presence of his observation, two familiar auras emerged. Lafitte seemed to grasp something as well, directing the ship to accelerate towards that direction. At this moment, a giant aboard the vessel wielded a long sword in his right hand and a shield in his left, fending off the attacks from the sea kings while also taking the opportunity to strike at their colossal bodies. "Hiding, if your strength were to increase just a bit more, you would still only be able to tickle the sea kings," jested a giant donning a horned helmet from the side. "I must admit, this lad Hiding possesses remarkable talent among our giant kin," praised another giant with a long beard. "Captains, shall we not lend our aid?" inquired a female giant, her expression tinged with concern. Two other giants stood nearby, armed and anxious, yet they were prevented from intervening by the seated giants. Hiding, undeterred by their words, gritted his teeth and resolutely resisted the onslaught of the sea kings. "I am determined to strengthen the giant pirate crew and restore its name across the seas. How could I falter against a single sea king?" With his conviction solidifying, his grip on the sword tightened. He narrowed his eyes, deflecting another attack, and seized a moment when the sea king adjusted its position to leap high, delivering a powerful strike to its head. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the blade met the skull, a massive wound appearing atop the serpentine sea king, inciting its fury. Just as Hiding was astonished that his sword had lodged within the creature's bone, the sea king lashed out with its enormous tail towards him. "This is bad. I can't evade it." As he raised his shield, preparing to withstand the blow. A small figure dashed in front of him and delivered a heavy punch to the incoming tail. Instantly, the tail shattered, blood spraying forth. A piercing cry erupted from the Sea King. Its fury intensified as it turned to bite at Hiding. The figure swiftly soared above, unleashing a fierce kick to the Sea King's head. The entire silhouette seemed to embed itself into the creature's skull. And Hiding observed as the Sea King's charge towards him gradually slowed, its gigantic eyes dimming to a gray hue. Boom! The immense body of the Sea King crashed heavily onto the ocean's surface, sending up a tremendous splash. A figure broke through the Sea King's head, leaping into the air. Hiding now stood atop the Sea King's carcass, gazing upwards at this figure. Thank you, young Master Kurosawa. Have you also arrived in the New World? Before Hiding could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the two giants seated on the ship. Upon hearing the appellation bestowed upon the diminutive figure by the two giants, he gazed with heightened astonishment at the silhouette hovering above. Ah, indeed, Don Quixote, it has been quite some time since our last encounter. I trust one am not intruding upon your affairs. The figure in the sky waved, as if in greeting. Of course, there is no intrusion. We did not anticipate your arrival would be so swift. The recent newspapers have been replete with reports concerning your exploits. Is that so? The shadow was none other than Akira Kurosawa, who gracefully descended upon Don Quixote's shoulder with a moonlit step. What have they been reporting this time? Merely the latest updates regarding your bounty, Don Quixote remarked with a hint of nostalgia. He had previously considered the bounties of himself and Bragi to be quite impressive, only to find that upon the announcement of his young master's reward, it eclipsed theirs by a considerable margin. Your most recent bounty has been elevated to 1 billion berries. 1 billion, you say? That is indeed commendable. Akira Kurosawa nodded. Evidently the battle with the Kainu and Kizaru had reverberated through the navy. However, it posed no significant issue, for these two, despite not holding the rank of admiral, were not far from that level of strength. It was likely that before long, they would truly possess the formidable power characteristic of an admiral. Young master, have you come alone? What of Reg and Tiger? Donley recalled vividly the two who had dared to provoke them, as they had engaged in a drinking contest with him and Bragi during the last banquet. Ha ha! Indeed it is you two, Donley Bragi. Laughter echoed from above as a vessel descended gracefully through the air, with Reg and Tiger standing at the edge, waving to Donley and Bragi. Captains, who are they? The solitary female giant inquired, her frame unlike that of other giants, slender where appropriate and robust where it should be. Resembling an exaggerated version of a normal human female, her golden locks cascading down her back. From Akira Kurosawa's perspective, she was indeed quite remarkable. One could envision her figure akin to Nami from One Piece, merely scaled up to giant proportions. Jerlina, this is the young master we previously mentioned. We were bested by him, and thus we no longer serve as captains of the giant pirate crew. Let Heilung lead you onward. But Captain Dongley, my abilities are insufficient. I could simply join your family instead. Heilung, who had returned to the ship, pointed to Akira Kurosawa as he spoke to Dongley and Bragi. Chapter 39. Joining in response to Heilung's suggestion, Dongley and Bragi exchanged no further words. Although they had previously clarified their intent to join Akira Kurosawa's family as individuals. Without implicating the giant pirate crew, the current situation necessitated consideration of Heilung's circumstances, along with the willingness of Akira Kurosawa himself, which remained uncertain. Akira Kurosawa observed Hayarding with great interest, delighted by the increasing number of giants joining his ranks. Furthermore, he had acquired a multitude of devil fruits and aspired to assemble a formidable army composed of giants who had consumed these fruits. However, this endeavor hinged on the willingness of these giants to partake. Previously, he had inquired with Donnelly and Bragi, but both exhibited confidence in their own abilities, prompting Akira to relent. The fate of other giants remained uncertain. Gazing into Hayer's resolute eyes, Donnelly and Bragi found themselves at an impasse. Any decision to join would require the approval of the young master. Bragi's deep voice resonated as he stated this. Hayarding opened his mouth, casting his gaze upon the diminutive figure of his savior. Suddenly, with a thunderous resolve, Hayarding knelt on one knee, placing his right fist over his heart. Young Master Kurosawa, I, Hayarding, wish to join your family to repay your life-saving grace. I sincerely hope for your approval. The other family members regarded the steadfast giant before them with a mix of curiosity. Oh, and what of your companions? Akira Kurosawa turned to the three giants standing behind him and spoke. The other three giants, upon seeing this, mimicked Halden's posture. We too wish to join the esteemed family of Lord Kurosawa. Halden gazed at the three before him, overwhelmed with excitement and at a loss for words. It was he who had proposed the formation of a new giant pirate crew, and without hesitation his three companions had agreed to join him, remaining steadfast by his side. "There is no need for such sentiments," he said. "What nonsense are you speaking, Haldin? We once vowed to make the name of the giant pirate crew resonate across the seas. If you are willing to sacrifice for our ideals, what makes us any less?" One of the giants chuckled at Haldin. Hearing this, Kurosawa's expression darkened. Such words were inappropriate. His family was no den of peril, and the notion of sacrifice was excessive. However, he did not blame these straightforward giants. Their loyalty was not something that could merely be bought with money. Observing the giants kneeling before him, Dongley and Brokey felt a twinge of compassion, as Haldin and the others were their juniors. "Young master, may we accept them? Rest assured, Brokey and I will train them well, ensuring they possess strength equal to ours," Dongley implored. He understood that Kurosawa had invited them to join based on their prowess. Yet, recent reports illustrated Kurosawa's considerable accomplishments and evident power increase, leaving Dongley uncertain whether Kurosawa would acquiesce to Haldin's request. "I agree to their inclusion," Kurosawa replied with a slight nod. Haldin and his companions beamed with joy, their gratitude spilling forth in abundance. "Let us introduce the other three, so we may get acquainted," Kurosawa prompted. Hearing his words, Haldin ceased his cheer and proceeded to introduce the other giants. "This is the shipwright Stanson, the simple navigator Rod, and the beautiful ship's doctor and part-time cook, Jerlina." Haldin introduced each of his crew members and then performed a gesture of respect typical of the giant race. "I am Haldin, and I once again express my gratitude to my benefactor. You may simply call me young master. It is but a small favor." "No need for such formalities," Kurosawa replied. Observing the honest giants before him, he felt increasingly satisfied. In contrast to humans who thrived on intrigue and manipulation, these forthright, bold giants appealed to him far more. Their only drawback was their immense size, rendering them moving targets in the eyes of the strong. For the giant race to produce true powerhouses on the high seas, alternative means would be necessary. The cook Jerlina quickly prepared the slain sea king, transforming it into roasted meat, and brought forth exquisite wine from her homeland of Elbaf to host Kurosawa and his crew. As for this being the lair of the sea kings, a lifeless sea king carcass lay across the surface of the ocean. It sent enticing some sea kings to approach. However, Akira Kurosawa deftly unleashed his conqueror's Haki, deterring them from advancing further, as the sea's denizens recognized the formidable threat posed by the man before them. Although the size of the food was somewhat substantial, its flavor was palatable, and the exquisite wine from their homeland was undeniably delightful. Kurosawa, who had a penchant for red wine, indulged in the generous offerings brought by the giants. The giants themselves drank heartily, pouring large quantities down their throats, soon succumbing to the intoxicating effects of the alcohol. "Captain Dory, what was the bounty on the young master that you mentioned earlier?" the navigator Rod asked, swaying slightly as he addressed Dory. 10 billion berries, Dory replied. "Young Master Kurosawa has been awarded a bounty of 10 billion berries. You should consider yourselves fortunate to be joining his family. Otherwise, with your meager strengths, you would be far from sufficient." 10 billion berries? Halding's eyes sparkled. To be part of such a powerful lineage would undoubtedly accelerate the fame of the giant pirate crew. With this thought, Halding felt invigorated and raised his cup, making his way toward Kurosawa. "Young master, is there a way to enhance our giant strength? Our current abilities are indeed lacking." Witnessing the ease with which Kurosawa dispatched the Sea King that had previously posed a significant challenge, Halding held immense admiration for the young master's prowess. In his eyes, Kurosawa, whose bounty surpassed the combined total of Dory and Brogey, would undoubtedly possess superior methods to augment their strength. "Hey, Halding, my boy, with the training we provide, do you really fear you cannot grow stronger?" Dory interjected. "But the young master's bounty and strength are even more formidable," Halding replied candidly. As giants tend to speak plainly, Dory and Brogey exchanged glances, a sense of helplessness washing over them. After all, the young master was merely a human, unaware of the training methods of the giant race. Just as they were about to speak, Kurosawa, with a warm smile, chimed in. "I do possess methods that can enhance your strength. It all depends on your willingness to embrace them." Upon hearing that Kurosawa had a solution, Halding and his companions hastily abandoned their drinks, rushing to Kurosawa, each one gazing at him with eager, hopeful eyes. "We hope the young master will teach us." Chapter 40. The Giants with Devil Fruit Abilities. "Since you all have joined my family, then." Akira Kurosawa gestured for Lafitte to retrieve a small box from the Morgan. As the box gradually opened, a devil fruit lay revealed within, a paramecia type, the paper fruit. "This is a paramecia devil fruit, the paper fruit, and I believe you're all familiar with the extraordinary powers that devil fruits possess." Akira Kurosawa presented the paper fruit before him, his gaze drifting past the fruit to regard Hayarding and his companions. Although the paper fruit may appear unremarkable at first glance, its true power is contingent upon the capabilities of its wielder. In my estimation, it harbors considerable potential, and subsequently, we shall acquire various formidable fruits. The choice now rests in your hands. Whether to consume the devil fruit is entirely your decision. With that, Kurosawa returned the paper fruit to its box. He was not mistaken. Kurosawa had been contemplating the fruit, recognizing its immense potential when wielded correctly. However, he remained uncertain about the ideal candidate to consume it. Initially, he considered Lafitte for the fruit, but the latter had found a superior option. Raig, who preferred the sword, showed no inclination towards consuming a devil fruit, and he perceived the remaining family members who had yet to partake as somewhat lacking. He was reluctant to squander such a divine fruit on individuals incapable of fully harnessing its power, much like the subordinates of Don Quixote da Flamingo and Crocodile, despite having consumed extraordinary fruits, performed inadequately. The giants before him were also somewhat lacking. After all, to utilize the paper fruit effectively requires a nimble mind and boundless imagination, qualities that the straightforward thinking of giants may not accommodate. Nevertheless, Kurosawa had only this fruit remaining, having already distributed the other Zoan-type fruits to his comrades, leaving him with no alternatives. As the giants beheld the devil fruit in Kurosawa's hand, expressions of astonishment adorned their faces. They were acutely aware that any devil fruit possesses immense value. Aside from the power it bestows, simply auctioning it could yield a minimum of hundreds of millions of berries. No, we have yet to serve the young master. We cannot accept this fruit, Hayarding stated, swallowing hard as he struggled to divert his gaze from the devil fruit, addressing Kurosawa. Fear not, Hayarding. The promises of giants are, in my view, exceedingly precious. Therefore, harbor no doubts. Each of you shall possess a devil fruit. I will ensure that our family members intensify their efforts to procure these fruits, Kurosawa reassured him. Gratitude surged anew from Hayarding and his companions, their hearts brimming with joy at the trust bestowed upon them by their young master. Observing the young master's regard for Hayarding and his cohort, Linli and Bragi breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely pleased for Hayarding and his companions, who had ventured out to sea in pursuit of their guidance. Abandoning them now would have been a bitter pill for both. Soon after, the banquet reached a new pinnacle of revelry, fueled by the enthusiastic cheers of the attendees. As the festivities concluded, Kurosawa assisted the giants in addressing a few trivial matters. Subsequently, Hayarding produced a colossal snail phone, the origins of which remained a mystery. This must be the ancestor of other snail phones, he mused. Inalu exclaimed, nonetheless. Having the telephone bug is indeed a blessing. Rest assured, should a battle arise, you can summon us at any time. We are always prepared. Halting and his companions spoke to Kurosawa with solemnity. In contrast to Linli and Biloki, Halting and his group appeared significantly younger and more invigorated. We of the giant clan fear, not the fray. They eagerly anticipated the prospect of conflict, longing for the opportunity to contribute to their family. For only then could they partake in the more potent fruits offered by the future heir. Akira Kurosawa nodded slightly, then turned to lead the crew back aboard the Morrowind. Subsequently, the two vessels gradually sailed out of the tranquil waters into an area where the currents surged more fiercely. After Kurosawa imparted several instructions, the two ships temporarily parted ways. At this juncture, the might of the giants was not yet required. Their imposing size could attract undue attention, which was not an ideal scenario for Kurosawa. The primary objective at present was to ascertain their current location and prepare for the next course of action. As he gazed at the receding giant pirate ship, Kurosawa stood at the bow, his eyes glimmering with intent. He contacted the rat group to gather intelligence on the superhuman-type devil fruits, ensuring that if they appeared at an auction, they would secure them without fail. Taking a deep breath, he permitted the use of any other resources remaining within the family if challenges arose, and instructed them to contact him should additional assistance be necessary. Upon hearing Kurosawa's directives, Lafitte retrieved a transponder snail to connect with the family's personnel left behind. Although Kurosawa had dismantled numerous auction houses in Sabaody, such establishments were not confined solely to that archipelago. Moreover, time had passed, and new auction houses had already been established. He then instructed the rat group to prepare their disguises and attend the auction. The repercussions of his previous destruction would not be overly significant. Furthermore, the Kurosawa family wielded considerable influence in the underworld. While they did not participate in the slave trade, they dominated a substantial portion of the arms market. Hence, Kurosawa was indifferent to these minor matters. Should anyone harbor discontent, they were free to voice it. After all, it was not as if no one had done so in the past. However, the fates of such individuals had rarely been favorable, and those in the underworld were keenly aware that it was generally unwise to provoke Kurosawa, particularly as long as he did not encroach upon their interests, such as those of the shipping magnate or the queen of Pleasure Street. Just as Kurosawa was deep in thought, the currents beneath the ship suddenly intensified, propelling the Morrowind forward with unprecedented force. Akira Kurosawa furrowed his brow slightly, intending to instruct Lafitte to steady the vessel. Just then, Lafitte, who was surveying the surroundings, lowered his telescope and exclaimed, "Young master, an island has been spotted ahead." Upon hearing Lafitte's words, Kurosawa turned to follow Lafitte's gaze, and there, propelled by the currents, the vessel surged forward, gradually revealing a vague shadow on the horizon. However, the unruly sea currents beneath the ship had no intention of yielding. Just as the Morgan drew nearer to the distant silhouette, it suddenly veered sharply, causing the entire ship to tilt precariously. The crew, unable to maintain their balance, were thrown into the air. Fortunately, Lafitte swiftly activated his powers, stabilizing the ship and ensuring the safety of everyone aboard. Akira Kurosawa felt a sense of discontent, regrettably unable to influence the external manifestations of the devil fruits. In the face of such matters, he could only summon Lafitte. It seemed imperative to hasten the search for the superhuman-type devil fruits. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts swirling in his mind, he commanded his crew to steer towards the distant shadow. Chapter 41. Icebound Island. On the western shore of Icebound Island, the vessel gradually approached the coastline, where Akira Kurosawa and his companions moored the ship. The island's climate was remarkably peculiar, although the sea's temperature was quite mild and humid. A blanket of snow shrouded the land. Upon setting foot on the island, one could immediately feel the biting cold wind. Indeed, the climate of the New World is far stranger than that of other maritime regions. Akira Kurosawa exhaled a breath of mist, donning the black and red coat handed to him by Relina, and, accompanied by the others, stepped onto the island. The thick snow beneath their feet crunched with each step. After leaving a few guards to watch over the ship, Kurosawa led the group into the heart of the island. Having finally reached the first island of the New World, it was essential to explore, rest, and replenish their supplies with local resources, while also immersing themselves in the island-esque culture, as if embarking on a leisurely journey. Please take a moment to act independently. We shall linger here for a while. You can also gather some intelligence. I will have Lafitte contact you, Kurosawa instructed. Upon hearing his arrangements, the group dispersed, making their way towards the island center. The sheer number of them and the grand scale of their objectives would hinder their ability to collect information efficiently. During this time, Inaru had grown familiar with Leg and a few others, choosing to act in unison. Left behind were Kurosawa, Lafitte, and several members of the medical team. However, the young women were less fond of the frigid weather, and, after feeling the icy air of the frozen island, informed Kurosawa of their intent to return to the ship. After receiving his nod of approval, they turned back, seeking the warmth of the ship's cozy quarters over the biting cold. With a smile, Kurosawa decided not to concern himself with Relina and the others, and he proceeded with Lafitte, intent on locating a human settlement on the island. The prevailing cold would not deter humanity from conquering it. In this vast ocean where land was scarce, every island held immense value, unless the environment was exceedingly harsh or the island itself too diminutive. The snowy landscape and frigid temperatures certainly did not fall into either category. Before long, Kurosawa and Lafitte arrived at the island center, where a town composed of humans unfolded before their eyes. Kurosawa had anticipated that the cold would keep the islanders indoors. Yet the scene was decidedly different. The town buzzed with life. Shops lined the streets, their doors wide open, as a steady stream of people entered and exited, searching for cherished items. The inhabitants of this place were robust and hardy. Kurosawa turned to see a tall man effortlessly grasping a massive log with one hand and casually strolling away. Indeed, those who thrived here possessed a remarkable constitution. Glancing down at his own coat, donned for the sake of blending in, he thought, well, perhaps he himself appeared somewhat out of place. Akira Kurosawa and Lafitte appeared somewhat more slender compared to the robust figures of the inhabitants of this island. Consequently, the two swiftly made their way to the town's center and casually entered a tavern that boasted a pleasing decor. Upon pushing open the door and surveying the patrons, they noted that most were local residents, each towering and well-built. Even the bartender was a figure of considerable height and strength. "Please take a seat. We have a vacancy over there," came the invitation from a tavern attendant, who, despite his imposing physique, was exceedingly polite in welcoming Akira Kurosawa and his companion. In this new world, the abundance of formidable individuals has led the local populace to cultivate a habit of not judging others by their appearance, a wisdom born from the bloodied lessons of numerous predecessors. As for these forebears, they undoubtedly contributed to the reclamation projects of the New World. Akira Kurosawa was not in the mood to seek trouble. He was not the type to instigate conflict without reason. The two men followed the servant into the tavern and took their seats at two vacant spots. "You must be outsiders." A robust man approached them with a hearty demeanor. Indeed, Akira Kurosawa noted that, in terms of stature, he and Lafitte were markedly different from the local inhabitants, due to the frigid climate of this island. It is rare for outsiders to visit. The burly man may have indulged a bit too much in drink, causing his speech to become slightly slurred. Nevertheless, one could regard this as an opportunity to appreciate the scenery. After all, the expanse of white snow is rather beautiful. I assenti it. Akira Kurosawa lifted the glass of the local liquor presented by the bartender and took a tentative sip. A frown creased his brow as he savored the drink. It offered no distinct flavor, merely an overwhelming intensity that coursed from his throat to his chest and finally settled in his stomach, igniting a fiery warmth. "Ha! Our ice-field liquor is quite remarkable, isn't it?" The burly man chuckled heartily upon observing Kurosawa's expression. It was common for newcomers to find this liquor disconcerting at first. Yet once one indulged too much, other beverages would pale in comparison. Akira Kurosawa nodded knowingly. He understood that in this frigid and snow-laden landscape, only such potent spirits could evoke any sensation much akin to the fiery liquor of his past life, predominantly favored by the northern folk, who had grown accustomed to strong drinks due to the harsh climate. However, despite being a northern native in his previous existence, Kurosawa had never developed a fondness for such strong spirits. In this new life within the world of pirates, he preferred the more refined tastes of red wine and beer, finding it difficult to acclimate to the intensity of these spirits. After merely a couple of sips, he set down his glass and opted for some of his usual drinks, for he truly did not relish this particular liquor. The burly man observed this without comment, having witnessed numerous visitors struggle with the harshness of the local spirits. Yet, he knew that, given sufficient time in this place, they would inevitably come to appreciate the robust flavors of strong liquor. Akira Kurosawa and Lafitte lingered in the tavern for a while, their interest in the libations waning, before they rose to depart. "Gentlemen," called out the robust man who had previously engaged in conversation with Kurosawa, "are you two considering a stroll around our establishment? I will be delighted to guide you. I have lived here since childhood and am intimately familiar with the surroundings." Kurosawa gazed at him with a hint of confusion. Were the people here truly this warm-hearted? Noticing the slight caution in Kurosawa's eyes, the burly man quickly realized. "I am Gurdon. I have my own profession, but in my spare time, I serve as a guide to earn some extra income." Gurdon scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "Where can one find the finest delicacies in your area?" Akira Kurosawa nodded, refraining from passing judgment on the lifestyle of these individuals. His sole desire at that moment was to seek out a place of culinary delight, for he felt a pang of hunger. The guest had indeed inquired of the right person. Upon hearing Kurosawa's words, Gurdon perked up with enthusiasm. While most would escort guests to the large restaurants in our icefield city, which offer neither palatable dishes nor reasonable prices, I am aware of a modest establishment where the food is not only delectable but also affordable. Let's proceed there at once. Agreeing to Gurdon's suggestion, he compensated him with a small sum of Bailey, then dismissed his expressions of gratitude, urging him to focus solely on guiding them. Chapter 42. The Steam Pirates under Gurdon's guidance. Kurosawa and Lafitte traversed several narrow pathways, arriving at the entrance of a quaint little eatery, Jasmine Chef's Restaurant. Akira Kurosawa glanced upward at the name of the restaurant, while Lafitte surveyed the surroundings in search of a suitable spot. "Jasmine, we have guests arriving." Geratin called out from within the eatery. "Is that you, Brother Geratin?" A melodious voice chimed in, as a delicate young girl emerged from the restaurant. "Ah, little Jasmine, we have guests eager to savor your culinary delights." The young girl turned her gaze toward Akira Kurosawa and his companion. "Esteemed guests, please come in. What would you like to eat?" Akira Kurosawa and Lafitte entered the small establishment, guided by a young girl, and took their seats. "Please serve us your finest dishes," they requested. "Certainly. Please wait a moment," the girl replied without hesitation as she ventured to the kitchen to prepare the meal. One might wonder why she was unperturbed by the possibility that Kurosawa and Lafitte could not afford their meal. After all, the coat draped over Kurosawa's shoulders was unmistakably crafted from the most exquisite fabric. In this chaotic new world, one must possess a keen eye for such matters to thrive in business. Before long, an array of elegantly presented dishes was brought to their table. Although the portions were modest, The culinary artistry was undeniable, awakening a hearty appetite in Kurosawa. Together, he and Lafitte swiftly indulged in the feast before them, savoring the delightful flavors. Akira Kurosawa cast aside a stack of bellies without a second thought and stepped outside. "Do visit again next time," the young girl said as she accompanied him and his companion out. "Hey, little Jasmine, how do you find the guests I brought this time?" The girl's gentle demeanor vanished as she replied, "If it weren't for my mother's delectable dishes, it wouldn't matter what kind of guests you brought." With that, she extracted a portion from the stack of bellies and handed it to Gurdon, much like a tour guide in a past life, who earns a commission by bringing travelers to designated stalls. The same principle applies in this world. However, Kurosawa held no disdain for such practices. Yet, if the food were truly subpar, one might very well pay with their life. In this realm, taking a life is often simpler than slaying a mere chicken. Akira Kurosawa and Lafitte had just emerged from the alley when they beheld a group of individuals resembling pirates, commanding a throng of people to haul a cart laden with a unique mineral known as Icefield stone, indigenous to the Icefield Island. This particular mineral is imbued with an abundance of frigid energy, which, when fashioned into weaponry, inflicts frostbite upon the wounds of those struck, thus inflicting secondary damage. Observing the insignia adorning these pirates, it appeared they belonged to the Steam Pirate crew. The Steam Pirate crew is a formidable faction within the New World, renowned alongside the likes of the Big Mom Pirates, the Beast Pirates, the Wangji Pirates, and the Butcher Pirates, all of whom are esteemed rivals, second only to the legendary Whitebeard. The Big Mom Pirates, the Beast Pirates, and the Wangji Pirates all originated from the former Rocks Pirates, while the Steam Pirates and the Butcher Pirates emerged in the aftermath of Rock's reign. The notorious Shiki, the Golden Lion, once sought to recruit these two crews. However, unlike the Roger Pirates, which consisted of merely a handful of members, these two factions commanded vast fleets, with numerous formidable pirates under their banners. Even the Golden Lion dared not confront them directly, ultimately retreating from his ambitions. Nevertheless, there is no mention of these two pirate crews in the original narrative, suggesting they may have met with their demise at the hands of others. Akira Kurosawa no longer pays attention to those few pirates. It seems that this territory belongs to the Steam Pirates. At this moment, the New World is not yet dominated by the four emperors as it would later become. Instead, it is overrun by numerous pirates, both large and small, resulting in utter chaos. Each day witnesses countless unknown pirate crews engaged in fierce battles or facing annihilation. Currently, the New World is in a state of extreme disorder, lacking the structure that would eventually give rise to the four emperors. The seven warlords of the sea, meanwhile, represent the world government's attempt to curb the growing power of the emperors. In those years, any pirate daring to venture into the New World either faced destruction or was absorbed into one of the four emperors' crews. There was no alternative. Much like the nations of the world, one had to either join the world government or be eradicated by pirates, unless one possessed the formidable strength of a nation like Elbaf or Wano. Regrettably, even Wano nearly succumbed to foreign occupation in the end. Thus, the chaos of the New World is not to be feared. It is the emergence of order that truly poses a threat to the world government. As long as powers akin to the Rocks Pirates do not resurface, the world government will not target you, which is one of the reasons Kaido and Charlotte Linli have yet to ally. Shifting his focus from such vexing matters, Kurosawa instructs Lafitte to send word to Leg and the others. It is time to depart. He is eager to seize a territory of his own and establish dominance among these pirates. They have progressed significantly compared to their contemporaries. Doflamingo is still being pursued by Vice Admiral Tsu. Crocodile and Moria remain in the first half of the Grand Line, while Dracula Mihawk stirs up considerable commotion by hunting Navy forces. Most other pirates have already been suppressed by elite Navy forces and imprisoned in undersea dungeons. The Four Seas and the initial stretch of the Grand Line are no longer as chaotic as they were following Roger's demise. Shanks is actively assembling his own crew. Only Kurosawa has plunged into the New World, eagerly anticipating his participation in the fierce clashes among pirates. Although he spent his previous life in peace, he harbors an intrinsic yearning for conquest. What boy has not dreamed of such aspirations? In a previous life, Akira Kurosawa would often find himself lost in reverie while watching a television adaptation of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, imagining himself as one of the characters, leading his subordinates into the throes of battle. Now, with an opportunity at hand, it is only natural that he would not wish to let it slip away. The group swiftly returned to their vessel to consolidate the intelligence gathered by their crew. They currently stood at the threshold of a new world, navigating the waters of the Steam Pirates, heading westward into a tumultuous sea where numerous weaker pirate crews were ensconced, encircled by the Steam Pirates, the Beast Pirates, and the torture pirates, a veritable no-man's land. To the east lay the territory of Big Mom, while to the north were the Navy's outposts G1 and G5, both manned by seasoned vice admirals of formidable strength, as other forces had been dispatched to quell piracy in different waters. Presently, these two bases were under the watchful eyes of two veteran vice admirals, their might dissuading pirates from meddling with the Navy's affairs. It appeared that they could only navigate cautiously, so Kurosawa resolved to first explore the chaotic no-man's land. Their current strength was insufficient to confront the notorious pirates of the New World head-on. Even in a victorious scenario, the potential losses would be catastrophic, leaving them vulnerable to opportunistic adversaries. Thus, Kurosawa planned to establish a foothold before gradually and meticulously encroaching upon the surrounding powers. Chapter 43. The interference of the Firebore pirates. Just as Kurosawa and his companions were nearing the tumultuous waters, a ship appeared in the distance, heading directly towards Amorgan. It seemed that their departure from this area would not be so straightforward. Lafitte sighed as he approached Kurosawa, remarking, "It is quite surprising that we were only discovered now, having taken a leisurely tour around their island before attempting to leave." Akira Kurosawa furrowed his brow, initially believing he could pass through unscathed. In the distance, a pirate ship adorned with peculiar patterns loomed. "Captain Moto, is it insufficient for just our crew to intercept them?" inquired a sailor resembling a pirate. What is there to fear? With me here, they are merely a bunch of youngsters fresh for paradise. My presence alone signifies my regard for them. But is it truly acceptable not to report to the higher-ups? What do you know? If we report to them and seize these little pirates, we must share a portion with the higher authorities. I am not that generous, grumbled the burly man, his brow furrowing as he spat. Noting his captain's displeasure, the sailor refrained from further comment, though a hint of unease lingered within him, attributing it to the immense pressure from above. "The Fire Pig pirate crew," Lafitte remarked, observing the unmistakable emblem of the fiery beast on the pirate flag. Kurosawa and his crew had gathered intelligence on several formidable pirate crews in the New World, including the Fire Pig pirate crew. Captain Moto, a powerful pirate with an 800 million berry bounty, was an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit user capable of controlling flames, known for his formidable physical prowess and resilience. He ranked among the strongest of the 8 crews under the Steam Pirate crew. First mate Aldo, a superhuman-type devil fruit user with a bounty of 640 million berries, possessed the ability to transform his body into steel. Then there was the sharpshooter Poison Arrow Lias, renowned for his exceptional marksmanship. A former Navy officer, he betrayed the Navy for unknown reasons and skillfully employed the Navy's 6 styles, integrating them into his combat techniques. His bounty stood at 480 million berries. A dark-eyed figure sat quietly in the corner of the ship, observing Moto and Aldo converse while silently polishing his exquisite weapon, a finely crafted bow. His back was laden with numerous arrows, their tips glimmering with a green light, indicating potent poison. In the pirate world, while many possessed formidable strength, few could match the physical prowess of Kaido or Charlotte Linlin. Moreover, Charlotte Linlin's innate strength rendered poison a significant threat to even the most powerful. This was akin to the future warden of Impel Down, Magellan, a user of the poison fruit, who nearly obliterated the Blackbeard pirate crew with a single blow. As the opposing ship drew closer, Kurosawa understood that without defeating them, his crew would not escape. The first stop in the New World ignited the spirits of Reg and Enel, eager to test their mettle against the formidable forces that lay ahead. "The Akira Kurosawa pirate crew dares to intrude upon our territory in the Steam Pirate crew?" bellowed the bearded giant Moto. "Do you not recognize that this is my domain?" Although the bounty set by Akira Kurosawa and others is substantial, for the New World pirates, they remain relatively inexperienced and should not be overly regarded. Figures like Kurosawa, these formidable pirates, are merely recognized for their considerable talent. As for their strength, the actions of the Navy have become rather predictable. As soon as Moto made his entrance, he was exceedingly arrogant, incessantly commanding his subordinates to bombard the Mortis ship. However, these assaults posed little threat to those aboard. Abiru, unable to contain himself, soared into the sky, harnessing the power of lightning to strike down upon the Firebore pirates. Yet, one of their crew members leaped into action, emanating a metallic sheen, effortlessly countering Enel's attack. "Is that Ironhide Eldo over there?" Akira Kurosawa's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Truly, this is a remarkable devil fruit. The steel fruit, possessing extraordinary malleability, can absorb the properties of various metals," and Kurosawa found himself envious. If only a giant could consume this fruit, it would be splendid. Without further contemplation, the two ships were on the verge of collision. Before they could ponder more, Moto the Firebore surged forward, engulfed in immense flames. But the first to strike was Leah's poisoned arrow. The green luminescence emanating from the arrowhead deterred the others from confronting it directly. Lafitte wielded his fruit's ability to conjure a tempest, redirecting the arrowhead into the sea. As Moto was about to reach the ship, Kurosawa had already propelled himself forward, delivering a punch to thwart Moto's assault. He had no desire to engage in combat aboard the Morgan, for given their destructive capabilities, the vessel would likely not endure for long. Akira Kurosawa could only position the battlefield in the air or upon the opposing vessel, feeling the distance conveyed through his fist. Moto was somewhat astonished. The adversary across from him appeared far less innocuous than he initially seemed. Consequently, Moto adopted a more serious demeanor, and the flames enveloping his fist intensified. However, given the relatively balanced disparity in strength between the two, the fire's impact on Kurosawa was rather insignificant, merely serving to restrict him momentarily. With the protection of his armed color Haki, the situation remained manageable. Akira Kurosawa's fist became increasingly swift, imbued with an ever-growing force. The hapless Madowa, lacking any aerial agility, could only passively endure the blows, being sent crashing back onto the deck. The naval moonwalk? Could this fellow also be a traitor to the Navy? Adjusting his stance on the deck, Madowa cast a grim gaze towards the sky where Kurosawa hovered. It seemed unlikely. According to prior intelligence, he was likely a recent acquisition from the black market, having procured a manual on the 6 styles of combat. Such items, if one had the means, were indeed obtainable. One armed with a bow and arrow interjected, it appears we have underestimated this crew of pirates. Report back to headquarters, informing them of the invading pirates and requesting reinforcements. Eldo cast a sideways glance at his captain. What are you looking at? Even if we could overpower this band of pirates, the cost would be significant. I am not so foolish. Madowa spat, having felt the formidable Haki and immense power during his brief confrontation with Kurosawa. Furthermore, the opposing vessel was brimming with numerous devil fruit users, and their aura clearly signified that they were no mere weaklings. Should a confrontation ensue, he had little confidence in swiftly subduing Kurosawa, and his own men would undoubtedly struggle against the multitude of adversaries endowed with extraordinary abilities. Kurosawa looked curiously at the retreating forces, perplexed by their sudden shift in momentum as they began to withdraw. Yet, the cannons continued to roar relentlessly. Young master, they have likely informed the steam pirate crew. We must depart. Further entanglement is unwise, Lafitte remarked, soaring to Kurosawa's side, his brow furrowed in concern. These individuals are indeed rather cautious. Akira Kurosawa murmured to himself. Indeed, in these vast seas, one must exercise caution. Otherwise, they would have long been swallowed by the depths, unable to survive. Of course, this excludes Luffy, as he and his companions seem impervious to any peril, seemingly untouchable by fate. Observe Moria in the rear, facing Kaido, his subordinates annihilated and his spirit utterly crushed. Crocodile, the sand alligator, confronted by Whitebeard, has lost an arm and is left doubting his own strength, relying solely on the so-called ancient weapons. Not to mention the pirates of Luffy's era, when in his presence, bask in the glow of his protagonist aura, but the moment they depart from him, they falter. Chapter 44. Moke Island. Upon returning to the ship, Kurosawa commanded their departure from this treacherous sea. Moto, aware of Kurosawa and his crew's movements, quickly pursued, intending to delay them, refusing to let them escape. This is unacceptable, young master. They're trailing closely behind, causing quite the nuisance, lamented Enel. Clearly too young to maintain composure, unable to withstand the provocation from their pursuers. Without a moment's hesitation, Lafitte struck Enel on the head with his cane sword. What can you achieve with such impulsiveness? Disregarding the sulking Enel, he turned to summon a whirlwind, propelling the Morgan's ship forward with haste. For a sailing vessel, the wind is of paramount importance. The Morgan ship soon surged ahead, leaving the Firebore pirates far behind. Watching the Morgan ship, which seemed to be powered by some supernatural force, Moto opened his mouth, dryly exclaiming, "If only my ship could sail like that. It's moving at an astonishing speed." Eldo and Rias glanced enviously at the rapidly disappearing Morgan's ship. Possessing a vessel that could fly across the sea was the dream of every pirate, swift in pursuit and escape. The epitome of a fantasy ship. Firebore, how have you fallen so low, unable to stop even a crew of pirates just arriving from paradise, and now seeking assistance? A mocking voice rang out. Which, I didn't expect you to be dispatched here. Ignoring the taunts, Moto gazed at the enemy vessel, his mind still captivated by the alluring speed of the Morgan's ship. In the New World, any contender worth noting possesses a mastery of the duel Haki. Akira Kurosawa gazed down at Enel, who was being subdued by Lafitte. You truly believe that relying on the powers of the Rumble Rumble fruit will suffice to defeat these adversaries? It appears you are gravely mistaken. Without proper training, do you genuinely think you can outmatch most of our family members? Lafitte interjected from his side. Enel remained silent, gritting his teeth in determination. He knew that a single retort could result in a swift strike from Lafitte's weapon, imbued with the power of armament Haki. Frightened by the prospect of punishment, Enel silently scoffed, "Just wait until I complete my training. You shall see how I deal with you, insufferable Lafitte." At that moment, he was emulating the formidable Marine Rear Admiral Kizaru, honing his kicking techniques while enhancing his devil fruit abilities. The speed and kicking prowess of Kizaru on Sabaody Archipelago had left a profound impression on him. Disregarding Enel, Kurosawa stepped forward and picked up a nautical chart. "We are about to enter that maritime expanse," he remarked. Observing Kurosawa's examination of the chart, Lafitte took on the role of the commentator. "That area is quite expansive and serves as a buffer zone left by 3 other major pirate crews." Lafitte glanced at Kurosawa, who gestured for him to continue. "Within these waters, there are dozens of pirate crews, both large and small. The most formidable among them are 3: the fire pirates, the giant strength pirates, and the swordsman pirates. Among these, the swordsman pirates are the strongest, albeit the least numerous, as they exclusively recruit swordsmen as their members. The fire pirates boast the largest membership and the greatest power, with their captain being a natural-type devil fruit user of the flame fruit. The giant strength pirates lack any distinctive features, their captain possessing the power fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit." Pausing for a moment, Lafitte continued, "In total, there are 10 islands in this maritime region. The swordsman pirates occupy 1 island, the fire pirates control 3, the giant strength pirates hold 2, and the remaining 4 islands are jointly occupied by various other pirate crews, each with a rather complex array of members." Akira Kurosawa nodded in satisfaction. It had not been long since they entered this new world. However, Lafayette, utilizing insights gleaned from daily newspapers and intelligence gathered from the Rat faction, was able to compile an impressive array of information. Logically speaking, the expanse of this maritime territory is comparable to that of many notorious pirate domains. Regrettably, its geographical position is severely disadvantageous. No one could stealthily seize control here under the encirclement of 3 formidable pirate crews. These pirate factions would never permit the emergence of a rival crew capable of contesting their dominion. Hence, the number of spies they may have infiltrated within these pirate bands remains uncertain. Adopting a cautious approach, Kurosawa resolved to first visit Moke Island, a locale characterized by a tumultuous blend of pirate influence, situated at the very edge of the sea and in proximity to the steam pirates. Shortly after setting sail, a crew member reported the sighting of an island ahead. Akira Kurosawa and Lafitte arrived at the bow of the ship, seizing a telescope to gaze into the distance. Numerous pirate vessels of varying sizes were anchored by the island's dock, where a throng of individuals, each more dubious in appearance than the last, traversed to and fro. Indeed, it was a scene of utter disarray. Akira Kurosawa sighed, having just witnessed a brief yet tumultuous altercation between 2 pirates, the cause of which remained elusive. Regrettably, the surrounding area quickly became crowded, obstructing any view of the unfolding situation within. Akira Kurosawa smacked his lips, declaring, "Full speed ahead. It is time we claim an island of our own." His crew, invigorated by the prospect, felt a surge of excitement after days of evading hail and narrowly escaping enemy territories. They yearned for an outlet to release their pent-up frustrations on the inhabitants of this island. Before long, their vessel approached Mock Island, where the local pirates soon took notice of Kurosawa and his comrades. Observing the unfamiliar pirate flag fluttering from the ship, the local band of pirates converged upon them. "Who dares to approach our shores? Surrender your treasures if you wish to set foot on our island," bellowed a gaunt figure, clearly a victim of indulgence, standing imposingly on the dock. The other pirates joined in a chorus of jeers, and upon spotting the enchanting women aboard, their excitement escalated. They clamored for Kurosawa to present a few of the young ladies as offerings to them. Akira Kurosawa stood at the bow of the ship, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Are these fools so eager for death? Has no one taught them to assess their own worth before offending others? Enel, already exasperated with the individuals on the shore, swiftly ascended into the air above the island upon hearing his leader's ire. In an instant, a tempest of thunder erupted from Enel's being, striking directly amidst the pirates at the dock. Chaos ensued among the pirates as they realized they were facing a user of a natural-type ability. Damn it, how dare they strike first? The tumultuous crowd surged and jostled, the cacophony of chaos ringing out as bodies fell, some dead, others injured, until the dock of Mihawk Island fell eerily silent. Scattered across the ground lay charred corpses, some trampled by the frenzied mass. Blood stained the dock, and it was upon this crimson canvas that Akira Kurosawa and his companions cautiously disembarked. Suddenly, a group emerged, clearly the former leaders of the pirates, blocking their path. Their numbers were considerable, as several pirate crews had once occupied the dock, though most had perished in the conflict. Chapter 45. The Battle, Your Excellency. Are you not adhering to the rules? Is it customary for newly arrived pirates to be so brazen? Spoke a bespectacled man, his eyes glinting with malice. Rules? What rules? As the lord of this island, I have established no such guidelines. Akira Kurosawa, Island Master, do you truly believe you can effortlessly dominate our numerous pirate crews? Such arrogance is rather excessive. Four-eyed one, why waste words? You've already slain so many of my subordinates. It would be wiser to finish them off swiftly. I find this lad's vessel quite impressive. Surely it harbors a trove of treasures. A burly man wielding a blade declared, igniting the fervor among the crowd. The very purpose of venturing out to sea is to seek fortune and beauty, and now this ship possesses everything they desire, having already taken lives. There is no need for further excuses. They should simply act. Pirates are, after all, a reckless bunch, driven by greed and lust, devoid of reason. You may claim that Akira Kurosawa is a pirate. No, he is a noble, possessing an identity that is extraordinarily adaptable, with boundaries that are equally flexible. Before the bespectacled thin man could utter another word, the other pirates could no longer restrain themselves and opened fire. In an instant, battle erupted. Enel was the first to charge forth, unleashing a surge of electricity, only to be intercepted by a master of physical combat. Youngster, you shall not be allowed to recklessly annihilate my men any longer. Reg and his companions also confronted the formidable pirates among them, engaging in fierce combat. Akira Kurosawa and Lafitte stood still, yet the disparity in their forces was indeed quite significant. Akira Kurosawa observed his crew engaging in battles of 1 against 2, and even 1 against many. Fortunately, many among them possessed the abilities of Zoan-type devil fruits, transforming into their beast forms to trample their adversaries with immense stature. Lafitte intended to clear the battlefield with his powers, but unexpectedly, a user of the bomb fruit emerged, obstructing his path. Recognizing that his subordinates were struggling, Kurosawa decided to take action. A tremendous aura erupted, causing nearby pirates to collapse in a stupor. Could it be the conqueror's Haki? It was astonishing that such a small crew possessed such formidable power. Those few who remained standing under the oppressive force of the Haki were filled with disbelief, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. You think you could defeat us simply by outnumbering us? You are sorely mistaken, Enel derisively shouted, taking advantage of his captain's display of strength. He was currently grappling with a formidable martial artist from the opposing side, finding the encounter quite arduous. His powers inflicted minimal damage, while his opponent evidently wielded advanced armament Haki. Having been struck by a punch early on, he was now forced to evade. If not for the incredible speed granted by the rumble fruit, he might have already faced defeat. However, the martial artist was also showing signs of fatigue. To defend against Enel's lightning attacks, his armament Haki had remained fully activated, yet he still felt the numbing effects throughout his body. At the moment Kurosawa unleashed the full extent of his conqueror's Haki, a powerful and rapid figure materialized within the perception of his observation Haki. Spring Impact Fist. A tremendous force collided with the blade of Kurosawa's drawn sword. Whisper, it seems you're the strongest on this island. Akira Kurosawa found it rather intriguing to fend off the assault, observing before him a figure whose arms had transformed into spring-like appendages. I'm a spring man, York. With a bounty of 600 million berries, the individual boldly proclaimed, revealing his abilities, nearly causing Kurosawa to lose his composure. In the realm of One Piece, this audacious tendency to announce one's devil fruit powers before engaging in battle is truly admirable. It appears that there will be no further revelations, for otherwise Bellamy would not have obtained such a fruit. Akira Kurosawa pondered for a moment. The original work did indeed feature this fruit, yet the individual consuming it had changed, likely perishing in some war. This spring man, after deflecting an attack from Kurosawa, continued to bounce around, and the intensity of his aura grew ever stronger, presumably gathering strength. You must regret encountering me as your first adversary, he thought. Utilizing the speed conferred by his spring-like abilities, York leaped about, his brash voice echoing around him. With such velocity, complemented by his strength and blinding speed, along with formidable Haki, he seemed invincible against weaker foes. Alas, he faced Akira Kurosawa, whose might, swiftness, and Haki surpassed York's in every respect. Prepare to meet your end. Remember not to be so arrogant in your next life. Your treasures and women shall belong to me. York materialized behind Kurosawa, his dark fist aimed at the back of Kurosawa's head, descending with great force. What a pity, you are far too slow. Slightly tilting his head to evade the blow, Kurosawa swiftly turned and seized York's arm, casting him a scornful glance. How is it possible that you can perceive my attack trajectory? York's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. It's my turn now, come forth. A tremendous force surged from York's arm as he propelled himself towards Kurosawa. Instantly, Kurosawa tightened his core, aligning his body, and delivered a punch to York's terrified visage. York's head burst open like a watermelon, blood and brains splattering across Kurosawa. In that moment, Kurosawa resembled a vengeful specter from the depths of hell. His face smeared with blood, yet adorned with a smile. He appeared both deranged and sinister. York has fallen. A pirate, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, shouted in terror. The others halted their assaults, transfixed by the sight of Kurosawa standing there, brandishing a headless corpse, bloodied yet smiling at them. A chill coursed through the hearts of the onlookers. Fear spread among the crowd, and it was uncertain who first cast down their weapon. But soon the clattering of discarded armaments filled the air. Only a few pirate captains persisted in battle, aware that in this brutal sea, enmity meant either vanquishing the foe or being vanquished. They steeled themselves, understanding that even cornered enemies would fight with abandon, their attacks growing ever more fervent. Driven by a grim resolve, before Enel stood an individual whose muscles had swelled, seemingly empowered by some arcane technique. Ah, little one, to witness my secret art. You are indeed fortunate. With that, a cloud of dust erupted from the ground as this figure vanished, reappearing before Enel. What? Enel gasped, his eyes wide in astonishment. The sudden surge of power left Enel momentarily stunned, as he was struck in the abdomen by a formidable adversary and sent hurtling backward. However, leveraging his remarkable speed, the assailant dashed behind Enel, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to his back. Do you truly believe I am so feeble? Enel retorted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With great effort, he managed to turn and grasp his opponent's fist, despite the apparent strain on his arm, which seemed on the verge of breaking. In an explosive counter, Enel unleashed his full might. 100 billion volts. A colossal bolt of lightning erupted between the two combatants. Chapter 46. Fully immersed in the world as the blinding light dissipated, only Enel remained standing on the battlefield, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. The martial artist lay lifeless on the ground, reduced to a charred corpse. Panting heavily, Enel swayed slightly on the brink of collapse, before succumbing to exhaustion and falling to the ground, unconscious. Before long, Lafitte and the others triumphed over their respective foes, albeit with varying degrees of injury. Except for Lafitte himself, the other pirates present were utterly terrified, kneeling in desperation, pleading with Akira Kurosawa and his crew for mercy. Young master, Leg approached, intending to voice his thoughts. Akira Kurosawa gestured for everyone to take a moment of respite and to account for the sacrifices made by each group. Subsequently, he fell silent and made his way towards the pirate stronghold nestled within Moku Island. Meanwhile, Lafayette remained on the spot, orchestrating the efforts to tend to the wounded and consolidating the surrendered pirates into a single group. Shortly after, Talina and her companions arrived to begin dressing the injuries of the afflicted. How are things? Kurosawa inquired, observing Lafayette's entrance. Lafayette furrowed his brow, seemingly dissatisfied with the outcome of the battle. Each group had suffered casualties to varying degrees, with some severely affected, resulting in the loss of 2 or 3 lives. Indeed, the enemy's numbers far exceed our own. Some losses were to be expected. Young master, it is time for the clan to replenish us with fresh blood. With this mere handful of people, we are ill-equipped to conquer the new world. Indeed, Akira Kurosawa nodded, stating that he had already informed Shui, who would soon transport the nearly trained subordinates from the family. Upon hearing this news, Lafayette relaxed his brow slightly. Managing an entire island with the current manpower was quite challenging, should a formidable pirate crew arrive at this moment. It would place Akira and his companions at a significant disadvantage. He could only hope that the family would expedite the dispatch of personnel. They would also need to engage in combat within the new world to acclimate to the strength of its formidable warriors. Lafayette was acutely aware that these newcomers would be somewhat inferior to the seasoned combatants of the previous group. After all, they had not fought in the treacherous first half of the Grand Line, but had directly arrived in the new world. Moreover, most of the former members had received direct guidance from Akira, having endured numerous bloody battles. thus possessing far superior combat experience compared to those who had only fought in the four seas. Contemplating this, Lafayette helplessly rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of the responsibility Akira had entrusted to him. Young Master, Leg, and several members of the combat groups, bound in bandages, entered the room. "How are you? Not too injured, I hope?" Akira inquired with concern as he regarded the members before him. "We're fine, young master. Sister Lena's medical skills are excellent." "That's good to hear." Akira Kurosawa nodded, harboring a profound trust in his two medical teams. "Lafayette, please notify Eastleigh and the others. It is time for their arrival." Allowing us a moment to breathe. "Understood. I shall inform them at once." Lafayette replied with a nod before taking his leave. "And what of Enel? Is he faring well?" "He remains unconscious in bed," came the response. Sister Lena mentioned that his internal injuries are quite severe. He needs ample rest. Reg furrowed his brow. Although the two often engaged in playful banter, their bond was undeniably strong. This experience should serve as a lesson for him, prompting a period of reflection and cultivation. Akira Kurosawa smiled faintly. In battle, how could one avoid injury? To emerge without casualties would indeed be a fortunate outcome. "Young master," he began in this conflict, "we have lost some of our brothers." Tiger Wing gritted his teeth, and the other leaders of the combat groups bowed their heads in sorrow. Although these members were technically subordinates to Tiger Wing and his companions, they had grown up together, fought side by side, and ventured out to sea as orphans. Thus, they held their comrades in even higher regard. Alas, Akira Kurosawa let out a sigh. This is war. If one does not diligently cultivate their skills, sacrifices are inevitable. Observing the somber atmosphere below, they understood the harsh realities of their situation. However, witnessing their childhood companions fall in battle weighed heavily on their hearts. Despite their seemingly unflinching resolve when it came to taking lives, they held a deep reverence for their comrades. "Let's organize a grand farewell ceremony in their honor." Akira Kurosawa stood up and walked outside. The remaining few exchanged glances before rising to follow him. At the riverbank, the blood had been thoroughly cleaned, and the bodies had been incinerated, leaving only a dozen family members' corpses behind, while some lightly injured members attended to their remains with solemnity. "Young master," they respectfully called out as Kurosawa arrived. In that fierce battle, they had acutely felt the young master's formidable strength. Had it not been for Kurosawa's timely elimination of the most powerful pirate captain on the opposing side, their casualties would have likely been far greater. Akira Kurosawa note that, gazing at the familiar faces lying on the ground. Just yesterday, they had been reveling in merriment, drinking and singing, and now they had departed from this world forever. Sighing deeply, he directed the others to gather the bodies and place them upon a boat. Once they had distanced themselves from Moku Island, Kurosawa raised his torch. "My friends, the sea is serene, and no one shall disturb your eternal slumber. Go forth. I shall continue my ascent towards the pinnacle, carrying your unwavering support with me." He pressed his lips together. "You have steadfastly followed me, your young lord, and I cannot afford to disappoint you." He forced a smile, albeit a strained one. Behind him, the burly men's eyes glistened with tears, while several young women, including Talina, had begun to weep softly. "Rest in peace." Akira Kurosawa raised the torch in his hand, igniting the vessel. As he observed the flames consuming the ship, he withdrew silently, retreating into the shadows. The sea, exceptionally tranquil at this moment, was filled only with the crackling of burning wood and the soft sobs of Relina and her companions. The firelight cast hues upon their faces, and gazing at the fierce blaze before him, Kurosawa's resolve for his ideals grew stronger. He would no longer lead a life of mediocrity as he had in his previous existence. That was a certainty. At this moment, his mindset had become more resolute, and a smile gradually crept upon his lips. A wild laughter erupted, no longer suppressed within. His chaotic nature was unmistakably revealed. Leg and the others watched the young master before them, perplexed by the transformation, while only Lafayette broke into a smile. Although Kurosawa's actions had always been justified in reasoning, Lafayette perceived that this was not the essence of someone who thrived in chaos. The notions of rescue efforts and disdain for the slave auction were merely fleeting glimpses of conscience. Today, that flicker of conscience vanished, and Kurosawa fully integrated into this world. The tumultuous and disorderly aura of his conquerors will surge forth aimlessly, crimson lightning flickering all around. Leg and the others struggled within the radius of this overwhelming presence. It seemed as though the sea itself rejoiced at the arrival of a true powerhouse. As the previously calm waters suddenly roiled and the winds howled, the young master's aura appeared to have grown even more formidable. Chapter 47. The method of increasing unknown energy. Some time had passed since the farewell to the fallen crew members, and Kurosawa, now, sat upon a chair in the hall. The interior had been completely redecorated, for Kurosawa had an aversion to using items that had been touched by others, particularly those utilized by a band of pirates with questionable cleanliness. Akira Kurosawa gently closed his eyes, attuned to the peculiar energy within him that had traversed dimensions alongside himself. It was precisely due to this energy that his prowess had consistently outpaced that of his companions. As his strength continued to burgeon, this energy gradually enhanced his physical constitution. Based on his conjectures, he believed that his physique was nearing that of Kaido, and he was not far from the formidable resilience of Charlotte Linli's steel balloon form. Presently, as Akira Kurosawa incessantly absorbed this energy, only a scant amount remained. He had contemplated replenishing this energy, yet had been unable to locate any suitable substance to absorb. At that moment, he held a devil fruit in his hand. Akira Kurosawa has never attempted to absorb a devil fruit. If he is unable to assimilate this particular energy, he himself will inevitably be influenced by the devil fruit. Should it be a powerful fruit, the consequences may be manageable. However, if it is an ordinary fruit, the ramifications for Kurosawa's future could be profound. In the past, due to the insufficient strength of his family members, they could not freely experiment with devil fruits. Now that they have grown significantly stronger, they naturally possess surplus fruits for experimentation. Perhaps the magnet fruit? Akira Kurosawa gazed at the fruit in his hand, contemplating its remarkable potential. This fruit was one of several delivered by Shu Hui just a couple of days prior. The future magnet man, Eustace Kidd, remained unaware of its whereabouts. And as of yet, the fruit had not been utilized, having been discovered by members of his family. Why overthink it? It was worth a try, after all, with little consequence. With that, Akira closed his eyes and took a bite of the fruit. Ugh, the taste was utterly revolting. Despite the nauseating flavor, he gradually attuned himself to the unfamiliar energy coursing within him. In contrast to the powers of the devil fruit, this internal energy constituted Akira's foundational strength. Should this energy be replenished, he held firm confidence that he could ascend to the pinnacle of this world without relying on the devil fruit. At that moment, the energy seemed to sense something stirring slowly. The magnet fruit, recently consumed by Akira, appeared to detect an imminent threat writhing within him. The unknown energy seemed to have identified prey and began its pursuit. Soon, under Akira's control, the magnet fruit's abilities were absorbed by the unknown energy, which felt as if it had satiated its hunger and settled into a tranquil state within him. Another inexplicable energy surged forth from Akira, seemingly a fragment of the magnet fruit's power. Akira Kurosawa could sense it, as if it were a certain rule contained within the fruit, a rule of magnetism. But what does this unknown energy absorb? Is it the power left behind by the magnetic fruit users of generations past after their demise? It appears that this energy is solely drawn to the residual power left by the fruit's wielder. If I were to absorb the energy contained within the fruit bequeathed by the formidable, Kurosawa's eyes gleamed with increasing brilliance, as he appeared to have conceived an admirable notion regarding the rapid growth of his own system. However, prior to that, it was essential to gather the devil fruits, preferably those that had once been wielded by formidable beings. Akira Kurosawa has devised a plan. At this moment, being confined and impelled down appears to be a judicious choice. Discarding the fruit that no longer embodies the essence of the rules, Kurosawa clapped his hands and summoned Mouse. Upon returning, he intended to further expand the family business, seeking out the devil fruits previously wielded by formidable adversaries and continuing the extensive acquisition of orphans. I believe that as our bounty escalates, transactions within the underworld will become increasingly facile. Indeed, young master, Mouse replied, gazing up at Kurosawa with admiration. Now, whenever we venture into the underground black market, any dealings will be met with preferential treatment. Our family's emblem has become well recognized among them. Mouse hesitated for a moment, seemingly pondering an unsettling thought. However, the Navy has been relentlessly suppressing the chaos across the seas. Might our business face? Rest assured, Mouse. Akira Kurosawa waved his hand dismissively, stating, our family belongs to the aristocracy within the government S alliance. They will not trouble us, provided our actions remain discreet. Currently, the Navy is solely focused on me. As for the family business, as long as we continue to profit, that group of nobles will have sufficient gains from us, and they will willingly assist us in dealing with the Navy. Throughout the years, Kurosawa has upheld the principle of mutual prosperity. and several nobles engaged in business with him have flourished through his endeavors. Naturally, they would not wish to see the Kurosawa family's enterprise suffer, as it would adversely affect their own interests, prompting them to ensure the Navy does not disrupt their gains. In this world, as long as one does not openly oppose the world government and can provide them with benefits, even pirates are willing to collaborate. It is worth noting that after Kaido's conquest of Wano, a significant amount of sea stone was acquired by the world government. What use could the beast pirates have for such a resource? To the world government, they are merely a larger pirate crew, and if the terms are right, they are capable of cooperating with ordinary pirates. The collaboration between Roger's pirates and the Navy against the Rock's pirates remains a vivid memory. Upon hearing the response of his young master, Shuhui's gaze filled with admiration. He had always been discontented with the nobles who contributed nothing, yet occupied a significant share of the family business. Without them, their business could have yielded even greater profits. However, it seems his young master possesses remarkable foresight. Had he not insisted on including those nobles, their family might have already faced the Navy's onslaught. And would they still be able to safely conduct business and earn money? Soon after, Enel entered, addressing boss. Observing the now unbandaged Enel, Kurosawa couldn't help but chuckle. What? Have you recovered so swiftly? The humor in Kurosawa's words made Enel feel somewhat embarrassed, especially since he had been the only one knocked out during the battle. Boss, were we going to launch an offensive? Noting Enel's eagerness, Kurosawa remained silent as Lafayette also entered. Based on the clues we have gathered, it appears that the most formidable pirate crew on the island is an affiliate of the Steam Pirates. Lafayette glanced at Enel and continued. We cannot dismiss the possibility that the Steam Pirates have already received our information. They may be rallying other pirates to attack us. Therefore, our primary objective now is to train and remain vigilant. Lafayette then turned to Kurosawa. I have dispatched a unit to gather intelligence on the internal affairs of the Steam Pirates. Oh, Kurosawa Akira regarded Lafitte with a hint of curiosity, inquiring, how fares the situation? In Chapter 48, as news circulated, he continued, are the dispatch personnel reliable? Lafitte took a seat, responding, regrettably, the Steam Pirates are rather selective in their recruitment, admitting only formidable pirate crews. Otherwise, our optimal choice would have been for our members to integrate into the ranks of the Steam Pirates. Akira Kurosawa noted Taugufun. It is quite commendable that we have managed to infiltrate several pirate crews under the banner of the Steam Pirates. Have there been any updates? According to the intelligence, they appear to have discovered that Mihawk Island has been occupied, and several pirate factions are currently gathering. Regrettably, the family members lack sufficient strength to secure a position within the upper echelons. Lafayette shook his head in disappointment. It is of no consequence. If their power were too formidable, it would likely arouse suspicion from the Steam Pirates. It is best for them to assume the role of ordinary pirate members and remain inconspicuous. Akira Kurosawa was not particularly regrettable. He merely instructed Lafayette to exercise caution, for discovery would render escape nearly impossible. How has the integration of the captives progressed? Reflecting on the numerous pirates left behind after the battle, Akira Kurosawa inquired. Some have already been released for daily labor, contributing to the construction of factories. Naturally, Lafayette would not permit them to remain idle indefinitely. The others, being minor leaders of some renown, are currently confined within a temporary prison. Does the young master have any directives? Let us sell them at the slave auction to earn some profit. Akira Kurosawa waved his hand nonchalantly and remarked, those with devil fruits may remain. I wish to conduct some experiments. Understood, replied Raphael, nodding before departing. Akira Kurosawa rose from his seat and stretched languidly. Is the Kurosawa pirate speed truly so remarkable? Among this cohort of pirates, he is undoubtedly the swiftest, a figure resembling an albatross, hidden in the shadows. Marveled. Let us feature her pirate crew in the headline of today's newspaper. It is our hope that they can withstand the impending assault from the Steam Pirates. Only then can they truly establish their presence in the New World. Understood, President, came a voice from the unseen darkness. The avian figure nodded. He was none other than Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency. Having consumed the albatross fruit, he had trained a flock of sentient seagulls specifically to deliver newspapers across the seas, and he was accompanied by a legion of elusive reporters. Upon the occupation of Mihawk Island by Akira Kurosawa and his crew, a journalist under his command promptly discovered the situation and reported it to him. He was indeed aware that a small pirate crew, affiliated with the Steam Pirates, resided on Mihawk Island. Unfortunately, they had already been annihilated by Kurosawa's faction. The vast ocean had grown eerily tranquil, with the exception of the naval hunter Mihawk, whose disturbances were the only notable events, leaving the Kurosawa pirates as the sole remaining spectacle. President, that user of the Sasa fruit, crocodile? Morgans shook his head. This individual has remained inactive since entering the Grand Line. Have we uncovered any news regarding the remaining crew members of the Roger Pirates? Our operatives have yet to report back. These individuals have been in hiding ever since the disbandment of their crew. Sighing, Morgans lamented. Who would have thought that only a single new pirate crew would be capable of stirring significant turmoil across the entire sea? Birdhead nodded. Let us ensure our people keep a close watch on the Kurosawa pirates. The steam pirates have already begun their operations. Understood. In the first half of the Grand Line, Mihawk faced the Navy. A naval officer, who had lost an arm, knelt on the ground, his voice hoarse. This is merely the final rage of the week. A deep voice, emanating from a man with hawk-like eyes, responded, Your swordsmanship lacks conviction. He then disregarded the fallen officer and exited the Navy base, leaving behind a multitude of corpses. Mihawk soon returned to his modest coffin-like quarters, retrieving the day's newspaper to peruse. Has Kurosawa already claimed territory in the New World? Swift indeed, he deserves his reputation as a formidable opponent. A smile graced Mihawk's face as he reminisced about the time Kurosawa had invited him, during which he had savored copious amounts of fine wine. Contemplating this, Mihawk felt a pang of desire. Where might I procure some exquisite wine? Perhaps I should pay a visit to Kurosawa and see if he has any left? Meanwhile, in the New World, a chill ran down Kurosawa's spine as he sensed someone speaking about him from behind. Damn it, who dares to discuss me in such a manner? Young master, here is today's newspaper, said a hunched figure with a runny nose as he entered. At that moment, Doflamingo had yet to adopt his future swagger. He appeared relatively normal, resembling a promising young man. Torres, keep your distance, Doflamingo said with a shiver after taking a swig of alcohol. The figure's runny nose, a manifestation of his devil fruit powers, was indeed repulsive. He then seized the newspaper to read. The Kurosawa pirates are remarkably swift. There are truly many ambitious souls upon these seas. Doflamingo possesses a certain familiarity with the renowned new pirates of the sea, among whom his curiosity is particularly piqued by Akira Kurosawa. From what he has gathered, Kurosawa was originally a noble, and his trajectory bears some resemblance to that of the Don Quixote family. However, Kurosawa has already secured a territory in the New World, advancing ahead of him. In stark contrast, his own family. Damn that Crane, she is relentlessly fixated on us. Doflamingo lamented, feeling helpless as Crane's wash fruit kept him firmly subdued. Coupled with her extensive experience from countless battles, he found himself at her mercy. Toroburu, we must accelerate our pace. We cannot afford to waste any more time with Crane. Let's shake her off swiftly. Understood, young master. Keep your distance. A man with a shadowed gaze reclined in his chair, exhaling a plume of smoke. That's Bones. How long until we reach the next island? Captain, we have 2 weeks remaining. 2 weeks? That is quite a stretch. Regrettably, our ship's propulsion is inadequate. This is our maximum speed. Very well, you may leave. Yes. Daz nodded and departed. The man in the chair resumed, perusing the day's newspaper. The Kurosawa pirates. He murmured to himself. This individual is none other than the natural-type devil fruit user, Crocodile. He took a deep drag from his cigar and called out, Des Bones. Change our course. Set sail for the Subjugation archipelago. Yes, Captain. Ignoring Des Bones' response, Crocodile was consumed by a singular thought. He has already arrived. I cannot afford to lag behind. Kurosawa, you had better survive until I reach you. At this moment, Crocodile, yet unscathed by Whitebeard's wrath, held firm confidence in his strength. Otherwise, he would not have held his ground against Douglas Bullet. With ambition ablaze, he declared, Captain, let us hasten towards the New World. We cannot allow the Kurosawa pirates to eclipse our reputation. One of Moria's subordinates, fresh from a fierce battle with the Marines, glanced at the latest newspaper and shouted, What is the matter? Is there more news about the Kurosawa pirates? Moria, reclining in his chair, took a swig of his drink. Indeed, what news do you have? Yes. Captain, they have reached the New World and swiftly claimed an island, establishing their own territory. Captain, we must also set sail. Yes, Moria. We cannot allow him to dominate the spotlight alone. The pirates under Moria roared with excitement. Hee little ones, let us set sail for the Subjugation archipelago. It seems we have fallen behind. The arrival of Akira Kurosawa has stirred his own wings, influencing the trajectories of many. Chapter 49, The Imminent Offensive. Young master, it seems we have once again graced the headlines, exclaimed Eniru, bursting into the room with a newspaper in hand, brimming with excitement. Oh, Kurosawa looked at Enel with a hint of curiosity. Has there been a change in a bounty? Enel replied awkwardly, Not yet. Then what are you so excited about? You should focus on training. Soon we shall face a great battle that will determine whether we can truly claim a territory in the New World. Yes, young master. Although Enel was unaware of who they would be battling, he was resolute that any challenger would meet with his defeat. Observing Enel's eager departure, Kurosawa shook his head in resignation, still too young. The Firestorm Pirates. Captain, should we not investigate Kurosawa's group on Moke Island? No, replied a red-haired pirate, lounging in a chair, taking a swig of rum. They are merely a new crew. They must first withstand the impending assault from the steam pirates to truly lay claim to Moke Island. It is still too early. The larger pirate crews in the chaotic waters regarded Kurosawa and his companions with indifference. They were well aware of the situation on Moke Island and dismissed Kurosawa's occupation of it. After all, it was common knowledge that the steam pirates had their own crew established there. Should the steam pirates remain unresponsive, allowing a newcomer to tarnish their reputation, their aspirations for further growth would be thwarted. Young master, I bring urgent news. The steam pirates appear to have made a decision. Lafayette hurried in, interrupting Kurosawa's experiment. Akira Kurosawa has been pondering how to ensure that the devil fruit remains within the body of its user even after their demise. Whether surrounding the dying fruit user with an array of fruits or confining them within a chamber laden with sea prism stone while presenting a multitude of fruits. None of these methods appear to yield any success. Could it be that only the dark fruit would suffice? Upon noticing Lafitte's entrance, Kurosawa ceased his conjecture and inquired, "What brings you here?" The young master, Lafitte began, "The steam pirates have dispatched all 3 of their subordinate crews, and they are heading towards our current location on Mock Island." He extended the intelligence report to Kurosawa. "Has the steam pirates not mobilized?" Kurosawa asked. "No," Lafitte replied with a smile. "They are currently entangled with the big MOM pirates and can only send out their subordinate crews. Their main forces are too apprehensive to engage. Clearly, the present circumstances appeared favorable for them. Is that so? What is the reason behind it?" Akira Kurosawa inquired with a hint of perplexity. "It is an island renowned for its abundant production of a particular confectionery, which has caught the eye of Charlotte Linli. However, this island lies within the territory of the steam pirate crew, leading to several skirmishes between the 2 parties. Although these confrontations have been minor, both pirate crews have significantly bolstered their forces along the edges of their respective territories, and discussions are still ongoing. Akira Kurosawa note that. No wonder they could dispatch 2 pirate crews to seek us out. It appears they were engaged in negotiations. I had assumed the 2 parties were already at odds, yet they still possessed such audacity." Akira Kurosawa stroked his sparse beard thoughtfully and remarked, "Let us add a touch of fire to their plight." Akira Kurosawa smiled and remarked, "Let us observe whether Charlotte Linli will make any significant moves with the 2 pirate crews that remain." Lafayette, upon hearing this, chuckled mischievously. "Understood, my lord. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once." As he watched Lafayette depart, Kurosawa's gaze grew pensive and profound. However, upon turning, he noticed the lifeless body of a devil fruit user sprawled on the ground, which soured his mood. The loss of several devil fruit users weighed heavily on him. The failed experiments represented not only a waste but also potential treasures that could have fetched a handsome price in the slave auction market. Feeling a pang of regret, he averted his eyes from the corpse and exited. At this moment, on Mock Island, the traces of blood had nearly vanished. The island had once housed a small number of residents, predominantly former pirates who operated taverns and eateries. Yet, aside from these unexpected inhabitants, the island boasted no unique products, and its economy was underdeveloped. It was little wonder that a band of feeble pirates could maintain control here, as occupying this territory offered no substantial advantage to larger pirate crews. The reason Akira Kurosawa initially chose this location was precisely due to its impoverished state, which would deter the attention of formidable pirates. His economic sustenance still relied on the 4 seas. As for the factory being established on Mock Island, it was merely a preliminary setup, with the timeline for production yet to be determined. However, Kurosawa harbored little hope for its success. Mock Island, in terms of geographical position and resources, was considerably lacking. After their conquest of Mock Island, his subordinates conducted extensive surveys around the island, uncovering no significant minerals, and the sparse population offered no projects to entice outsiders to settle. Prior to the exploration, Kurosawa had mentally prepared himself, yet upon receiving the reports from his subordinates, he could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment, having dared to hope for fortuitous discoveries. Thus, Mock Island was merely a temporary refuge for Kurosawa. He had long coveted Ironstone Island, under the banner of the steam pirates, as that island was rich in iron ore, serving as one of the primary sources of income for the steam pirates. Additionally, it was the first island they encountered while traversing the New World, known as Icefield Island. Akira Kurosawa smacked his lips, feeling a mix of excitement and desire, yet regrettably unable to act at that moment. Alas, a day later, Young master, the two pirate crews have already entered the chaotic seas. Should we proceed to intercept them? Akira Kurosawa and his companions were presently gathered in the hall, deliberating the impending assault of the steam pirates. No use, leg. We lack an effective means to detain them upon the high seas. Kurosawa was acutely aware of his own firepower. Ordinary cannons that might suffice for swatting mosquitoes, yet were utterly inadequate against formidable foes at sea. Lafayette understood this as well. However, the thought of doing nothing and merely waiting for the enemy to strike was unbearable. Inaru, unable to contain his impatience, interjected, "Boss, allow me to catch them off guard first. After all, I can fly." Lafayette raised his sword and playfully struck Inaru on the head, but Inaru deftly evaded the blow. "Still wishing to strike me?" he taunted, laughing heartily. "My training during this period has not been in vain." Lafayette merely smiled, choosing silence. Noticing Lafayette's lack of response, Inaru assumed he had relinquished his intent to strike, only to feel a sudden sensation at the back of his head. In an instant, Lafayette had vanished from his original position and reappeared behind him. "Brother Lafayette, your speed is utterly outrageous." Inaru crouched down, cradling his head, and lamented. "Oomph. You flaunt your minor achievements and harbor thoughts of ambushing the enemy. With your slight frame, you ought to conserve your efforts," Lafayette replied with a cold smirk. "Enough," Akira Kurosawa interjected, halting the farce below. "I shall transmit the intelligence regarding the two pirate crews shortly. Pay heed, for according to our deductions, they are expected to arrive in the waters of Moku Island by tomorrow." "Yes, young master." Chapter 50. Ambush Madu. I am not criticizing you, but as a fledgling pirate, must you require my support? Are we not currently in a standoff with Charlotte Linli? On the tranquil sea, two vessels advanced in unison. Ino, Dilla. They're not mere pirates. I have engaged in brief combat with him, and he. Before Madu could complete his thought, the witch Della interrupted. All right. It's merely that the big MOM pirate crew lacks formidable warriors. Only Charlotte Linli and her son Katakuri possess any significant strength. Otherwise, how could the captain have permitted my involvement? Indeed, yet Charlotte Linli is truly deranged, daring to seize our territory from the steam pirate crew merely for sustenance. The two exchanged no further words. Madu felt that remaining aboard the witch's ship held little purpose. He turned and leapt back on his own vessel. "Captain, Moku Island lies ahead," cried a sentry, resembling a pirate, as he stood atop a height with a spyglass in hand. "All hands prepare. Remain vigilant against potential attacks from the shore." Young master. Two ships have appeared on the surface, bearing the insignia of the steam pirate crew. Enough. Why the haste?" Akira Kurosawa rested one hand upon his head, while the other gestured for Inaru to remain calm. He had recently been in discussions with Lafayette regarding strategies against the steam pirates. They were already aware that the steam pirates were engaged in a standoff with the big MOM pirates, making it improbable for them to allocate significant forces to trouble them. The two pirate crews would likely be their utmost limit, which made the situation manageable. Moreover, the intelligence about the two incoming pirate crews had been thoroughly gathered and familiarized by all, thus enabling a more adept response. The Firebore pirates and the Witch pirates had arrived at the shores of Moke Island. Oddly, there was not a soul in sight. Captain Firebore gazed at the desolate shoreline, perplexed. What's so strange about it? A novice pirate crew, upon arriving in the New World, manages to seize an island. Naturally, they would let their guard down, he remarked. They are probably still unwinding at this moment. Della, the witch, stretched her lithe form beside him, her graceful physique unmistakable. Madu, acutely aware of the woman's ruthless nature, averted his gaze. He knew that most men who had dared to harbor inappropriate thoughts about her had met with dire fates. "Do not lower your guard. These pirates are formidable," he cautioned. With a cold chuckle, the witch replied, "Firebore, you are becoming increasingly timid." Madu refrained from engaging in an argument, opting instead to dispatch a few pirates to cautiously scout the surroundings. Regrettably, they uncovered no irregularities, not even a patrolling pirate. "This is strange," Madu mused, furrowing his brow. "Could it be that I am overthinking this?" He then said, "All right, Firebore, we have no time to squander. Our leader is awaiting us. Let's resolve this matter swiftly." Madu felt his anxiety ease, recognizing that perhaps he had indeed been overly concerned. Consequently, the two men, accompanied by their subordinates, ventured into the heart of the island. "Young master, they have arrived at the designated location," a family member reported to Akira Kurosawa. "Let's give them a surprise." Akira Kurosawa lit a cigarette and spoke to a member. "Yes." He then turned and exited. As Moto and Della approached the outskirts of Moku Island town, they found themselves surrounded by numerous pirates both in front and behind. A mere ploy. It seems this pirate crew possesses some wit. Yet they believe these ordinary pirates can hinder our escape. The witch Della chuckled persistently. Her observation Haki revealed that these pirates lacked formidable strength, leading her to conclude that Kurosawa was rather naive, dismissing them entirely. Moto furrowed his brow further, pondering if it could truly be so simple. Without dwelling on it, the pirates on both sides surged forward. Eliminate them, and then locate their captain, commanded Della. Glancing at Moto, you handle the pirates behind us. I shall take care of those in front. Moto nodded, accepting the division of labor without objection. Subsequently, the two pirate crews, totaling over 500, charged forward in opposite directions. The pirates charging towards them were swiftly dispatched by Moto and Della's subordinates, resulting in a one-sided massacre. Strange, why are these foes so weak? The formidable ones I previously encountered in this crew are nowhere to be found. Moto's unease deepened. Moto, could it be that they coerced the island civilians to impede us, using the opportunity to escape? Della mocked, her laughter ringing in the air. Yet, they failed to notice the pirates' vacant expressions, and as they fell to their blades, an invisible, odorless gas began to emanate from them. Soon, both groups of pirates were nearly exterminated. Let us proceed into the town, Moto instructed his subordinates, refusing to linger or rest as they continued towards Moku town. Upon nearing the town's entrance, he heard a report. Captain, several of our brothers have fainted. What is happening? Have you discerned the cause? Moto inquired, perplexed. We have yet to determine the reason. Ha ha! Moto, your subordinates are rather fragile, succumbing after slaying mere, ordinary pirates? Della's mocking voice echoed. Captain, a few of our men have also fainted, one of Moto's subordinates relayed, causing Della's laughter to falter. Hearing the report, Moto sensed an escalating unease. As his observation Haki indicated an increasing number of fallen pirates. Be cautious. Just as he shouted, bolts of colossal lightning descended from the sky, striking the center of both pirate crews and inflicting devastating damage. Akira Kurosawa emerged slowly, a hint of amusement gracing his features. Moto, it has been quite some time. Have you missed me? Akira Kurosawa, what has transpired with those pirates? What have you done? Moto's eyes bore into Kurosawa's, as if he wished to devour him whole. Nothing much, merely added a little spice to your plight, intending to bring you a surprise. Kurosawa replied with a smirk. The pirates in question were a faction of those captured by Kurosawa and his crew. Lafayette had hypnotized them and administered a family-specific poison. This particular toxin coursed through the pirates' veins, causing no immediate harm. Yet, once their blood ceased to circulate, the poison would transmute into a gas, mingling with the air. If inhaled, it would induce unconsciousness, and in larger quantities, could even lead to death. At that moment, several pirates from both crews began to collapse, with even some of the higher-ranking members feeling lightheaded, particularly those who had recently engaged in the fray. Surrounded by the hypnotized pirates, they had inhaled a greater quantity of the toxin, observing the continuous fall of their comrades through the observation of Kinbunchika Haki. A grimace settled upon the faces of some officers. Moto realized he had been ensnared. The witch, Dara, wore a pale expression, surprised that this newcomer pirate had outmaneuvered them. Chapter 51. War, Part 1. Moto, we cannot afford to delay any longer. Otherwise, more of our men will succumb, and the situation will turn even more dire for us. Dara's gaze was fixed on Akira Kurosawa. She no longer underestimated this fledgling pirate crew. Moto inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner turmoil, and commanded his subordinates to charge toward Kurosawa and his allies. Under the dual threat of the toxic gas and Enel's ambush, the number of standing personnel from both pirate crews was dwindling. Regrettably, they had no time for contemplation. They understood that unless they could vanquish Kurosawa and his companions, escape would be impossible. Reg and the others stood behind Kurosawa, watching as the officers from the opposing pirate crews charged forward, their fists clenched in anticipation. Go forth. Eliminate them. Akira Kurosawa unsheathed his sword, its tip directed towards the opposing crowd, and spoke to his subordinates. Oh! One of his followers emitted a peculiar cry and charged towards the two pirate crews, as if they were the true villains. Akira Kurosawa shook his head with a hint of resignation, while Lafayette chuckled beside him. Young master, I shall take my leave now. After receiving a nod from Kurosawa, Lafayette spread his wings and soared towards the opponent. Upon sensing Lafayette's formidable presence, he declared, I will confront this Zoan fruit user. Before Delilah could utter a word, Moto instantly transformed into his beastly form, flames engulfing his body as he charged towards Lafayette. Just as Lafayette was poised to unleash a massacre, he suddenly felt a surging inferno rushing towards him and raised his hand to block the attack. Fire bore Moto, observing the blazing figure before him. Lafayette remarked with a grin, I didn't expect it to be you standing in my way. Humph, resorting to such despicable tactics, Moto grunted. Ah, adentio pirates despicable? Lafayette laughed, even more recklessly. Why do you not consider your own folly? Upon hearing the mockery, Moto felt a sting to his pride, falling silent as he charged at Lafayette. Lafayette steadied himself, drawing his sword to engage in combat. Madame Delilah, how about we enjoy the spectacle from here? At this moment, Akira Kurosawa has encountered the witch Delara, sensing the profound aura that emanates from her being. The witch's brow is furrowed in concentration. Is this truly a newcomer? Suppressing her inner doubts, a pair of tattered black and purple wings, exuding an aura of malevolence, unfurl behind her. Gazing upon the wings, information regarding the witch Delara gradually materializes in Akira Kurosawa's mind. Delara, a wielder of the devil fruit, possesses the power of the Zoan-type human fruit, transforming into the form of a fallen angel. She can manipulate the human heart, stirring the deepest desires within her enemies, and when they become ensnared by their own longings, she strikes them down. She boasts extraordinary speed and formidable strength, and can summon a colossal sai from the abyss as her weapon. Once, she engaged in a fierce battle with Rear Admiral Crane, resulting in a stalemate. She stands as one of the few formidable women of the sea, with a bounty of 980 million. Akira Kurosawa, I heard that the fellow Huatun claims you are quite powerful. Ha! Such praise is merely a compliment from Senior. Akira Kurosawa chuckled softly, shaking his head as he gazed at the enchanting woman before him. I cannot compare to the likes of you esteemed predecessors. Ha ha! Dara covered her mouth and let out a beguiling laugh. You possess quite a sense of self-awareness, don't you? I suppose it's acceptable. Akira Kurosawa chuckled as he remarked. Have you ever contemplated joining another pirate crew? Perhaps enticing me to join yours? Your crew appears rather feeble. I merely find your beauty captivating and wish to journey alongside you. Is that so? It will depend on the resilience of your spirit. As the final words echoed, Dai conjured a shadowy realm beside her, drawing forth a colossal scythe exuding an ominous aura. If I were to triumph over you, would you be inclined to grant my request? First, defeat me, she retorted. Before her words had fully dissipated, Dai had already swung her scythe towards Akira Kurosawa. How vexing it is that a woman possesses such formidable strength. Enel, caught off guard, was sent sprawling by a single punch, crashing into numerous branches along his path. Before him stood a muscular woman clad in a tank top, her powerful physique accentuated as she bore a mocking expression reminiscent of a muscular Barbie. You're merely a fortunate child who stumbled upon the rumble fruit, she scoffed. With a smirk, Enel rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn woman, prepare to meet your end. He unleashed a torrent of electricity towards the muscular Barbie. Alas, she withstood the electric assault and charged towards him. Child, is that feeble current merely a bath for me? Poor Enel, due to his youth, had yet to fully harness the rumble fruit's formidable energy. His immaturity hindered his physical prowess. To the formidable brutes of the sea, his weak lightning merely caused a slight numbness, failing to inflict significant harm. At that moment, the muscular Barbie had closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch towards Enel. However, he evaded her strike by transforming into an elemental form. What a troublesome natural type user. He mused. Barbie spat disdainfully, cursing under her breath. Leg, wielding his sword, cautiously severed the toxic arrows that rained down around him while simultaneously unleashing a slashing strike at the assailants across from him. Meanwhile, Laius deftly evaded the assaults with his remarkable speed, knocking his bow to retaliate. His bow was crafted from specially designed materials, allowing arrows to silently slice through the air, making them perilous to those unprepared without formidable observation Haki. Leg could only remain on the defensive. Despite having mastered the Navy's 6 styles, his primary focus remained on swordsmanship, leaving him momentarily unable to keep pace with his opponent's agility, thus relegating him to a position of passive defense. Across the battlefield, the thunderous sounds of combat echoed. A colossal serpent human clashed relentlessly with a metallic figure radiating a gleaming steel sheen. Dragon Spring versus Eldo of the Fire Pig pirate crew. After being struck by Dragon Spring's serpentine tail, Eldo clumsily regained his footing. Although he suffered minimal harm, being repeatedly sent flying was embarrassing. Damn Zoan-type devil fruit users. Their strength is truly formidable, he thought, twisting his neck and gazing at Dragon Spring, who appeared calm and indifferent. Where on earth did this rookie pirate come from? How can he remain so composed? Dragon Spring, however, was oblivious to Eldo's thoughts. His sole focus was to crush the ironclad adversary before him. He pondered whether the 3rd stage of armament Haki, as mentioned by his master, could penetrate this armored foe from within. observing the dark Haki coiling around his tail. He reflected, my Haki is still at the second stage, just a bit short. Silently contemplating strategies to defeat Eldo. He found himself locked in a stalemate against the formidable defense. Arak, having remained silent for a considerable time, had honed his mastery over the bone fruit's abilities. Jagged bone spikes erupted from his body, forcing a female swordswoman to frantically defend herself. Damn it, is this the bone demon Arak? The intel didn't describe him as this powerful. The female swordswoman cursed internally. Prior to their arrival, Moto had provided them with information about the Kurosawa pirate crew, but she had dismissed it, believing this new pirate crew to be merely mediocre. Now, as they engage, astonishment fills the air. A single pirate crew simultaneously holds off two rival crews, and the opponents consist merely of a fledgling band of pirates. Although they had previously fallen into an ambush and sustained some losses, each crew's officers remained relatively unharmed. In truth, once they inhaled the toxic gas, a portion of their strength was inevitably diverted to suppress its onset. For those with greater prowess and resilience, such as the captains of the two crews, the impact is not severely detrimental. However, for their ordinary subordinates, who initially possess comparable strength to their adversaries, or perhaps even a slight advantage, the necessity to contain the internal toxins has forcibly diminished their capabilities to a parity with the enemy. Should the entanglement prolong and the toxins erupt fully within them, their situation would worsen significantly. Ordinarily, their ship's doctor would have ample time to devise an antidote. Yet Akira Kurosawa led his crew into battle at the very moment they felled the group of pirates, leaving no opportunity to concoct a remedy. In other battlefields, figures like Hachi and Nyoli had already transformed into their beastly forms, colliding with their foes, the resounding crashes echoing through the forest as trees fell under the intense impact. For these formidable pirates, the trees, fragile as they are, topple and shatter upon contact. In their regular skirmishes, demolishing a house is mere routine. Hey, old bull, these fellows are quite the handful, Hachi exclaimed, observing a few formidable martial artists alongside a Zoan fruit user. All right, let's swiftly dispatch them and then assist Long Quan. Nyoli responded in his deep, rumbling voice. Upon hearing Nyoli's reply, Hachi rolled his eyes in boredom, but his subordinates moved with alacrity. Clad in the armor of Haki, Hachi, with a swift motion, plunged his claw through the chest of the animal fruit user, who quaked in terror. A tiny little kitty jumping about, seeking the heavens? Hachi withdrew his bloodied claw and spat dismissively. The feline fruit user opened his mouth but uttered not a sound. Hachi had already turned to locate Nyoli, who was being besieged by several pirates. Half transformed, Nyoli was enveloped in dark Haki, continuously colliding with the pirates, sending them flying without inflicting fatal injuries. As they quickly regained their footing to rejoin the encirclement around him, intent on exhausting his strength, Hachi stealthily approached from behind and, seizing the opportunity while they were oblivious, extracted the hearts of two of them. Old bull, I've come to your rescue. Hachi's boisterous voice rang out. Bang, 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 bang. The clashing of weapons reverberated incessantly as the aura of swordplay surged forth. The surroundings of Akira, Kurosawa, and Daila lay utterly desolate, swept away by the radiant energy of their combat. No one dared to intervene in their fierce confrontation, fearful of incurring their wrath. Indeed, the strength of my esteemed senior is truly formidable. As Akira Kurosawa raised his sword to fend off Dara's assault, he jested, "You are not so bad yourself, young lad." Dara responded with a flirtatious smile, yet her strikes remained relentless. "Whether I am young or not, esteemed senior, you have yet to find out. Shall we retreat to a room and explore this further?" At the sound of Kurosawa's words, Dara intensified her strength, her attacks becoming increasingly fierce. "There is no need for haste, esteemed senior." Akira Kurosawa effortlessly deflected the attacks, simultaneously launching a psychological offensive against his opponent. He exhibited no concern for his subordinates, viewing this confrontation merely as an opportunity for them to hone their skills, seeking the elusive balance of power necessary for combat. The potential encounter with the true main force of the steam pirates loomed ahead, and should they retain their current strength, it was likely that Reg and his companions would suffer significant casualties. Thus, seizing the present moment, they aimed to fortify their abilities. In facing the considerably weaker Della, Kurosawa had no intention of swiftly vanquishing her. Instead, he chose to engage in a gradual contest of restraint. That insufferable individual. Does he wish to continue this game with me? Observing his opponent, who wore a smile while easily countering his strikes without retaliating, Della felt the sting of belittlement. Although her visage remained adorned with a charming smile, a tempest of fury brewed within her, threatening to erupt. She unleashed the full extent of her fruit's power, as a vast array of purple gas enveloped her, infused with an overwhelming force of desire that beckoned to the deepest longings of Kurosawa's soul. Akira Kurosawa also liberated his spirit, slowly savoring the effects brought forth by the atmosphere. Akira Kurosawa found himself engulfed by a profound sense of possessiveness towards the young woman across from him, as a myriad of negative desires surged within him. Yet, he refrained from exercising undue restraint, for these were indeed the very things he yearned for: power, status, wealth, and beauty. The tangible reality before his eyes began to fade, giving way to a plethora of illusions. Perched upon a grand cloud-like throne, he was surrounded by an array of enchanting women, while the 5 elders knelt below him. In the distance, a grotesque celestial dragon was mercilessly slaughtered upon a platform. In that moment, Kurosawa felt as though he were the sovereign of the world. As he observed the growing vacancy in his gaze, Dara scoffed. "A rookie pirate is merely a rookie pirate. I can easily bring him under my control." Without further ado, she grasped her scythe, poised to deliver a lethal blow to the motionless Kurosawa. "Ah, my lady, is it not rather impolite to ambush me while I am reveling in my dreams?" Akira Kurosawa deftly evaded Dara's assault, a playful glimmer in his gaze as he regarded the witch. Dara, her expression grave, scrutinized Kurosawa as clarity returned to his eyes. "You have not succumbed to my control?" she inquired, her confidence in her abilities unwavering. Even her superior, the captain of the steam pirate crew, could scarcely withstand the allure of her desire. Yet, this newcomer pirate had not only emerged unscathed from her seductive influence, but had also regained his composure. In that instant, Dara sensed the formidable strength of his will. "A fearsome individual," she mused, narrowing her eyes. "What is it, senior? Is it so astonishing?" Akira Kurosawa smiled faintly. "Such a level of desire, however, cannot tempt me. How about we retreat to a room, senior, and you personally attempt to entice me?" Akira Kurosawa continued to take advantage of the situation, observing the stunning pirate queen, known as the Witch, with her brows furrowed in frustration. Chapter 53. War, Part 3. Kurosawa, do not presume that your presence can shield you from the consequences. The Witch, Dara, declared as she recognized the futility of her assaults against him. We shall see what transpires when the steam pirates arrive. As for now, Akira Kurosawa gazed with a sinister smile at the female pirate before him, his wrath containing a peculiar charm. Naturally, Della, whose inherent cruelty was well known, understood the implications of Kurosawa's unfinished thoughts. Having spent many years in the pirate profession, she was acutely aware of such matters. All she could do now was hope that Moto and his companions would vanquish their opponents and then unite with her to confront Kurosawa. Meanwhile, Lafitte observed Moto, who was engulfed in flames in his half-beast form, and felt a slight headache coming on. It was evident that Moto intended to confront him directly, yet his fiery demeanor made it challenging to engage. Occasionally, Moto unleashed firebombs, but Lafitte's fruit abilities thwarted these attacks. Although the hurricane intensified the flames, it also altered their trajectory. Several times, Moto found himself scorched by his own flames, leading him to abandon that tactic, opting instead to maintain the blaze surrounding him, which made Lafitte hesitant to strike during their encounters. On another part of the battlefield, Enel gradually regained his offensive rhythm, playfully evading the attacks of the formidable Barbie. While Barbie's speed was commendable when compared to ordinary individuals, it proved futile against Enel, who possessed the rumble fruit. She soon sensed the creeping paralysis in her body. "Damn rat, come face me directly. Stop jumping around. I'm still a woman." The frustration of Barbie grew as she could no longer tolerate Enel's teasing combat style. With her limited intellect, she devised a plan to provoke Enel into a direct confrontation. Unfortunately, Enel had learned caution from Kurosawa. Had it been in the original narrative, he might have been fooled, but now that was impossible. "Ha. Old woman, are you getting anxious? Come and fight me," Enel taunted, further igniting Barbie's suppressed fury, which now surged uncontrollably. "Damn you, I will kill you." Seeing the hulking figure of the muscle-bound devil opposite her consumed by rage, Enel chose not to rush into an attack. Instead, he deftly evaded her strikes, occasionally unleashing a bolt of lightning to further provoke her. Finally, observing that the enraged Barbie's movements had slowed, Enel's eyes gleamed with determination as he soared into the air. Wrath of the Thunder God. A massive spear composed of lightning materialized in his hand, poised to strike down upon Barbie. Sensing the impending attack from above, Barbie instinctively prepared to block. Yet, having exerted herself fully in her previous assaults against Enel, her stamina had dwindled, and her Haki was nearly depleted. Gritting her teeth, she concentrated her remaining Haki at her chest, crossing her arms in a desperate attempt to withstand Enel's onslaught. Alas, her efforts were in vain. Enel had pursued this strike for an extended period and would not allow her to deflect it so easily. With a soft hiss, the lightning spear pierced effortlessly through the chest of the indomitable Barbie after a brief resistance. The indomitable Barbie gazed in astonishment at the gaping wound in her chest, her face a canvas of disbelief, before she gradually succumbed to her fall. Phew, this deranged woman has finally met her end. Enel exhaled deeply, acknowledging the considerable toll this battle had taken on him. Soaring into the air, he reveled in the sounds of clashes and intermittent explosions echoing through the forest, a smile spreading across his face. Ha! Once again, it seems I am the swiftest. It is not advantageous for men to move too quickly. Akira Kurosawa's keen perception remained fully engaged as he overheard Eneru's words, prompting him to utter a mocking retort. Go assist others, instead of merely spectating from above. Understood, Captain, Eneru replied, obediently seeking out other members to lend a hand in their time of need. Watching Kurosawa fight while simultaneously attending to the welfare of others only fueled Della's fury, mingled with a touch of urgency. Despite her relentless assault on Kurosawa, he effortlessly parried her attacks, exhibiting an admirable ability to multitask. Moto, you must hurry. I can hardly endure much longer. Kurosawa Akira sensed a subtle shift in his opponent's demeanor, turning his head to continue teasing her. What's the matter, senior? You seem a bit off your game. Have you given any thought to joining me in my quarters for a little experiment? Dyla seemed to have developed an immunity to Akira's provocations, blocking out his distractions effortlessly. However, Akira could perceive her increased aggression through her swifter assaults. The fierce pirate appeared to be growing angrier. He chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent as he defended against Dyla's onslaught, continuing to utilize his observation Haki to gauge the battles of his comrades. Suddenly, a poison arrow whizzed through the air, and Leg deftly parried the attack with his sword, his brow furrowing deeper in concern. This method of attrition was unsustainable. He wondered how many arrows his adversary had left. At that moment, Lys was also beginning to feel anxious. His supply of poison arrows was dwindling, and he realized that Leg was becoming increasingly adept at countering his attack patterns, making it easier for him to evade the poison projectiles. This could not continue. Resolving to change his strategy, Lys sheathed his bow and stepped forth from the shadows. Leg, your observation Haki is quite impressive, Lys remarked, yet the compliment only served to irritate Leg further. I'm a swordsman. Why compliment me on my Haki? Damn it, I must strike you down today. As Lys emerged, clapping and praising him, Leg surged forward, charging directly at Lys and swinging his renowned blade. Oof. Anticipating Leg's furious attack, Lys was prepared, raising his reassembled bow to deflect the strike. You're also a swordsman? Leg exclaimed, astonished at the bow now resembling a sword in Lys's grasp. Ha! I was renowned for my swordsmanship during my time in the Navy. Although I have long since departed, I have never abandoned my sword skills. Departed? Such a euphemism. It's merely betrayal, Leg scoffed. You know nothing. As Leg's expression turned to one of derision, Lys seemed poised to offer an explanation. However, before he could speak, Leg unleashed a more ferocious assault. I care not for your past. All I require is for you to perish swiftly. Chapter 54, War, Part 4. Confronted with Leg's relentless attacks, Lys could not afford to lose focus and defended himself earnestly. Leg, do you need me to lend a hand? A brazen voice interrupted their fierce exchange, prompting both to leap back. Enel. Leg recognized the voice with surprise. You actually managed to stay conscious this time. Upon hearing that Reg had revealed his dark past, Enel's expression soured considerably. Reg, I trust you won't be defeated, he scoffed. Hey, little brat. Wait until I finish this battle before you attempt to teach me a lesson. Meanwhile, Lias cautiously observed Enel, momentarily puzzled by the situation. Could there be a conflict between these two? Might I exploit this? As he pondered, a flash of steel soared toward him. Lias quickly rolled to evade. What am I thinking? I should focus on continuing the fight. With a grim countenance, Reg appeared more invigorated, leaving Lias bewildered. How could he regain his strength simply by exchanging a few words? The power emanating from the sword intensified Lias's precarious predicament. In the realm of swordsmen, injuries were often deemed trivial. A more severe encounter could easily result in severed limbs or even decapitation. Feeling the skin around his grip on the sword begin to crack, Lias couldn't help but force a bitter smile, realizing that his opponent's swordsmanship had seemingly advanced further. Previously, he believed their skills were on par, which was why he had sheathed his poisoned arrows and opted for a direct confrontation. This was his typical approach to dealing with adversaries, initiating with ranged attacks to gauge strength, switching to close combat if the opponent was comparably weak, and seizing opportunities to strike stealthily with poisoned arrows. If the opponent proved superior, he would retreat. However, he had not anticipated Reg's advancement in swordsmanship during their duel, which diminished his confidence in executing a surprise attack. While it was true that ambushes often favored the weaker combatant against the stronger for swordsmen, maintaining a heightened state of focus made such tactics considerably challenging. A skilled swordsman could easily respond in kind. One might succeed in poisoning a swordsman, yet risk losing their own head in the process. As Reg's relentless assault continued, Laius felt a growing sense of urgency. If this persists, I shall truly perish. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. With his right hand, he deflected an incoming strike while his left sleeve revealed a flurry of glimmering green-tipped arrows. I've been waiting for this. Reg swiftly sidestepped, evading the poisoned arrows. With so many arrows on your person, how could you exhaust them so quickly? Have you been counting the number of arrows I've loosed? Laius's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Reg. From the moment I laid eyes upon you, I sensed a subtle yet profound strength in your swordsmanship. A brief observation of your grip reveals unmistakable signs of long-term sword handling. Need I elaborate further? Gazing at the self-satisfied Reg, Laius bitterly parted his lips at a loss for words. Well, your tricks must be exhausted by now. It is time to engage in a genuine battle with the sword in hand. Upon hearing Reg's words, Laius narrowed his eyes. Ever since defecting from the Navy, I have been perpetually contemplating the means of survival. Upon reflection, it was an affront to the swordsmanship that resides within my soul. Observing the surging sword intent emanating from Laius, Reg felt a surge of excitement. Allow me to witness your true swordsmanship in all its glory. You had better be cautious. No sooner had the words left his lips than Laius vanished from sight, only to reappear before Reg in an instant. Having cast aside the burdens weighing on his heart, Laius seemed to move with newfound ease, his swordplay becoming expansive and harmonious, seemingly more attuned to his fighting style. Reg began to sense the immense pressure, yet the spark of excitement in his eyes remained undiminished. Indeed, only with an opponent of such caliber can my swordsmanship truly advance. Shouting fervently within, Reg felt as if he had fused with the sword in his grasp. Suddenly, in a fleeting moment, the strength in Laius's hand faltered, failing to intercept Reg's blade, which sliced through Laius's neck. At long last, it has come to an end. Laius's head was severed, his gaze directed towards the sky, which seemingly reflected the scenes of his early days in the Navy, laboring alongside like-minded comrades towards a shared goal. Finally, his head gently closed its eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if he had drifted into a peaceful dream. What Laius truly experienced remains a mystery, yet from the final flourish of his swordsmanship, Reg discerned that he had once been a genuine swordsman. Sheathing his sword, Reg dismissed further thoughts and hurried towards other battlefields, seeking to assist any teammates in need, while also planning to mock Tigerwing, for it was Enel who had first provoked him. Tigerwing, wait a minute, what did I do wrong? At this moment, Tigerwing was engaged with Guiyu, Julian, and Yoli, encircling several minor officers from 2 pirate crews. Though these officers were not particularly formidable, their numbers were vast, and most possessed Haki. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. The group maintained a semi-beastly form, embroiled in a vivid skirmish with these minor officers. Old Jew, so you mean to say the formidable foes you mentioned are merely these pathetic scoundrels? I'm not doing you a favor by making it easier? Are you now complaining about me, old Jew? Meanwhile, the young master is fighting valiantly. Enough, I observed the young master merely toying with that witch. He isn't even fighting seriously. Julian had some understanding of Akira Kurosawa's prowess. Such a degree of combat bore little significance. Moreover, there were hardly any enemies left. Only the Iron Skin Men from Long Quan and Raffit as adversaries pose a bit of a challenge. However, didn't Marley, Hoon, and the Chicken Fillet Squad go to assist? There is no need for your concern. The speakers, Tiger Wing and Julian, while focusing their attention on the cadre, still found the leisure to engage in casual conversation. The semi-beastly defenses afforded them formidable protection, ensuring that even if they were struck unawares, their injuries would not be severe. Furthermore, their enemies, overwhelmed by the relentless assault of Nyo Li, were struggling to breathe, leaving them no opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the two. Foolish Tiger Wing, do you require my assistance? A derisive voice interrupted, as Enel had arrived on the battlefield. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Tiger Wing's expression darkened. Old Jew, let us deal with this trash first. Julian, recognizing Enel's presence, felt a twinge of surprise. This fellow had managed to dispatch his foes with remarkable swiftness this time. Although Julian preferred to take things easy, it was somewhat embarrassing to be outperformed by a junior. Subsequently, the group ceased their idle banter and swiftly eliminated the enemies before them. Chapter 55, War, Part 5. Ah, you little rascal. I didn't expect you to be so efficient this time. Observing Enel descending gracefully, Julian approached and patted him on the shoulder. Unlike you lot, I haven't been idling about, engaging in idle chatter while dragging out a fight, Enel retorted. Julian, initially intending to steer the conversation elsewhere to avoid further conflict, found his thoughts thwarted by Enel's keen perception, and the topic reverted. Have you been away from combat for so long that you wish for US to give you a taste of it? Julian glared at Enel. Indeed, it seems this fellow has grown rather arrogant. A voice emerged from the forest, and Leg, wielding a sword, stepped forth. You little brat, mocking your seniors. I see you've been quite boastful lately. Tiger Wing chimed in, joining the gathering. Faced with the three of them, Enel felt a flicker of anxiety. He could manage to resist one, but three, unless he could remain airborne indefinitely. When I arrived, I noticed that Brother Raffit was still engaged in combat. I shall go lend my assistance. Before the words were fully uttered, she transformed into a flash of lightning and fled. Observing the hurried escape of Aniru, Reggie and his companions did not dwell on the matter, as they noted that their opponent had sustained no serious injuries and continued their march towards the next battlefield. Meanwhile, Orak gazed indifferently at the female swordsman lying on the ground, shaking his head as he sheathed the bone spikes stained with her blood. He had felt a surge of energy within him, as if some force yearned to break free. Regrettably, the female swordsman could not withstand his frenzied assault and fell, causing that surge to dissipate. He clicked his tongue in mild disappointment. Although somewhat regretful, it was of little consequence. Orak sensed that once this war concluded, he would return to his training and could once again seize that fleeting pulse of energy. Not wishing to ponder further, he lifted his gaze towards the forest, where Reggie and his companions emerged slowly. Oh, I didn't expect you to finish the battle so swiftly, Reggie remarked with a smile. Tiger Wing looked at the corpse on the ground, exclaiming, such a beautiful lady. Orak, you truly lack appreciation for delicate beauty. He clicked his tongue again, seemingly captivated by the fallen woman. Upon recognizing Reggie and the others, a smile flickered across Orak's indifferent face, but upon hearing Tiger Wing's comment, he quickly masked his expression. Next time we encounter a strikingly beautiful foe, I'll leave her to you. By the way, isn't the young master currently engaged in combat with the witch? You might want to request permission to challenge her. Haha, just kidding. That witch is quite formidable, Tiger Wing replied, grinning. Formidable or not, we Tiger Wings can handle it with ease. Upon hearing a familiar voice, the group turned to bow towards the source of the sound, young master. Just moments ago, Della had completely erupted under the teasing and forceful demeanor of Kurosawa Akira, seemingly being controlled by some consciousness within the devil fruit. Her entire being underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming exceedingly bloodthirsty. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from her, Kurosawa Akira dared not hold back. The original text mentioned that Zoan-type devil fruits, particularly the mythical ones, contained a certain consciousness that sought out its rightful user. While browsing online forums, Kurosawa Akira had even encountered claims that Luffy seemed to have transformed into another person after awakening his fruit, overtaken by the consciousness within. It now appeared that such rumors might not be unfounded. Subsequently, fearing the delay could lead to unforeseen changes, Kurosawa Akira swiftly dispatched Della before she could fully unleash her power. That was close. I nearly became the template for a lovable teacher. Akira Kurosawa patted his chest, reflecting that next time he confronted these adversaries, he ought to approach the encounter with greater seriousness and a swift resolution. He mused that should he be outmaneuvered by others, he would have no recourse to justify himself. Gazing at the lifeless form of the witch Dara, which had reverted to its original state, Kurosawa resolved to personally assess the performance of his subordinates. Although his observation skills allowed him to sense their actions, nothing could compare to witnessing the events firsthand. With this thought in mind, he soon arrived at the battlefield where Olak was engaged. Subsequently, Leg and others emerged. Tiger Wings, the captain of the Big Mom Pirates, is undoubtedly the strongest woman in this world. I shall leave her to you. Despite having borne many children, she remains quite presentable, Kurosawa remarked, not exaggerating. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin had yet to attain the corpulence she would exhibit 2 decades hence. She was accustomed to a life of luxury, occupied primarily with eating and childbirth. The 4 emperors configuration had not yet solidified, and battles erupted in numerous locales. Many of her offspring were still immature, with only one. Charlotte Katakuri, proving useful in various situations, necessitating Linli's personal involvement in many instances. She had been diligently training, her body shedding excess fat before it could accumulate. "Huh, young master, I was merely jesting," Tiger Wings quipped, seeking to provoke amusement. Observing the playful banter, Kurosawa shook his head in resignation. "You rascal." With Kurosawa's decision not to engage further, Tiger Wings straightened his posture, grinning broadly. Without exchanging more words, Kurosawa led his companions to assess the situation concerning Lafitte and Long Quan. Suddenly, a dark figure hurtled towards them. Upon closer inspection, it was the semi-beastified candidate. "Ah, old ho, why the disheveled appearance?" Tiger Wings teased, igniting another round of provocation. The candidate cast a sidelong glance at Tiger Wings, but remained silent, turning his attention back to Kurosawa. "Young master." "Yes, exercise caution," Kurosawa replied. Akira Kurosawa nodded slightly. "Young master, I shall take my leave." Following his gesture, Horan exerted himself and surged once more into the fray. The thunderous sounds of battle echoed continuously as Ho-Run and Long Quan launched a coordinated assault against Elder. The steel fruit user, though lacking in sheer offensive power, possessed an unparalleled resilience. The assault from Ho-Run and Long Quan inflicted minimal damage, though their display was undeniably formidable. Yet, having such a formidable target to strike served as an invaluable training exercise for their Haki. To breach the defenses of the armored adversary, their Haki must evolve to the third tier, capable of penetrating to the core of their opponent. One can distinctly observe that at this moment, Kurosawa and the two individuals, Long Quan and Horan, have entered a remarkable state, with their armed color Haki surging violently within them, as if a transformation has occurred. Take a good look at the changes in the two. Their current transformation will undoubtedly prove to be greatly beneficial to you. The voice of Akira Kurosawa echoed softly, causing Rege and others to cease their playful antics and earnestly observe the fierce battle unfolding before them. Damn it, have the captain and the others already failed? Eldo found himself in dire straits, besieged by several adversaries, and with Kurosawa now arriving with Rege and the others to spectate, his anxiety escalated. Was he truly destined to perish here? Eldo's eyes reddened, his inner turmoil intensifying. Chapter 56, War, Part 6. Just as Eldo was employing his fruit abilities to fend off the relentless onslaught while contemplating an escape, Long Quan suddenly bellowed. With that, a powerful fist struck heavily against Eldo's chest. He was sent flying, crashing to the ground, unable to rise for an extended period. Cough, 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 how could this be? Damn it. He had anticipated that this attack would be easily deflected, as with previous encounters. Yet he distinctly felt as though his internal organs had sustained severe damage. He recalled the captain's words. "Eldo, do you know that armament Haki can actually be divided into 3 stages? Intrigued, Eldo had asked, "I understand the first 2 stages. What is the 3rd stage?" Moto had smiled and replied, "The 3rd stage allows one to utilize Haki to penetrate the enemy's interior, inflicting immense internal damage, while your devil fruit offers solid defense. It would be unwise to clash head-on with someone skilled in the 3rd stage of armament Haki." "Don't worry, Captain," Eldo had confidently asserted. "Those who can cultivate Haki to its 3rd stage must be the pinnacle of strength upon the seas. I doubt I will encounter such formidable opponents." Moto had merely smiled at Eldo, choosing not to respond. In that moment, Eldo grasped the unspoken words of his captain and the meaning behind that smile. Indeed, the vast ocean was teeming with individuals, many of whom were prodigies, much like the formidable Long Quan and his companion before him. He discerned that their innate talents rivaled, if not surpassed, his own, and their combat techniques bore the hallmark of formal training, far superior to his own unrefined methods. A bitter smile crept across Eldo's face. They possessed greater talent, superior resources, and a solid foundation built from a young age. What could he possibly offer in comparison? With a deep sigh, Eldo lifted his gaze and steadied his breath. Huff! Now let's go. His gaze regained its steadfastness, and his breath gradually became steady. Observing Elder, who had risen once more, the demeanor of the candidate turned increasingly brutal. He could sense that something had seemingly changed after Long Chuan's punch, surmising that Long Chuan's armed color Haki had undergone a transformation, and he too felt a shift within himself. Just then, Elder was nearly struck dead by Long Quan's fist, and initially fearing he would lose such a splendid opportunity, he was now filled with joy to see Elder rise again. "Long Quan, he is entrusted to me." Upon hearing the candidate's words, Long Quan cast a puzzled glance at him, as if to question his certainty. Seeing the candidate nod resolutely, Long Quan refrained from further comment and took a few steps back, observing the movements of the two opponents. Elder comprehended their intent, which only fueled his rage further. How dare they use him as a mere instrument for their training? It appeared they truly feared nothing. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Even if he were to perish, he would drag the candidate down with him. Both combatants, masters of physical prowess, were now wholly focused on close combat, seemingly oblivious to the onlookers surrounding them, as they exchanged blows with fervor. Blood splattered around them, yet they felt no pain. Their minds were consumed by a singular thought: to annihilate the other. The crimson tide blurred their vision, and the intensity of their battle escalated, while Leg and the others silently held their breath for the candidate. Kurosawa Akira stood to one side, acutely aware of the growing intensity of Keinin's presence. While Eldo's aura diminished with each successive attack, the wounds inflicted by Ri-san had progressively worsened within him, blood ceaselessly oozing from Eldo's mouth. In an instant, the armed Haki enveloping Keinin's hand flickered and then surged violently. His eyes shone ever brighter, and the speed of his punches quickened. Eldo's consciousness waned, relying solely on instinct to throw punches that grew increasingly feeble. Was this the end? His awareness began to fade, obscured by the blood that clouded his vision. With a thunderous shout, Keinin's fist connected with Eldo's head, sending him hurtling away, collapsing to the ground without the strength to rise again. Keinin remained rooted in place, his chest heaving violently, blood and sweat mingling as they streamed down his face, his arms hanging limply at his sides. Upon closer inspection, his fist trembled slightly. Ha 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 ha! Keinin's laughter crescendoed. Regretfully, Reg and his companions gazed in astonishment at the scene. Although they had vanquished their respective foes, their circumstances paled in comparison to the brutal intensity faced by Keinin. It was not that Keinin was inferior to them, but rather that his opponent was overwhelmingly formidable. They were indeed taken aback by Keinin's formidable aura, though it did not reach the level of terror. Watching Keinin's exuberant display, Kurosawa Akira nodded in satisfaction. The stronger the family members became, the more at ease he felt. Soon after, Keinin, who had been laughing heartily, gradually collapsed. The others rushed forward, only to discover that he had merely fainted from exhaustion, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Akira Kurosawa orchestrated the return of several individuals to administer treatment to Talina and others, while the remainder pressed on towards the final battlefield. A pained sound escaped from Moto's lips, as he now bore a grievous wound in his abdomen, his body drenched in blood. Lafayette was enveloped by a tempest, the swirling winds imbued with lethal intent. Clearly, his hurricane had inflicted immense suffering upon Moto. In midair, Lafayette flapped his wings and cast a glance downward at Moto, chuckling softly. Ha, quite resilient, aren't you? Moto lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, wishing nothing more than to rend Lafayette asunder. Suddenly, Lafayette's brow furrowed, his eyes shifting towards the distance. Lafayette hastened to resolve the matter at hand. As the name of Akira Kurosawa echoed, Lafayette raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of crimson light flashing in his eyes. He noticed that the other battlefields had fallen silent, and it dawned upon him that his comrades had already vanquished their opponents. It seems I'm the slowest this time. Turning his gaze to the fallen Moto, his expression sharpened. I must hasten my actions. The air was thick with murderous intent, causing Moto's hair to stand on end for the palpable aura of death. Moto's eyes widened in terror, as if they might burst from their sockets, for Lafayette's figure had vanished from sight. In the next instant, a searing pain struck his back. Glancing down, he saw the tip of a sword protruding from his chest. He struggled to turn his head, but before he could move, his head had already detached and soared into the air. As it rotated, he beheld Lafayette, sword in hand, a smile gracing his face. Such speed! Was he merely toying with me? Darkness enveloped his consciousness, and his headless body collapsed, blood spilling across the ground. Chapter 57. The unexpected emergence of a devil fruit Lafayette is truly formidable. His speed was astonishing just now. Enel was the first to arrive at the scene of Lafayette's battle, witnessing this dramatic moment unfold. Enel, you performed admirably today. Clearly, Lafayette had been closely monitoring this young individual, whose age rendered him inexperienced in wielding his devil fruit abilities. Yet, the potential of his devil fruit was immense, a truth well understood by every member of the Kurosawa pirates. Enel himself recognized that his rumble fruit, if granted to any family member, could easily yield a combatant of at least vice admiral caliber. However, at that moment, Kurosawa had unhesitatingly bestowed the fruit upon him, and Enel was determined not to disappoint him. It was evident that Enel had made significant strides in strength. At his age, he was already among the elite, especially when combined with his remarkable observation Haki talent. Together, they formed an alliance of power greater than the mere sum of their parts. Lafayette, if you continue, Enel will become quite conceited. Indeed, Lafayette, this fellow has already grown rather inflated today. Akira Kurosawa emerged alongside others, while Tiger Wing and Rega complained from behind. Oh, is that so? Lafayette remarked, glancing back at Enel. Not at all, my dear brother Lafayette, Enel responded, gradually succumbing to a sense of trepidation under Lafayette's daily swordplay. Yet, towards Akira Kurosawa, Enel felt nothing but profound admiration, for Kurosawa would never raise a hand against him. Ha ha, splendid work, everyone. This battle has been a resounding triumph. Young master, Akira Kurosawa, with a cheerful demeanor, began to speak as he led the group back into the town. In the following days, everyone could take some time to rest. Once he noticed that the crowd had settled down, Kurosawa commenced his post-war address. This battle has surely provided everyone with a fresh perspective on the new world. These two pirate crews are merely two of the several factions under the banner of the Steam Pirate Guild. Akira Kurosawa's voice took on a more serious tone. I utter these words not to instill fear of the forthcoming adversary, but to make it clear that anyone who can be deemed a great pirate is certainly not weak. Observing the fading expressions of complacency on the faces of those below, Kurosawa nodded with satisfaction. Yet we have merely arrived in the new world, and we have already executed such a flawless campaign. Everyone's performance has been nothing short of exemplary, particularly that of Long Quan and the candidate. The crowd turned their gaze towards the composed Long Quan, who sat calmly in his chair, straightening his posture. Thank you for your praise, young master. He then resumed his tranquil demeanor in the chair, while the candidate remained in the medical room, sound asleep. Enel felt a twinge of discomfort, as he was the first among them to defeat his opponent. Regrettably, it seemed that Kurosawa intended to overlook him. Noticing Enel's slightly discontented expression, Kurosawa smiled and shook his head. After all, he was still a child, although one matures earlier in the world of pirates. Enel had just over a year until he reached adulthood. Nevertheless, his performance had also been commendable. Akira Kurosawa offered a few symbolic praises, prompting the crowd to cheer and cast their gazes upon Enel. Elated, Enel responded, "Oh, come on, boss, I still fall short compared to you, haha." Such words indeed bore a resemblance to the innocent musings of a child. Well done, you little rascal, Tiger Wing remarked, slapping Enel's shoulder jovially. Oomph, do you even know who I am? I am the Thunder God Enel. With Tiger Wing's commendation, Enel swelled with pride. Oh, Thunder God, shall we have a spar later? Absolutely, Enel declared, emboldened by his recent triumph, fearless and ready for any challenge. Akira Kurosawa observed the commotion below with a hint of amusement, yet recognized that this was not the appropriate moment for frivolity. He raised his hand, silencing the crowd. For the next few days, we shall focus on recuperation. The supplies we require will be delivered by mouse drawing in a couple of days. Furthermore, I urge everyone to remain vigilant during this time. We have received word that the steam pirates have engaged in battle with Big Mom. Several prominent pirate crews in the chaotic seas are also poised to act, seeking to capitalize on the standoff between these two factions and consolidate control over the tumultuous waters. This presents us with a significant opportunity. Whether we can assimilate these pirate crews depends on our actions during this critical juncture. Upon hearing this news, excitement flickered in the eyes of the assembled crew. Their purpose in the new world was to garner fame and fortune. Securing a vast territory for their families would affirm their status as one of the few formidable powers in the new world. However, having recently clashed with the Firebore and Witch crews of the Steam Pirates, their condition was not optimal for immediate territorial expansion. Kurosawa deemed it prudent to allow some time for rest. In truth, occupying the islands of the chaotic seas at this moment would be most advantageous. As time passed, and they fully assimilated their recent conquests, any subsequent offensives might prove more challenging. Nonetheless, they retained confidence in their capabilities. Moreover, Lafitte had already set sail alone to survey the conditions of other islands, alleviating Kurosawa's urgency. As for the captives from the Firebore and Witch crews, efforts would be made to secure their cooperation. The more obstinate individuals will be dispatched to the slave auction house once Mouse Drawing arrived. Now, everyone go and rest. Upon Mouse Drawing's arrival, each of you shall receive a reward of 100 million berries, he announced. Thank you, young master. The mention of monetary reward ignited a wave of enthusiasm among the crowd. Although Mock Island was sparsely populated, it boasted numerous taverns and many beautiful women within them. A temptation that had long captured the attention of the crew. Observing this group, entranced by allure, Kurosawa found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he recognized this was not entirely negative. Constant engagement in battle and bloodshed without any other pursuits could eventually lead to a breakdown of one's spirit. Akira Kurosawa often indulged in the company of young women. Although he did not seek marriage, he genuinely enjoyed their company. "Young master, how is Talina faring?" As soon as the others departed, Talina entered, carrying a large platter of fruit, which she placed upon the table before gracefully settling herself on Kurosawa's lap. Old Ho is not in serious trouble. He simply lost too much blood. A little nourishment will suffice, and there are caretakers attending to him. That is a relief. Akira Kurosawa nodded, his hands beginning to wander restlessly. "Oh, young master, it tickles." "Haha, then allow me to soothe your itch," he replied, gently taking Rabina in his arms and heading towards the bedroom. Akira Kurosawa did not notice that among the abundant fruits brought in by Rina, a peculiar pattern gradually emerged on one of the fruits, its hue transforming into a shimmering silver. Chapter 58. The Great Battle at Headquarters. Ah, how blissfully I slept. Akira Kurosawa, enveloped in a deep slumber, awoke to find that it was already noon of the following day. Rising from his bed, he began to dress himself in preparation to step outside. The two individuals beside him sensed his movements and gradually opened their eyes. "Young master," they murmured softly. "Have you awakened? Perhaps you should rest a little longer." "There is no need for concern, young master. We are here to assist you in getting up." With the assistance of two young ladies, Akira Kurosawa struggled to dress himself and freshen up before stepping outside. Ah, the sun bathed him in its warm embrace, prompting Kurosawa to stretch his body in sheer comfort. He soon made his way to the dining hall, where his subordinates had already prepared a sumptuous array of dishes, swiftly bringing them to the table until it was brimming with delectable offerings. Gazing at the lavish spread, Kurosawa felt his appetite awaken, and he promptly engaged in a delightful battle with the food laid before him. Akira Kurosawa was enjoying his meal when Enel approached. Akira Kurosawa, engrossed in his meal, paid no heed to him, having slept until noon and now feeling the pangs of hunger. Observing his superior engrossed in consuming his food, Inalu refrained from interrupting and occupied himself quietly at the side. Before long, the dishes on the table gradually diminished until they vanished completely. Only then did Kurosawa leisurely lift his head and wipe his mouth. "Inalu," he inquired, "is there something on your mind?" "Boss," Inalu replied, "Reggie and the others have sent me to ask when we shall set forth." Akira Kurosawa cast a sidelong glance at Enel, questioning whether it was truly Leg and the others who inquired. Uncertain. Ultimately, under Kurosawa's scrutinizing gaze, Enel could no longer maintain his pretense of indifference. "All right, Chief. I confess I can no longer endure it. Leg and the others spend their days among women, which is utterly outrageous." Akira Kurosawa suddenly comprehended the situation and cast a wistful glance at Enel, remarking, "You are still young and unaware of such pleasures. Let Reggie and the others rest for a few days." Akira Kurosawa paused thoughtfully. "Moreover, we are currently awaiting news from Lafitte. After all, the steam pirates have yet to engage in a genuine confrontation with the big MOM pirates. There is no need for haste. The first to act often becomes the target. If we were to strike first..." Akira Kurosawa did not finish his sentence, yet Enel comprehended his intent and could only lower his head in resignation. "All right." Observing Enel's demeanor, Kurosawa felt a tinge of helplessness. "I previously saw Long Quan and Orok training. If you have nothing better to do, why not learn the ways of Haki from them? But I have yet to meet the necessary conditions to sufficiently awaken my Haki." Enel lamented, his spirits dampened. "That is due to your frail physique. You must practice more with the iron block technique and refrain from treating the powers of the Rumble fruit as a treasure. Otherwise, you may find yourself easily defeated once someone counters your abilities." "Who could possibly counter the powers of the Rumble fruit?" Enel retorted defiantly, puffing out his chest. "Huh, you're still too young, lad." Akira Kurosawa offered little explanation. He had yet to encounter the formidable Monkey D. Luffy, allowing for a certain audacity in his demeanor. Indeed, Kurosawa found it perplexing how Luffy, prior to his awakening and still a mere user of the Gum fruit, could possibly counter the powers of Enel's Rumble fruit. Even if the heat generated were sufficient to ignite rubber, such a scenario was far from the narrative of the film. It can only be said that, as a protagonist, his strength is undeniably formidable. Observing Enel's continued defiance, Kurosawa felt powerless. One cannot simply procure a Gum fruit for demonstration, nor could one expect to illustrate its capabilities to Enel. Moreover, this peculiar fruit possesses its own consciousness, seeking out its rightful host. Upon consuming it, Luffy awakens the sun god. Others, however, would merely become true rubber. Disregarding the unfortunate child, Kurosawa made his way out of the dining hall, where an attendant promptly presented the latest edition of the newspaper. The headline read, "The Pirate Overlord of the Seas, Captain Shiki of the Flying Pirate Crew, wreaks havoc at naval headquarters yesterday afternoon, subsequently apprehended by the naval hero Garp and Admiral Sengoku, and is now being transported to Level 6 of Impel Down." Accompanying the article was a photograph capturing the scene. A pirate with a helm protruding from his head, golden locks cascading down, brandishing twin swords while standing atop a mound of fallen marines, seemingly shouting something. Below, Garp and Sengoku were present, yet their expressions remained obscured as only their backs were visible. Ah, has the old lion been so carelessly captured? His territory must now be vacated. Captain Shiki of the Flying Pirate Crew was one of the 3 legendary pirates of the previous generation, renowned alongside Whitebeard and Roger in the New World. His forces were the largest and most potent among the trio of pirate crews. Alas, during his battle with Roger, he was beset by a storm, catastrophic waves inflicting severe losses upon his crew, and he himself was grievously injured by the ship's helm, diminishing his prowess. Nonetheless, the damage he inflicted upon the Navy with his solitary assault on their headquarters attests to the fact that even diminished, this old lion remains an unparalleled force upon the seas. Years later, though he escaped from Impel Down, he was left with broken legs and further diminished strength, ultimately falling to the newly emerged Luffy over 20 years hence. TSK, one must admire his enduring combat prowess even at such an advanced age. Akira Kurosawa let out a sigh. Although he had never encountered the Golden Lion, he was well aware of some of his notorious exploits. Cunning, treacherous, and exceedingly arrogant. These are the labels that define Shiki. In contrast to Whitebeard and Roger, Shiki embodies the archetype of a quintessential pirate. Despite his capture, his crew remains formidable, having merely distanced themselves from the ranks of the New World's most notorious pirates. They still stand as one of the few powerful pirate crews in the New World. It is likely that, following this, the Flying Pirate Crew will either engage in mutual slaughter or dissolve entirely. However, there is also a possibility that they may be eradicated by rival pirate crews. Akira Kurosawa was not entirely certain, for the original work provides scant details regarding the remaining influence of the Golden Lion following his capture. However, the subsequent formation of a new aerial pirate crew by the Golden Lion suggests that his former band must have been utterly decimated. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable that he would need to appropriate navigators from others. It is noteworthy that pirate crews thriving in the New World typically boast at least one proficient navigator. Even if one were to argue that their innate talent does not rival that of Nami, their experience would undoubtedly surpass hers. Of course, one must also consider that the Golden Lion may have been paralyzed by fear after encountering the Tempest during his clash with Roger, which indirectly indicates his dire lack of capable allies. In contrast to the Golden Lion, Akira Kurosawa is far more concerned with the intelligence regarding Douglas Barriette. After Roger disbanded his crew, it seems as if his former shipmates vanished into thin air. Kurosawa, having perused the original narrative, is only aware of the whereabouts of Rayleigh, Shanks, and Buggy. The fates of others, including Jabba, Spencer, and Bulmelin, remain a mystery. The ship's doctor, along with the 2 fur tribes and Odin, are known to him as well. Let's hope they remain unscathed, Barrett. I am quite eager to meet you. Having watched the film adaptations, Kurosawa holds a particular fondness for Barrett, especially since that particular film ranks as his favorite among all adaptations. My lord, the mouse-painting crew has arrived. Lost in thought, Kurosawa was interrupted by a voice. It was Goyu. Were they not supposed to arrive in a few days? How is it they are here today? I am unsure. It seems to be related to the Fishman. Goyu shook his head, explaining that he had merely encountered the mouse-painting crew on his way back, and hastily came to report to Kurosawa. Very well, let them wait in the hall. Understood. My lord. Goyu nodded and departed. Akira Kurosawa shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and decided to examine the supplies brought by the mouse artist. Shortly thereafter, after navigating a few turns, he entered the grand hall. Young master. Upon seeing Akira's entrance, everyone rose to their feet. All right, please take your seats. No need for such formality. Akira Kurosawa approached his designated seat and waved his hand toward the audience below. Mousewee, it has been quite some time, he remarked. He held a favorable opinion of this diligent leader of the mouse group, who was neither reckless nor lacking in intellect, tirelessly devoted and equally competent as those who had always stood by his side. Young master, it has indeed been a long while. Upon hearing the hint of praise in Kurosawa's tone, Mousewee responded with enthusiasm. Did you not just arrive at Chambord? How is it that you have come to the New World so swiftly? After our interactions with Fishman Island, we have begun to engage in some business collaborations with them. The Fishmen have grown increasingly appreciative of our family's efforts, Mousewee explained, casting an admiring glance at Kurosawa. The fishmen's amicable disposition was undoubtedly a reflection of their young master's strength and wisdom. This time, they were aware of our impending shipment in advance, and generously summoned numerous colossal sea beasts to assist in expediting our vessel's navigation across the ocean. Even traversing the Red Line's trench has become significantly easier thanks to their aid. Oh, in that case, we must extend our gratitude to Fishman Island for their assistance. Akira Kurosawa was indeed taken aback by the capabilities of the fishmen. In truth, he overlooked the fact that in the original narrative, Jinbei possesses the ability to summon numerous whale sharks for assistance. With such a talent, it is hardly surprising that one of the ancient weapons, the Sea King, would manifest among the fishmen. Upon our return, we shall select several fishmen offspring for nurturing, a venture that King Neptune has not only consented to but wholeheartedly supports. Akira Kurosawa nodded thoughtfully. In our dealings with the fishmen, we have allocated a portion of our profits to them as a gesture of gratitude. Additionally, we inquired whether they could command certain sea beasts on our behalf. If feasible, we would acquire more of these creatures. Very well, my young master, replied Shui, acknowledging the ease of bestowing such benefits, especially since our family has profited immensely from Fishman Island. The goods produced by the fishmen are highly coveted by numerous nobles on the mainland, who, despite not possessing fishmen as slaves like the celestial dragons, seek to acquire their wares to cultivate a semblance of closeness to the elite. Consequently, these items, ubiquitous on Fishman Island, have fetched astronomical prices at auction. Shui hesitated to procure an excessive amount of goods from Fishman Island, wary of unsettling the market. As Kurosawa wisely remarked, rarity begets value. By the way, my young master, some of the older fishmen have limited potential for further training within our clan, so I have brought them along this time. Upon hearing this, Akira Kurosawa realized that it precisely addressed the pressing issue of the current shortage of grassroots manpower. How many individuals did you bring with you in total? We have nurtured 50 orphans ourselves, and the Fishman tribe comprises 100 formidable warrior-type fishmen. Respectfully, Shui responded. So many fishmen? Was it not previously agreed that only the younger fishmen were needed? Akira Kurosawa furrowed his brow upon hearing the response from Shui. Young master, Shui, sensing Kurosawa's displeasure, hastily replied, initially, we had taken in numerous underage little fishmen. However, King Neptune's enthusiasm led to a shortage of personnel, with young fishmen lacking the supervision of mature fishmen. Chaos ensued. Thus, we were specially tasked to bring along a significant number of fishmen who were closely acquainted with humans. I see, Kurosawa remarked, his brow relaxing. Although the presence of adult fishmen complicated the indoctrination of the young ones, bringing over a contingent of the mature ones was nonetheless beneficial, especially since he was truly in need of manpower. Reports from some spies within the Steam Pirates this morning indicated that tensions between the Big Mom Pirates and the Steam Pirates have escalated. It is said that Big Mom's patience is wearing thin, and the formidable Longbread has joined the fray. Longbread, being one of the most crucial and powerful figures in the Big Mom Pirates, aside from Katakuri and Perispero, has been by Charlotte Linli's side since her days with the Rocks Pirates. He is undoubtedly one of Linli's most trusted allies. His appearance on the battlefield signifies that the Big Mom Pirates are poised to engage in formal conflict with the Steam Pirates. Meanwhile, news from Lafitte revealed that the Blazing Fire Pirates had abruptly attacked the Strong Force Pirate stronghold last night. Currently, only the captain and first mate of the Strong Force Pirates have managed to escape, while their 2 islands have been seized by the Blazing Fire Pirates. It is reported that the 2 fleeing individuals have sought refuge at the Swordmaster Pirates base, where they have yet to emerge, suggesting a possible alliance with the Swordmaster Pirates. The Blazing Fire Pirates, however, have not pursued the 2 members of the Strong Force Pirates, but have instead directed their efforts toward 4 ununified islands, including Mach Island, where Kurosawa and his companions reside. Fortunately, due to Mach Island's location on the fringes of the chaotic seas, it is not currently a primary target for the Blazing Fire Pirates, who are encircling the nearest territory, Hunter Cloud Island. Blazingness, you dare to seek to unify the entirety of the chaotic seas? Are you not aware that the 3 major pirate factions surrounding you will not allow a rival of equal strength to emerge? A robust man engulfed in flames laughed. So what? This vast ocean is not theirs to dictate. Chapter 60, Awaiting Dammit. Do you intend to oppose every pirate faction in the chaotic seas? A man with a scorched chest exclaimed hoarsely, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of numerous pirates, most having perished in the flames. Oppose you? With your pitiful lot? Nissa's voice emerged from the flames. Isn't this ocean governed by strength? You are weak, therefore, you deserve your fate. As the words were spoken, flames surged around him, transforming into a colossal fire dragon that engulfed the exhausted pirate. Prepare to set sail for the next island, my comrades. We shall be the next pirate crew reigning at the pinnacle of the seas. Long live the captain. Surrounding him were none other than the members of the Flame pirate crew. Observing the fervent spirit of his crew, Nis extinguished the flames with a satisfied nod, before leading his subordinates away from Hunter Cloud Island, steering towards the next destination. Their intent was to execute a blitzkrieg, seizing the chaotic waters before the great pirates could react, thus fortifying their own strength to rival that of formidable crews such as the Big Mom pirates. Nis, the captain of the Flame pirates, bore a bounty of 870 million, a user of the Logia-type flame fruit. Since capturing several islands, he had refrained from engaging in further conflict, leaving his bounty unchanged, a remnant from a year prior. Ah, this Nis is rather intriguing, mused Lafitte, who floated above Hunter Cloud Island. He had arrived even before the Flame pirates surrounded the island, witnessing the ensuing battle unfold before his eyes. It seemed there was still a dormant power within him, waiting to be unleashed. Lafitte watched with keen interest as the pirate ship gradually faded into the horizon. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved a din-din mushy from his pocket. Young master, Hunter Cloud Island has fallen. The voice on the other end seemed taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Young master? Yes, understood. Lafitte inquired once more, and finally, a calm voice resonated from the other side. Continue to follow the Flame pirates. Our men have arrived. Let them come on their own. For now, allow them to eliminate more pirates for me. Yes, young master. Lafitte put away the din-din mushy, realizing that the personnel brought by Mouse were considerable, and appeared the young master had set his sights on the chaotic waters as well. Without further contemplation, Lafitte soared in the direction the Flame pirates had departed, contemplating the swift eradication of the pirate crews in this maritime domain. Akira Kurosawa sat contemplatively in his chair, stroking his chin with a furrowed brow. First, he intended to deal with the weaker pirate crew, and only then engage in battle with the swordsman pirates. It appeared they possessed considerable confidence in their own strength. The actions of the fiery Flame pirates suggested they believed they could effortlessly vanquish the swordsman pirates, securing dominance over the tumultuous seas while fending off assaults from other formidable pirates. Lafitte remarked that within the fiery Nis, there resided an even more potent force yet to be unleashed, which seemed to be the source of his unwavering confidence. Akira Kurosawa shook his head. The true strength of the Flame pirates remains uncertain. He must confront this pirate crew directly to gain a clearer understanding. It presents quite a dilemma. Akira Kurosawa gazed out the door. Though he deemed it a nuisance, his eyes betrayed an overwhelming sense of possessiveness. This expanse of ocean could only belong to him. Let the Flame pirate crew meet their demise. A cold smile curled at the corners of his lips as Kurosawa slowly rose and stepped outside. Brother Mouse, have you allocated any of them for me? Before Akira Kurosawa arranged for Mouse to be assigned, he distributed several combat teams among his subordinates. Upon hearing the news, Enel hurriedly rushed over to find Mouse, eager to have a few subordinates of his own. Observing that the likes of Tiger Wing had received numerous personnel, he felt a twinge of envy. Haha, young lad. Perhaps you should wait a few more years. Commanding subordinates is no simple task, Tiger Wing chuckled, noticing Enel's eager gaze towards the troops. In truth, Enel possessed sufficient strength, yet his youth rendered him inexperienced. Even if he were granted a portion of personnel, they would struggle to coordinate with him during combat. While acquiring mere servants would be a trivial matter, these individuals were to engage in genuine battles, and Enel could not be allowed to command them haphazardly. Even Leg and Oleg did not receive any subordinates from Mouse. Tiger Wing and his companions had trained extensively within their family from a young age, gaining exposure to military engagements, a privilege reserved for the Navy. Though the powerful figures in one piece can obliterate entire islands, the majority of individuals remain ordinary. If one's strength does not ascend to extraordinary levels or lack the divine fruits, they risk being overwhelmed and defeated by sheer numbers. Not everyone possesses Kaido's formidable physique, nor do all have the overwhelmingly powerful fruits like Akainu or Akiji. The strong are still flesh and blood. Even Garp can be felled by a single blow from the Axe Emperor. Realizing that Mouse would not acquiesce, Enel reluctantly relented, his spirits visibly dampened. Observing his despondent demeanor, Mouse attempted to console him, saying, "When you come of age, I shall personally advocate for you with the young master, and then you may form your own detachment." Really? Upon hearing Mouse's words, Enel's eyes sparkled with hope. With just over a year until he reaches adulthood, it seemed his wish would soon be fulfilled. Witnessing his joy, Mouse couldn't help but shake his head, recognizing the childlike enthusiasm within him. This brought to mind his own past. When the young master had brought him home, He had embarked on a relentless journey of learning, mastering the art of killing, only to later discover his innate talent for business, leading to further instruction in commerce. Though exhausting at the time, every member of the family held the young master in the highest regard. Back then, a powerless child could easily succumb to the harshness of the world, whether through freezing or starvation. It was the young master who not only ensured they were well-fed, but also imparted a wealth of knowledge. Now, as he sailed across the vast ocean, having witnessed countless lives shattered by war and the innocent children ruthlessly slain, he felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Akira Kurosawa. Were it not for him, it was uncertain whether he would even be alive today. With renewed respect gleaming in his eyes, his movements quickened. I shall ensure that I assist the young master in reaching the pinnacle of success. At this moment, Akira Kurosawa reclined lazily in a chair. Basking in the sun, he felt no urgency to summon his subordinates to confront the impending threat of the flame pirates. Even if they were to sail directly from Cloud Hunter Island to Mach Island at full speed, it would still take over a day. Moreover, they needed to conquer 2 islands along the way, extending their arrival time even further. Thus, he could afford to wait patiently. Chapter 61. The Steel Fruit. How did they end up here? On Swordsman Island, the captain of the swordsman pirates, Dual Sword Ronalier, wore a grave expression. The 2 members of the giant force pirates beneath him appeared somewhat helpless. According to their calculations, the flame pirates should have already reached Swordsman Island. After escaping, they had immediately contacted the swordsman pirates and set various traps on the island, eagerly anticipating the flame pirates' arrival. However, despite their preparations, the flame pirates did not come, leaving the 2 feeling quite awkward, while the members of the swordsman pirates eyed them with suspicion, causing the duo from the giant force pirates to feel increasingly uncomfortable amid the crowd. Captain, today's newspaper. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a member of the swordsman pirates entered with a newspaper. The stagnant tension was broken, and the 2 members of the giant force pirates sighed in relief, their rigid bodies relaxing. Ronalier took the newspaper and, upon reading its contents, narrowed his eyes. Big Mom and the steam pirates are currently at an impasse, but it seems that a battle between the 2 pirate crews is imminent. The 2 members of the giant force pirates widened their eyes at Ronalier's words. So, is this the reason the flame pirates are making their move? Do they intend to seize the chaotic waters while the 2 crews are engaged in battle? Setting aside whether they can indeed conquer those waters, let us not forget that 2 large pirate crews have yet to enter the fray. Ronalier snorted, his frustration evident. The erroneous information brought by the 2 had caused his entire crew to become tense, rendering all their preparations for the day futile. Hearing Ronalier's remarks, the 2 calmed down. Indeed, the torture pirates and the beast pirates were still lurking nearby. How could the flame pirates possibly face attacks from 2 major pirate crews simultaneously? Yet, how could they dare to launch a preemptive strike against them? Were they not concerned about the backlash from those pirate crews? The 2 furrowed their brows in unison. Hey, Captain, one of them inquired, how is the operation progressing? We have already captured 2 islands under the giant force pirates banner, as well as Cloud Hunter Island. Well, hurry it up. Your speed is rather lacking. But this is already the fastest our ship can go. There's little we can do. Enough. I do not wish to hear your excuses. You have 4 days to secure the chaotic waters. But Captain, the beast pirates. It is merely Kaido. I will drag the beast pirates along, but only have 4 days. If I fail after that, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Fear not, Captain, I shall undoubtedly accomplish the task, came the confident reply. Ha, Nis, I still have faith in you. With great caution, the captain of the flame pirates, Flame Nis, hung up the phone, his expression dark, and his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Meanwhile, 2 members of the giant force pirates navigated a small boat, disheartened as they drifted aimlessly upon the vast ocean. Damn that flame pirates, and damn that swordsman pirates. I shall eventually slay you all, spat giant forces Captain Menard, with venomous ire. Sigh, Captain, remarked the first mate, Loa, with a weary sigh. Where should we go now? Having just been expelled by the swordsman pirates, the 2 found themselves adrift and at a loss. Damn that swordsman pirates. I once aided them in their time of need, and now they treat me thus, Menard seethed. Observing his captain's frantic demeanor, Loa felt a sense of resignation. He recalled how, in the past, they had merely provided a modicum of sustenance to the swordsman pirates. Yet Menard clung to that grievance, as if it were a festering wound. The swordsman pirates had long repaid that debt, and today, they had not only avoided conflict, but even offered some supplies to them. It was already quite generous. Yet Loa dared not voice his thoughts. One must possess a modicum of wisdom. Captain, why don't we seek to ally with another pirate crew on a different island? With our combined strength, It should not prove too difficult, Ice Loa suggested, presenting the most viable option. Though Menard was consumed by fury, a sliver of reason remained. Very well. Let us first venture to another sea, he begrudgingly conceded, biting his lip. Once I gather more crew, I will return to exact my vengeance. With a fierce glare directed towards the boundless ocean, Menard, alongside Ice Loa, began to row their small vessel slowly away. Captain, shall we truly allow Menard to escape like this? Asked a member of the swordsman pirates, standing at the edge of Swordsman Island, gazing as Menard and his companion gradually disappeared into the sea. Menard's intention was merely to unite forces against Nis. Yet our crew is already stretched thin, and with the territory of the giant force pirates now claimed by the flame pirates, their current strength far surpasses ours. Even with Menard and his companion. Will it be sufficient? Questioned a man with twin swords at his waist, shaking his head. Not nearly, and I suspect that Nis is concealing his true strength. Something Menard likely remains oblivious to. Numerous pirate crews have clashed repeatedly in the tumultuous seas, each well acquainted with the strength of their rivals. The giant force pirates were effortlessly vanquished by Nice, and I find it hard to believe that this defeat was solely due to a surprise attack by Nice. It seems that Menard is too embarrassed to admit he was easily overwhelmed. Captain, what shall we do if the blazing pirates truly come for us? Rest assured, Menard is but a fool. Our pirate crew is far from that. Over the span of more than a year, it appears that only Menard's strength has remained stagnant among us. The man tightened his grip on the two long swords at his waist. If the blazing pirates and Nice dare to approach, we shall ensure they come, but never return. His keen gaze fixed upon the ocean. A surge of sword intent erupted from him, as if he aimed to cleave the sea in twain. Captain, the pirates behind him looked on with admiration at the figure exuding such sharpness. Young master, from whence did this devil fruit come? How did it end up in the fruit bowl? A startled exclamation roused Akira Kurosawa from his stupor. What is the matter? Why the sudden commotion? He glared at Relina, who had disturbed his slumber. Young master, look in the bowl. I distinctly remember the fruits I brought you did not include a devil fruit. Relina stood beside Akira, a hint of grievance in her voice as she pointed to the bowl of fruits on the table. Oh! Upon hearing Relina's remark, Akira found himself intrigued. He turned to gaze at the bowl, where a silver fruit, adorned with mysterious patterns, lay atop several others. Akira Kurosawa reached out to grasp the fruit. Hiss. This fruit seems rather familiar. Akira Kurosawa hurriedly recalled the devil fruit encyclopedia he had perused and was suddenly struck with astonishment. Is this not the steel fruit? The steel fruit, indeed, was consumed by Eldo, the iron-skinned member of the Fireboar Pirates. However, Eldo had met his demise, and naturally, the fruit he had consumed would have returned to the sea. To find it here is quite astonishing. Could it be that devil fruits reappear in the vicinity upon the death of their wielder? Akira Kurosawa, with one hand grasping the devil fruit and the other thoughtfully stroking his chin, furrowed his brow. Relina, please instruct those below to observe any recent changes in the fruits being consumed. Understood, young master. Relina nodded before hastily departing. No, I must inspect the fruits in the storeroom. What if a few of the devil fruit abilities have been transferred to them? Akira Kurosawa, filled with a sense of urgency, promptly rose to his feet and made his way towards the storeroom where the fruits were arranged. The Fireboar and the Fallen Angel. These were indeed formidable fruits. Chapter 62, A Gift for the Giants. Alas, perhaps I pondered too much. After conducting a thorough search under Kurosawa's direction, he returned to his room, disheveled and despondent. Collapsing onto his bed, it appears that luck is fickle. One must not indulge in overly optimistic thoughts. Sigh. Clearly, Kurosawa's conjecture had proven to be unfounded. The powers of the fruits did not transfer to the fruits upon the host's demise. As for the steel fruit, it was merely a stroke of good fortune for Kurosawa. Sigh. Akira Kurosawa turned over and retrieved the steel fruit. This fruit appeared quite promising. Whom should he bestow it upon? Many of his subordinates had yet to consume a devil fruit, yet the steel fruit, if utilized wisely, could evidently nurture a formidable individual with great potential. It would not do to distribute it carelessly. As he pondered this, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Young master, it was Rabarina, calling from outside the door. Rabarina, why are you shouting again? You seem rather energetic lately. Just as she was about to enter, an arm reached out from within and pulled her inside. Since you are so lively, why not keep me company for a while? Ah, young master, there are pressing matters at hand, she exclaimed, yet Kurosawa's hands remained unperturbed. What could possibly be more important than my company? Hours later, the door swung open, and Akira Kurosawa emerged invigorated. The room behind him lay in disarray, and Rabarina was blushing, reclining on the bed, lighting a cigarette. He paid her no further mind and strode purposefully outside. Broly, you have arrived. Young master. Indeed. What Rabarina referred to were the 6 giants from the giant soldier pirates. Their towering forms stood outside, capturing the attention of many subordinates who had never encountered giants before, whispering and pointing from a distance. Next to Dongli stood several familiar faces, including Legu and Kaku. You have come at just the right time. Akira Kurosawa, with a glimmer of enthusiasm, unveiled the newly acquired steel fruit. This devil fruit is the steel fruit. Which of you shall partake? The giants gazed fervently at the diminutive orb in Kurosawa's hand, their excitement palpable. Young master, might this be too precious? One inquired. Nay, he replied. Since I have vowed to you, I shall certainly fulfill that promise. Moreover, your enhanced strength will be beneficial not only to me, but to our entire clan. Akira Kurosawa shook his head with a smile, eagerly anticipating the formidable power that the giants would unleash after consuming the devil fruit. Thank you, young master. I shall repay your kindness, said Haldin, kneeling on one knee with fervor. The other giants cast grateful glances towards Akira Kurosawa. Although he had previously mentioned preparing the devil fruits for them, they had not expected to receive such a generous gift from him without having contributed anything since joining the family. Enough, rise, he said. Choose one among you to consume this fruit. Before long, a war will erupt, and we shall require your strength. Akira Kurosawa waved his hand dismissively, for he was accustomed to the multitude of individuals who held immense gratitude towards him. Countless orphans across the vast expanse of the world had yet to meet him in person, yet each one harbored deep respect and appreciation for him. Leave it to us, young master. Should any intruder dare to approach, we shall ensure their demise, declared Haldin with unwavering conviction, echoed by the other giants in agreement. As the devil fruit was placed into Haldin's hands, the giants began to exchange glances filled with uncertainty. Captain, this fruit, neither Brokey nor I require its consumption. Haldin began, only to be interrupted by Dongli. As former captains of the giant warrior pirate crew, they possessed great confidence in their own strength and relished the battles against sea kings. Consuming the devil fruit would render them unable to dive into the depths of the sea. With no other option, Haldin turned his gaze towards Stanson and the others. Haldin, you should consume this fruit. Among us, your strength is unparalleled, making you the most suitable candidate, spoke Garlina, the only female giant, as Stanson and Rod nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I have arranged for the fruits for the rest of you to be brought over by Mouse, so there's no need for modesty. The voice of Akira Kurosawa resonated at just the right moment, and Haldin no longer hesitated. Tossing the minuscule fruit, so tiny that they required a magnifying glass to perceive it, into his mouth, swallowing it whole. What was the reaction? Stinson inquired with curiosity, stepping closer and prodding Halding's arm with his finger. What an odd sensation. Halding gazed at his palm, remarking, I feel a surge of power within me. As he spoke, a silvery sheen began to envelop Halding's entire form, transforming him into a colossal figure of silver. Knock, knock, knock. Stinson, intrigued, playfully struck Halding's body with his fists. How solid, he exclaimed in astonishment, then proceeded to squeeze Halding's arm. This is utterly unyielding. Several giants, drawn by Stinson's words, approached with curiosity, inspecting Halding from left to right. Witnessing this scene, Akira Kurosawa couldn't help but chuckle. All right, do not rush with your curiosity just yet. Mouse paint, have you brought what I requested? Young master, right here, Mouse paint replied, approaching with 3 small boxes in hand. Akira Kurosawa meticulously opened each box, revealing a devil fruit nestled within each one. Among these lay the shrinking fruit, the healing fruit, and the speed fruit. Notably, the healing fruit was designated specifically for our physician, Galena. Is there one for me? He inquired gratefully. Galena, with enthusiasm, cradled Akira in her hands, and he took the opportunity to perch atop her ample bosom. Ah, soft and inviting, akin to settling into a plush sofa. The acquisition of these fruits demanded considerable effort and expense on Akira's part. The healing fruit was somewhat easier to locate, as it was consumed by the princess of the Tontada tribe in the Dressrosa arc of the original story, and, thankfully, Dressrosa had yet to fall under the dominion of Doflamingo. What is little Akira up to? You ask. Oh, he is currently being pursued by Admiral Tsuru, leaping about in a frenzy. As for the Tontada princess, she was too young to have consumed the fruit. In Akira's view, this fruit was ideally suited for the giants, as conventional healing methods necessitate the expenditure of the user's vitality, and the most potent healing techniques can even cost a life. The giants, with their robust physiques and extended lifespans, would benefit immensely from such a fruit. The shrinking fruit and the speed fruit were discovered at various noble auctions, where the collections of these aristocrats were extraordinarily diverse, beyond one's wildest imagination. However, Akira had to part with a substantial sum to acquire these two fruits. Fortunately, items from Fishman Island were highly sought after among the nobility, allowing him to recuperate some of his expenses. He distributed the fruits among the giants, allowing them to make their selections. Ultimately, Stanson consumed the speed fruit, while Rod partook of the shrinking fruit. The giants were hindered by their sluggishness and oversized forms, and these fruits were perfectly suited to ameliorate those shortcomings. Alas, they could not consume both simultaneously. Otherwise, Akira would have been able to create a veritable monstrosity. The speed fruit grants its user remarkable velocity, as demonstrated by Stanson, who struggled to control his brakes and often collided with obstacles while acclimating to his newfound abilities. The shrinking fruit, as the name implies, allows one to diminish their size. Rod, appearing as an ordinary human, retained the strength of a giant. Yet it seemed that shrinking to human size represented the limit of the fruit's capabilities. Chapter 63. Conqueror's Haki. A full day had elapsed since the giants consumed the devil fruits, and throughout Mihawk Island, resounding explosions echoed incessantly. Initially, the island's inhabitants believed they were under attack, only to later discover that several giants were engaged in training, prompting curiosity and spectatorship. Over time, this became routine, and the residents no longer paid heed to the giants, who, in turn, were pleased by this newfound anonymity. Always under scrutiny, their training had been hampered, and with the advent of their new, extraordinary abilities, they were eager to experiment. How are you all acclimating to your abilities? Akira Kurosawa reclined against Girlina's bosom, where he had established his exclusive throne. Girlina, far from being displeased, gazed down upon her young master with a smile gracing her lips. Young master, after a day of rigorous training yesterday, we can essentially harness this newfound ability in combat. Halding spoke earnestly, his gratitude towards Akira Kurosawa palpable. That is splendid. The evidence of yesterday's training was evident from the numerous imprints left on Stanson's belt, indicating he had endured quite a few impacts. Upon Akira's arrival, it was clear that several mountains bore the marks of human contact, a testament to Stas's inability to halt his charge. At that moment, Rod had reverted to a size akin to an ordinary human, engaging in battle with Long Quan and his companions. Despite possessing the strength of the giant race, Long Quan and his allies wielded the powers of Zoan-type devil fruits, rendering them equally formidable in terms of strength against one another. Akira Kurosawa nodded in satisfaction, filled with confidence for the impending battle. The phone bug in his arms buzzed to life. Hello, Lafitte. Where's the flame pirates now? Young master, they have intensified their pace. Assad Island has already fallen to them, yet they did not linger and have made their way through the night to surround Juliarina Island. Upon hearing Lafitte's report, Kurosawa felt a tinge of curiosity. Why are they in such a haste? There have been no reports of a ceasefire between the steam pirates and the big MOM pirates. Akira Kurosawa furrowed his brows, immersed in profound contemplation, while his subordinates, perceiving his demeanor, fell silent. Young master, could there be someone urging the flame pirates from behind? Lafitte's inquiry disrupted Kurosawa's train of thought. Despite the steam pirates being embroiled in battle, there were two other pirate crews that had not recently been reported to be at war. At most, there had been minor skirmishes among the subordinate crews due to some resource disputes, all of which remained manageable. This was in stark contrast to the Bigman pirates, who had dispatched their second-in-command, the formidable Snack, to the battlefield, indicating that the conflict would not conclude swiftly. It appeared that the flame pirates were indeed backed by one of these two crews. Kurosawa squinted, pondering whether something in the chaotic waters was drawing them in. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell further on it. After he claimed dominion over this sea, he would gradually investigate. This information is crucial, Lafitte. Exercise caution and ensure you remain undetected. Understood, young master. As he ended the call, Kurosawa's enthusiasm surged. He had not anticipated the treasures that lay in this region. Perhaps fortune was finally smiling upon him. Even before fully establishing his rule over the entire sea, Kurosawa found himself daydreaming of future grandeur. Bigmum truly intends to wage war against our steam pirates over Amir Island. Captain Naragosha of the steam pirates, a user of the steam fruit with a bounty of 2.6 billion berries, bellowed on his ship, conjuring a colossal, devilish figure from steam. This battle had spiraled beyond his control. He had assumed the skirmish would unfold as before, with each side claiming an island. Yet this time the main forces of the Bigman pirates had encroached upon the edges of his territory. Naragosha, I've had my eye on your waters for quite some time. I shall incorporate them into my realm of Tato land. Charlotte Linlin, with an air of determination. was resolute in her ambition to expand her territory. Previously, she had exercised restraint due to her children being too young, but now, surrounded by a cadre of peak-strength Charlotte family members, each a formidable wielder of devil fruit powers, her ambitions could no longer be contained. Perispero, Katakuri Daifuku, and Oven, all were renowned pirates of the New World. Gazing at the formidable lineup before him, Naragosha felt a twinge of unease. He had recently suffered the loss of two powerful pirate crews, leaving him with comparatively diminished high-tier combat strength against Charlotte Linli's numerous offspring. Damn it! Why do they have to appear now? Those useless fire demon witches can't even defeat a rookie pirate. Nalu Gosha silently cursed, feeling a twinge of trepidation in the presence of Charlotte Linlin, a formidable adversary who could be hailed as a great pirate since the era of Rocks. That was Rocks, a force that nearly toppled the world government. Although the world government had concealed much of the information regarding the Rocks pirates, only a mere decade had passed since that tumultuous era. Nalu Gosha had already been a pirate at that time, yet his insufficient strength had rendered him unworthy in Rock's eyes, preventing him from joining the Rocks pirates. How about this, Charlotte Linlin? I shall offer you 4 islands in exchange for your departure, he proposed. Admittedly, such a suggestion might tarnish his reputation, and his subordinates could voice their discontent. However, Nalu Gosha was lacking the confidence to withstand an assault from the Big Mom pirates. Nevertheless, he believed he could maintain control over his crew, who would likely only engage in hushed discussions. Yet, time was not on his side for further contemplation. Ma. Nalu Gosha, do you not grasp my intent? What I desire is the entirety of your maritime domain, Charlotte Linlin declared imperiously, brandishing the Emperor's sword upon her shoulder. Damn it, Nalu Gosha muttered under his breath, his expression darkening considerably. Do not presume I fear you, Charlotte Linlin. In an instant, his aura surged forth, unleashing a ferocious conqueror's Haki that enveloped the Queen Mama's ship. Although the conqueror's Haki was said to be an extraordinary phenomenon that manifested in merely a fraction of the population, Nalu Gosha had carved out his own powerful domain in the New World, and thus possessed his own version of this formidable ability. Seeing this, Charlotte Linlin unleashed her own conqueror's Haki, brutal and even more tempestuous than Nalu Gosha's. The two forces collided, generating an explosion of crimson-black sparks at the epicenter. Many crew members on both ships had already succumbed to unconsciousness, while the few who remained standing were drenched in cold sweat, their bodies trembling slightly. The dark clouds above were dispersed by the intensity of their clash. Chapter 64. Kaido's approach. Young master, urgent intelligence. A subordinate rushed forward, clutching a piece of information. What is the panic about? Under the drooping gaze of Akira Kurosawa, he looked towards his subordinate, who presented the intelligence into the hands of Drelina, who then passed it on to Kurosawa. Akira Kurosawa casually glanced at the newspaper, where it reported a collision between the Bigman pirates and the steam pirates on the fringes of their respective territories. His eyes sparkled with intrigue as he pondered the implications of this intelligence. The urgency exhibited by the flame pirates seemed intrinsically linked to the premature conflict involving these two pirate factions. While the ongoing standoff between the steam pirates and the Bigman pirates was manageable, a delayed engagement would have favored the occupation of the tumultuous seas. Alas, they had already taken action. Though the timing felt somewhat hasty, Akira found himself with little recourse. Since the decision had been made, they would proceed to battle. Observing the lively interactions of the likes of Rig, Tigerwing with the giants below, Akira nestled closer to Gorlina's bosom. I am not without my own capable allies. Their strength is commendable. After all, they were a group he had nurtured and trained since childhood, instilling in them a profound confidence. It was likely that future members trained within the family would not possess the same caliber as Tigerwing and his companions. The phone rang, its tone piercing the air. Hello, is that you, Xiaoqing? Indeed. How could I not think of you, young master? Very well, I shall await your arrival. Please, share what is on your mind. Young master, when can our serpent squad venture into the New World? The affairs of the Four Seas have grown rather tedious. The voice of the young lady carried a hint of complaint, prompting a smile from Akira. Indeed, the adversaries of the Four Seas posed little challenge for her, and currently, their family faced a scarcity of formidable foes in that realm. It seemed the time had come to usher the Serpent Squad into the New World. Akira Kurosawa pondered for a moment. He would not go so far as to instruct the Serpent faction to assassinate those formidable pirate leaders. If the Serpent faction were powerful enough to undertake such endeavors, they would have already targeted the steam pirates the moment they arrived in the New World. However, they could indeed procure valuable intelligence for me. Currently, among the members in the New World, there are very few who have undergone specialized training in intelligence gathering. Even a few individuals infiltrating the steam pirates were hastily chosen, relying on a select few with quick wits. Most of the Family S intelligence personnel are embedded within the Rat and Serpent factions, as the Rat faction became increasingly insufficient during the expansion of the family business. It is now primarily the Serpent faction, led by the relatively unoccupied Koyuki, that remains available. When the Rat faction returns next time, please bring along those idle members from the Serpent faction, but retain those with critical assignments. Thank you, young master. Upon hearing the girl's excited voice, Akira Kurosawa felt a tinge of helplessness. This girl always maintained a stoic demeanor in front of others, only to reveal her joy in his presence. By the way, young master, Ak has recently expressed a desire to accompany me to the New World. Ak. Akira Kurosawa furrowed his brow. Ever since he was assaulted by Lafitte, this individual seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, gradually distancing himself from the old aristocrats and persistently clinging to Kurosawa, imploring him to impart training. Akira Kurosawa found himself in an inextricable situation. After all, this individual was the first friend he had made since entering this world. Reluctantly, he allowed him to accompany the 3 elderly mentors hired by his family for further education. As Kurosawa was preparing to embark on the Grand Line, Ak expressed a desire to join him. Unfortunately, his training had been insufficient, and he was the sole heir of his lineage. Despite his hedonistic tendencies, Ak had, remarkably, not managed to impregnate any woman from their family line, which made Kurosawa apprehensive about bringing him along, leading to a firm refusal. However, it later came to his attention that Ak had become a disciple of a mysterious figure. Apparently, a beggar-like man had offered him a few words of guidance during his training, which resulted in Ak becoming quite attached to him. Ultimately, this enigmatic individual recognized Ak's considerable talent and took him under his wing. Nonetheless, Kurosawa had not been in contact with Ak recently and was thus unaware of his current circumstances. He decided to let him tag along. One more person would neither add nor detract from the overall dynamic. Akira Kurosawa had previously refrained from allowing Oko to accompany him, concerned that Oko's lineage might come to an end. However, now that he possesses both followers and territory, Oko's presence would not pose a significant threat. Very well, young master. Indeed. Akira Kurosawa nodded, then hung up the phone, returning the device to his garment. That fellow Okada. Akira Kurosawa squinted as the sunlight bathed him, a pang of nostalgia washing over him. Captain, the flame pirates have suddenly launched an assault in the chaotic seas. The mighty pirates have already been vanquished, and they now occupy most of the islands in the region, leaving only the swordsman pirates. A figure clad in garments that cloaked his entire being, save for a pair of magnificent wings sprouting from his back, spoke in a hushed tone. Before him sat a towering, robust man, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders, adorned with a pair of horns and a beard reminiscent of dragon whiskers, his upper body exposed. The burly man grasped a gourd of liquor and took a swig. "Gene, come share a drink with me." He then handed a jug of alcohol to the masked man. On the ship, the flame pirates. Before he could finish his thought, the giant interrupted him. "Gene, there's no rush. Even if the chaotic seas are overrun, it's of little consequence. I understand, Captain, but this pirate crew is brazenly provoking us. Indeed, that poses a dilemma." The burly man shook his head, appearing somewhat inebriated. "I'll go and have a look. If they dare to challenge me, I'll eliminate them." As soon as he spoke, the giant transformed into an enormous azure dragon, soaring into the sky. "Gene, the affairs of Wano are your responsibility." His voice reverberated from the heavens, and then his colossal form vanished into the clouds. Watching his captain disappear, the masked man felt a twinge of helplessness. Fortunately, Yuchien remains oblivious. However, once the captain returns, we must take action. The seas are becoming increasingly tumultuous. Our beast pirates should also strive for growth and expand our ranks. The masked man stood in contemplation for a moment before exiting the room. "Have someone repair the house." "Yes, Lord Gene," a pirate responded, having been casually directed by him. Earlier, their captain had transformed and ascended to the sky, tearing off the roof in the process. However, such occurrences were commonplace in their pirate crew, so the members were well versed in the repairs, possessing considerable expertise in mending their quarters. "May the captain return soon. We need to expedite our incursion into Wano. The big MOM pirates have already begun their maneuvers." As the masked man walked, he pondered deeply, sensing something amiss with the flame pirates' aggressive advance. It was unusually swift and did not resemble a typical occupation of the chaotic seas. According to intelligence from his subordinates, after the flame pirates conquered an island, they would leave immediately without leaving any personnel to guard it, displaying an extreme confidence in their strength, seemingly unafraid of anyone seizing the opportunity. Had they concealed their true power all along, Or was there someone orchestrating events from the shadows? After pondering for an extended period, no conclusion could be reached. The masked man unfurled his wings and soared away from Ghost Island, heading towards the land of Wano. As the second in command of the pirate crew, he had numerous tasks to attend to. Moreover, even if the flame pirates were to take control of the chaotic seas, he remained unfazed. He held unwavering confidence in his captain's prowess. If even he could not withstand the assaults from his own ship, how could anyone else survive? Chapter 65, Approaching Young Master. Gili Island has been besieged, and they are advancing towards us. Lafitte's voice echoed through the transponder snail, tinged with urgency. What is it, Lafitte? Why the haste? Akira Kurosawa had only just risen from his slumber. The battle he fought last night against Talina and Yanglin had taken quite a toll on him, leaving his waist slightly sore. The hidden prowess of Renace, when unleashed during the assault on the island of Gili, even altered the very weather of the island. Oh, Hirazawa's spirits were suddenly lifted. In the original narrative, during the fierce battle between Akainu and Akiji, the weather on the island was permanently altered. And now it seems that Nis can accomplish the same feat. It appears he is indeed formidable. Lafitte, have you remained undetected? I suspect I have already been discovered. The moment his power surged, he locked his aura onto me. Yet he refrained from taking action. I have now departed and am flying towards Moke Island. Is that so? Please take care of yourself. Understood, young master. After ending the call, Hirazawa sat on the bed, lost in contemplation. The flame pirates were evidently up to something. Not only did they seem to have someone backing them, but they also concealed immense strength. Setting aside these troubling thoughts, Hirazawa turned and donned his coat, stepping outside. Since the cause remains elusive, it seems prudent to engage in battle first. It has been a while since he last fought, and he felt a restless itch in his body. Where are you headed, Kaido? A colossal azure dragon soared through the sky, intercepted by a slender figure. Neld, what are you doing blocking my path? The figure was none other than Neld, the captain of the Butcher Pirates. Though slight of build, he harbored formidable strength, being a user of the strength fruit, granting him power comparable to that of sea kings. Kaido regarded the figure before him with curiosity. He had sobered up and his mind was no longer in disarray. Ah, I merely noticed you were about to enter my territory, so I came to inquire. Neld replied with a smile, displaying no hint of trepidation in the presence of Kaido's massive form. Are you really trying to dictate my movements, Neld? Though uncertain of Neld's intentions, Kaido, whose nature was inherently domineering and brutal, scarcely cared. Kaido, you yist. Your actions are of no concern to me, but I shall not permit you to trespass into my domain. In truth, Kaido was flying at the very edge of Butcher pirate territory, yet Neld felt compelled to halt him, resorting to such a flimsy excuse. Upon hearing Neld's response, Kaido narrowed his eyes. Neld, do you seek death? As he spoke, a tremendous breath erupted from the dragon's maw, unleashing an immense energy that seemed to tear the sky asunder. Captain, there's a call coming in from over there. On the flame ship, a pirate approached Flame Nis, bending down to whisper, Kaido has been intercepted by Neld. They're demanding we increase our speed. Damn it. Do they not realize how long it has been since I had a proper rest? How dare they rush me, the Butcher Pirates? The words of Flame Nis trailed off, yet a dark aura of murderous intent enveloped his countenance. He had long harbored discontent towards the brutal pirate crew. Observing his captain's rising agitation, the surrounding pirates dared not utter a word. Ever since their leader's strength had surged, his temperament had become increasingly volatile, akin to a genuine blaze, capable of igniting explosively with the slightest provocation. With a deep breath, Flame Nis endeavored to recalibrate his emotions. Captain, there's another matter. Mock Island has recently fallen under the control of a new faction. Mock Island was already occupied by a band of inept fools. Even if this new faction manages to vanquish them, they pose no real threat. Flame Nis spat dismissively, expressing his disdain for the newcomers. What Menard and his crew? Are they still on Swordsman Island? Captain, scouts have reported that Menard has departed Swordsman Island, likely driven out by the Swordsman pirate crew. His subordinate replied cautiously, acutely aware of the potential wrath from Nis. Humph, the rigid swordsman and the foolish Menard. How could he even dare to compare himself to me for so long? The now formidable Nis, brimming with arrogance, held the other two pirate crews in utter contempt. Menard even had the audacity to reject my invitation. I should have eliminated him outright then. Flame Nis spat again, seemingly perplexed by the abundance of saliva. Once I decimate Mock Island, those antiquated swordsmen will follow suit. At that point, I shall truly be a great pirate. He could not help but erupt into maniacal laughter. Damn the brutal pirate crew. Once I unify the chaotic seas, I have long coveted your territory. his sinister gaze fixed upon the direction of the brutal pirate crew, as if ready to strike at any moment. Enel, do not overly rely on your fruit abilities. Your body is your greatest asset. Long Quan enveloped his hands in Haki, pursuing Enel, who darted about in evasion. Brother Long Quan, is it necessary to use Haki? It hurts quite a bit. Enel transformed into a bolt of lightning, continuously dodging Long Chuan's strikes, unwilling to confront him directly. For Long Chuan's armament Haki was among the most formidable within the Akira family. His small frame could hardly withstand a single blow from Long Quan. Otherwise, it would likely expel the dinner he had consumed the previous night. You are overly reliant on your fruit abilities, which is why your armament Haki has yet to awaken. But Brother Long Quan, I am still not of age. The captain explicitly stated that my youth is the reason my physique is not yet robust enough. That is merely a statement from the young master to avoid discouraging you. The young master was already adept at wielding Haki at your age. A solemn voice resonated behind Enelu as Long Quan unleashed another punch, leaving Enelu in a state of despair. The young master has stated that your talent ranks among the finest among us. Therefore, you must not devote all your energy solely to the devil fruit. Your physical prowess requires diligent training as well. Under the auspices of Akira Kurosawa, numerous formidable individuals predominantly possess the abilities conferred by the devil fruits. However, most of these are animal-type fruits that enhance their physical prowess, with only a scant few wielding superhuman-type powers, let alone the rare natural type. Furthermore, Kurosawa himself is a master of martial arts, instilling in them a profound confidence regarding the enhancement of their physical attributes. In contrast, Enel, who has been diligently developing the capabilities of the rumble fruit, appears to them akin to a misguided child in need of correction. This perception is quite reasonable, as the formidable figures currently traversing the seas are predominantly characterized by their robust physiques. Notably, the solitary and proud Red Baroque, as well as the naval hero Garp, who relentlessly pursued the former pirate King Roger. Both rely on their extraordinary physical constitution. At present, the solitary Red has yet to consume a devil fruit. He embarked on a quest for the vampire fruit only after emerging from Impel Down, his body having aged significantly. Even now, the solitary Red, relying solely on his innate strength, is capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Roger and Whitebeard. Chapter 66. Landing and Combat. Young Master, they have arrived. Lafitte, having returned to Moke Island, stands at the harbor alongside Kurosawa, flanked by numerous family members. Indeed, Akira Kurosawa nodded. He had previously instructed Lafitte to await the arrival of the Flame Pirates, and now their ship was less than 2 kilometers from Moke Island. The crew could already discern the indistinct outline of the vessel. As they beheld the approaching ship, vivid crimson in hue, reminiscent of flames, Kurosawa raised an eyebrow, sensing an intensely fervent aura emanating from it. Could that be the flameness? Akira Kurosawa was deep in thought when a loud voice echoed from the opposing vessel. Are you here to welcome my arrival? Ha! Linli stood at the bow of his ship, observing that Kurosawa's crew had gathered at the island dock, mistakenly believing that they were intimidated into surrendering by the formidable reputation of the Flame Pirate crew. Hell, Linli, you may be somewhat deluded, he mused. Upon hearing Kurosawa's mocking laughter, Linli paid it no mind, surmising that these newcomers were unaware of his true power. When the time came to confront them, he anticipated the fear that would etch itself upon their faces. Linli felt a surge of excitement, wondering just how grotesque their pleas for mercy would be. As he pondered this, an unfamiliar yet recognizable presence suddenly manifested on the island. Isn't that the fly that was observing us from above? So, he is one of yours. Lafitte appeared unfazed by Linli's taunts, merely unleashing his fruit abilities, summoning a furious hurricane that swept over the massive waves, hurtling towards the Flame Pirate crew. Linli was engulfed in flames, scoffing at the approaching waves. Do you think mere waves could defeat me? With a powerful thrust from his legs, he leapt into the air, extending his hands forward. In an instant, a colossal pillar of fire erupted, colliding fiercely with the waves. A thick veil of steam enveloped the surface of the sea, obscuring everyone's vision. Such trivial tricks should not even be attempted. Just wait to meet your demise. Linli's arrogant voice resonated through the misty vapor. Lafitte, Enel, go forth. Let him savor the fruits of his folly. Akira Kurosawa waved his hand, and in an instant, the two soared into the sky. Lafayette commanded the tempest, drawing steam around the crew of the Flame Pirates, while Enel seized the opportunity to ascend. Maximum electric current. Torrents of violent lightning crackled forth from Enel's being, striking fiercely into the swirling mass of steam. Water is a conductor of electricity, and naturally, water vapor possesses the same quality. The members of the Flame Pirates were only able to hear the crackling sounds. The next moment, they were all paralyzed, as a tremendous surge of electricity surged through the crowd, inflicting severe losses upon the unsuspecting crew. Captain Nis reacted swiftly, instantly elevating his fruit's powers to their zenith, evaporating the surrounding steam to thwart the rampant electrical onslaught. Enel, contemplating a sneak attack, found it was not so easy, for the Flame Pirates had already taken precautions. This assault had decimated a significant portion of the Flame Pirates' ranks, yet their commanders remained, albeit looking rather disheveled. Nis gazed at the scene aboard the ship, his eyes burning with fury, his crimson hair soaring high as he became engulfed in rage. "You shall all perish." No sooner had he uttered these words than Nis transformed into a blazing inferno, charging forward with a massive sphere of fire in his grasp. A colossal figure stood in front of Kurosawa and the others. Helden had transformed entirely into steel, withstanding Nis's ferocious attack. Is this not the fruit of Iron Skin Eldo? Nis's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the shimmering giant before him. "If you wish to assault the young master, you must first confront me." Helden bellowed in defiance, his gigantic hand striking down towards Nis. Boom! His colossal palm slammed into the ground, leaving an immense imprint. As Helden raised his hand, he discovered that Nis had vanished. A giant race, or perhaps a giant who has consumed a devil fruit, truly brings me considerable surprise. Nis hovered in the air, his feet enveloped in flames, arms crossed, coldly surveying Kurosawa and the others below. At that moment, the remaining commanders of the Flame Pirates also ascended to Moku Island. Nis slowly descended, positioning himself before his crew. "No wonder you managed to defeat several pirate crews of the Steam Pirates. You possess some measure of strength. However, do you truly believe that vanquishing the Fire Pig, which duo grants you the audacity to be so arrogant? Huh! Flame Nis, there is no need for such bravado. The young master has always upheld the principle of not provoking unless provoked. Yet, having trespassed into my territory, it would be remiss of me not to retaliate." Akira Kurosawa jestingly remarked, "Surely, you're not the master of Moku Island, are you?" Nis squinted, gazing intently at Kurosawa. "I have heard it was you who initiated the assault against them." In response to Nis's taunt, Kurosawa nonchalantly shrugged, "I am a pirate. If they refuse to allow me to conduct my business and plunder, I have no choice but to send them to the depths." Upon hearing Kurosawa's audacious declaration, Nis found himself momentarily speechless. "Spare me your nonsense. Surrender Moku Island, and you may leave here alive." Akira Kurosawa's previously smiling visage vanished in an instant, replaced by an expressionless demeanor as his voice deepened. "I find your tone quite displeasing. Do you wish to court death by addressing me in such a manner?" As he uttered the final word, Kurosawa's domineering presence enveloped the members of the Flame Pirate crew. However, those who stood firm against Lafitte and Inaru's assault were none other than the elite of the Flame Pirate crew. Kurosawa's overwhelming aura of authority was insufficient to render them unconscious, yet undeniably instilled a profound sense of astonishment within them. How terrifying is this overwhelming presence? Could this individual truly be a mere novice pirate? At that moment, Nis wore a particularly grim expression. Indeed, he lacked this formidable aura, and while most strong individuals possess it, he was an exception. Yet, merely possessing such an aura is not enough, young one. Do you believe that it alone can shield you from my wrath? I have dealt with those who wield it before. With a furious shout, flames surged from Nis, casting a golden hue across much of the sky. "Prepare to perish," he declared, charging forth like a deity of fire. Just as Leg and his companions intended to intercept him, Kurosawa halted them with a single phrase, "Leave this to me." In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing beside Nis. "As a mage, shouldn't you maintain your distance and cast your spells? What audacity grants you the courage to confront me so closely?" With a swift kick, he aimed at Nis. So swift, Nis's eyes widened in shock, and he immediately attempted to elementalize to evade the strike. Yet, Kurosawa had already anticipated his intent. Enveloping his hands in armed Haki, he seized Nis's corporeal form. To evade my attack so effortlessly would be quite the embarrassment for me, wouldn't it? Retracting his kick, he substituted it with a knee strike that nearly forced Nis to regurgitate his previous meal, contorting his body like a shrimp. "Damn you," he cursed, quickly regaining his composure as the flames surrounding him intensified, raising the temperature to such an extent that Kurosawa was compelled to release his grasp. Chapter 67. The flames of scorching authority indeed, that was remarkably swift. Kurosawa, propelled several meters back, gazed at the fiery figure before him, marveling at the searing heat. A mage, under the assault of a warrior, could stabilize himself so swiftly and repel the enemy. One must concede that Nis possessed exceptional combat instincts. Having thrived in the New World for so many years, he certainly had his own prowess. Flame beam, Nis declared, as a slender laser of fire shot forth from his fingertip, aimed directly at Kurosawa. Akira Kurosawa's mind instantaneously issued a warning. This move should not be met with brute force. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the attack, allowing the searing laser to continue its trajectory, striking the ground and leaving behind a deep, inky black hole, clearly indicative of the laser's formidable penetrating power. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Akira Kurosawa's forehead. That was perilously close. He nearly succumbed to the temptation of recklessness. He then observed you across the way, his observation Haki reaching its zenith, recognizing that, based on the speed of the laser's emission moments ago, minimal charging was necessary. That wretched individual. Noticing the evident gravity etched on Akira Kurosawa's face, Nis let out a mocking chuckle, further channeling the power of his flame fruit. The temperature of his flame fruit has a threshold, peaking at a mere 900 degrees. As its name implies, it is a fruit of combustion, not of flame. It does not allow for arbitrary elevation of the fire's temperature, which is why it is considered a subordinate fruit to the magma fruit. Yet, achieving such a level in the New World, how could he possibly be hindered by such trivialities? As flames enveloped the air, Nis surged toward Akira Kurosawa once more. Believing his adversary had forgotten the lesson learned, Akira intended to seize Nis's corporeal form during a moment of inattention. However, at the very instant of his anticipated success, Nis's ominous voice resonated. Do you think I would repeat the same mistake? Do you think my prolonged existence in these waters is merely due to luck? An ominous sensation surged within Akira Kurosawa, prompting him to consider releasing Nis. Yet, the latter tightened his grip, declaring, "Since you are here, you shall remain with me." Suddenly, flames erupted violently, culminating in a tremendous explosion. "Young master!" Reg and the others exclaimed in shock. Just moments ago, their young master had held the upper hand. Who could have foreseen that in the blink of an eye, he would be ensnared by Nis? A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, obscuring the view of the onlookers, who could only anxiously await developments. The members of the Flame Pirates formed a barrier, preventing them from rushing in to ascertain the situation. "There is no need for you to intervene in the battle between the captains," one of the Flame Pirates remarked, mocking the others as they witnessed their captain successfully outmaneuver his opponent. Those despicable fiends. Enel crackled with electricity, unleashing a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel towards the opposing side. Unfortunately, his furious strike was effortlessly blocked by a burly man. "It's merely a trifling current. You shall not succeed in your ambush," the man replied coldly, while Lafitte observed him with gravity. This individual was the second in command of the Flame Pirates, the mightiest among them after Nis. The berserker Nordis, a user of the berserk fruit, entered a state of frenzy upon activation, greatly enhancing his physical strength, speed, and regenerative abilities. Fearless of death, he seemed impervious to pain. Typically, those who consumed the berserk fruit and activated its power would not cease their assault until they exhausted their strength or succumbed to unconsciousness. Nevertheless, Nordis remained remarkably composed, having developed his fruit to a profound degree, enabling him to repel the negative effects of its frenzy while retaining only the enhancements. With a bounty of 570 million, this figure reflected the relative inactivity of the Flame Pirates, as his true strength far surpassed the reward. Lafitte and the others could only watch helplessly as the battlefield remained shrouded in smoke. Gradually, the haze began to lift, revealing the scene within to the anxious crowd. Kurosawa, shrouded in darkness, was engulfed in an indomitable flame that danced upon his body, his garments consumed by the inferno, revealing arms entwined with a profound and tenebrous Haki that resisted the searing heat. "Damn it, this flame is gradually eroding my Haki." As he felt the waning power in his arms, a grimace spread across Kurosawa's face. "Haha, not far away, Nis," who had been forcefully kicked away by Kurosawa upon detection of the anomaly, stood with an air of arrogance, laughing triumphantly. "This technique, a creation of my own ingenuity, is the unquenchable flame. Can you feel the depletion of your Haki within? Are you unable to extinguish the fire?" "Haha." Akira Kurosawa could only disregard Nis's interference, persistently contemplating a means to extinguish the two flames. Yet, these flames were fueled by his own domineering aura. As long as he continued to wield the Haki of armament, the flames would remain ablaze. Was he truly to relinquish his defense of Haki willingly? Akira Kurosawa stood still, gazing down at the flames dancing upon his arm, his brow furrowed in concentration. However, His opponent, Nis, clearly afforded him little time to ponder, charging towards him once more. Kurosawa Akira could indeed sense the extraordinary martial prowess of his adversary. The tea he brewed was exquisite, yet with the peculiar flames augmenting his opponent, Nis resembled a porcupine, bristling with spines that rendered him nearly untouchable. Such a vexing foe brought a measure of consternation to Kurosawa, although the recent explosion had left him in a disheveled state. The actual damage was not substantial. Rather, it was the enigmatic flames that incessantly drained his Haki from within. Haki requires a considerable reservoir of physical stamina, and the full manifestation of this power already commanded a significant expenditure of energy. Coupled with the relentless searing of the flames, Kurosawa found himself increasingly fatigued. He resolved to make an attempt, for if this continued, defeat was inevitable. Akira Kurosawa gritted his teeth and abruptly dispelled the armament Haki that enveloped his arm. Devoid of its protective shield, the flames swiftly seared his flesh, producing a hissing sound. Hiss! Akira Kurosawa let out a low grunt, clenching his teeth tightly as beads of sweat cascaded down his face. Blood trickled from his arms, only to be seared away by the flames, leaving his skin charred and raw. However, there was a glimmer of hope. The flames were gradually diminishing, extinguishing as the fuel was exhausted. His scorched arms trembled slightly, yet Kurosawa's gaze grew resolute and composed. After arriving in this new world, his successive battles had unfolded remarkably smoothly, leading him to become somewhat complacent. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to engage in a direct confrontation with Nis. Fortunately, Kurosawa's body had been enhanced by a unique energy, alleviating some of the pain in his arms. Sensing the numbness in his limbs, he slowly drew forth Whisper, coldly fixing his gaze upon the audacious Nis. The battle has only just begun. Chapter 68. The convergence of Conqueror's Haki. It had been quite some time since he last wielded Whisper, yet it felt strikingly familiar in his grasp. As if attuned to Kurosawa's inner thoughts, the renowned blade emitted a clear, resonant sound in response to him. Gripping Whisper tightly, Kurosawa turned his eyes towards Nis. You wretched creature, it has been ages since I have felt such pain. Today, I shall ensure your demise here. Without waiting for Nis to respond, Kurosawa surged forward with his sword. As Kurosawa charged, Nis contemplated employing the same tactics again. However, a long sword now stood between them, and any attempt to reach Kurosawa would only result in Whisper cleaving through his skull. With no other option, Nis had to transform into flames to evade. Such is the nature of elemental powers, allowing for effortless transformation, which makes those who possess such abilities exceedingly formidable. As for why Nis did not simply unleash his strange flames from a distance, this is due to the fact that such flames demand an immense expenditure of physical strength from a user, rendering it impossible to unleash them with the same abandon as ordinary fire. They can only be employed as a remarkably effective means of attack. In truth, had it not been for Akira Kurosawa's physique being extraordinarily augmented by peculiar energy, the mere strike he executed moments ago would have been sufficient to incapacitate his arms, leaving him incapable of wielding Whisper in pursuit of Nis. Nevertheless, possessing such formidable flame abilities is sufficient for Nis to maintain his footing across the vast expanse of the ocean. Aside from the formidable physiques of Charlotte Linli and Kaido, only Whitebeard can offer a modicum of resistance, and Nis has found himself somewhat unfortunate to encounter someone like Akira Kurosawa. Nis is equally exasperated. He has never encountered an adversary capable of retaining normal vitality even after being engulfed by the unquenchable flames. At this moment, Nis can only grit his teeth and continuously evade Akira Kurosawa's slashes, contemplating whether he might seize an opportunity during a moment of attack to strike back. In fact, he could ignite Whisper, for at this juncture, Akira Kurosawa has enveloped Whisper with an abundance of Haki in order to wound Nis. However, Nis has already attempted this. Upon unleashing the unquenchable flames, Akira Kurosawa immediately retracted his Haki, and Whisper, being a renowned blade, possesses a remarkable resilience. Mere flames, unless subjected to prolonged exposure, cannot inflict damage upon it. After several attempts, Nis resolved to abandon the use of the unquenchable flames, for even if Akira Kurosawa were unable to slay him, the excessive drain on his stamina would ultimately prove fatal. With another swift maneuver, he dodged Akira Kurosawa's attack, taking a moment to catch his breath. Ha! That insufferable fiend. Observing Akira Kurosawa drawing ever closer, Nis raised his finger, unleashing a blazing laser of fire. Akira Kurosawa, wielding his blade with finesse, cleaved through the assault, remarking, "There's no need to resort to such tactics any longer. Would you not agree, Flame Nis?" Observing the derisive expression of Kurosawa, A glint of madness flickered in Nis's eyes. I have awaited this moment for so long. The chaotic seas were on the verge of being claimed by me, and yet, who would have thought that this insignificant domain could still harbor someone like you? Nis's tone was frenzied as he succumbed to a state of utter madness. Let you and your crew perish upon this island. With that, Nis raised his arms high, flames intertwining between his hands, coalescing into a colossal fireball that rapidly expanded. In the next instant, it appeared as though he were cradling an orb rivaling the sun itself. The core of the fireball radiated a blinding light, its surface ablaze with ferocious flames. Kurosawa, meet your demise. With a touch of lunacy, Nis thrust his arms forward, and the massive fireball began to advance slowly. Akira Kurosawa stood resolutely, his gaze fixed upon the unfolding scene. In the distance, the faces of Lafayette and his companions were bathed in a golden hue, astonished as they beheld the immense fireball, reminiscent of the sun, radiating intense heat. Cold sweat trickled down their brows. The members of the Flame Pirates gazed fervently at Nis, who was conjuring the fiery orb. The Flame Emperor. It is the Flame Emperor aboard our ship. This is the power of the divine. Our captain is a god. A wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. Though they had witnessed this remarkable display before, its impact remained profoundly staggering. Enel, observing the spectacle, felt an involuntary surge of concern for Akira Kurosawa, boss. He yearned to rush forward to shield Kurosawa from the impending attack, unafraid of the consequences. But the Flame Pirates had already blocked his path. Despite Enel's remarkable speed, he could not break through the barrier in that moment. Young master, Halding shouted, attempting to charge ahead. Among them, his steel fruit was the most suitable for the task, yet he too was impeded by the enemy. Although the strength of the Flame Pirates did not match that of Lafayette and his allies, they were capable of stalling them for a while. Akira Kurosawa disregarded the shouts echoing in his ears, instead silently raising the whisper in his hand. This maneuver could have been evaded at his speed. However, deep within his heart, he resisted the instinct to dodge. Kurosawa could not fathom the reason behind this reluctance, yet he understood that if he were to evade, his future mastery of the Conqueror's Haki might diminish into insignificance. How could I, destined to become the sovereign of this world, be defeated by a mere wisp of flame? As the fireball approached, its formidable heat searing the moisture within his being, Kurosawa's eyes grew ever brighter. The Conqueror's Haki activated instinctively, slowly entwining around the whisper. Is this the essence of Haki entanglement? Experiencing the peculiar state of the Conqueror's Haki, an attack from afar? It seems I have discovered a means to vanquish this foe. Akira Kurosawa's lips curled into a faint smile, and in his eyes, Nis was no longer the prickly hedgehog that was difficult to approach. Observing Kurosawa, who could still smile in the face of terrifying assaults, Nis was left bewildered. He felt as though he had been insulted. Perish under my onslaught. With greater force, he unleashed a fireball, while Kurosawa gently raised his hand and murmured, such attacks are merely suitable for dealing with minions or overwhelming the weak. To wield them against me is a rather presumptuous notion, don't you think? For Kurosawa, the peculiar flames he had encountered earlier possessed far greater lethality. Nis's current assault might be impressive in appearance, yet in the realm of combat between formidable adversaries, one had yet to hear of any powerful individual meeting their demise from a mere exhalation of Kaido. Akira Kurosawa wielded his blade with a light yet formidable grace, unleashing a colossal slash. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the immense fireball was cleaved in two. Ness, he declared, do you truly believe that you can vanquish me with such a fanciful maneuver? Kurosawa ignored the flames descending on either side. Enveloped entirely in the armor of both Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, impervious to harm, gazing at the visibly flustered Nis with a mocking expression. Do not think that by blocking my attack, you shall survive. A hoarse voice emerged from Nis's throat, clearly strained. You dare not touch me, as long as I proceed with caution. Recalling his indomitable flames, Nis steadied himself somewhat. Oh, is that so? Chapter 69. The decapitation upon seeing Kurosawa's sardonic smile. Nis's demeanor twisted into one of fury. Soon you shall cease to smile. Subsequently, disregarding the depletion of his stamina, Nis ignited with his eternal flames, preparing to confront Kurosawa with all his might. The energy within him surged forth in an explosive release, to awaken my devil fruit. I have concealed my power for 2 whole years. You are fortunate to witness the awakening of my fruit's true strength. Although the everlasting flames were formidable, they merely represented Nis's unique development of the flame fruit and had yet to reach the full potential of its awakening. Previously, Kurosawa had wondered why Nis's power seemed lacking, thinking he had been outmaneuvered. Now he understood. The flames soared into the sky, immense heat evaporating the seawater, while the trees of Moke Island began to wither, and the excessively dry structures ignited in fierce flames. He could no longer allow this to continue. Otherwise, this place would inevitably transform into a desert. Akira Kurosawa observed the rapidly changing surroundings, too preoccupied to contemplate further when a swift aerial slash was unleashed. However, in the end, his eyes widened in astonishment as the strike was halted merely 2 meters away from Nis, consumed entirely by an inferno. What manner of flame is this? Ha! Do you see? My burning fruit possesses the ability to incinerate all things in existence. The eternal flame is but one of its manifestations. Kurosawa gazed solemnly at the maniacally laughing Nis before him, his expression tinged with gravity. Confronting an awakened wielder of a natural-type devil fruit was indeed no trivial matter. Originally, these powers were reserved for the 3 notorious pirate crews surrounding the chaotic seas. However, fate had intertwined their paths, and thus, it could be deemed a stroke of luck for him. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Nis unleashed a fiery assault. Fire Fist. A colossal fist of flames surged towards Kurosawa with ferocity, incinerating everything in its path. Akira Kurosawa gazed intently at his opponent, his expression gravely serious. As he slowly raised his sword, whispering, "This is my latest acquired ability, the Conqueror's Haki entwined. Nis, let us see how you fare." The essence of the Conqueror's Haki clung to whispering, and the flames surrounding Kurosawa's body were repelled without even drawing near. The Haki allowed him to strike his adversary from a distance, which indeed posed a formidable challenge for Nis. Without granting his foe a moment to react, Kurosawa surged forward, raising whispering, "You cannot slay me." My grand ambitions. Nis's face contorted in terror, yet Kurosawa showed no mercy, delivering a swift strike that severed his head, the flying visage still reflecting Nis's dread in his final moments. The crew members of both pirate factions were left astounded, their eyes wide in disbelief. Had Nis not just held the upper hand? How had the tide turned so suddenly? The berserker, Nordis, after a moment of shock, abruptly came to his senses. It is time to flee. If we linger any longer, it will be too late. He cautiously retreated behind the members of the Flame pirate crew, intending to slip away unnoticed amidst their ranks. "Lord Nordis, what brings you here? What should we do now?" A member of the Flame pirate crew suddenly recognized him, shouting, which stirred the others, encircling Nordis. "Indeed, Lord Nordis, shall we not fight back?" Yes, Lord Nordis. Let's confront them." Amidst the fervent calls of his crew, Nordis, overwhelmed by despair, closed his eyes. "Damn it, I was supposed to have left. Huh. Dear members of the Flame pirate crew, do you not have anything to say to me?" At this moment, Akira Kurosawa had returned to his throne, the chest of Garina, who was carefully utilizing the powers of the devil fruit to tend his wounds. A chilling breath swept over his severely injured arms. As the charred wounds began to heal gradually, the burnt scars peeling away to reveal fresh skin beneath. Captain Akira Kurosawa. Today's events were solely the actions of our Captain Nice, and do not concern us. Congratulations on your victory over Nice. I shall take my leave from your Mock Island along with the others, and we shall no longer encroach upon your territory. Although he understood the slim chances of success, Nodai still wished to make an attempt, for he was a newcomer to piracy, recently emerged from paradise. While Nodai was still in prayer, Akira Kurosawa let out a couple of cold chuckles. "Are you truly this Navi?" Upon hearing Akira's chilling words, Nodai realized that escaping unscathed today was impossible. "Akira, do you truly wish for us to perish together? Even if you were to triumph, we would surely take a piece of you with us." With a countenance unusually grim, Nodai gazed at Akira, his voice twisted with emotion. "No." Akira Kurosawa shook his head, declaring that they were not yet qualified for a desperate struggle. Subsequently, at a subtle gesture from Kurosawa, the long-restrained Enel and his companions surged forward, launching an assault on the members of the Flame Pirates. Lafitte, in turn, positioned himself to thwart the frenzied assault of Nordis. One by one, the members of the Flame Pirates collapsed to the ground, while Nordis's eyes turned bloodshot, his rationality gradually dissolving under the influence of his fruit's power. Although he could exert some control over his sanity, the current circumstances allowed him little room for reason. Nordis began to attack Lafitte with unbridled fury. Lafitte summoned a tempest, conjuring blades of wind that slashed at Nordis, leaving a multitude of wounds across his body. Though they healed almost instantly, Nordis disregarded Lafitte's onslaught, swinging his fist toward Lafitte's head. Lafitte effortlessly evaded the strike, a hint of concern crossing his features. Akira Kurosawa, confronted by Nidus, felt as though he had encountered a hedgehog, while now facing Norvis, he perceived it as an armadillo, armored in defenses, rendering his own attacks ineffectual. Amidst that grotesque regeneration, Norvis charged across the battlefield with remarkable ease. Witnessing the frenzied Norvis, Lafitte furrowed his brow, contemplating a decisive course of action. His physique swelled rapidly. His legs transformed into powerful lion limbs, his arms bulged with muscle, sharp claws sprouted from his hands, and his head morphed into that of an eagle. Its keen eyes fixated on the rampaging Norvis. I cannot allow you to continue this unchecked rampage. With a subtle flutter of the wings behind him, a tremendous gust of wind arose. Propelled by the hurricane, Lafitte became a mere blur, reappearing instantaneously before Norvis. Enveloped in rage, Norvis sought to annihilate every living creature in sight, undeterred by Lafitte's impending assault, charging directly at him. The reason beasts can be easily subdued by humans is not due to a lack of strength, but rather an absence of cunning. Observing the reckless Norvis, Lafitte's beak lifted slightly, and with a single punch, he sent Norvis hurtling away. Chapter 70. The time for action. The griffin fruit is an exceedingly formidable mythical zoan-type devil fruit. Typically, Lafitte merely employs its ability to command hurricanes for trivial matters. Yet the terrifying power within him has been overlooked by all. If even the weakest of animal-type devil fruits can significantly augment the user's strength, how much more so for a mythical zoan? As Norvis was sent flying, a massive wound gaped in his abdomen, yet he appeared impervious to the pain. Rising once more to charge at Lafitte. Is this a mere punching bag? He taunted. Norvis moved swiftly, yet still fell short of matching Lafitte's speed, becoming nothing more than a target for Lafitte's relentless strikes. The battlefield bore no trace of Lafitte's form. Only Norvis's flailing body could be seen. Observers such as Leg felt a tremor of unease in their hearts. Lafitte, usually a gentleman with a facade of a polite smile, had entirely shattered their perceptions. Even the kin Bunchaku Haki struggled to perceive Lafitte's attacks, leaving Norvis to rely solely on his primal instinct for defense. But alas, the effectiveness was woefully inadequate. As the wounds on his body multiplied, Norvis's regeneration could not keep pace with the damage inflicted by Lafitte. Under the relentless onslaught, the once raging Norvis gradually began to regain his senses. Spare me. Nodis's lips quivered as he was about to speak, only to be silenced by Lafitte's poised claw, which pierced through his chest. Grasping Nodis's still-beating heart, Lafitte gently squeezed, causing the crimson organ to burst forth in a cascade of blood. Nodis's eyes gradually dulled, and he collapsed forward, never to rise again. At that moment, Lafitte stood still, blood dripping from his arm onto the ground, his chest heaving slightly, a testament to the tremendous exertion from his recent assault. The remaining cadre of the Flame Pirates stood frozen, their two strongest members defeated, their fate all but sealed. Under the siege from Reg and his companions, the remnants of the Flame Pirates lost their will to resist and were swiftly captured. What awaited them now was nothing but the grim prospect of being sold at auction. The battle concluded swiftly, yet the events were far from over. After a brief respite, the assembly was summoned to the hall by Akira Kurosawa. After a long wait, our plans may now commence. Upon hearing Kurosawa's words, a glimmer of anticipation ignited in the eyes of those present. Go forth, and according to our prior arrangements, annex those unclaimed islands into our family's domain. With a command from Kurosawa, the likes of Tiger Wing and others, accompanied by their subordinates, boarded several ships brought by Mouse who, setting sail toward the other islands in the chaotic seas. 8 combat teams were formed. Tiger Wing, Dragon Spring, Acting Commander, Feather, Julian each led a group, while Marilena and Chicken Lou formed a joint unit due to their smaller forces. The giant soldier pirate crew constituted another, and lastly, Lafitte led Analu towards the islands ravaged by the Flame Pirates. Reg and Alec accompanied the closely allied Tiger Wing to fulfill their mission, while Kurosawa took with him Rulin and Yanglin, directing their course toward the swordsman's island still under ownership. After Mouse Hu's arrival, Kurosawa instructed him to remain behind, not in haste to depart, as he would oversee Mach Island. Although Mouse, who had always presented himself as a businessman within the family, his strength could undoubtedly rival that of the comparatively weaker Chicken Lou. With Mouse Hu present, Kurosawa felt assured to leave Mach Island and advance towards the swordsman's island. Akira Kurosawa stood at the bow of the ship, his arm nearly healed under the diligent care of Jelena. The healing fruit, wielded by the giants, exhibited extraordinary potency. After the battle, Jelena promptly activated the fruit's power, summoning a colossal healing dandelion that showered the group. In an instant, Their minor wounds were miraculously restored. Their efforts were not in vain. Reflecting on Jelena, Kurosawa couldn't help but commend his own decision. Young master, we are 3 days away from Swordsman Island. This is already our swiftest pace, day and night without respite. Indeed, Akira Kurosawa nodded, fully aware that in this world where travel was solely reliant on ships, certain matters were unavoidable. Once this incident concluded, he intended to make another trip to the Sky Island to acquire the blueprints of the Arc Maxim. His interest in the Arc Maxim, constructed by Enel in the original work, was piqued. After all, formidable mobility was the most daunting aspect in this realm. The reason why the Golden Lion posed such a significant challenge to the Navy was not solely due to his strength, but rather because of his float fruit ability, which allowed him to transport his airborne pirate crew across the world effortlessly, leaving them vulnerable to no effective defense. Disregarding further thoughts, he turned to the captain's cabin, where Talina and Yanglin were deftly maneuvering the helm. Young master, they exclaimed upon his entrance, rushing towards him. Akira casually wrapped his arms around their waists, gazing at the massive surveillance monitor in the cabin, momentarily lost for words. Have we captured everything? He inquired. Yes, President, came to reply. Excellent. Continue to track their movements. But, President, they have split into several groups, heading in different directions. What? He exclaimed. No matter, just keep a close watch on Akira Kurosawa. His subordinates will be taken care of by others. Understood, President. After ending the call, a figure with a bird's head emerged from the shadows. Splendid. This new pirate crew has brought me remarkable news. The Birdman lit a cigar, pondering. Do we have any of our people in the chaotic seas? Yes. A small team of reporters is there. A voice responded through the speaker. They've heard that the captain of the Butcher Pirates is clashing with Kaido of the Beasts at the fringes of the chaotic seas, and they're on their way there. Send one of them, the Birdman instructed, exhaling a plume of smoke. Let the others contact Lemador. He will arrange their affairs. Understood. Oomph. The formidable figures of these seas are all seasoned pirates. It is a rare occurrence for a newcomer to harbor such ambition. Who still pays attention to those old geezers? The Birdman was none other than Morgans, the president of the World Economic News and one of the 6 kings of the underworld in the pirate world. As one of the first newcomers after Roger ignited the great pirate era, Morgans held a particular interest in Akira Kurosawa, not only because he was the first among his contemporaries to reach the New World, but also due to the diverse talents within his crew. Recently, Morgans had also learned that the enigmatic assassin organization dominating the West Sea was led by none other than Akira Kurosawa, prompting the world government to dispatch CP agents for investigation, though they were thwarted by the nations allied with the world government in the West Sea. It appeared that Akira Kurosawa concealed many hidden aspects. He was determined to uncover them. The Birdman sat in the shadows, his beak strikingly prominent. Chapter 71, Flame Island Young Master, today's newspaper. After sailing at full speed across the vast ocean for a day and a night, the crew, despite taking turns at the helm, could not escape the grip of fatigue to varying degrees. Akira Kurosawa, with an expressionless visage, casually glanced at the newspaper before him, only to suddenly widen his eyes in astonishment. The captain of the Beast Pirates, Kaido, engaged in a fierce battle with the captain of the Butchery Pirates, Neld, yesterday at the intersection of the chaotic waters and the territory of the Butchery Pirates. Although neither faction had deployed their subordinate pirates, it was evident that genuine fury had been unleashed. Our reporters, stationed at a distance, were caught in the aftermath, nearly swept away by the colossal waves generated by the clash between the two formidable foes. Accompanying the article was an image depicting a silhouette alongside a colossal dragon suspended in the sky, surrounded by a plethora of crimson and obsidian lightning, an unmistakable sign of the conqueror's Haki colliding. From the photograph, it appeared that the individual capturing the image was situated not far from the sea surface beneath the two combatants, precisely within the range affected by the conqueror's Haki. However, the image's clarity, devoid of any tremor, showcased the photographer's remarkable skill. Unfortunately, there were no photographs of the battle itself, only one capturing their standoff. It was likely that the breadth of their confrontation was too vast for the photographer to withstand, necessitating a retreat to a safer distance. Though Akira Kurosawa remained oblivious to the motivations behind their conflict, he realized that he could afford to slow down, no longer pressed for urgency. He instructed his subordinates to take a moment to rest and recalibrate their energies. Very well, my lord, one of his aides bowed and departed. It seemed that within the chaotic waters, there were still mysteries yet to be uncovered. Akira Kurosawa squinted, seated in a chair with one hand resting on his chin while the other perused the newspaper in his grasp. The other reports were rather mundane, merely recounting the tale of a pirate crew that had ravaged a small town and the Navy's subsequent capture of another pirate faction. The most significant news highlighted the confrontation between the Bigman pirates and the steam pirates. However, it was merely a clash between the captains of the two crews, with their subordinates engaged in sporadic skirmishes rather than a full-scale battle. It appeared that both pirate crews were awaiting the outcome of their captain's duel. Typically, battles among formidable foes tend to extend over considerable durations. If the disparity in strength is minimal, they could last anywhere from 10 days to a fortnight. A common occurrence in this pirate world, where individuals often possess remarkable resilience. In the original narrative, Akiji and Akainu fought for 10 days over the position of fleet admiral, altering the island's climate in the process. Akira Kurosawa, unfazed by the tumult surrounding him, found a peculiar delight in the prolonged conflict among the pirate crews. After all, the longer these brigands battled, the more time he had to prepare, undisturbed by any interruptions. At this very moment on Swordsman Island, the members of the swordsman pirate crew wore expressions of profound discontent. According to their latest intelligence, the Blazing Flame pirates had seemingly been vanquished by a fledgling pirate crew. What exacerbated their predicament was the fact that this nascent crew had already dispatched their subordinates to seize the remnants of the Blazing Flame pirates' legacy. Furthermore, a pirate ship was making its way toward their location. Could it be that he aspires to dominate the chaotic seas just as the Blazing Flame pirates once did? Mused the first mate, the brooding Rogo, his countenance darkened by indignation at Kurosawa's apparent disregard for their crew. After all, they had just witnessed someone defeat the once mighty Blazing Flameness. Captain Minaderis, taking a drag from his cigarette, also bore a grim expression. The Blazing Flame pirates had underestimated them, and now this newcomer was doing the same. Since he dares to venture forth alone, we shall undoubtedly strike him down here. And since he has foolishly sent his subordinates away, we must seize this golden opportunity. A glint of cold resolve shone in Minaderis' eyes. My lord, at our current speed, we will reach Swordsman Island in 2 days, reported one of the subordinates from the ship's control room, glancing at Kurosawa, who was seated on the sofa, meditating with his eyes closed. Let's maintain this pace, he replied. Akira Kurosawa waved his hand languidly and said, very well. Observing that he had no further directives, his subordinates resumed their dedicated task of navigating the vessel. Now, focus on the ship's course, he added succinctly before stepping outside. There was no need for elaborate arrangements. His crew was well-trained and perhaps even more adept at piloting the ship than Kurosawa himself. Pushing open the door, he found the sea today remarkably calm. As he made his way to the deck, the bustling crew members paused their activities upon noticing his approach, all greeting him with, "Young master." "Indeed," he replied. Akira Kurosawa nodded with satisfaction. His arduous efforts over the years were finally bearing fruit. Ignoring the bustling crowd around him, he ascended to the second floor of the ship, where a grand hall awaited him. Within, a massive sofa occupied the space, accompanied by an array of fruits and fine red wine displayed in a transparent refrigerator. Grabbing a bottle at random, he uncorked it and placed it on the table before reclining on the sofa, summoning both Talina and Yanglin to join him. "Brother Lafitte, it will be prudent for me to take charge of Fire Island." At this moment, Enel was collaborating with Lafitte, preparing to subdue the headquarters of the Flame Pirates. Located on Fire Island, this isle, perpetually dry and sweltering, was home to a considerable number of indigenous inhabitants. Numerous trade caravans, alongside kingdoms from the surrounding seas, frequented this location due to its abundant production of a mineral known as firestone. Wearing this stone consistently could dispel moisture and cold. Moreover, the island was replete with hot springs, which were beneficial for one's health. In a world predominantly ruled by seawater, items capable of alleviating humidity were exceedingly precious. With a meager yield, Firestone's market value soared, and since the Flame Pirates seized control of the island, the trade was utterly disrupted, with the pirates firmly grasping the Firestone supply and monopolizing the hot springs. Consequently, the neighboring kingdoms and caravans seldom ventured to Fire Island, and the residents had been driven away by the Flame Pirates, leaving only a handful of able-bodied young men to toil in the mines. "Uncle Lind, I've heard the main forces of the Flame Pirates have departed, seemingly intent on dominating the chaotic seas." A slender, dark-skinned youth, under the watchful eyes of the Flame Pirates, toiled diligently in the mines while discreetly conversing with a burly middle-aged man beside him. "It would be best if those wretched pirates met their demise out there. Look at the devastation they have wrought upon Fire Island." The man's face contorted with anger, yet fear lingered in his expression as he spoke of the Flame Pirates. "What are you lot chattering about? Focus on your mining." With that, an unknown small pirate raised his whip and brought it down upon them. Chapter 72. The Ambush. "Lord Lafitte, we have arrived at Fire Island." "Very well. Proceed at full speed." "Yes, sir." As Enel gazed upon the distant outline of the island, his spirits lifted. We have finally arrived. I can hardly contain my excitement. I wonder where Reg and the others are. Lafitte, observing Enel's overly enthusiastic demeanor, chuckled softly. When we disembark, do not rush in recklessly. There are likely remnants of the flame pirates still present on Fire Island, so we must exercise caution. I'm unsure if they have received any news. Understood, Brother Lafitte. Enel nodded, having participated in numerous battles in the New World, acknowledging the necessity of maintaining a certain vigilance. Lafitte commanded his subordinates to gently dock the ship on the shore, and as the crew disembarked, he surveyed the surroundings. Apart from the exposed crimson rocks, there was nothing else in sight. You few, disperse and venture into the island. If you encounter anyone, do not disturb them. Come back and inform me. Yes, my lord. Subsequently, his subordinates departed, stealthily making their way into the fiery island. Lafitte, what about us? Enel, observing the departing figures, felt a surge of anxiety. He too wished to accompany them. We shall wait for them to bring back the information we require. There is no need to rush now. Lafitte leisurely settled beside a rock, prompting Enel to follow suit. He had come with the intention of making a significant impression, hoping that Akira Kurosawa would consent to grant him a portion of his subordinates. Lafitte's standing within the family seemed to eclipse that of other members. If he could intercede on Enel's behalf before Kurosawa, it was likely that Enel could successfully lead a small team. The wait felt interminable, and Enel could no longer remain still, pacing about restlessly. Lafitte, on the other hand, closed his eyes in contemplation, ignoring Enel's eager and impatient gaze. They have returned. Lafitte suddenly opened his eyes, directing his attention toward the interior of the island. One by one, the dispatched subordinates returned. My lord, there is only one officer from the Flame Pirates and over 100 of their subordinates remaining on the island. A significant portion of the indigenous inhabitants of Flame Island has been captured and is forced to mine for the Flame Pirates. What is the distribution of their forces? This was the intelligence Lafitte most yearned to ascertain. The officer stationed on the island is the third in command of the Flame Pirates, Bomb Magician Moraldin, a user of the explosion fruit with a bounty of 450 million berries. He commands over 70 subordinates at their stronghold, Flame Town. Another subordinate of Moraldin, Kai, is a martial arts expert with a bounty of 150 million berries, stationed with over 20 subordinates at the Flamestone Quarry. Upon hearing the report, Lafitte silently calculated in his mind. Enel, take Minerna and the others to the Flamestone Quarry, eliminate Kai, and gather the miners to come to Flame Town to find me. I will be waiting there. Lafitte, do you not require more subordinates? Enel felt a mix of excitement and concern as he noticed Lafitte assigning all his subordinates to him. No need, Lafitte shook his head. Your objective is solely Kai and his subordinates. Leave the gathering of the miners to Minerna. After making the arrangements, Lafitte did not wait for Enel to speak, but unfurled his wings and soared towards the direction of Flame Town. Watching Lafitte vanish from sight, Enel opened his mouth, refrained from voicing his thoughts, and turned to Minerna. Shall we go, Lord Enel? Enel nodded, and the group proceeded towards the Firestone mine. The captain and the others truly perplexed him. What purpose did it serve to leave him here? Who would dare to launch a surprise attack on the territory of the Flame Pirates? Mordarin seethed with irritation. To seize control of the chaotic seas and establish a formidable pirate crew was an enticing prospect, yet he was denied participation. Taking a swig of alcohol, he wrapped an arm around the trembling woman beside him. Burp, thankfully, I have you to keep me company. His drunken gaze fell upon the woman in his embrace, his hands roaming over her, causing her to tremble even more violently. Slap! Mordarin struck the woman across the face. Why are you quaking? You're ruining my mood. Ignoring the pain on her face, the woman hastily knelt. I'm sorry, my lord. I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I beg you. As she pleaded, her head knocking against the ground, tears of terror streamed from her eyes. Mordarin, looking at the woman before him, felt his desires peak. If you know your mistake, then hurry and come over here. The woman, shaking uncontrollably, crawled towards Mordarin, while a figure soared above the house where he resided. Lafitte's eyes glinted with crimson light, his observation Haki successfully detecting Mordarin's presence. So, you are here. Sensing the two individuals inside, Lafitte chuckled with intrigue. You certainly seem to be enjoying yourself. He then summoned a cutting hurricane, directing it towards the house below. A fierce wind swept through, effortlessly slicing the house apart. Inside, Mordarin was drenched in blood from the surprise attack, while the woman had long been reduced to mere pulp by the hurricane. Who dares to ambush me? Do they not know this is the territory of the Flame Pirates? Mordarin shouted in terror. Had he not reacted swiftly and utilized his armament Haki for defense, he would have met the same fate as the woman, torn to shreds by the wind. Yet even with his Haki defense, He bore numerous cuts from the slicing gales. Now resembling a bloodied figure, Mortarin stood frozen, seemingly sensing Lafitte's aura. His head snapped up. Who are you? How dare you ambush me? Do you not know who I am? Mortarin, do you always have to spout such nonsense? Lafitte clapped his wings and gracefully descended to the ground. At this moment, Mortarin, racked with intense pain, found a semblance of calm. He understood that the individual before him could not possibly be unaware that this was the stronghold of the Flame Pirates. Since he had dared to launch an attack, he must have been well prepared. Which pirate crew do you belong to? When did such a formidable adversary emerge in the chaotic seas? He speculated that this person might be one of the powerful beings inadvertently released when Nis was assaulting the islands of the chaotic seas, now come to launch a surprise attack on their headquarters. This is of no concern to you, Mortarin. I shall claim Flame Island for myself. Upon hearing Lafitte's words, Mortarin's eyes widened in disbelief. Did the captain and the others fail? You are not mistaken, Lafitte replied, observing the stunned Mortarin with a smile as he articulated the unspoken fears in his mind. Nis is dead, and now it is your turn. Without allowing Mortarin a moment to respond, Lafitte vanished from sight, only to reappear behind him. Mortarin felt a sharp pain in his chest, glancing down to see a heart clutched in a hand. You. He struggled to turn his head, but Lafitte denied him the opportunity, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling, heart discarded. Poor Mortarin, unable to utilize his devil fruit abilities, met his untimely demise in a hurried manner. Yet, one could hardly blame him. Who could have anticipated that a powerhouse like Lafitte would strike while he was relishing his moment? One could only hope that in his next life he would be reborn as a being without roots, thus spared from such experiences. A group of pirates who had rushed to the scene witnessed their leader's demise. While some loyalists raised their firearms against Lafitte, the majority, sensing the dire situation, fled in haste. Lafitte effortlessly dispatched the remaining pirates, leaving only a small-time captain trembling before him. Where's your crew's treasure? Faced with the formidable figure before him, the captain's legs buckled, and he knelt before Lafitte. Please, do not kill me. I will tell you everything, my lord. As he spoke, he bowed his head repeatedly, leaving a puddle of sweat on the ground. Lafitte cast a disdainful glance at the pirate. If you reveal it, I shall let you go. Spare me the unnecessary chatter. Why, yes, my lord. The kneeling pirate, acutely aware of Lafitte's contempt, recognized that his own demeanor was indeed repulsive. Yet he could not quell the trembling that overtook him in the presence of such a terrifying force. The remnants of his fallen comrades lay strewn about him. Though a pirate himself, he had never encountered such a horrifying scene before. Very well, rise and lead me. The trembling pirate rose unsteadily, guiding Lafitte towards their captain's treasure vault. My lord, it is right here, he stammered, pointing toward the chamber ahead. Ah, you have worked hard, Lafitte replied. Upon hearing Lafitte's words, the pirate, believing he was to be spared, hurriedly expressed his gratitude. It was nothing, my lord. Before he could finish, Lafitte swiftly severed his head with a blade of wind. It is time for you to join your comrades, Lafitte murmured, then stepped forward to snap the large lock at the entrance, pushing the door open and entering. My lord, spare us, I beg you. In a fiery stone quarry, a group of ragged laborers knelt on the ground, incessantly pleading before the figure that stood before them. Enough. I've already stated that I will not kill you, Enel said with evident impatience. He had anticipated the guards here to be formidable, yet they had succumbed to his electric wrath with little effort, leaving him disappointed after a long wait. The laborers, hearing Enel's impatient words, were filled with dread, their heads bowing faster than before, for merely moments ago. The charred remains around them had once been living souls. Ordinary individuals who had toiled in the mines for years had never encountered such a horrifying scene. It was only after the friendly intervention of Enel's subordinates that the laborers gradually began to believe that Enel was not there to slay them. Uncle Lind, did they truly defeat the Flame Pirates and come to rescue us? A slender young man stood amidst the crowd, gazing intently at Ainalu. He cautiously turned to the burly man beside him and spoke. The man shook his head, remarking, the attire of this group resembles that of the kingdom's noble guards, and the young leader appears to be of noble descent. He did not finish his thought, yet the deepening lines on his face spoke volumes. The slender youth ceased his inquiries, merely gazing at Enel with eyes filled with longing. In the heart of Flame Town, Lafitte found himself within the treasure chamber, meticulously organizing the riches left behind by Nis. It was no wonder that the renowned flame stone, a specialty of Fire Island, had vanished from the seas in recent years. It had all been stored here by Nis. Observing the countless boxes of flame stones strewn across the floor, Lafitte couldn't help but marvel at the sight. In addition to the flame stones, an abundance of jewelry and berries lay haphazardly on the ground. dazzling the senses and representing the collective savings of the flame pirates over the years, which greatly lifted Lafitte's spirits. The family's acquisition of orphans could now be bolstered. Initially, Lafitte had been perplexed by Akira Kurosawa's decision to acquire and nurture orphans. Such endeavors demanded significant resources and yielded slow results. However, after arriving in the New World and witnessing the continuous arrival of elite individuals trained by Mouse, Lafitte began to grasp Kurosawa's intentions. While these elites might not possess the strength of formidable pirates, their loyalty and orderliness set them apart, resembling a private battalion of nobility rather than a band of rogues or gangsters. Many of these orphans harbored exceptional potential for cultivation, yet most had succumbed to starvation or violence before they could mature. Kurosawa had offered them a chance, intensifying their gratitude towards him. Lafitte did not require these orphans to produce individuals of Kaido or Charlotte Linli's caliber, for such strength was exceedingly rare. He merely hoped they could match the leaders of several small groups. After casually accounting for the treasures, Lafitte exited the chamber, eager to see if any precious devil fruits collected by Nis were among the spoils. Alas, none were found. Finding a bloodless stone, Lafitte seated himself, awaiting Enel's arrival, possessing unwavering faith in Enel's current prowess. A mere master of physical combat was no match for Enel. Shortly after sitting down, a flash of lightning darted beside Lafitte. "Brother Lafitte, I've taken care of it," Enel exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he sought recognition. Lafitte acknowledged him with a casual nod, not even opening his eyes to regard him, which left Enel feeling somewhat deflated. "Lord Lafitte, the workers have been brought here," one of his subordinates reported. Upon hearing this, Lafitte slowly opened his eyes, dismissing the eager Enel, and approached the gathered workers. "We are the Kurosawa family. The flame pirates have been vanquished. You may leave if you wish, but you are also welcome to remain on Fire Island, where business can resume anew." Observing the reactions of the crowd, Lafitte paused. "The Flamestone mine now belongs to the Kurosawa family, but you may work for us to extract the ore, and we shall provide appropriate compensation. Now, you may make your choice." Having concluded his remarks, Lafitte averted his gaze from the assembly, gesturing to his subordinate to prepare for the task of recording the names of those present. As for those who genuinely wished to depart, their intentions were of no concern. The laborers, upon hearing Lafitte's directives, began to murmur amongst themselves. "Uncle Lind, let's take our leave from this place." The lean, dark-skinned youth excitedly spoke to the robust man beside him. However, the man merely shook his head and replied, "Even if we leave this place, where can we possibly go? We do not possess even a single vessel." After stating this, he disregarded the youth's astonished gaze and made his way through the crowd to the population registration office. "Sir, my name is Lind, and I wish to remain here. I once operated a hot spring establishment in this vicinity." Chapter 74. The Swordsman Island. Upon witnessing someone being the first to approach, the miners observed as the noble guards returned their homes and provided them with food, prompting everyone to eagerly queue for registration. Observing this scene, Ainalu fell into deep contemplation. "Young one, have you taken note? There remains much for you to learn." Lafitte, standing nearby, could not resist teasing Ainalu, who nodded earnestly in response. "I understand, Brother Lafitte. Young master, Swordsman Island lies just ahead." After 3 days of sailing, Akira Kurosawa finally arrived at their destination, the island where the swordsman pirate crew resided. "Captain, a ship is approaching from the distance, bearing the insignia of the Kurosawa family." At long last, Mina Deriz remarked with a somber expression. Ever since they learned of the defeat of the flame pirates, they had been on high alert, waiting for Kurosawa and his crew. According to their calculations, Kurosawa was expected to arrive 2 days earlier. Yet they had to wait a full 3rd day to see his ship, which made the swordsman pirate crew feel disrespected. Being a group of traditional swordsmen, they felt particularly insulted, perceiving this as a great humiliation. "Captain, allow me to go." Rojimus leaped to his feet, his countenance dark. "I wish to witness the audacity of these rookie pirates who dare to look down upon our swordsman pirate crew." "No need, Rojimus," Mina Deriz waved his hand, urging his first mate to remain calm. "Let us confront these new pirates together. They may be impolite, but we must not stoop to their level." "Captain." The crew gazed at their captain with admiration, for they followed him due to his adherence to the ancient traditions of swordsmen, which inspired profound respect. Satisfied with the unified display of his subordinates, Mina Deriz nodded in approval. "Let us teach these disrespectful rookie pirates a lesson." "Aye, Captain." At this moment, Akira Kurosawa remained blissfully unaware that his intended targets had unjustly branded him as rude. He lay comfortably across the lap of Tubulina, indulging in fruits fed to him by Yanglin, while enjoying Tubulina's massage, a visage of pure contentment. "Young master, we have arrived at the harbor. a group of swordsmen, presumably from a swordsman pirate crew, has appeared on the shore, a member announced from outside. Understood. A vague sound emanated from the room, where Akira Kurosawa's mouth was stuffed with fruit. Soon, the door swung open, revealing Kurosawa bare-chested, casually draping a coat over his shoulders as he stepped out. Young master. His subordinate stood to the side, lowering his head in respect. Is that the swordsman pirate crew? Akira Kurosawa stood at the edge of the boat, gazing at a group of pirates wielding swords on the opposite island. Indeed, young master, the leader among them is the captain of the swordsman pirate crew, Minadelis, with a bounty of 860 million berries. The sight of his two blades is quite intimidating. Akira Kurosawa chuckled softly, and upon hearing his sardonic remark, his subordinates also curved their lips in a smile. My lord, shall we proceed with the landing? Naturally, since they have come to greet us. We shall boldly advance without reservation. Akira Kurosawa raised an eyebrow, standing at the bow of the ship, gazing at a group of pirates on the opposite shore with a smile. Are you here to surrender? He inquired. Such insolence from a novice, treating us with such disdain. It seems that defeating that fellow Nis has greatly inflated your confidence. Do you truly believe you can roam freely in a new world? Minaderis, wielding dual blades, raised his brows and questioned Kurosawa loudly. Well, whether I can roam freely or not is uncertain, but when it comes to facing you, I am indeed confident in my ability to wander at will, Kurosawa retorted lightly. Upon hearing his flippant remarks, the group across became increasingly enraged. Rojimus drew his sword and unleashed a fierce slash towards Kurosawa. Just as the strike was about to reach the ship, Talina kicked it away with a swift motion. Though they were all members of the medical team, it would be a grave error to underestimate their strength as mere defenseless women. If they lacked formidable qualities, they would not withstand the nightly revelries of Kurosawa. Witnessing his attack thwarted by a woman only fueled Rojimus's discontent. What does it mean to have a woman shield you? He thought indignantly. Upon hearing the peculiar remarks from across the way, Akira Kurosawa was momentarily taken aback, his curiosity piqued. As he focused his gaze, he discovered that among the pirates on the opposite shore, there was not a single woman to be found. Indeed, it was a rather traditional band of swordsmen, reminiscent of the customs from Wano country. Akira Kurosawa shook his head, realizing that these individuals likely did not regard Charlotte Linli as a woman, clinging instead to such archaic and outdated traditions. It was no wonder that, despite being the strongest among the three pirate crews in the chaotic seas, their influence was the slightest, of course, excluding Nis after her fruit awakening. In the face of such rigid swordsmen, the most effective strategy was to bring them to their knees. Without further contemplation, Akira drew his blade, whisper, and employing the moonwalk, surged towards the opposing shore. Humph, daring to charge in alone, newcomer, you truly possess remarkable audacity. Enough with the idle chatter. Today, you will either voluntarily withdraw from the chaotic seas, or I shall force you out. Upon hearing Akira's arrogant proclamation, the crowd seethed with rage, drawing their weapons and rushing towards him. Standing amidst the throng, Akira Kurosawa brandished his sword, unleashing an overwhelming aura of dominance. The pirates, who had been poised to charge, were momentarily paralyzed by this astonishing presence, with some even succumbing to unconsciousness. However, in comparison to the standing pirates, those who fainted constituted only a small fraction, clearly indicating that the overall strength of the swordsman pirates surpassed that of other factions in the region. With a few more hands, it is conceivable that the chaotic seas would have long been unified under the swordsman pirates, provided that the three major pirate factions in the surrounding waters chose to remain uninvolved. Seizing the fleeting moment of distraction, Akira Kurosawa commenced his slaughter. With astonishing speed and the whispering sharpness of his blade, the swordsman pirates advanced as if in formation, each one meeting the edge of Kurosawa's sword. Newcomers, hot. Watching his crew fall one by one, Minadelis could no longer afford to wait. He drew his twin swords to thwart Kurosawa's onslaught. At last, you are willing to engage? Akira Kurosawa gazed at the formidable Minaderis, who stood defiantly against his assault, a smile gracing his face. Damn it, you are far too smug. As Kurosawa's blade technique, the twin swords flourish, was thwarted, Minaderis raised his weapon and delivered a sweeping slash, effortlessly wielding the dual swords that carved two deep gashes in the air with immense force and precision. Akira Kurosawa effortlessly deflected the attack with his light blade, remarking, "Not bad, is it?" Chapter 75, The Harvest. Minadelis gazed solemnly at Akira Kurosawa, realizing that the full force of his previous strike had been effortlessly countered. In that instant, he comprehended the source of Akira's confidence, yet it was regrettably too late. The light blade swiftly sliced through Menedelus's throat, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. Upon witnessing their captain's head severed so swiftly, the pirates stood wide-eyed in shock. "Captain!" Rogmus's eyes bulged with rage as he glared at Akira, his gaze burning with a desire for vengeance. "You shall perish." With that, he charged forward with his sword drawn. However, in his frenzied state, he was no match for Akira, who swiftly subdued him, leaving a gaping wound in his abdomen, intestines spilling onto the ground. Panic ensued among the remaining pirates. But it was too late. Talina had already landed with numerous subordinates, blocking their escape route. In an instant, the shores of Swordsman Island erupted with the sounds of battle, littered with the corpses of slain pirates, blood forming small rivers that flowed into the sea, staining the waters crimson. Numerous fish, drawn by the scent of blood, swam closer, eager to partake in the carnage. After Akira Kurosawa vanquished Rogmus, he fell silent, standing at the shore, gazing contemplatively towards the vast ocean. In truth, he bore no personal vendetta against the swordsman pirate crew. His ambition was to seize control of the entire chaotic sea. To achieve this, it was imperative to expel other pirates. Should they choose to depart willingly, Kurosawa would grant them a chance at survival. However, if they opted for a desperate resistance, he would show no mercy, leaving none alive. Akira Kurosawa would certainly not anticipate that, years later, a newly minted adult, equipped with extraordinary abilities, would suddenly confront him, demanding vengeance for his deceased father. At that moment, Kurosawa would likely be utterly bewildered, pondering who on earth this man-as father was, and questioning the very sanity of the encounter. Amused by this peculiar thought, he shook his head, banishing such odd notions from his mind. The rationale behind the slaughter of these pirates was quite straightforward. Kurosawa had no desire for their submission to his command, nor did he wish for them to escape and seek refuge with other pirate crews. "Young master, the task is accomplished." Indeed, Akira Kurosawa nodded slightly, disregarding the blood pooling beneath his feet, and ventured further into the island. The Island of Swordsmen, originally known as Central Island due to its location in the heart of a chaotic sea, frequently welcomed merchant vessels seeking supplies. Although it boasted no particular industry, its unique geographical position facilitated a considerable influx of maritime traffic. However, upon the arrival of the rigid swordsman pirates, the island's name was abruptly altered, and they imposed heavier levies on passing ships, which dissuaded merchant vessels from replenishing their stocks at the island. The once prosperous islanders gradually fell into poverty under the relentless exploitation of the swordsman pirates. These individuals, believing themselves to be the rightful lords of the Island of Swordsmen, claimed ownership over all that the island possessed. Yet, rather than devising strategies to enhance the island's wealth, they persistently engaged in short-sighted practices, akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Akira Kurosawa furrowed his brow as he gazed at the invoices laid out before him, feeling a slight headache brewing. Relying on this band of uneducated pirates to foster economic growth seemed a more futile endeavor than hoping for a rain of gold from the heavens. One might wonder if Kaido, Big Mom, or Whitebeard could truly generate wealth. Kaido's fortune stemmed from the abundant sea prism stones in Wano, while Big Mom profited from her numerous nations under her protection. As for Whitebeard, his homeland languished in poverty, leaving him with little means to amass riches. The Navy itself struggled to sustain its operations, relying solely on the military funding allocated by the world government. Should the world government falter, the Navy would find itself in dire straits. Only those entrenched in the shadowy underbelly of society truly engage in commerce. The News King, one of the 6 rulers of the underworld, managed to elude the grasp of the world government and its propaganda, leading one to question how they could possibly turn a profit. They wielded formidable military might, illustrating the notion that with sufficient strength, one could profit from any endeavor, as wealth would invariably flow their way. Yet, Kurosawa lacked such power at present, and was thus compelled to toil for his earnings. Despite the headache induced by the invoices, the treasures of the swordsman pirate crew brought a sense of joy. Piles of golden jewels and heaps of discarded belly dazzled the eyes. And Kurosawa had noted during the battle that both Menedalus and Rogmus wielded renowned blades. Alas, his understanding of these famed swords was limited, leaving him unaware of their names. He resolved to summon Mouse, to auction off what was due, and to meticulously reorganize the commerce on the island, transforming it into yet another fruitful venture for his family. Akira Kurosawa nodded in satisfaction as he gazed upon the 5 small boxes he had procured. Indeed, these were 5 boxes containing the fabled devil fruits. Every member of the swordsman pirate crew was a swordsman, thus the devil fruits they acquired were either sold or stored in their treasure vaults. At this moment, All these treasures belonged to Kurosawa. As he looked at the boxes before him, a sense of anticipation washed over him. He was profoundly intrigued by the myriad of devil fruits within the pirate world. Slowly, he opened the first box, revealing a banana-shaped fruit adorned with intricate patterns. Could it be the sparrow fruit? Akira Kurosawa instantly recognized the fruit, a commonplace sparrow-like specimen of the bird fruit. Although its strength was rather ordinary, it boasted the remarkable ability to fly. Kurosawa found himself increasingly eager for the subsequent boxes. Regrettably, the following fruits left him profoundly disappointed. The natural-type devil fruits and the mythical zoan-type fruits he had anticipated failed to materialize. The other fruits included the superhuman spoon fruit, the cotton fruit, and two zoan-type fruits, the moth fruit and the dragonfly fruit. Aside from the initial two rather surprising specimens, the remainder were commendable fruits endowed with the power of flight. Akira Kurosawa smacked his lips, reflecting that one should not be overly greedy. Among the 5 fruits, he found the 3 that bestowed the ability of flight to be the most satisfactory. While they may not possess overwhelming power, their potential could still be harnessed effectively. As for the other 2 superhuman-type devil fruits, the cotton fruit might prove somewhat useful, whereas the spoon fruit. Akira Kurosawa shook his head, dismissing excessive thoughts. After all, if it proved unnecessary, he could always consign it to an auction house, thus garnering a modest profit. He then stepped out of the room, carrying several fruits, and beheld the island's inhabitants, each gazing upon his numerous subordinates with palpable fear. Kurosawa did not intervene. It was already commendable that he refrained from permitting his followers to reap the lives and treasures of these ordinary folk. At this moment, he lacked the enthusiasm to determine their fates. He would simply wait for a while until Rat arrived to orchestrate matters. Akira Kurosawa wished not to be burdened by such matters. After all, the subordinates he had cultivated were meant to alleviate his worries. Chapter 76. Urgent situation, young master. Gigantic Spirit Island has been seized, and the king of Gigantic Spirit has pledged his allegiance to you, came the voice of Longquan through the communicator. Very well. I shall instruct Shu Hui to make the necessary arrangements thereafter. This conversation took place 2 days after Kurosawa's conquest of Swordsman Island. During this time, various members have been calling to report their progress, although they encountered certain obstacles while undertaking their missions. The Flame Pirate Group had successfully driven away and vanquished the formidable pirates from each island, leaving only the ordinary inhabitants for them to contend with. Akira Kurosawa has orchestrated the commencement of a meticulous survey from Moku Island, meticulously documenting the past. Each island dispatches its members, who shall temporarily reside there, tasked with the suppression and oversight of the inhabitants on the island. Akira Kurosawa is presently reclining on the sofa, engrossed in today's newspaper. The headline prominently features news about him. According to reports from our correspondent, the tumultuous seas have been successfully claimed by the Kurosawa family, establishing them as one of the few formidable pirate crews in this new world. It has also come to light that his pirate crew has reclaimed the former giant soldier pirate crew, now boasting the allegiance of the giant race. The Akira Kurosawa family has emerged as the third power, alongside the Navy and the world government, to possess subordinates from the giant clan, with detailed bounties listed below. Following this are the photographs of Akira Kurosawa and others. It is unclear when his image was captured in the tavern. Draped in a wine-red coat, holding a glass of wine, and bearing a smile, he resembles a noble rather than a pirate. Akira Kurosawa, the fallen noble, is a formidable swordsman of the Grandmaster level, wielding the great blade Whisper, one of the 21 finest. His bounty amounts to 189 billion berries. Note, it has been confirmed that he is a true noble born in the West Sea. Observing the change in his title, Akira Kurosawa could only smile wryly. Although he was not fond of being called a great swordsman, the term fallen noble hardly sounded appealing either. The Devil Sheriff, Lafayette, has a bounty of 105 billion berries. Note, he is the second in command of the Akira Kurosawa family, characterized by his brutal nature, often leaving victims dismembered or with their hearts extracted. Bloodsword Leg has a bounty of 540 million berries. Demon Bow and Alec has a bounty of 500 million berries. Thunder God Enel has a bounty of 650 million berries. Raging Bull Neely has a bounty of 180 million berries. Saber-toothed Tiger Wings has a bounty of 200 million berries. Titan Dragon Spring has a bounty of 300 million berries. Butcher Molina has a bounty of 130 million berries. Brood Honor has a bounty of 160 million berries. Chicken Filet Circle has a bounty of 90 million berries. Julian has a bounty of 120 million berries. Goya has a bounty of 145 million berries. The Giant Soldier Pirates, including Hilding with a bounty of 200 million berries. Stanson with 150 million berries. Rod with 140 million berries, and Jelena with 100 million berries. The information regarding Linli and Brogy has been concealed by the world government, and even the news mogul Morgans dares not defy their mandate, resulting in the omission of their news. On Judicial Island, there are two former members of the giant soldier pirates. If they were to learn of their former captain's fate, they would likely have departed for the New World by now. Moreover, Linli and Brogy hold considerable prestige among the giant clan, and the world government cannot fathom the repercussions if news were to leak, potentially leading many of their giant subordinates to abandon them and join the Akira Kurosawa family. Akira Kurosawa pondered for a moment and soon grasped the intentions of the world government. It can only be said that these individuals, having committed numerous nefarious deeds, have become overly contemplative. As for the giant's devil fruits, Kurosawa refrained from allowing them to be revealed prematurely, although they consumed the fruits openly on Moke Island. Those surrounding them were all members of their own families. Ordinary civilians could only observe from a distance, and most aware that several giants had arrived. The bounty this time has indeed escalated considerably. Akira Kurosawa quietly lit a cigarette, fully aware that the world government had likely begun to strategize, transforming the New World's formidable pirates into a common enemy, thus giving rise to the subsequent four emperors. Presently, the Kurosawa family had grown robust, effortlessly fending off the assaults from numerous ordinary pirates. However, he was troubled by several other news reports in newspapers. The Bigman pirates had decisively defeated the steam pirates, annihilating the subordinate crews, leaving Naragosha severely injured, who managed to escape with the flagship of the steam pirates into the chaotic seas. The Bigman pirates did not pursue, instead opting to consolidate their newly acquired territory. The battle between Kaido and Neld had concluded, with Kaido ambushed by Neld's subordinates, plunging into the depths of the sea, while the entire crew of the cruelly persecuting pirates had entered the chaotic seas, seemingly targeting the Kurosawa family. It appeared that the masterminds behind the Flame Pirates were indeed the cruel persecuting pirates. Akira Kurosawa remains perplexed by the intentions of the pirate crew, who seek to seize control of the chaotic seas. However, such matters have become inconsequential, for they now advance directly towards him. The phone bug nestled in his grasp suddenly buzzed, interrupting his reverie. "Young master," the voice of Mausui resonated. "My subordinates have just reported that the steam pirates have slain our member station on Mock Island and have taken control of it." "Understood," he replied. "Continue to assess the situation across the islands. You need not concern yourself with anything else." "As you wish, young master," came the response, before the call was promptly terminated. Akira Kurosawa was acutely aware that, after the departure of the mouse artists, the remaining members on the island were few in number. Even against a severely weakened Naragosha, those who stayed behind would stand little chance of withstanding their formidable opponent. Akira Kurosawa, with a stern expression, remarked, "These fellows have certainly arrived at an opportune moment." Akira Kurosawa initially believed that the steam pirates would engage in an extended conflict with the big MOM pirates. However, it seems he overestimated the strength of the steam pirates. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved a transponder snail and dialed number. "Young master, Lafayette, have you seen today's newspaper?" "Yes. The situation appears to be rather dire. Could it be that Moke Island?" Lafayette quickly surmised the purpose of Kurosawa's call. "I shall go. But they are merely a defeated pirate crew." "Indeed, take it with you. I will also prompt the giant soldier pirates to assist you. Feel free to voice any requests you may have." "Young master, regarding Tiger Wing and their group." "That is acceptable." Akira Kurosawa nodded. "Rage and Orok will also accompany us." "Very well, my lord." After hanging up the phone, Lafayette immediately organized his crew and set sail towards Moke Island. He refrained from inquiring about Akira Kurosawa's stance on the slaughter of the pirate group. The conversation had already indicated that he did not intend to relinquish the chaotic waters. Otherwise, he would have instructed him to gather at Swordsman Island. Meanwhile, Akira Kurosawa, along with his subordinates, was heading towards the nearest territory of the slaughter pirate group, namely, Giant Spirit Island, where Long Quan was located. Other members promptly received Akira Kurosawa's orders and set off towards the designated island. The people at sea, upon receiving this news, eagerly gazed towards the tumultuous waters of the New World. This impending conflict would either see the Kurosawa family triumph, establishing themselves as the dominant pirates of the New World, or the Slaughter Pirate Group maintaining its reign as formidable sea marauders. Even the battered Steam Pirate Group might rise again, amassing a formidable fleet to reclaim its dominion over the New World. Chapter 77, Pursuit Captain. We are about to enter the vicinity of Giant Spirit Island, which is guarded by the Titan Longquan of the Kurosawa family. A burly man adorned with peculiar tattoos entered the captain's quarters, reporting to Neld. The captain of the Slaughter Pirate Group, who was seated in his chair. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Neld opened his eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing across his gaze. Damn that Nis, unable to conquer even a mere rookie pirate group, forcing me to come personally. He paused. Any updates from the Beast Pirate Group? Our sources report that Ember has mobilized, heading towards the location of the captain and Kaido. Captain, are we truly going to forfeit the opportunity to eliminate Kaido? Neld, noticing the puzzled expressions of his crew, let out a cold laugh. Do you truly believe Kaido is so easily slain? The Navy has attempted to capture him numerous times without success. Compared to Kaido, we lack the means. He reflected on how fortunate it was to have been able to drive Kaido into the sea with a sneak attack. The foolish dragon indeed. As he spoke, Neld narrowed his eyes, surprised at the extent of Kaido's strength. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, he had found himself at a disadvantage. Soon, as long as I acquire that treasure, I need not concern myself with Kaido any longer. After contemplating for a moment, Neld's mood began to brighten. Once I obtain that artifact, I shall regard even the world government with disdain. With that thought, his animosity towards the Flame Pirate group deepened. If they weren't so incompetent, I wouldn't have to rush here. I hope that once I secure the treasure, I can depart without incident. After calming himself, Neld waved his hand decisively. Order all ships to proceed at full speed. Yes, Captain. Nerd has arrived with his 7 pirate crews, bringing along more than 8,000 subordinates, leaving only a small contingent to guard the headquarters. He even plans to abandon his original territory after acquiring the coveted treasure, bringing with him all the riches he has amassed over the years. He does not harbor doubts about his success, as defeating a flame pirate crew seems exceedingly simple in the eyes of his men. His only concern is that Kaido and Charlotte Linli's crews might come to contest the treasure after he secures it. Thus, he has brought all of his forces, serving as a deterrent, for neither of the other two dare to mobilize all their troops, as they have yet to contemplate relocating. Captain, our scouts report that the Slaughter Pirate crew has appeared in our waters. Very well. Inform everyone that we can depart, he replied. The member opened the door and stepped outside, hoping to convey the orders to calm the remaining crew members. As he watched his subordinate leave, Long Chuan's cold expression revealed a flicker of determination. However, he felt uncertain about facing the Slaughter Pirate crew, as they are among the most formidable pirate factions in the New World, far surpassing those he has previously encountered. Nevertheless, Long Quan held unwavering trust in his young master. After all, the family's ascent to its current stature is attributed to Akira Kurosawa's strategic decisions. He did not believe it was a mistake for Akira to steadfastly guard the chaotic waters. His young master's choices have never proven erroneous. Captain, we are ready to leave. Understood. Upon receiving Akira's command, Long Quan departed from the realm of the Giant Spirit Kingdom and arrived at the dock of Giant Spirit Island, remaining poised for a swift retreat. Soon, the members of the Long group boarded the vessel. Captain, look over there. Following his subordinate's gaze, Long Quan peered into the distance across the sea, where massive warships began to loom on the horizon. He could faintly discern the emblem of the Slaughter Pirate crew. Everyone, move quickly and leave this place, Long Quan said, his expression darkening. How could these fellows arrive so swiftly? Yes. The crew swiftly set to work, and the ship began to slowly set sail. Captain, a ship is departing from Giant Spirit Island. Should we intercept it? Let Yulino handle it. We will first arrange our affairs on the island. Nerd's eyes were cold as he hurriedly prepared to deploy the instruments, lacking the luxury of time to pursue. In the chaotic sea, there were 10 islands, each requiring the precise placement of the instruments he had painstakingly crafted at great expense, with only 10 completed and no spares at hand. Shortly after their creation, the very individuals involved in their development met their demise in Nerd's hands, after which he led his pirate crew into the tumultuous waters. For the coveted treasure that consumed his thoughts, Nerd had long yearned, and upon learning of its existence, he had quietly prepared, keeping the information hidden even from his own subordinates, who remained unaware of the true purpose of their journey into the chaotic sea. They only knew that Nerd had brought along 10 peculiar instruments, which they were prohibited from touching, leaving them secure in the captain's quarters, with the only certainty being that these instruments were destined for placement across the various islands. Despite the strangeness of the captain's orders, Nerd's long-established dominance instilled a sense of caution among his crew, who dared not voice their discontent. Although Nerd appeared frail, dwarfed by the likes of Kaido and Big Mom, his crew was known as the Massacre Pirates, a name that hinted at the bloodshed they were capable of. Upon exiting the captain's quarters, he relayed his commands to a tall, cold man. Soon after, a figure with wings launched from the main ship of the Massacre Pirates, swiftly heading in the direction where Long Quan and his group had departed. Captain, a figure has emerged from the enemy vessel and is approaching us. reported one of the crew members. It seems they intend to keep us here. A glint of cold light flickered in Long Chuan's eyes, understanding the implications of the report. He knew well that the massacre pirates would not allow them to leave easily. However, sending only one individual seemed to underestimate him. Considering his extensive battle experience in the New World, which had significantly enhanced his strength compared to the past. Do we know who it is? He inquired, contemplating the possibility of capturing the intruder if they turned out to be an insignificant opponent. From the wings of the approaching figure, they deduced it was likely the first mate of the massacre pirates, the wind god, Yelino. Is it him? Long Quan mused, surprised. He possessed intelligence on all members of the massacre pirates, meticulously compiled prior to their encounter. If it was indeed Yelino, the situation could become quite problematic. Standing on the deck, he observed this swiftly approaching figure. Among the massacre pirates, Yelino was renowned for his remarkable speed in flight, his distinctly recognizable wings making him easily identifiable. In the hierarchy of power within the New World, Yelino was undoubtedly among the formidable. Chapter 78. Urgent support, can we move any faster? Long Quan gazed at the sky while urging his subordinates. Captain, this is already our swiftest pace. A sense of urgency welled up within Long Quan. He bore no fear of Yelino, yet he desired to distance himself from the ruthless pirate brigade, so that even if he were ensnared by Yelino, it would pose no issue. Captain, why don't you leave first? We can hold him off for you. One of the crew members suggested anxiously. In comparison to them, Long Chuan's significance to the family was far greater. No need, Long Quan replied, shaking his head. He has arrived. With a resounding crash, a figure landed on the deck of the ship. Where are you headed, my friend? As the smoke cleared, a robust physique emerged. Yelino, a Zoan-type devil fruit user with a bounty of 967 million berries, stood before them. The crew immediately grew cautious, their eyes fixed on this imposing figure. What nuisance! Must we engage in battle to secure our departure? Long Quan remarked coldly, his gaze locked on Yelino. Not at all, Yelino retorted with a hint of amusement. Killing you will suffice. As for letting you go, I cannot justify that to my captain. Upon hearing Yelino's brazen words, the fury of Long Quan's crew ignited. They had already been humiliated by their hasty retreat, and now they were openly taunted. Captain, let us deal with him here, if it comes to death. The young master will avenge us. One crew member exclaimed. Indeed, Captain, let us tear him apart. Seeing his subordinates so agitated and enraged, Long Quan, too, felt his anger rise. Enough. I will hold him off. You must leave at once. That is an order. Ignoring their protests, he transformed into his half-beast form and, in a flash, appeared beside Yelino, swinging his tail with force. You all need to get out of here. In Long Chuan's heart, he understood that the young master, Akira Kurosawa, had invested considerable family resources and effort into training them as combatants. If they all remained here, the loss to the family would be monumental. Watching their captain take flight, his subordinates gritted their teeth. We must leave. We cannot squander the captain's intentions. With that, they suppressed their fervor and focused on navigating the ship, striving to reunite with Akira Kurosawa as quickly as possible, with the intent to return and retaliate. Long Quan, is it? Your sacrifice is enough for me. Initially a spectator to the unfolding drama, Yelino became infuriated by Long Quan's selfless act for his crew, a rarity among ordinary pirate crews. Now, he could truly unleash his full strength in battle. Long Quan cast a cold glance at Yelino, his fists clenched slightly. In the next moment, the two collided, producing a tremendous sound that reverberated through the air. Young master, the leader has single-handedly held off the brutal pirate crew to ensure our safe departure. Meanwhile, the ever-accelerating Akira Kurosawa received a report from his subordinates, and his expression darkened. Have we still not departed in time? Long Quan ranked among the elite in the 8 combat teams, endowed with remarkable combat and cultivation talents. Given sufficient time for training, he would inevitably ascend to the status of a contender for the grand prize. How long until we reach Giant Spirit Island? Observing Akira Kurosawa's grim visage, his subordinates felt a tinge of trepidation. They had never witnessed him so perturbed. We will arrive in half a day. Hearing that the wait would not be protracted, Akira Kurosawa exhaled with relief, reassured that Long Quan could hold out for that duration. What are the others? The 2 leaders, Linli and Horn, had already reached the outskirts of the chaotic sea. The remaining leaders were expected to arrive around the same time. Upon receiving this news, Akira Kurosawa felt a slight easing of his heart. Contact Linli and Horn, instruct them to assist Long Quan. I will arrive shortly. But young master, we still need. Before his subordinate could finish, Akira Kurosawa stood up, donned a cloak, and with a slight exertion of his legs, soared into the air. heading towards Giant Spirit Island. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, realizing that the young master's promise of imminent arrival was to be taken literally. As they pondered this, one of them suddenly had a spark of insight and hurried to contact the leaders of the other teams. Understood. Linli, upon receiving the message, promptly urged his subordinates to accelerate. What are Talina and the others doing? Why haven't they intercepted the young master? Both Linli and Horn felt an overwhelming anxiety. Although they held immense confidence in Akira Kurosawa's strength, the brutal pirate crew was not a small band to be trifled with. At that moment, Akira Kurosawa was employing the moonwalk technique, propelling himself forward at full speed. He was acutely aware that utilizing the moonwalk would deplete a significant amount of stamina. Yet he could not afford to linger on such concerns. Long Quan must not be easily captured, for the brutal pirate crew, by their very nature, would leave no survivors. Is that the moonwalk of the Navy's 6 styles? Large pirate crews that frequently clashed with the Navy were naturally familiar with such techniques. Indeed, they possessed their own copies of the Navy's secrets. However, for the strong, they had their own fighting styles, rendering the Navy's 6 styles of limited utility for them. Ordinary pirates lacked the means to acquire the Navy's 6 styles, making the number of pirates proficient in these techniques exceedingly rare. If memory serves, this technique consumes a substantial amount of stamina. With a smile, Yelino gazed at Long Quan, who, with a cold expression, chose to disregard Yelino's words. This was not the moment for distractions. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows in the air, their speed surpassing the limits of the naked eye, leaving only the tumultuous waves of air and the resounding echoes of their clashes. Yet, Yelino's advantage lay in his devil fruit powers and in the fierce confrontation. Long Quan ultimately found himself at a disadvantage. As they separated once more, a trickle of blood escaped the corner of Long Chuan's mouth, a testament to the fierce exchange where he had been caught off guard by a powerful punch to the abdomen from Yelino. Ha! To withstand so many of my attacks. You possess quite commendable strength, Yelino remarked, astonished as he observed Long Quan wiping away the blood. It was noteworthy that Long Quan had been utilizing the moonwalk, a technique that demanded immense stamina, and yet he had managed to engage Yelino for such a prolonged period. Moreover, Yelino sensed something unusual about Long Chuan's Haki. Its density seemed to surpass his own. This sensation reminded him of the formidable strength of a captain. Could it be? He appeared rather youthful. Yelino perceived an extraordinary talent within Long Quan, a palpable aura of lethal intent beginning to solidify. Your strength should prove advantageous to Akira Kurosawa. If you remain here, your family would suffer greatly. Then you may attempt to try, Long Quan retorted defiantly. Chapter 79. Placement. Once again, Long Quan was sent hurtling through the air, desperately attempting to stabilize himself mid-flight, but his stamina was nearly depleted, leaving him swaying unsteadily. Moments prior, he had narrowly avoided being struck into the sea by Yelino, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Yield, your strength is commendable, and you might barely qualify to join our crew in hunting pirates. I shall personally speak to our captain about you, Yelino proposed, eyeing the young figure before him, impressed by such power at such a tender age. Long Quan offered no reply, merely focusing on regulating his breath. If he could endure just a bit longer, it would afford his fellow crew members a greater chance of escape. Do not waste any more time. Even if you can hold on a moment longer, what will it achieve? Indeed, with his remarkable speed, Yelino could easily pursue the fleeing members of Long Chuan's group. He was exceedingly confident in his swiftness and was unconcerned about the time being drawn out. Upon hearing this, Long Quan gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and charged forward once more, only to be sent flying by a powerful kick from Yelino. He felt his eyelids growing heavy. This is it, young master, forgive me. His entire body uncontrollably plummeted toward the sea, leaving him too exhausted to contemplate anything further. Long Quan, you cannot fall here. If you do, the young master will surely be displeased with both of us. Upon hearing the sounds beside him, Long Quan exerted himself to open his eyes. Ho Run and Neo Li caught his falling body, wearing expressions of amusement as they gazed at him. What brings you two here? Long Quan managed a grim smile. Hey, what's wrong with us? We rushed over to save you, and you're still dissatisfied? He chuckled. However, shortly thereafter, Long Quan succumbed to unconsciousness. He had exhausted his strength, and the tautness of his nerves finally relaxed, leaving him unable to hold on any longer. It seemed reinforcements had indeed arrived. Observing the trio below, Yulieno's expression darkened as he realized that the two who had come to assist were not much weaker than the unconscious Long Quan. Moreover, they were quite young. To possess such formidable strength at a young age made him increasingly wary of their leader. The ability to inspire such loyalty from youths with both exceptional talent and power was undoubtedly ominous. The captain's decision to offend these individuals over a tumultuous sea was indeed questionable. After a moment of internal resolve, he concluded, since they had already incurred their wrath, it was best to eliminate them entirely. Without granting Ho Run and the others any further time, he launched himself toward them with fierce determination. Be careful. Though Ho Run and the others had been jesting, their observation Haki was firmly focused on Yuliano. As Yuliano initiated his assault, Ho Run entrusted Long Quan to Nyo Li and, in the midst of turning, transformed into his half-beast form, swinging his fist toward the descending Yuliano. Yuliano, observing the dark Haki enveloping Ho Ren's fist, was momentarily taken aback. Has his Haki reached such a level? The intensity of his murderous intent surged. They cannot be allowed to leave alive. He retaliated with a kick aimed at Ho Ren's fist, the collision unleashing a violent shockwave. The sea beneath them churned violently, with waters surging outward, creating colossal waves. In that fleeting moment of contact, Ho Ren's expression shifted. Has Long Quan been battling such an opponent all along? This fellow possesses immense strength. The sheer power capable of impressing a Zoan fruit user spoke volumes of Yuliano's prowess. Nioli gently supported Long Quan and laid him upon the tardy vessel. Having utilized the moonwalk to hasten their arrival, he and Ho Run had not expended much energy given their relatively close distance. You all assist with his treatment. I will ascend to assess the situation. Subsequently, with a powerful thrust of his legs, he soared back into the sky. The addition of Nyo Li significantly alleviated Ho Ren's burden. In contrast, Yulino found himself under immense pressure. Although his strength surpassed that of Ho Run and Nyo Li, the gap was not insurmountable. Furthermore, having already engaged in battle with Long Quan, he had exhausted much of his own stamina, despite the fact that flying required merely the flapping of his wings. However, he could not afford to be careless against Long Quan, whose prowess was nearly on par with his own. A moment's inattention could result in severe injury. It seemed he would have to let them go for now. Gritting his teeth, Yulino declared, "The chaotic sea shall be the hunting ground for our pirate crew. You lot will merely serve as stepping stones to further enhance our reputation." With his menacing words spoken, Yulino turned on his heel and departed, leaving Ho Ren momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, he had exuded an air of aggression, intent on detaining them all, yet now he retreated. However, it mattered little. This outcome was preferable. As Ho Ren and Nyo Li returned to their ship, Ho Ren inquired, "How is Long Quan faring?" "Captain, he has regained consciousness and is replenishing his energy," came the response. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ho Ren pushed open the door to find Long Quan heartily indulging in a meal. "Are you well?" he asked. "I was never gravely injured, merely fatigued," Long Quan replied, casting a sidelong glance at Ho Ren and Nyo Li. "Good, for otherwise the young master would surely lay blame upon us." Long Quan, aware of the gratitude he owed to the two, remained silent. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated, startling everyone into a rush outside. Fearing that the ruthless pirate crew had returned to assault them, a figure stood resolutely, his cloak billowing in the wind. "It seems I have arrived a tad late," he remarked. Recognizing the familiar voice, the crowd bowed in respect, "Young master." Meanwhile, within the capital of the giant spirit kingdom, the reigning king greeted the members of the ruthless pirate crew with a forced smile. Though he held the title of monarch, it was evident that his kingdom lacked strength and existed in the shadows of others. In the past, he had attempted to cultivate his own armed forces, but they proved woefully inadequate against seasoned pirates. At that moment, Neild, equipped with his instruments, sought a suitable location, having stationed several pirate crews within the royal palace of the giant spirit kingdom. "This shall do," he concluded, successfully identifying a spot at the very center of Giant Spirit Island. He carefully placed his machinery atop it and instructed the inhabitants of the giant spirit kingdom to construct a sealed chamber, leveling the surrounding structures to the ground. "I will assign guards here, and should anyone dare to approach, your kingdom will cease to exist." Nerd's countenance was cold. Although he yearned to eradicate the entire chaotic sea, such an act would only reveal his abnormality, stirring curiosity among other pirates. Losing his treasures over such trivialities would be far worse than a swift death. Chapter 80. Raidfield. Captain. In a buoyant mood, Nerd intended to return to the palace of the giant spirit for some enjoyment, when suddenly a figure landed before him. "Captain, the pursuit has failed. Their reinforcements have arrived." Recognizing the newcomer as Yuliano, Nerd's vigilance eased slightly, but upon hearing his words, his expression darkened. He had never regarded the Akizone family with any seriousness, yet now, was their young master present? No, it was merely their companions. Nerd had not anticipated that a mere subordinate of the Akizome could repel one of his formidable generals. Were they truly this formidable? Indeed, Captain. Moreover, their group consists of youth, yet they are remarkably adept at Haki, particularly the armament Haki. Is that so? Nerd's face grew grim. He had assumed that the greatest threats in the chaotic sea would be the remnants of the steam pirates and Kaido's beast pirates, but unexpectedly, the family he had underestimated. The Akizome had become a formidable challenge. Seeing his captain's somber silence, Yulieno stood quietly by, refraining from further commentary. Captain, our crew left at the port reports that members of the Akizome family have already landed. A subordinate approached, interrupting the contemplations of Nerd and the others. We did not seek them out, yet they have come to us? Nerd's anger flared. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to provoke the cruel pirates. Inform the others to gather at the port. I shall join them as well. Yes, Captain. The subordinate nodded and swiftly made his way back to the palace. Are you feeling well now? I'm fine, Captain, just a bit fatigued. Yulieno nodded, having regained much of his strength during this brief respite, for like Long Quan, he had sustained little injury. In the world of pirates, the human constitution is such that losing a tooth can be remedied with a glass of milk. Merely expending some stamina requires only a modicum of rest for recovery. Much like Luffy from Dressrosa, who despite exhausting all his Haki, could restore himself within 10 minutes of rest. That's good to hear. Nara nodded, preparing to engage in a genuine battle with the Kurosawa family. He had no desire for any of his subordinates to be absent. He would not permit even the slightest failure, for this matter was of utmost importance to him. The defeat of the flame pirates had already filled him with rage. Marshal, will our navy not participate in the war in the New World? In the Marine headquarters at Marineford, within the marshal's office, Admiral Sengoku, Tsuru, Carp, and 3 monstrous rear admirals sat, gazing at the current Marshal Sora. The treacherous geography of the chaotic seas posed great danger. Should our navy venture forth, we might find ourselves encircled by several pirate crews. Charlotte Linlin, Kaido of the Beasts, and the ruthless Nereid are certainly not benevolent figures. Sora gazed at his subordinates with a headache. Akainu wore a serious expression, while Carp remained indifferent. Since Roger's death, he had lost interest in any pirate crew. Akiji, having participated in the massacre at O'Hara, began to question his own sense of justice. No longer feeling the fervor he once had, Kizaru languidly reclined in his chair, idly toying with his own hand. Sora's gaze lingered on Kizaru for a moment. Sensing something amiss, Kizaru, feeling the tension, retrieved a nail clipper and began to groom his nails. Kizaru. Sora could no longer tolerate the boy's carefree demeanor and barked sharply. Yes, Marshal Sora, Kizaru replied immediately, putting away the nail clipper and straightening up. The wrath of Marshal Sora was indeed something to fear. Several dark lines appeared on Sora's face. Having such subordinates made his role as marshal quite burdensome, though he was grateful for the presence of Akainu and Tsuru. Sora regarded Akainu, who bore a serious countenance, and nodded approvingly. He had heard about Akainu's massacre of the civilian ships at O'Hara, which had been ordered by Sengoku, yet he held no objections to the action. If even a single scholar from O'Hara had been among those civilians, another island would have found itself subjected to the demon extermination order. Currently, the situation at sea had stabilized considerably under the Navy's relentless purging. None wished to see any disturbances arise, especially since promotions for himself and his subordinates were already on the agenda. Let the pirates in the New World engage in mutual slaughter. The more pirates that perish, the better it would be for them. Ultimately, this small gathering of high-ranking Navy officials concluded with Sora's final words. Ordinary sailors remained unaware of the events transpiring, yet Akainu's pursuit of pirates became ever more routine. For Akainu, the pirates' mutual destruction would alleviate some of the pressure on him, a notion he found difficult to accept. He understood the reasoning, yet he yearned to personally eradicate all pirates. Sora, the Navy performed admirably in the O'Hara incident, and Sengoku and the others have achieved significant merit. In due time, we shall need you to visit Mary Geos to personally assume the position of Commander-in-Chief. Very well, esteemed Gorosei. Hanging up the phone, Kong furrowed his brows as he gazed at a piece of intelligence. Barolik Ladefield had appeared in the first half of the Grand Line. What could this man's sudden presence here signify? Steelbone Kong regarded this solitary powerhouse with utmost seriousness. The ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with formidable pirate crews, such as Rogers and Whitebeards, is no small feat. His next target seemed to be the Sabaody archipelago. As Kong pondered over his intentions, his eyes widened in sudden realization. Damn it, the celestial dragons appear to be heading there for an auction as well. He recalled that a recent auction had captured a mermaid, which had piqued the immense interest of many celestial dragons, with several of them already deciding to bid for the creature. Surely, Ladefield wouldn't dare to act against the celestial dragons. Yet, when he considered their vile nature, he found himself increasingly uncertain. For these lawless pirates, any threat posed to the celestial dragons was regarded as mere fodder to be eradicated without hesitation. Thus, it is rare for celestial dragons to venture into the New World, as the strong seldom regard them with any respect. Indeed, the Rocks pirates nearly annihilated a celestial dragon family at God Valley. Red-haired Shanks is one of the few remaining descendants of that family. Contemplating this, Kong felt a sense of urgency. Under ordinary circumstances, this would be manageable. However, with the entire promotion of the Navy at stake, should a celestial dragon be slain at such a critical juncture, it would undoubtedly incite the wrath of Mariehua. Summoning Garp and the others, Kong resolved to apprehend Ladefield. Chapter 81. The Battle with the Butcher Pirates, the Chaotic Seas. Young Master, Akira Kurosawa nodded. Having already sensed the presence of unseen observers lurking in the shadows, likely members of the brutal pirate crew. However, he chose to disregard them and led his subordinates to a secluded clearing. This shall suffice, he remarked, surveying the surrounding scenery with satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak, his thoughts were interrupted by a voice. It appears that you, a novice pirate, are wise enough to prepare your own grave. A gaunt figure approached from the distance, accompanied by a throng of pirates. Neo Lee and his comrades immediately grew vigilant, sensing that a bloodthirsty and formidable beast was advancing towards them. Captain Neld, may I inquire about the purpose of your incursion into my waters? Akira Kurosawa sensed that there must be some underlying intrigue at play, as the territory of the pirate slaughter was evidently far more prosperous than the chaotic seas. Yet, Neld had mobilized his entire force, clearly harboring ulterior motives. There is no need to divulge the specific reasons. The deceased need not be burdened with such clarity. Upon hearing Neld's mocking words, Kurosawa's gaze sharpened. It was evident that the opposing group had a firm grip on the situation. However, judging by their numbers, it was apparent that they vastly outnumbered his own, boasting superior ordinary and elite combatants alike. Quite the predicament indeed. Akira Kurosawa let out a slight sigh as he surveyed the family members surrounding him, a quiet lament echoing in his heart. I hope that more of us can survive. At this moment, aside from the Tiger Group assisting Lafitte and the giant soldier pirates, as well as Legu, Alec, and Enel, all remaining combatants were aligned with him. Although their numbers were considerable, they paled in comparison to the thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, arrayed against them. Not wishing to dwell further, Kurosawa resolved that once this war concluded, his family would firmly establish itself in the New World, and only then would he consider expanding his forces. For now, he must confront the formidable foe, Naruto. All splendid imaginings would remain mere fantasies until Naruto was vanquished. New pirate, I offer you an opportunity. Join my crew, and you shall become a captain of one of my pirate ships. What say you? Naruto mused, aware that his earlier commotion had likely drawn the attention of both the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. He sought to recruit powerful pirates to prepare for the challenges ahead, despite his efforts to conceal the ultimate objective of this assault on the chaotic seas. It was impossible to know how many of his crew were spies for rival factions. His unusual actions had surely been reported to other pirate crews. How they would respond, however, remained uncertain. Naruto felt a twinge of anxiety. He coveted this treasure with great fervor. Ever since he learned of its existence and potential, he had been unable to sleep for days, consumed by schemes to acquire it. Now that it was almost within reach, he could not afford any missteps. Join my crew, newcomer, and you will receive my protection. Other major pirate crews will think twice before challenging you. Once I have completed my mission, the chaotic seas will still belong to you. With an air of confidence, Naruto gazed at Kurosawa. Such an offer was immensely tempting for his underlings. Although the chaotic seas were not as vast as the territory of the Butcher Pirates, their sheer numbers meant that each pirate would receive little. Yet in the chaotic seas, only Kurosawa's family held sway. Even if they had to pay tribute to Naruto, there would still be ample wealth to retain. Naruto's crew members felt their eyes redden with desire. At that moment, they wished they were standing opposite Kurosawa. No, Naruto, I cannot indulge in such fortune. Seek another. Kurosawa replied, rejecting the generous proposal. Naruto's confident demeanor darkened in response, and his subordinates wore expressions of fury. Although Kurosawa had turned down their captain, they could not help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction. Despite their yearning for the chaotic seas, Naruto was their leader, and this newcomer had dared to refuse him. Are you certain you wish to make such a choice? Nerd coldly inquired, his temperament having always been rather ordinary. Although the reduction in battles over the past few years had allowed him to cultivate a sense of serenity, a pirate is ultimately a pirate. No amount of self-cultivation could alter that inherent nature. Akira Kurosawa remained silent, yet an overwhelming aura of conqueror's Haki suddenly erupted from him, radiating menacingly towards the direction of the pirate crew. Despite the multitude of adversaries before him, a considerable number were mere foot soldiers. Observing the formidable conqueror's Haki emanating from Kurosawa, Neld knew well that he could not subdue him. After all, every king possesses a pride unique to themselves, and typically, they do not yield to others. In the original narrative, Katakuri also wielded Conqueror's Haki, which awakened to protect his younger siblings, much like Ace's Haki, which emerged to safeguard the young Luffy. Witnessing his subordinates faint one by one, Neld chose not to utter further words. His own Conqueror's Haki surged forth in response. The clash of their Haki generated a torrent of black and red lightning, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. The seemingly youthful newcomer across from them possessed such formidable Haki that it could stand toe-to-toe with their captains. As the pirates who could be intimidated into unconsciousness by the Conqueror's Haki dwindled, Kurosawa reigned in his aura. Those beside him were elite fighters, though few in number. They frequently experienced the impact of Kurosawa's Haki, alleviating any concerns of collateral damage to his allies. Neld observed that the opposing forces remained steadfast, while many on his side succumbed to the collision of their Haki, his expression darkening further. Truly a band of useless fools. Cursing inwardly, he ceased his weight, gesturing with his right hand towards Kurosawa's group. Eliminate them. From a distance, the crowd appeared as ants rushing towards Kurosawa and his companions, some morphing into peculiar beasts, while others wielded strange superpowers. Among them were a multitude of devil fruit users. Akira Kurosawa gazed at the opposing forces before him. Contemplating a little further, the arrow was on the string, and it had to be released. Go, he commanded, and his comrades, hearing his order, surged forward with fervor. The leading members of the combat group transformed mid-sprint into colossal beast forms, rampaging through the throngs, inflicting grievous casualties upon the enemy. Alas, they were soon met with formidable adversaries who thwarted their advance, compelling them to revert to a semi-beast form to continue the fight. These were not mere ordinary warriors. They were the captains responsible for the brutal annihilation of the pirate crew. Chapter 82. The demon form observing his fellow clan members. Many found themselves overwhelmed, facing several foes at once. Even those endowed with the powers of the devil fruit were besieged by a multitude. A pang of anguish stirred within Kurosawa's heart. Yet, in the next instant, he suppressed this sentiment. To dominate these waters, one must be prepared for the toll of casualties that accompanies such ambition. His eyes ignited with a fierce intent as they fixed upon the battlefield's rear, where Neld stood, equally locked in a gaze with Kurosawa. The two, their eyes interwoven, commenced their charge towards one another. At the moment of their collision, Kurosawa felt the immense power contained within the seemingly frail body of his opponent. Indeed, he was a wielder of the strength fruit. Akira Kurosawa and Neld faced each other, their minds racing with contemplation. As Kurosawa effectively thwarted Neld's offensive, the two found themselves in a stalemate. It was then that Neld decided to alter his strategy. Kurosawa, not one to rely on light banter, was inherently not a formidable swordsman. He wielded the sword merely due to his lack of devastating skills. However, his physique had undergone a remarkable transformation, imbued with mysterious energy over time. Amidst this subtle metamorphosis, Kurosawa sought a worthy adversary to validate his newfound prowess. As Neld and Kurosawa exchanged blows, Neld gradually found himself at a disadvantage as Kurosawa began to accelerate. How could this fellow possess such tremendous strength? As a user of the strength fruit, Neld was astonished by Kurosawa's formidable power. The man bore a striking resemblance to Kaido, with whom Neld had previously clashed. Yet Kaido was a member of the Oni tribe and had consumed the Azure Dragon fruit. Kurosawa, on the other hand, was merely an ordinary human, devoid of any fruit abilities. How could he wield such overwhelming might? Recognizing his waning position, Neld ceased to conceal his intentions. With a swift maneuver, he distanced himself from Kurosawa. Newcomer, your strength is indeed commendable. You have earned my respect. However, this is where it ends. He then firmly planted his feet in a horse stance, fists resting at his waist, channeling his energy. Every devil fruit can unleash greater power through its user's development. Now, allow me to demonstrate the potential of the strength fruit. As his words faded, Neld's frail frame suddenly swelled with muscle, significantly increasing his stature, prompting Kurosawa to look up. This is my battle form. I hope you can withstand it. Neld grinned menacingly, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Clearly, the increase in size had not hindered his speed. If anything, he moved with even greater swiftness. In the next moment, he reappeared to Kurosawa's left. His massive fist, aimed at Kurosawa's head, caught momentarily off guard. Kurosawa swiftly turned his gaze to the seemingly victorious Neld. It was still not fast enough. To Neld's astonishment, Kurosawa raised his hand to block the punch, seizing Neld and delivering a crushing knee strike to his abdomen. Following that, he unleashed a powerful kick, sending Neld hurtling through the air. Akira Kurosawa felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through his body, gradually igniting a sense of exhilaration within him. He realized that his reflexes, speed, and strength had dramatically enhanced following his fierce battle against the Flame Pirates. It appeared that, after sustaining severe injuries, this peculiar energy not only facilitated his healing, but also accelerated the transformation of his physical constitution. Indeed, when the body is wounded, its various functional organs become weakened, allowing this energy to roam freely within Akira's being. Over the years, due to numerous bodily enhancements, Akira's physique had grown increasingly formidable, and his innate protective mechanisms had become significantly stronger. At times, this extraordinary energy found it challenging to alter Akira's body. Presently, most of this energy was expended in traversing the protective functions within him, leaving little available for direct application to Akira himself. During his encounter with Nis, Akira was gravely injured due to a moment of carelessness. His body's protective mechanisms swiftly engaged to shield the wounded area from infection, and the peculiar energy seized the opportunity to reveal its benevolent side, offering to heal Akira. Subsequently, under the relaxed constraints of his protective functions, it began to boldly and drastically transform his physical constitution. This transformation left Akira both astonished and bewildered, nearly depleting the peculiar energy, which was only replenished after he consumed a devil fruit. Akira Kurosawa could distinctly perceive the formidable energy radiating from within him. He had evidently grown stronger, though the extent of his newfound power remained somewhat ambiguous. He had pondered the purpose of this peculiar energy, yet after nearly exhausting it last time, he chose not to dwell on it further. After all, if it were indeed the essence of some malevolent spirit, it would hardly be foolish enough to squander its own energy recklessly. Perhaps it was merely an energy he had inadvertently acquired during his soul's transmutation. Meanwhile, Neld, having been propelled away, carved a massive fissure into the ground before finally coming to a halt against a towering mountain. On the battlefield, those who had noticed the tremendous commotion paused their skirmishes, gazing in astonishment towards Akira Kurosawa. Particularly, the members of the pirate slaughtering crew were taken aback. They had never imagined their captain would be sent flying. Yet the colossal crack etched into the earth, and the crumbling mountain attested to the reality of the situation. As the onlookers stood in stunned silence, Neld, buried beneath the debris, erupted with an even more chilling and ferocious aura, sending nearby stones scattering. "This is becoming increasingly exhilarating. Newcomer," he declared, revealing his form. At that moment, he resembled a malevolent specter. His physique was no longer defined by bulging muscles, but had transformed into a gaunt figure, frilier than in his typical state, with sunken eyes that seemed to hold the weight of despair. Observing Neld's condition, Akira Kurosawa was reminded of his past life, during which he had toiled ceaselessly for days on end to fulfill his superior's demands, losing weight in the process. Yet Neld appeared even more emaciated than he had then. Nevertheless, an energy emanated from within Neld that was strikingly incongruous with his frail form. "This is the transformation resulting from the full development of the strength fruit," he rasped. "A potent power gained by absorbing and digesting every cell within me. This ability must surely come with certain side effects." At this moment, Akira Kurosawa also grew solemn, for he sensed a profound threat emanating from the opponent's emaciated form. Indeed, only those with exceptional prowess could ascend to the status of a great pirate. Such a state could very well shorten my own lifespan. Upon hearing Neld's explanation, Akira widened his eyes and then glanced at Neld's hair, which had already begun to turn gray. Chapter 83. The Method to Break the Deadlock. At this moment, Akira Kurosawa comprehended that Neld's current state bore a striking resemblance to Luffy's form imbued by the devil fruit, both exhausting their own vitality in the throes of battle. While lost in thought, Neld had already surged forward, displaying astonishing speed. Akira Kurosawa was utterly unprepared, sent sprawling by Neld's powerful blow. Just as he attempted to regain his footing, Neld, appearing from behind, delivered another kick that sent him hurtling through the air. Blood gushed from Kurosawa's mouth as he plummeted to the ground, creating a significant crater upon impact. Coughing, he thought to himself, "Damn it, I've never been in such a dire situation before. Akira Kurosawa rose unsteadily, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed intently on Neld. You can take pride in compelling me to adopt such a form. Neld stood motionless, his raspy voice echoing like that of a malevolent spirit, sending chills down the spine of those who beheld him. Akira Kurosawa remained silent, deeply contemplating a solution to the impasse. There is no need for further thought. Today marks your demise. As soon as the words left his lips, Neld darted swiftly to Kurosawa's side. Here, just as Kurosawa was about to raise his hand to block, Nelder unexpectedly changed direction. You are far too slow. Akira Kurosawa felt as though his abdomen had been struck by a high-speed train, his body soaring through the air like a shrimp. Before he could touch the ground, he was mercilessly tossed around by Nield, akin to a sandbag. Below, Long Quan and the others watched in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief. Never had they witnessed their young master being so soundly beaten without the ability to retaliate. They were all eager to rush to Kurosawa's aid. Hey, could you please show some respect? Do you still wish to rescue your captain? Just as Long Quan was about to charge forward, he was intercepted by his opponent, Yelino. Damn it, Long Quan cursed under his breath. Although he had regained his composure and was now fighting on solid ground, Yelino's formidable strength was evident, as he was not merely a second-in-command of a pirate crew for nothing. In his fury, Long Quan unleashed his full power, forcing Yelino to momentarily evade. Unwilling to engage him head-on, alas, Yelino's devil fruit abilities granted him extraordinary agility, allowing him to evade Long Chuan's attempts to assist Kurosawa. Since this is a battle between two captains, you should refrain from meddling. The sounds of combat continued to echo in the air, leaving Kurosawa to defensively protect his vital areas while countless thoughts raced through his mind. This cannot continue. Otherwise, I will inevitably be knocked unconscious. At this moment, Akira Kurosawa felt his consciousness waning, the relentless blows he endured nearly rendering him unconscious. What was he to do? His subordinates, such as Long Quan and Nyo Li, were similarly overwhelmed by their respective opponents, struggling to hold their heads high. Observing the favorable turn of events, Nield gradually reduced the frequency of his attacks. The exertion of maintaining full power was swiftly depleting his life force. Nield, too, was feeling the strain, having just sent Kurosawa flying with a powerful punch. He stood on the ground, slightly panting. The toll was becoming increasingly difficult to bear. However, the thought of possessing that coveted treasure ignited a surge of excitement within him, banishing any fears of exhaustion. At this moment, Akira Kurosawa felt a profound dizziness enveloping his mind, and a sensation that every bone in his body had been shattered. However, a surge of adrenaline momentarily dulled his pain. The disorientation was truly overwhelming. Struggling to rise, he became acutely aware of the multitude of fractures coursing through his body, and he found himself momentarily daunted by the terrifying power of his opponent. Swift and immensely strong, he pondered what course of action to take. Neld, observing Kurosawa as he managed to regain his footing, was somewhat taken aback. He fully understood that the recent assault had inflicted significant injuries on Kurosawa's body. Yet, the fact that he had not succumbed to unconsciousness was indeed remarkable. Nevertheless, seeing Kurosawa standing unsteadily, with blood continuously flowing from his wounds and staining the ground beneath him crimson, Neld couldn't help but admire his resilience. Truly impressive, Neld remarked with a chuckle. You're the most physically formidable individual I have encountered, aside from Kaido and Big Mom. Are you not merely an ordinary human? Neld felt a tinge of confusion. The physical prowess of the previous two figures was unparalleled in the realm of the Pirate King. Yet how could an ordinary man like Kurosawa possess such extraordinary attributes? However, he dismissed these thoughts, considering it possible that Kurosawa's physique had undergone a mutation. With little time to spare, as he could not maintain his current form for long, Neld resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. Suddenly, noticing Neld vanish from sight, Kurosawa could only brace himself defensively. Armored Haki enveloped his vital areas, while observation Haki was fully engaged as he sought to pinpoint Neld's location. Where could he be hiding? Akira Kurosawa could only faintly perceive the silhouette of Neld through the haze of his observation and color domination, yet in the next instant, it would vanish, eluding his grasp entirely. At this moment, Akira Kurosawa could only compel himself to remain calm, silently employing his observation skills. To his left, no, to his right, damn it. He guessed wrong again. Kurosawa Akira felt an immense force strike against his back. He desperately braced himself against the onslaught, striving to seize the form of Neld. However, after launching his attack, Neld vanished without a trace, exhibiting no concern for the consequences of his actions. His singular focus remained on relentlessly assaulting Kurosawa, knowing that eventually, Kurosawa would succumb to the barrage and fall unconscious, rendering him a mere lamb for slaughter. Thus, Neld remained unhurried, having resolved that the consumption of his own life force mattered little, as long as he could acquire the coveted treasure. The crew of the pirate ship, though oblivious to the reason behind their captain's sustained prowess, believed fervently that Neld had achieved a breakthrough, their spirits soaring as they interpreted this as a sign of territorial expansion following a surge in strength. Their expressions transformed with fervor, and their strikes grew ever more vigorous, each intent on showcasing their diligence to the captain, hoping to be rewarded with a greater share of islands in due course. The subordinates of Akira Kurosawa felt an immediate surge of pressure. They were already outnumbered, facing the elite pirates of the New World. In an instant, the members of Kurosawa's faction found themselves in a state of despair as the situation escalated. As they moved to the left, no, to the rear, no, this scene. Under the relentless onslaught of Neld, Kurosawa's consciousness gradually shifted from a haze to clarity. Was this scene indicative of his next attack position? It was in front of him, so he decided to give it a try. Akira Kurosawa had already positioned his hands in front of him, effectively blocking Neld's attack. Akira Kurosawa was unaware of the circumstances surrounding that particular scene, yet he recalled the descriptions of the observation Haki from the original work of One Piece. Chapter 84 elucidates the ability to foresee the future, perceive incoming attacks, anticipate an opponent's next move, gauge the strength and weaknesses of living beings, discern their emotions and thoughts, and ascertain the location and number of objects beyond one's immediate sight. These constitute the fundamental abilities of observation Haki. Furthermore, the advanced capabilities of observation Haki are even more formidable. Within the narrative, Katakuri had previously employed the foresight of future events. Roger possessed the extraordinary ability to hear the voices of all things. And Princess Otoheim, alongside Redfield, could see into the hearts of others, all of which belong to the advanced tier of observation Haki. The individuals capable of wielding these enhanced abilities are exceedingly rare, even more so than those who have awakened Conqueror's Haki. Amidst the relentless assaults and pressure from Neld, Akira Kurosawa strived to maintain his composure. Ultimately, under the immense strain, he awakened the ability to foresee the future. Although it manifested only as a fleeting vision, it proved sufficient to prevent him from being perpetually on the defensive against his adversary's relentless attacks. Neld, though somewhat puzzled by the sudden cessation of his strikes, dismissed it as mere luck on Kurosawa's part, resuming his assault. Yet, he gradually became aware that each of his attacks seemed to be anticipated by Kurosawa, who deftly countered them all. A sense of curiosity began to stir within him. Could it truly be that someone possessed such extraordinary fortune? Akira Kurosawa sensed that Neld's attack speed was gradually diminishing, and he realized that Neld had likely noticed something amiss. A twinge of regret washed over him. For such a splendid opportunity to cultivate a newly acquired skill was about to slip away. How could you possibly fend off my assault? Neld inquired, standing firm and regarding Kurosawa with a serious expression. Who can say? Perhaps your speed has simply waned, Kurosawa responded with an air of ease, having discovered a method to break the stalemate. Yet Neld was unwilling to accept Kurosawa's assertion. He was intimately aware of his own velocity and found it impossible to believe it had diminished. The issue, he concluded, must lie with Kurosawa. Without further contemplation, Neld placed his unwavering faith in his own abilities and launched himself at Kurosawa. However, Kurosawa had already assumed his position, having anticipated Neld's strike and devised his countermeasure. In a swift motion, he sidestepped Neld's powerful kick, seizing Neld's arm amidst the latter's astonished gaze, and with a malevolent grin remarked, "After all this time, it's my turn now." Subsequently, he drew back his right fist and struck forcefully towards Neld's head. Observing this, Neld attempted to break free from Kurosawa's grip, but it was not so simple for Kurosawa to relinquish the hold he had finally secured. Letting go would render him unable to capture Neld so easily again. Kurosawa swiftly swung his fists, leaving Naruto with no choice but to defend with his other hand. Upon being seized by Kurosawa, he found himself momentarily disoriented, resulting in the loss of his offensive initiative, and now he could only focus on defense. However, Kurosawa's relentless punches showed no mercy as they rained down upon Naruto. Although Naruto had consumed the strength fruit, his power was not beyond measure. He could unleash tremendous strength to achieve remarkable speed, but at this moment, captured as he was, he had forfeited his greatest advantage. Although Akira Kurosawa had never consumed a devil fruit, his physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Neld, inherently weaker than Kurosawa, was now rendered even more helpless. After barely withstanding several of Kurosawa's strikes, Neld's arm was shattered, hanging limply at his side. He could only lower his head in a futile attempt to evade Kurosawa's punches aimed at his face. Yet, with a surge of pin-up rage, Kurosawa seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of blows upon Neld's visage, gradually rendering him unconscious. Sensing that Neld was no longer capable of resistance, Kurosawa ceased his assault and cast Neld aside, taking a heavy breath. He then surveyed the chaotic melee surrounding him, and after a moment of recovery, plunged into the fray. In an instant, Kurosawa resembled a shark invading a school of fish. He unsheathed his most lethal weapon, Whisper, and any adversary who fell beneath his blade would be left maimed and crippled. The members of the sadistic pirate crew, who had been relentlessly attacking Kurosawa as subordinates, were taken aback by the sudden appearance of their enemy, who was supposed to be engaged with their captain. However, there was no time for contemplation as Kurosawa's onslaught intensified, closing in on them rapidly. Realizing the dire situation, the pirates began to flee towards the island's edge, although they were unaware of Neld's condition. The unrestricted slaughter by Kurosawa implied that their captain had met with misfortune. Yelino also sensed the shift in the crowd and was about to investigate when Longquan caught up with him. With the number of battling pirates dwindling, the cadre of the sadistic pirate crew noticed something was amiss. How could their comrades perish so swiftly? Suddenly, a realization struck. Where was their captain? The crew snapped to attention, distancing themselves from their foes, their gazes drawn to the spot where Kurosawa had been battling Neld. There, they beheld Neld sprawled on the ground like a mere puddle of mud, unconscious, while Kurosawa had vanished from sight. Captain! A sense of urgency welled up within Yelino as he feared for his captain's fate, pondering where his adversary had vanished. A soft sound echoed behind him, sending a chill of sweat cascading down his spine. Turning his head stiffly, he found Kurosawa grinning at him, Whisper embedded in his chest. How could you have defeated our captain? As the warmth within him ebbed away, Yelino felt his strength waning, and his vision began to blur. A bittersweet realization washed over him as he recalled how confident they had been before venturing into the tumultuous seas. Who could have predicted that they would stumble against a novice pirate? Reflecting on his life since becoming a pirate, Yelino struggled to maintain his footing. Feeling an inexplicable force dissipating from within him, his wings retracting slowly. A newcomer, truly remarkable. As he gazed at the unconscious Yelino lying on the ground, Akira Kurosawa nonchalantly drew his weapon, Whisper. Numerous members were still engaged in combat, and he had little time to linger. He then waved at the agitated Longquan, signaling him to assist the other members in their escape. With a stern expression, Longquan turned his attention to the battlefield, seeking out his targets. With Akira Kurosawa and Longquan joining the fray, more family members were liberated, mercilessly dispatching the remaining remnants of the pirate crew. Though some attempted to flee, it was already too late. Ultimately, aside from a few weaker pirates who managed to escape, all the officers of the pirate crew were either slain or captured by Akira Kurosawa and his allies, as he vanished from the admiring gazes of his comrades. So too did the body of Neld. Chapter 85. The listless steam pirate crew. Where have the Tiger Wing and Giant Soldier pirate crews gone? They have already arrived near Mihawk Island and are inquiring if we need them to land first. A subordinate stood by, observing Lafitte, who was resting with his eyes closed. Instruct them to wait and refrain from taking any rash actions. Understood. The subordinate exited the room, and only then did Lafitte slowly open his eyes, his gaze gravely fixed upon the map before him. He felt somewhat confident regarding the confrontation with the steam pirate crew, as he was merely dealing with a disorganized remnant force, while Akira Kurosawa faced a genuine challenge. Although Lafitte found Akira Kurosawa's decision somewhat impulsive, they understood that their duty was to fulfill the captain's orders. That was the essence of their role as crew members. He then resumed perusing the intelligence reports. Among the family members who had infiltrated the steam pirate crew, one had accompanied Naragosha and others to Mihawk Island, while the rest continued to lurk within the ranks of the Bigmum pirate crew, plotting for the future. The subordinate who had arrived at Mihawk Island with Naragosha's remnants provided Lafitte with valuable intelligence. Since landing on the island, Naragosha had been recuperating, and the other officers bore various injuries. At this moment, the atmosphere within the steam pirate crew was one of despondency. Clearly, they had not anticipated such fierce combat with the Bigmum pirate crew, and the defeat was theirs. While Naragosha's strength was considerable, his devil fruit abilities were not advantageous in naval combat. In contrast, Charlotte Linli's soul fruit granted her the ability to imbue the sea with souls, allowing her to exert control over it. The battle was inherently unfair, and when it commenced in earnest, Several large pirate crews under the steam pirate banner were severely battered by the colossal waves conjured by Charlotte Linli. Although the officers did not suffer significant injuries, the human cost was substantial. In the aftermath, Charlotte Lingli's children proved to be a formidable challenge. Each of them possessed peculiar fruit abilities that inflicted significant losses upon the steam pirate crew, particularly Katakuri, who demonstrated extraordinary prowess in this confrontation. Katakuri's reputation resonated throughout the seas, having faced and vanquished the second-in-command of the steam pirate crew, a feat worthy of immense pride. The second-in-command, known as the renowned giant Kodijaping, wielded an ancient zoan-type insect fruit, transforming into a giant dragonfly, with a bounty of 1,095,000,000 berries. Kodijaping boasted remarkable flight speed and could conjure 4 additional arms, showcasing formidable martial skills. When engaged in combat, he could fight with 6 arms simultaneously, and his eyes could morph into the multifaceted vision of a dragonfly, allowing him to perceive attacks from all directions. Regrettably, he faced Katakuri, who had awakened the ability to foresee the future. No matter how formidable Kodijaping's dynamic vision and speed, he could not land a blow on Katakuri. The lack of intelligence was also a primary factor in the steam pirate crew's defeat. At the center of Mihawk Island, the remaining officers of the steam pirate crew gathered. They had heard that the chaotic waters were now under the control of the Akira Kurosawa family, who had recently defeated both of their pirate crews. Does he dare to attempt reclaiming Mihawk Island? One officer scoffed. Moreover, the cruelty pirates have set their sights on this territory. That rookie pirate will likely need to make a hasty retreat. Kodijaping observed the raucous officers below, feeling somewhat troubled. Captain Aragosha was still recuperating, leaving him to preside over the assembly. We must focus on healing and refrain from concerning ourselves with other matters, he declared from his seat, his body wrapped in bandages. As long as the captain recovers, we can regain our footing. This time, our only shortcoming was a lack of intelligence. Kodijaping wore a grim expression, having fully grasped the significance of intelligence. When confronted with the peculiar abilities of those Charlotte members, he realized that while it was feasible to gradually explore the strengths of opponents with a substantial power gap, facing members whose strength was more evenly matched posed a greater risk of sudden defeat. Even pirates who possessed a slight edge over the Charlotte members could find themselves in dire straits, with the likelihood of failure alarmingly high. The name Katakuri now evoked a flicker of trepidation within him. The thought that his attacks could be entirely evaded was unsettling. Meanwhile, Katakuri had astonishingly replicated the phantom arms he conjured using the machi-machi fruit, surpassing him in both quantity and capability, leaving him reliant solely on speed to avoid a swift downfall. Kodijaping clenched his fists, bewildered by how rapidly the situation had spiraled despite the seemingly favorable circumstances. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, a subordinate rushed in with urgency. We have detected an unusual number of ships in the waters near Mihawk Island, suspected to belong to Akira Kurosawa's faction. The report ignited a flame of fury among the cadre. Do they believe they can challenge the butcher pirates and thus seek us out? These rookie pirates presume we are weaker than the butcher pirates? Have their victories over the likes of the Firebore, which inflated their egos? Who grants them the audacity? Even if our steam pirates are few in number, we are not to be trifled with. Kodijaping, allow me to handle this. I will teach these rookie pirates a lesson. Defeated previously by the big MOM pirates, the crew felt pent-up frustration yearning for an outlet, and the sudden appearance of a provocateur drew their focus entirely. Everyone, let us remain calm. Remain calm. Kodijaping's words were cut short by an irate pirate. We must treat even a rookie pirate with seriousness. Kodijaping, are you truly afraid of being beaten? At this remark, Kodijaping's temper flared, recalling the crushing defeat inflicted by Katakuri. Anger surged within him. Kalina, what did you say? Noticing Kodijaping's darkened expression and narrowed eyes, Kalina fell silent, recognizing that this demeanor signified genuine anger. While he often conversed freely with Kodijaping, he understood that the latter had not ascended to the second-in-command position of the steam pirates through mere chance, but through sheer force and determination. I meant no offense. What should we do now? We must eliminate these rookie pirates. Our steam pirates cannot afford another loss. Upon hearing a familiar voice at the entrance, everyone rose to their feet. Captain, Chapter 86. The enraged crowd Naragosha stood at the entrance, his body swathed in bandages. Yet his expression remained stern as he surveyed the individuals in the hall. Khadija Pung, what is the status of our personnel? Upon seeing Naragosha, Khadija Pung promptly relinquished the seat of authority. Our pirate crew has been reduced to a mere remnant, numbering less than a few dozen. The flagship, under the intense scrutiny of Longbread and Charlotte Linlin, has dwindled to under 40 individuals, including all the officers present in this hall. As he spoke, Khadija, Pung lowered his head. Naragosha slowly assumed the main seat, observing the despondent crowd before him. Everyone lift your spirits. I'm esteemed Naragosha. The mere Bigmum pirate crew, this time, it was our intelligence that faltered. Once we seize the Chaos Sea, we can easily gather a new band of followers. Then, we shall see how Charlotte Linlin fares against my might. Upon hearing Naragosha's resolute tone, the crowd became animated. Indeed, Naragosha, a formidable pirate with a bounty of 2.07 billion, would not have lost his fighting spirit, as long as he was willing to battle in a new world. His strength would allow him to effortlessly recruit a new crew. Seeing the renewed confidence among the pirates, Naragosha nodded in satisfaction. The slaughtering of the pirate crew has offended Kaido of the Beasts. They cannot linger in the Chaos Sea for long before returning to their base, and we need only contend with the Heisei Ming family. This newcomer possesses considerable strength, having defeated the Fire Pig, Witch, and several of the strongest pirate crews in the Chaos Sea. Once we vanquish them, it will be only natural for us to absorb them. Naragosha paused, the fervor of his speech reminding him of his wounds. Once we have assimilated the Heisei Ming family, we will dominate the Chaos Sea. While the Bigmum pirate crew is still grappling with their territorial acquisitions, we can reclaim portions of our territory. They do not have sufficient manpower to guard all the islands. Yes, Captain, you are wise. The officers responded with enthusiasm. Let's teach this overconfident newcomer crew a lesson. Indeed, Lord Lafitte, the Tiger Wing leader, is just ahead. One subordinate pointed towards 2 ships in the distance. One of the vessels was extraordinarily large, evidently crafted for the giant race. Lafitte and Enel swiftly approached the giant's ship. Lafitte, let's board swiftly. The sooner we deal with this lot, the sooner we can aid the young master. Halding urged upon recognizing Lafitte's arrival. The young master has his own plans. We need only to effectively address the steam pirate crew, Lafitte replied. Rafik cast a glance at the individuals aboard the ship, including the fierce Tiger Wing, who were fixated on him. Do not underestimate them. Although the steam pirates have been driven here by Big Mom, it does not imply they are devoid of strength. I implore you not to let overconfidence lead you to failure or even death. If that were to happen, the young master would surely place the blame upon us. His icy demeanor quelled the exuberance of the crowd. They ceased their fervent shouts and refrained from rushing forward. In truth, for Rafit, the method of reaching the island was inconsequential. The remnants of the steam pirates were gravely injured, and their hurried arrival had denied them sufficient time to recover. Hence, they would not confront a fully prepared force. Though Rafit commanded a limited number of men, the steam pirates were even fewer, likely numbering less than 100. He held a firm belief in his own growth, alongside Tiger Wing and the others, since their arrival in the New World. Moreover, they had brought along their secret weapon, the members of the giant soldier pirates who had consumed devil fruits. Let us proceed. They must have already detected our presence. We shall make landfall. Upon spotting the docking location of Tiger Wing and the giant soldier pirate's vessel, Rafit felt a wave of concern wash over him. At such a close distance, it would be nearly impossible for those on shore not to notice them. However, given the current circumstances, the absence of an ambush indicated that their adversaries truly lacked sufficient manpower. As their ship reached the harbor of Mock Island, Rafit and his companions had scarcely set foot on the shore when a group emerged to block their path. At the forefront stood a figure, entirely bound in bandages, scrutinizing Rafit and his companions as if searching for someone. The frown on his brow deepened as he inquired, "Where is your young master, Kurosawa Akira? Bring him forth to meet me. Who the hell are you to demand our young master's presence?" Roared Tiger Wing, his temper flaring, and despite the efforts of Leg and others to restrain him, he remained unabated. "Oh, not even I am recognized? It seems I lack any renown upon these seas." The bandaged man's retort elicited a derisive laugh from Tiger Wing. His words seemed to pierce the pride of the group before them, their expressions turning increasingly grim as they glared at him. "Enough, Tiger Wing," Rafit interjected, raising a hand to silence him. He then directed his attention to the bandaged figure. "Lord Naragosha, I am Rafit, a navigator of the Kurosawa family. The young master has tasked me with eliminating a certain remnant force that has seized our territory." As Rafit spoke with a hint of sardonic amusement, Naragosha and his subordinates wore expressions of deep displeasure. "So, you refer to us as the remnant force?" Rafit merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Haha, splendid. It is truly commendable to see such audacity in a newcomer." However, Naragosha's demeanor shifted. "Where is your young master?" "Oh, he has dared to provoke the steam pirates. How audacious of him to confront 2 formidable pirate crews from the New World simultaneously. What gives him such confidence? Our young master has always been this way. Lafitte nodded in agreement. Observing this, Naragosha's frustration grew unbearable. I intend to eliminate you all. It is you who fail to appreciate this opportunity. He resolved to abandon any attempts to recruit Akira Kurosawa and his companions, opting instead to capture and torment them to death. After lingering in the New World for so long, no one had ever dared to underestimate him, the steamed Naragosha. Charge! At Naragosha's command, the long-suffering Khadija Pung and his subordinates surged forward towards the Tiger Wings and their allies. Witnessing the chaotic and disorderly advance of the enemy, Lafitte smirked. It seems these fellows have indeed endured considerable hardship under the Big Mom pirates, and now they are brimming with pent-up frustration. Enel stood to the side, his expression grave. He was no longer inclined to engage in frivolous antics. Their leader, Akira Kurosawa, was still embroiled in a fierce battle, and he needed to conclude this skirmish swiftly to return and provide support. Lafitte and the Tiger Wings were also feeling the urgency. Go, resolve the fight quickly. It will afford more assistance to our young master. Chapter 87. Vines and cotton in an instant. The Tiger Wings completed their half-beast transformation and charged forward. Yet, no matter how swift they were, they could not match Enel's speed. As Lafitte's words faded, Enel transformed into a lightning bolt, soaring above the steam pirates. Thunder Judgment. A violent surge of electricity struck the crowd, but the steam pirates also boasted formidable warriors. One figure shot into the sky, arms raised. Vine barrier. His fingers morphed into thick, elongated vines, intertwining above the heads of the steam pirates to form a colossal shield, thwarting Enel's assault. Novanir, a paramecia-type user of the vine fruit, could transform his body into vine-like forms and extend them at will. He was a special type of devil fruit user, with a bounty of 860 million berries. You wish to attack us? Novanir mocked Enel. Unfazed, Enel released the entirety of his electrical energy, enveloping himself in a radiant aura, his form expanding as he grasped a spear forged from lightning. Thunder God. This is his latest and most powerful technique, operating the thunder fruit at full capacity, with the intention of swiftly overcoming the adversary before him. Upon witnessing this, Novanir did not dare to be complacent. Instead, he summoned vines to envelop himself, forming a colossal figure woven from vines. The two giants landed on the ground, causing those nearby to retreat, for the sheer size of these behemoths posed a significant risk of collateral damage. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the two giants collided. The newly joined giant soldier pirate crew, participating in the Akira Kurosawa family's war for the first time, exerted all their might. Held in, cloaked in iron, descended upon the small figures below, and some within the steam pirate crew recognized Heldin's fruit ability. Is that the power of that fellow Eldo? Observing the sunlight reflecting off the iron-like sheen of Heldin, a sense of dread washed over them. They had not anticipated the arrival of a formidable giant imbued with the powers of a devil fruit within the Akira Kurosawa family. Naragosha gazed in astonishment at the silhouettes of the giants on the battlefield. This was the proud race of giants. How could they possibly align themselves with a fledgling pirate crew? Even Charlotte Linli had long sought to recruit the giants, while the world government could only boast a few giants serving as naval vice admirals or subordinates. Moreover, the giant soldier pirate crew was the most renowned faction among giants, second only to the Giant King, and now they had surrendered themselves. Naragosha's desire to eliminate Akira Kurosawa intensified. He had completely abandoned any hope of subjugating the giants, let alone the giants within Akira Kurosawa's ranks. At that moment, his murderous intent surged, and his conqueror's Haki emanated outward. The members of his crew, who were all elite, remained unaffected by his aura. His primary aim was to disrupt the offensive rhythm of the likes of Tiger Wing and Leg, creating a more advantageous situation for his subordinates. Unfortunately, he did not foresee that Akira Kurosawa, having awakened his conqueror's Haki, would occasionally use it to sharpen the will of his crew members. Tiger Wing and his companions had grown accustomed to the intimidation of Haki, unless it was of a caliber akin to that of the red-haired. They were largely unaffected by ordinary conqueror's Haki. Observing the unwavering focus of Tiger Wing and the others, Naragosha felt a renewed wave of frustration. Were these people truly newcomers? However, Lafitte was not inclined to grant him further contemplation, swiftly appearing before him. Captain Naragosha, you cannot continue this reckless behavior. He then launched a punch toward his target, but Naragosha, reacting in time, evaded by elemental transformation. How dare you approach me? Though I have sustained some injuries, I'm not someone you can so easily touch. Steam flow kill. As soon as the words left his mouth, Naragosha generated a substantial amount of steam within himself, intent on enveloping Lafitte entirely. Unfortunately, Lafitte, possessing the ability to manipulate hurricanes, effortlessly dispersed the vapor. It appears my powers indeed pose a certain constraint upon you. With a smile gracing his lips, Lafitte observed Naragosha, whose expression was now grave. Unlike Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, who were renowned for their formidable physical prowess, Naragosha relied on his agile and potent natural abilities to establish his foothold in the New World. However, facing an adversary capable of controlling hurricanes presented a considerable challenge. Yet, after a moment of alarm, Naragosha regained his composure. Although his physical skills were not particularly strong, they were measured against the likes of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, making him a formidable opponent against ordinary pirates. Steam Fist, a punch generated by an explosive release of steam, characterized by its remarkable speed and immense power. Lafitte sensed the threat it posed, and chose to evade rather than confront the attack directly. Truly a genuine powerhouse. Even when gravely injured, they can unleash formidable strength. Noticing Naragosha had adopted a serious demeanor, Lafitte unfurled his wings, manipulating the hurricane to collide with Naragosha. On the other side, Kadeshaping encountered the ancient demon fruit user, Tiger Wing. They engaged in close combat, but Kadeshaping, with his 4 additional arms, gradually gained the upper hand. Observing the unfavorable shift in battle, Orok activated his Bone fruit ability, extending a massive bone spike towards Kadeshaping, only to have it intercepted by a figure, Kalina. In his hands, he controlled a substantial mass of cotton, which, after being compressed, transformed into an exceptionally sturdy shield, making it exceedingly difficult for the bone spike to advance. It seems your stab lacks sharpness, Kalina mocked Orok. Orok's eyes turned icy, and he remained silent, allowing numerous bones to erupt from his body, forming sharp protrusions on his knees and arms. Witnessing Orok's transformation, Kalina ceased his mockery. His expression turned serious as more cotton enveloped his form, adorning himself with a suit of armor akin to Orok's. Kalina, a superhuman cotton fruit user, although unable to metamorphose his body into cotton, could generate copious amount from within. Similar to Doflamingo's string fruit, Orok appeared clad in a thorny armor, while Kalina donned a completely defensive suit of armor. The two locked eyes for a brief moment before charging at one another. Without assistance, Tiger Wing found himself in a precarious situation as 2 fists struggled against 6 hands. Fortunately, Kadeshaping had previously sustained injuries and had yet to recover fully. With a resounding crash, Tiger Wing was once again sent flying. Damn it, this guy's close combat capabilities are too strong. Steadying himself, Tiger Wing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared at Kadeshaping. Your strength is quite impressive. I could speak to our captain about having you join us. What do you say? As he gazed at the defiant Tiger Wing, Khadija Peng recalled that his pirate crew was in dire need of manpower. It would be nothing short of splendid to recruit someone like Tiger Wing. However, he scoffed, thinking that a pirate crew that had been battered by others was unworthy of his allegiance. Chapter 88. The Awakening of the Fruit upon hearing Tiger Wing's words. The smile that had graced Khadija Peng's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a dark scowl as his eyes fixated on Tiger Wing. You must die, kid, he declared. Without allowing Tiger Wing a moment to react, he unfurled the wings upon his back and swiftly appeared before him. Arrogant brat. The pirates of the New World are not to be insulted. Grasping Tiger Wing's shoulders with both hands, his remaining 4 fists rapidly struck toward Tiger Wing's abdomen. The force of the blows sent Tiger Wing reeling, blood spewing from his mouth as he curled up like a shrimp. Desperately, Tiger Wing struggled to break free from Khadija Peng's grasp, delivering a kick that sent him flying, while he himself half-kneeled on the ground, clutching his abdomen. The impact of Khadija Peng's assault leaving him nearly breathless. At that moment, Tiger Wing felt as though a tempest was raging within his abdomen, the searing pain from his internal injuries sapping his strength. Sensing that Tiger Wing was on the verge of collapsing, Leg was filled with anxiety. However, he found himself ensnared by an officer of the steampunk pirates, unable to break free. Fortunately, the earlier explosion of power had reopened Khadija Peng's previous wounds, and blood began to stain his clothing. Damn that Katakuri. Just as Khadija Peng was about to resume his assault to ensure Tiger Wing's demise, the agony from his back wound became unbearable. It was a grievous injury inflicted by Katakuri's trident during his retreat. Thankfully, as a Zoan-type devil fruit user, his formidable physique and regenerative abilities allowed him to partake in battle, though the intensity of his movements had caused his wounds to reopen. Both combatants found themselves locked in a stalemate, staring each other down while internally wishing for their bodies to recover enough to vanquish their foe. At that moment, Kalina faced off against Olok, both realizing that they could not gain the upper hand over one another after their recent clash. Kalina wore a relaxed expression, while Olok's demeanor was grim. It was evident to both that Tiger Wing was at a disadvantage. Should Khadija Pung defeat him, he could easily turn his attention to battle Kalina alongside Olok. Since joining the family, I, a humble fisherman, have been privileged to witness many extraordinary sights alongside the young master, spectacles that many across the seas might never behold in their lifetimes. I am deeply grateful to our young master. Olok paused, his gratitude apparent, while Kalina felt a growing unease, his gaze fixed intently on Olok. Thus, the young master trusts us to reclaim our rightful territory. We cannot let him down. Olok lowered his head as he spoke, activating the powers of his devil fruit within. During this time, the young master has been imparting various forms of devil fruit development to us. Although my strength is modest, I have gradually grasped a few insights. He then slowly raised his gaze towards Chiarena. There exists a form known as the awakening of the devil fruit. I wonder if a formidable pirate of the New World like you has ever heard of it? Upon hearing Olok's words, Chiarena's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. How can a mere novice pirate like you? Before he could finish, the environment around them began to shift dramatically. Countless bone spikes erupted from the ground, swiftly transforming the surroundings into a forest of bones, and Olok's figure vanished from Chiarena's sight. This is a technique I recently developed, which I have named Hell of the Forest. Olok's voice resonated from within the bone forest, and soon the bones began to stir. A multitude of colossal bones surged towards Chiarena, who could only passively activate his own devil fruit abilities to shield himself, desperately resisting the onslaught of the giant bones. Surrender, unless you can break these bones, otherwise. Olok's words trailed off, but Chiarena understood the implication. The onlookers around the battlefield were stunned by the sudden emergence of the vast bone forest, perplexed by the unfolding events. Only Kadi Japing recognized that this was Chiarena's battleground, his expression grim as he stared at the bone forest, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Haki was taken aback. Olok, this guy, has unexpectedly developed his devil fruit abilities to such an extent. But soon, he brightened. It seems he is on the verge of victory. Just as Haki surmised, a blood-curdling scream erupted from within the giant bone forest, and then the entire grove gradually vanished. The ground was left strewn with shattered flesh and tattered clothing, while Olok stood unharmed in the midst of it all. Upon witnessing Olok's emergence, Kadi Japing's face fell into despair, while Haki erupted into laughter. Then, with a resolute expression, Kadi Japing declared, "Come, newcomer, let me show you the true power of the New World." His body, having regained some strength, began to exert itself. His limbs slowly materialized, and his aura steadily intensified. Observing Kadi Japing's demeanor, both Haki and Olok understood that their foe was prepared to fight with all his might, and they watched him warily. Kadi Japing stood still, his aura growing ever more formidable. He could not be allowed to continue unchallenged. Though unaware of Khadija Peng's actions, the two understood that should he persist in this manner, even if they ultimately triumphed, it would come at an exorbitant cost. With resolve, they charged at Khadija Peng, their claws and bone spikes aimed at their foe. A dull thud resonated as Khadija Peng absorbed their assault. "If you didn't exert some effort, you too would truly perish," he remarked, indifferent to the wounds adorning his body. Even as blood flowed freely, he was resolute in his intent to eliminate the two before him. Tiger Wings. A thunderous shout from Olok resonated, prompting Tiger Wings to swiftly retreat while Olok unleashed his awakened fruit abilities. A colossal forest of bones erupted from the ground, enveloping the combatants within its confines. As Khadija Peng watched Tiger Wings and Olok vanish from sight, a faint, cold smile crept upon his lips. "Do you believe I cannot find you simply because you hide within this?" A glimmer of red flickered in his eyes. "I have discovered you." He surged toward their location. It was thwarted by towering bone spikes. What a nuisance, Khadija Peng mused, furrowing his brow. The longer he remained in this state, the weaker he would become, the wounds gradually sapping his strength. Clenching his fists, he struck the bone spikes. He knew that unless he shattered these obstructions, locating his adversaries would be impossible. He had previously attempted to soar above them, but the obstruction above thwarted his escape, and any aerial assault would be met with even greater repercussions. However, as Khadija Peng struck the bone spikes with unwavering confidence, he was met with an unexpected resistance. The anticipated shattering did not occur. The spikes merely trembled slightly, showing no further signs of yielding. Damn it, are they truly this resilient? A sinking feeling enveloped Khadija Peng as he recognized the dire situation. Chapter 89. Elimination. If Khadija Peng remained trapped within the bone forest for an extended period, he would inevitably succumb. He understood that he must exert all his strength against the colossal bones before him. At last, under the force of his relentless strikes, fissures began to form in the massive bones. Boom! The gigantic spike splintered, and Khadija gasped for breath, standing his ground. It was only through sheer effort that he had managed to break through. In his prime, these obstacles would not have posed such a challenge. Now, as blood steadily pooled at his feet, his thoughts began to wane. He violently shook his head, striving to regain clarity. Who would have thought Yulak could push me to such extremes? Khadija clenched his fists, silently praying for his captain, Naragosha, to swiftly vanquish the enemy. The steam giant. A deep, resonant shout reverberated through the air as an immense cloud of steam enveloped Naragosha, coalescing into the form of a towering white giant. Lafitte gazed solemnly at the behemoth before him, acutely aware of the formidable power it harbored. Damn this wretch. This is the fate that awaits those who dare provoke our steam pirates. A voice emanated from within the giant, followed by a colossal fist aimed directly at Lafitte. The sheer force of the blow caused his garments to flutter violently. He found himself ensconced in a powerful steam cocoon, realizing that his human form's hurricane powers were insufficient to disperse it. Confronted with the inevitability of taking the blow head-on, Lafitte's eyes hardened with resolve. Let us see what unfolds. No sooner had he spoken than his form began to swell, feathers sprouting from his body. With his limbs grounded, he unfurled massive wings that, with a mere flick, summoned a tempestuous wind. The griffin fruit's beast form was fully revealed, its size surpassing that of the white giant. With a sweep of his wings, Lafitte gradually lifted off the ground, ascending into the air. Naragosha regarded the colossal creature, feeling a tinge of apprehension. What is this? Is the captain of the steam pirates unwilling to engage? Lafitte's voice resonated from the beast, taking on an air of authority rather than the previous levity. Upon hearing Lafitte's proclamation, Naragosha ceased his contemplation and launched a steam-infused punch towards the airborne Lafitte. A massive, white fist hurtled forth, swiftly followed by a barrage of similar strikes. Wind blades. Lafitte, with wings unfurled, commanded the tempest, unleashing a multitude of colossal blades of wind in retaliation. The magnitude of their assaults not only resonated with grandeur, but also captivated the attention of onlookers due to their titanic physiques, dwarfing even the giants. The other pirates appeared as insignificant as ants beside these towering figures, while the giants themselves seemed akin to fathers standing beside their toddlers. Nearly all pirates ceased their battles, mesmerized by the arcane clash between Lafitte and his companion. Enel gazed longingly at their immense forms, yearning for the day he could manifest such a colossal stature. Meanwhile, Alec and Haki were still engaged in their siege against Khadija within the Great Bone Forest. Although Alec was confident in his ability to entrap him, the duration of their struggle was proving excessively protracted. Thus, he and Haki resolved to utilize the bone spikes to create diversions while seeking opportunities to launch covert assaults on Khadija. The latter soon realized that his adversaries had abandoned the notion of a prolonged engagement and were now intent on attacking him directly. However, after enduring the torment of the massive bone spikes, Khadija grew increasingly feeble, relying solely on sheer willpower to sustain his movements. Hachi's ambushes began to yield results. As Khadija wounds widened, blood gushing forth, his consciousness fading into a haze. Captain, it seems this is the end. Gradually succumbing to exhaustion, Khadija relinquished his resistance, collapsing to the ground, returning to his original form, lacking the strength to maintain his half-beast state. Gazing at the sky obscured by the formidable bones, Khadija labored breath ceased, his essence gradually dissipating. Observing Khadija lifeless form, Alec commanded the great bone forest to vanish. Haki, exhausted, plopped down on the ground, remarking, Alec, impressive. You've managed to awaken the fruit's potential. Breathing heavily, Haki turned to Alec. It's nothing. It's merely that the young master often provides me with insights into the development of the fruit. I owe much to him. Haki nodded in acknowledgement. Although he possessed the abilities of a Zoan fruit user, Akira Kurosawa had imparted numerous strategies for swiftly awakening Zoan-type devil fruits. While Haki had yet to achieve awakening, he had significantly enhanced his physical recovery abilities, and any progress at this stage was indeed commendable. As the two conversed, a thunderous sound erupted overhead, prompting them to look up in astonishment. What is that? They gasped, their eyes widening at the sight of two colossal entities clashing in a terrifying spectacle, each expansion generating tremendous shockwaves. Alec, can your fruit allow you to grow that large? Haki inquired, his eyes twitching at the response. I too wish to attain such size, but alas, my stamina is insufficient. With a sigh, He gazed longingly at the two colossal figures. The tiger wings felt increasingly despondent. Had he been pitted against these two, the damage inflicted would likely have been mere superficial wounds. Unbeknownst to the assassin, Lafite, the struggle against the white giant was proving to be quite arduous. Each time his claws tore into the giant's flesh, before long, steam would billow forth, restoring it to its former state. He seemed devoid of any potent means to inflict significant harm. In truth, Naragosha expended considerable energy merely to maintain such a massive form. Not to mention the effort required to mend the wounds inflicted by Lafite's onslaught. The injuries he sustained hastened his fatigue, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Steam binding. A torrent of steam erupted from within the white giant, surging toward Lafite. Caught unawares, Lafite found himself enveloped, forming a colossal, swirling mass of white in midair. As he witnessed his attack ensnare Lafite, a flicker of joy ignited within Naragosha. Steam heating. A wave of intense heat radiated from the steam, intending to scorch Lafite alive. Damn it, this is bad. Lafite, trapped within, struggled to breathe as a terrifying warmth enveloped him. Although he was robust, he knew that eventually he would succumb to the searing heat. He began to flap his wings vigorously. The steam binding made it a formidable task. Hurricane, heed my command. He summoned the tempest in his griffin form, unleashing a fierce wind that battered the steam from within. Naragosha sensed the change in the steam, exerting all his might to maintain control and resist the hurricane. Auroch, can you still move? Of course. Then let us give it a try. Auroch nodded and, with tiger wings, they stood firm against the white giant, determination gleaming in their eyes. Let us proceed. Before the words had fully escaped their lips, they charged toward the white giant. Bone-piercing. Tiger blade. A stout bone spike accompanied by a massive wind blade struck toward the giant's left leg. Engrossed in controlling the steam, Naragosha suddenly lost control of his form. What is happening? Naragosha exclaimed, realizing that two small insects had attacked him. Damn these pests. Do they seek death so desperately? Filled with rage, Naragosha turned to crush the two intruders. Suddenly, Lafite felt the steam around him dissipate, and with a surge of strength, he blew the remaining steam away. As he regained his bearings, he spotted Naragosha aiming for tiger wings and Auroch. My lord, our battle is far from over. A tremendous tempest sounded the alarm for the white giant, and Naragosha could no longer maintain its formidable form. The steam was ravaged by the howling winds, revealing Naragosha as it descended to the ground. Those wretched insects. Naragosha's gaze fixated fiercely on the duo, eager to devour them whole. Just in time, Lafite swooped down, positioning himself before them. As the duo's figures were shielded, Naragosha turned its attention to Lafite. My lord, eliminating me now serves no purpose. After all, a far more formidable and ruthless pirate crew, the torturous pirates, remains at large. Instead, let us momentarily ally with your righteous crew to expel the torturous pirates, and afterward, we shall depart the chaotic seas. That will not be necessary, Lafite replied with a shake of his head, regarding the pleading sea overlord with keen interest. The master's demand is simply for your demise. Your assistance is unwarranted. Upon hearing this, despair clouded Naragosha's eyes. Are you truly intent on eradicating me? Lafite, amused by Naragosha's seemingly naive or perhaps pitiful words, remained silent. Without receiving a response, Naragosha sensed the impending doom and feigned an attack on Lafite. However, in an unexpected twist, it turned to flee at that very moment. Observing Naragosha's actions, both Haki and Auroch were taken aback, but Lafite disregarded them, unfurling his wings to pursue. Allowing such a formidable foe to escape and hide in the shadows would spell immeasurable consequences for the family. Facing a foe too weak to fight back, Lafite effortlessly pursued him. Without granting Naragosha a moment for idle chatter, he swiftly struck, ending Naragosha's life amidst its desperate gaze. With the demise of this maritime tyrant, his subordinates naturally fell into disarray. Some perished, others fled, and a few were captured by Lafite and his companions. Meanwhile, Nova Neil, the user of the vine fruit, attempted a final struggle, but was tragically pierced through the chest by Enel's lightning spear. The group lay resolutely upon the vessel, eager to reach Giant Island, where their young master battled another overlord from the torturous pirates. Yet, after a day of sailing, Lafite commanded the crew to return to Mach Island. Just as Haki was about to inquire about the sudden change, Lafite handed him a newspaper. Haki, perplexed, took the newspaper, and upon his first glance, his eyes widened in astonishment, prompting Enel and Leg to curiously crowd around to see the contents. What? The newspaper proclaimed. A new maritime sovereign has emerged. as the Kurosawa family firmly establishes its presence in the New World. With unparalleled strength, they have repelled attacks from two formidable sea overlords. Chapter 90. News from the seas on the 15th of February. In the year 1499 of the maritime calendar, the Kurosawa family, amidst the chaotic waters, divided their forces. Led by Kurosawa Akira, they engaged the members of the butchery pirates, while Lafitte commanded Enel and confronted the remnants of the steam pirates. Akira Kurosawa personally vanquished the notorious pirate Captain Neld, decisively defeating the infamous murderous pirate crew. Lafitte, living up to expectations, also eliminated the captain of the steam pirate crew, Naragosha, resulting in the obliteration of the entire crew. This band of pirates was a relatively new faction during the Age of Exploration, and prior to this, information about them was scarce. We only knew they had triumphed over the 8 treasure pirates, the green pepper of the cone. Following the Kurosawa family's triumphant confrontation with 2 major pirate crews, they have emerged as a formidable power on the seas, rivaling the likes of Kaido and Charlotte Linli. Presently, the New World is predominantly dominated by Whitebeard, the Beast Pirates, Big Mom, and the Kurosawa family, with only smaller territories like Honeycomb Island and certain naval divisions remaining outside their influence. Among these, Whitebeard is the most powerful, yet he refrains from seeking supremacy, content to guard his own territory. Conversely, Kaido and Charlotte Linli have demonstrated aggressive expansion. The Charlotte family has already claimed the waters once held by the steam pirates, while Kaido, after the murderous pirates vacated their domain, has led a multitude of pirates to seize control of that region. The Kurosawa family, though the weakest and occupying the smallest territory, possesses immense potential and is home to the formidable giant pirate crew, which boasts 4 giants exhibiting remarkably powerful devil fruit abilities. Our esteemed president has classified these 4 pirate crews as a sovereign and 3 king-level forces. Below is the latest bounty information for the Kurosawa family, the fallen noble Kurosawa, with a bounty of 3.05 billion berries. The demon sheriff Lafitte, with a bounty of 1.325 billion berries. The thunder god Enel, with a bounty of 820 million berries. The blood sword leg, with a bounty of 670 million berries. The demon bone Alec, with a bounty of 700 million berries. The rampaging Bully, with a bounty of 724 million berries. The saber-toothed tiger Hu Chi, with a bounty of 880 million berries. The titan Long Quan, with a bounty of 900 million berries. The butcher Melina, with a bounty of 653 million berries. The brutal Horan, with a bounty of 800 million berries. Chicken Fillet Circle, with a bounty of 370 million berries. The giant walrus Julian, with a bounty of 542 million berries. The hunting hound Guyu, with a bounty of 500 million berries. Additionally, there are the recently discovered members of the giant pirate crew, Dongli and Brogi, powerful figures from a century ago, each with a bounty of 500 million berries. The iron giant Helding, a user of the iron fruit, with a bounty of 600 million berries. The swift giant Stanson, a user of the speed fruit, with a bounty of 520 million berries. The shrinking giant Rod, a user of the shrink fruit, with a bounty of 470 million berries. The healing giant Gorlina, a user of the heal fruit, with a bounty of 300 million berries. Gazing at the newspaper in hand, Enel and his companions remained momentarily stunned. A sovereign and 3 kings indeed. Bang! Within the headquarters of the Navy, the office door of the Admiral was flung open with a force. Admiral Kong, I request permission to venture into the New World to capture pirates. The voice of Akainu was charged with agitation as he entered the office, only to discover that Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, and others were present. Yet, Akainu paid no heed to them, fixating his gaze on the figure seated at the desk, Sora. The Admiral, 1 Emperor, and 3 Kings represent an unabashed provocation to our Navy. Calm down, Akainu. Sora gestured for him to take a seat. This is all orchestrated by the world government to have Morgan report in such a manner. Taken aback by Sora's response, Akainu faltered. Why would they make such a decision? Do the 5 elders concur with this? Sora nodded helplessly, revealing that it was indeed a proposal from the 5 elders. But why would they choose this course of action? Does it not bolster the audacity of those damn pirates? Akainu's face was a portrait of fury and confusion. The government has decided to showcase these pirates as exemplars, leading newly emerged pirates to aspire to them, and inciting the pirates to turn on one another. Observing Akainu's wrath, Sora added, however, our Navy's promotion plan has also been put forth and will be implemented in a few days to suppress the pirates' information. Why not now? Akainu inquired. Because I must go to Subjugation, Sora replied. Akainu was momentarily taken aback, watching as Sora prepared to leave with Sengoku and Garp. I want to go too. He started, but was interrupted by Sora, shaking his head. You must continue to combat the pirates in the Grand Line and the Four Seas. With that, Sora donned his navy cloak and departed with Sengoku and the others. Before leaving, Tsuru glanced back at Akainu. I know you're a good kid, but you cannot act recklessly. I understand, Tsuru Baba, Akainu responded, showing respect to her, though he often clashed with his superiors. Staring into the now empty office of the Admiral, he clenched his fists and stormed out, unleashing his fury on the small band of pirates awaiting him on his ship. On Sora's ship, Sengoku stood at the bow, gazing across the tranquil sea alongside Sora. Are we truly going to neglect the New World? Sengoku's voice was heavy, though he understood the world government's intentions. He still felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Sengoku, Sora spoke sternly. You are about to become the fleet admiral. You cannot allow your emotions to sway the broader situation. As the highest leader of the Navy, it is paramount that you remain unaffected by personal feelings. You represent the entire Navy, not just yourself. Do you understand? Sengoku immediately acknowledged Sora's serious admonition. Noting Sengoku's earnest demeanor, Sora ceased his lecturing and sighed. I too comprehend your sentiments, but the Navy is currently stretched thin. Merely safeguarding the Grand Line and the Four Seas will require considerable manpower. After a brief pause, he continued. The funding allocated to us by the world government is limited, and they will not consent to the expansion of our Navy. Moreover, the New World is fraught with formidable powers. Only the Four Seas and the first half of the Grand Line constitute our true foundation. Subsequently, he fell silent, gazing with Sengoku at the boundless sea, lost in thought. One emperor and 3 kings? Such a ludicrous title. How can Whitebeard dare to stand above me? And what of the Kazuki family? Kaido of the Beasts, having just been served a drink by his subordinates, cursed vehemently. Nerid and Naragosha are also worthless, having been defeated by this brat. Captain, we must not underestimate the Kazuki family. Our primary objective is to conquer Wano country first, Jean interjected, observing the drunken Kaido with concern. He feared that Kaido might, in his inebriation, seek out Kazuki, an encounter that had previously led to Jean being thrown into the sea during the battle with Nerid. The situation in Wano was at its most precarious. Although they had aided Kaido in securing the position of shogun for Orochi, the greatest threat, Odin and his retainers, still loomed large. Rest assured, Jean, I'm well aware, Kaido burped. If it weren't for that damned Odin, I would have already taken Wano. In the midst of his lament, Kaido began to weep. Jean could only watch helplessly, rendered speechless. How ridiculous that Nerid and Naragosha have been defeated by a mere child. Charlotte Linli scoffed, seated in her chair as she perused the latest newspaper. Despite the disdain in her tone, her grave expression revealed her recognition of the threat posed by the Kazuki family. Having clashed with Nerid and Naragosha on numerous occasions, she understood well that neither was to be underestimated, especially Nerid, who wielded the power of the Riki fruit. Even his strength could inflict pain upon her ironclad body. The Kazuki family is indeed a monstrous entity, she mused, her gaze fixated on the title of 1 emperor and 3 kings in the newspaper. Such a laughable designation. That old fool Whitebeard. Charlotte Linli did not complete her thought. Though she disdained Whitebeard's piratical demeanor, she held deep respect and trepidation for his strength. While Nerid could inflict pain, Whitebeard's tremor fruit could easily breach her defenses. Having once shared a ship with Whitebeard, Charlotte Linli knew better than anyone just how terrifying this seemingly self-centered old man truly was. As for Nerid, what madness possessed him to assault the chaotic seas only to meet his demise there? No longer dwelling on Whitebeard, Charlotte Linli seized a slice of cake and placed it in her mouth. Her pirate crew was currently digesting the territory of the steam pirates, with no immediate plans to invade other seas. Father, here is today's newspaper. Nell and Naragoshan have both fallen to Akira Kurosawa, announced Marco, a golden-haired figure, as he held up the newspaper towards the inebriated Whitebeard. Oh, Whitebeard, intrigued, picked up the newspaper to peruse its contents. These two truly are. His sentence remained unfinished, yet disdain radiated from him. However, shortly thereafter, he cast the newspaper aside. Nevertheless, Father, Morgan's has offered us quite a favorable assessment. 1 emperor and 3 kings. Our pirate crew's strength surpasses that of the other 3 crews. You are truly formidable, Father. Hearing his son's praises, Whitebeard's spirits lifted. Gururara. Naturally. My foolish son, I am Whitebeard. While indifferent to others' opinions, he cherished the commendation from his own offspring. Subsequently, Whitebeard disregarded the news and turned to celebrate with his sons. Father, you cannot drink like this. Nonsense, my son. I can drink 1,000 cups without faltering. The enormous whale ship, the Moby Dick, glided steadily across the sea, filled with jubilant voices and merriment. Has Akira Kurosawa truly attained such power? It seems the new world is indeed a promising place. I can no longer linger here. On a coffin-shaped vessel, Dracula Mihawk scrutinized today's newspaper, surrounded by the remnants of shipwrecks, a vessel he had cleaved in two with a single strike. The ever-assured Mihawk was now setting sail towards the new world. Captain, our ship has been coated. We can now venture beneath the waves. Understood. Crocodile, holding the newspaper and puffing on a cigar, mused. 1 emperor and 3 kings? If we are to enter the new world, we shall seek out the mightiest for battle. With that, Crocodile rose, his ambitions no longer concealed. Whitebeard, it is time for you to step aside. Meanwhile, the West Seas hero, Gecko Moria, along with his comrades, landed on the Sabati archipelago. Upon glancing at the day's newspaper, his subordinates exclaimed, Captain, the Kurosawa family has become one of the 3 kings. We must not fall behind. Indeed, quickly, lads, prepare the ship. We shall bring Kaido down. Oh, Chapter 91 is about to be published. Ahem, this is my first attempt at writing a book. I am aware there are many imperfections, but I sincerely thank all the friends who have supported me along the way. Here, I bow deeply to all the esteemed readers. Thud, thud, thud. Haha. Enough of the playful banter. During this period, the author has frequently returned to the back end to review the collection data. To be honest, each slight increase fills me with excitement, as it reflects the affection of readers who appreciate this book. However, there was a time when the recommendations faltered, and the author could not ascend to the second round due to unsatisfactory reading data, though my own oversight played a part. I failed to remind everyone to maintain their readership during the initial recommendation, which is crucial for nurturing a book. By day, I toil on my job, and by night, I return home to weave my narratives. Although the exhaustion is palpable, a glance at the growth in collected data and the rise in recommendation and monthly tickets invigorates me, proving that my efforts are not in vain. My family and friends, upon learning of my writing endeavors, often struggle to comprehend my passion, as they perceive writing as a frivolous pursuit that squanders time. Yet, I find joy in crafting the stories I long to tell. Your support reassures me that my perseverance is meaningful. I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your encouragement. Tomorrow marks the launch, and I sincerely hope you will lend your support by subscribing. It is immensely significant for both the author and the future visibility and success of this book. Lastly, I thank you once more for your unwavering support. While it may seem a casual indulgence for you to read a novel, for me, it represents an invaluable source of spiritual strength. Thank you all, and may your lives be filled with joy and happiness, and may you take good care of yourselves. Chapter 92. Pure gold. As the newspapers were disseminated across various regions, the news of the 1 emperor and 3 kings began to spread, creating a stir among the people of the sea. Almost all pirates believed that in order to compete for the title of Pirate King, they must first dethrone the 1 emperor and 3 kings. Consequently, for pirate crews found themselves inexplicably besieged by smaller pirates. For them, it was akin to being lightly bitten by insects, irritating yet harmless. Lafitte, upon learning that Akira Kurosawa was preoccupied, promptly dispatched Tiger Wing and others to guard the other islands within the chaotic sea, ensuring that the territories they had just claimed would not be snatched away by petty thieves. This state of turmoil did not persist for long. As the number of fallen pirates increased, others soon recognized that these 4 crews were formidable adversaries, and the tide of hostility gradually receded, with few daring to provoke them. Meanwhile, Akira Kurosawa, having sustained significant injuries during his previous battle with Nield, had been in a state of recuperation. The corpse of the vanished Nield had been meticulously attended to before his departure. At this moment, Akira Kurosawa sat before Nield's lifeless body, examining a piece of paper recovered from him during their confrontation. This piece of paper, untouched during their fierce struggle, had evidently been well protected by Nield, and Akira had sensed something amiss during the battle, prompting him to tend to the corpse before leaving. Little did he expect that Nield's urgency to seize control of the chaotic sea was driven by this very reason. Akira Kurosawa scratched his chin, meticulously perusing the slip of paper in his hand. Is that lanternfish, which devours pure gold, found in these waters? From where did Neld acquire this piece of paper? Although Akira Kurosawa harbored some doubts, he did not question the authenticity of the slip of paper. After all, the unwavering determination of Nield to defeat Kurosawa, regardless of the toll on his own life, was sufficient evidence that the claims made in the paper were indeed true. So, does this mean that these devices can collectively pinpoint the location of that lanternfish? Before Akira Kurosawa lay 10 peculiar instruments, the very devices that Nelden had brought with him upon his arrival at the colossal island. Akira Kurosawa approached the instrument, noticing nothing peculiar about it. He then picked up the slip of paper, marveling at the fact that it even included a manual. In truth, Kurosawa had encountered that particular theatrical version in a past life, and he was immensely intrigued by the lanternfish depicted within. One could say he held a fascination for anything that promised the extension of life, as illustrated in the original work of One Piece. The dragon bones of the millennium, the surgery fruit, and particularly the lanternfish, known to consume vast quantities of pure gold, were all of interest to him. It was rumored that merely adorning oneself with a hint of pure gold could preserve a person's age for centuries. In the heart of Gold Arc, a young girl appeared childlike, yet had already lived for hundreds of years. Kurosawa found himself equally captivated by such phenomena. After all, who wouldn't he wish for immortality? Especially when one holds power and influence. Surely, one would wish to indulge in the pleasures that life has to offer. Moreover, such an artifact could also serve as a means to win hearts, although profiting from it would be out of the question. Firstly, Kurosawa could not substantiate the claim that it could indeed grant longevity, and secondly, he lacked the power to dominate the world. After a brief moment of contemplation, Kurosawa shook his head and tucked the paper away. His yearning for longevity had not yet reached a point of obsession, and there were pressing matters within his family that required his attention, preventing him from pursuing the lanternfish at present. Furthermore, based on the original narrative, the lanternfish would only be discovered after Luffy set sail, and as of now, it remained uncertain whether Luffy's mother had been found by the dragon. Thus, Kurosawa harbored no fear that this grand fish would fall into the hands of others, given its size. Even ordinary pirates might struggle to conquer it. Who could say who would be the hunter and who the prey? With that thought, Kurosawa stood up, pushed the door open, and stepped outside. Over a week had passed since the fierce battle, and the members were still unaware of his current condition. He had only heard from Robina that Lafitte was keeping an eye on things at his behest. Just then, Robina, who had come to deliver food, spotted her young master standing at the door and exclaimed in delight, "Young master, has her injury healed?" "Huh, it has been quite some time. It should be fine now," he said, ruffling Robina's hair affectionately. "Come, let us go eat in the living room." With that, Robina carried the food as they made their way to an exquisitely decorated villa, a structure built specifically by the king of the giant spirit kingdom to curry favor with Kurosawa. "How has the family been faring lately?" he inquired. Akira Kurosawa seized a beef shank, indulging in its savory flavor while inquiring about the recent developments from Rena the rabbit. Lafitte had dispatched several squad leaders from the combat team to guard our territory. However, there were still some audacious pirates who occasionally attempted to invade. Fortunately, they were not formidable foes, easily vanquished by a few of the squad leaders. Upon hearing this, Akira Kurosawa nodded with satisfaction. When he first glimpsed the report of the Emperor and the Three Kings, he had anticipated such developments. However, it seems that Whitebeard must be far more troubled than the other three, for he is indeed the sole Emperor. He instructed the Tiger Wings to capture them alive, intending to let Shu Wei take the reins, and subsequently auctioned these individuals off, which could yield a significant profit, thus mitigating our losses. Upon hearing her master's words, Talina couldn't help but chuckle softly. In the past, their young master had harbored disdain for auctions, even going so far as to dismantle the auction house in Chambord. Yet now, it appears that most captives, once apprehended, would be directly delivered to the Chambord auction by Shu Wei. Nevertheless, Akira Kurosawa was indifferent. He had always relished living life on his own terms. If he liked something, he would bring it home. If he did not, he would eradicate it. This attitude had remained steadfast since his arrival in this world. Observing her master's silence, Talina continued her report. After Shu Wei compiled the economic developments of each island, the reports have been left in your room for your perusal at your convenience. No need for that. Let us proceed according to Shu Wei's arrangements, Akira replied. Having finally assumed the role of a leader, he understood that he could not involve himself in every matter. Thus, when he took in orphans, he had already devised plans for various aspects of their future. Particularly in business, he had taken a hands-on approach in nurturing Shu Wei, who had not disappointed him. The family business was flourishing, bringing immense wealth to Akira, with Shu Wei being instrumental in this success. Talina nodded in acknowledgement and continued. Barolik Redfield was defeated and captured by Fleet Admiral Kong 2 days ago in the Chambord Archipelago and is now being escorted to Impel Down. "Oh, Redfield has been captured. Has he?" Akira Kurosawa lifted his head from the food, gazing at Relina with a hint of confusion. Relina, displaying her thoughtfulness, handed him a newspaper, where the image of Riderfield's arrest was prominently featured. "This fellow, Akira Kurosawa, has expressed considerable interest in this maritime magnate, who is capable of rivaling the formidable Whitebeard and Gold Roger single-handedly. However, Upon witnessing the sheer might of Whitebeard and Roger in their prime, it seems he has relinquished his aspirations of becoming the Pirate King. Despite possessing such extraordinary power, he was apprehended by the Navy without so much as a scratch, indicating that he perhaps had no serious intentions of escaping. After perusing the newspaper, Kurosawa's interest waned. Knowing well that this individual would inevitably re-emerge following Luffy and Blackbeard's tumultuous escapades and impelled down. Moreover, he would acquire the formidable devil fruit, known as the mythical Zoan, vampire fruit, which possesses the ability to restore youth. Kurosawa had previously dispatched individuals in search of this fruit, yet to no avail. He himself harbored no desire to seek it out, as mythical Zoans possess their own consciousness. Perhaps the fruit would manifest itself once Redfield arrived in that quaint town. Furthermore, with newfound intelligence regarding the pure gold, his enthusiasm for the longevity-enhancing fruit had diminished considerably. Chapter 93. The Giant Force Pirate Crew, Combined Edition, more to come in the afternoon, casually setting aside the newspaper, which also mentioned the movements of some novice pirates. Kurosawa glanced briefly at the content before losing interest. Although many future renowned pirates were featured, they currently exhibited a rather arrogant demeanor. While Kurosawa contemplated recruiting them, they remained resolute in their belief that their own strength was sufficient to ascend to the pinnacle of the seas, especially given that Kurosawa, who shared their generation, had already attained the status of one of the three kings. They certainly did not perceive themselves as inferior to him. Hence, Crocodile set his sights directly on Whitebeard, while Moria targeted Kaido. Since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, each cohort of pirates has unveiled some of the most formidable individuals, known as supernovas. Akira Kurosawa could have originally been referred to as a supernova. However, he has now ascended to the status of one of the three kings, no longer a newcomer. The current cohort of supernovas has commenced their own traditions, and upon entering the New World, one of their endeavors is to challenge the maritime overlords. A crew known as the Giant Power Pirates, upon their arrival in the New World, ventured into the chaotic seas. From the moment they entered these waters, Lafitte received word of their presence. Nevertheless, Kurosawa had previously declared that as long as pirates did not intrude upon their territory to plunder, they would be permitted to navigate through the seas. Since Kurosawa's dominion over the chaotic waters, his inaugural decree allowed anyone to traverse his territory, provided they refrained from seizing the islands and merchant vessels within the seas. Otherwise, the Kurosawa family would enact severe reprisals. Although some pirates initially dismissed this warning, continuing their reckless ways, they soon found themselves pursued relentlessly by Kurosawa's subordinates, who sought to eliminate the troublemaking pirate crews. Consequently, the lesser pirates ceased their unruly antics in the chaotic seas. Numerous merchant ships, witnessing the stability of Kurosawa's territory, flocked to engage in trade. After all, the chaotic seas were abundant in resources, not to mention the presence of the populous giant Spirit Island, a potential nation in the New World. While the nobles of the Giant Spirit Kingdom may have been somewhat timid, their ability to establish a nation in these waters, beyond the reach of the Navy, was commendable. At the very least, their actions provided considerable comfort to Kurosawa. Moreover, the vast population within the kingdom offered Kurosawa a substantial labor force. From the perspective of merchants, these individuals represented promising consumers, leading to a diverse array of goods being transported. Additionally, the unique products of Giant Spirit Island found their way to other regions. With the Kurosawa family's guardianship, the chaotic seas transformed into a realm of order, as the industries of each island gradually expanded into neighboring waters. Akira Kurosawa has amassed great wealth through these enterprises. Young Master, a band of pirates has landed on Giant Spirit Island and is now advancing toward the capital. Although these marauders refrain from wreaking havoc within Kurosawa's dominion, they are also wary of lingering too long in the tumultuous seas. Typically, they merely replenish their supplies before swiftly departing. There is no need to concern ourselves with them. What if they are merely here for leisure? These timid pirates, despite having been clearly apprised of the rules, only stop to restock their provisions on the island, seldom engaging in other expenditures, which consequently diminishes my earnings. Akira Kurosawa. Although the pirates were quite extravagant when replenishing their supplies, none of these provisions could compare to the wealth one could earn by leisurely disembarking to seek fortune. Regrettably, their fear of lingering too long and incurring his wrath compelled them to depart hastily, leaving without a backward glance, which vexed our esteemed Lord Kurosawa greatly. Do not frighten away my patrons. They represent a source of income. Akira Kurosawa cast a discerning gaze upon his subordinates, issuing a stern warning. But my lord, one of his men protested, these individuals are clad in tattered rags. They scarcely seem like affluent patrons. The subordinate felt a pang of injustice. For the most valuable possessions these people likely possessed were their weapons and perhaps their very organs, although their family did not engage in the organ trade. He had conversed with certain unscrupulous merchants who had carelessly alluded to such matters. What do you understand? The more ragged their attire, the more it signifies their propensity to squander money without a thought for savings. Their arrival here clearly indicates they are intent on filling their coffers, ready to indulge in extravagant expenditures. Akira Kurosawa, with a satisfied pinch of his fingers, acknowledged that as consumers thrived, the wealth of his subjects within his domain would flourish. The more affluent his subjects became, the more prosperous he, as their esteemed leader, would inevitably grow. This evening, he instructed his subordinates to prepare 2 whole roasted lambs, one for feasting and the other to be discarded. Akira Kurosawa, lost in delightful contemplation, was interrupted by his subordinate. "Young master, it appears that this pirate crew is heading towards our territory." Akira Kurosawa felt a sense of confusion. Their territory lay on the outskirts of the capital of the giant spirit kingdom, enveloped by a vast expanse of woodland, which he found quite delightful. It was he who had persuaded the king of the giant spirit kingdom to encircle this forest, establishing an imposing estate for himself. Generally, Kurosawa and his subordinates would reside within this grand manor. "What brings you to our abode? This is hardly a place of amusement." Akira Kurosawa furrowed his brow and said, "Send a few individuals to keep watch." Akira Kurosawa waved his hand. Although his elite subordinates were stationed on various islands, there were still mice diligently delivering the talents they had nurtured. While their strength was not particularly formidable, who could dare to ambush Akira Kurosawa? His bounty was earned through countless battles. Thus, despite his uncertainty regarding the intentions of this pirate crew, he chose to remain unconcerned. As his subordinates withdrew, Akira turned to engage in delightful games with Talina and the newly arrived Shaoqing. "Young master, those pirates. Fear not, I have no time to entertain them. Come, I have a grand treasure that has not been displayed for some time for your appreciation." "Oh, young master, how mischievous." "Look at the young master, Shaoqing. In what way am I mischievous? I rarely allow anyone to see this treasure." "Little rabbit, you are blissfully unaware of your fortune." Strange sounds soon echoed from the room. Naturally, there were no other subordinates around. They typically ventured into the capital, leaving only a handful behind, most of whom were merely maids. "Captain, ahead lies the estate of one of the 3 kings, Akira Kurosawa." Gazing upon the expansive grounds of the estate, the members of the Yuri pirate crew, who had seldom encountered such opulence, were filled with envy. As a great pirate, he shows no ambition to become the pirate king, but instead establishes such a grand estate for leisure, truly decadent. No wonder they call him the fallen noble. The name is apartment. These pirates scoffed at Akira Kurosawa's lifestyle, yet their envy was unmistakable. They had set sail with dreams of becoming the pirate king, having once been mere fishermen's children. Since their departure, they had never engaged in active plundering. Their expenses were primarily covered by treasures seized from other pirates after defeating them. However, most pirates were not industrious, only resorting to plunder when funds ran low, which meant that the pirates they encountered usually possessed little wealth. Therefore, although they were considered supernovas, they were likely among the poorest. At that moment, witnessing Akira Kurosawa's estate, their envy grew. The entrance alone was adorned with exquisite carvings, gilded in gold, something they had never seen before. They were tempted to dismantle the door and carry it away. "Captain, the Kurosawa family is incredibly wealthy. Look at their guards. Their attire is so refined. Perhaps we should join his family." "Ridiculous, Moldos. We set sail to become the pirate king. Only a life of freedom like Roger's is worthy of the title. We must not succumb to such decadence." The captain of the giant force pirates desperately averted his gaze from the gilded gates, swallowing hard before turning to admonish his crew. Hearing his words, Moldos felt a twinge of embarrassment. "But captain," he replied, "while being a pirate indeed grants us freedom, just look at our attire." He tugged at his tattered sailor's uniform. Lamenting, the retainers of Akira Kurosawa are dressed far more splendidly than we are. Moldos felt somewhat aggrieved, though life at sea was more liberating than that of a fisherman. A fisherman would not be exposed to such extravagant spectacles, thus avoiding the pangs of comparison. Yet, standing before this grand estate, he could not help but feel disheartened by their own appearance. The captain of the giant force pirates, Mondo, shared in the discomfort and approached Moldos, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Do not worry. Akira Kurosawa is quite renowned across these seas. If we can defeat him, we too shall acquire wealth akin to theirs." Mondo, the captain, had a bounty of 97 million berries. While this sum may seem modest, it is noteworthy that even before becoming a warlord of the sea, Crocodile had a bounty of only 80 million, despite being a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Since their entry into the world, their pirate crew had not encountered any other pirate group daring enough to attack them. Strictly speaking, they did not classify as pirates, but rather as navigators. They refrained from launching assaults on nearby islands, which had led to their current state of poverty, unable to afford even basic clothing. Their ship supplies were barely sufficient for sustenance, especially considering their small crew. The giant force pirates operated under a strictly elite model, with a crew smaller than that of the Straw Hat Pirates, totaling only 6 members, including the captain. Their current bounty was a testament to their crew's formidable strength, having defeated a naval warship in the first half of the Grand Line. This confrontation arose because the Navy, upon seeing the pirate flag flying from their vessel, was reluctant to let them pass during such a sensitive period, even though they had not plundered a single civilian. Mondo and his crew were not ones to surrender easily. Harboring dreams of becoming the Pirate King, a battle ensued, resulting in their subsequent notoriety. However, due to the lack of egregious actions from the giant force pirates, the Navy did not pursue them aggressively, as they were already stretched thin and prefer to focus on larger threats in the New World. In their current predicament, the crew found themselves in need of funds and thus decided to challenge Akira Kurosawa in hopes of securing some money. While they stood outside the gates in a daze, Linli happened to return from her shopping in the capital of the giant spirit kingdom. Mistaking the ragged figures for refugees, she instinctively reached into her pocket and offered them some berries. Having once been an orphan herself, she understood the pangs of hunger all too well. "Take this money for now," she said. "Find work within the capital. It should be sufficient to sustain you." Linli gazed compassionately at the group before her, reminiscing about her own past life of wandering, which only deepened her sympathy for them. "You all appear quite robust. Why not come work for me? The compensation is certainly generous," she proposed. Her words jolted Mondo and his companions from their stupor, only to be further captivated by her subsequent remarks. Although there were women aboard their ship, none could rival Linli in complexion or beauty. They felt as though they had encountered an angel, and her kindness left them momentarily speechless. Only 2 women from their team could no longer restrain themselves. They kicked Mondo and the others, stepped forward to express their gratitude for Linli's kindness, and clarified that they were not refugees. Linli, perplexed, wondered why they stood at the entrance of her estate if they were not in need. At that moment, a guard approached, whispering to Linli about the identities of the individuals before her. Alarmed, she realized they were pirates, prompting her to question their intentions. Mondo and his companions observed the guards in the estate bowing respectfully before Linli, and upon seeing the numerous garments she had acquired, they recognized her as a subordinate of Akira Kurosawa. Consequently, they regarded her with newfound caution. "What brings you to our abode?" Linli inquired. "Herr, vigilante palpable." Mondo felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, this angelic maiden had just generously offered them money, leaving him at a loss for words. He could hardly confess that they had come specifically to cause trouble. Thus, he stood there, fumbling for a suitable response. Ultimately, it was Cater, the navigator of the mighty strength pirate crew and the brain of the operation, who stepped forward. "Madam, we sincerely apologize. We have come to challenge His Excellency, Akira Kurosawa, one of the 3 kings." Despite his words, Cater felt a flush of embarrassment. Though known as the brain of the mighty strength pirate crew, his education had been limited to a few books in childhood, and before becoming a pirate, he had never ventured beyond his own island. His ascent to the crew was merely due to his ability to read, having been duped into joining by these brutish men. Upon hearing Cater reveal the crew's intentions, Linli's expression hardened. She had not anticipated that someone would come seeking trouble for her lord, yet now that they had arrived. Just then, the main gate swung open, and several guards emerged, followed closely by Akira Kurosawa himself. He had been enjoying himself indoors when the guards reported the presence of pirates seeking him out. Initially intending to have them apprehended, he learned that Linli was engaged with the intruders and thus found it necessary to emerge. Chapter 94. Deceiving the innocent, seeing Akira Kurosawa appear. Linli shifted her focus from Mondo and the others and rushed to his side. "My lord, they claim to have come to challenge you." She cast a dismissive glance at Mondo and his companions, harboring no fondness for those who sought trouble with her young master. However, she found their foolishness somewhat amusing. At such a towering height, one would think they could engage in more meaningful pursuits. The group, chastened by Linli's words, lowered their heads in shame, for it was the first time since their departure to see that they had actively sought out conflict with others, driven by an overwhelming need for money. Observing these burly yet unassuming men, Akira Kurosawa felt a surge of interest. Prior to their encounter, He had sensed their formidable presence through his observation Haki. Now, witnessing their considerable strength juxtaposed with their dismal circumstances, he understood their peculiar admiration for the late pirate king, Roger. Such individuals were indeed unique, inherently good-natured. Yet they yearned for the freedom that Roger had epitomized. They revered this freedom so deeply that, in pursuit of their dreams, they had ventured into the sea rather blindly. Their ability to reach the new world stemmed from their unwavering reverence for that ideal. Much like Luffy, who harbored dreams of becoming the Pirate King before entering Impel Down. These men too had their aspirations. Unfortunately, after Luffy had released a horde of prisoners, his journey took a different turn. While Akira was not of their ilk, he held a certain admiration for them, for they possessed something he had never experienced. Although his own pursuit of freedom was often tainted with personal desires, he recognized and appreciated their pure aspirations. He may never become like Mondo and his comrades, yet he found no aversion to their kind. Moreover, such individuals were often easily deceived. Since Mondo's group had come to challenge him, he felt no moral qualms about deceiving them. After all, Akira was never known for his virtue. Do you wish to challenge me? Akira Kurosawa looked at the members of the mighty pirates, who were still engulfed in a state of shame, and asked with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing his inquiry, they quickly lifted their heads. Indeed, esteemed Lord Kurosawa, we aspire to challenge you and claim the title of one of the three kings. Mondo refrained from mentioning that his crew was so destitute that they could not even afford to purchase clothing. Although he was rather forthright by nature, he found it difficult to voice such an embarrassing truth. Akira Kurosawa nodded thoughtfully, just when Mondo and his companions believed that he had acquiesced. A single query from him left them momentarily speechless. I am willing to engage in battle with you, but should you be defeated, what is it that I shall gain? Caught off guard by Kurosawa's question, Mondo found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, considering their dire financial circumstances, it seemed that even if Kurosawa emerged victorious, there would be little to be gained. Observing his leader's sudden silence, Moldos grew increasingly anxious. Such a splendid opportunity lay before them, and it could not be squandered. Captain, I still possess one life, he proposed eagerly. If you should lose, then let my life serve as compensation. What nonsense are you uttering? Mondo retorted, his frustration mounting. You are all individuals I brought from my homeland. Besides, it is I who would be the one to lose. If compensation is to be given, it ought to be for my life. As tensions began to rise among the group, Kurosawa, in a gesture of exasperation, waved his hand to quell the dispute. Enough. Let us cease this bickering. I have a proposition. Upon hearing Kurosawa's words, the others halted their quarrel and turned their attention toward him. Here's the deal. Should you lose, you shall serve me. Before Akira Kurosawa could finish his words, he was interrupted by Mordos. No way. Our captain is still aspiring to become the Pirate King. How can we serve you? Akira Kurosawa wore an expression of exasperation, confronted by this band of inept individuals. I have yet to finish my proposition. Should you falter, you shall serve me for a decade. Observing the hesitance among a few, Kurosawa pressed further. You are still relatively young. Even after 10 years, you would merely be around 40. Moreover, your service will not be in vain. I shall compensate you monthly. Upon hearing of the monetary reward, their interest peaked. How much are we talking about? Mondo and his crew deliberated privately for a moment before cautiously inquiring. With a smile, Kurosawa responded, Rest assured, each of you will receive 500,000 berries every month. Their eyes sparkled at this figure, and Moldos eagerly tugged at Mondo's somewhat tattered sleeve. Captain, 500,000 a month. Previously, our best fishing yields barely netted us a meager sum of over 100,000 berries. Mondo, undeterred by Moldos' excitement, turned to their strategist, Keld. It was evident that Keld had never encountered such wealth. Captain, over 10 years, we could amass 360 million berries, surpassing our total bounty combined. Mondo, upon hearing the figure of 300 million, felt a haze of disbelief wash over him, his laughter echoing. Very well, I accept your offer. Seeing the joy sparked by the prospect of monetary gain, Kurosawa too smiled. Not to mention 300 million, even doubling that would suffice. He was not particularly short on funds, and as long as these individuals were willing to join him, he was confident they would remain loyal to his family a decade hence. It could be said that by acquiescing to Kurosawa's terms, these individuals were effectively pledging their eternal allegiance to his family. As Kurosawa beamed with satisfaction, Mondo and his companions laughed even more heartily. Is this truly the new world? The conditions here are quite dire. A small, coffin-like boat bobbed upon the waves, where Hawkeye surveyed his surroundings. Beside the vessel lay the carcass of a colossal sea creature, which had attempted to ambush him upon his arrival, only to be cleaved in two by his blade. Other sea beasts sensed the ominous aura emanating from the surface and dared not approach, even as the tempting remains of their fallen kin lay in sight. Let me first ascertain my location, he mused, before seeking out Kurosawa. Akira Kurosawa's emergence in the New World has undoubtedly stirred considerable curiosity regarding his current prowess. Although he has previously suffered defeat at Kurosawa's hands, he maintains the belief that only immense pressure can catalyze swifter growth in the art of swordsmanship. Furthermore, after an extended voyage across the vast ocean, Eagle Eye finds himself nostalgic for Kurosawa's exquisite wines. In a previously uncharted expanse of the New World, a colossal vessel emerges from the depths of the sea. Captain, where are we? A towering figure, adorned with horns, sporting purple skin and a visage reminiscent of a demon, surveys the surroundings. Navigator, what is our current location? The navigator raises his hand to inspect the compass, then retrieves a map to ascertain their position. Captain Moria, it appears we have entered the territory of Kaido of the Beasts. Oh, Kaido of the Beasts? ISNT that our objective? With a sweeping gesture, Moria commands, let us venture to the lair of the beast pirates in Wano and stir up some trouble for Kaido. Indeed, Chapter 95, Barrett and Crocodile Boom. A figure is sent flying, while Kurosawa remains steadfast in his position. Captain, Moldos rushes to check on his captain, who has been hurled away. It seems your captain may need a brief respite. Akira Kurosawa gazed at the anxious individuals before him and spoke calmly. After the ship's doctor, Lena, conducted her examination, it was revealed that their captain had merely succumbed to unconsciousness, prompting a collective sigh of relief among the group. We shall honor our promise and serve you for a decade, declared Kayurd, standing resolutely before the others as he regarded Kurosawa with earnestness. Having attained the desired outcome, Kurosawa no longer felt irked by their interference in his affairs. Then come in, he said. You may reside here for the time being, and arrangements will be made for you subsequently. Akira Kurosawa waved his hand and turned to enter the manor, watching their future employer disappear within. The members of the giant force pirates exchanged glances, and finally, Kel deeply inhaled and said, let us proceed, everyone. He then took the lead and followed suit into the manor. Akira Kurosawa wore a look of sheer delight. Although he effortlessly subdued Mundo in their recent confrontation, he sensed that a formidable power still lay dormant within Mundo, yet to be unleashed. Akira Kurosawa shook his head in a mixture of regret and contemplation. These individuals, particularly Mondo, possessed immense talent, yet their lack of formal training from a young age had led to a somewhat squandered potential. However, it is not too late. Once the arrival of Mao's drawing occurs, I shall establish a training institution in this new world that is truly my own. Akira Kurosawa, lost in contemplation, embraced Yonglin. Prior to his departure from the New World during the last mouse drawing, he had expressed to him the intention of bringing all the orphans from his family upon his next visit. The plan was to conduct unified training for them in the New World, as the constant transportation between the four seas and the New World had become exceedingly cumbersome. Henceforth, the responsibility of the four seas would solely be to search for promising orphans, who would then undergo collective training in the New World. The majority of the islands and coastal environments in the New World were rather harsh, making them ideal for their training. As for the former steward and several instructors, Kurosawa had personally reached out to them. Unfortunately, the elderly gentlemen, due to their advanced age, were rather reluctant to leave their homeland. Akira Kurosawa shook his head in resignation, deciding to leave some of the younger orphans in the care of a few elderly guardians. Once he discovers the pure gold, it is likely that those old men will cease to complain about their age. However, he must devote more attention to the pure gold now. As he heard from Mouse that Teacher Lia has not been in good health lately, and Teacher Mion has also refrained from engaging in battles with Teacher Lia. In their spare time, the two old men seemed to enjoy bickering. Akira Kurosawa chuckled helplessly. These two teachers had been vying for superiority ever since he first welcomed them into the family, and their penchant for bickering had not waned. There was little he could do about it. After some contemplation, he resolved not to linger any longer. With no pressing matters at hand, he decided to directly acquire the pure gold. Having made up his mind, he set his plans in motion. He then retrieved his communication device. Master, came the voice from the other end. Lafitte, is there anything urgent at the moment? Master, our territory has stabilized. Occasionally, we encounter minor pirates from the Grand Line, but with the vigilance of the Toro Wings, we should face no significant issues. Lafitte found Kurosawa's inquiry peculiar, as he had consistently reported these matters. Despite his reluctance to engage, if there is nothing pressing, send a few people from the islands. I need you to deliver some items, and they must be trustworthy. Understood, Master. Though Lafitte was somewhat puzzled, he refrained from delving deeper. As a crew member, it was his duty to fulfill the captain's orders. Very well. Akira Kurosawa hung up the phone. He intended to entrust those instruments to individuals from other islands, allowing them to install the devices upon their return. One might wonder why someone as significant as Kurosawa would not undertake the task personally. After all, with the confidence instilled by years of training his subordinates and possessing the formidable conqueror's Haki, he certainly had reason to believe in his own capabilities. Subsequently, he embraced Yang Lin and proceeded to the room, resuming his previously interrupted firefighting efforts. 1 against 3, Kurosawa still possessed the strength for such a challenge. Kurosawa, you say? A cold man with golden hair, clad in military attire, sat upon a massive rock, perusing a newspaper that bore a photograph of Kurosawa confronting Mird, with Long Quan and others standing behind him. How intriguing, he thought, his gaze slowly shifting to Kurosawa as subordinates. They may not be the strongest based solely on their own power, but they appeared rather fragile. A cruel smile crept across his lips as he scrutinized Long Quan and his companions. These individuals seemed oddly familiar. This man was Douglas Barrett, who had pursued strength since childhood, having endured a series of betrayals that rendered him incapable of trusting anyone. He believed that by becoming the strongest, he would no longer need to rely on others. I am curious to see if those who place their faith in others possess sufficient strength themselves. Just as he contemplated this, a group suddenly appeared on the island. One of them, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and chewing on a cigar, surveyed the surroundings before abruptly turning his gaze towards Barrett sitting on the rock. Hey, where's this place? This was Crocodile, who had just arrived in the New World. His ship had recently reached these waters, and he found himself somewhat disoriented. However, he was relieved to discover an island not long after. Barrett lifted his gaze to the source of the voice, suddenly sensing a formidable aura emanating from Crocodile. A warm-up before pursuing his target could prove advantageous. With a sinister grin, he discarded the newspaper and charged violently towards Crocodile. Is this how people in the New World behave? Witnessing Barrett's unprovoked aggression, Crocodile was far from convinced that this man was there to extend a warm welcome. Soon, the island erupted with the sound of tremendous collisions, as swirling sands began to envelop the entire land, revealing only a massive shadow flickering amidst the chaos. After several days of calm, amidst the reports of his subordinates, Kurosawa finally emerged from his warm cocoon. It was no easy feat. Several delicate legs had been resting upon him, and he had expended considerable effort to disentangle himself from their embrace. It was quite exhausting, and he felt quite aggrieved. Young master, dressed impeccably, Akira Kurosawa entered the hall, casting a puzzled glance at Lafayette as he surveyed the assembled crew, including Tiger Wing and others. Didn't we agree to send a random selection of individuals? He inquired. Yet, it was evident that these were the most trustworthy among them. With a smile, Lafayette gestured towards Tiger Wing and the others, who stood a little taller in response. Chapter 96. Musings on the Sky Island, though a trace of concern lingered regarding the absence of Tiger Wing and the others, and whether other islands might fall prey to some reckless pirates. Kurosawa found himself unexpectedly nostalgic for the silence devoid of Enel and Tiger Wing's usual clamor. Let them plunder. It's a simple matter to reclaim what's ours and, in the process, ensure those foolish enough to challenge us meet their demise at sea. In truth, Kurosawa had underestimated the strength of the remaining members beyond the group leaders, particularly the fishmen, who possessed strength tenfold that of an ordinary human. Each veteran of the combat teams, having survived numerous fierce battles alongside Kurosawa, was a testament to their formidable prowess. While they might falter against the monstrous entities of the sea, placed in the first half of the Grand Line, or the Four Seas, they could easily rank among the elite fighters. These seasoned veterans wielded the rare ability of dual Haki, with some having consumed devil fruits. Although they were primarily of the Zoan type, their years of martial training rendered them remarkably powerful. However, the number of those who had survived to this point was limited. Otherwise, Kurosawa would have already considered launching an assault against Big Mom and Kaido, as the chaotic sea comprised merely a handful of islands, with their territory being the smallest among the three emperors. Boss, it's been a while, greeted Enel, who had noticeably grown taller and naturally stronger during this time. Nevertheless, Kurosawa sensed an aura emanating from Enel, suggesting he had recently achieved a breakthrough and had yet to master his newfound strength fully. This fellow never seems to rest. Thus, I had no choice but to bring him along, Lafayette remarked to Kurosawa, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he noted Enel's diligent training since their acquisition of the chaotic sea. Akira Kurosawa observed the various members below him, sensing a notable increase in their inner vitality, and nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that everyone had diligently engaged in their training during this period. Young master, before departing, Shu Wei meticulously organized all affairs, which will undoubtedly lighten our usual burdens. Tiger Wing promptly interjected, speaking on behalf of his old comrade. The group leaders had grown up together, sharing a bond forged in their childhood. Although it had been quite some time since they last met, their camaraderie remained intact. Each time Shu Wei arrived in the new world, he would bring an array of delightful treasures for these veteran members. Aware that Tiger Wing and the others would not be managing matters in his absence, he had thoroughly arranged the governance of their respective islands, leaving them merely to review reports periodically, thus sparing them considerable effort. Indeed, Shu Wei has performed admirably. Without you warriors, I would be uncertain of the profitability of my territories. Kurosawa jested with a chuckle. Listening to his playful reprimand, Tiger Wing scratched his head, fully aware that, despite the young master's words, Kurosawa recognized their management capabilities and harbored no fear of inciting his displeasure. Akira Kurosawa found himself somewhat exasperated. Although he commanded a considerable number of combat personnel, the management team had only consisted of Lafitte and Shu Wei over the years, while the leader of the Serpent Group, Shaoqing, oversaw a vast assassination squad. Her overly straightforward demeanor rendered her ill-suited for the complexities of management. Although Shu Wei had a few subordinates, their capabilities were only sufficient to sustain their operations in the Four Seas, and even that proved to be a challenge, let alone in the more formidable New World. Nonetheless, the Four Seas remained crucial, as the majority of Kurosawa's weapon manufacturing facilities were situated in the West Sea. The region's abundant population and inexpensive labor, coupled with its comparatively weaker overall strength, meant that he did not need to expend excessive resources on protecting his factories. While several islands in the New World were gradually beginning to generate profits for Kurosawa, the returns were still meager due to their short operational history and sparse population, falling far short of the economic contributions made by the West Sea's weapon factories. Moreover, as the family's collaboration with Fishman Island deepened, the treasures from the ocean floor began to yield promising income for Kurosawa. However, what he valued most were the obscure minerals hidden beneath the sea. Buried deep beneath the waves, these riches had accumulated over centuries, and merely contemplating their existence made Kurosawa salivate. Should he succeed in extracting these treasures, he might ascend to become the wealthiest individual in the world. And then there were the Sky Islands. Akira Kurosawa ponda silenti. The Sky Island was a territory he could never relinquish. Firstly, its geographical location made it impervious to easy targeting by adversaries. Furthermore, the unique shellfish it produced promised substantial profits for Kurosawa. However, his family currently lacked the means to access the Sky Island with ease, leaving him at standstill. Relying on Lafitte for every cargo transport to the island seemed rather extravagant. He had not yet reached such a level of luxury. Nevertheless, in Akira Kurosawa's mind, there emerged the image of the Golden Ark constructed by Enel in the original work, a vessel capable of soaring to the moon. Although it relies on electric power for propulsion, the renowned master of the sea, Tom, still draws breath. Kurosawa, Akira, maintained a relatively amicable relationship, and with the connection to Fishman Island, it seemed plausible that he could make some modifications to the Ark's propulsion system. If Luffy's Sunny could be fueled by cola, surely this vessel could also be equipped with an alternative energy source. Contemplating this, Kurosawa found himself in a quandary. Previously, there had been no issues, yet, upon a moment's reflection, a multitude of concerns had suddenly emerged. It appeared imperative to expedite Mouse's arrival in the New World. Akira Kurosawa, at times, found himself disinclined to engage in certain tasks personally. With the Mouse drawing residing in the West Sea, conveying instructions proved rather inconvenient, prompting the need for a solution as the Mouse drawing transitioned to the New World. Shaking his head, Kurosawa felt that his cognitive resources had been utterly depleted for the day. Subsequently, he ceased pondering further and struck up a conversation with Lafitte. These are a few new members I have recently reclaimed. However, I have made an agreement with them to pledge their loyalty to me for only a decade. After 10 years, they shall be granted their freedom. Lafitte, I leave the matter in your capable hands. Akira Kurosawa, gesturing towards the awakened Mondo and his crew, exchanged a knowing wink with Lafitte. In an instant, Lafitte comprehended Kurosawa's intent. The young master had taken a liking to these individuals and wished to permanently claim them. He then turned his gaze to Mondo, recognizing them as the formidable members of the giant force pirate crew who had previously entered these waters. Very well, young master, let us have them accompany me henceforth. A flicker of crimson light shone in Lafitte's eyes, and through his observation Haki, he discerned the considerable power residing within the leader Mondo and the formidable Moldos. Lafitte was exceedingly pleased with the strength of these individuals. Chapter 97. Seeking the Lanternfish's Trail. The purpose of gathering you all here is to equip your respective islands with several instruments. Akira Kurosawa sat in his chair and waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to bring forth the instruments. I require each of you to install one of these devices on every island, placing each one at the very heart of its respective island. Akira Kurosawa gestured towards the instrument, addressing the other members. Young master, what purpose does this device serve? Enel inquired with curiosity. It will assist me in pinpointing a large fish that roams within our waters. Though Akira did not elaborate further, the others were simply relieved to know it pertained to a fish. They pondered the reason behind Akira's grand preparations for the capture of a mere fish, assuming it must hold significant value for him. After spending a day in the land of the giants, the group, including Tiger Wing, departed with the instrument, while Akira quietly awaited their prompt installation of the device. Is that Barrett? Damn it, Crocodile muttered, seated upon his ship. Upon arriving in the New World, he had been unexpectedly coerced into a fight with Barrett, resulting in a stalemate that left him quite vexed. Although Crocodile's physical prowess was average, he had mastered the intricacies of his devil fruit abilities and was adept in both forms of Haki, proving sufficient to match Barrett, who had been formidable even 2 decades prior. The New World indeed boasted an abundance of powerful individuals. Reflecting on Barrett's reason for attacking him, merely seeking a bit of exercise, Crocodile's expression darkened. There are indeed many lunatics. He spat disdainfully. Nevertheless, despite the altercation, he at least had clarity regarding his location. They were currently on the fringes of the chaotic sea, and to reach Whitebeard's territory, they must traverse the waters ruled by Akira and Charlotte Linli. Let us first resupply in the chaotic sea, Crocodile decided, realizing he needed to recuperate after the skirmish to face Whitebeard. Meanwhile, beneath the turbulent waters of the chaotic sea, a submarine glided through the depths. Crocodile. Quite the intriguing fellow, Barrett remarked as he piloted his small submarine. Upon encountering Crocodile, a surge of exhilaration surged within him, prompting an impulsive charge. For Barrett, the path ahead seemed solely defined by the pursuit of strength and combat. Since Roger's demise, he had lost his life's direction, gradually spiraling into chaos. At this moment, his singular desire was to become the strongest in the world, with little clarity on what would follow. Sitting in his seat, he tended to his wounds inflicted by Crocodile's attack. Had he not been intent on challenging Akira, their conflict might have continued longer. Grabbing a morsel of food, he took a couple of bites and stumbled upon a map. Giant Spirit Island. Barrett's gaze shifted towards Akira's location. Wait for me. I shall arrive shortly. On the other side, after a prolonged wait, Akira finally received word from Tiger Wing and the others. Young master, the device has been successfully installed. Akira Kurosawa stood at the location where the instruments were meticulously arranged before Neld, surrounded by several telebugs. Let us activate all the buttons, he instructed. Subsequently, his gaze fixated intently on the large screen of the apparatus. In an instant, as everyone pressed the buttons, the screen illuminated, revealing several red dots that indicated the locations of other instruments scattered across various islands. The primary device, stationed by the Kingdom of the Giants, served as the core of this operation, with the others functioning to complement its capabilities. As the 10 instruments commenced their operation, an invisible and inaudible wave of enigmatic energy enveloped the tumultuous waters. According to the description on the paper, the apparatus was designed to capture the golden organ located on the forehead of the lanternfish. Furthermore, it could emit a scent reminiscent of pure gold to entice the lanternfish to take the bait. However, the initial task was to locate the lanternfish itself. Despite its frequent appearances in the chaotic waters, this magnificent creature sometimes ventured into other seas for hunting. As time gradually slipped away, Kurosawa began to feel a sense of impatience. Was the massive fish not currently residing in the chaotic waters? Although the lanternfish was indeed colossal, capable of engulfing an entire island, it still seemed diminutive in comparison to the vast expanse of the ocean. Observing the swirling signals on the large screen, Kurosawa felt a moment of helplessness. Yet, at this juncture, waiting appeared to be the only course of action available to him. Just as he began to contemplate surrendering, the instrument finally responded. A green dot materialized on the screen, accompanied by a resounding alert from the apparatus. Akira Kurosawa hurriedly stepped forward to investigate, seeking to discern the whereabouts of this elusive lanternfish, which seemed remarkably adept at concealing itself. This place. Kurosawa's brows knitted slightly, not because the anglerfish was situated in an inaccessible location, but rather due to its current position at the intersection of Big Mom's territory and the chaotic seas. Given the size of that anglerfish, should Kurosawa engage in combat, the resultant disturbances would likely attract the attention of Charlotte Linli. Moreover, should the fish attempt to flee, there was a significant possibility it would venture into Charlotte Linli's domain, making it quite challenging to pinpoint its location thereafter. However, it was fortunate that a device capable of simulating the aura of pure gold could be utilized to lure the creature away from its current vicinity. The capabilities of this instrument were remarkably impressive, and Kurosawa felt quite satisfied with it. It was likely that this device was crafted by the very individual who invented pure gold. Indeed, when it comes to saving one's beloved kin, humans are capable of extraordinary feats, much like in the apocalyptic saga of Resident Evil that Kurosawa had witnessed in a previous life. A mere vial of T-virus nearly led to the annihilation of the entire world, and the creator of that small concoction did so solely to save his daughter. Akira Kurosawa felt a twinge of sentimentality. Indeed, it is the cutting-edge technology that reigns supreme. He then began to ponder where to lure this magnificent catch. After much contemplation, Kurosawa finally reached a resolution. Here, he decided. With a gesture of his finger, a name appeared below, Swordsman Island. This isle lies at the heart of the chaotic seas, far from the fringes of turmoil, thus alleviating concerns of attracting the attention of other formidable beings. Moreover, the other members would also converge here, as none would be too distant from Swordsman Island, facilitating their convenience of access. Even in the event of an unexpected assault after their departure, they would be able to return and mount a defense. However, capturing a single fish would not require an excessive amount of time. Akira Kurosawa contemplated for a moment before contacting Lafitte and others, instructing them to finalize their affairs and join him on Swordfish Island in 2 days for a fishing expedition. Chapter 98, Ambush of the Lanternfish. Akira Kurosawa navigated his vessel towards the fabled Swordmaster Island. He had meticulously calibrated his instruments, and in 2 days, they would autonomously emit waves of pure golden essence upon the waters, not far from the island. At that point, all he needed to do was lie in wait, patiently anticipating the arrival of his quarry. Why not release the waves directly upon the island? With so few islands in existence, allowing this great fish to devour one would only lead to greater impoverishment. Before long, Kurosawa arrived at Swordmaster Island, where his companions, including the formidable Tiger Wing, awaited his presence. Young master, they greeted him, rising in unison to pay their respects. Indeed, he replied, Akira Kurosawa, note that, taking his seat at the head of the table and adjusting his posture. You may have some uncertainties regarding this operation, he began. Upon hearing his initial words, the members of the group, including Tiger Wings, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, their attention fully captured. The target of their endeavor was indeed a lanternfish of such colossal proportions that it could consume entire islands. Upon this revelation, the others assumed that Kurosawa was concerned about the potential threat this massive creature posed to their territory, and they nodded in understanding, sharing a common fear of awakening one day only to find themselves within the belly of the beast. Observing that his words had barely left his lips before they jumped to conclusions, Kurosawa felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Nevertheless, he refrained from offering further clarification. It sufficed that they recognized the significance of the matter at hand. This formidable fish must be captured. A day later, off the coast of Swordmaster Island, a colossal ship belonging to the giants floated serenely on the surface of the sea. Akira Kurosawa reclined comfortably upon the bosom of Gorilina, basking in the warm sunlight. Young master, the instrument has commenced emitting fluctuations. Since arriving here, Kurosawa had entrusted the instrument's variations to Lafitte, for he lacked the patience for such matters. The lanternfish has begun to stir. The green dot on the instrument began to move swiftly, heading directly towards the location of Kurosawa and his companions. The target will reach our vicinity in half a day. Indeed, Akira Kurosawa nodded. Is the bait ready? The damaged vessels are prepared, my lord. Do we truly require so many? Not far away, a multitude of battered ships lay clustered together, remnants left behind by adversaries who had dared to invade the tumultuous seas after their conquest. Enel, you're the most vital piece in this intricate puzzle. Akira Kurosawa gazed intently at Enel and solemnly instructed, you must unleash the maximum electrical current the moment the lanternfish reveals itself. It is not necessary to kill it outright. At the very least, you should incapacitate it for a fleeting instant. Understood, boss, Enel replied, his excitement evident as he nodded vigorously. Having trained alongside Lafitte for some time, he felt a marked enhancement in his abilities, and his mastery over the rumble fruit had significantly progressed. Dawnly at that moment, I will work with Lafitte to restrain the lanternfish, granting you the necessary time to execute the fatal strike, which shall be entrusted to you, the giant clan. Rest assured, young master, we shall handle it, Donli affirmed with a serious nod. Kurosawa's elaborate preparations indicated the immense significance this colossal fish held for him. The giant clan was poised to showcase their most formidable techniques, a matter of great importance. Having relied on the fruits consumed by Helding and others to harness their powers. While this had sufficed for Donli and Bragi, it was clear that the giants possessed a strength uniquely their own. The devil fruits were merely external possessions. Under Kurosawa's meticulous arrangements, everyone was poised and ready, awaiting the appearance of their quarry. As time inexorably ticked away, the green dot on the screen drew ever closer, until it eventually halted, ceasing its movement. It was approaching. All eyes were fixed intently on the tranquil sea ahead, yet beneath the surface, something ominous appeared to be gliding through the dark waters. Young master, we have spotted the great fish. At that moment, the Fishman subordinates from Fishman Island fulfilled their purpose. They had been monitoring the waters and finally detected a massive shadow sweeping across the ocean floor. Everyone prepare. The group immediately assumed a state of readiness. With Enel soaring into the air, his body crackling with electric energy as he began to gather strength. The once calm sea suddenly churned, with water at the center flowing outward, causing the bait vessels to be swept chaotically by the turbulent currents. A shadow emerged on the surface as the underwater creature rapidly ascended towards the light. The shadow expanded increasingly, and the sea surged with ever more intensity. In the next moment, a colossal current erupted skyward, followed by the emergence of a gigantic fish head. Good heavens! The crew on the ship collectively gasped, for the immense giant warship of the Titan race appeared as diminutive as an apple in comparison to the fish head that surfaced. Even the teeth within the lanternfish's mouth dwarfed that of a giant. Akira Kurosawa had long been mentally prepared. He was not taken aback by the creature's immense size. Instead, he soared into the air and shouted towards Enel. This sudden exclamation roused Enel from his reverie, prompting him to swiftly direct the electric currents he had been gathering towards the colossal fish head. Just as the giant fish, still perplexed by the absence of pure gold, registered a potent sense of impending danger overhead, it was too late to react before the attack struck. A thunderous crackle erupted as the tremendous electric charge surged forth. Kurosawa unsheathed his blade, whisper, and delivered a powerful slash at the massive fish, though it paled in comparison to the creature's vast bulk. Meanwhile, the crew aboard the ship awoke in response to Kurosawa's thunderous call, unleashing their most formidable assaults. Lafitte transformed into his beastly form, soaring aloft and summoning a tremendous tempest that whipped the sea into towering waves. The lanternfish, besieged by the onslaught, emitted a resounding cry and thrashed violently. Yet the overwhelming electric current rendered it rigid, preventing an immediate retreat to the depths. Following his attack, Kurosawa unleashed his conqueror's Haki, crashing into the fish's head, causing its eyes to glaze over. Donli and Brokey, who had been preparing for this moment, unleashed their combined might. As their energies reached a crescendo, they struck out simultaneously, merging their forces into one. The resulting surge cleaved the sea as it barreled towards the lanternfish's head. Chapter 99, Slay, Discovering Pure Gold. At that moment, within the lanternfish's belly, the inhabitants of the small islands lay prostrate in terror, their world turned upside down as if heralding the apocalypse, accompanied by an ominous cacophony. What transpired? Had they been assaulted by another colossal sea creature? Miski, along with AC, huddled in their makeshift dwelling, draped in dinosaur skin, visibly shaken. Gathering his resolve, he trembled to his feet, donned his dinosaur hide, and dashed towards his laboratory. If the lanternfish had indeed been attacked, the prospect of escape grew significantly. Before fleeing, he intended to retrieve his research findings. He yearned to announce to the world that he had finally discovered the elixir of eternal life, pure gold. While many would have succumbed to the terrifying solitude of living alone within the lanternfish for over a century, he, Miski, had persevered against all odds. What sustains him, preventing him from succumbing to despair, is not the memory of his deceased wife, nor the illusion of his long-lost daughter. It is pure gold. He yearns for the world to acknowledge his groundbreaking discovery, a means to achieve immortality through pure gold. Upon his departure, he envisions himself instantly becoming the wealthiest individual, for he possesses the most precious treasure in existence. On a distant island, a young girl is desperately fleeing upon the back of a sea lizard. What could possibly be the matter with Lord Bonpali? Is someone attempting to eliminate him? How splendid! Perhaps, Elizabeth, we might find our escape. Bonpali is the name the girl has bestowed upon the lanternfish, while Elizabeth is the name she has chosen for her steed, the sea lizard. as she finds it quite melodious. This golden-haired maiden is named Miskina Olga. Indeed, she is the daughter of Miskina AC. AC had long believed his daughter to be dead. Unaware that Olga had survived, sustained by the pure gold ring he had given her, she had lived for over a century within the belly of the fish. However, the very ring that preserved her life also stunted her growth, leaving her forever in the guise of child. Father and daughter have coexisted for over 100 years within the confines of the fish, yet they remained powerless, too fearful to explore other islands. As the land is inhabited by various dinosaurs, any one of which could easily bring about their demise. Thus, they came to believe that apart from themselves, all others on the island had perished. Consequently, for over a century, they have contentedly remained on their isolated island, never daring to venture beyond its shores. Above the ocean, the carcass of a great fish lies, sprawled across the surface, a massive wound in its head forming a gaping hole. As the attacks from Linli and his companion have pierced through the giant fish's skull, Akira Kurosawa clapped his hands gently, allowing them to rest upon the increasingly charred head of the lanternfish. Everyone has done remarkably well. As the crew gathered around the colossal remains of the creature, they disembarked from their vessel to truly grasp its immense size. Standing atop, its carcass offered a perspective akin to being on a vast island. Indeed, this fish is monumental. Tiger Wing gasped in astonishment. Despite having encountered such gargantuan beings before, the marvel never ceased to amaze. I feel it surpasses the goldfish we encountered in the small garden, he observed. Leg, gliding gracefully through the air, scrutinized the great fish's remains and remarked with profound contemplation. Meanwhile, Akira Kurosawa paid little heed to their numerous exclamations. As his primary focus was on uncovering the purpose of his expedition, he swiftly approached the luminous organ of the lanternfish, silently assessing the now dimming beacon. A frown creased his brow, and doubt crept into his mind. It seems unlikely that pure gold resides within. Could it be hidden elsewhere? This lanternfish was known for its voracious appetite for pure gold, and its size, having thrived for over a century, attested to its long life sustained by such treasures. Yet, where had all the gold it consumed ultimately vanished? Kurosawa speculated that it might be stored within the organ on its forehead. Surely, it cannot be completely digested, otherwise. This lanternfish would become the monk of the pirate world, granting immortality with a single bite. Without further deliberation, Kurosawa gently sliced open the massive organ and ventured inside. The interior was filled with the flesh of the lanternfish, devoid of any peculiar substances. Nevertheless, Kurosawa's skepticism drove him deeper into the recesses. Gradually, just as he neared the core, a faint glimmer of gold caught his eye. Intrigued, he hastily moved towards the source of the light. At last, he reached the center of the organ, where he beheld a gold nugget, as large as a basketball, embedded within the flesh, emanating a soft glow that cast a golden hue upon his face. Is this pure gold? He pondered. Akira Kurosawa stepped forward, gently caressing the object that appeared to be made of pure gold. Akira Kurosawa placed his hand upon it, eyes closed, as he slowly attuned himself to the sensations. His awareness expanded, enveloping him in a vibrant aura. Gradually, he discerned an unusual essence seeping into his being, and before long, this essence intertwined with the energy pulsing within him. Akira Kurosawa felt a sense of unease. The power within him not only had the capacity to continually transform his own physique, but he also surmised that this very energy was the reason his soul had been able to traverse realms. Should any misfortune befall this energy, it would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to him. However, the concerns that plagued Kurosawa did not materialize. After intertwining with the peculiar aura, he sensed that the energy within him grew increasingly potent, while the strange presence faded away. Kurosawa finally regained his composure, gazing at the pure gold in his hand, only to discover that its radiance had diminished slightly. Could it be that the energy within me has absorbed a portion of the power of this pure gold? Akira Kurosawa harbored a hint of speculation. Unfortunately, his understanding of the energy within his body was rather superficial. This particular energy had only absorbed the essence of the devil fruit and pure gold, and even then, the quantities were minimal. The energy derived from the devil fruit could absorb a maximum of only one at a time, while the essence of pure gold had only been absorbed in a trivial amount. Given the basketball-sized piece of pure gold, such a minuscule quantity was utterly insignificant. Each time the energy within Kurosawa reached satisfaction, it signaled him akin to a satiated state, which is why he had never dared to attempt feeding it 2 devil fruits at once. What if the second fruit could not be absorbed and instead was consumed by him? It is worth noting that the devil fruits he offered were, in fact, rather inferior specimens. The abilities of these fruits were predominantly feeble. Should Kurosawa consume one, it would not bestow him with any substantial power, but rather instill a fear of the sea and sea stone. Chapter 100. Entering the lanternfish's body before long. Kurosawa emerged with the piece of pure gold in hand, prompting Tiger Wing and the others to converge around him. Young master, is there still gold within this large fish? Upon witnessing the gold in Kurosawa's grasp, excitement rippled through the group. It turned out that this immense fish housed such precious treasures as gold. This was no ordinary gold. Akira Kurosawa smiled softly, but refrained from elucidating that it was pure gold. He intended to seize an opportune moment to explain the purpose of this precious metal to them. At present, Haki and his companions were still youthful, their powers on the ascent, while pure gold would impede the growth of their cells, thus hindering their personal development. It was akin to the little girl residing within the lanternfish. Over a century had elapsed, yet she remained in the guise of a child, utterly undeveloped. Within this lanternfish, there also lay several islands. Akira Kurosawa pointed towards the lanternfish, its abdomen now swollen with an immense influx of seawater. The great fish was inundated, as if a flood had been unleashed within. Inside, Akira sensed that something was amiss. Had this fish been slain? He gazed at the rushing waters with uncertainty, realizing he must escape swiftly, otherwise he would inevitably be submerged. Hastily, Akira packed away his research data from the laboratory and returned to his abode on the island, bringing along a fist-sized ingot of pure gold, and dragged forth a small boat he had painstakingly crafted. He hoped the sea would be less turbulent. Observing the raging currents, Akira felt a pang of anxiety. The water level was steadily rising, yet the ferocious waves were clearly unsuitable for navigating his fragile vessel. With this boat, it would not be long before he was scattered by the surging sea, and not only would his precious data and gold be lost, but his very life would be at stake. Damn it! What could have slain the lanternfish? As he watched the seemingly unrelenting waters, his anxiety deepened. He had initially suspected that a colossal sea creature might have been responsible for the fish's demise, for the most delectable parts of fish typically resided in the belly, and he could have escaped through the torn abdomen. Yet now, silence enveloped the outside world, save for the persistent sound of the flowing water. Akira began to doubt that a sea creature had been the culprit. Rather, it seemed another entity was involved. What has come over Lord Bonapali today? Is he so thirsty? Olga, perched upon the sorrowful sea lizard, gazed curiously at the encroaching seawater. Elizabeth, could it be that Lord Bonapali has perished? She murmured to herself. A peculiar habit she had developed during her century-long confinement, often speaking to herself in solitude. The waters continued to rise, yet the terrifying sounds and ominous noises had ceased. Within the lanternfish, only the sound of rushing water remained. Numerous creatures on the island also felt a wave of unease, rising to flee in all directions. The interior of this fish is indeed quite spacious, my young master. Akira Kurosawa and his companions had now entered the depths of the lanternfish, where they stumbled upon several small islands that had been engulfed. As they observed the frantic creatures darting about the islands, a sense of astonishment washed over them. It was truly unexpected to discover that such life could endure in this peculiar realm. Akira Kurosawa was somewhat astonished by this scene, having previously encountered the inverted mountains whale, Labu, in the original text. Within its depths lay a resort established by Kurokasu. Just as the onlookers were marveling at the spectacle, a little girl riding a sea lizard suddenly appeared. "Are you outsiders?" she exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon seeing the likes of Haki and others. This was Olga's first encounter with a living person since being swallowed by the lanternfish. Captivated by Olga, Haki and his companions were taken aback to discover that, within a lanternfish, there are not only creatures, but also living humans. Consequently, they approached her and began to engage in conversation. Although Akira Kurosawa was aware that two individuals resided within the lanternfish, the passage of time had caused him to forget their names. Subsequently, during conversation, Tiger Wing and the others learned the name of the little girl, and they were astonished to discover that she hailed from over a century ago. When it was revealed that the girl had managed to survive for such an extended period solely due to a ring she wore upon her finger, their amazement only deepened. "This is a treasure my father devised to cure my ailment. It is said to be pure gold." The young girl proudly raised her hand, showcasing the ring to Tiger Wing and the others. While they were captivated by the ring's allure, none harbored thoughts of claiming it for themselves, for they were still youthful and devoid of greed for immortality. Moreover, the fact that the girl had retained her youthful appearance for over 100 years made it clear to them that pure gold would halt their own growth, a notion that was difficult for them to accept. Meanwhile, Lafayette deduced certain truths and exchanged a glance with Akira Kurosawa, who responded with a smile, leading Lafayette to comprehend his intent without further elaboration. Akira Kurosawa was undoubtedly aware of the substantial amount of pure gold that the little girl's father must still possess within the lanternfish's belly. However, he was certain that he would eventually acquire these treasures. It was simply not yet the right moment for him and his followers to utilize them. The pure gold was originally intended by Kurosawa to be procured for the family's old steward and a few esteemed teachers. Let us proceed to explore other islands, he declared, prompting his companions to cease their conversation with the little girl. At that moment, the sea continued to surge relentlessly, and Kurosawa was eager to locate the whereabouts of a sea. Should he succumb to the waters, it would be a grave misfortune. For a scientist capable of producing pure gold, Kurosawa was quite keen to have him in his service. What? You say he might refuse? Then we shall simply eliminate him. I saved your life. And instead of expressing gratitude by serving me, you would rather meet your demise. Although a sea was indeed highly intelligent, what of it? I, Lord Kurosawa, not only rescued you, but also offered you employment. Have I not treated you well? Akira Kurosawa would not easily permit Ashier to depart, even though he no longer required Ashier to continue the development of pure gold. The mere knowledge of its existence granted Ashier a certain degree of control under Kurosawa's authority. To contemplate leaving? That would be tantamount to courting death. Kurosawa fancied himself a benevolent figure. Had he not seen Lafitte standing nearby, signaling whether he should eliminate the little girl? Chapter 101, Olga and Ashier, the arrival of Barrett. Accompanied by Olga, the group traversed a considerable distance. Although Lafitte had signaled Kurosawa, he was ultimately rebuffed. The elder Kurosawa did not view himself as a virtuous man, engaging in human trafficking and manufacturing firearms to sell to nations embroiled in conflict, yet he possessed a semblance of conscience. This young girl had endured a solitary existence since childhood. Over a century had passed, and she remained so small, which was pitiful enough. Ultimately, should he choose to release her, he could simply take responsibility for Olga. After all, how much could a little girl consume, and how exorbitant could her upkeep be? Throughout their journey, the little girl chattered incessantly with Haqi and Ligan, evidently burdened by over a century of solitude. Although pure gold stunted Olga's physical development, it simultaneously preserved her psychological age, allowing her to sustain such a long period of independence. Otherwise, even Ashier, if not driven by the hope of being recognized as the discoverer of pure gold and becoming the wealthiest individual in the world, might have succumbed to despair long ago. At this moment, Ashier was gradually losing his composure, the relentless tide instilling a sense of despair within him. He sensed that this opportunity represented the finest moment to realize his dreams, which had been a century in the making. Yet, fate proved to be less predictable than one might wish. The turbulent currents shattered his illusions. Just as he contemplated making a desperate bid, he heard the sound of voices behind him. This is my friend. I call her Elizabeth. Indeed, she has accompanied me all this time. Oh, look, there is someone ahead. Upon hearing the voices, Ashier excitedly turned to behold Kurosawa and his companions, who appeared almost divine. Daddy! Olga exclaimed, her eyes widening in recognition after a moment of shock. Ashier, too, lingered on the familiar visage of the little girl. Her features seemed reminiscent of someone he once knew. You are, he began, puzzled by the child rushing towards him. It was understandable, for the daughter he had long mourned had become a mere blur in his memory over the past century. I'm Olga, Daddy. I miss you so much. The little girl embraced Ashier, tears of joy streaming down her face. Throughout their journey, Olga had maintained a cheerful demeanor, but upon seeing the person she remembered most vividly, her fade of strength crumbled. Olga, is that truly you? Upon hearing the name, AC was instantly reminded of his daughter. Olga, you're indeed alive. Observing the little girl in his arms, the vague figure buried deep within his heart began to crystallize. The appearance of the girl gradually overlapped with that fleeting image, and in that moment, AC realized that his daughter had been alive all along. He simply had not perceived it. Olga, my daughter, I am so sorry. Witnessing the father and daughter embrace and weep, even the likes of Haqi and his companions were moved. Many of them had either never seen their parents since childhood or had lost them to the ravages of war. It could be said that the Koju family resembled an orphanage. As they observed this poignant scene, memories of their own absent parents flooded back. They thus afforded the father and daughter ample space, turning their attention to explore the surroundings. Before long, several small islands had been thoroughly examined by Koju and his companions. Aside from some ancient creatures and flora, nothing else of note was found. They then returned to the island where AC and his daughter remained. At that moment, the father and daughter were seated, with Olga seemingly animatedly recounting something to AC, who smiled as he gazed upon his daughter. Upon noticing Koju and the others approaching, the pair rose to their feet. AC, brimming with excitement, approached Koju, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Koju merely smiled and urged everyone to hasten their departure, for further conversation would soon be drowned by the rising tide. Realizing the urgency, AC quickly gathered his belongings, taking Olga's hand to follow Koju and the others out of the lanternfish's body. Goodness, what a colossal fish! Outside the carcass of the lanternfish, a submarine hovered, piloted by Barrett, who was surfacing to open the hatch. Initially intending to head directly to Dueling Island in search of Koju, he had encountered the enormous fish's corpse along the way. The wounds upon it did not appear to be inflicted by other sea creatures, suggesting human involvement. He had not anticipated the presence of such formidable beings in this vicinity. Observing the myriad scars on the fish's surface, Barrett's eyes glimmered with intrigue. He sensed the strength of the entity responsible for such damage. It seemed prudent to test his skills here. Noticing a massive pirate ship anchored beside the carcass, he deduced that strong individuals must be nearby. Hey, who are you? A giant approached the edge of the ship, scrutinizing Barrett. These giants had chosen to remain aboard rather than accompany Koju into the lanternfish's body. Stinson had originally intended to carve some meat from the fish's carcass for a barbecue, only to discover Barrett standing atop it. A giant? Barrett gazed at Stinson with a hint of curiosity. Did you slay this grand fish? Upon hearing Barrett's inquiry, Stinson felt a surge of pride. Indeed, we vanquished it together. Oh, it seems you possess considerable strength, Barrett replied, his excitement palpable as a smile crept across his face, and he playfully threw a punch at Stinson. Stinson, taken aback by Barrett's sudden aggression, questioned, "What are you doing?" Utilizing the powers of the swift fruit, he deftly evaded Barrett's attack, casting a dissatisfied glance in his direction. Meanwhile, Halding and the others, alerted by the commotion, rushed out. "What is happening, Stinson?" "I don't know. This fellow suddenly charged at me, intent on a fight." Following Stinson's pointed gesture, the group beheld Barrett, who had intruded onto their ship. "Hey, who are you? Why have you come aboard and attacked Stinson?" Donley approached, scrutinizing Barrett. He sensed a formidable energy radiating from the man before him. "Oh, so there are giants among you?" Barrett recalled the descriptions of the Kurosawa clan's influence mentioned in the newspapers, which seemed to include several giants. "It appears you are subordinates of the Kurosawa clan. Do you know our young master?" Halding inquired upon hearing Barrett's words. "Are you friend or foe?" "Me?" Barrett chuckled. "Consider me an adversary." No sooner had he spoken than he charged forward, swiftly closing the distance to Halding and delivering a powerful blow that sent him flying. Boom! Halding crashed to the ground, but quickly regained his footing, his body now encased in steel, rendering Barrett's strike ineffective. "You scoundrel!" Witnessing Barrett's aggression, Stinson's anger flared, and he activated the swift fruit to accelerate toward Barrett. "How dare you attack us without a word? Who gave you such audacity?" He swung his fist at Barrett. Barrett, exhilarated by Stinson's massive fist, responded eagerly, "Bring it on." He raised his own fist, and the two collided. However, Stinson was soon forced back several steps by Barrett's might. Clearly, in terms of raw power, Stinson fell short compared to Barrett. How is this possible? This fellow possesses such incredible strength. The other giants were taken aback. It was quite rare for an ordinary human to surpass a giant in a direct contest of strength. "Ha! Impressive strength indeed. It seems I can warm up now." Barrett twisted his neck, increasingly satisfied with the strength of the giant clan. "Stinson, I'm coming." Halding, enveloped in iron, charged forward, determined to confront Barrett head-on. Meanwhile, Barrett's hands darkened, clearly indicating the activation of his armament Haki. Another punch collided with force. This time, the power was significantly greater than their earlier exchanges. Halding visibly struggled, and despite his iron reinforcement, he still felt pain. Donley and Brokey, no longer willing to watch, realized that Halding and his companions were clearly outmatched. "Young ones, pay attention. Combat is not merely about swinging fists." The two warriors seized their weapons, positioning themselves before Halding and facing Barrett, whose armament Haki coiled around him. Oh, it seems true warriors have emerged. Observing the fully armed duo, Barrett became serious. Donley and Brokey regarded him gravely, cautious not to underestimate their opponent. Although uncertain of Barrett's intentions, it was evident that he was not one to be easily reasoned with. Furthermore, bearing the honor of the giant clan, they could not afford to retreat without a fight. "Come on," Brokey shouted, raising his weapon and striking down at Barrett. "Good." Barrett, exhilarated, blocked Brokey's attack with his Haki-imbued arm, causing himself to sink into the deck under the tremendous force. Noticing the stalemate, Donley prepared to charge in. As he swung his blade toward Barrett, The latter used his other hand to intercept the massive sword. Now that's the spirit. Barrett could sense the pressure from their assaults, which only fueled his excitement further. With a sudden push, he sent Dongli and Brokey flying while extracting himself from the deck. The battle had truly begun. A brutal and terrifying conqueror's Haki erupted from his being, stunning several giants, beads of cold sweat trickling down their faces. What a formidable conqueror's Haki! This strange fellow, Halding and the others, watching from the back, stared at Barrett in astonishment. However, being resilient warriors, they quickly regained their composure in the face of Barrett's overwhelming presence. Yet, this Haki still pales in comparison to our young master, Gorlina muttered through clenched teeth, her irritation directed at the arrogant Barrett. Nevertheless, Barrett paid them no mind, his keen gaze fixated on Dongli and Brokey, sensing that the two were gathering strength. Unleash whatever skills you possess. Barrett smirked disdainfully, his skin transforming into a deep azure hue, enveloped in an aura of sanguinary ferocity. Known as the Devil's Heir, or the successor of demons, he embodied the very essence of infernal might. This current manifestation of his being fused his domineering spirit, elevating his prowess to unprecedented levels, significantly augmenting both his speed and strength. The azure skin, coupled with a predatory grin, instilled an overwhelming sense of peril in Dongli and Brokey. Dongli, we can no longer afford to wait, Brokey bellowed. Dongli remained silent, but nodded slowly in agreement. The duo unleashed their long-prepared sovereign attack, a formidable force that, before even colliding with Barrett, had already conjured towering waves that surged dozens of meters into the air. Behold, the super-heavy cannon. Amidst the astonished expressions of Heidi and the others, Barrett's fist collided violently with the sovereign attack, unleashing a blinding radiance that illuminated the entire surface of the vessel, rendering the onlookers momentarily blinded. At the center of this tumultuous encounter, the surrounding waters gradually receded, and the entire ship appeared to sink several meters, while the sea level rose dramatically. The clouds above were violently dispersed, as if the sky itself had been ruptured. As the brilliant light finally waned, the spectators beheld the devastation wrought upon their ship. The bow had been utterly obliterated, leaving it barely afloat. Barrett knelt on the deck, panting heavily, his tattered shirt clinging to him, revealing a body marred by numerous scars. "Ah, this is exhilarating," he remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and tearing his already ragged shirt further, exposing his sinewy physique to the sunlight. The duo, Dongli and Brokey, stared in astonishment. Barrett was the second individual capable of withstanding their combined sovereign assault, the first being their current master, Akira Kurosawa. "Do you possess no other techniques?" Barrett inquired, rising to face the two giants. "If not, it appears my turn has come." In an instant, Barrett vanished from sight, only to reappear beside Dongli. With a forceful kick, he struck Dongli's head before he could react, sending his entire body crashing onto the deck, which had already begun to show signs of ruin from the trio's assault. Without pausing, Barrett next appeared beside Brokey, delivering another kick that shattered Brokey's helmet, sending him sprawling onto the deck as well. "Captain!" As Hayarding and the others gazed upon the grim countenance of the two old captains, their eyes reddened with emotion, and they charged directly towards Barrett. Chapter 103, An Unyielding Adversary. Stanson, having consumed the speed fruit, was the first to reach Barrett, launching a powerful punch. Unfortunately, Barrett evaded just in time, seizing Stanson's incoming fist and effortlessly hurling him away. Stanson felt an immense force grip him, propelling him into the air uncontrollably. With a resounding crash, Stanson's body collided with the edge of the ship, creating a significant gash, and he narrowly avoided plummeting into the sea. "You detestable fiend! Cease this at once." Rod, having reduced his size to that of an ordinary person, recognized that with the giant's imposing stature, he lacked the requisite speed to confront Barrett. Thus, he opted for his smallest form to strike at Barrett. However, even in his human size, he could not match Stanson's speed, and his attack was deftly sidestepped by Barrett. Rod was acutely aware of this reality. After failing to land a blow, he swiftly pivoted to defend against Barrett's counterattack. "You are rather commendable," Barrett remarked, observing Rod's solid armament Haki with keen interest. The ability to shrink from a giant's form to that of a normal human, while compressing his formidable armament Haki, hinted at the terrifying potency Rod possessed at that moment. "Come forth." Rod inhaled deeply, then exerted force through his legs, advancing towards Barrett. Sensing the thrill of the hunt, Barrett chose to engage Rod head-on, causing the entire ship to sway violently as the two clashed, unsettling the ocean itself. "Captain, it seems we have reached Wano country," the robust Moria remarked, brandishing his large blade and surveying the surroundings. You little ones, press on. Seek out Kaido's subordinates and defeat them to secure more shadows for yourselves. With a grand gesture, Moria resolved to locate Kaido's territory within Wano, intent on seizing the shadows of his subordinates and infusing them into his own crew to bolster his strength. Thus, the group pressed onward into the heart of Wano. At that moment, Kaido was indulging in revelry on Onigashima, while Ashura was engaged in battles afar, leaving only Queen to conduct experiments in the laboratory. Consequently, Moria faced no hindrance as he arrived at the prison, the Rabbit Bowl of Wano, which at that time was not under Queen's watch, rendering its defenses remarkably feeble. Moria and his companions swiftly overtook the location, stripping the prisoners and Kaido's subordinates of their shadows, which he then transferred into his own crew members. At this moment, Moria's confidence in challenging Kaido surged. Captain, the Rabbit Bowl has been attacked and is currently under siege. Oh, Kaido paused in his pouring of sake, turning his attention to the reporting subordinate. The latter trembled under Kaido's scrutinizing gaze. Having consumed alcohol, Kaido's temperament was notoriously volatile, instilling fear among his subordinates about the possibility of being cast aside in a moment at whim. Who dares to assault my territory? It is a notorious West Blue rogue. The highest bounty in recent times, Moonlight Moria. Presently, Moria boasted a bounty of 300 million berries, undeniably making him one of the most formidable supernovas, especially since Akira Kurosawa had been ousted from the ranks of supernovas, now competing on a higher echelon. Moria? A mere rookie pirate, audacious enough to intrude upon my domain. Thereafter, Kaido rose and began summoning his subordinates to accompany him in tracking down Moria and reclaiming the Rabbit Bowl. At this juncture, Kaido had not yet amassed the formidable strength he would later possess. He would need to devise a strategy to confront Odin directly, even then sustaining a significant scar upon his chest from their encounter. The Beast Pirates marched grandly towards the Rabbit Bowl. Although Kaido had yet to assemble the formidable calamities and Flying Six of the future, his forces were beginning to take shape. However, Ashura was still overseas and could not return, leaving only Queen S capabilities as somewhat reliable, while the rest were merely ordinary pirates or common Zoan fruit users. As for Jack and the others, they were studying at the orphanage established by Kaido. It is worth noting that among the future emperors, both Whitebeard and Kaido had their own orphan-collecting brigades, while the Big Mom pirates stemmed from single-parent households, and Shanks was a product of abandonment. Truly, none of these pirate crews boasted a harmonious family dynamic. Even among the future warlords of the sea, the pattern remained consistent. The tumultuous seas and chaotic era were indeed harmful to many. Before long, Kaido and Moria encountered one another outside the Rabbit Bowl prison, where a flurry of snowflakes danced through the air, seemingly heralding the impending clash. Kaido, Moria, with a resounding thud, Rod's body crashed heavily into the ship's cabin, while Barrett remained steadfast in his position, albeit marked with bruises from Rod's formidable punches. What immense strength! Let continue. His gaze shifted towards Heil Ding, who, undeterred, strode forward with determination. Jelena, I entrust the treatment of our injuries to you. Heil Ding, be cautious. Jelena's anxious eyes darted between Heil Ding and the fallen comrades, Stanson, Rod, Dong Li, and Captain Brokey, uncertain if Heil Ding could withstand the onslaught. Resolving not to dwell on her worries, Jelena focused on utilizing her healing fruit to mend her companions, as she was ill-equipped for battle and could only do what was within her limited capacity. Is this the steel fruit? It truly possesses remarkable resilience. After exchanging a few blows with Heil Ding, Barrett found himself intrigued by his opponent. Heil Ding felt the ache in his fists. Barrett's strength was overwhelmingly potent, and his armed Haki had clearly reached a level capable of penetrating defenses and striking at the core. Once more, Heil Ding shouted, launching himself into another assault. Barrett exhibited no sign of trepidation, reveling in the thrill of combat. With a thunderous crash, Heil Ding was once again sent flying by Barrett's blow, lying on the deck, unable to rise for quite some time. Hey, is that all you can muster so soon? Barrett expressed his disappointment as he observed the fallen Heil Ding. It appears you have reached your limit. Where's Akira Kurosawa? Bring him forth, or else you may meet your demise. Though Jelena still stood resolutely, she was merely a healer. Even a member of the giant race had their limits. Moreover, in her efforts to tend to Heil Ding and the others, she had already exhausted much of her energy. Chapter 104. The arrival of Akira Kurosawa. It seems no one will come to your rescue. Thus, it is time for you to perish. Barrett's cruel laughter echoed as Jelena desperately positioned herself in front of her companions. I have not yet fallen. Just you? Barrett scoffed dismissively. Then let us begin with you. As Jelena's eyes reflected a mix of anger and despair, Barrett's fist was poised to strike her head. and she resignedly shut her eyes, consumed by hopelessness. Jelena, the remaining giants, still conscious, shouted in fury, yet their weakened state rendered them nearly incapable of standing. Just as everyone believed Jelena was destined for death, Barrett's fist abruptly halted midair. "Move an inch, and I will ensure your demise." A soft voice emerged from behind Barrett. Upon hearing the familiar tone, Jelena's eyes flew open. "Young master." Akira Kurosawa gracefully alighted upon the shoulder of Gorlina, gently patting her hair. "Are you well?" he inquired. Gorlina turned her head to face him, a hint of grievance etched upon her features, her voice tinged with an almost tearful lilt. "Young master, do not worry. All is well now." Akira Kurosawa gently patted the giant's hair, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "The young master shall avenge you." Indeed, although Gorlina belongs to the race of giants, her age is akin to that of an ordinary 18-year-old human woman. Akira Kurosawa gently comforted the aggrieved Gorlina, then turned his gaze towards Barrett. His warm smile vanished, replaced by a look of icy severity. "You took advantage of my absence to bully my member, Barrett, did you not? You would do well to prepare an apology for our dear girl shortly, or else." Although Akira Kurosawa did not complete his words, a formidable aura began to emanate from him. One of the four sovereigns, Akira Kurosawa, his presence is indeed quite impressive. Upon witnessing the arrival of the main figure, Barrett's lips curled into a sly smile. Then he cast a glance at the fallen Heil Ding and his companions behind Kurosawa, mockingly stating, "Relying on a group of weaklings to aspire to greatness upon the seas is futile." Upon hearing Barrett's words, Heil Ding and his companions lowered their heads in shame. Proud as the giants were, they had consumed the devil fruits bestowed upon them by their young master. Yet they could not even match Barrett in combat, leaving them feeling unworthy of the trust Kurosawa had placed in them. Barrett, I am aware of who you are." Akira Kurosawa had no intention of proactively guiding the few individuals before him. After all, he was not their caretaker. Many matters required their own contemplation and action, for they were all adults. He promptly redirected the conversation towards Barrett, a young soldier from the nation of ceaseless warfare, who had been betrayed by his own army and subsequently turned away. He had since drifted aimlessly across the ocean until he encountered Roger, and upon suffering defeat at Roger's hands, he chose to join the Roger Pirates. Thereafter, he regarded Roger as his rival. Alas, fate did not align with his desires, as Roger, stricken by a terminal illness, disbanded the crew. Once again, he found himself bereft of purpose, lingering in uncertainty. Am I correct in my assessment? As he listened to Kurosawa succinctly recount his past, Barrett displayed an indifferent demeanor. "It seems you are rather well acquainted with me. Is not familiarity with you, Barrett?" Akira Kurosawa chuckled coldly, inquiring, "I am merely curious as to how Roger instructed you, that you still harbor such ludicrous notions." Upon hearing Kurosawa's dismissal of his theories, Barrett's anger surged. "You deem my thoughts laughable? Am I wrong?" he retorted. "Ultimately, the vast ocean speaks through strength. Once I attain the pinnacle of power, what significance do the weak hold for me?" Listening to Barrett's words, Kurosawa shook his head with a smile. "You cannot even defeat Roger, yet you speak of being the strongest in the world?" Barrett, incensed by Kurosawa's mockery, succumbed to a frenzy. The death of Roger had stripped him of his purpose, and now Kurosawa had audaciously reopened that wound, plunging him into a tempest of rage. "Though I can no longer vanquish Roger, you, Kurosawa, must perish." As the words left his lips, Barrett vanished from sight, reappearing beside Kurosawa in the blink of an eye, delivering a devastating punch with such speed and force that it produced a sonic boom. Akira Kurosawa gently raised his arm, effortlessly intercepting Barrett's vengeful strike. Upon entering this new realm, Kurosawa underwent a profound transformation, and the energy coursing through him incessantly reshaped his physique. He was uncertain of the precise extent of his newfound strength, but he surmised that he was not far from the formidable stature of Charlotte Lingling's iron balloon body. In the face of Barrett's assault, Kurosawa could effortlessly defend himself. "It seems you are truly fatigued, Barrett. Your fists have lost their vigor." Upon hearing Kurosawa's taunt, Barrett's eyes narrowed slightly. "I hope you can still muster a laugh later." However, Kurosawa did not grant Barrett the opportunity to continue speaking. Instead, he seized Barrett's head and propelled him towards the carcass of the lanternfish. The giant's vessel was already showing signs of fissures, and they would need to board it to return shortly. In the next moment, Barrett was forcefully thrust into the remains of the lanternfish by Kurosawa. Without allowing Barrett a moment to react, Kurosawa unleashed a flurry of punches upon him. The violent impacts caused the lanternfish's corpse to convulse violently, and Kurosawa's strikes created a massive dent on its surface, blood splattering haphazardly, leaving one to wonder whether it belonged to Barrett or the lanternfish. After Akira Kurosawa delivered a powerful blow to the corpse of the lanternfish, he ceased his assault. After all, he was not particularly inclined to plunge into the entrails of the lanternfish alongside Barrett, as he harbored a slight aversion to filth. Akira Kurosawa gazed intently into the deep crimson pit, rife with blood and mangled flesh, and his observation Haki revealed that Barrett was not dead, but very much alive. Soon enough, Barrett leaped from the pit, his entire body smeared with gore, as if he had bathed in a pool of blood. Indeed, as one of the three kings, his fists were remarkably resilient. With that, Barrett spat a mouthful of blood-stained saliva, revealing his teeth, now tinged red, and extended his right hand, palm upward, slightly bending his fingers. Come again. Kurosawa frowned in disdain at the bloodied Barrett, expressing his distaste with a slight grimace. How utterly revolting. Upon hearing this, Barrett's hand froze in midair, his eyes widening in surprise. What a truly unpleasant personality you possess, Kurosawa. Chapter 105. The tormented Barrett, perhaps you should take a bath first? Kurosawa suggested, observing Barrett, who was drenched in blood and remnants of flesh, feeling somewhat reluctant to approach. Damn it, Barrett muttered under his breath, thinking to himself that this was all due to Kurosawa's actions. He then summoned his submarine to his side and effortlessly leaped aboard. Kurosawa, prepare to regret your arrogance. Medium bullet. Suddenly, a multitude of dark purple, unidentified substances emerged beneath Barrett's feet, gradually enveloping the submarine. He slowly sank into this enigmatic mass. The submarine began to transform, morphing into the form of a towering robot, and Barrett's voice resonated from within. I'm a fusion man, having consumed the fusion fruit, capable of amalgamating inorganic materials I come into contact with, and rearranging them to forge a new weapon. Akira Kurosawa, prepare to meet your demise. As the words fell, Barrett commanded the towering robot to charge towards Kurosawa. Gazing upon the formidable figure akin to a giant mech, Kurosawa felt a flicker of envy. What young man could resist the allure of such colossal creations? Indeed, Kurosawa harbored a profound appreciation for this mechanical marvel. Yet, after a fleeting moment of admiration, he swiftly quelled that sentiment. Despite its impressive stature, it appeared to lack swiftness. Akira Kurosawa effortlessly evaded the assault of the Barrett mid-sized bullet, delivering a fierce kick to the back of the mechanical adversary. Inside, Barrett coughed up blood as a result of the robot's damage. This machine was far from the colossal bullet that Barrett had created through the awakening of his powers in the theatrical version, and its shortcomings were quite evident. If this robot suffered significant damage, it would transfer the injuries back to Barrett, who was controlling it from within. After all, this machine was intricately linked to Barrett's own body, effectively becoming an extension of him. For instance, in the theatrical version, when Usopp obliterated the entire robot with his seeds, Barrett inside was clearly gravely injured as well. The large bullet controlled by the awakened powers merely enveloped Barrett, akin to Iron Man's armor, while the armor might sustain damage. The occupant typically remained unharmed, well protected by the suit. Of course, War Machine Colonel Rhodes stands as an exception. At the moment when Akira Kurosawa intercepted Barrett, Huchi and the others had already emerged, standing on the giant race's battleship, observing the ongoing clash. Barrett, such a familiar name. Long Quan murmured quietly to himself. Long Quan, do you share the sentiment? Huchi seemed to sense Long Quan's bewilderment and approached him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Indeed, it seems to be, from the Endless War Nation. Before Long Quan could finish his thought, Huchi interjected with the words he was about to say. Could he truly be number 9? Long Quan pondered, a hint of confusion in his expression. Prior to their joining the Kurosawa family, Huchi and the others hailed from the Endless War Nation, all once child soldiers under the command of Colonel Douglas. Though Barrett was among the youngest of the child soldiers, he possessed the greatest strength, earning him the title of the 9th bullet of the Douglas Squad. Long Quan, I know you had a decent relationship with him in the past, but we are now members of the Kurosawa family, and he is no longer the number 9 of old. Ho-Run chimed in, having approached as well and recalling Barrett's identity. Indeed, Long Quan, had it not been for the young master, we might have perished in some war long ago. Moreover, number 9 is the one attacking us now. You must not act impulsively. Tiger Wing gazed earnestly at Long Quan. In their youth as soldiers, Long Quan, being one of the oldest among them, took care of the youngest, Barrett. This care was not exhibited during battles, for Barrett possessed unparalleled strength among the young soldiers, but rather in their daily lives. Long Quan would always offer the finest food to Barrett. They were acutely aware that their superior, Douglas, was not a benevolent figure, but rather someone who exploited them to consolidate his power. Unfortunately, Barrett, being quite young, was easily deceived by Douglas and adopted as his son. By the time Long Quan and the others learned of Barrett's news, he had already betrayed Douglas, the commander of their unit. Although Long Quan and his companions found the situation somewhat perplexing, their own lack of strength rendered them hesitant to inquire further. Subsequently, they were taken back to the West Sea by Akira Kurosawa's subordinates, where they began a subtle process of influence and learning, gradually forgetting Barrett until their paths crossed once more. Rest assured, since Number 9 is set to oppose the young master, I shall not aid in his tyranny. Long Quan furrowed his brow. Am I truly the sort who cannot discern right from wrong, lacking in gratitude? Haha, certainly not. I merely fear you may tread down a misguided path, replied the acting commander, sharing a light-hearted smile with Tiger Wing, their worries momentarily alleviated. In stark contrast, Barrett, engaged in battle with Akira Kurosawa, faced mounting pressure. His medium-sized bullets did not inflict greater stress upon Kurosawa, but instead diminished his own speed. Hey, Barrett, if this is all you can muster, you might as well surrender to avoid further suffering, came a taunt. I merely hold a slight advantage. Barrett's voice resonated from within his mech. Indeed, it appears one must not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Akira Kurosawa twisted his neck, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Allow me to dismantle your iron shell, he declared. No sooner had the words left his lips than he vanished from sight. Barrett gazed at the empty arena, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fervently employed his observation Haki to sweep the surroundings, particularly the area behind him. However, he was unprepared for the fact that Kurosawa's attack would come from directly above. Akira Kurosawa forcefully brought his fist down upon Barrett's head, unable to withstand the impact. Barrett's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, the force creating a deep crater in the corpse of the lanternfish. The unfortunate lanternfish, even in death, continued to endure such torment. Subsequently, Kurosawa seized the arm of the mech and hurled it upward before slamming it back down with tremendous force. At this moment, Barrett was engulfed in pain, disoriented from the relentless tosses by Kurosawa. Without affording him a moment to recover, Kurosawa mounted the chest of the mech and commenced a furious barrage of strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The corpses beneath them trembled violently, while the surrounding seawater spread outward from the center of the lanternfish's lifeless body. Chapter 106. Coercion after an intense onslaught from Kurosawa. The mech could no longer endure and fell apart. Inside, Barrett lay bloodied on the ground, seemingly unconscious. It was now evident that the blood was indeed his own. Witnessing Barrett's pitiful state, Jelena and the others could no longer harbor any disdain towards him, for he was in a truly lamentable condition. Kurosawa stood up and shook his slightly numb hands, remarking, "Well, I must say this shell is quite resilient." He wiped away non-existent sweat and gestured towards the members of the Tiger Wing. "Someone take him away and lock him up. Remember to use sea stone handcuffs." Ignoring the gazes of Long Quan and the others, he turned and leaped back onto the ship. "Lena, are you all right?" "We're fine, young master. Thank you." Jelena smiled gently, looking at Kurosawa, standing before them, feeling that the young master they recognized was truly benevolent towards them. "That's good to hear. Once Haldin and the others are done, they can be sent back to recuperate for a few days." "No need, young master. We are all well." Haldin struggled to rise, bouncing a couple of times to prove he was not severely injured. Akira Kurosawa glanced back, choosing not to elaborate further. Indeed, in the world of pirates, individuals are accustomed to enduring violence, and particularly the formidable giants, who, unless truly gravely injured, merely experience a fleeting moment of weakness. Now that the objective of this journey has been accomplished, let us return to the island of swordsmen. This vessel is in need of some repairs. Kurosawa observed the innocent vessels caught in the fray between Barrett and the titanic beings, feeling a twinge of headache. After all, the ships of the giants were as colossal as the one Moria had commanded in the treacherous Devil's Triangle, making repairs quite the cumbersome endeavor. "Fear not, young master," Stanson interjected, approaching with a reassuring demeanor. "I joined the giant soldier pirate crew as a shipwright. I can handle these matters." Nodding in acknowledgement, Kurosawa realized he had been unaware of Stanson's additional expertise. "Upon our return, simply inform Lafitte of the materials you require, and he will procure them for you." "Thank you, young master," Stanson replied gratefully. Akira Kurosawa waved his hand dismissively and made his way to his designated seat, where the ample bosom of Jelena settled comfortably. The softness of it was accompanied by a delightful fragrance, leading Kurosawa to believe that resting upon it could prove to be exceedingly beneficial. Accompanying him were Ashier and his daughter, who had been brought along by Kurosawa. After witnessing Kurosawa's merciless beating of Barrett, Ashier felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. His bag contained a significant amount of pure gold, and during their journey back to Swordmaster Island, he had discreetly inquired with his daughter whether she had mentioned the existence of the gold to anyone. Her response extinguished the last flicker of hope within him. Kurosawa and his companions were indeed aware of the pure gold's existence. However, Ashier then considered that Kurosawa's group had not inspected his bag, leading him to wonder if they assumed there was no excess gold. Yet, thinking back to the terrifying power Kurosawa displayed against his enemies, Ashier quelled his feelings of optimism. Alas, he resolved to proceed cautiously, one step at a time. He had initially believed that upon his return, he would become the greatest and wealthiest scientist across the vast ocean. But alas, he had crossed paths with Kurosawa's crew. The ship, barely holding together, managed to return to Swordmaster Island, where everyone was exhilarated by their recent acquisition. After all, it was pure gold, a substance rumored to bestow immortality. Although given their ages, they were still far from utilizing it. Such a precious treasure would undoubtedly prove useful. Akira Kurosawa promptly returned to the villa constructed for him on Swordsman Island, where he took the opportunity to cleanse himself thoroughly. After emerging from the lanternfish, he felt an uncomfortable sensation on the surface of his skin, which gradually subsided after several washes with water. Subsequently, he summoned Tiger Wings and the others to the hall, along with Ashier. The group sat upright in the hall, while Akira reclined casually in his chair, observing Ashier with a keen gaze. Feeling slightly anxious under his scrutiny, Ashier immediately stood up and expressed, "I am immensely grateful for your rescue of my daughter and me. I have nothing to offer in return, but I present to you this piece of pure gold." He held out a thumb-sized nugget of pure gold, cradling it in both hands as an offering to Akira. This gesture was the result of much contemplation on his part. Since Akira and his companions were already aware of the existence of pure gold, he thought it prudent to present a small portion in hopes of winning their favor. Although the nugget appeared substantial at a thumb size, it paled in comparison to the larger, fist-sized piece concealed within his belongings. Akira Kurosawa cast a sidelong glance at the pure gold in Ashier's hands, raising an eyebrow at him. "You are being too modest. After all, this is your invention, is it not?" "Ha, not at all," Ashier replied, bowing his head and leaning slightly forward, his hands outstretched. "This pure gold was merely an accidental discovery on my part. However, now that my daughter and I possess it, I wish to give it all to you, hoping that you will graciously accept it." Observing the obsequiousness of Ashier, Kurosawa smiled faintly. "I desire everything, including you. I need both." Upon hearing Kurosawa's words, Ashier felt a wave of alarm wash over him, hastily kneeling on the ground. "Master Kurosawa, this pure gold was merely an unintentional find, and there's only this little. I am but an ordinary man." Before Ashier could finish his plea, he sensed a chilling aura emanating from above. Cautiously, he lifted his gaze to steal a glance at Kurosawa, who, at that moment, displayed no trace of coldness. Rather, his countenance was imbued with a profound malice that terrified Ashier, compelling him to bury his head against the ground. "Master Kurosawa, I assure you, I do have some more in my pack, and I will present it to you immediately. I will also join your family and serve under you." Ashier hastily articulated his words, fearing that a moment's delay might lead Kurosawa to eliminate him on the spot. Having spent over a century swallowed by the lanternfish, he was reluctant to perish so easily. Rest assured, upon hearing Ashier acquiesce to his demands, Kurosawa regained his smile. "I will not let your efforts go unrewarded, Bailey. I can provide you with whatever you desire. However, Ashier, I do not wish for anyone outside our family members to learn of the pure gold. Do you understand?" "Of course, master. You can trust me. I will not speak of the pure gold to anyone." Chapter 107. The Division of Spoils. Very well. Seeing Ashier so compliant, Kurosawa nodded in satisfaction. "You may leave now. A room has been prepared for you. I will send someone to collect the items. Ashier, do not disappoint me." Ashier quickly acknowledged, lifting his gaze for a moment to meet Kurosawa's eyes. He felt an indescribable depth in Kurosawa's gaze, as if all his secrets were laid bare before him, prompting him to lower his head once more, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He understood that Kurosawa could easily erase both him and his daughter from existence. At that moment, he finally grasped the gravity of his situation, daring not to entertain any ulterior motives. Trembling, he stood up and bowed once again to Kurosawa before shakily making his way out. As he gradually distanced himself from the hall, the others, including Tiger Wing, finally relaxed. "Master, can that pure gold truly grant immortality?" Enel harbored a profound curiosity about this matter. "Foolish Enel, you have certainly overheard Olga's conversation along the journey. She explicitly stated that she and her father were from over a century ago. Reg retorted with a mocking tone. Who can ascertain the veracity of their claims? You seem rather gullible, Reg. Be wary lest you find yourself deceived one day and utterly lost. Naturally, Enel was not one to back down easily and shot back a retort. Enough of your bickering, the renowned Akira Kurosawa sighed, feeling quite exasperated by these individuals. Upon hearing Kurosawa's authoritative voice, the two ceased their quarrel, yet their gazes remained locked in a fierce contest. Akira Kurosawa chose to disregard the two individuals, content as long as they ceased their quarrel. He cast a sidelong glance at the composed Lafitte, noticing a resemblance to the Marine's Kizaru. Take the Ashier father and daughter to Sky Island. Do not allow them to return to Qinghai for the time being. Understood, young master, Lafitte nodded, refraining from inquiring about what to do should Ashier and his daughter object. Such matters presented a binary choice, death or a journey to Sky Island, a straightforward dilemma that Ashier surely understood. After resolving the issue concerning Ashier, Kurosawa dispatched Huchu to retrieve the pure gold from Ashier's belongings. This time, it was not merely a thumb-sized piece of gold, but rather a fist-sized collection of all the pure gold belonging to Ashier. Ashier did not dare to entertain any ulterior motives. He was acutely aware that Kurosawa had the capacity to end his life, yet he chose not to do so. Moreover, Ashier wished to avoid providing Kurosawa with any pretext for violence, even though such a justification held little significance for Kurosawa. Akira Kurosawa held the pure gold in his hand, giving it a gentle shake. Its weight was comparable to that of an equal volume of gold. The aura it emanated was akin to that of the piece he had previously acquired from the bioluminescent organ of the lanternfish. Indeed, it was not counterfeit. Akira Kurosawa nodded with satisfaction, gazing at the curious crowd below. Let's take a look, he said casually, handing the object to the nearest Lafitte. Having previously encountered a larger piece, Lafitte was not particularly intrigued and swiftly passed it to Enel and the others. Observing the crowd as they eagerly passed it around, Kurosawa couldn't help but chuckle, clapping his hands to bring their actions to a halt. Noticing that he had something to say, the crowd fell silent. This pure gold will be divided into smaller pieces, and I shall have each of you crafted a convenient keepsake. Should you have any requests, simply report them to Lafitte. Upon hearing that Kurosawa intended to distribute such a precious treasure among them, Tiger Wing and the others erupted in expressions of gratitude towards their young master. Kurosawa waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Since you are all members of the family, it is only fitting that the finest treasures are first utilized by those within the clan." However, Akira Kurosawa shifted his tone. Once adorned with pure gold, it will halt the division and growth of your cells, signifying that your bodily strength will remain perpetually unchanged and your prowess will cease to augment. Observing the bewildered expressions around him, Kurosawa smiled gently. While it enables us to realize the dream of eternal life, it undoubtedly comes with its own imperfections. The young girl Olga, whom you are all acquainted with, has worn pure gold since her early childhood. A century later, she still retains the appearance of a little girl. Then there is Ashier, who, after more than 100 years, possesses strength akin to that of an ordinary adult male. Akira Kurosawa paused momentarily and continued, therefore, it is imperative that you carefully contemplate the decision of whether to don pure gold. Upon hearing this, Haki and the others exhibited a palpable reluctance to wear pure gold. They were currently experiencing a rapid surge in their strength, and to impede that growth by donning pure gold would render it more prudent to forego it altogether. Kurosawa had anticipated this outcome, as he too refrained from adorning himself with pure gold. It would only be when he reached an age where his strength ceased to amplify and began to wane that he would consider wearing pure gold to preserve his pinnacle. With the arrangements regarding pure gold concluded, Kurosawa's thoughts drifted to another individual. Barrett should have awakened by now, hadn't he? Akira Kurosawa turned to Lafitte. He has already awakened. Shall we bring him up? Let's bring him up. It is time to contemplate how to deal with him. Akira Kurosawa, note that. And the expressions of the three individuals from Longquan shifted subtly. Soon, Lafitte ordered his subordinates to escort Barrett upstairs. At that moment, Barrett was far removed from his previous arrogant demeanor, his entire body wrapped in bandages, with his hands and feet shackled by exceptionally pure sea-prism stone cuffs. Observing the bandaged figure before him, Kurosawa found himself reflecting on the situation. Barrett's strength, by all accounts, was commendable for this period. Though he may not rival the pinnacle of power seen decades later in the theatrical adaptations, he was nonetheless among the formidable pirates of the present. Unfortunately, his resolve was not as unwavering as it would be in decades to come, and prior to his confrontation with Kurosawa, he had already engaged in battle with Don Quixote and his crew. Although Barrett emerged victorious against them, the struggle had not come easily, and he had sustained considerable damage after enduring a powerful attack from both Don Quixote and his companion. Consequently, when he faced Kurosawa, he was caught off guard and ultimately succumbed to defeat. Given Barrett's current prowess within the Kurosawa family, only Lafitte, aside from Kurosawa himself, was capable of contending with him. After all, Barrett's combat talent was undeniably exceptional. He had managed to hold his own against Rayleigh at a mere teenager, showcasing remarkable strength. However, Kurosawa harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of such claims. If Crocodile could match Barrett, did that not imply Crocodile could stand shoulder to shoulder with Rayleigh? Yet, recalling the original tale from his past life, it was entirely feasible that Crocodile and Mihawk's formation of the Cross Guild could elevate them to become one of the new Yonko. Chapter 108. A conversation with Barrett. They say one should not be overly arrogant. How did Roger instruct you? Upon hearing Kurosawa mention Roger once more, Barrett, who had hitherto remained quiet, became incensed. Do not speak of that man, Roger. He is nothing but a failure. In his mind, the disbanded pirate crew of Roger represented betrayal, and Roger, captured and executed by the Navy, epitomized defeat. Akira Kurosawa waved his hand, a slight frown creasing his brow. I have no desire to delve into the tumultuous saga of your love-hate relationship with Roger. Kurosawa Akira gazed at the bandaged man and continued, Your prowess is commendable. Although you have brazenly assaulted my subordinates, I shall reluctantly extend an invitation for you to join my family. Oomph. Upon hearing Kurosawa's offer, Barrett snorted disdainfully. You? Really? Observing Barrett's continued defiance, Kurosawa felt a twinge of irritation. What audacity for a defeated warrior. How is it that you can join the Roger Pirates, yet not my family? Did I not vanquish you with my own hands? Barrett, sensing Kurosawa's displeasure, merely chuckled derisively, his silence speaking volumes. His demeanor was unmistakable. After all, Barrett was a wielder of Conqueror's Haki, a trait that naturally breeds arrogance. Conqueror's Haki is a uniquely rare form of Haki, unattainable through mere training. It is an inherent gift. Each individual possessing this power is a born ruler, and to command such a ruler, one must ascend to the pinnacle of the seas, the title of Pirate King. Of course, reaching a certain level of strength also allows one to govern these kings. For instance, the legendary Rocks pirates, who were said to have onboard formidable individuals like Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Shiki, all possessing Conqueror's Haki. These titans are either the sovereigns of the seas or mere travelers of Impel Down. While Oda has not confirmed whether Rocks himself wielded Conqueror's Haki, it is highly probable, given that he belongs to the D lineage. Young Master, why not allow us three to speak with Barrett? As Kurosawa's eyes flickered with a hint of murderous intent, Long Quan promptly stepped forward. Both Hachi and Horn, in solidarity with Long Quan, rose to their feet. Akira Kurosawa merely nodded indifferently. His invitation to Barrett's inclusion was, in fact, an endeavor to fulfill an ambition left unachieved several years prior. Akira Kurosawa had perused numerous fanfiction tales in his previous life, wherein protagonists effortlessly enlisted renowned characters from the One Piece universe into their ranks. Although these protagonists often relied on an elaborate system, Kurosawa found himself devoid of such a luxury upon his arrival in the pirate world. Despite his initial fantasies of possessing a system, fate seemed to conspire against him. He was transported to this realm without any advantageous tools. Consequently, he was compelled to rely solely on the innate energy within him, dedicating himself to rigorous training, which ultimately led to his current state of being. Though I have digressed, Kurosawa harbored aspirations of recruiting formidable individuals who piqued his interest. The character Barrett had left an indelible impression on him during a theatrical release, prompting him to send his subordinates to the endless war-torn nation in search of orphans. Regrettably, they arrived too late, for Barrett had already departed, leaving Kurosawa somewhat disheartened. However, now that fate had seemingly presented him with another opportunity, he was determined to make an attempt once more. The outcome was of little consequence. Should his overtures be rebuffed, he would not hesitate to resort to violence. Although he had once admired Barrett in his previous life, Kurosawa would not be foolish enough to grant his adversaries a chance to escape. Thus, he resolved to proceed with his plan. Long Quan and the others escorted Barrett outside. Young Master, is everything all right? Lafitte inquired, noticing the familiarity between Long Chuan's group and Barrett. Rest assured, Lafitte came the reassuring reply. Akira Kurosawa smiled, having discerned certain subtleties, yet he remained largely unfazed. He chose to place his trust in Long Quan and the others. Observing the expression on Kurosawa's face, Lafitte assumed that his young master had already formulated a well-thought-out plan, and thus refrained from further inquiries. Akira Kurosawa is not merely composed. He simply remains indifferent. He is acutely aware of Lafitte's concerns about whether Long Quan and the others will release Barrett. Even Kurosawa cannot compel my submission. Do you truly believe you can? Barrett cast a scornful glance at Long Quan and his companions. Though he cannot best Kurosawa, defiance courses through him. Enough. Number 9. Long Quan called out. Barrett was evidently taken aback by this familiar, yet strange appellation. Who are you really? His voice trembled with excitement. This name had only been uttered by someone from his childhood during the ceaseless wars. Are you number 1? Barrett questioned, disbelief etched across his features. Oh, you remember now. Huchi stepped forward, casually patting Barrett's arm. Although Huchi was tall, he still paled in comparison to Barrett. You are number 4? Barrett marveled at the surreal scene before him, then turned to the acting commander standing behind Long Quan and the others. Then you must be. I am number 2. The acting commander replied coolly. You all survived? Barrett exclaimed. What nonsense is this? How can we possibly perish? The young master saved us and brought us back to the family. Reuniting with old friends, Barrett gradually sank to the ground, recounting his past experiences. In his earlier years, Barrett, due to his formidable strength, was adopted by the commander of the Douglas forces. Barrett had placed immense trust in this adoptive father, who was, aside from Long Quan and a few others, the person he respected the most. However, when neighboring countries sought peace, demanding that the commander surrender Barrett, the ambitious Douglas resolved to comply. In a desperate struggle, Barrett fought against those who attempted to abduct him, ultimately killing them all and escaping. As the group listened to Barrett's tale, a somber mood enveloped them. In truth, after my escape, I sought you all, but alas, I could not find you. So I took to the seas. From that moment on, Barrett ceased to trust anyone, for those he once relied upon either betrayed him or had perished. Our forces have suffered defeat after defeat since your departure. Most of our comrades have fallen on the battlefield, Huchi sighed. Eventually, only a handful of us remained, and the commander abandoned us. We were left with no choice but to flee to desolate lands. As Huchi reminisced about those arduous times, he couldn't help but wipe away his tears. Long Quan stepped forward and patted Huchi on the back. Fortunately, just when we felt utterly helpless, the young master arrived and inquired if we would be willing to leave with him. Subsequently, the young master took us home and imparted a wealth of knowledge that would enable our survival. Upon hearing about Huchi and his companions' experiences, Barrett couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Having been an orphan since childhood, he had finally encountered someone who treated him kindly, only to discover that he was merely being used. Later, after setting sail, he met Roger, believing that one day he would triumph over him, only to find that Roger disbanded his crew and surrendered to the Navy. His already imperfect life faced yet another betrayal. Nevertheless, it was a relief to know that Long Quan and the others were still alive. They had been the kindest to Barrett during his time in the youth military camp. He had thought they were all gone, leaving him without anyone to care for in this world. Observing Barrett deep in thought with his head bowed, Huchi nudged his arm. Number 9. Oh, I mean Barrett, why don't you join our family? The young master treats us remarkably well. Upon hearing Huchi's words, Barrett lifted his head and replied, somewhat disgruntled, no way, that guy Akira Kurosawa. Before he could finish, Huchi interrupted, what do you mean no way? You can't even defeat the young master. Besides, if you refuse, you'll be confined by him indefinitely. Haven't you always wanted to grow stronger? Once you join the family, you can consult the young master about any problems. Then, Huchi nudged Long Quan, who immediately caught on. Indeed, Barrett, the young master is genuinely kind to his family. Our devil fruits were bestowed upon us by him. Moreover, he is exceptionally adept at guiding members to become stronger. You are aware of our talents. Yet look at our recent bounty, right, Ho-Rin? The ever-quiet Ho-Rin suddenly responded to Long Quan's call, snapping back to reality. Ah, yes, they're correct. Just take a look. As he spoke, the aura within Ho-Run began to surge, causing the surrounding trees to sway precariously. Huchi observed the subtle shift in Barrett's expression, detecting a hint of uncertainty, and decided to intensify his persuasion. Are you worried about taking the initiative to confront Dong Li and the others? Rest assured, I will personally clarify matters with them. They will be pleased to see someone of your caliber joining our family. While speaking, Huchi patted Barrett again and, out of Barrett's sight, frantically signaled to Long Quan and Ho-Run. Damn it, you two, say something. My mind is running out of words. At long last, when Huchi's eyes were on the verge of shedding tears, Long Quan finally spoke. Barrett, if you truly do not wish to join our family, I shall personally beseech the young master to spare you. However, you must assure me that you will not trouble our family in the future. Upon hearing Long Quan's words, Huchi's eyes widened in astonishment. No, Long Quan, you can't possibly. It's unnecessary. Just as Uchi was still casting a fierce gaze at Long Quan, Barrett finally voiced his decision. I am willing to join. Observing that Barrett had come to a resolution, Long Quan and the others smiled. Gulme, let us take you to meet the young master. Elated, Uchi pulled Barrett to his feet, and they all proceeded toward the inner hall. Meanwhile, Akira Kurosawa and his companions were engaged in mundane conversation, while Aniru began clamoring for the family territory to be expanded, declaring that the chaotic seas were far too confined. As Long Quan and his group entered, the others fell silent, ceasing their chatter. Upon witnessing the smile upon the face of Tora, Akira Kurosawa surmised a few things. Yet he refrained from articulating them. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Barrett and inquired, Have you given it some thought? Would you consider joining my family? Barrett, observing the composed demeanor of Kurosawa, revealed a hint of discontent in his eyes and replied, I am willing to join, but I have one condition. Oh, Akira Kurosawa found the situation somewhat peculiar. What conditions do you have in mind? If they are simple, I can easily acquiesce. However, if they are rather troublesome, I must apologize, for I am not a fool to be taken advantage of. He continued, I do not wish for unreasonable demands. Barrett spoke slowly, yet his gaze remained fixed on Kurosawa. Before I join, I hope you can elucidate our future direction, and I would like to engage in another round of sparring. Akira Kurosawa stroked his chin thoughtfully. It is not particularly difficult. But is the direction of the future truly significant? He gazed at Barrett with a curious expression. The term direction essentially referred to Kurosawa's ideals, akin to the whimsical aspirations of Luffy and his crew. One aims to become the Pirate King, while another aspires to be the world's greatest swordsman. Such ambitions are indeed paramount. Barrett nodded in agreement. After all, his first captain was the former Pirate King, Roger. If he could not surpass even Roger, then what would be the purpose of his change in allegiance? One cannot merely switch companies, as that would only lead to diminishing returns. It would be more prudent to venture alone. Upon hearing Barrett's words, Kurosawa pondered momentarily before imparting his response. As for direction, it is to become the most liberated person in this world, to pursue one's desires unimpeded, free from the oversight or intimidation of others. Free? Are we not free now? Barrett inquired, puzzled. Not free, came the reply. Akira Kurosawa shook his head. There are far too many organizations more powerful than my own family, and they will all serve as constraints upon me. Barrett nodded slightly, as if he grasped Kurosawa's sentiments. What Akira Kurosawa spoke of as freedom is indeed far more challenging than being the Pirate King in Shanghai. Although Roger holds the title of Pirate King, he cannot act with complete impunity. Even the formidable Admiral Garp would pursue him relentlessly across the globe. All right, having addressed Barrett's inquiries, Kurosawa began to feel a slight hunger. Shortly, he planned to accompany Tiger Wing and the others to your quarters, where someone would arrive to remove your shackles. He waved his hand dismissively, suggesting that any further questions should be directed to Tiger Wing and his companions. Oh, by the way, Akira Kurosawa seemed to recall something, his somewhat somber eyes widening slightly. I shall craft a collection of pure gold hair for you. Whatever style you desire, consult Lafitte. He is the one. Akira Kurosawa casually gestured towards Lafitte, who in turn smiled and nodded at Barrett. As for the role of pure gold, it was best to consult Tiger Wing. And regarding the matter of combat, it would be prudent for you to first attend to your own wounds. After issuing his orders, Kurosawa instructed the chef to commence the preparation of the meal. He had nearly arranged all recent affairs and was eager to indulge himself. Observing Kurosawa's departure from the hall, the remaining subordinates followed suit, leaving only Barrett, Tiger Wing, and the curious Enel and Lafitte. It has nearly been a month since Barrett joined Kurosawa's family. Akira Kurosawa fulfilled his commitment to duel with Barrett. As soon as Barrett recovered from his injuries, he sought out Kurosawa without delay. The details of their confrontation remained unseen, yet the outcome was unequivocally clear. After erasing an uninhabited isle from the map, Kurosawa returned to Swordsman Island, bearing the unconscious Barrett upon his shoulders. With little else occupying their time, the likes of Tiger Wing and others lingered on Swordsman Island, while the other islands remained undisturbed, as few would dare to cause trouble there. The illustrious reputation of the Kurosawa family is steadily ascending in the New World. Young master, here is today's newspaper. Akira Kurosawa was enjoying drinks with Tojiro Matsumoto and another companion, reminiscing about events that transpired over a century ago, when one of his subordinates approached him with a newspaper in hand. Oh, has something occurred? Generally speaking, if the sea had not experienced any significant happenings, his subordinate would not have taken the trouble to bring a newspaper to Kurosawa. Akira Kurosawa casually picked up the newspaper, and his attention was immediately captured by the information printed therein. In the year 1499 of the Sea Circle calendar, the former naval admiral, Steelbone Kong, was elevated to the position of commander-in-chief of the world government's military forces. During his tenure, Admiral Kong personally oversaw the Battle of God Valley, successfully eliminating the Rock's pirates. Subsequently, he apprehended the Pirate King, Roger, and single-handedly defeated the formidable pirate, Bartholomew Bart Redfield, who was capable of rivaling the likes of the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates. Throughout his time in office, Admiral Kong vanquished numerous pirates, thereby ensuring a significant degree of safety for those navigating the seas. As he perused the newspaper's laudatory remarks, Kurosawa could not help but furrow his brow. The world government certainly knew how to engage in self-promotion. Nevertheless, there was no denying the immense strength of Steelbone Kong. Continuing to read, he noted the changes in the ranks of other naval personnel. Admiral Sengoku, known as the Buddha, had been promoted to Fleet Admiral. Below this announcement was Sengoku's statement: "I shall lead the Navy to reign over the vast seas, spreading the justice of the Navy far and wide." Additionally, Vice Admirals Borisolino, Sakazuki, and Kazan were all promoted to the rank of Admiral. During their tenure as Vice Admirals, they were referred to as monsters, possessing incredibly powerful Logia-type devil fruit abilities. Having slain many pirates and played a crucial role in thwarting several formidable officers of the Rock Pirates during the Battle of God Valley. As Kurosawa read about the repeated references to the Battle of God Valley, he found himself puzzled. Hadn't this battle been concealed by the world government? In truth, the secrecy surrounding this battle would only last for over 20 years. Given that so little time had passed since the conflict, many who had experienced it were still alive, making it impossible to keep the event entirely under wraps. At most, the world government could obscure the true purpose behind the Rock's pirates' journey to God Valley. After all, Rox had aimed to kill the celestial dragons, who were regarded as gods. How could anyone so easily target such exalted beings? Akira Kurosawa pondered for a moment and soon grasped the underlying reasons. He continued to read on, encountering several personnel changes among the vice admirals, some of whom bore names he recognized. Notable figures such as Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain appeared, along with two prospective admirals, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig. Observing the names that would eventually become the pillars of the Navy in the original narrative, Kurosawa could not help but commend the pedagogical prowess of the former Admiral Zephyr. These distinguished naval officers were all products of Zephyr's tutelage. The influence of a master educator on an individual's development is indeed immeasurable. Reflecting on the cowardly deserter king, KB, who, under the guidance of Garp, had trained for only a short time, yet possessed such formidable strength, Kurosawa's desire to establish an academy grew ever stronger. Regrettably, he lacked a sufficient number of educators to provide specialized training for the orphans brought in by his organization. Thus, each time he acquired new orphans, he would meticulously select those with potential for cultivation, ensuring that only the gifted were welcomed into the Kurosawa family. Alas, a solution must be sought. Akira Kurosawa gazed enviously at the talented naval personnel, yet a sense of worry began to envelop him. Although the likes of Haki were sufficiently powerful, it was evident that imparting training was not their forte. Furthermore, their responsibilities required them to safeguard vast stretches of sea, leaving little time for dedicated instruction. Akira Kurosawa now longs to possess a system for what would alleviate his burdensome headaches. By the heavens, what is the meaning of traversing time without bestowing upon me a system? Akira Kurosawa muttered with a hint of indignation, expressing that this was unlike any novel he had ever encountered. My lord, nothing has transpired, has it? Tori observed Kurosawa, furrowing his brow while perusing the newspaper, unsure of what he was murmuring about and worried that something had occurred. It is nothing of consequence, Akira Kurosawa casually remarked before standing up. You two enjoy your drinks. I must take my leave. Without waiting for a response from Dongli and Broki, he swiftly departed, returning to the villa. The increase in the number of naval admirals had instilled an air of trepidation across the seas, significantly diminishing the ranks of new pirates. Previously, the Navy boasted only 2 admirals, one of whom served as the head of the Naval Training Institution and seldom ventured out to apprehend pirates, leaving Sengoku as the sole figure wielding the powers of an admiral. Now, with the addition of a 3rd admiral, many had reconsidered their aspirations. The 4 seas and the initial stretch of the Grand Line were now firmly under naval control. At Cake Island, Charlotte Linli received the latest intelligence regarding the Big Mom pirates, yet she dismissed it with disdain as it bore no relevance to the New World. Mama, where's my cake? She demanded. Mother, Sister Compote is currently transporting it, was the response. Charlotte Perispero wiped the cold sweat from his brow, aware that his capricious mother, Charlotte Linli, was once again clamoring for cake. Her numerous children harbored a profound fear of her unpredictable temperament. During her time with the Rocks Pirates, Linli's emotions were relatively stable, but since establishing her own crew, her demeanor had become increasingly enigmatic. Perospero, who consistently remained by her side, was acutely aware of this shift. Quickly, bring it to me. Linli's fondness for sweets had only grown over the years since leaving the Rocks Pirates, and her figure had begun to show signs of weight gain, though traces of her former beauty remained. In stark contrast, the future Charlotte Linlin would bear no resemblance to her youthful self, appearing only as a bloated and aged figure. Chapter 1:10. The Admirable Woman, Banchina Mama. The cake is ready, announced her eldest daughter, Compote, accompanied by her subordinates, as they entered with a colossal cake. Linlin eagerly began to indulge in the cake placed before her. Oh, this is divine. Such a delicious cake. Her demeanor suggested she had been famished for days. Upon witnessing Linli's fury finally subside, Perospero felt a sense of relief and cautiously glanced at his mother. Mama, regarding the Navy, he began. Whatever the Navy is up to does not concern us, Linlin replied, her mood buoyed by the delightful cake. She was slightly more forgiving of her eldest son's interruption while she savored her treat. Seeing that Linlin was no longer angry, Perospero summoned a bit more courage. Then, Mother, what shall be our next course of action? Mother, I have found a new husband, and I am planning to marry him soon. Upon hearing Charlotte Linlin's response, Perospero felt a slight headache. He was well aware that Charlotte Linlin had captured another member of the long-handed tribe, but he was taken aback to learn that it was yet another husband. However, given the circumstances, Perospero dared not voice any objections. Mother, we must invite the formidable figures of the sea to the wedding. Afterward, please send them the invitations, he said. Yes, Mother, he nodded. Every time Charlotte Linlin wed, she hosted grand gatherings, bringing together the partners of the Charlotte family and numerous pirate crews to Cake Island. This served to maintain cooperative relationships while also forging new alliances. In a sense, Charlotte Linlin's vision of a united world was being realized. By the way, Mother, Perospero seemed to recall something and turned to look at Charlotte Linlin, who was voraciously devouring her cake. Should we invite the Black Zeming family, the new pirate crew? His inquiry stemmed from uncertainty regarding his mother's stance on this emerging maritime power. The mention of the Black Zeming family caused Charlotte Linlin to pause her indulgence in cake. Deep in thought, although they were not yet enemies, their territories were adjacent, and conflict was inevitable. Let us invite them as well, she decided after a moment of contemplation. Currently, her kingdom had not yet amassed the strength to completely vanquish the Black Zeming family, though she had not witnessed their prowess firsthand. Their ability to simultaneously defeat the cruelty and steam pirate crews suggested they were formidable opponents. After all, even she would require considerable effort, perhaps enlisting Kaido's aid, to conquer both crews at once. Additionally, her kingdom was still in a developmental phase. The territories they originally held, combined with those of the steam pirate crew, would significantly elevate Charlotte Linlin's realm. Such vast resources would take years to fully assimilate. Very well, Mother. I shall take my leave for now. Observing Charlotte Linling's nod, Perospero bent slightly and turned to exit. The endeavor to invite partners from the Charlotte family would necessitate considerable preparation. Perospero intended to consult his brother Katakuri regarding the matter. In the East Sea, at the village of Syrup, Jesus Burgess stood upon a cliff, gazing longingly at the distant ocean. He believed himself to be a warrior destined for the sea. However, with his wife recently expecting, he found it difficult to abandon her. At that moment, he noticed a small boat approaching the island. As it drew nearer, he discerned a man with a head of crimson hair aboard. Excuse me, could you direct me to Syrup village? The red-haired man called out, spotting Jesus Burgess on the cliff. Who are you, and what is your purpose in Syrup village? Jesus queried, eyeing the man warily. Despite his yearning to become a free warrior of the sea, he was acutely aware of the malevolence often found among pirates. I have heard tales of a formidable sniper named Jesus Burgess in Syrup village, and I wish to invite him aboard my ship, the man proclaimed. Upon hearing his name, Jesus was taken aback. I am Jesus Burgess. What? You're Jesus Burgess? The red-haired man's face lit up with surprise. Greetings, I am Shanks. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than the future red-haired Shanks. Noticing Shanks' amiable demeanor, Jesus engaged him in conversation. As their dialogue deepened, Jesus felt increasingly compelled to venture out to sea. However, thoughts of his wife made him hesitate. After much contemplation, he resolved to invite Shanks to his home. Upon arriving at Jesus' residence, Shanks was greeted by Jesus' wife, Banquet, who, though visibly pregnant, radiated warmth. Banquet welcomed Shanks with joy, pleased to see her husband with a friend. As they conversed, Banjina noticed Jesus gazing avidly at Shanks as he recounted extraordinary tales of the sea. Seemingly resolute, she beckoned Jesus aside. "Abu, go with Shanks," Banjina urged. She understood her husband has aspirations and did not wish to become an impediment to his dreams. "But your condition fear not, Abu. I shall take care of myself. And our neighbors are most supportive." Banjina gazed gently at the man before her, a man once bound to her side by her own tenderness. Yet now she resolved to sever that bond. "I know you have always yearned for the sea, always aspired to be a warrior upon its waves. Shanks is indeed a commendable individual, Abu. I entrust you to sail with him without a trace of concern. Furthermore, our child shall undoubtedly take pride in the fact that their father is Jisusbu." As she spoke, Banjina tenderly caressed her belly, a maternal smile gracing her features. The sight of this gentle woman brought tears to Jisusbu's eyes. "Banjina." Before he could finish his thought, Banjina silenced him. "Abu, go forth and pursue your dreams. I and the child do not wish to be your chains. You deserve a life of your own." Subsequently, as Banjina bid farewell, Jisusbu departed from Surabu village alongside Shanks. Watching Jisusbu's distant figure, Banjina's eyes brimmed with tears. She certainly felt reluctant to see him go, yet she knew he would daily venture to the island's edge. Gazing longingly at the vast ocean, she understood that her husband belonged to the sea. He must journey toward it, rather than remain here as an ordinary figure, merely accompanying her through life. She wished for no regrets to haunt him. "My dear child, your father shall surely become a source of pride for both of us." Chapter 111. The Invitation from Big Mom. "Mouse, how have you fared with the task I entrusted to you?" Akira Kurosawa was seated, gazing at the recently arrived mouse artist on the Swordsman Island. "Young master, the pure gold has already been delivered to several esteemed teachers and the old steward." Upon receiving pure gold, Akira Kurosawa promptly dispatched several individuals to the West Sea, entrusted with delivering the precious items to a few esteemed mentors and the elderly steward who had watched over him since childhood. However, the steward persistently inquired when the young master would return home. Faced with this question, Kurosawa found himself at a loss for words. Given his current status, departing from the New World to traverse the vast seas posed considerable challenges. The Navy had recently undergone significant upheaval, and at such a juncture, any formidable figure from the New World attempting to leave would likely attract attention and could even risk being besieged by the Navy. Kurosawa's current capabilities do not afford him the freedom to act as he pleases, and his family's overall strength is insufficient as well. No matter, I will converse with the steward once this is concluded. Akira Kurosawa lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. What about the establishment of the academy? This matter was of considerable importance to him, especially in such a harsh environment as the New World, where orphans generally possessed a slightly higher caliber than those from other seas. Most of the orphans in the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beast Pirates hailed from the New World. However, this issue seemed rather troublesome to Shui. Furrowing his brow, Shui spoke in a subdued tone. "Young master, our financial resources are sufficient, but regarding the instructors." Before he could finish, Akira Kurosawa interjected, "We shall employ individuals nurtured by our family for the teaching positions, but they may lack the necessary teaching abilities." Shui expressed his concerns. "There is no need to worry, Shui." Akira Kurosawa smiled and remarked, "No one is inherently endowed with the ability to teach. What I require is their unwavering loyalty to the family. As for the teaching skills, they will develop with experience." In truth, whether it is the aptitude for teaching or overall competence, Kurosawa holds no stringent criteria for the selection of educators. The sole requirement is their steadfast allegiance to him. Regarding their capabilities, it suffices to cultivate the students first, and their skills will gradually improve thereafter. With the presence of individuals like Haki, Kurosawa remains unperturbed about the students' advancement in vision. Thus, where should we establish the address of our academy? Akira Kurosawa pondered for a moment, gesturing towards the ground beneath him. "Let it be on the Isle of Swords," he remarked. The choice of location was not without merit. The strategic positioning of the Isle of Swords conferred significant advantages. Situated at the heart of the chaotic sea, its sparse population was merely a remnant of history. Once the influence of the former sword pirate crew was eradicated, the inhabitants would undoubtedly increase. Moreover, merchant vessels had already begun to visit the Isle of Swords intermittently, as news of the region's reclamation had long since spread. The island itself was quite expansive, boasting a temperate climate and vast forests. "How goes the extraction of the islands from within that lanternfish?" he inquired. Following further investigations, it was revealed that 3 small islands were indeed nestled within the creature, each inhabited by a variety of ancient beings. Kurosawa held a particular fondness for these islands. The possibility of capturing dinosaurs for culinary purposes intrigued him, and he even contemplated the feasibility of taming a few to serve as his steeds. The extraction process had already yielded results. That is reassuring, he concluded. Akira Kurosawa nodded, suggesting that those islands be situated around the Swordsman Island. Although relocating islands poses significant challenges, this world is one where extraordinary power can indeed obliterate an island. Moreover, given the relatively small size of those islands, with sufficient determination and resources, relocation remains a feasible endeavor. Mausui acknowledged this and bowed slightly to Kurosawa before departing. Watching Mausui's retreat, Kurosawa fell into contemplation once more. The current state of the family was progressing positively, yet he sensed that this situation had reached an impasse. Despite ongoing advancements, the momentum of progress felt disappointingly slight. The ocean, it seemed, was too tranquil. Akira Kurosawa. Currently, the 4 emperors and the 3 kings were in a phase of development, while the members of the Whitebeard pirates had yet to truly mature. The situations of the Beast pirates and the Big Mom pirates were quite similar to that of Whitebeard. Furthermore, the latter 2 pirate crews had seized considerable territories and were preoccupied with their growth, showing little inclination to stir the seas. As for newcomers, under the relentless assault of the Navy, they were hesitant to reveal themselves. Only a few small pirates, caught in the crevice between the 4 emperors and the 3 kings in the New World, continued to fight fiercely for their survival each day. However, these happenings were of little consequence to Akira Kurosawa. Lost in thought, one of his subordinates entered. "Young master, there is someone outside who wishes to see you." It appears to be the recently renowned Dracula Mihawk. Upon hearing this report, Akira Kurosawa lifted his head, somewhat intrigued. "Let him in." Akira Kurosawa pondered momentarily before recalling the reports he had previously encountered in the newspapers regarding Moria and the sand crocodile, who had both ventured into the New World. It seemed that even Hawkeye perceived little benefit from the first half of the Grand Line for his swordsmanship, thus making his way to the New World as well. Soon, a man donned in a high-collared trench coat, adorned with a top hat, and possessing eyes sharp as those of an eagle, entered accompanied by his subordinates. Upon seeing the man, Akira Kurosawa rose and smiled. "Mihawk, what brings you to my abode? Please, make yourself comfortable." Hawkeye's gazed at the man before him, a sense of astonishment stirring within him. Since departing the 4 seas, this individual's fame had soared to dizzying heights, akin to a blood-boosted ascent. Upon entering the New World, he thrived effortlessly, swiftly securing his place and becoming well known among the denizens of the sea. Moreover, the moment he crossed the threshold, one could sense the abyss-like strength emanating from him. "I arrived in the New World without any particular aim, so I thought I would come and see you," Hawkeye said in a somber tone. "1 emperor and 3 kings. Your reputation is indeed well-deserved. You have grown even mightier." "Ha!" Akira Kurosawa chuckled heartily at Hawkeye's commendation. "It is merely the result of the Navy creating targets for those petty pirates. It is hardly worthy of mention." He then called out towards the door, "Bring me my red wine." "Yes, young master," came the reply, indicating that a subordinate had been waiting outside, always ready to respond to Akira Kurosawa's summons. "This place is quite impressive," Hawkeye remarked, surveying the room's overall decor with admiration. "Indeed, it is relatively new." Akira Kurosawa, Akira Kurosawa, in the face of Hawkeye's praise, felt a sense of comfort. It is noteworthy that Hawkeye, besides harboring an interest in swordsmanship, is also passionate about fine wine, exquisite cuisine, and luxurious accommodations. In the original narrative, Hawkeye cultivates his own vegetables and prepares his own meals, residing in a grand palace reminiscent of royal aristocracy. Given Hawkeye's esteemed status, it is inconceivable that he would be unable to afford a few servants. Nevertheless, he continues to tend to his own garden and cook for himself. While a hobby is one aspect, his standards for these pursuits are undoubtedly high. Soon, his subordinates presented Kurosawa with the desired items: fine wine, gourmet delicacies, and fresh fruit. In this regard, Kurosawa would not deprive himself. The two savored the wine slowly. However, Hawkeye remained largely silent, as was his nature. Yet, Kurosawa could not contain himself. "Mihawk, what do you say to spending more time here? After all, relationships must be nurtured." Should Mihawk truly come to appreciate this place, even if he does not formally join the Kurosawa family, would he not still lend his assistance in times of need? Certainly, as in the original story, Hawkeye is known to aid those he recognizes and respects. "Excellent. I could use some time to seek out those I wish to challenge next." Hawkeye nodded, raising his glass to take a sip. Akira Kurosawa pondered how to ensure that Hawkeye would remain, and to his surprise, Hawkeye readily agreed, catching him off guard. "Very well. I shall have my subordinates arrange a room for you." Although slightly taken aback, Hawkeye's acquiescence filled Kurosawa with delight. Equally elated was Reg. Within the entire clan, every member possessed either fruit-based abilities or martial prowess, with Reg being the sole swordsman among them. This posed a significant challenge for him as he sought to validate his swordsmanship. Imagine, if you will, drawing your beloved sword with grace, eager to engage in a duel, only to find your opponent disrobing without hesitation, intent on a brawl instead. The mere thought is disconcerting. You might wonder if Kurosawa wields a sword as well. In the eyes of a true swordsman, an individual like Kurosawa would be deemed a disgrace to the art of swordsmanship. Akira Kurosawa wielded a sword primarily because his unarmed combat prowess was somewhat limited. As for executing aerial slashes, individuals of their caliber, with a modicum of study, could easily master such techniques. However, when compared to true sword masters, Kurosawa's aerial slashes were merely a shade more significant. Yet in terms of lethality, they paled in comparison to the effectiveness of Kurosawa simply striking with his blade directly. Shortly after Eagle Eye and Kurosawa had commenced their gathering, Reg appeared, bursting into the room with exuberance. "Young master." At the sound of the call, Eagle Eye was reminded of the dual-wielding swordsman he had once vanquished in the EC. "Reg, come over and join us for a drink." Akira Kurosawa gestured with his hand. Fully aware of the family's lack of swordsmen and the consequent frustration of Reggie in elevating his swordsmanship. However, in the past, there had been little recourse. Now, the family had welcomed a future world champion swordsman, and Reggie could undoubtedly seize the opportunity to learn during his free time. Very well. Upon hearing Kurosawa's invitation, Reggie nonchalantly took a seat nearby. Hawkeye observed Reggie with curiosity, sensing a significant enhancement in the aura of swordsmanship that enveloped him. It seemed that the new world indeed possessed the capacity to rapidly augment one's prowess. Hawkeye pondered silently, convinced that his own swordsmanship would also experience tremendous growth in this new realm. Akira Kurosawa paid little heed to Reg, engrossed instead in a discussion with Hawkeye regarding the situation at sea. Naturally, Reg would not remain silent and interjected a few remarks. The atmosphere was momentarily harmonious. Yet an unexpected piece of news shattered this tranquility. "You mentioned that Charlotte Linli has invited me to her wedding?" Akira Kurosawa gazed curiously at the long-tongued individual below him. This man was none other than the eldest son of Charlotte Linli, the candy minister, Charlotte Perospero. "Indeed, this is the invitation prepared for you by your mother." As he accepted the elegantly presented invitation, Kurosawa's lips involuntarily twitched at the sight of the gilded letters. "Mother hopes that you will engage in amicable discourse with our Charlotte family." Perospero left some words unspoken. It would be even better if the two families could reach a collaborative understanding during their exchange. However, his strength and status were insufficient to establish such cooperation with Kurosawa, and he remained unaware of certain decisions made by Charlotte Linli, refraining from taking any initiative that might displease his mother. "Very well." Akira Kurosawa nodded, assuring, "I shall arrive punctually when the time comes." Observing the completion of his task, Perospero also took his leave. He naturally noticed that Kurosawa had other guests present, with whom he appeared to share a cordial rapport. Thus he chose not to linger any longer. Akira Kurosawa did not attempt to retain him. He was preoccupied with contemplating the invitation. Perospero returned to his vessel, reflecting on Kurosawa's visage and the sights he encountered along the way. How youthful! He was astonished that Kurosawa truly resembled the portrayal in the newspapers. He was muttering to himself when a curious girl of the long-legged tribe gazed at Perospero. "Brother Perospero, what troubles you? You've been lost in thought since we boarded the ship." The girl's voice interrupted his reverie, prompting him to look up at her. "Smuggy, it's nothing of great concern. I was merely pondering the Kurosawa family." Charlotte Smuggy, the 14th daughter of Charlotte Linli, possessed the bloodline of the long-legged tribe and exhibited remarkable talents. Perospero had brought her along on this journey, yet he had not taken her to meet the Kurosawa family. Thus she had not witnessed their grandeur. However, the inquisitive Smuggy, still in her adolescence, was eager for knowledge. "The Kurosawa family? Is there something peculiar about them?" "Peculiarities? Not quite." As he spoke of the family, Perospero's expression grew somber. He recalled that both the subordinates and the family head were relatively young, yet possessed formidable strength. They may very well become a formidable rival to our Charlotte family in the future. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts, wishing to spare his sister any undue concern. Though Smuggy was merely a teenager, she had matured early, particularly due to her extraordinary talents, which had allowed her to gradually engage with family matters under Charlotte Linli's permission. Recognizing Perospero's reluctance to elaborate, Smuggy wisely chose not to press further and instead resumed her sword training. Despite being a devil fruit user, her true passion lay in the way of the sword. Observing Smuggy, who, despite her innate prowess, diligently honed her skills, Perospero smiled with satisfaction at his considerate sister. He then directed his subordinates to navigate towards their next destination, seemingly heading towards the territory of the Beast Pirates. Chapter 112. The Six Kings of the Underworld. Are you truly planning to attend Charlotte Linli's wedding? After Perospero's departure, Mihawk voiced his curiosity. I thought I might. I am quite intrigued by the most formidable woman upon these seas. Akira Kurosawa chuckled softly. He was indeed curious to meet the pre-obesity version of Big Mom. You wouldn't. Before Mihawk could finish his sentence, Kurosawa grasped his implication. I have no desire to be your man, so do not misunderstand me. Akira Kurosawa hastily waved his hand, urging not to misunderstand himself. Indeed, I have not uttered a word. A fleeting smile graced the typically frosty visage of Hawkeye, only to vanish swiftly thereafter. I hadn't noticed that you have taken to such antics recently. It was evident that Hawkeye, having journeyed across the seas for an extended period, no longer bore the same indifference as before. Very well, enough jesting. I still must attend Charlotte Linli's wedding. Akira Kurosawa ceased his teasing tone, adopting a more serious demeanor. Her pirate crew has long toiled in the New World, consistently managing to invite numerous elders from this realm, particularly those from the underworld. While one might dismiss these individuals, such a stance is only tenable when their assistance is not deemed necessary. As Akira Kurosawa articulated, it is indeed Morgan and his ilk, the king of news, the queen of Joy Street, the king of usury, the sovereign of assassins, the monarch of transportation, and the ruler of warehousing. These six eminent figures of the underworld reign supreme over the clandestine transactions within the entire realm of piracy. The average individual may find it challenging to engage with them, perhaps merely perusing the newspaper of the King of News, Morgan, or patronizing the enterprises of the Queen of Joy Street. However, at the level that Akira Kurosawa currently occupies, certain individuals among these six sovereigns still possess the capacity to influence his business dealings, most notably, the King of Maritime Trade. Kurosawa Akira's burgeoning enterprise in weaponry is gradually expanding. However, relying solely on his family members for the transportation of these goods is evidently insufficient. At this juncture, the need for the maritime king arises. It can be asserted that for the transportation of private arms and other contraband across the seas, which is ostensibly prohibited by the global government, this maritime king is the go-to individual, albeit at a potentially steep cost. Yet, when juxtaposed with the profits garnered from a single venture, such fees become inconsequential. Furthermore, once Kurosawa Akira discovers a straightforward route to the Sky Islands, the majority of the commodities found there can yield substantial profits in the Blue Sea, necessitating the assistance of the Maritime King. One might ponder whether Kurosawa Akira fears the Maritime King will abscond with these goods. In these vast oceans, as long as one's strength is formidable enough, adherence to the rules is assured. Moreover, the Maritime King would extend a courteous welcome to Kurosawa Akira, for he represents a significant source of profit for the king. Of course, this is predicated on a parity of power between both parties. Nonetheless, the six kings of the underworld are not particularly strong. In comparison to the sovereign and the three kings, they are relatively weaker. However, the vast reach of their businesses across the oceans cannot be overlooked. While Kurosawa and his allies, the sovereign and three kings, merely dabble in the New World. Venturing beyond the New World, one need only observe the turmoil instigated by the global government and the Navy. Hawkeye nodded, acknowledging that although he himself has not cultivated a faction, he possesses a modicum of understanding regarding the intricate networks at play. True, strength signifies ascendance to an elevated realm, even if one does not require certain items. The awareness of their significance remains. Countless individuals pursue power upon the ocean, striving to transcend various thresholds. This echoes Kurosawa Akira's previous life, where a famously popular fast food chain, KFC, captured his childhood fascination. In his youth, devoid of wealth, he regarded the restaurant's ornate decor with the belief that its prices were exorbitant. However, upon attaining financial stability in adulthood, he discovered that the costs were rather modest. Damn Kaido! At this moment, Moria is grievously injured, seeking refuge in a secluded forest to recuperate. After a fierce battle with Kaido, the majority of Moria's crew perished at the hands of the Beast Pirates. Recalling that brutal scene brings tears to Moria's eyes. His beloved crew has departed from him. Now, he is left with only one remaining crewmate, Absalom, a user of the transparent fruit. During the critical juncture of Moria's confrontation with Kaido, his subordinates were overwhelmed by the relentless assault of Kaido's pirates. gradually succumbing one by one. Witnessing his crew being mercilessly slaughtered by Kaido's men left Moria momentarily disoriented, leading to his own subjugation. Just as Moria was on the brink of defeat, Absalom, acting swiftly, utilized his powers to rescue him. Unfortunately, the rest of Moria's crew was not as fortunate. Falling victim to the onslaught, I shall seek vengeance. I will slay Kaido and avenge my fallen comrades. Moria wept bitterly. As a valiant figure of the West Blue, he held his crew in the highest regard, considering them akin to family. Yet, witnessing those he cherished fall to Kaido's blade, powerless to intervene, Moria found himself consumed by self-loathing and began to doubt his own capabilities. Observing his captain in such anguish, Absalom yearned to offer comfort, but was at a loss for words. Suddenly, Moria exclaimed, "Zombies! I could gather a collection of formidable corpses and resurrect them using the shadows of others. With that, I could command an undead army, avenging my crew without further losses." A glint of hatred ignited in Moria's eyes. Once his condition improved slightly, Moria, accompanied by Absalom, scoured Wano for the remains of those who had once exhibited great strength. It wasn't long before Wano was rocked by a chilling revelation. The corpse of the nation's mightiest swordsman, the dragon slayer, Ryuma, had been stolen, along with his legendary weapon. The national treasure, the sword Shisui. The samurai of Wano devoted immense effort to recover it, yet their endeavors proved fruitless. However, as Wano remained in a state of isolation, news of this incident had not spread beyond its shores, leaving the world at sea unaware. By this time, Moria and Absalom had departed Wano, arriving at a different island governed by the beast pirates, known as the Ice Country. As Moria surveyed the vast expanse of white surrounding him, he exhaled deeply. The Ice Country, due to certain peculiar reasons, is perpetually blanketed in snow, with frigid temperatures. Was it here that the legendary fiend, Oz, met his frozen demise? Moria surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, such weather could be deadly. The demon they referred to as Oz was not the one under the banner of the white-bearded man, but rather the Oz from 5 centuries past, the ruler of the Land of Fortune. He had a penchant for transporting his beloved islands, which earned him the title of Oz of the Land of Fortune. Unfortunately, during an assault on the Ice Country, he succumbed to the region's unique and frigid climate. Moria and his companion, unaware of the source of their information, had made the journey from the land of Wano in a small vessel, solely to procure the remains of this long-deceased giant from 500 years ago. Chapter 113. Ancient Weaponry Boom. Boom! Boom! On a small island, Mihawk was engaged in combat with Leg. However, Leg found himself consistently under pressure, while Mihawk, wielding the black sword Euro, displayed no signs of seriousness on his face. Leg, despite his persistent attempts to seize opportunities to strike, found all his assaults effortlessly repelled by Mihawk. This duel was Leg's quest for enlightenment from Mihawk, who refrained from launching any offensive maneuvers, instead choosing to point out the flaws in Leg's swordsmanship as Leg attacked. "I sense doubt in your swordsmanship. What are you questioning?" Mihawk stated bluntly. A true swordsman never doubts their path. Leg's relentless attacks were met with Mihawk's unwavering defense, and he had initially believed that after numerous battles in the New World, the gap between them had narrowed. However, in this encounter, he suddenly felt as though the distance had widened significantly once more. Gradually, he began to question whether he was misguided in his swordsmanship. As his confidence waned, the grip on his sword also faltered. "Pull yourself together, Leg," observed Akira Kurosawa, who had been watching the duel. "Believe in yourself. Each person is born different, and so too are their paths in swordsmanship. Mihawk has his own way, but yours is no less valid." Though Kurosawa's words contained an element of consolation, they held truth. It was akin to the different sword paths of Zoro and Mihawk. However, it might be that Leg's innate talent did not match that of the two formidable swordsmen. Yet, Kurosawa's encouragement was not entirely in vain. At least Leg's previously lost gaze had begun to regain its focus. "Indeed, my swordsmanship is sound. I simply lack strength," he declared, tightening his grip on the sword, his attacks becoming increasingly fierce. Witnessing this transformation in Leg, Mihawk's expression shifted to one of mild surprise. He had not anticipated that a man riddled with doubt regarding his path could so swiftly reaffirm his resolve. "Not bad. It is no wonder that Kurosawa is so invested in you." Hawkeye offered a rare expression of admiration. This challenge was specifically arranged by Akira Kurosawa, who had selected Mihawk for this encounter. Through his interactions with Leg, Mihawk had come to understand that Kurosawa cared deeply about many people and matters. In order to facilitate Leg's training, Kurosawa presented a long-preserved fine wine, which led Mihawk to acquiesce. Observing the invigorated Leg, Kurosawa nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, quite commendable. However, It was not long before Leg succumbed. The gap between him and Mihawk remained considerable, although Mihawk had yet to reach the pinnacle of his swordsmanship. He had surpassed the abilities of ordinary swordsmen. Presently, the only individual on the vast sea capable of matching Mihawk in swordsmanship was the formidable Don Quixote da Flamingo. Despite the old lion's subsequent underwhelming performances, his swordsmanship was undeniably exceptional. It seemed there was yet another contender. Kurosawa Akira contemplated carefully. It seemed that Odin from Wano country was still alive. Though not particularly sharp-witted, he possessed remarkable swordsmanship, having left 2 deep scars upon Kaido's chest. Clearly not an ordinary adversary. At this moment, Reggie sheathed his sword and bowed slightly to Mihawk in a gesture of respect. Kurosawa then approached, placing a reassuring hand on Reggie's shoulder, remarking, "You performed admirably, Reggie." To which Reggie replied, "Thank you, young master." He said little more, yet his gaze towards Kurosawa brimmed with profound reverence. Akira Kurosawa raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Mihawk beside him. "Let us go. The wine is ready." Satisfied with the response he received, Mihawk nodded and departed the small island alongside Kurosawa, with Leg naturally trailing behind them. "When do you intend to attend Big Mom's wedding?" Back on Swordsman Island, Kurosawa and Mihawk sat at a table adorned with a beautifully packaged bottle of red wine. "Next month, I suppose. The date on this invitation is set for next month." Kurosawa looked at the inquisitive Mihawk and asked, "What do you think? Would you care to join me?" Mihawk shook his head in refusal, replying, "I shall not accompany you. Instead, I intend to journey to Wano to explore the swordsmanship there. Have you made up your mind?" Indeed, Mihawk nodded affirmatively. Across the vast expanse of the sea, nearly every swordmaster who fervently pursued the way of the sword harbored an insatiable curiosity about Wano, a land steeped in the rich culture of swordsmanship. Clearly, Mihawk's intrigue surpassed even his interest in attending the wedding of Big Mom. "Very well," came the reply. Akira Kurosawa did not impose any demands. After all, his attendance at the wedding was merely an opportunity for collaboration, devoid of any conflict. After Mihawk had spent a week on Swordsmith Island, he prepared to depart. "I shall not see you off. Should you wish to visit again, feel free to come and enjoy." Akira Kurosawa stood at the harbor of Swordsman Island, which had begun to gradually regain its former splendor. Merchant ships came and went, bustling with activity. Mihawk also stood aboard his small vessel, nodding silently at Kurosawa without uttering a word. Kurosawa was undoubtedly aware of Mihawk's character. With a flick of his hand, he turned and departed, making his way into the depths of Swordmaster Island. Meanwhile, Mihawk continued on his journey to validate his swordsmanship. "Young master, has Mihawk left?" The other members of the family were still unaware of Mihawk's departure. Reg was just informed of the news and hurried over to inquire with Kurosawa. "Ah, he just left. Do you have something to discuss?" Akira Kurosawa raised his wine glass and took a sip, regarding Reg with a curious expression. "Surely, you do not wish to take Mihawk as your master?" Reg scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "It's not that. I simply feel as though I have made some progress in my swordsmanship, and I would like Mr. Mihawk to take a look." "Oh, come now." Akira Kurosawa helplessly waved his hand, remarking that although he had only one swordsman in his household, it was hardly reason to become frantic upon encountering other swordmasters. He suggested seeking out Barrett or Alec, whose prowess would be more than sufficient for him. After casually directing Reg towards these two, he dismissed him with ease, just as Kurosawa believed he could finally relax and enjoy some peace. Another voice emerged from outside the door. Kurosawa looked up and discovered it was Lafitte, whom he had previously dispatched. What has transpired? This time, he had sent Lafitte out not only to escort the father and daughter, AC, to Sky Island, but also to seek out Master Tom. Akira Kurosawa has increasingly coveted the Sky Island. Thus, he decided to have Lafitte, during this delivery mission, also seek the expertise of Fisher Tom to modify an ark capable of flight, ideally one that could be mass-produced. Indeed, it is the very vessel constructed by Enel in the original narrative, which he famously piloted to the moon. As for the father-daughter duo, AC and her father have made their arrangements, displaying little emotion, for they dared not express any feelings. Before their departure, Kurosawa had emphatically told Lafitte that if AC was unwilling to reside in the Sky Island, she could very well descend to hell. This declaration evidently subdued AC, quelling any rebellious sentiments within her. Lafitte paused and continued, "It appears that Master Tom is currently under the scrutiny of the world government. I have attempted various methods to approach him, all of which have proven futile. Although Lafitte's prowess now surpasses that of the original tale, his visage has become even more renowned. It remains exceedingly challenging to approach Master Tom without revealing his identity amidst the vigilance of the world government." Upon hearing Lafitte's words, Kurosawa comprehended that Master Tom was likely engaged in the development of the sea train under the watch of the CP organization. This realization left him somewhat resigned, as the burdens of fame had reared their ugly head. In a city as advanced as Water City, many citizens perused the newspapers daily. Kurosawa himself had been a frequent feature on the front pages, and it could be said that the entire Kurosawa family was a staple in the media. Thus, whenever Lafitte made an appearance, it was guaranteed that someone would recognize him. This left Kurosawa to click his tongue in disappointment, pondering that they must devise alternative strategies. In truth, Kurosawa had contemplated rescuing Master Tom to the chaotic seas, yet he was acutely aware that the CP organization had likely obtained the blueprint of Pluton from him. The world government places immense value on the ancient weapons, for each possesses the capacity for world annihilation. The Kurosawa family is yet another of the esteemed royal lineage, and it is exceedingly unlikely that the world government would acquiesce to granting Kurosawa Ming access to the design schematics. Thus, should Kurosawa Ming dare to rescue Tom and bring him to the New World, the very next moment he would likely find himself facing a formidable onslaught from the Navy and the CP organization. More gravely, it is plausible that the Knights of God would also seek him out. Such forces are beyond the capacity of any faction in these waters to withstand. Despite the formidable prowess of Whitebeard's pirate crew during the Marineford War, it is evident to astute observers that apart from Akainu and a handful of ordinary sailors fighting valiantly, the rest were merely spectators. This alone nearly resulted in the complete annihilation of Whitebeard's crew. It was only the timely arrival of Shanks that concluded the conflict. Although Kurosawa Ming has little regard for the celestial dragons, he remains acutely aware of the significance of the Navy and the world government as a whole. The Kurosawa family is still in the process of development, and thus, Akira Kurosawa would neither initiate nor provoke the attention of the world government. Although he currently stands among the ranks of 1 emperor and 3 kings, he understands that this status is merely a strategic maneuver by the world government to draw the focus of other pirates towards them. If the world government truly wished, they possessed the capability to purge the entirety of the New World. However, even in the absence of Akira Kurosawa and his allies, other pirates would inevitably emerge. Therefore, it is more prudent for the world government to allow other pirates to confront Akira Kurosawa and his family, thereby easing their own burdens. They will consider alternative strategies later. He then invited Lafitte to take a seat. The academy on Swordsman Island is already under construction, as Mouse has engaged workers to begin its establishment. Upon his return, he happened to observe the construction from the sky. Lafitte nodded, taking a moment to gaze at the scene of diligent labor, with over 100 individuals methodically working on the academy. Naturally, Lafitte expressed his satisfaction. Once the academy is established, the Kurosawa family will no longer face a shortage of personnel. Furthermore, the academy will cultivate a substantial core of talent to serve the Kurosawa family. By the way, young master, I heard from Inaru that Big MOM has sent us an invitation. Inaru, who holds great respect for Lafitte, second only to Akira Kurosawa himself, promptly called Lafitte upon receiving the news. Akira Kurosawa retrieved the ornate invitation from the drawer and handed it to Lafitte. Upon receiving it, Lafitte casually flipped through its pages. My lord, why would they extend an invitation to us? After perusing the letter, Lafitte, too, felt a sense of perplexity. Logically, their maritime territories were adjacent to that of the Bigmum pirates, and a clash between the 2 pirate crews seemed inevitable. Yet, not only had no such conflict occurred, but Bigmum had also taken the initiative to send them an invitation. Lafitte, unable to comprehend this anomaly, turned his gaze towards Akira Kurosawa. They are unlikely to make any significant moves for the time being. Akira Kurosawa gently swirled the wine glass in his hand. Not to mention that our strength is not to be underestimated. The territories of the Steam Pirates alone require a considerable amount of time for the Bigmum Pirates to assimilate. Furthermore, many of Charlotte Linli's children have yet to truly mature, making it an opportune moment for them to expand their dominion. In truth, a cursory understanding of the Bigmum Pirates would reveal this. Although the Kurosawa family has not clashed directly with the Bigmum Pirates, Akira has triumphed over Neld and Naragosha, both of whom have engaged with Charlotte Linlin on numerous occasions. The fact that Akira has bested these formidable opponents clearly indicates that he is no weakling. Consequently, the current approach of the Bigmum Pirates towards the Kurosawa family is one of avoidance. It is not born out of fear, but rather indifference. Offending the Kurosawa family yields no advantage for them. Moreover, this is a pivotal moment for the entire pirate crew to enhance their standing. It is wiser to avoid unnecessary conflicts. In these vast seas, the nuances of human relations are paramount. One cannot act recklessly. The cinematic portrayals of Barrett and Zephyr serve as the quintessential examples. A month passed swiftly in tranquility, and the wedding of Big Mom commenced as scheduled. Akira Kurosawa, accompanied by Lafitte and Enel, embarked on a medium-sized three-masted sailing vessel, departing from the tumultuous seas and gradually steering towards the waters of Big Mom. As for the rationale behind not bringing along a larger entourage, the purpose of this journey was merely to engage in discussions of commerce and explore potential collaborations. A cordial exchange benefiting all parties involved. To present a vast assembly would have led onlookers to mistakenly believe that the Kurosawa family was preparing to engage in hostilities with the Big Mom pirates. Even if their intent was solely to attend a wedding, they would inevitably be scrutinized by Charlotte Linli's offspring, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere detrimental to any negotiations. Thus, Kurosawa opted to bring only Lafitte and Enel, ensuring that, should conflict arise, the trio could make a swift exit. Their collective agility rendered it quite challenging for the Big Mom pirates to detain them. Chapter 114. Arrival at Tato Land. Akira Kurosawa and his companions encountered numerous vessels along their journey, clearly indicating that the owners of these boats were guests attending the grand wedding of Big Mom. Enel stood at the edge of the deck, marveling at the diverse array of ships. For him, the vast ocean was still an uncharted territory, his understanding limited to tales recounted by figures such as tiger wings. Meanwhile, Kurosawa and Lafitte reclined in their chairs at the rear, savoring delectable cuisine. It seemed that, in due course, Enel should be encouraged to explore a bit, as his naivety revealed a lack of worldly experience. Akira Kurosawa gazed at the astonished Enel with a knowing smile, while Lafitte stood nearby, a subtle grin adorning his face. It seems rather unwise at this moment, Lafitte offered his perspective. The entire ocean is already aware that Enel is one of us. If we were to release him, he possesses little experience navigating the outside world. At Lafitte's fatherly remark, Kurosawa found it somewhat difficult to maintain his composure, yet he refrained from uttering a word, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. "Captain, I see an island." Enel, disregarding the conversation behind him, pointed excitedly towards a distant, somewhat indistinct landmass. "Oh!" Akira Kurosawa and Lafitte ceased their discussion and rose to the edge of the deck. "Captain, look!" Enelu gestured toward a distant shadow. "Indeed, it appears to be an island, and it is quite substantial," Lafitte remarked. "It must be considerable. After all, it is the palace of Charlotte Linli." The word spoken by Akira Kurosawa referred to the illustrious Cake Island. Amidst their conversation, the vessel gradually approached the distant Cake Island. At long last, they had arrived. Having sailed the vast ocean for several consecutive days, Enel felt a slight touch of seasickness. The New World, unlike the first half of the Grand Line, was not frequently besieged by marauding pirates. There were no chaotic seas or obscure corners plagued by such disturbances. Within the territories governed by the 4 emperors and the 3 kings, pirates did not venture forth to pillage. Should any such pirates emerge, they would be swiftly dealt with. Thus, each of the 4 emperors and the 3 kings could be regarded as a sovereign state, albeit with the rulers being pirates rather than nobles. The monarchs of the chaotic seas remained nobles, albeit in a state of degradation. As Akira Kurosawa and his companions touched down on the surface of Cake Island, they were promptly greeted by numerous members of the Big Mom pirates. At the forefront was Perospero, who had previously delivered an invitation to Kurosawa himself. "Esteemed Lord Kurosawa, welcome to the Kingdom of Totland," he proclaimed, bowing slightly in a manner that epitomized the gentlemanly demeanor of the Charlotte family. However, Kurosawa harbored doubts about the sincerity of his gesture, suspecting that Perospero was merely putting on a facade, perhaps aware of his noble heritage and thus adopting such pretentious airs. Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing his skepticism and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Since they had extended such courtesy, he felt it prudent to hold his tongue. "Now, if you would be so kind as to accompany me to the palace of our Kingdom of Totland," Perospero continued, gesturing as the entourage behind him parted to reveal a carriage prepared for Kurosawa and his companions. "Not bad at all," Aniru remarked, expressing his satisfaction with Big Mom's demeanor. "That will suffice." Akira Kurosawa and Lafitte approached the carriage together. Upon entering, they were struck by the exquisite interior decor, and the presence of 3 large men inside did not create any sense of congestion. The seats were adorned with sumptuous goose down, providing an exceptionally comfortable experience. Akira Kurosawa drew back the curtains and surveyed his surroundings, realizing that few would be afforded such treatment as theirs. However, one could surmise that there were reasons behind this. The Kurosawa family stands as a formidable power, on par with the Big Mom pirates. Thus Charlotte Linli naturally extends a considerable level of hospitality to welcome them. Such is the advantage of strength. Akira Kurosawa reclined in his chair, his eyes gently closed. After a prolonged voyage across the sea, he naturally felt a touch of fatigue, and this moment provided a perfect opportunity for him to rest. Noticing Kurosawa in a state of repose, Enel refrained from speaking loudly, instead occasionally lifting the curtain to gaze at the scenery outside. It must be said that Charlotte Linli's vision for the development of Cake Island is distinctly personal. The island is replete with the presence of hamets, and all the structures are crafted from food. Doors fashioned from cookies, transparent candy serving as glass. And even the flowing water consists of fruit juice, creating an atmosphere suffused with the sweet aroma of delicacies. First-time visitors to this dreamlike landscape are left in awe. Perospero did not share the same carriage as Kurosawa and his companions. Rather, he followed closely behind them. Perospero, this Kurosawa, truly has audacity, coming here with merely 3 individuals. Do they not fear we might trouble them? In Perospero's carriage sat a young girl, Charlotte Smudge. Smudge, do not speak so recklessly, Perospero quickly admonished his sister. If they were to learn of this, it could potentially ignite a conflict between 2 royal powers. Although the Charlotte family does not shy away from war, engaging in conflict with a rival of equal standing warrants caution, particularly as their family is in a phase of development, making war an unwise choice. Perospero was well acquainted with his exceptionally talented sister's temperament. Her propensity for chaos mirrored that of their mother, Charlotte Linli. It could be said that all members of their family, including their mother, possess a certain affinity for warfare. Yet, there exists a deeper yearning within them that surpasses their desire for conflict. For instance, Charlotte Linli aspires to forge a nation encompassing all races in the world, which is why she frequently marries and bears children, often selecting partners from specific ethnicities. Perospero, on the other hand, harbors the wish for their mother to become the pirate king. Once we arrive at the banquet hall, you shall be in charge of entertaining the guests who have come to celebrate the wedding, Perospero instructed, his gaze steady on Smudge. Understood, brother, she replied obediently, nodding her head. She was inclined to heed her elder brother's words. Indeed, Perospero affirmed with satisfaction. It is not as if Katakuri has already made the arrangements. As the 2 eldest sons of Charlotte Linli, Perospero and Katakuri would assume different roles during the wedding. Perospero was responsible for welcoming guests with significant ties to the Charlotte family and overseeing their comfort in the banquet hall, while Katakuri was tasked with maintaining order on Cake Island. The attendees of the banquet were an intricate mix, and any disturbance could potentially disrupt the nature of their mother's presence, which would be quite undesirable. Should Charlotte Linli become enraged, it would undoubtedly throw the entire venue into chaos. Soon, Akira Kurosawa and his companions arrived at the entrance of the banquet hall. They descended from their vehicle with deliberate grace, while Perospero approached them at an opportune moment, leading them into the hall. Inside, an array of fruits and delicacies adorned the tables, yet most of the guests held a glass of red wine, engaging in conversation with one another. For this wedding banquet, the Charlotte family had designated several halls, with the one that Akira and his party entered being the largest. Those permitted entry into this grand hall were either significant partners of the big MOM pirate crew or possessed formidable backing. The attendees soon noticed the arrival of several individuals, personally escorted by Charlotte Linli's eldest son, and their attention shifted toward Akira and his entourage. At last, someone recognized Akira's identity. Isn't that Akira Kurosawa from the 3 Kings? He has come in person. A hushed voice revealed his identity, eliciting a ripple of astonishment among the others. Although the term 1 Emperor and 3 Kings collectively referred to their formidable pirate crews, astute observers understood that they were indeed rivals. While conflict had not yet erupted among them, it was merely a matter of time. The larger factions of the seas were well aware of the underlying tensions. Thus, the Kurosawa family and the big MOM pirate crew were essentially adversaries. Yet, Akira's audacity in attending personally, seemingly without a retinue of subordinates, indicated a profound confidence in his own strength. The gathered guests were taken aback by Akira's bold move, uncertain whether he was simply reckless or possessed a calculated assurance. Undeterred by the scrutinizing gazes and whispered speculations, Akira and his companion strode purposefully into the depths of the hall. Kurosawa Akira's decision to personally come over undoubtedly stemmed from his confidence in the situation. Setting aside the fact that Enel and Lafitte could effortlessly soar through the skies with the aid of the devil fruit, Kurosawa himself possessed the ability to ascend with moonwalk. Although this technique is taxing on one's stamina, he believed that his current prowess, while not suitable for regular travel, would suffice for departing from Whole Cake Island. Moreover, upon Kurosawa's arrival in the waters of Wano, Lafitte had already arranged for individuals like Tiger Wing to remain stationed on the nearby Mock Island, closest to the territory. At that time, Barrett also expressed a desire to accompany him, but was declined by Kurosawa. He was aware that Barrett sought a confrontation with Charlotte Linli. Ever since being recruited by Kurosawa, Barrett had been eager to engage in battles with anyone other than Kurosawa himself. Apart from Lafitte, no one had ever been able to match Barrett, let alone gain the upper hand against him. Even Mihawk, the Hawkeyes, who had recently departed, had clashed with Barrett, piquing Kurosawa's curiosity enough to observe their encounter. The outcome of that skirmish saw Mihawk slightly gaining the advantage, yet their duel was brief, as it was merely a friendly spar. Given the stark contrast in their combat styles, neither had a strong desire to continue, resulting in a swift cessation of hostilities. In truth, Barrett had only engaged in genuine combat with one of the four emperors, and that was Kurosawa himself. He had not truly faced the others. Thus, he was immensely curious about this opportunity. However, the purpose of this gathering was not for battle, and Kurosawa could only assure Barrett that one day he would have the chance to confront the other formidable foes. Only then did Barrett relent. Nevertheless, he understood that waging war at this juncture would be imprudent for the entire family. In the past, Barrett was a solitary figure, free to pursue his whims, but now, as a member of Kurosawa's family, he could no longer act with such abandon. Fortunately, the news of Barrett's integration into the family had yet to reach other factions, which served as a boon for Kurosawa. With Barrett's strength, he could deliver a significant surprise to the adversaries of Kurosawa's family. Akira Kurosawa harbored an immense anticipation for the arrival of that day. Thus, he diligently concealed any news concerning Barrett, while simultaneously urging him to practice his fruit abilities, striving for an awakening in the shortest possible time. In this regard, there happened to be an individual within the family who could assist Barrett, none other than the user of the bonbon fruit, Auroch. Although Auroch's strength did not match that of Barrett, his fruit had already reached the stage of awakening, which brought Kurosawa considerable joy. The awakening of a paramecia-type fruit does not solely depend on sheer strength, but rather on one's own comprehension. Otherwise, with so many powerful paramecia users at sea, only a few would have achieved awakening. Auroch and Barrett could mutually assist each other. Auroch could guide Barrett in awakening his fruit, while Barrett could help Auroch in his training. Although the awakening of a fruit does not hinge on the strength of the user, employing the fruit's abilities does consume physical stamina. Consequently, despite Auroch having awakened his fruit, his overall strength remained rather modest. If one disregards the awakening of the fruit, there were still many within the family capable of defeating Auroch. Even Longquan, Lafitte, and Barrett could easily overpower Auroch, even while utilizing his awakened abilities. With the ever-ready Tiger Wing and others, alongside the elusive nature of their fruit abilities and strengths, Kurosawa felt a profound confidence in personally attending Big Mom's wedding. The group settled onto a sofa, casually surveying the assembly of guests present. The attendees, initially intrigued by Kurosawa and his companions, soon refrained from gazing in their direction. In their perception, formidable individuals typically possessed a less than amiable temperament, and offending them could lead to dire consequences. Kurosawa, however, made no effort to introduce himself to them. Although the family required assistance from certain factions, it was unnecessary for Kurosawa to initiate contact. Given his strength, it was they who would seek him out for collaboration. This is the privilege of the powerful. I require your aid, yet it is you who must beseech me, not the other way around. Before long, a gentlemanly elder approached, carefully holding a glass of wine, and inquired, "Good day, might I ask if you are Lord Akira Kurosawa?" Akira Kurosawa raised his gaze to the elderly gentleman and gave a casual nod. Noticing that Kurosawa appeared undisturbed by his presence, the gentleman felt a slight sense of relief. "Greetings, Master Kurosawa. I'm the patriarch of the Lenegudo family from the South Sea. You may call me Mindelier." Chapter 115. Conversation of the Lenegudo family. A prominent lineage from the South Sea is primarily engaged in activities such as human trafficking and arms smuggling. Despite the dubious nature of their enterprises, the family boasts considerable scale and influence, making it known even to someone like Kurosawa. Hello. Although he was aware of their reputation, it bore little significance to him, prompting Kurosawa to respond with a mere nod. Recognizing Kurosawa's lack of interest in further dialogue, the patriarch of the Lenegudo family slightly bowed in respect before taking his leave. With the example set by the Lenegudo patriarch, others soon realized that Kurosawa and his companions were not there to cause trouble. One by one, they approached in hopes of establishing a connection with Kurosawa. After all, forging a friendship with a formidable figure of the seas could yield immense benefits for themselves or the factions they represented. Akira Kurosawa, naturally disinterested in those sycophants, entrusted the task to Lafitte and Enel, while he himself leisurely savored the exquisite red wine offered by Big Mom to her guests. Indeed, the flavor was rather delightful. As Kurosawa indulged in the pleasures of fine wine and gourmet dishes, one of Big Mom's 4 children, the Minister of Baking, Charlotte Oven, approached him with respect. "Esteemed Lord Kurosawa, our mother has invited you to join her inside for a discussion." Lafitte and Enel, who had been attentively observing Oven's movements, immediately turned their gaze, "Young master." They evidently suspected that this could be a scheme orchestrated by Big Mom to separate Kurosawa from them and subsequently encircle him. "Stay calm." Akira Kurosawa waved his hand, for he had come prepared. After reassuring Lafitte and his companion, he rose and turned to Irving, urging him to lead the way. Irving, taken aback by Kurosawa's audacity, was momentarily astonished, but his expression swiftly transformed into one of respect as he graciously gestured, "This way, please." The Kurosawa family has yet to clash with the notorious Big Mom pirates. Thus, the offspring of Big Mom hold a deep respect for formidable individuals who share their mother's illustrious reputation. Furthermore, they are not the most powerful force in the New World. Above the 3 kings reigns a single emperor. Under the guidance of Owen, Kurosawa Akira swiftly entered the inner chamber. The decor within was even more opulent than that of the Grand Hall, albeit slightly smaller in size, and it was occupied by the core members of the Big Mom pirates. Charlotte Linli occupied the central seat, her gaze fixed upon Kurosawa Akira, who in turn regarded the most formidable woman upon the seas with curiosity. At this moment, Charlotte Linli had not yet assumed the corpulent form she would adopt decades later, still embodying the stature of a powerful woman. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she remarked, "I never expected you would truly dare to attend my wedding, Kurosawa Akira." "Ha." Akira Kurosawa said nothing. Instead, he chuckled softly twice, then found a chair, placing it directly opposite Charlotte Linli before taking a seat. Observing Kurosawa's sequence of actions, a smile involuntarily crept upon Charlotte Lingli's lips. Yet, in an instant, her expression shifted. "Kurosawa, I can hear you." Akira Kurosawa nonchalantly dug into his ear and remarked, "Charlotte Linli, there's no need for such a loud voice." Witnessing Kurosawa's dismissive demeanor, Big Mom's offspring rose in unison, exclaiming, "Kurosawa, show our mother a modicum of respect." Akira Kurosawa did not pay attention to the group of individuals, but instead fixed his gaze directly upon Charlotte Linli. "How can our conversation be interrupted by mere children? It seems that the rules of the Charlotte family are rather lax. Wouldn't you agree, Charlotte Linli?" He enunciated the last address with deliberate precision. As the final syllable echoed, an unmistakable shift in Kurosawa's demeanor occurred. He transformed from a relaxed figure into one radiating formidable authority. The children of Charlotte Linli were taken aback by this overwhelming presence, their mouths agape in astonishment as they stared at Kurosawa seated before them. Charlotte Lingli's expression darkened. She had not anticipated Kurosawa's audacity to behave so insolently on her own territory. "Kurosawa, do you truly fear not being able to leave here alive?" As she spoke, her own aura began to rise, resulting in a clash of energies that reverberated throughout the room. The Hamets present erupted in chaos, while her offspring regarded Kurosawa with heightened vigilance. Yet, before long, both their pressures dissipated, and they erupted into laughter, as if the earlier confrontation had never occurred. With the tension in the room easing, Charlotte Lingli's children exhaled in relief. Judging by the aura that Kurosawa exuded, it was evident that he was a formidable force, rivaling that of their mother. Should a conflict arise between such powerful beings, it was clear that no one within the entirety of the nation, save for the likes of Longbread and their brother Katakuri, would stand a chance of intervening. They had no desire to witness the destruction of the Cake Island they had painstakingly established, especially with numerous invited guests present, should calamity befall them. The repercussions for their nation would be catastrophic. "Very well, you may all leave for now. I have matters to discuss with Akira Kurosawa." At their mother's command, her children obediently exited, though not without casting a warning glance at Kurosawa. However, he paid little heed to their gazes, for their abilities did not warrant his concern. "Kurosawa, as a newcomer, your courage and strength are commendable," remarked Charlotte Linli, now that her other children had departed. "Indeed, not too shabby," Kurosawa replied, noting that she had yet to disclose the specific purpose of her summons. He chose to engage in a playful exchange, with both parties refraining from posing questions, resulting in a stalemate. Recognizing that this newcomer was not one easily manipulated, Charlotte Linli began to lose her patience. "Well, I didn't expect you to maintain such composure," she said, her expression turning slightly grim, feeling as though this individual had gained the upper hand. "The reason I sought you out is that I require your assistance." Oh. Upon hearing that Charlotte Linli was finally about to reveal her intentions, Akira Kurosawa felt a sense of calm, realizing that she indeed sought his assistance. However, I cannot offer my help without due cause, can I, Charlotte Linli? Akira Kurosawa did not inquire about the specifics. Rather, he first sought to understand the advantages, wanting to ascertain how significant the matter was for Charlotte Linli. Observing that Kurosawa had not pressed her for details, but instead prioritized the benefits, Charlotte couldn't help but grit her teeth, internally acknowledging, what a cunning fellow. However, her expression soon shifted. We can offer you 3 islands connected to your chaotic waters. Upon hearing Charlotte mention 3 islands right off the bat, Kurosawa instinctively began to prepare himself. It is worth noting that the entire realm of the nations currently comprises only 28 islands, far from the vast expanse of 34 islands that would be realized in a few decades. The casual mention of 3 islands as bargaining chips clearly underscored the significance of this matter to the Charlotte family. Kurosawa, Akira, naturally, did not rush to respond, but instead pondered the specifics of the matter at hand. Observing his hesitation, Charlotte Linli tempered her impulsiveness and gradually articulated her request. I am aware that you command a formidable army, notably the renowned giant pirate crew. Hence, I require your assistance. Before she could fully express her intentions, Kurosawa Akira interjected. The moment she mentioned the giant army, he comprehended her underlying motives. He was certainly aware of the discord between Charlotte Linli and the giant clan, as well as her long-held desire for the nations to foster amicable relations with the giants, ideally culminating in a union. However, this endeavor posed significant challenges for Kurosawa Akira. Firstly, Charlotte Linli's tumultuous childhood encounter with the giants had left a profoundly negative impression on them. Furthermore, should he act as a mediator, it would jeopardize the friendship between his family and the giant clan. Additionally, should the giants indeed forge an alliance with the nations, it would inadvertently bolster their adversaries. Consequently, an enhancement of the nation's power could inevitably affect Kurosawa Akira, given their geographical proximity. Nevertheless, he refrained from outright rejection, stating, I shall consult with Linli and the others. Upon hearing that he had not dismissed her request, Charlotte Linli's spirits soared, and she promptly instructed her subordinates to present 2 devil fruits, declaring them as a token of guarantee, assuring that upon the successful completion of their endeavor, 3 islands would naturally be bestowed upon him. Akira Kurosawa felt a sense of joy, for he certainly would not concern himself with such matters. When the time came, he would simply inform Charlotte Linli that the giant clan had not consented. Although the benefits of the 3 islands were substantial, he was not inclined to risk jeopardizing the amicable relations with the giants by acting as a mediator. Nevertheless, the unexpected acquisition of 2 devil fruits was indeed a remarkable stroke of fortune. In the vast seas, such items are akin to hard currency, with even the least desirable fruits fetching a price of 1 or 200 million. Moreover, these 2 fruits were of the Zoan type, which held immense significance for the martial artists within his family. Regrettably, they were not of the paramecia type. However, Kurosawa was not greedy. He understood the traditions of the Charlotte family, knowing that Linli's offspring typically consumed paramecia fruits. Thus, it was improbable for them to offer such as a deposit. Well then, as there seemed to be no further matters at hand, I shall take my leave. Noticing that Charlotte Linli had no additional concerns, Kurosawa expressed his desire to depart. His primary objective was accomplished. He had gleaned insight into Linli's intentions before her transformation and unexpectedly acquired 2 devil fruits. This journey had not been in vain. Indeed, Charlotte Linli nodded, as she too wished to prepare herself for her impending nuptials. Akira Kurosawa rose and made his way outside, while Charlotte Linli gazed intently at his retreating figure, as if pondering something profound. Soon, Kurosawa entered the hall, observing his young master emerge safely from the inner room, prompting Lafitte and his companion to exhale in relief. Moments earlier, they had sensed a tense atmosphere emanating from within, leading them to believe that a confrontation had erupted, almost compelling them to rush in. Fortunately, Lafitte managed to regain his composure just in time to restrain the increasingly agitated Enel. Boss, are you all right? They inquired, extricating themselves from the sycophantic crowd that had surrounded them and approaching Kurosawa's side. Of course, I am unharmed, he replied, urging the 2 not to be overly concerned. What was the situation? One of the reasons for his visit this time was to negotiate a deal with 2 of the 6 underground kings. One was Umit, the king of maritime trade, who held dominion over the oceanic transportation industry of the New World. The other was Cabosin, the king of warehousing, who controlled the supply of goods in this realm. However, the commodities in question were not merely clothing or food, but rather a multitude of items that were ostensibly prohibited. The commodities of the dark world are far from simple, ranging from firearms and ammunition to slaves, and extending to explosives capable of obliterating an entire new world. The storage king, Kibison, possesses it all. The armory under Akira Kurosawa has been expanding in scale. However, his goods can no longer be effortlessly transported across the globe as they once were. Ever since Kurosawa ascended to prominence as one of the titans of the New World, the noble collaborators who once allied with him have ceased their partnerships. The title of one emperor and 3 kings carries immense weight, and thus, they have naturally drawn warnings from the world government. The world government will not permit the titans of the New World to extend their reach beyond its confines, resulting in several of Kurosawa's merchant vessels being met with stringent actions from a navy. Akira Kurosawa had no particularly effective means at his disposal. After all, he could not simply hold a knife to the throat of the global government, coercing them into acquiescing to his arms trafficking endeavors. Akira Kurosawa, possessing such prowess, need not engage in the sale of goods. The entirety of the world's wealth is at his disposal. He can only seek assistance from the maritime and storage magnates to manage his arms and ammunition. Naturally, this assistance is restricted solely to the handling of these illicit items, while treasures from Fishman Island and the Sky Island are to be sold exclusively by personnel trained within the family. In order to maximize the value of these treasures, Akira Kurosawa has established a dedicated auction house in Subjugation. It is only through auctions that one can attain truly commendable prices, and the participants are genuinely affluent individuals from the vast seas, potentially even celestial dragons gracing his auction house with their presence. These patrons are indiscriminate in their spending. As long as the items captivate them, they will acquire them at any cost. This auction house has naturally brought immense wealth to Akira Kurosawa, and being situated close to Subjugation offers an additional advantage: a constant flow of various devil fruits, which Kurosawa promptly instructs his subordinates to procure. As for concerns regarding theft or competitors snatching up the items, Kurosawa has specifically assigned his snake unit to vigilantly oversee the premises. Moreover, the prominent auction house owners in the area are well aware that the mastermind behind this establishment is Akira Kurosawa, which deters them from causing any trouble. The rare artifacts from Sky Island and treasures from Fishman Island can only be found at Kurosawa's auction house, even if the world government seeks to suppress it. Some celestial dragons would intervene on his behalf. To them, it is merely a modest auction house that brings forth an array of exquisite treasures. So why would they wish to undermine it? With the backing of these celestial dragons, Kurosawa's auction house continues to thrive undisturbed in the Subjugation archipelago. Chapter 116. Departing early young master, they have just arrived. Lafayette signaled to Akira Kurosawa, who followed Lafayette's gaze. Approaching him were 6 individuals whose demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the other attendees. Greetings, esteemed 3 kings. Lord Kurosawa spoke a striking woman clad in an orange dress, her golden hair cascading elegantly. I am Stussy, the proprietor of Pleasure Street. Akira Kurosawa nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of the identity of the woman before him. On the surface, she appeared to be the queen of the Joy Street, yet in reality, she was an operative of CP0, the clandestine intelligence agency directly under the Celestial Dragons. However, she bore yet another layer of identity, a clone of Stussy, a member of the Rocks Pirates, and a spy created by the formidable genius, Vegapunk. It must be said that the complexities of this woman's identity were truly remarkable. The others also introduced themselves. There was the king of Lone Sharks, Duel, dressed in a striking purple suit. His imposing physique was accentuated by hair that resembled a lion's mane, and he donned a mask reminiscent of Jester. Then there was the king of assassins, Drage Pietro, wielding a grim reaper scythe. A peculiar albatross, adorned in human clothing, introduced himself as Morgans, the king of news and president of the World Economic News Agency. Lastly, there were the storage magnate, Jibbo, and the shipping tycoon, Umit, with whom Akira Kurosawa sought to forge an alliance. Akira Kurosawa found himself genuinely intrigued by these individuals, lifting his glass to engage in conversation with them. Although their prowess was rather unremarkable, they possessed the ability to wield significant influence in other domains. However, it wasn't too long before Kurosawa lost interest. Their incessant flattery became tiresome. For him, such adulation was exceedingly dull, as he was already well aware of his own formidable strength. Did he truly require their validation? He entrusted those individuals to Lafitte, delegating the collaboration to him, while Akira Kurosawa retreated to the sofa to savor the culinary delights. The confections of the Bigman Pirates are indeed irresistibly alluring, and throughout the vast ocean, apart from Whole Cake Island, no other place boasts sweets that surpass those found here. The desserts here are not the overly sugary, cloying kind. Instead, they possess a sweetness that is delightful yet not overwhelming, becoming increasingly aromatic with each bite. Akira Kurosawa indulged in numerous delicacies here. Although he typically favored meat, he possessed an extraordinary fondness for sweets. Particularly in his previous life, where each day was fraught with hardship, it was only natural for him to seek solace in the sweetness of confections. Despite Kurosawa's departure, the enthusiasm of those few individuals did not wane. Rather, it surged to even greater heights. Due to Kurosawa's formidable prowess, they could only muster flattering words, too intimidated to broach the topic of collaboration. Now that Kurosawa had departed, replaced by Lafitte, they found themselves more at ease. Moreover, aware that Lafitte was the second in command of the Kurosawa family, engaging in cooperative discussions seemed the most prudent choice. Meanwhile, Enel, finding himself unable to interject, withdrew from the crowd and approached Kurosawa. Picking up a morsel of food, he ate in silence, though his gaze remained fixed upon Lafitte. What's the matter? Eager to discuss collaboration as well? Kurosawa, amused by Enel's wistful expression, sidled closer. Boss, when will I ever be as capable as Brother Lafitte, adept in both intellect and combat? Enel murmured with a tinge of envy. Kurosawa could sense Enel's overwhelming envy, yet this matter was rather easily resolved. After returning, the academy would likely be completed by then, allowing him to attend and broaden his knowledge. Upon hearing Kurosawa's words, Enel instinctively turned his head and retorted, "But boss, the instructors at the academy aren't even as strong as I am. What exactly would I learn?" At Enel's remark, Kurosawa's expression darkened. Did this fool truly believe the academy only taught combat? Foolishness. Akira Kurosawa slapped Enel on the back of his head. I specifically dispatched several business-savvy members from the rat painting group to serve as instructors. Didn't you aspire to be as versatile as your elder brother Lafitte? You'll be attending these classes. Upon hearing about the classes, Enel instinctively recoiled. No way, boss. I was merely speaking casually. I know my limitations. He had been eagerly anticipating his coming of age, when he could finally assemble his own squad. The last thing he wanted now was to attend specialized business courses. You rascal. Akira Kurosawa knew Enel was merely speaking empty words, and thus ignored the fellow. Enel, in turn, ceased observing Lafitte and instead began counting on his fingers. It won't be long before I come of age. How many subordinates should I request from the boss to form my own squad? He mused with palpable anticipation. Enel harbored grand expectations for his future team, even entertaining the fleeting fantasy of recruiting Rigorok and his companion. Yet he understood their formidable prowess would inevitably lead them to establish their own faction someday. Thus, his aspirations remained but wistful reveries. Kurosawa also realized that the current military forces within his family were still somewhat insufficient. Once the territory expanded in the future, there simply wouldn't be enough manpower to garrison it properly. However, there was no need to fret over such matters at present. After all, the time had not yet come. For now, he only possessed 10 islands, and the Sky Islands had not been truly conquered. What was there to rush about? On Lafitte's side, commercial collaborations with those individuals were already underway. We of the Pleasure District would love to establish entertainment venues within Lord Kurosawa's territory. Situ spoke first. For her, setting up the Pleasure District in a territory protected by a powerful figure not only ensured safe profits, but also provided access to certain intelligence from within the Kurosawa family. Very well. However, the locations will be determined by us, and a corresponding percentage of your earnings will be claimed as our share, Lafitte nodded. Before arriving, Kurosawa had briefed him on the background of this woman. Though he didn't know the specifics of what Kurosawa knew, he trusted his judgment implicitly. Therefore, he wouldn't allow the Queen of the Pleasure District to establish her enterprises just anywhere at will. After all, the family's intelligence was not something to be carelessly leaked to outsiders. However, the most crucial intelligence within the family pertains to pure gold, information that ordinary individuals could never hope to obtain. Initially, when the family eliminated that lantern fish, they publicly claimed it was due to the islands within its body, emphasizing the creature's extreme danger as justification for its execution. Naturally, others readily believed this explanation. After all, who would tolerate the presence of a monstrous fish capable of devouring islands at will in their territory? Regarding Lafitte's request, Cetus had no choice but to comply, as revealing her true intentions too blatantly from the outset was out of the question. Having achieved her objective, Cetus saw no reason to linger and promptly departed for other matters. Her relationship with Charlotte Linli remained amicable, and the latter had previously sought her assistance. Next was the Lone Shark King, Dufeld, though the Korizumi family currently had little need for financial aid, resulting in minimal interaction. After a brief, perfunctory exchange. Dufeld took his leave. Even if the Kurizumi family had sought a loan, the sum would likely have been astronomical. Yet Dufeld lacked both the courage and the means to enforce repayment should they default. The Assassin King and the News King similarly had scant business dealings with the Kurizumi family, leading to only fleeting conversations before their departure. Only the Warehouse King and the Shipping King remained, individuals whose cooperation was one of Kurizumi's primary objectives. Lafitte presented the family's terms, which the two eagerly accepted, even offering an exceptionally low commission rate. Naturally, Lafitte was more than pleased. Lower commissions meant greater profits for the family. Their willingness to reduce their cut, however, stemmed from their own calculated motives. The Akira Kurosawa family, though collectively youthful, possesses formidable strength, leading one to ponder the heights they may reach in the future. The two parties are engaged in a wager, betting that the Kurosawa family will not merely be a fleeting comet in the New World, but rather a steadfast entity that endures. Such an outcome would be advantageous for their interests. Thus, it is unnecessary to offend Kurosawa over trivial percentages. In this atmosphere of mutual goodwill, collaboration has proceeded with remarkable ease, as both sides have achieved their desired outcomes. Amidst a chorus of compliments, Lafitte elucidated the details of the transaction. Approaching Kurosawa, Lafitte conveyed all pertinent details of the deal. Akira Kurosawa was thoroughly satisfied, having achieved his purpose on Cake Island. As it was the territory of a rival, he felt rather uncomfortable lingering there for long. Thus, he rose and departed the hall, accompanied by Lafitte and Enel. Outside, members of the Charlotte family stationed nearby noticed the trio and approached to inquire if they required any assistance. Katakuri, responsible for maintaining order on Cake Island, had already instructed his subordinates to pay special attention to them. After all, they were the only visitors with sufficient strength to potentially challenge Charlotte Linli, a fact that demanded their utmost vigilance and care. Kurosawa, naturally, did not explicitly state their departure, but merely offered a casual pretext before walking away. Their arrival at Whole Cake Island was ostensibly to attend the wedding of their captain, the Empress of Todo Land, Big Mom. Yet now, with the ceremony yet to commence, their abrupt decision to leave appeared somewhat peculiar in its timing. Kurosawa, unwilling to risk any unforeseen incidents during their departure, naturally refrained from disclosing the true reason. The men dared not press Kurosawa and his two companions with excessive questioning, thus allowing them to proceed unimpeded. Akira Kurosawa and his companions encountered little resistance as they departed from the heart of Cake Island, making their way back to the port. Is it truly acceptable to leave just like this? Enel pondered, feeling an unsettling discomfort at the thought of a quiet exit. Wouldn't it be better to make some noise? Lafitte, with a swift motion, struck Enel with the hilt of his sword, a clear indication that he relished in the chaos. Yet, given their precarious position deep within enemy territory, what more could they hope to achieve? Enel, recognizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from further protest, understanding that Lafitte's action mirrored Kurosawa's resolve. Upon their return, it would be prudent to focus on fortifying the family's power. Akira Kurosawa had already boarded the ship, standing at the bow and gazing at the splendid Cake Island. Our time in this new world remains fleeting. Despite possessing considerable strength, we still fall slightly short when compared to the formidable Big Mom pirates. During the journey to Cake Island, Kurosawa observed that the defenses in these waters were notably robust, even though a significant portion of their forces had congregated on Cake Island. The defensive personnel on the other islands surpassed those of his own family in both numbers and capabilities. Moreover, the territory of Todo Land is vastly more extensive than the chaotic seas, naturally housing a greater number of islands. It is evident that should Kurosawa truly engage in battle with the Big Mom pirates, even if victory were to be attained, the cost would be exorbitant. Akira Kurosawa increasingly felt that his military strength was woefully insufficient. He had resolved that upon his return, he must dedicate himself to development, no longer indulging in idle pleasures each day. The phrase "stay vigilant in times of peace" should be constantly etched in his mind. Kurosawa Akira found himself feeling increasingly disheveled since the moment he seized control over the chaotic seas, losing the exhilarating sensation he once had upon entering the world of piracy. Enel and Lafitte noticed the young master's silence and chose not to press him further. They were acutely aware of the disparity between their family and the formidable Big Mom pirates, a power that had long since established itself in the New World. And a simmering frustration brewed within them. For a long time, the newspapers had placed them alongside several other formidable factions, leading them to believe that their own strength was on par with the older powers. However, this recent venture unveiled the stark reality of their inferiority. The sheer might of the Big Mom pirates was staggering. prompting them to ponder the strength of similarly ranked entities like the Beast Pirates or the even more formidable Whitebeard Pirates. The more they contemplated, the more they felt the inadequacy of their own family's power, igniting an inner drive within them. If they were now recognized alongside such illustrious names, it was only a matter of time before their own strength would catch up, perhaps even surpass them. As these thoughts crystallized, their gazes grew resolute. Akira Kurosawa observed the transformation of the two individuals and nodded in satisfaction. Reputation serves as a lethal dagger, for it can obscure one's self-perception, leading one to blindly believe they embody the ideals depicted by others, while in truth, they remain quite vulnerable. On Cake Island, a wave of astonishment washed over Perospero upon receiving news of Kurosawa's departure. Were you not instructed to keep a close watch on them? How is it that their absence went unnoticed for such an extended period? In response to Perospero's reprimand, his subordinates felt a sense of injustice. After all, it was you who advised against being overly vigilant with Kurosawa and his companions, suggesting that we accommodate their needs as much as possible. How then can we be held accountable for this oversight? Upon hearing his subordinates' defense, Perospero's irritation grew. Their departure before the wedding had yet to commence was perplexing. However, he quickly dismissed further contemplation and instructed his subordinates to keep the news under wraps. Charlotte Linli was currently preparing herself, and if she were to discover this information, her fury would be unfathomable. Perospero's immediate priority was to consult with his brother, Katakuri, to devise a strategy. Akira Kurosawa departed first, leaving the two somewhat bewildered. However, such matters held little significance for him, for they had arrived at Moku Island. Chapter 117, The Academy's Rules, the Tree of Omniscience. In order to reach Moku Island swiftly, Akira instructed Lafitte to utilize his fruit abilities, propelling the entire vessel at remarkable speed away from the waters of the world. After all, lingering a day longer in enemy territory made Akira feel quite uneasy. A slower pace during the outbound journey was acceptable, as it afforded the opportunity to observe the layout and military strength of the other islands in the world. Upon their return, Akira and his companions were greeted by Tiger Wing and others. "Young master, nothing untoward transpired, I hope?" "Of course not. We are all well." Akira reassured his subordinates before entering. Taking his seat at the head of the table, he nodded to the gathered individuals. Though he did not possess as many followers as Charlotte Linli, the strength of Tiger Wing and his companions was by no means lacking. He then turned his attention to mouse drawing. "How is the establishment of the academy progressing?" "It is nearly complete." "How shall we proceed from here?" Mouse Drawing inquired respectfully, still unaware of Akira's specific plans. However, Akira had already formulated some ideas in his mind. "Let's establish 3 phases. In the first phase, new students will focus on acquiring fundamental knowledge, utilizing the previously compiled texts as the foundation." Akira Kurosawa devoted considerable effort to the creation of the academic textbooks. These volumes encompass a diverse array of subjects, including commerce, scientific inquiry, combat, swordsmanship, marksmanship, and navigation, alongside a plethora of foundational knowledge. Naturally, they also feature various forms of praise for his esteemed self, which were not inscribed by Kurosawa himself, but rather contributed by other members autonomously. Kurosawa would not stoop to such self-aggrandizement. Additionally, there exists a subtle indoctrination, extolling notions of will and purpose that serve to benefit the family, woven into the fabric of these texts. Akira Kurosawa lit a cigarette and took a puff, stating, "The second phase involves categorizing all the trainees. By now, we should have a reasonable understanding of their innate talents, allowing us to delineate them into specific groups. The third phase will enable them to engage in various familial activities on a trial basis. Each phase has a distinct duration. The first lasts 1 year. The second spans 3 years, and the third also extends for 1 year. This structure is designed for members aged 12 and above. Those below 12 will require an additional year in the first phase, with the second phase's duration doubled, while the third remains unchanged. Although the regulations are not yet fully developed, Kurosawa views this as a preliminary framework, believing that the Academy's guidelines will eventually be refined. As for the rationale behind not emulating educational systems from past lives, this is a pirate world where there is no need for meticulous categorization of all children. It is unnecessary and a significant expenditure of time. Furthermore, individuals in the pirate world generally possess superior physical capabilities compared to those from previous eras, allowing for a heightened level of pressure on the children here. Regardless of fatigue, a hearty meal followed by a good night's sleep rejuvenates them remarkably. With the rules established, the operations will naturally proceed according to this decision. Concerning the instructors, several individuals have been specifically dispatched from the West Sea. Although they may not be the pinnacle of talent under Kurosawa's leadership, their loyalty is sufficient. As previously mentioned, upon the trainees' departure from the academy, they will encounter even more formidable mentors. Regarding scientific research, the family currently lacks suitable talent, as the lone scientist, Asher, has already been dispatched to Sky Island. Akira Kurosawa has pondered for quite some time regarding instructors in the realm of scientific research, as individuals possessing such expertise remain exceedingly rare. Perhaps we should consider bringing in Vince Mach and Gaji? No, that would not suffice. He is only suitable for research, and furthermore, Akira Kurosawa recalled that this individual had now become one of the member states of the government, making him rather elusive to apprehend. After much contemplation, Akira Kurosawa found himself at a loss for solutions, ultimately entrusting this task to the humble mouse artist. Even if no mentor in scientific research could be found, there was no need for undue insistence. Akira Kurosawa offered a word of comfort to mouse painting, fully aware of the challenge at hand. After all, there had been no scientific talents within the family prior to this, and now asking mouse painting to select one from the members was indeed a daunting task. Nevertheless, mouse painting nodded earnestly, assuring, "Rest assured, young master, I shall surely unearth such talent." Observing the confident departure of mouse painting, Kurosawa couldn't help but internally commend his spirit. This is truly a commendable employee of Lord Hay and a valuable member of the family. Meanwhile, within the 100 Beast Pirates, Kaido reclined on the ground, gulping down copious amounts of sake. "Captain, should we not send someone to attend Big Mom's wedding?" This occasion had been specifically extended to Kaido by Charlotte Linli, who had regarded him as her brother since the days of the Rocks Pirates, even granting him the Azure Dragon fruit. "No need," Kaido replied, wiping the alcohol from the corner of his mouth and letting out a belch. "The Hay family has already sent representatives to Linli's wedding. If we were to attend as well, the world government would certainly have objections." Although slightly intoxicated, the clarity in Kaido's eyes did not escape others' notice. The world government referred to Kurosawa and a few other prominent pirates as the One Emperor and Three Kings to both position them as adversaries on the path to becoming the Pirate King and to guard against their potential collaboration. While individual pirate crews might not concern the world government and navy, the amalgamation of several powerful pirates could pose a threat akin to the former Rocks Pirates. In their prime, the Rocks Pirates wielded a strength capable of making both the world government and navy bow their heads in the New World. Unfortunately, the crew's disunity during the final battle at God Valley, compounded by the formidable forces dispatched by the world government, led to their downfall when they allied with Roger. Should another such pirate crew arise, there would be no second Roger to assist the world government. Despite Kaido's brutish demeanor, the formation of the vast 100 Beast Pirates and his intentional efforts to gather and nurture orphans demonstrated that he was far from merely a mindless thug. It was indeed surprising that Kurosawa dared to attend the banquet with only 2 companions. Jean stood aside, his face obscured by a mask, rendering his expression unreadable. Once I've dealt with Odin, I shall see what this fellow is truly capable of." Kaido has long harbored the desire to confront Kurozumi and engage in battle with him, while also coveting the Zoan Devil Fruit abilities of his subordinates like Ryusei. His ambition has always been to assemble an army composed entirely of Zoan Devil Fruit users, which is why his pirate crew is aptly named the Beast Pirates. However, the remarkable performances of Ryusei and others have only deepened Kaido's envy. How splendid it would be if such warriors were his own crew members. Regrettably, during his first attempt to approach them, he was thwarted by Neard. Subsequently, Moria's invasion and the critical phase of Wano country's unfolding events demanded his full attention. Their grand scheme was nearing its climax, and it was time for Odin to be dealt with once and for all. Thus, Kaido found himself unable to divert his focus elsewhere. And what of Odin? Kaido pondered while taking another swig of liquor, forcing himself to stop dwelling on the Kurozumi clan. The more he thought about them, the stronger his desire grew to obtain Longquan and the others. As usual, King stood motionless. Reviewing the intelligence gathered that day, the samurai across Wano continued their charade of madness, dancing foolishly. Loyalty to the Kazuki clan had nearly vanished, with only a handful of stubborn holdouts still resisting. Then eliminate them all. A frigid glint flashed in Kaido's eyes. His patience was wearing thin. While other pirate crews surged forward, he remained shackled by Odin's legacy. The vast deposits of sea stone in Wano awaited excavation. Tell Orochi to hurry up. That useless fool. Once Wano is fully under control, I'll dispose of him too. Then Yamato shall become the shogun. At the mention of Yamato, the coldness in Kaido's gaze softened slightly, even warming with affection. He adored his daughter, perhaps excessively so, Otherwise, she wouldn't have grown up refusing to acknowledge him as her father. Spoiling never yields worthy successors. Yamato simply hadn't been disciplined enough in her youth. Understood, Captain. King nodded and withdrew. Meanwhile, Kaido remained sprawled in the cavern, drinking steadily until his vision blurred, genuine drunkenness finally claiming him. Captain, impressive. Ha. Of course. Did you expect your captain to be weak? A crimson-haired youth casually sheathed his blade. This was none other than red-haired Shanks, who had now gathered a crew of his own. His vessel was no longer the rickety old boat of yore, but a grand three-masted schooner. The surrounding waters were littered with the wreckage of ships, clear evidence of a recent battle. Hey, Ben Beckman, don't underestimate me, Shank called out. The man known as Ben Beckman took a drag from his cigarette and cast a disdainful glance at Shanks. You can't even cook a proper meal. What's there to be proud of? Shanks chuckled sheepishly, recalling the time his first attempt at cooking nearly set the entire kitchen ablaze. Then I suppose our next stop should be to find a proper chef. At last, can one truly possess a genuine chef? Jesus burst into tears, overwhelmed with emotion, while he pondered the origins of the red-haired individual's audacity to insist on cooking himself. Consequently, their culinary endeavors over the past few days had left their stomachs feeling rather unwell. Jesus, my meals are quite satisfactory, he exclaimed. Observing the lack of support from the crew, Shanks felt a tinge of embarrassment and promptly approached Jesus, embracing him warmly. Enough of this, Captain. Warriors of the sea do not utter insincere words. Ha. The other crew members erupted in laughter, while Shanks remained somewhat dejected, crouched in a corner. All right, we should contemplate our next destination. Beckman interjected at the opportune moment, alleviating Shanks's embarrassment. Let us set sail for Gourmet Island, as we are in need of a chef. Seeing that the others no longer mentioned his lackluster culinary skills, Shanks rose to his feet, exclaiming, very well, Gourmet Island it is. Splendid. The Marshal, Sengoku, learned that Akira Kurosawa attended Charlotte Lingling's wedding yesterday. However, during the ceremony, the absence of Kurosawa raised suspicions about the two pirate crews. An intelligence report reached Sengoku, now the Marshal, and upon reading it, his brow furrowed in concern. Tsuru, what is your perspective on this? Sengoku inquired, handing the report to his aide, Tsuru, who was seated nearby. Tsuru accepted the document and scrutinized it carefully. Let's first monitor these two pirate crews. Should any indications of collaboration arise, we could devise a strategy then. In the current new world, we, the Navy, must refrain from intervening recklessly, as it could easily provoke other pirate factions. Sengoku nodded, feeling the weight of the situation. At present, the 4 emperors and 3 kings were in a phase of power consolidation, making conflicts less likely. Thus, their relationships remained relatively stable. However, any aggressive maneuvers by the Navy towards the New World could prompt them to unite against a common threat, thwarting the Navy's aspirations to expand its influence. Despite Sengoku's recent promotion to Marshal and his desire to achieve significant results, he understood the necessity of maintaining clarity of thought. After all, he was responsible for the lives of countless sailors traversing these waters. A single erroneous command could lead to the loss of thousands of lives. Have you reviewed the directives from the world government? Sengoku then recalled another troubling matter. Are you referring to the archaeologists from the Tree of Knowledge? Crane reflected briefly and recalled the matters concerning Sengoku. The actions of those archaeologists had evidently crossed the red line established by the world government, and this situation could no longer be averted. Sengoku himself was perplexed by the audacity of these archaeologists, who dared to oppose the world government despite their apparent vulnerability. Would they truly enact a demon-slaying decree upon that place? What would become of the innocent civilians on the island? Clearly, Crane is reluctant to see the innocent civilians suffer, especially since they have done nothing wrong and remain oblivious to the circumstances. However, there is little choice. This is a direct order from the 5 Elder Stars, and they have even dispatched members of the CP organization to oversee the situation. Sengoku, too, is filled with compassion, yet the weight of military orders is unyielding, leaving him powerless to resist. Alas, Crane feels a sense of helplessness and can only let out a deep sigh. So, whom do you intend to send? Let Akainu and Akiji lead the charge, accompanied by a few vice admirals, thereby allowing them to accrue some merit. Sengoku, feeling somewhat helpless, recognized that the world government would not permit the Navy to release every individual residing within the Tree of Omniscience. He had no choice but to dispatch Akainu to gain the trust of the world government, while also sending Akiji in hopes of liberating some civilians. In truth, Sengoku was not particularly keen on anyone escaping. Should the world government discover such an occurrence, it would only implicate more innocent lives. Thus, it had to be this way. Crane, clearly understanding Sengoku's intentions, refrained from further commentary. Chapter 118. The Cunning Pirate Crew. Captain, you mentioned the young master has been away for so many days. Why is he yet to return? Has he forgotten about us? The members of the Giant Force Pirate Crew were currently gathered on Giant Spirit Island, as Tiger Wing and the others had not brought them along when they traveled to Moke Island. Moldos, sitting idly on the ground, expressed his grievances. Surely the young master has pressing matters to attend to. Our primary duty now is to safeguard Giant Spirit Island, ensuring that no one invades while the young master is absent. Mondo felt a twinge of embarrassment. They had been part of the Kurosawa family for several days now, enjoying an abundance of sumptuous food and exquisite clothing, luxuries unimaginable during their days as fishermen. Yet, having indulged so much without contributing significantly to the family left all members of the Giant Force Pirate Crew feeling somewhat guilty in the presence of Kurosawa. Captain, what do you think we will finally be able to assist the young master? Moldos felt a sense of shame in continuing to enjoy the benefits provided by Kurosawa without offering anything in return. I do not know, but I believe our time to shine will come eventually, Mondo murmured uncertainly. Since joining the Kurosawa family, he had realized that many around him were far stronger, prompting him to reflect humorously on his former self. How audacious he had been to attempt to rob Kurosawa. Just as Mondo was consumed with concern over whether Kurosawa had forgotten about them, a guard rushed over. Captain Mondo, a group of unknown pirates is currently raiding the port. What? Upon hearing the guard's words, Mundo and the others sprang to their feet, astonished that someone would dare to seize the opportunity while the young master and his companions were away to raid their location. Captain, what are we waiting for? Let's hasten forth at once. Mordos could no longer restrain himself and dashed towards the harbor. Hey! Mondo and his companions let out a helpless exclamation, but Moldos was too far away to hear them. Let's hasten to catch up, Mondo reluctantly remarked. This reckless fellow remains unchanged. What shall we do if we encounter an ambush? At the port of Giant Spirit Island, the captain inquired, is it truly acceptable for us to brazenly plunder the island of the Kurosawa family? A frail figure stood in trepidation beside a burly man, watching as the crew engaged in pillaging and destruction around the harbor. Lingu, you are far too timid, the burly man scoffed. Intelligence reports indicate that the majority of the Kazuki clan's members and their main forces are currently stationed on Moku Island. What is there to fear? Moreover, the man casually seized a handful of berries plundered by his subordinates from a nearby dwelling, inhaling the aroma with rapture. He is merely a fledgling pirate, recently emerged from the seas. Though formidable, he lacks a vast following. Should any action arise, his garrison forces across the islands will be summoned away. The man chuckled disdainfully. Let me impart a lesson to this young pirate. The New World is not a playground for him. The New World harbors numerous pirates who have long harbored grievances against the Kazuki clan. They have roamed these waters for an extended period, only to be overshadowed by a novice pirate. Despite the Kazuki having vanquished the two formidable pirate crews, they dared not invade while the Kazuki clan maintained their watch. After all, recent events had demonstrated that their triumph over those large pirate factions was not merely a stroke of luck. Yet, once the Kazuki and their followers depart, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike fiercely. Although Akira Kurosawa is often mentioned alongside the likes of Big Mom as one of the four emperors, the others have long established their dominance in the New World. These pirates are wary of provoking their formidable power. However, Akira Kurosawa is different. He is merely a newcomer. No matter how formidable his strength may be, these parasitic pirates are eager to seize the opportunity to profit whilst he is absent. The New World is vast, yet the wealthiest and most prosperous seas are claimed by the four emperors, while the remaining unoccupied islands are dominated by other powerful pirate crews and kingdoms. These pirates, living in the crevices of power, flit about like flies, landing here for a moment and biting there for a taste. Though they can be quite bothersome, completely eradicating them is a daunting task. The New World, albeit not extensive, is rife with formidable beings, and one can never know when a powerful entity may be lurking in a seemingly innocuous location. To tread carelessly may be perceived as provocation. Furthermore, these smaller pirate crews have long mastered the art of survival in the shadows, making it exceedingly difficult to apprehend them. Such pursuits would require an inordinate amount of manpower, resources, and time, with the possibility of yielding no results. Thus, larger pirate crews and forces are reluctant to engage in such thankless endeavors. Moreover, the smaller crews typically refrain from antagonizing these larger powers. Given that Akira Kurosawa has only recently arrived in the New World, even with his considerable strength, he is perceived as lacking a vast following. Should he offend them, it It is unlikely he would expend excessive time and resources to pursue them. They would not dare to provoke him in his presence, but rather wait until he and his subordinates, such as the Tiger Wings, have departed before daring to create trouble. A burly man continues to direct his crew, scouring for berries and young, beautiful women, his greedy gaze nearly spilling from his eyes. These accursed pirates have claimed all the affluent seas, leaving me in abject poverty. The burly man spat vehemently. Once we complete this haul, I shall enjoy a period of luxury. Boys, gather as many valuable treasures as you can. Upon our return, I shall reward you handsomely. Upon hearing of the promised rewards, the crew became even more frenzied, neglecting the women in pursuit of treasure. Each time the pirates plunder, they are required to hand over the acquired treasures to their captain, who subsequently distributes a portion of the spoils among the crew. No one dares to hoard the stolen wealth, for if discovered, the captain would execute them without hesitation. Do these wretched pirates not fear Lord Akira Kurosawa? One man watched helplessly as his possessions were taken by these despicable pirates, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ha ha ha! The burly pirate captain laughed heartily. Akira Kurosawa, merely a greenhorn. The pirate captain glared fiercely at the brawny man and declared, "Don't tell me Kurosawa isn't here. Even if he were standing before me now, I'd still dare to rob him without hesitation." As he spoke, he raised his sword to slay the burly man before him. Is that so? Suddenly, a voice interrupted the pirate captain's movement. Who goes there? The pirate captain raised his gaze toward the source of the voice. I'm Mordos, the first mate of the Black Sails pirates under Captain Kurosawa's command, he declared. Mordos, having hastened his steps, finally arrived at the harbor's edge. The Black Sails pirates? The pirate captain narrowed his eyes, pondering which crew this was. Captain, it's that notorious rookie pirate crew that's been frequently featured in the newspapers recently, whispered the slender man named Ling beside him, recalling the name. Oh, the pirate captain let out a peculiar shout, but then glared fiercely at Mordos, just another unknown rookie pirate crew, and the captain glanced behind Mordos, finding no one there, then burst into arrogant laughter. Where are the rest of your companions? How dare you come alone to cause trouble for us? Do you have any idea who the hell I am? With his final words, the pirate captain practically roared, convinced that the solitary figure before him was deliberately provoking him. I don't give a damn who you are. Mordos cast a disdainful glance at the pirate captain and sneered. Just another piece of trash who dares to show his face only when a young master is away. The pirate captain's face twisted with fury at the blatant insult. You damn bastard. I'll kill you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he lunged at Mordos, sword flashing. Good timing, Mordos bellowed, leaping aside to evade the strike. The pirate captain's blade cleaved into the ground, splitting the earth with a thunderous crack. This pirate captain, bold enough to challenge Kurozumi, was no weakling. Seeing his attack miss, he wrenched his sword free and turned to face Mordos with a cold smirk. Not bad speed, brat. Then, puffing out his chest, he declared, Remember, the man who kills you is the cunning Monegace, captain of the deceitful pirates, with a bounty of 120 million berries. A true swordsman who thrives in the shadows of the New World. Mordos scoffed. Just another washed-up weakling from the New World. Monegace's eyes narrowed dangerously, his voice icy. We'll see how tough you talk when my blade severs your head, boy. Subsequently, wielding his sword, he charged towards Mondagas. Although Mondagas had consistently regarded him with disdain, he remained exceedingly vigilant in the face of the impending assault. Fortunately, during this period, he had been diligently honing his skills with the secret techniques provided by the young master. Mondagas adeptly utilized a swift maneuver to evade Monegace's attack, swiftly pivoting to deliver a powerful kick in retaliation. Though Monegace was labeled a failure, it was evident that he was no weakling. With remarkable agility, he raised his sword horizontally before him, successfully blocking Mondagas' assault. Just as he was about to derisively taunt Mondagas, the force of the impact reverberated through his weapon, causing him to stagger backward several paces. Impressive strength, he scoffed, though internally, he began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Although the precise disparity in strength between him and Mondagas remained unclear, it was evident that he could not easily vanquish his opponent. His reputation as a cunning strategist was hardly surprising. Upon encountering an adversary capable of countering his attacks, Monegace would promptly withdraw. This cautiousness and timidity had allowed him to navigate the treacherous New World for an extended period. Mondagas paid no heed to his taunts, relentlessly advancing toward his foe. Monegace, however, quickly shifted his stance, raising his sword once more to defend against the onslaught. Yet, he was propelled backward like a kite on a short string. As Mondagas marveled at the unexpected potency of his weapon, Monegace abruptly sprang to his feet, swiftly turning to flee toward the sea. Upon realizing Monegase's intentions, Mondagas understood that this scoundrel intended to escape. "Damn you, stop right there, you coward!" he bellowed. Monegase, disregarding Mondagas' shouts, continued his flight toward his ship, calling out to his subordinates along the way. "Stop that fool behind us!" The band of pirates, bewildered by the unfolding events, sensed that their leader seemed to have been bested and was now in retreat. They hastily followed Monegase, inadvertently obstructing Mondagas' pursuit. Forced to fend off the pirates while chasing Monegase, he found the distance between them widening. Catching a glimpse of the encumbered Mondagas behind the throng, Monegase couldn't help but chuckle. "Foolish wretch, I am leaving first." Hearing Monegase's derision only fueled Mondagas' fury further. However, upon noticing the figures looming behind Monegase, a grin spread across his face. Observing the expression on Mondagas' countenance, Monegase turned curiously to glance behind him, only to find several individuals standing there. Damn it, is he truly attempting to flee now? Mundo gazed at Monegase with a faint smile playing upon his lips. Upon discovering Molotos, they had witnessed him already engaged in combat with their enemies. Yet it became evident that these adversaries were no match for Molotos, prompting them to intercept the fleeing foes. Thus, they positioned themselves along Monegase's escape route. The moment Monegase laid eyes on Mundo and his companions, his expression twisted into one of sheer dismay. "Spare me, and I shall order my men to return the plundered treasures to you," he pleaded. Mundo responded with a chilling chuckle. "No wonder you are a failure, still clinging to such naivety." From the icy tone in Mundo's voice, Monegase understood there would be no mercy. Resolve hardened within him. Today, he would have to fight for his life. His face contorted into a savage snarl. "You truly believe you can keep me here?" Without waiting for a reply, he launched himself into a desperate assault. Watching Monegase unleash his full fury, Mundo felt exhilaration surge through him. Since joining the family, he had rarely engaged in true combat. Even when sparring with other members, he was effortlessly subdued. Now at last, he faced an opponent who, though not overwhelmingly powerful, was strong enough to allow him to fight unrestrained. "Come, Monegas!" Mundo roared, charging forward to meet him. Their collision sent a thunderous shockwave through the air. Meanwhile, Monegase's crew of pirates, realizing their survival hinged on defeating Mundo and his allies, drew their weapons and surged toward Molotos and the others. Chapter 119. Crocodiles Battle Monegase. "Surrender now. I may put in a good word for you with a young master, called Kelder, the tactician and navigator of the giant force pirates." Though not a formidable fighter himself, he stood at the sidelines, relying on persuasion rather than strength. Monegase scoffed. "So, certain you can take me down?" Monegase let out a cold chuckle, swinging his weapon towards Mondo. Observing the indifference of his opponent, Kelder ceased his attempts to dissuade him, merely hoping that Monegase would not be excessively harmed by Captain Mondo. Mondo continued to evade Monegase's strikes, while Monegase, having lost his composure, fixated solely on pursuing Mondo. Unbeknownst to him, many of his subordinates had already been felled, and scarcely any of the cunning pirate crew remained standing. As Monegase's stamina waned, his attacks gradually subsided. At this juncture, Monegase surveyed his surroundings, only to find a multitude of bodies strewn about, some lifeless, others unconscious, and a few unable to rise. The members of the mighty pirate crew who remained standing wore expressions of amusement as they regarded Monegase. "Hey, all your subordinates have fallen. Are you still going to hold on?" Kelder's words jolted Monegase from his daze, prompting him to turn sharply towards Kelder and the others. With eyes closed, Monegase tilted his head slightly towards the sky, fully aware that he might not leave this place alive today. Slowly, he opened his eyes, the confusion replaced by a glimmer of madness, as if he had come to a realization, a grin splitting his face. "Come on, I'm still standing." Monegase spoke with an eerie calmness. "Ah, I see this is your last utterance," Mondo replied nonchalantly, his gaze sharpening as he transformed into a bolt, swiftly dashing towards Monegase. "Come at me." Monegase raised his hand to block Mondo's approaching fist. However, this time Mondo had learned from experience. While it appeared he was throwing a single punch, he had channeled all his strength into his legs. Just as Monegase pondered why the giant before him seemed to have diminished in strength, Mondo's attack struck his waist. In an instant, Monegase bent like a shrimp propelled through the air. He crashed into an unknown number of houses before ultimately slamming into the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. As the dust settled, Monegase lay unconscious in the crater he had created, witnessing their foe's loss of resistance. Mondo and his companions erupted in laughter. "Captain, it's fortunate that the young master did not take us along. He truly possesses foresight," Mordos exclaimed. his excitement palpable as he reveled in not being a mere freeloader any longer. Indeed, Mondo nodded, the young master must have had his reasons for leaving us behind. You, my friend, must not charge in alone next time. As he spoke, Mondo cast a sharp glance at the exuberant Moldos. Moldos, aware of his own recklessness this time, dared not retort, while Mondo and his companions were still sharing hearty laughter on the battlefield in a nearby corner. An individual was engaged in a conversation through a communication device, seemingly placing a call. Young master, the mighty pirate crew is indeed trustworthy. Understood. Indeed. This individual was one of the former members, retained by Akira Kurosawa and not taken to Moke Island. Although Kurosawa placed considerable trust in several members of the mighty pirate crew, the requisite protocols could not be overlooked. Akira Kurosawa mused that his perceptive abilities had yet to reach the depths necessary to truly discern the intricacies of the human heart. Thus, he deemed it prudent to exercise caution. Furthermore, with these individuals at his side, he felt assured that the Goliath pirates would not falter against their adversaries, ensuring that his domain remained under control. Subsequently, Kurosawa instructed them to confine the invading pirates until his return, at which point he would address the matter. At this moment, Akira Kurosawa had led several members of the Tiger Wing to the Swordsman Island. Although the giant Spirit Island was considerably more prosperous, its geographical location was less than ideal, prompting Kurosawa to designate Swordsman Island as the stronghold of the Kurosawa family. Under the relentless supervision of the dedicated artist, the academy had risen from the ground on Swordsman Island. Currently, the institution housed only a few orphans specifically taken in by the artist, along with some orphaned fish people and a small number of merfolk from Fishman Island. The fish people possessed legs for their lower halves, yet their upper bodies retained aquatic features, while the merfolk bore fish tails below but appeared indistinguishable from humans above. It is noteworthy that fish people were predominantly male, whereas merfolk were mostly female. At the inception of the academy, Akira Kurosawa had advised mouse painting to establish it by a lake connected to the sea on the island of Swordsman. The entire academy enveloped the vast expanse of the lake, allowing the mermaids who could not yet move freely on the shore to receive training. Young master, today marks the first day of the academy's opening. Shall we go and take a look? Mouse painting inquired, gazing at Akira Kurosawa, who was reclining on Rabarina's lap. That sounds agreeable. Despite the academy having been established for quite some time, I have yet to visit, Akira Kurosawa replied after a moment's contemplation, nodding in affirmation. Let us invite Tiger Wings and the others to join us as well. Very well, young master. I shall inform them immediately, Mouse painting acknowledged before turning and departing. Akira Kurosawa, with a lingering fondness, reluctantly departed from the long, slender legs of Talina, a cigarette perched between his lips. Come, you should take a look as well, he remarked. Talina smiled and nodded in agreement. Very well, my lord. The two then made their way together to the grand hall. Inside, the members of Kurosawa's family stood gathered, and upon his entrance, they all turned to face him. My lord, they acknowledged. Akira Kurosawa nodded, casually waving his hand. Let us all depart. Indeed, Akira Kurosawa led the way, with Mouse painting guiding him alongside, while the others followed closely behind. Enel was animatedly engaged in a conversation with Leg, whispering secrets as they trailed behind. Outside the academy, the instructors selected by Mouse painting were already aware of Kurosawa's impending visit and stood at the entrance, awaiting the arrival of the students. Although the students had never encountered Kurosawa in person, they were well acquainted with his illustrious reputation. This was particularly true for the residents of Fishman Island, whose admiration for Kurosawa was palpable. Each student stood eagerly at the entrance, their anticipation palpable. At last, Kurosawa and his companions arrived at the academy's gates. Observing the throng of people gathered, he furrowed his brow, questioning the necessity of their presence. Why are they standing here? He asked. Young master. Mouse painting noticed the discontent in his demeanor and quickly explained, the children of our academy hold you in the highest regard, hence their presence. Before Mouse painting could finish, Kurosawa raised a hand to interrupt. Enough, let this be the last time. Satisfied that Kurosawa was not overly displeased, Mouse painting breathed a sigh of relief. With a smile, Kurosawa approached the throng of children, who regarded him with adoration. Subsequently, Kurosawa toured every corner of the academy amidst the children's reverent admiration, ultimately sharing a meal in the cafeteria. The academy's arrangement was commendable, featuring dedicated classrooms for cultural studies as well as designated areas for martial training. The entire campus was impressively expansive, comparable to the combined size of two universities from Kurosawa's previous life. Mouse painting, you have done well, he remarked. Akira Kurosawa was thoroughly pleased with the situation. Rat painting also nodded in delight, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for the compliment, young master. Observing that Tiger Wing and others were equally intrigued by the academy, Kurosawa smiled. If you find the time, you may also visit the academy to train those children. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the group brightened, with Enel being the most exhilarated. He was on the cusp of adulthood, and Kurosawa had previously promised him that upon reaching maturity, he could form his own squad. However, Enel had been uncertain about where to recruit members. Although there were other family members to consider, he had never been entirely satisfied with the options. Now, with the opportunity to frequently train the children at the academy, he could also select those with exceptional talents to solidify his foundation. The thought brought a smile to Enel's face. What are you grinning about? Tiger Wing inquired, noticing Enel's unusual behavior and pulling him closer. You wouldn't understand, Enel replied, freeing himself from Tiger Wing's embrace with a smirk. Hey, you rascal. Tiger Wing did not press further. Nevertheless, the other family members were somewhat aware of Enel's intentions. Moreover, Leg and Alec possessed sufficient strength to form a small team, and Kurosawa's gesture was intended to encourage them to select their respective members. Combat squads often faced attrition during battles, yet they lacked adequate reserve members for replenishment. Consequently, some members of these squads had originally been under Rat Painting's command. This opportunity would allow them to complete their forces. The group understood Kurosawa's intentions well and, upon returning to their quarters, began contemplating the ideal members they needed. Meanwhile, was Whitebeard currently on this island? After considerable exploration, Crocodile finally discovered the island where Whitebeard was residing. He then led his subordinates ashore. Old man, a pirate crew has arrived on the island. Should we drive them away? Whitebeard, who was enjoying a gathering with his sons, became intrigued by the report from his subordinate. Oh, pirates have come seeking me. Do they wish to become my sons? Old man, Marco said with a sigh. Those pirates seem to harbor ill intentions. The leader appears to be a notorious supernova who has gained significant fame recently. They are likely here to challenge you. Challenge me? Whitebeard chuckled. Let them come then. Your old man is a formidable force upon the seas. Just as the Whitebeard pirates reveled in their camaraderie, Crocodile approached them. Old man Whitebeard. Crocodile gazed at the man before him, whose mustache resembled a crescent moon, and remarked, So you are the emperor? You seem nothing more than an ordinary old man. Gulalala. Upon hearing Crocodile's words, Whitebeard suddenly erupted in laughter, then turned his sharp gaze toward Crocodile. Youngster, do you truly wish to defeat this old man? You are quite far from achieving that. Crocodile was taken aback by Whitebeard's sudden change in demeanor, but quickly regained his composure, defiantly meeting Whitebeard's eyes. Is that so? Then let us see how well you could try. As his words fell, Crocodile summoned the yellow sand to form a razor-sharp blade, the desert sword. With a mere punch, Whitebeard shattered it effortlessly, yet Crocodile's assault continued unabated. Die, Whitebeard! Crocodile's attack was monumental in scale, yet regrettably, none of it could inflict harm upon Whitebeard himself. Damn it! Is this old man truly so powerful? Crocodile fixed his gaze on his adversary. No wonder he is hailed as the strongest on the seas. However, Crocodile pressed his hands against the ground, erosion cycle. He intended to create an environment most advantageous for his devil fruits battle. Whitebeard observed Crocodile's actions without interference, confident in his own strength. Watching Whitebeard freely alter the battlefield, Crocodile chuckled coldly. Whitebeard, your carelessness shall be your ultimate downfall. On the sidelines, Marco and others watched anxiously. A portly man with curly hair voiced his concern. Captain Marco, do you think Dad is being too reckless? Do not worry, Teach. Marco reassured his new companion. With Dad's strength, no one can possibly defeat him. Indeed, Teach, let us have some faith in Dad, the others chimed in. Is that so? Then all is well. The stout man nodded, yet a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes, hidden from the gaze of others. As the ground grew increasingly cracked, the earth's moisture was nearly drained by Crocodile. The surrounding trees withered one by one, eventually turning to sand. Even the stones transformed into grains. Crocodile stood upon the land he had altered, gazing at Whitebeard across from him, a cold sneer escaping his lips as he melded into the ground. Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, a tremendous wave of sand erupted from the earth. From within the tempest, Crocodile's voice resounded. Old man Whitebeard, this shall be your most regrettable day. Perish. Sandstorm. The colossal wave surged toward Whitebeard, who remained expressionless, unwavering as he faced the oncoming tide. Gradually, he gripped his weapon, the bisecting blade, and struck fiercely at the sand wave. A massive slash erupted, cleaving the sandstorm in twain. Crocodile's subordinates looked on in disbelief. Never before had anyone so effortlessly repelled their captain's assault. Meanwhile, Whitebeard's sons erupted into cheers for their father. Among the jubilant crowd was Teach, though the chill in his eyes sank deeper within. Chapter 120. The ill-tempered sand crocodile. Damn it, that old coot Whitebeard is extraordinarily formidable. The speaker was Crocodile, who had recently clashed with Whitebeard. At this moment, he piloted a ship through uncharted waters, his left arm transformed into a golden hook, a testament to the considerable injury inflicted by Whitebeard. Truly, he is the strongest man in the world. Crocodile contemplated his severed arm, memories of the last encounter flooding back. Whitebeard, wielding the bisecting blade and his unmatched prowess, had sent the sand-fused Crocodile flying and severed one of his arms in the process. Become my son, Crocodile. Just as he thought his journey was at an end, Whitebeard halted his assault, extending a hand toward the fallen Crocodile. Humph! Crocodile, his expression darkened, cast aside the memories swirling in his mind. No ambitions of dominating the seas. Merely seeking family? That was not my purpose for venturing out. Crocodile muttered to himself, then glanced at his lone remaining arm. Clenching his fist. What means exists to truly elevate me above the entirety of the seas? At this moment, Crocodile found himself engulfed in uncertainty regarding his own powers, believing that his strength had reached an insurmountable plateau. Is there anything that can aid me? Reflecting on the years of arduous training, Crocodile felt a profound sense of futility as he recalled being effortlessly defeated by Whitebeard. Captain, we are in dire need of supplies. Our provisions are running low. A crew member's voice interrupted Crocodile's brooding thoughts. Nodding in acknowledgement, he inquired, "What is the nearest island to us?" After departing from the Whitebeard pirates, they had been sailing the vast ocean for quite some time, yet Crocodile remained preoccupied with his confrontation against Whitebeard, while his crew drifted aimlessly. Upon hearing his captain's question, the crew member glanced at the compass on his wrist. "Captain, we are currently in the waters of the Kurosawa family, and the nearest island appears to be known as Swordsman Island." Crocodile nodded decisively. "Let us head to Swordsman Island for resupply." As he watched his subordinate depart, his thoughts shifted from Whitebeard to the current ruler of the chaotic seas, the enigmatic Kurosawa. "Young master, a pirate ship has been spotted approaching our vicinity, requiring..." Before he could finish, the recently awakened Kurosawa interjected, "As long as they adhere to the rules, anyone may navigate our waters. Just keep a close watch on them. No excessive preparations are necessary." "Understood, young master. I shall take my leave," the subordinate replied, exiting the room to monitor the approaching pirate vessel. Sighing, Kurosawa shook his head in resignation. He had long established rules allowing any ship to sail freely in the chaotic seas, provided they did not infringe upon his regulations. This policy not only augmented the income of various islands, but also attracted pirates who, with their propensity to spend liberally, dared not rob in Kurosawa's territory. However, due to his recent presence at Swordsman Island, some of his subordinates often sought to witness Kurosawa firsthand, bringing trivial matters to his attention. While Kurosawa appreciated their respect, he found it unnecessary to be treated like a celebrity. Subsequently, he convened a brief meeting with Buffett to discuss the situation at hand. Akira Kurosawa is currently in a phase of repose, having long since devised a comprehensive outline for the development of his family. At this moment, he merely needs to play the role of a detached overseer. His focus should remain on steering significant matters, while the minutiae can be adeptly managed by Raffet, and most tasks can be competently handled by digital artistry. Boom! 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 A tremendous sound emanates from the mountainside as the trees sway violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. Barrett, your prowess has indeed escalated swiftly. Akira Kurosawa once again sent Barrett flying, taking a moment to catch his breath. Rising to his feet, Barrett lowered his gaze, clenched his fists, and then lifted his head to regard Kurosawa earnestly. "It seems your strength has also increased. The gap between us has not diminished, but rather widened. How have you managed this?" "One must balance work and rest, Barrett." Akira Kurosawa gazed at his counterpart, stating that pushing oneself too hard can lead to counterproductive effects. Naturally, he did not disclose that within him resided a unique energy capable of continuously enhancing his physical constitution. This energy functioned for Kurosawa akin to a subtle advantage. As long as he engaged in regular exercise, this force would perpetually activate. Thus, he frequently challenged other members to duels, under the guise of mentoring them in their training, while in truth, he utilized these battles to allow this energy to flow effortlessly. Akira Kurosawa discovered that if he refrained from any action and allowed his body to remain in a state of tranquility, the energy within him would also cease to flow. However, as long as he engaged in continuous training and combat, this energy would become invigorated, its intensity closely linked to the vigor of his exertions. Thus, theoretically speaking, As long as Kurosawa was not overwhelmed by adversaries in a single encounter, he would undoubtedly emerge even more formidable in his subsequent confrontations. Although he was somewhat unclear about the origins of this energy within him, it likely had a connection to his ability to traverse into the world of pirates. Upon hearing Kurosawa's elucidation, Barrett lowered his gaze in contemplation. Could it be that my regular training is indeed excessively frequent? He recalled Kurosawa's typical demeanor, which oscillated between moments of rest and engaging in sparring with his comrades, rarely witnessing him in rigorous training. In truth, it was not that Kurosawa neglected training, but rather that the intensity of his workouts had become insufficient to mobilize that energy within him. Much like certain powerful individuals who, upon reaching a certain pinnacle, ceased conventional training and instead frequently engaged in combat with others. It was not a matter of reluctance to train, but rather that ordinary workouts no longer sufficed to enhance their prowess. Only through intense battles could they achieve tangible results. Observing Barrett deep in thought, Kurosawa chose not to intrude upon his reflections and resolved to take his leave. "Where are you headed?" Barrett, still mulling over his thoughts, caught sight of Kurosawa preparing to depart and casually inquired. "A pirate crew is approaching Swordsman Island. Would you care to join me in observing?" After a moment's consideration in response to Kurosawa's invitation, Barrett nodded in agreement. Initially, he had intended to continue his training after his battle with Kurosawa, but after the latter's discourse on the path to strength, Barrett decided to give it a try. "Let us proceed." As Barrett fell in step beside him, Kurosawa said little more and turned toward the harbor of Swordsman Island. Is this truly Swordsman Island? Crocodile had initially no intention of disembarking, yet upon reflection, he realized that he had little to occupy his time. Moreover, the Island of Swords, belonging to the acquaintance Akira Kurosawa, piqued his interest, prompting him to venture ashore. Gazing upon the bustling port before him, Crocodile felt a growing curiosity about Kurosawa. He acknowledged that he too was part of the same cohort of pirates. However, while he had met defeat in his challenge against Whitebeard, Kurosawa had amassed a vast territory in the New World, earning the title of king. This disparity evoked a sense of admiration within Crocodile. When certain individuals surpass you by slight margin, one may dismiss their success as mere fortune. Yet, when the chasm between you and another is insurmountable, all that remains is reverence and respect. Clearly, Kurosawa held such an esteemed position in Crocodile's eyes. After all, he had just faced defeat at the hands of Whitebeard, while Kurosawa was on the verge of challenging him. With one emperor and 3 kings, albeit only one emperor, Whitebeard's age was advancing. Provided Kurosawa's momentum remained unimpeded, it was merely a matter of time before he caught up to Whitebeard. Whitebeard resembled a setting sun, steadily descending, while Kurosawa embodied the rising sun, continually ascending. Subsequently, Crocodile entered a tavern. The interior buzzed with lively chatter, as numerous locals and visiting merchants debated the development of the chaotic seas. Since Kurosawa's conquest of the area, he had dedicated himself to its advancement, ensuring prosperity for its inhabitants, which in turn enriched the tavern owner. Each island's development was tailored to its unique attributes. Some were suited for tourism, others boasted rich and unique mineral resources, while some were strategically located for commerce, and others ideal for industrial establishments. Thus, the once dilapidated Island of Swords, previously managed by the swordsman pirates, had begun to flourish under Kurosawa's stewardship. The Island of Swords was particularly advantageous due to its favorable geography, attracting various vessels for supplies and trade. Consequently, Kurosawa established an academy on the island. Many passing ships, upon recognizing that the academy was founded by Kurosawa, contemplated enrolling their children there. After all, one of the esteemed figures among the emperor and kings was behind its establishment. The academy was bound to be extraordinary, especially in a pirate world where educational opportunities were scarce. By enrolling their children in the academy, Kurosawa could subtly influence both the students and their parents. It is worth noting that any vessel capable of navigating the New World, whether merchant or pirate, was undoubtedly owned by individuals of considerable skill. Thus, should the chaotic seas face an invasion, these parents would naturally rise to defend against intruders. Furthermore, due to their children's connection, these individuals would be drawn closer to Kurosawa's family, effectively granting him a network of allies, even if he did not currently require their strength. Not to mention, children who graduated from his academy would likely foster a sense of camaraderie with others who shared the same educational background, creating an inherent affinity. The future of the New World belonged to the children. This is a direct quotation from Akira Kurosawa, addressed to those families who opposed the admission of external members into the academy. Lacking substantial educational background, They naturally possess limited understanding of such matters. However, Kurosawa is quite different. As the saying goes, when fellow townsfolk meet, tears well up in their eyes. Students hailing from the same academy are, in essence, akin to fellow townsfolk. Why him? Under the guidance of his subordinates, Kurosawa and Barrett arrived at the tavern frequented by Crocodile. Upon encountering Crocodile, Barrett was suddenly taken aback. "What, do you know him?" Hearing Barrett's words piqued Kurosawa's interest. "Oh, before I came to find you, I had a brief encounter with him." Reflecting on Barrett's statement, Kurosawa recalled their confrontation in the original narrative. "So what is his strength?" "He is a user of a natural-type devil fruit, quite formidable. I only managed to reach a stalemate with him. No victor was determined." "Is that so?" Akira Kurosawa wore a smile, fully aware of the outcome of the duel between the two. However, upon hearing Barrett's description of Crocodile, he couldn't help but reflect on Crocodile's performance in his battle against Luffy in the original work. Akira Kurosawa could never have anticipated that his present self would surpass his future self. It is important to note that the current Barrett, despite not having awakened the powers of the fruit, possesses considerable strength. Furthermore, Barrett has fought against Rayleigh, the former first mate of the pirate King Roger, and emerged in a stalemate. Is the present Crocodile truly this formidable? Akira Kurosawa could not help but lament that in this world, the spirit of the strong holds paramount importance. Almost invariably, one's prowess is intrinsically linked to one's spirit. Once that spirit dissipates, not only does one's overall strength wane, but even one's aura may fade. In the future, Crocodile would not exhibit any sign of dominance, and it could not be said that his physique was inadequate. If his physique were truly insufficient, how could he possibly have matched Barrett in combat? Crocodile observed both Akira Kurosawa and Barrett together. Why was Kurosawa here? Although the swordsman's island belonged to him, Crocodile found it hard to believe that Kurosawa was merely here to pass the time at this tavern. Moreover, the individual beside Kurosawa, was he not alone? Why was he now accompanying Kurosawa? Crocodile still held a profound impression of Barrett, particularly since he had been forced to engage in a fierce battle with him upon his arrival in the New World. Though the outcome had been a stalemate, Crocodile had been brimming with confidence at the time, only to find himself evenly matched with a mere passerby in this new realm. Later, Crocodile had investigated Barrett's identity, discovering that he was, in fact, a subordinate of the former pirate king, Roger. Yet, how could Roger's subordinate be allied with Kurosawa? Crocodile furrowed his brow, suspecting that the two might have conspired together to seek him out. It appeared there was no escape. With Barrett, who could stand toe-to-toe with him, and the unknown prowess of Kurosawa beside him, Crocodile's spirits plummeted. Chapter 121. The Great Battle, the Desert Giant. Greetings, Crocodile. Just as Crocodile was lost in thought, Akira Kurosawa stepped forward and initiated a greeting. "Hello, Kurosawa." Crocodile regarded him and Barrett with caution. "Is there something you need?" Noticing Crocodile's intense wariness, Kurosawa smiled lightly and gestured towards Barrett. "He mentioned that you previously fought to a draw, so I was curious to come and see for myself." He then indicated the surroundings. "And we have met before. Since you are on my territory, it is only proper to extend a warm welcome." Crocodile, however, dared not take Kurosawa's words at face value, especially with Barrett, who had previously battled him, standing nearby. "Is he your subordinate?" Crocodile inquired of Barrett, suspecting that Barrett's earlier engagement with him had been orchestrated by Kurosawa. Yet, Barrett was the first to speak up. "Your strength is commendable, but do not misinterpret things. Before our battle, I had not yet joined his faction." Barrett was well aware of Kurosawa's intent to recruit Crocodile. Recognizing Crocodile's formidable abilities, Barrett was inclined to assist Kurosawa in persuading Crocodile to join his family. Is that so? Although he still harbored some doubts, Barrett's willingness to utter those words had already convinced Crocodile to a great extent. He understood that individuals of Barrett's caliber would not stoop to deception. Akira Kurosawa, undeterred by Crocodile's inner musings, settled comfortably onto the sofa and beckoned the tavern owner to bring forth a fine bottle of liquor. The proprietor, clearly recognizing Kurosawa, promptly presented the finest drink from his establishment. Casually uncorking the bottle and taking a sip, he noticed Crocodile gazing at him with an expression of curiosity, which elicited a chuckle from him. "What's this? Do you wish to partake as well?" Akira Kurosawa gestured with his chin to Crocodile, indicating that he should pour himself a drink. Barrett, seated on the sofa, noticing Crocodile's inaction, proceeded to pour a glass for himself. "If there's nothing urgent, I shall take my leave," Crocodile remarked, feeling as if he were perched on needles. Should these two turn hostile, escaping would be a formidable challenge for him. Just as he rose to depart, Kurosawa obstructed his path. "Hold on, Crocodile, why the haste?" Hearing Kurosawa's words, Crocodile's eyes narrowed instantly. Kurosawa, do you have something to say? Or perhaps, his gaze shifted to Barrett. Do you seek revenge on his behalf? In response to Crocodile's inquiry, Kurosawa chuckled lightly. What vendetta? You two are merely evenly matched. You did not defeat him. Barrett also stood, a sinister smirk gracing his lips. Indeed, Crocodile the sand alligator, you did not best me. Why assert that he seeks vengeance? Or do you now believe he can conquer me? Recently chastened by Whitebeard, Crocodile's mood was far from pleasant. He retorted, that was merely due to your unexpected ambush. I was unprepared. But now his voice turned somewhat frigid. I am not one to settle for a mere stalemate. Such confidence? Barrett expressed surprise, though he felt little ire. The time spent battling Kurosawa had tempered his once indomitable spirit. Anyone who faces an opponent from whom they initially perceive a gap, only to see it widen, would inevitably shed certain shortcomings, especially when they have never faltered in their training. Barrett then regarded Crocodile with an oddly contemplative expression. Shall we test it again? Crocodile, however, did not respond, instead directing his gaze back at Kurosawa. Barrett, sensing Crocodile's apprehension, reassured him, fear not, he will not interfere. But what? Though Crocodile harbored doubts about Barrett's assurances, he recognized that his only option was to stall for the moment. If you win, you may depart at your leisure. Should you lose, you must join our ranks. What say you? Upon hearing Barrett's display of confidence, Crocodile's fighting spirit ignited. Though he had recently endured a beating from Whitebeard, he still possessed considerable strength, far from the frailty he would exhibit decades later. Very well, I am eager to discover the source of your confidence. Akira Kurosawa refrained from interjecting into their conversation. He indeed intended to enlist Crocodile's services. However, upon witnessing Barrett's unwavering confidence, he felt no further commentary was necessary. Subsequently, the trio exited the tavern, with Kurosawa leading the two to a secluded area on the back mountain, predominantly enveloped by forest. Here, even if their battle were to create a considerable commotion, it would go unnoticed. This shall suffice. Akira Kurosawa surveyed his surroundings, nodding thoughtfully, before leaving the battlefield to Barrett and his companion. The two men regarded each other with caution, as the entire forest enveloped them in an eerie silence. The beasts seemed to sense their natural predators, retreating in fear and daring not to make sound. After a brief exchange of glances, Crocodile could no longer contain himself. He placed both hands upon the ground and unleashed his devil fruit ability, the cycle of erosion. He aimed to defeat Barrett swiftly, fearing that a prolonged confrontation would deplete his stamina excessively, especially with Kurosawa nearby. He believed that while Kurosawa was renowned alongside Whitebeard as one of the four emperors, he lacked the overwhelming strength of Whitebeard, and thus felt he could evade capture should he need to flee. Meanwhile, the earth began to crack and wither, trees wilting as the battlefield transformed increasingly in favor of Crocodile's abilities. Observing this, Barrett chose not to intervene. He was eager to assess the fruits of his recent training and to determine the efficacy of Kurosawa's teachings. Akira Kurosawa found himself somewhat exasperated. After all, he was not one to offer guidance. His role had merely been to point out some of Barrett's deficiencies during their confrontation. However, he was eager to harness the latent energy within himself, hoping to refine the physical constitution of his fellow members, for the effects on him had begun to wane. Regrettably, this energy remained elusive for Kurosawa. It would only manifest after intense physical exertion during battles. As he pondered this, Barrett summoned his submarine from beneath the earth, merging it into a colossal robot, the medium Bullet. Faced with a nature-based adversary capable of widespread devastation, Barrett naturally desired to confront him head-on. Come forth, Crocodile. Let me witness your transformation, he declared, charging towards Crocodile's position. As Barrett's immense fist was poised to strike, Crocodile merely chuckled disdainfully before dissolving into a cascade of sand, merging seamlessly with the ground. Barrett's attack missed its mark, creating a vast crater instead. Just as Barrett withdrew his fist, the surrounding sand surged forth, ensnaring him and inexorably pulling him downwards. Clearly, this was Crocodile's counterattack. Yet Barrett understood that if he were truly ensnared, defeating Crocodile would become an arduous task, and he might very well be the one to face defeat. A mere parlor trick, Barrett scoffed, swinging his unrestrained fist towards the controlled mass of sand. Although the loose grains had solidified under Crocodile's command, they were no match for Barrett's might. With a single blow, he shattered the sand, effortlessly liberating himself. Crocodile, not allowing Barrett a moment to regroup, transformed the ground beneath him into quicksand, gradually pulling Barrett deeper into the earth. Oh! Upon witnessing this, Akira Kurosawa was indeed taken aback, for the crocodile he was familiar with did not exhibit such maneuvers. What a delightful surprise you have brought me, sand alligator. Akira Kurosawa increasingly anticipated Crocodile's subsequent performance, while he harbored little concern for Barrett. He could sense that Barrett had significantly strengthened during this period of training. Oomph. Do you think you could bring me down? Barrett noticed that the ground around him no longer offered anything to leverage, so he ceased his efforts, voluntarily relinquishing the medium-sized bullet and disassociating himself from the submarine. Standing atop the vessel, Barrett exerted force with his legs, although the submarine sank deeper into the earth. He leapt forth. Do not presume that you alone can manipulate the earth, crocodile. A multitude of purplish-black substances suddenly emerged beneath Barrett's feet, gradually spreading across the terrain. These substances fused with the sandy ground, which began to harden slowly. This was the essence of Barrett's combined fruit ability, allowing him to control inorganic matter and transform it into any weapon or merge with it. Clearly, the sand created by Crocodile was also inorganic. While Crocodile was indeed more powerful in his manipulation of sand, Barrett did not seek to merge with it. Instead, he simply aimed to restrain the sand, preventing Crocodile from feeling entirely at ease. It was evident that Crocodile experienced some resistance, as the sand beneath him would no longer allow Barrett to sink. Faced with the disruption of his tactics, Crocodile emerged from the ground with a dark expression. Do not think that this will secure your victory over me. With a swift motion of his arm, he declared, Desert Blade. The cutting force formed from sand surged toward Barrett. After dodging Crocodile's attack, Barrett seamlessly integrated his Haki, entering his devil form, exuding an immense aura as he charged at Crocodile. After our battle, I contemplated for a long time and realized that your equal footing with me was merely reliant on your fruit ability. With a single punch, Barrett sent Crocodile flying and continued. However, your physical prowess, Haki intensity, strength, and speed are inferior to mine. Crocodile, once I restrict your fruit ability, how will you defeat me? He gazed at Crocodile with pride. Although his rebellious demeanor had slightly softened, as a formidable warrior, his spirit could not be compromised. Damn it! Rising, Crocodile wiped away the blood from his lips, astonished by the significant enhancement of Barrett's fruit ability in such a short time. He had indeed become overly reliant on the sand fruit, a power that had granted him unparalleled success against various foes since his departure from the sea, only to be challenged by Barrett and Whitebeard. Was his own strength truly insufficient? Crocodile once again questioned his capabilities. However, Barrett did not grant him much time for contemplation and continued his relentless assault. Naturally, Crocodile had little opportunity to ponder, as Barrett's fists were exceptionally formidable. Despite Crocodile's desperate attempts to utilize his observation Haki, he was unable to anticipate Barrett's strikes in advance and could only defend passively. To avoid suffering significant injuries from Barrett's onslaught, Crocodile enveloped himself in a thin layer of fine sand. Though seemingly light, these grains were the product of Crocodile's compression, rendering them exceedingly hard. Even with Barrett's continuous blows, the damage inflicted upon this protective barrier was negligible. Not bad, Crocodile. This turtle shell of yours is quite sturdy. Barrett taunted, persistently attacking. Crocodile could only shut out the world around him, as merely defending against the attacks was draining his strength, while the layer of sand shielded him. He had to maintain control over it, and Barrett's immense power made even the simplest task of preventing the sand from deforming exceedingly arduous. Beads of sweat began to form on Crocodile's forehead. Damn it, if this continues, I will inevitably lose. I must devise a strategy, Crocodile thought anxiously, realizing that defeat loomed closer with every passing moment. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and he propelled himself backward using Barrett's own force, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust gradually settled, Crocodile's figure vanished. Barrett furrowed his brow at the empty ground. His observation Haki sensed that Crocodile was still in the vicinity, but he could not pinpoint his exact location. Just as Barrett was about to mock Crocodile, the earth trembled violently, and a colossal mound of earth erupted from below. As the mound began to crack, it revealed a massive figure composed of sand. Barrett, behold my technique, the Desert Giant. Chapter 122. Submission. The enormous desert giant loomed over the landscape, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure that exhilarated Barrett. He relished a confrontation that demanded brute strength. He promptly summoned his submarine, the medium bullet, merging with his vessel. Barrett's form was only slightly shorter than Crocodile's desert giant. The two titanic figures collided with a thunderous roar. The tremendous commotion captured the attention of Tiger Wings and others, who hurried to the rear mountain, fearing an invasion of Swordsman Island. Upon arrival, they discovered Barrett engaged in a fierce battle against an unfamiliar giant made of sand. Just as they prepared to assist, they were halted by Akira Kurosawa, This is Barrett's fight. Do not interfere. Noticing that their young master was nearby, the members of the Tiger Wing refrained from launching an attack and instead approached Akira Kurosawa. Crocodile also perceived their arrival. Initially, he felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing an impending assault. However, when Kurosawa called off their attack, Crocodile was able to relax and focus on his confrontation with Barrett. This adversary was remarkably strong, capable of matching Barrett in combat. Tiger Wing observed Crocodile's desert giant with a sense of gravity. They frequently battled Barrett, who could hold his ground without utilizing his devil fruit abilities. The unfamiliar powerhouse before them managed to maintain a balance against Barrett even after he activated his abilities, leaving Tiger Wing astounded. Could he also be a user of a Logia-type devil fruit? Enel found it curious, sensing an uncanny resemblance between the giant and his own Thunder God state. This individual must be that Crocodile, he thought. Lafitte evidently recognized Crocodile's identity. Upon hearing Lafitte's words, the members of Tiger Wing approached him, eager to inquire about the identity of this formidable figure. He is Crocodile, a user of the Sansan fruit, with a bounty of 81 million berries. Upon learning of Crocodile's surprisingly low bounty, they felt that the Navy's intelligence system was woefully inadequate. Crocodile's strength far exceeded that of many in their ranks. How could his bounty be so minimal? This was nothing short of misleading. Smirking, Kurosawa remarked to Tiger Wing, "This is merely a routine operation for the Navy. In the future, Chopper's bounty will be less than 1 million. Yet he will frequently engage in battles worth hundreds of millions. One could say the Navy's bounties are peculiarly inconsistent. However, this could be advantageous, as it would prevent Tiger Wing from judging their opponents based solely on appearances. Underestimating an enemy simply because they appear to be a mere child or a pet could lead to disastrous outcomes, as even those with lesser strength could seize victory through surprise. Such instances were rampant in the world of pirates, like the Chopper with his toy fruit abilities. While lost in thought, the two combatants had reached a fever pitch. The desert giant summoned by Crocodile was evidently becoming increasingly fragile, and Crocodile's Haki was clearly inferior to Barrett's. Clumps of sand fell from the giant, as Crocodile struggled to maintain control over its form. "Crocodile, is this where you falter?" Barrett shouted, his Haki having visibly strengthened during this period of torment under Kurosawa's guidance. There has been a remarkable increase both in overall quality and quantity. In contrast, Crocodile, who had once relied excessively on his fruit abilities, found his resolve wavering after the battle with Whitebeard, and this internal turmoil gradually manifested in his Haki. Such is the nature of this world. Once your determination falters, a decline in strength swiftly follows, reminiscent of the Warring States period, where a mere relinquishment of command led to hair turning from black to white in mere days. How infuriating! How could this individual have grown so powerful? Crocodile's eyes widened in disbelief as he pondered the sudden and vast chasm between himself and Barrett, despite the fact that his own fruit abilities had remained unchanged. Little did Crocodile comprehend that true strength is always rooted in a robust physique, indomitable Haki, and an unwavering will. Fruit abilities? They are merely embellishments. For the laws of the world remain unyielding. No matter how formidable one's abilities may be, they cannot transcend the world's rules. Conversely, one's body and will belong solely to oneself, and the extent of one's strength is determined by one's own choices. Even amidst the might of the world's regulations, there lies hope to shatter the constraints imposed by them. The devil fruit resembles a singular fruit. Acquiring it means that one can only savor that one fruit, while one's essence is akin to a seed. By nurturing this seed, it has the potential to blossom into a fruitful tree, yielding an endless bounty. Though this metaphor may lack vividness, it encapsulates the essence of the pirate world. At this moment, Crocodile was beginning to falter. He sensed his control over the surrounding sands diminishing, and the giant form of the desert titan continued to shrink. Ultimately, under Barrett's relentless assault, the entire giant collapsed with a thunderous crash, gradually dispersing to reveal Crocodile within. His chest heaved violently as he struggled to rise. Yet the immense expenditure of energy left him in a state of utter weakness. Furthermore, Barrett had mastered all stages of armament Haki, allowing him to strike directly at Crocodile's essence through the protective sands. This resulted in significant damage to Crocodile's core, and the fact that he still retained consciousness was already astonishing. "Hey!" Barrett disengaged from the fusion and approached Crocodile slowly. "Can you continue fighting?" Crocodile coughed up a spurt of blood, gasping for air, his breaths resembling the sounds of a bellows, as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Barrett. "Enough!" Akira Kurosawa approached, determined to prevent Barrett from further provoking Crocodile. He feared that if the provocation continued, Crocodile might struggle to catch his breath, leading to dire consequences. Subsequently, Kurosawa casually summoned a few subordinates who had come to observe, instructing them to carry Crocodile away for recuperation. Not bad at all, Barrett, he remarked, turning to face Barrett after Crocodile had been taken away, giving his arm a gentle pat. Phew! Barrett promptly sank to the ground, reflecting that fellow possesses considerable strength. It seems that during this period, my own power has surged even more rapidly. He reminisced about their previous encounter, where they had fought to a standstill. But now he had managed to defeat Crocodile. A smile crept across Barrett's face as he glanced at Kurosawa, saying, "Your methods prove quite effective." Indeed, effectiveness is what matters. Kurosawa replied with a chuckle. Akira Kurosawa offered a resigned smile. Indeed, with the abundance of battles, one's prowess naturally escalates at a rapid pace. In the past, Barrett was a solitary figure, managing the procurement of supplies, navigating the seas, and preparing meals all by himself, devoid of such intense confrontations, and could only toil in isolation to hone his skills. However, since joining the Kurosawa clan, he now rises each day to engage in rigorous training. Today, he sparred with the likes of Tiger Wing and Dragon Spring, while tomorrow he would seek out Lafitte, who is of similar caliber. Every few days, he would also face Kurosawa and endure a thrashing, making it exceedingly difficult for his strength not to burgeon swiftly. Subsequently, Kurosawa waved to his companions and took his leave. The objective of this venture had already been fulfilled. The likelihood of successfully enlisting Crocodile was substantial. Of course, if he declined, Kurosawa would eventually allow Crocodile to witness the reason behind Barrett's subjugation. What could their true intentions be? At this moment, Crocodile lay in the infirmary, his body ensconced in bandages, staring vacantly at the ceiling. A full day had elapsed since his confrontation with Barrett, yet since his arrival at the infirmary for treatment, no one had come to attend to him. Crocodile found himself perplexed by Kurosawa's motives. He was uncertain about what Kurosawa and his associates truly sought. Were they not attempting to recruit him? Why had they not approached him yet? Just as Crocodile was engulfed in confusion, the infirmary door suddenly swung open. "Oh, you're awake?" Upon hearing the voice, Crocodile turned his gaze toward the entrance, where he found Kurosawa smiling warmly at him. "You came?" Crocodile replied in a low tone, his current mood not inclined toward Kurosawa's presence. "Ah, I came to check on you." Akira Kurosawa exhibited a nonchalant demeanor toward Crocodile, gradually making his way to the adjacent sofa. "So, have you given it some thought?" Upon hearing Kurosawa's inquiry, Crocodile narrowed his eyes, comprehending the true intention behind Kurosawa's visit. "I accept the wager. I shall join your ranks." Although Crocodile was reluctant, he understood that refusing would significantly jeopardize his chances of leaving this place alive. Upon receiving Crocodile's response, Kurosawa clapped his hands in satisfaction, and Barrett then entered the room. "A wise decision, Crocodile," Barrett remarked, his smile revealing a hint of amusement as he regarded Crocodile, whose body was swathed in bandages. "Umph," Crocodile scoffed, yet he soon fell into a state of despondency. "My strength must pale in comparison to that of your family members. Your recruitment of me holds little significance." Following a series of defeats, Crocodile had increasingly begun to doubt his own prowess. The inherent flaw of a Logia-type devil fruit lay in its overwhelming strength in the early stages, which had rendered Crocodile the victor in every battle he had fought until now. Yet, having recently suffered 2 losses, his confidence had dwindled considerably. Akira Kurosawa would not proactively assist Crocodile in unraveling the knots within his heart. Such matters must be resolved from within, while outsiders may offer some assistance. Their impact is often limited. Moreover, as Crocodile has only recently joined, it is prudent to observe and assess the situation before taking further steps. The significance of this is not for you to determine. Akira Kurosawa dismissed Crocodile's words with a casual air. "Is that so?" He chuckled lightly. Crocodile let out a few cold laughs, then, as if resigned to his fate, closed his eyes. Observing Crocodile's demeanor, Kurosawa smiled and shook his head. Now that he had secured his loyalty, there was no rush to win his heart. It was merely a matter of time, after all. Akira Kurosawa cast a glance at Barrett, and the two of them proceeded out, one after the other. Upon hearing the sound of their departure, Crocodile finally opened his eyes. Although he had outwardly acquiesced to joining Kurosawa's family, a flicker of reluctance lingered within him. Had Kurosawa sought him before Whitebeard's victory over him, he would have resolutely refused. Yet now, after some contemplation, Crocodile realized that even if he were to leave the New World, he had no solid plans in mind. Thus, he resolved to remain under Kurosawa's banner for the time being. After Akira Kurosawa stepped outside, he instructed his subordinates to deliver water and food to Crocodile at regular intervals. As for when Crocodile would emerge, Kurosawa harbored little concern, having already made a promise. It was evident that Crocodile would not linger in the infirmary for long. Indeed, while Kurosawa was hosting a banquet that evening, Crocodile made his appearance. "I have arrived," he declared nonchalantly, thereby affirming his genuine intention to join the Kurosawa family. Naturally, Tiger Wing and the others welcomed Crocodile's addition with open arms, for they had all witnessed the fierce battle he fought against Barrett. To be fair, few within the family could match the prowess required to contend with Barrett to such an extent. With Crocodile's inclusion, the family's strength would undoubtedly soar. Tiger Wing and his companions did not fear that Crocodile's entry would encroach upon their authority. After all, they had grown up alongside Kurosawa, whose character had significantly influenced their own. Thus, like Kurosawa, they preferred to eschew management. It could be said that the islands under Tiger Wing's command were primarily arranged by rat drawing. Soon, Tiger Wing and the others drew Crocodile into the crowd to partake in merriment. Although Crocodile was quite reluctant, he had little choice but to join them, especially since Barrett, the one who had previously defeated him, was also among the throng. Observing Crocodile's reluctant and somewhat distressed expression, Kurosawa sat at the head of the table, amused by the unfolding scene. That night, the residence of Akira Kurosawa on Swordsman Island was ablaze with light and resounding with laughter. Meanwhile, on the tumultuous sea, a dilapidated vessel swayed precariously, evidently having encountered storm. On the deck, a horned figure shouted, clearly the source of the earlier cries. "Captain, I am here." Absalom struggled to push aside the wooden planks in front of him and crawled out. The two were none other than Moria and Absalom, in search of Oz's remains. Initially, they had discovered the corpse of the demon Oz in the land of ice, intending to transport it back to the first half of the Grand Line and develop in silence. However, they had unexpectedly encountered a fierce storm. Consequently, the entire ship veered off their predetermined course, leading them into uncharted waters. "Absalom, are you all right?" Moria inquired, concerned as Absalom was the only one left aboard. "Captain, I am fine, but our ship." Absalom's face bore a bitter expression, and Moria's countenance darkened. "What is wrong with the ship? In this unknown expanse of ocean, if the vessel suffered any damage, they could only resign themselves to fate." "Captain, the ship is on the verge of disintegration." Absalom nearly burst into tears. "Moreover, our provisions are running low." Upon hearing those words, Moria's expression instantly darkened. Chapter 123. The Suffering of Moria. "Captain, an island has appeared ahead." "Let me see. Where is it?" The speakers were none other than Moria and his companion, who had been adrift at sea for an extended period. With their water supply nearly depleted and death looming over them, Absalom squinted towards the distant waters. Suddenly, he spotted a small black dot, and upon retrieving the telescope for a closer inspection, he confirmed it was indeed a tiny island. "Absalom, we are saved." "Hey. It seems Moria has not yet reached his end." At that moment, hope ignited within them. Their previous fatigue vanished in an instant. Moria promptly directed Absalom, and the two began devising a way to approach the distant island. It felt as though the sea itself conspired to assist them as the currents shifted, gently guiding their battered vessel towards the shore. You might consider utilizing your fruit's abilities to create a finely crafted, portable sand. After a brief period of confusion, Crocodile was soon drawn into combat against the likes of Tiger Wing and others. Throughout their fierce exchanges, Crocodile's confidence gradually began to surface. However, he also became acutely aware of his own shortcomings, particularly his excessive reliance on his devil fruit abilities. This realization ignited a resolute determination within him to further hone and elevate his strength. Consequently, Crocodile sought out Barrett, eager to learn how he had experienced such rapid growth in power during this time. Barrett did not shy away from sharing the secret, revealing the name Akira Kurosawa. Crocodile readily accepted this, for he recognized the formidable prowess of Kurosawa, whose strength was indeed on par with the mightiest figures of the sea. Upon hearing Crocodile's request, Akira Kurosawa felt a twinge of exasperation. Yet, recalling his past life and the character Gaara from Naruto, who was an expert in sand manipulation, he decided to impart Gaara's techniques to Crocodile. Intrigued by the prospect of carrying a large gourd on his back, Crocodile was filled with excitement at Kurosawa's suggestion, never having imagined the myriad possibilities that sand could offer. It was worth noting that Crocodile's control over sand was significantly more efficient than Gaara's, as he required merely a thought to manipulate it, while Gaara had to perform various hand signs and utilize chakra, which was far more cumbersome. Thus, Crocodile swiftly departed, eager to experiment with the sand techniques Kurosawa had shared with him. Observing his subordinates rekindled with determination and fervor, Black Lord smiled, pleased to see a once confused lamb find its way back on track with his guidance. He felt a sense of joy and decided to reward himself and his companions, including Talina, with a night of shared slumber. However, thoughts of Talina and the others made Black Lord reflect on his own desires. As these young women matured, their boldness had increased significantly, erasing the shyness of their earlier years, leading them to become active participants in many of Black Lord's playful endeavors. Alas, this world lacked goji berries. He sighed, reminiscing about such delightful experiences. Indeed, he felt a profound nostalgia for them. I must practice as well. If this continues, those young maidens might become increasingly audacious, and it would not bode well for me to be subdued by them. With that thought, Akira Kurosawa resolved to peruse some materials, seeking remedies to replenish his vitality. After all, he was still young and may not yet feel the effects. But what if age were to catch up with him? My lord, just as he was about to delve into his research, the arrival of a subordinate interrupted his thoughts. Is there something you require? Though halted, Kurosawa felt no irritation. Perhaps there was something of significance at hand. My lord, we have spotted a decrepit ship approaching, flying a pirate flag. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Kurosawa's expression darkened. Did I not instruct you to report such matters to Lafitte? Noticing the unease in his superior's demeanor, the subordinate grew flustered. My lord, it was Master Lafitte who sent me to seek you. Really? Lafitte asked you to find me? Akira Kurosawa was somewhat perplexed. What kind of pirate could leave Lafitte so indecisive? However, he did not dwell on it for long. With a casual wave of his hand, he instructed his subordinates to escort him, feeling a burgeoning curiosity towards this pirate crew. Before long, Kurosawa arrived at the hall, guided by his aides. Inside the hall, Lafitte was seated, scrutinizing a piece of information. Upon noticing Kurosawa's arrival, he set the document aside and rose to his feet, addressing him. Young master. Kurosawa nodded, inquiring, what pirate crew? Are you still indecisive? According to the intelligence received from our sources, it appears that this pirate ship is affiliated with Moria. Lafitte gazed at Kurosawa, speaking with an implied significance. Oh, Moria? Kurosawa Akira was somewhat perplexed. Had he not vanished from Wano country, never to be seen again? In fact, the World Economic News had previously reported on matters concerning Moria, particularly regarding his confrontation with Kaido of the Beasts. However, since Moria's defeat and subsequent flight, no further news had emerged about him. It was unclear. Perhaps he had fortuitously arrived in our waters after fleeing Wano, Lafitte posited. He was aware that Kurosawa had once entertained the notion of recruiting Moria, but that idea had dissipated following Moria's disappearance. Who could have anticipated that Moria's ship would surface here? Lafitte pondered whether he should inquire with Kurosawa, reflecting on his desire to seek out Moria after learning of his defeat. He had hoped to entice him to join his ranks. However, to his surprise, Moria seemed to have evaporated from existence, leaving no trace behind, and with the acquisition of Crocodile, Kurosawa's interest in recruiting Moria had waned considerably. Nevertheless, with Moria's ship now in sight, he decided it was worth investigating. Although Kurosawa no longer intended to actively search for Moria, the opportunity presented itself, and he was eager to inquire. It is worth noting that Moria's current strength remained commendable, albeit tarnished by his later obsession with necrophilia, which led to a neglect of his training, transforming him into a complete recluse. His situation paralleled that of Crocodile, both having succumbed to doubts regarding their own abilities, resulting in a loss of their formidable Haki and reliance solely on their devil fruit powers, ultimately leading to their downfall at the hands of Luffy. However, Moria had not yet fully succumbed to his morbid fascination, leaving a glimmer of hope, and Kurosawa was reluctant to forfeit such a promising opportunity. Thus, Lafitte and Kurosawa soon arrived at the harbor of Swordsman Island. Young master, there lies Moria's ship, Lafitte gestured. Following Lafitte's indication, Kurosawa beheld a dilapidated vessel, seemingly on the brink of disintegration, slowly approaching Swordsman Island. This ship was. Akira Kurosawa could not have foreseen that a vessel in such a state of disrepair could still navigate the waters. It is likely that they encountered a tempest, leading to the severe damage of the ship. Lafitte furrowed his brow as he gazed at the dilapidated vessel in the distance, articulating his conjecture. Is a possibility. Akira Kurosawa nodded, for Kaido had ruthlessly annihilated Moria's subordinates, leaving only Absalom and the Captain Moria himself. It would be exceedingly challenging to evade the impending storm. After a prolonged wait, the vessel finally arrived at the harbor of Swordsman Island, swaying precariously. The eyes of Akira Kurosawa shimmered with a fleeting crimson hue as he activated his observation Haki, eager to discern whether any souls remained aboard the vessel. Upon enveloping the ship with his aura, two faint presences emerged within his perception. Such languid energies. Noting the intermittent nature of these auras, Akira furrowed his brow, contemplating how long they had been adrift at sea. Without further deliberation, Akira and Lafayette leapt onto the deck of the ship. Two figures lay sprawled upon the deck. Had it not been for the rhythmic rise and fall of their chests, Akira might have believed them lifeless. "Young master, it is indeed Moria," he confirmed. Despite the evident emaciation of the two individuals, Moria's distinguishing features remained unmistakable, easily recognizable at a glance. Hearing what seemed to be a voice from the ship, Absalom struggled to open his eyes and uttered, "Could you kindly provide us with some water? Oh, there are still some conscious souls among us." Intrigued by Absalom's voice, Akira approached, observing the severely dehydrated duo. He instructed one of his subordinates to fetch some water and sustenance. Upon seeing the water, Absalom hurriedly carried it towards Moria, exclaiming, "Captain, drink some water. We have water now." With great care, Absalom gently propped Moria up and brought the water bottle to his lips, cautiously pouring the precious liquid into his mouth. As the water revitalized him, Moria gradually regained consciousness, asking, "Absalom, have we been rescued?" "Yes, we have been saved, Captain," Absalom replied, his voice tinged with excitement, though his own lack of hydration rendered it hoarse. Moria, sensing this, exerted his dwindling strength to pass the water bottle back to Absalom. Faced with Moria's insistence, Absalom reluctantly took the bottle, gulping down the water eagerly. "Hey, there's no need for such modesty. There's plenty of water here." Observing the exchange between the captain and his subordinate, Akira felt a pang of exasperation. He was not a miser, after all, and it was hardly a burden to have a single water bottle brought forth. As Moria finally lifted his head and beheld Akira, a look of surprise crossed his features. "Is it you?" he inquired, instantly recalling Akira, who had left a profound impression on him during their encounter in Log Town, particularly because they both hailed from the West Blue. "Let us refrain from excessive conversation for now. We must first replenish our strength." Akira Kurosawa nodded slightly, then gestured towards the provisions and water laid out on the deck, addressing Moria. Upon sighting the food, Moria's eyes sparkled with delight, and he hurriedly dashed over, beckoning Absalom to join him. The two of them eagerly seized the food and began to eat heartily. Observing these two, Kurosawa felt a profound admiration. His subordinate Absalom, despite his somewhat lecherous nature, had remained unwaveringly loyal to Moria, even during Moria's downfall, steadfastly following him and rescuing him on numerous occasions. Moria, in turn, regarded his subordinates as family. After Absalom was captured by Blackbeard, one of the future emperors of the sea, Moria ventured alone to confront Blackbeard in a bid to reclaim him. It is indeed not an exaggeration to refer to Moria as a hero of the West Sea. Akira Kurosawa gazed contentedly at Moria, who was voraciously consuming his meal. At this moment, Moria's physique, once robust with sinewy muscle, had diminished significantly due to prolonged hunger. However, as sustenance continued to replenish his body, he quickly began to regain his former stature, and his muscular frame gradually became more substantial. It is likely that his future corpulence may be attributed to the calamity he encountered in the New World. This episode of starvation has indelibly etched itself in Moria's memory, which is why the original narrative depicts him with a substantial amount of flesh. It serves as a reminder that in similar circumstances, he could rely on his reserves of fat to endure for a while longer. Lost in thought, Moria seemed to experience a new development. His movements to grasp food slowed, and his face sank into his hands. "Thank you, Akira Kurosawa." A subdued voice emerged through his fingers. Kurosawa nonchalantly waved his hand, yet Moria's face remained buried in his palms, seemingly oblivious to the gesture. Akira Kurosawa contemplated this point. "It is nothing, merely sustenance." "No." Moria abruptly lifted his head, gazing at Kurosawa with eyes brimming with gratitude. "This food is more precious to me now than any treasure. Kurosawa, you have saved the lives of both me and Absalom." Observing Moria's unwavering expression, Kurosawa found himself at a loss for words. It would be rather inappropriate to confess that he had come solely to recruit him as an ally. Such an admission might imply a sense of coercion born from gratitude, and Kurosawa was not so brazen. Lafitte, noticing that his master seemed at a loss for words, stepped forward at an opportune moment. "Why not take this opportunity to recuperate on Swordsman Island? Your vessel is likely rendered unserviceable, is it not?" Just as he spoke, the ship seemed to echo Lafitte's sentiment, as a wooden plank fell into the sea with a resounding crash. "Very well, then. I shall impose upon you." Moriya said somewhat sheepishly to Kurosawa, "There are treasures aboard that I had previously left behind, which I can offer in gratitude. However, rest assured, I am fully aware that these treasures pale in comparison to the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Even at the cost of my own life, I shall assist you." Moriya gazed at Kurosawa with profound appreciation, as if fearing a rejection from him. "It is nothing at all." Akira Kurosawa shook his head and said, "First, let us proceed to the island. Once we arrive, you may take some time to rest." Akira Kurosawa did not respond to Moriya's words, but instead cooperated with Lafitte to invite Moriya to the island. Once they arrived on the island, it would be more convenient for Kurosawa to recruit Moriya. Amid Moriya's profound gratitude, Kurosawa successfully persuaded him to the island and arranged a room for the two of them. As Moriya expressed his thanks, Kurosawa stepped out of the room, glancing back at the house with a silent smile. "You cannot blame me. It was you who came to me." Chapter 124. Awakening Absalom. Are you awake? Moriya groggily rose from his bed, exhaustion from overindulgence having caused him to fall into a deep sleep after a hearty meal. Not receiving a response, he looked around and noticed he was alone in the entire room, which made him feel a sudden pang of anxiety. "Absalom, where are you?" "Absalom." In a rush, Moriya flung open the door, calling out for Absalom, as he could no longer bear the thought of losing another companion. "Captain, I'm here." Just as Moriya began to panic, a familiar voice came from behind him. He quickly turned to see Absalom approaching, carrying a plethora of food and water. "Captain, when I woke up and found you still unconscious, I thought I would look for some food. I ended up encountering Kurosawa's subordinate, who took me to the mess hall to gather some provisions." As he spoke, he gestured towards the substantial amount of food in his arms. Seeing Absalom safe and sound, Moriya finally felt a sense of relief. "Absalom, I'm so glad you're all right." "Of course, Captain, I'm perfectly fine." Absalom entered the room, placing the food on the table. "Captain, Kurosawa and his crew are truly kind. They not only tended to our wounds, but also provided us with such a bounty of food." He pointed to the array of dishes. "Captain, since you've just awakened, you should eat something." At that moment, Moriya became acutely aware of his empty stomach. It made sense, given how long he had been hungry at sea. Although he had replenished himself after being rescued by Kurosawa, that nourishment had long since been digested, leaving him feeling ravenous. However, in his earlier haste to find Absalom, he had not noticed his hunger. Now that his anxiety had dissipated, the sensation of hunger surged within him, and as he gazed at the delicious food before him, his stomach began to churn with anticipation. Moriya hurriedly approached the table, grabbing food and stuffing it into his mouth while calling out to Absalom, "Absalom, you should eat some too." "No need, Captain," Absalom chuckled, waving his hand. "I already had something in the mess hall." Upon hearing Absalom's response, Moriya ceased his prior modesty and resolutely engaged in a fierce battle with the food before him. After a considerable duration, Moriya finally vanquished the mound of sustenance. Reclining contentedly upon the bed, how delightful it is to finally recuperate. Moriya sighed, reflecting on the harrowing experiences he had endured at sea over the past few days. The terrifying pangs of hunger were something he never wished to encounter again. As he relished the postprandial tranquility, a sudden thought struck him, and he sprang upright from the bed. "Absalom, has Kurosawa not arrived?" "No," Absalom replied, seated on another bed, shaking his head slowly. "Since I woke, I have only encountered Kurosawa's subordinates. I have yet to see him in person." "Oh, is that so?" Moriya murmured, feeling despondent as he reclined once more. "Alas, we set sail together, yet the disparity between us is insurmountable." Noticing his captain's waning confidence, Absalom promptly approached to offer words of comfort. "On board, we still possess the corpses of the dragon horse of Wano and the Oz of the land of Wano. As long as we can create a sufficient number of zombies, the new world will inevitably fall under your dominion." "No, Absalom, you do not comprehend," Moriya replied softly. He was acutely aware that relying solely on zombies could not lead to becoming the world's strongest. Otherwise, why had no user of the shadow fruit ever been recorded as the strongest in history? Indeed, there had been individuals who, using the shadow fruit, constructed vast armies of zombies, yet they had merely managed to occupy a mere fraction of the new world. They could not even take a single step beyond their territory, as they needed to maintain their strength by constantly surrounding themselves with their legion of zombies. However, to create a zombie, one must utilize the shadow of a living person, severing the shadow and inserting it into the corpse of the deceased. The living individual, having lost their shadow, could no longer bask in sunlight. Moreover, the zombies that Moriya produced carried this fatal weakness. They were vulnerable to salt and seawater. Upon venturing beyond the island into the vast ocean, they would encounter an abundance of seawater. Though Moria aspired to construct a zombie army, his true motivation lay in avenging his fallen comrades, and he harbored no fear of losing them again. However, to conquer the entire world was a fantasy beyond his grasp. As both men sank into contemplation, a knock echoed at the door, disrupting the serene atmosphere within the room. "Moria, I heard you have awakened. I came to check on you." Moria exchanged a glance with Absalom, recognizing the voice of Kurosawa. Subsequently, Moria signaled to Absalom to open the door. Absalom swiftly approached the entrance and gently opened it. "Kurosawa, our captain is inside." Akira Kurosawa observed Absalom as he opened the door and nodded slightly. Subsequently, Absalom stepped aside, allowing Kurosawa to enter. Upon his initial glance inside, Kurosawa immediately spotted Moria, who was seated upright with a prominent belly. "Moria, how have you been?" Akira Kurosawa, lost in his thoughts, seated himself upon a chair and inquired about Mariah's condition. "I am much better now, Kurosawa. Thank you sincerely for your help this time," Mariah said, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he gazed earnestly at Kurosawa. It was merely a matter of providing some sustenance. Akira Kurosawa nonchalantly waved his hand, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Moria. "What are your plans for the future?" he inquired. Upon hearing Kurosawa's question, Moria slowly lowered his head, lost in deep contemplation. The future? Perhaps he would return to the first half of the Grand Line to gather strength, seeking vengeance against Kaido. Mentioning Kaido, Moria raised his head, his hands clenched tightly, and a fierce flame of hatred flickered in his eyes. Akira Kurosawa was undoubtedly aware of Mariah's plight, gazing silently at him. "It is indeed a pitiable situation." Akira pondered silently, then shook his head. "Indeed, it is only through strength that I can navigate this vast ocean with freedom." Contemplating this, he fortified his inner aspirations, elevating his pursuit of power to new heights. He subsequently buried these thoughts deep within, and as he gazed at Moria before him, he sensed a formidable yet waning force emanating from the gaunt figure. Although the depletion was gradual, it was still perceptible. It seems this fellow has begun to doubt himself and seeks to rely on external means. Akira Kurosawa sighed inwardly and thought, "Perhaps it would be best for you to stay with me for a while, since you have already arrived here." Although Akira Kurosawa felt a sense of regret for Moria's plight, his current intention was to ensure that Moria remained on the Swordsman Island and could not be allowed to depart so easily. After all, it was a rare opportunity to gather the 7 warlords, and Kurosawa was unwilling to relinquish it lightly. Would that be too much of an imposition? After all, you have already saved our lives. Moria's words of reluctance were abruptly interrupted by Kurosawa. "It's no trouble at all. It's merely a matter of 2 people's meals. Just rest assured and stay here." Akira Kurosawa smiled and said, "Come, let me show you around the island. You've been here for quite some time without truly exploring it, have you?" With that, he rose and took Moria by the hand, leading him outside. Although Moria felt a bit shy, Kurosawa did not afford him the opportunity to decline. Thus, every day, Kurosawa would arrive punctually to seek out Moria, taking him on leisurely strolls around the Swordmaster Island. In the evenings, he would extend an invitation to Moria to join his family for grand feasts on the island. Moria's rapport with figures like Tiger Wings improved remarkably as well, a subtle strategy devised by Kurosawa. Moria cherished the recognition he received, and thus, as he grew increasingly familiar with the entire Kurosawa family, it would naturally pave the way for Kurosawa to request him to stay. Particularly in recent days, Kurosawa frequently took Moria to visit the newly established academy, where Moria displayed an immense interest. Despite not being conventionally handsome, he possessed a profound affection for children. After all, his benevolence towards Perona in the original narrative exemplified his nurturing nature, treating her as if she were his own daughter. It is noteworthy that in the original tale, Perona was referred to as the Ghost Princess, which speaks volumes about Moria's indulgent affection for her. Observing Moria's keen interest, Kurosawa encouraged him to teach the students. However, Moria firmly believed his skills were insufficient to instruct the children and declined several times. Ultimately, it was Kurosawa's insistence that propelled Moria onto the stage. "Students," he proclaimed, "this is the illustrious hero of the West Sea, Moonlight Moria. You will learn much about combat from him." Akira Kurosawa, pointing at Moria, who stood somewhat awkwardly at the podium, confidently addressed the students below. Akira Kurosawa's intention behind this action was undoubtedly to rekindle Moria's self-confidence among the children, while also forging a bond between Moria and them. It is noteworthy that Moria possesses considerable strength, placing him in the upper echelon even within the family. Although the entire Kurosawa clan is fewer in number compared to other pirate crews, it boasts a plethora of formidable individuals. Excluding Kurosawa himself, the likes of Barrett and Lafitte alone can traverse the seas with ease. Furthermore, the subsequent members, such as Tiger Wing, possess strength that surpasses that of mid-ranking admirals. And the weakest among them is not far from the vice admiral level. Long Quan and Orok have already ascended to the vice admiral tier. Meanwhile, the giant soldier pirates can effortlessly defeat other giant admirals, discounting those like Helding who have consumed devil fruits. Merely Eastleigh and Brogy were among the mightiest giants of the giant nation a century ago. Additionally, the giant force pirates, despite their relatively recent integration into the family, already exhibit respectable prowess, albeit lacking formal training. With Kurosawa's assistance, their strength is now rapidly ascending. Moreover, there's also Enel, who is destined to reach at least the vice admiral level in the future, still in the process of maturation. Moriya's position among these individuals as a top-tier powerhouse is commendable. He possesses at least vice admiral level strength, capable of contending with Kaido and surviving, a feat not easily achieved by the average person. Although Kaido's strength is not yet at its zenith, Moriya is not past his prime either, and his abilities are bound to continue evolving. These students, apart from their studies, also engage with newspapers, which serve as their sole conduit for external information. Consequently, they recognize Moriya and express curiosity about this formidable individual who has battled on par with their esteemed master, Kaido, and yet emerged unscathed. Moriya-sensei, I have heard that your physique is extraordinarily robust. Is this the foundation of your ability to confront Kaido? Upon hearing the student's inquiries, Moriya responded amiably, indeed. Kaido is a true monster. To contend with such a being, one must undoubtedly possess a powerful physique. As he spoke, Moriya showcased his biceps, prompting an enthusiastic round of applause from his students. Subsequently, they inquired about methods to rapidly enhance their own strength and the type of training required to attain a physique akin to Moriya's. Moriya gladly elaborated, reminiscing about his own arduous training regimen prior to acquiring his powers, which he undertook to gain immense strength. After obtaining the devil fruit, however, he found himself increasingly reliant on its abilities. The fruit is merely an embellishment. The core lies within oneself, he reflected, his eyes gleaming with realization. Indeed, while Kaido possesses a mythical Zoan fruit, his strength fundamentally derives from his inherently powerful physique. The fruit merely grants him accelerated recovery capabilities. Suddenly, Moriya dealt himself a sharp slap, the force of which caused his face to visibly swell. The students, who were still incessantly questioning him, were taken aback by Moriya's action. "Teacher, are you all right?" they exclaimed. "I am fine," Moriya reassured them, awakening from his daze to the concerned faces of his students. And a gentle smile spread across his lips. It dawned upon him that he had been focusing on external abilities while neglecting his own essence. He urged his students not to worry, and then recalled the former pirate king, Roger, who was also a formidable warrior without the aid of devil fruit. Despite not possessing Roger's physical prowess, Moriya realized that he could compensate for this disparity with his own abilities. As these thoughts coursed through him, his gaze grew resolute, and an immense aura began to surge within him. Chapter 125. The Unspoken Secret Between Moriya and Crocodile. What has transpired? The crowd suddenly sensed a powerful energy emanating from the academy and hurried over. This institution housed the future pillars of the Akizuki family. Any disturbance would be unacceptable. "Young master, this is..." Upon seeing Akizuki Ming already present, the tension dissipated, replaced by curiosity as they gazed at Moriya, who stood at the center of the gathering. What's happening with him? "Fool, can't you see? He has made a breakthrough in strength." Huchi seized the opportunity to slap Anilu, who, of course, refused to back down and turned to chase Huchi, eager to return the favor. "Lord Akizuki, is our captain unharmed?" Absalom asked anxiously, his eyes fixed on Moriya. "Oh, he is fine," Lafitte replied as he approached. Upon hearing that his captain was unscathed, Absalom finally relaxed, though he still watched Moriya with a hint of apprehension. Lafitte, disregarding Absalom's concern, turned to Akizuki Ming. "Young master, do you think his breakthrough in strength might lead to?" Lafitte's worry was evident. He feared that Moriya's newfound power might disrupt Akizuki Ming's recruitment plans. "It will not," Akizuki Ming assured him. Akira Kurosawa shook his head, remarking that it was merely a breakthrough in mindset. His strength had at most returned to the level it was during his battle with Kaido. In matters such as these, Akira was undoubtedly well-versed, as he had several subordinates who had undergone similar experiences. That was reassuring. Upon hearing that this would not affect Akira's plans, Lafitte felt a sense of relief. Lafitte was In truth, a person of remarkable purity. As long as he perceived the potential for greatness within you, he would wholeheartedly submit to your leadership. Furthermore, he was unwavering in his commitment to anything that would benefit you, pouring his utmost effort into its realization. His audacity to approach the then Admiral Sengoku for negotiations stemmed from this very conviction, as long as it served to fulfill the goals of his captain, Blackbeard. Lafitte did not fear capture or even death. Akira Kurosawa initially recruited Lafitte due to his remarkable character. He sought to restore it. Akira Kurosawa could already sense the presence of Mariah, gradually becoming more tranquil, indicating that his transformation was nearing completion. Just as Kurosawa had anticipated, the aura surrounding Mariah slowly condensed, and his eyelids fluttered before gradually opening. "Captain, are you all right?" Absalom inched closer to Mariah, cautiously inquiring. Upon hearing the voice, Mariah returned to reality, casting his gaze downward slightly. "Ah, Absalom, I am well," he replied, nodding gently with a smile. "There is no need for excessive concern." He then surveyed his surroundings, noting that he was encircled by members of the Kurosawa family, tightly packed in layers. Numerous students also watched him with a mix of worry and curiosity. Mariah felt a warmth in his heart and turned to Kurosawa, saying, "I apologize for the disturbance." Akira Kurosawa, "No trouble at all," came the reply. Akira Kurosawa waved his hand gracefully and remarked, "It is indeed commendable that you have come to an understanding. From the moment I first encountered you, I sensed that you were no ordinary individual. Although you have faced some minor setbacks, your ability to awaken to the truth in a timely manner is truly admirable." "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Moria bowed deeply in gratitude towards Akira Kurosawa. Akira Kurosawa's current status has undergone a monumental transformation compared to his past. Naturally, Moria was quite exhilarated to receive such high praise from Kurosawa. Subsequently, Kurosawa instructed those around him to disperse, as the students still had classes to attend and could not linger indefinitely. It was during this moment that Moria spotted Crocodile amidst the crowd. "What brings you here, you foul reptile?" he inquired. "Dead bat, why shouldn't I be here?" Crocodile retorted. Upon overhearing their exchange, Kurosawa sensed that there might be undisclosed matters at play. "Have you two had prior interactions?" While they had encountered each other in Log Town, their interactions had been minimal. It was likely that any conflict had arisen during their oceanic ventures. "This dead bat and I had a disagreement during the earlier part of the Grand Line," Moria stated. "Is that so?" "Akira Kurosawa no det contempita. Had you not sought me out first, I would never have engaged in battle with you, foul Crocodile." Mariah's retort only solidified Kurosawa's resolve. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, Crocodile interjected, "Dead bat, had you not obstructed my path, I would have never fought you. Could you not have circumvented me? Why did you not yield?" Their tempers flared as their exchange grew increasingly heated, suggesting a desire for further conflict. The root of their animosity was rather straightforward. Crocodile had been resting on an island when he discovered a naval force had also landed there. To avoid drawing attention from the Navy and to evade trouble, he intended to depart. However, he encountered Mariah, who had just arrived on the island. Despite the captain's reluctance to engage, the crew members beneath them were eager for a skirmish. A dispute ensued among their subordinates, compelling the captains to intervene. Thus, in a rather chaotic fashion, a battle broke out between them. Regrettably, no victor emerged, as their clash attracted the attention of the naval forces. Consequently, both pirate crews were compelled to cease hostilities and retreat. Thus, a rift formed between them, exacerbated by the fact that since their departure from the sea, neither had encountered an adversary of comparable strength, leaving this lingering grievance in their hearts. All right. If you two wish to fight, head to the back mountain," someone suggested. Akira Kurosawa timely stepped forward, intervening to halt the impending actions of the two individuals. This was, after all, an academy. Should they engage in combat here, it was likely that the recently established institution would be reduced to ruins. Under Kurosawa's persuasion, the two finally ceased their movements, yet they continued to regard each other with palpable disdain. Akira Kurosawa, somewhat resigned, led the two to the back mountain. "This is the place. If you wish to fight, then commence." Akira Kurosawa would undoubtedly indulge the duo's desire for combat, which is indeed a fortuitous development. Upon hearing Kurosawa's words, the two exchanged glances. "You foul crocodile, today I shall demonstrate my true prowess." "You wretched bat, do you think you stand a chance?" Both individuals had survived the formidable hands of the great pirate and naturally harbored a sense of inner pride. Furthermore, both had recently undergone significant transformations, instilling them with newfound confidence in their abilities. Previously, Crocodile had engaged in battle with Barrett at this very location, which he had subsequently modified to his advantage. Yet, Moria was not to be underestimated. He had proven his mettle by surviving encounters with the physically formidable Kaido. It is essential to recognize that a vast disparity in strength between adversaries could result in one being swiftly incapacitated, an experience Luffy faced during his first encounter with Kaido. Moria's ability to emerge unscathed does not imply superiority over Luffy at that time, but rather that his strength is not drastically inferior compared to Kaido's present capabilities. Crocodile was eager to put into practice some of Kurosawa's prior suggestions, and Moria stood before him as the ideal candidate. Sandstorm Burial, Crocodile declared, pressing his hands against the ground with fervor. Just as Moria was attempting to comprehend the unfolding events, the earth beneath him suddenly caved in. Caught off guard, he stumbled and was engulfed by the sand. As Crocodile marveled at the effectiveness of Kurosawa's idea, the ground abruptly heaved, and Moria sprang forth from the depths of the earth. "You foul crocodile, what kind of bizarre technique is this?" Moria exclaimed, his visage now smeared with dirt and rage directed at Crocodile. Wretched bat, it seems you have weakened." Crocodile mocked. "It was merely a momentary lapse on my part." "Damn you, Crocodile, brace yourself," Moria declared, refusing to grant Crocodile an opportunity to retaliate as he brandished his weapon and charged forward. Crocodile, eager to test the fruits of his recent training, allowed a layer of fine sand to envelop him and opted for close combat with Moria. Crocodile deftly manipulated the sand, forming colossal fists that he unleashed with ferocity. The sound of a thunderous impact resonated, momentarily surprising Moria. He had not anticipated that Crocodile, a user of a Logia-type fruit, would choose to engage him in close quarters, and judging by the force transmitted through the blade, Crocodile's melee strength was indeed formidable. Nevertheless, Moria grinned and replied, "Close combat is my forte, Crocodile." Subsequently, his hands grew increasingly powerful. Crocodile certainly sensed this, yet he remained unconcerned, his gaze locking on Moria as a smile crept across his face. "Deadbat, do you truly believe I can only engage you in close combat?" Moria remained silent, narrowing his eyes in contemplation, his brow furrowing. Could it be that this fellow, just as this thought crossed his mind, the sand behind Moria suddenly stirred, coalescing into a massive axe that swung toward him? What? Moria's eyes widened in shock. His observation Haki had detected the impending attack from behind. He swiftly broke free from Crocodile's grasp and darted aside. Damn it, this guy can multitask. Moria glared fiercely at the arrogant Crocodile, who appeared quite pleased with his recent training achievements. This technique of dual focus was a product of his solitary practice under the guidance of Akira Kurosawa. In the past, his utilization of the sand fruit's abilities had been somewhat rudimentary. Against weaker foes, it sufficed to merely summon a sand tide to engulf them. However, when faced with an opponent of equal strength, such an attack proved less effective, inflicting minimal damage while unnecessarily depleting his stamina. "Bat, it seems that you are no longer my match." Crocodile raised his chin slightly, exuding an air of superiority. "Crocodile, do not be too arrogant," Moria retorted, adjusting his stance. Shadow Box. Suddenly, Moria's shadow detached from his form, hurtling toward Crocodile with ferocity. Before Crocodile could react, he found himself ensnared by Moria's shadow. Hee. Moria laughed heartily upon seeing Crocodile trapped within a shadow box. "Crocodile, you might as well surrender. For the sake of Akira Kurosawa, I shall release you." "Is that so?" A deep, muffled voice emanated from within the black box, followed by the sound of a tremendous impact. "Crocodile, cease your resistance. It is impossible for you to break free from my shadow box." Crocodile remained undisturbed by Moria and devoted himself to striking the box with the sand he controlled. At last, through Crocodile's relentless efforts, the shadow box began to develop cracks. He astutely noticed this subtle change and proceeded to insert minuscule grains of sand, barely perceptible to the naked eye, into the fissure. As more tiny particles infiltrated the crack, Crocodile's control became increasingly effortless. Gradually, the fissure widened, and when it reached a certain extent, Crocodile elementalized and emerged from the box. Observing Crocodile's escape, Moria was not overly surprised. He was acutely aware that the shadow box could not completely confine Crocodile. Crocodile, not bad at all," Moria chuckled, adding, "I hope you can withstand my next move." However, Crocodile was not inclined to afford Moria many opportunities for attack. He swiftly conjured a doppelganger using sand. The sand doppelganger, a figure entirely composed of sand, stood ready for battle alongside Crocodile. "Oh," Moria remarked, recognizing the scene before him as somewhat familiar, the Shadow Sorcerer. Moria's shadow also transformed into an independent entity. Crocodile observed the similarity in their techniques with a hint of surprise. Crocodile, I can do that too. Let's see whose doppelganger possesses greater strength. Crocodile snorted disdainfully, irked by Moriya's similar move. Subsequently, the two doppelgangers collided. Yet due to their immunity to physical attacks, the encounter proved ineffective. Such doppelgangers could only be dispersed by utilizing Haki or defeating the caster, leading to a stalemate between the two. How intriguing. Akira Kurosawa and Barrett watched with great interest as the two combatants engaged in their fierce battle. Barrett, in particular, was eager to partake in the conflict between them. He could sense that both fighters, the significantly strengthened Crocodile and the newly empowered Moriya, exerted immense pressure upon him. Chapter 126. Success. No, I must not allow my rhythm to be disrupted. Akira Kurosawa shook his head, preventing the restless Barrett from acting impulsively. If we are to fight, it must be after a certain period. Let me first secure Moriya. With a scoff, Barrett turned his lips in disdain upon hearing Kurosawa's intentions to recruit more allies. Despite having been defeated by Kurosawa on multiple occasions, he remained unyielding, firmly believing that a true warrior requires no companions. What? You wonder why Barrett would consider joining the Kurosawa clan? I am not yet strong enough. Joining the Kurosawa clan is merely a means to hone my skills. Once I attain true strength, I shall undoubtedly sever my ties with the Kurosawa clan. Indeed, without a doubt, Akira Kurosawa disregarded Barrett's petty schemes, instead focusing intently on the fierce duel unfolding before him. Moriya's mastery of his fruit ability was nothing short of extraordinary, while Crocodile, under his own tutelage, had also refined his powers to a remarkable degree. The clash between the two could be likened to a dazzling exhibition of skilled practitioners, showcasing the extent to which their respective abilities had been developed. Sandstorm. With a sudden flourish, a miniature tornado manifested in the palm of Crocodile's hand, which he then hurled toward Moriya. Upon release, the small whirlwind expanded rapidly, swelling like a balloon until it transformed into a colossal tempest that obscured the sky. Within this storm, fine yet razor-sharp grains of sand darted about, while a massive boulder was swept into the maelstrom, instantly reduced to particles no larger than dust. In such a tempest, an ordinary person would likely be reduced to mere pulp in an instant. The sand within was not ordinary, but rather a formidable and sharp black sand, meticulously extracted and concentrated by Crocodile from countless grains. Following Kurosawa's earlier counsel, Crocodile had dedicated time to procure this black sand, shaping it into the form of a banana crocodile, which he kept close at hand at all times. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Akira Kurosawa clicked his tongue in regret, harboring a desire to witness Crocodile carrying a large gourd upon his back. Naturally, Moriya sensed the terrifying force within the tempest, gazing gravely at the approaching storm. Damn it, the scope is too vast. It seems there is no escaping it. Indeed, even with Moriya's swift speed, he could not evade this overwhelming storm that obscured the sky. What to do? Of course. Suddenly, the anxious Moriya's eyes gleamed with realization as he charged boldly into the heart of the tempest. Has he lost his mind? Crocodile, observing Moriya's reckless advance, was engulfed in astonishment. He had never contemplated killing Moriya. Despite their conflicts, he held no lethal intent. Moreover, he was well aware of Akira Kurosawa's intention to recruit Moriya. Thus, he would never resort to taking Moriya's life. He anticipated Moriya's surrender, relishing the moment to mock him before departing with an air of superiority. Yet now, Moriya was charging into the storm without yielding, causing Crocodile to hesitate momentarily, contemplating whether to dissipate the tempest. As Crocodile deliberated, Moriya had already plunged into the storm. At this juncture, he was enveloped in a layer of Haki. Yet due to its insufficient potency, he had also cloaked his body with his shadow. Nevertheless, even in this state, Crocodile's black sand inflicted numerous wounds upon him. Beads of sweat formed on Moriya's forehead as he gritted his teeth. Damn, this hurts. Moriya pressed onward toward the storm's epicenter. Just a little further. The wounds on his body multiplied, and blood threatened to transform him into a crimson figure. This is it. Moriya then commanded his shadow to disperse from his body, extending outward into the storm. In relinquishing a layer of protection, the assaults grew fiercer, and the gashes deepened. Just as Moriya was on the verge of collapse, his shadow finally breached the storm. Upon witnessing this, his eyes sparkled with hope, and he promptly unleashed his ability, Shadow Warrior. Moriya's figure vanished within the tempest, only to reappear outside, while his shadow, now free from the storm, returned to the very spot he had occupied moments prior. Akira Kurosawa and others were astonished to witness Moriya, drenched in blood, displaying an unexpected skill, his ability to interchange positions with his own shadow. Akira Kurosawa gazed at Moriya, whose body was marred by countless wounds, and understood that he had exhausted all his strength. He immediately halted Crocodile, who was poised to strike again. "Take Moria away to rest," he commanded. Akira Kurosawa summoned one of his subordinates to assist Moria in departing. However, before the aide could reach Moria, he was halted by Moria himself. "I am fine, Kurosawa. It is merely a bit of blood loss. I can walk on my own." Moria then turned to face Crocodile, grinning widely. "You foul Crocodile, I never imagined you would become so formidable. I may have lost this time, but I assure you, next time victory shall be mine." Hee hee hee. Observing Moria's indomitable spirit, Crocodile chuckled in response. "Very well. I am eager to see just how powerful you can become." Witnessing this harmonious exchange, Kurosawa felt a sense of joy. "All right, Moria, you should take some time to rest. There will be a gathering tonight. Do remember to attend." With that, Kurosawa turned to leave, but Moria suddenly called out to him. "Please wait. Is there something else?" Kurosawa turned around, gazing at Moria with a look of perplexity, uncertain of the purpose behind his summons. "Has Crocodile already joined your family?" Moria inquired, his eyes resolute as they met Kurosawa's. "Indeed." Akira Kurosawa nodded slightly, still perplexed by the inquiry. "What is the purpose of your question? May I join your family?" Moria gazed intently at Akira Kurosawa, a serious expression etched upon his face. Kurosawa Akira found himself pondering, contemplating the means by which he could entice Moria to join his ranks. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, Moria preemptively expressed his desire. "I wish to become a part of your family," Moria reiterated, seeking to convey his unwavering resolve. "Could you enlighten me as to the reasons behind your request?" Although Kurosawa felt a surge of joy, he was keen to understand the underlying motivations. "Surely, your strength must have seen a remarkable enhancement only after joining your family." Moria gestured towards Crocodile and then indicated himself. "I too aspire to elevate my own prowess. But you have already comprehended the essence. Your strength will naturally flourish," Kurosawa remarked. Akira Kurosawa hinted that as long as one can penetrate the barriers within their heart, their abilities will continue to flourish through diligent practice. "It is far too slow," Moria shook his head. "You must not be overly eager for success, Moria." Akira Kurosawa remarked that if Moria were to join his family for such reasons, he would be rather reluctant. Although Barrett harbored similar intentions, he was acutely aware that as long as Long Quan and Huchi were present, he would not depart. However, there were no acquaintances of Moria in this place. When the time comes for Moria to leave, would you still obstruct him? Or would you resort to taking his life? "I seek vengeance for my subordinates. I must eliminate Kaido." As he spoke, a glimmer of hatred flickered in Moria's eyes. "I can sense the strength of Kaido, which continues to rise, and at a pace swifter than my own. If my power continues to ascend at this current rate, it is possible that I shall never have the capability to vanquish Kaido." Akira Kurosawa remained silent, yet he was acutely aware it was not merely a matter of defeat. Decades hence, one would find themselves unable to even contend with Kaido's formidable subordinates. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts. In the original narrative, Moria was disheartened and heavily reliant on his zombie brigade. Yet, the present Moria had transcended that internal barrier. His strength not only remained intact, but was poised for further enhancement. Even if Moria were unable to best Kaido in the years to come, he still harbored the potential to triumph over Kaido's underlings. Observing the contemplative Kurosawa, Moria felt a pang of anxiety. He feared that Kurosawa might reject him. Thus, he hastily added, "Rest assured, even in seeking vengeance against Kaido, I will first attend to matters within my family, and this quest for retribution is solely mine. It shall never implicate my kin." Akira Kurosawa shook his head. Even when provoked by Kaido, he harbored no fear. At present, neither Kaido himself nor the forces under his command had reached their zenith. Even the entire Beast Pirates could hardly compel Akira Kurosawa to retreat, at most. It would merely induce a slight vexation. However, he refrained from voicing this thought, for even if he did, Moria and the others might not be inclined to believe him. After all, both Kaido and Akira Kurosawa belonged to the realm of kings. Akira Kurosawa had no desire to elucidate matters to them. Should these individuals find credence in his words, what would ensue if they sought to expand their dominion? While a mere beast pirate would not inflict grave harm upon the Kurosawa clan, one must not forget the ever-watchful Charlotte Linli lurking nearby. During their time with the Rocks Pirates, these two frequently collaborated, and although they now helmed their respective crews, Kurosawa harbored no illusions that should one encounter peril, the other would not extend assistance. In the Wano Country arc of the original narrative, did not Charlotte Linli ally with Kaido to confront the formidable foes of the worst generation? While Luffy's actions may have incited Linli's ire, This only serves to underscore the gravity of the situation. The Marines and the world government harbor no desire to witness the unification of two Emperor crews. They dread the emergence of a force as colossal as the erstwhile Rocks pirates in the New World. This apprehension contributes to Kurosawa's reluctance to swiftly vanquish Kaido and Linli, even if Big Mom and the Beast Pirates were to conjoin their efforts. The distance between their respective strongholds remains substantial. Kurosawa could effortlessly employ blitzkrieg tactics to dismantle each pirate captain in the shortest time possible. Without their captains, these crews would pose little threat. Even in unison, they would fail to stir significant upheaval, for ultimately, in this world, individual prowess reigns supreme. The strength of a top-tier faction does not reside in its numbers, but rather in the caliber of its elite combatants. While each Emperor crew may seek to amass a multitude of followers, such endeavors are merely for the sake of acquiring greater treasure and facilitating their own agendas. However, these recruits are expendable. Should one perish, they can simply recruit anew. And thus, this rationale does little to persuade you to join my family, Moria. Akira Kurosawa smiled faintly as he gazed at Moria. Because you saved both me and Absalom, although it may seem trivial to you, it holds great significance for me. Moreover, Moria continued, casting his eyes towards the direction of the academy. I have a deep fondness for the children at the academy. I hope that while enhancing my own abilities, I can also guide those children, enabling them to thrive and find happiness in this world. Applause erupted from Kurosawa as he concluded Moria's reflection. In that case, Akira Kurosawa paused momentarily, while Moria awaited the final answer with bated breath. Welcome, Moria. You shall not regret joining my family. Akira Kurosawa, with a smile gracing his face, extended his right hand. Upon witnessing this gesture, Moria promptly reached out, their palms clasping firmly together. Thank you, young Master Kurosawa, Moria expressed, his heart brimming with excitement at the prospect of joining the Kurosawa family. This moment symbolized his opportunity for vengeance on behalf of his companions, while also welcoming a new set of allies. You may simply call me Captain, Kurosawa replied, preferring this title from Moria and his crew, as they had not been raised within the family, and the formalities felt somewhat peculiar to him. Yes, Captain, Moria affirmed. Indeed. Akira Kurosawa nodded in satisfaction. Let us proceed. I shall tend to your wounds first. Later this evening, I will announce your inclusion, so do remember to attend. Very well, my lord. Upon recalling his injuries, Moria suddenly realized that his wounds were still bleeding. He had been in a state of heightened tension and excitement, but now, as the adrenaline faded, he noticed the significant loss of blood, causing even his robust physique to feel a wave of dizziness. Fortunately, Drelina was nearby, and it was not long before they encountered her. Akira Kurosawa hastily instructed Jelena to attend to Moria's injuries. Fortunately, the wounds were not deep, making treatment relatively uncomplicated. Under the healing effects of the dandelion, the bleeding soon ceased. Subsequently, Kurosawa's subordinates brought some bandages to dress Moria's wounds. Rest now, Moria. I will send someone to summon you this evening. Moria nodded, leaving with a hint of excitement. As he watched Moria depart, a smile gradually became more evident on Kurosawa's face. Success. Chapter 127, The Slaughter. That night, the entire Swordmaster Island was enveloped in the exuberance of a grand feast. Fueled by the increase in the members of the Kurosawa family and the fulfillment of certain desires within Kurosawa himself. Young master, just as Kurosawa was enjoying his drink, Lafitte suddenly approached. Lafitte, what brings you here? A member of the Rat Group has obtained some intelligence. Lafitte's expression was grave, tinged with anger and compassion. Oh, noticing Lafitte's unusual demeanor, Kurosawa felt a surge of curiosity, pondering what kind of information could provoke such a reaction from someone who typically remained composed in any situation. Akira Kurosawa casually accepted the intelligence report handed to him by Lafitte, glancing at it with a nonchalant demeanor. However, he was soon captivated by the alarming information contained within. The celestial dragons had annihilated an entire nation, mercilessly slaughtering its innocent civilians. Accompanying the report was a photograph, albeit a blurry one, seemingly captured from an elevated vantage point. Yet, the landscape littered with fallen bodies was unmistakable, and one image was evidently magnified, prominently featuring the absurd fishbowl atop the head of a celestial dragon, easily identifiable. In the photograph, numerous celestial dragons, adorned with their fishbowls, wielded weapons as they ruthlessly hunted down fleeing civilians, while several members of the CP organization stood guard in the vicinity. What perplexed Kurosawa further was the sight of multiple naval warships surrounding the island, their crew indifferent to the atrocities committed by the celestial dragons, instead assuming a role of vigilance. This Akira Kurosawa furrowed his brows. His previously cheerful demeanor suddenly transformed into one of profound discontent. When was this filmed, and where? At this moment, Akira Kurosawa's voice was chillingly cold. Although he had led a rather carefree existence in the pirate world, he was not one to engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. Furthermore, influenced by his previous life, Kurosawa did not consider himself a virtuous man. Rather, he was only intrigued by adversaries of equal strength. To him, the massacre of civilians was utterly mundane, akin to the senseless killing of defenseless poultry. This encounter occurred while a member of the rat group was on a mission in the North Sea. Upon concluding his task and preparing to return, he unexpectedly discovered several warships appearing mysteriously upon the ocean. Fortunately, one of the naval vessels was comprised of sailors to whom they had been sending monetary support, which spared the member from any complications. However, the member grew increasingly uneasy, prompting him to discreetly follow those warships in the form of Sparrow, ultimately leading him to hover above an island that had been ravaged by slaughter. After that, Lafitte left his thought unfinished, yet the outcome was all too evident. Is there anyone who recognizes this island? Akira Kurosawa is keen to uncover the reasons behind the massacre on this island, the kingdom of Monolin. This island, burdened by its abject poverty, has been unable to pay the heavenly tribute, thus remaining a non-affiliated state. Lafitte gazes solemnly at the intelligence in Kurosawa's hands and murmurs. Our family has engaged in certain dealings with this kingdom, so we possess some insight into the circumstances within. Indeed, Akira Kurosawa has set aside the intelligence in his possession. Merely gazing upon those photographs induces a wave of discomfort within him. Thus, it is true that these celestial dragons periodically engage in a massacre of a certain non-governmental affiliated nation, is it not? Akira Kurosawa's face was etched with a chilling demeanor, a palpable aura of murderous intent gradually emanating from his eyes. It remained uncertain for the moment, but perhaps even the allied nations found themselves within the ambit of his slaughter. Lafayette was hardly a paragon of virtue, yet such heinous tragedies would provoke outrage even among pirates. It seems that the Navy's self-proclaimed justice serves merely to shield this detestable celestial swine from harm. Akira Kurosawa gazed mockingly at the several naval ships lingering around the island. A sardonic chuckle escaped his lips, yet he refrained from making any impulsive decisions. Lafitte quietly exhaled in relief. Had Kurosawa allowed his fervor to dictate his actions and sought trouble with the celestial dragons, it would have embroiled the entire family. At this moment, the family was experiencing rapid development, and it was best to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Upon receiving the intelligence, Lafitte contemplated whether to present it to Kurosawa. Initially, he considered concealing the matter, but after much deliberation, he resolved to inform Kurosawa. Knowing full well that he had always maintained a remarkably composed demeanor, rarely did anything provoke him into rashness. However, despite the immense anger simmering within him, the prospect of storming Mary Geos to unleash havoc was utterly out of the question. Akira Kurosawa understood that his ambition to overthrow the dominion of the world government was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Thus, until his strength reached a certain level, it was inconceivable for him to seek trouble with the celestial dragons. Of course, should they provoke him, the circumstances would differ entirely. Nevertheless, the haunting images captured in photographs made his heart race with trepidation. Even the notorious Charlotte Linli, who specializes in harvesting souls, and Kaido, who disrupts the environment of Wano, pale in comparison to the atrocities perpetrated by the celestial dragons. In this light, it appears that pirates, despite their many heinous acts against civilians, are a relatively commendable group, second only to the Revolutionary Army. While numerous pirates do engage in the slaughter of innocents, their transgressions are but a mere fraction of the celestial dragon's bloodshed. Truly, this world is awash with filth. Akira Kurosawa gazed silently at the sky. Since his arrival in this world, his sole purpose had been to attain true freedom, a pursuit that stood in stark contrast to his noble lineage. He was acutely aware that a confrontation with the world government was inevitable. However, upon witnessing the cruel actions of the celestial dragons, he realized they must perish. Ever since Akira Kurosawa took control of the chaotic seas, he has largely indulged in leisure, buoyed by the potent energy within him that continually enhances his prowess. However, he has now resolved to quicken his pace. At present, he remains uncertain whether the actions against the kingdom of slaughter are time-sensitive or merely a fleeting whim of the celestial dragons. If it is merely a capricious act, then only one nation would face annihilation. Yet, if it follows a cyclical pattern, it would imply that they intend to systematically eradicate a nation at regular intervals. These intricacies remain unclear to Kurosawa, rendering any conjecture difficult. Nevertheless, given the tendencies of the world government, the likelihood of a cyclical nature appears to be significantly greater. Akira Kurosawa shook his head vigorously, casting aside the discomfort that plagued his mind. Why dwell on such matters? He had yet to fully unify the new world, let alone confront a world government that had stood for centuries. To do so would be akin to courting defeat. The legendary Rocks pirates, comprising formidable figures like Whitebeard and Shiki, were ultimately vanquished by the Navy, led by Roger and the Knights of God. The celestial dragons did not even summon the five elders, and the enigmatic Sama remained entirely concealed from view. Thus, Kurosawa found himself in a position of quiet development. While others might succumb to despair when faced with such adversaries, he was different. The energy coursing through him possessed the remarkable ability to endlessly transform and enhance his physique. Moreover, he sensed that this energy held other latent powers, but his current capabilities were too feeble to fully harness them. Let us proceed, Lafitte, he declared. The banquet continues, and we must not allow such trivial matters to disrupt our spirits. Akira Kurosawa gestured towards Lafayette. Upon realizing that his young master was not overly affected, Lafayette felt a sense of relief and smiled gently. Very well, young master. The two returned to the center of the banquet, continuing to indulge in conversation and libations with Barrett and others. However, a flicker of coldness occasionally flashed in Kurosawa's eyes, though he concealed it adeptly, and the others, engrossed in their revelry, remained oblivious. Is the purpose of sending me away merely to evade those foolish celestial dragons in selecting their guards? Carp kicked open the door to the marshal's office, storming in with palpable anger, and stood before Sengoku's desk, fixing a piercing gaze upon the admiral engrossed in paperwork. Ah, you have learned of it. I see, Sengoku replied, adjusting his glasses with a hint of resignation as he regarded Carp, who seemed intent on confronting him. Did those celestial dragons truly massacre an entire island's populace? Carp's voice trembled, disbelief lacing his tone as his eyes bore into Sengoku, yearning for a confirmation he dreaded. They are merely non-government affiliated nations, Carp. You must understand our duty. Our responsibility lies solely in protecting government-affiliated territories. Sengoku's expression was grave as he met Carp's gaze. Though inside, he too felt a profound fury, having only learned of the celestial dragon's regular acts of slaughter after ascending to the position of marshal. Are the lives of those in non-government affiliated nations not valuable? Sengoku, have you forgotten the dream that drove you to join the Navy? Carp's voice rose with fervor, having finally heard the answer from Sengoku that he had hoped to avoid. Carp, calm down. Sengoku's voice boomed, fearing that Carp might, in his agitation, rush directly to Mihawk to hold the celestial dragons accountable. I am indeed calm, Sengoku, Carp retorted, striving to rein in his emotions, his expression turning stoic. I finally understand what my son witnessed all those years ago. Carp referred to his son, Monkey D. Dragon, who had long since forsaken the Navy to establish the Revolutionary Army, now regarded as the most notorious man in the world. After a particular mission, Dragon had unexpectedly severed ties with the Navy, forming an organization that boldly opposed the world government. Carp had never comprehended the nature of that mission, which had led to his son's betrayal of the Navy. Now, clarity washed over him. It was likely that his son had been chosen as a guard for the celestial dragons, tasked with safeguarding them while they perpetrated their atrocities against innocent civilians, unassailable by any who would rise against them. Carp understood his son's character well, with an intense aversion to evil. Witnessing the celestial dragon's brutality would have been utterly intolerable to him. Alas, observing the subtle shifts in his old friend's expression, Zhangguo was acutely aware of the underlying implications. Yet he could only feel a sense of impotence. When he first received the news, fury surged through him, and he even contemplated resigning from his role as commander and abandoning the Navy altogether. Ultimately, however, he regained his composure. His aspirations had yet to be fulfilled, and he could not depart so easily. He silently vowed that when the Navy's strength was sufficiently formidable to dominate the seas, he would lead the entire fleet to dismantle the world government. The fire of rage flickered in his eyes, threatening to spill forth. Though Carp nearly succumbed to a surge of impulsiveness upon hearing the news, contemplating a direct assault on Mihawk, he gradually regained his senses. Having joined the Navy at a young age, few understood the might of the world government better than he did. Despite being hailed as a hero of the Navy, he knew this was merely a federated orchestrated by the world government. Given Carp's current strength, it would take merely a small detachment from the Celestial Dragon's Knights to ensnare him, or the entire cadre of the Knights to mobilize. Even with the combined prowess of Carp and the Navy's strongest, a stalemate would be the utmost they could achieve. This is not an exaggeration of the Knight's capabilities. The members within are typically selected from the powerful and gifted families of the celestial dragons. While many celestial dragons may appear as inept as swine, this is merely a consequence of inbreeding. However, inbreeding can yield advantages, significantly increasing the likelihood of producing prodigies. Consider future figures like Don Quixote Doflamingo and Shanks. Perhaps Shanks's formidable strength can be attributed to his origins in the Roger Pirates. Yet, what of Doflamingo? He left Mariejoa at a young age, enduring beatings and hunger, and few would believe that his formative years were unmarred by trauma. Nonetheless, Doflamingo managed to elevate his capabilities to extraordinary heights without any guidance. You may point to Tory Bowl and others, yet to the casual observer, they appear as mere ineptitude, incapable of enhancing their own powers, let alone assisting Doflamingo in his ascent. Moreover, Don Quixote Doflamingo possesses the remarkable ability to manipulate the seemingly feeble string fruit to extraordinary ends, ultimately achieving its awakened state. This raises further questions regarding whether the celestial dragons possess such terrifying talents. It is futile to speak of the potential of the string fruit to forge a so-called timeline, unless one possesses a system capable of transcending the limitations of the world. Otherwise, the fruit's potential is confined to its current state. In fact, within the original narrative, Doflamingo held significant potential to ascend to the ranks of the four emperors. Regrettably, he lacked a distinguished mentor for guidance and was preoccupied with the development of his family's affairs, leaving him no time for personal training. This, in turn, highlights the ineffectiveness of his subordinates, despite their unwavering loyalty. Sengoku, I wish to take a brief respite. Without waiting for a response, Garp departed without looking back. Sengoku, naturally, did not wish for his old friend to succumb to confusion, and thus acquiesced to his desire for a break, believing that a period of relaxation might be the best course of action. At that moment, the marshal's office was left with only Sengoku. He gazed at the grand characters he had penned, justice above all, lost in thought, before letting out a deep sigh. Chapter 128, Year-End. Wow, it's snowing. Akira Kurosawa, in a state of mild confusion, heard a sound emanating from outside the door. He then removed several pristine white blankets from his limbs, tousled his disheveled hair, and gradually rose to his feet. After donning his clothing, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. As he emerged, a flurry of snowflakes descended upon his head, soon followed by an increasing multitude of these delicate crystals. Is it snowing? Akira Kurosawa gazed upward at the sky, then extended his palm to catch a falling snowflake. The new year was approaching. Although the world of pirates did not celebrate the spring festival, Akira still held a family banquet on this day to commemorate it. After a moment of casual reflection, he turned and returned to his room. At that moment, several women in the room had already awakened. Young master, let's rest a while longer. There is nothing pressing at hand. Akira Kurosawa remarked that last night had been quite tumultuous, and it was evident that the young ladies, including Rabina, had yet to regain their composure. Shall we indulge in a little more slumber, my dear master? Teased the mischievous Yanglin, winking playfully. She lifted the covers, revealing several human forms with smooth, glistening bodies beneath, which elicited gasps and exclamations from the other two girls. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Akira Kurosawa felt a surge of blood rush to his head. However, recalling the task that awaited him, he resolutely subdued that impulse, thinking to himself, I shall return tonight to teach this enchantress a lesson. Subsequently, amidst the allure of several fairies, he casually refreshed himself and departed the room, leaving a few girls behind, still engaged in playful antics. Akira Kurosawa traversed the snowflakes and arrived at the hall, which was already filled to capacity. Among those present were Barrett, Crocodile, and Moria. The gathering was a cherished tradition of the Kurosawa family. At this time, each year, they convened to report on the family's progress over the past year, and to set objectives for the forthcoming one. Ever since the establishment of the 12 organizations, Akira had refrained from directly intervening in the family's affairs, choosing instead to influence the development direction minimally. Thus, he relied on these annual end-of-year reports from the likes of Tigerwing to conduct a thorough analysis. As Akira made his entrance, the assembly turned in unison to acknowledge him, exclaiming, "Young master." He nodded in acknowledgement. Under the collective gaze of the attendees, Akira approached his designated seat and settled in, gesturing for everyone to take their places. "Please sit down. Your efforts this year have been commendable." "Not at all." Before anyone else could respond, Enel boldly interjected. While the others looked on in bemusement, Enel stood tall, seemingly unfazed by their scrutiny, gazing at Akira with an air of pride. Kurosawa Akira found himself perplexed by the peculiar nature of this individual, suddenly recalling the promise he had made to him earlier. "You will be of age next year, Inalu." Upon hearing Kurosawa's words, Inalu's chest puffed out even more with pride. "Indeed, boss, regarding my matters." Kurosawa couldn't help but chuckle at Inalu's response. This fellow had long envied the likes of Torihira and others, who each possessed their own battle squads, and had persistently pestered Kurosawa, yearning for a team of his own. Akira Kurosawa nodded. "After the meeting, you may proceed to select your team at the academy, but only if the recruits are willing. Coercion is not permitted. Rest assured." "Chief," Inalu replied with uncontainable joy upon receiving Kurosawa's approval. Since the academy's inception, he had been diligently searching for personnel who met his expectations, and during this time, numerous individuals had expressed their desire to join Inalu's ranks. Although the majority of elite candidates preferred to enlist with combat groups, such as the Tiger Wings, many were still inclined to observe their options. They were well aware that Kurosawa intended to form squads with several yet-to-be-established leaders, including Raig, Alec, and Inalu. Consequently, they were eager to serve under these three commanders. After all, the personnel in established squads were largely fixed, and joining them would relegate them to the status of mere recruits, receiving little opportunity for advancement. In contrast, the newly formed squads lacked personnel, allowing new arrivals to attain the status of veterans, which was exceedingly appealing to these ambitious newcomers. "Now, take a moment to compose yourself." Akira Kurosawa waved his hand, calming the somewhat agitated Iniru, and then gestured to the others, signaling them to commence. The confident Mousewee stepped forward first, reporting on the achievements of the past year. He detailed the establishment of enduring collaborations with several nations across the four seas, as well as partnerships with the King of Maritime Transport and the King of Warehousing. The unique products from Fishman Island and Sky Island were not overlooked, despite the Kurosawa family's origins in the arms trade. The profits from these specialties were simply too substantial to disregard. However, the Navy has significantly intensified its control over the four seas and the first half of the Grand Line, making weapon transportation exceedingly challenging, even with the assistance of the Maritime Transport and Warehousing Kings. Mousewee's expression turned troubled, unsure of how to proceed, a concern that did not escape Kurosawa's notice. "It's all right. Feel free to speak your mind," he encouraged. With Kurosawa's support, Mousewee continued. "Our consumption is escalating rapidly, and our profits are nearing parity with our expenditures. Furthermore, the 10 islands in the chaotic seas of our territory in the New World have not yielded greater benefits compared to other pirate crews." Mousewee's demeanor was grave as he conveyed this message. Upon hearing the report from Shui, Kurosawa's brow furrowed slightly. "What, in your opinion, should be the resolution?" Since Shui had raised this issue, it was evident that he would also possess corresponding solutions. Shui did not betray Kurosawa's trust, presenting 3 potential courses of action. He raised 3 fingers, stating, "Firstly, we could deepen our collaboration with that group of nobles, perhaps even align ourselves with the Celestial Dragons. With their protection, the Navy would no longer pose an obstacle to our merchant vessels, allowing us to expand our business into the first half of the Grand Line. Secondly, we should extend our territorial claims in the New World. The islands occupied by Big Mom's crew and the Beast Pirates are rich in resources. Thirdly, we must curtail our expenditures. The Academy can no longer continue to expand its enrollment, and the benefits provided to the students must be reduced. Their provisions, while comparable to what we had in our time, were manageable when we were fewer in number. However now," although Shui did not finish his sentence, the implication was clear. After listening to the report from the mouse painter, Akira Kurosawa nodded slightly. Indeed, while his family's financial income was not in the negative, it paled in comparison to several large factions of his standing, such as the Charlotte family and the Beast Pirates, whose revenues far exceeded that of the Kurosawa clan. However, Kurosawa did not appear overly troubled. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. "There's no need to rush, mouse painter." Akira Kurosawa paused momentarily, surveying the other members. The others, under the impression that he sought their input for a solution, raised their heads eagerly, each hoping that Kurosawa would invite them to speak. Akira Kurosawa, fully aware of their inner machinations, recognized that this group had expressed their desires repeatedly in his presence. They found the current days rather mundane and were eager to venture forth, seeking to expand their family's dominion through conquest. Thus, Kurosawa chose to disregard their eager gazes, and instead spoke for himself. "The seabed surrounding Fishman Island is rich in rare metal ores. I have already arranged an agreement with them to exchange terrestrial goods for these resources. Subsequently, you shall engage in detailed negotiations with them." Akira Kurosawa pointed at the mouse drawing and continued, "Regarding the development of the floating island, we must increase our investments. As for the challenges of reaching the floating island, Lafitte, I must ask you to endure some hardships for the time being. Akira Kurosawa turned to Lafitte, who nodded in agreement. Almost all members desired to expand outward, while only a select few, including Lafitte, opposed such expansion. They understood that the primary objective of the family at present was to develop quietly and accumulate strength. Although the Kazuki family possesses a strength comparable to other formidable pirate crews on paper, in terms of profound heritage, they remain significantly lacking. After all, their time in the New World has been rather brief. Even a moderately extensive and prolonged battle could potentially disrupt the family's finances entirely. I will subsequently dispatch a member of the family who possesses the ability to fly via a devil fruit to your location, at your service. Very well, young master. With the assistance of others, Lafitte's endeavor to explore the Sky Islands should not prove overly arduous. Is there anything else? Akira Kurosawa continued to gaze at Shui. With just a few words from him, resolved the dilemma that had long troubled him. Shu Hui's admiration for his young master deepened. Shui shook his head, indicating that he had no further matters to attend to. Subsequently, the leaders of the various combat teams emerged to report. Unfortunately, this group of individuals seemed to possess no talents beyond combat, and their summaries were utterly disorganized. However, Kurosawa was already well aware of their capabilities and did not press them further, instead requesting Shui to articulate their reports. Kurosawa merely needed to ascertain the income from the islands each of them managed. Having just taken a seat, Shui rose once more and, amidst the appreciative gazes of Haki and others, began to present the reports. Several islands in the chaotic waters had been assigned a combat team for management by Kurosawa. Although these individuals were solely adept at fighting and lacked management skills, Shui had already arranged everything meticulously. Ostensibly, the managers of these islands were Haki and his companions. But in reality, they were overseen by Shu Hui's personnel, with Haki and his team responsible only for the security of the islands. The chaotic waters had initially been overlooked by the larger pirates due to their meager profits, which allowed a band of smaller pirates to maintain control. Akira Kurosawa undoubtedly comprehended the situation. To consider that among 10 islands, none are diminutive in size, yet only one harbors a nation, aptly illustrates the scarcity of civilians in these tumultuous waters and the extreme rarity of resources on the islands. However, this scenario has been gradually improving since Kurosawa's ascension to power. In the New World, commoners are increasingly inclined to reside in territories governed by formidable pirates. For the presence of such figures signifies a greater stability and safety, alleviating fears of sudden raids by rival marauders. Regrettably, the number of civilians able to venture freely onto the seas remains limited. Nonetheless, merchant vessels abound. Some individuals aboard these ships, having experienced the tranquility of more secure waters, opt to settle in the chaotic regions. This influx naturally attracts additional merchant vessels for trade, resulting in a continuous circulation of currency within the tumultuous expanse, thereby yielding greater profits for the actual controller, Kurosawa. Thus, the annual profits from each island are on an upward trajectory, a notion Kurosawa holds with unwavering confidence. Subsequently, there have been shifts within each group. Under Kurosawa's encouragement, each faction now comprises at least 50 members, with the Tiger Group boasting the largest contingent of 80, primarily due to the willingness of recruits to join under the enthusiastic leadership of Huchi. In contrast, the Dragon Group maintains a more selective approach, numbering only 50 members, as Longquan invites only those he deems worthy. Despite its smaller size, the Dragon Group possesses formidable strength. Meanwhile, both medical teams have expanded to 20 members each. Unfortunately, individuals with medical aptitude who are eager to learn remain scarce. The Assassination Group, the Serpent Group, has grown to 100 members, though the majority serve merely as ordinary informants, with few engaged in the actual act of assassination. At Kurosawa's level of influence, the likelihood of being easily targeted is negligible. The Rat Group, with its extensive membership, may include local vendors from various islands or captains of merchant ships, serving as the backbone that sustains the entire Kurosawa family. After Huchi and others concluded their reports, Kurosawa nodded in satisfaction. Rafit, the family shall establish an aerial division, and you will have authority over its personnel. This unit is intended for the exploration of Sky Islands, as possessing a dominant force in the skies is indeed paramount. The reason the flying pirate crew of the Golden Lion instills fear in both the Navy and the world government lies in the nearly unscrupulous powers of the float fruit. Understood, young master. Leg, Orok, Inalu, you may manage your respective units as you see fit, allowing members to select themselves from the academy. Yes, young master. Akira Kurosawa nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards Barrett and the two others. As they had only recently joined the family this year, he was curious to hear their thoughts on the possibility of establishing their own squad. Noticing Kurosawa's attention shift towards them, Barrett was the first to step forward. I do not require subordinates. I am sufficient on my own. Oh, Akira Kurosawa glanced at Barrett, and after contemplating his character, he could only helplessly rub his forehead and mutter, "Do as you wish, Crocodile." Upon hearing his name called, Crocodile responded, "My previous subordinates will suffice. Additionally, I plan to seek out some individuals in the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas." "Oh, what about those trainees? They're not suited for me," Crocodile replied, shaking his head. Such was his temperament, and Kurosawa chose not to press further. He harbored no fears that Crocodile might seize this opportunity to escape. A modicum of trust was essential. Moreover, if he did attempt to flee, unless he intended to live in anonymity for the rest of his life, he would never elude the search efforts of the Kurosawa family's intelligence network. Akira Kurosawa casually nodded. "And you, Moria?" I shall utilize the zombie army, as it will bolster my own strength." Despite Moria's inclination to cultivate his own abilities rather than relying on the undead, his devil fruit powers rendered him unable to entirely forsake his legion of zombies. While the shortcomings of the zombie army were evident, the ability to carry numerous shadows with him provided ample contingency for his shadow collection strategy. Kurosawa was indeed intrigued by this maneuver. Regrettably, there had not been sufficient shadows for Moria to demonstrate it previously. However, the situation had transformed now. Upon Kurosawa's recent conquest of the Chaotic Sea, numerous pirate crews had descended upon his territory, causing disturbances. Although he had vanquished these brigands, he chose not to execute them, but instead dispatched them to the mines, where they toiled away. With Moria's presence, these individuals could now serve a dual purpose, rendering the situation advantageous. Chapter 129. The Escaping Golden Lion, Shiki Young Master. That rascal Enel has once again taken his lightning brigade to Fishman Island. Haha, let him be. He is merely visiting for leisure, and perhaps he will assist in fending off the invading pirates at Fishman Island. Tiger Wing had initially intended to seek Enel for a friendly spar, only to discover that the latter was absent. After much inquiry, it became clear that Enel had taken his newly assembled crew to Fishman Island for some recreation. Several months had elapsed since the annual summary meeting, and the year of the Sea Circle calendar had swiftly progressed to 1500. "What is this, Tiger Wing? Do you yearn for a bit of adventure as well?" "Ah, it's just that I find myself with little to do." Tiger Wing's intentions were laid bare by Kurosawa, prompting a bashful scratch of his head. "No, I cannot." Akira Kurosawa shook his head, his gaze drifting to the distant horizon. "I have signaled the members waiting outside, including Crocodile. They shall return shortly. Has something transpired, or are we poised to expand our reach?" Upon hearing his words, the eyes of Haki gleamed with excitement as he eagerly inquired. Since the conclusion of the last meeting, the majority of the family members and executives had departed from the chaotic seas, seizing the opportunity amidst the absence of conflict to hone their skills. However, they concealed their identities, for being a subordinate of one of the 4 emperors and 3 kings would easily attract the attention of the Navy and the world government. Conversely, the newly inducted members, including Crocodile, did not require such subterfuge. News of their inclusion in Akira Kurosawa's family had yet to reach the ears of outsiders, as evidenced by the information on their bounty notices. "There is indeed a matter at hand, though it has yet to unfold," Akira Kurosawa remarked, gradually retracting his gaze. If memory served him well, Shiki the Golden Lion should have successfully escaped from the underwater prison, impelled down, this year. "Very well, I shall take my leave for now," he concluded. Indeed, Akira Kurosawa nodded slightly, then reclined on the sofa, murmuring, "The Golden Lion." He remained quite intrigued by this aged lion, particularly due to his ability derived from the float fruit, which would greatly assist Kurosawa in his endeavors to explore the Sky Island. He pondered a method to reliably acquire the float fruit. Kurosawa Akira is now intrigued by Blackbeard's extraordinary ability to effortlessly extract the devil fruit from the bodies of those who possess its powers. It is well known that upon the death of a devil fruit user, the fruit will detach from their body and randomly attach itself to another fruit. Due to this randomness, one cannot predict its new location. It may appear in a fruit nearby, much like the steel fruit, or it could emerge in an entirely different sea. However, Blackbeard possesses the remarkable capability to seize the devil fruit from a user at the moment of their demise, which is undeniably formidable. Could this prowess truly be attributed to the powers of the Yami Yami no Mi? Akira Kurosawa felt a twinge of perplexity. Although Blackbeard did not exhibit his remarkable abilities prior to acquiring the powers of the Yami Yami no Mi, it was difficult to dismiss the possibility that he might possess such capabilities. Oh well, let fate take its course. Akira Kurosawa shook his head, dismissing any worries about successfully obtaining the elusive Piao fruit. Although he harbored a strong desire to confront Blackbeard and compel him to reveal the secrets within, he was acutely aware that Blackbeard was the son of Whitebeard, and he had no intention of provoking a conflict with that old man just yet. After all, he would meet his demise sooner or later, wouldn't he? With this realization, Kurosawa's spirits lifted once more as he turned to seek out Barrett for training. Indeed, among those who had departed, Barrett remained, wholly focused on his rigorous training. He could feel the significant improvement that stemmed from daily battles with Kurosawa, which far surpassed the progress he made through aimless solitary practice. Moments later, the back mountain erupted with a tremendous commotion, causing the entire island to tremble slightly under the force of their clashes. Young master, what is the specific grand endeavor we are to pursue after such a lengthy period? In recent days, several cadres who had ventured out returned to Swordsman Island one after another. However, Kurosawa had not assigned them any tasks, leaving everyone to gather daily, either hosting feasts or engaging in friendly sparring. What is the rush? The young master undoubtedly has his own plans. We shall simply wait. Long Quan subdued the ever-curious Tiger Wing, who was reluctant to relent, and the two soon found themselves entangled in combat once more. Akira Kurosawa did not pay attention to the two individuals. Instead, he accepted the towel handed to him by Rina, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Well done, Barrett. Your prowess has indeed grown stronger. Oomph. In comparison to you, it seems my own strength has scarcely improved. He had just issued another challenge to Kurosawa, yet the outcome was evident. Kurosawa had merely perspired a little while Barrett lay defeated on the ground. Do not compare yourself to me, Barrett. Akira Kurosawa shook his head, for even he was uncertain of the extent of his own prowess. Observing the likes of Lafitte, Crocodile, and Moria, one might engage them in combat. Yet such encounters would merely result in a stalemate, devoid of excitement. It is in battling you that true exhilaration lies. Barrett gazed at Kurosawa, a faint smile gracing his lips. The skirmishes between them had not unleashed their full potential, as they were merely exercises in skill. Ah, you rascal, he remarked. Akira Kurosawa smiled, finding it quite challenging to offer an extensive critique of Barrett's character. However, when it comes to the performances of Moria and Crocodile, they have genuinely astonished Kurosawa. Ever since their awakening, their strength has indeed surged remarkably, although they may not stand as equals to Barrett in a one-on-one confrontation. Should Barrett attempt to engage both simultaneously, it is certain that he would be the one to face defeat. Akira Kurosawa could distinctly sense that the prowess of these two individuals was now only a hair's breadth away from that of Barrett. As he pondered this, Lafitte approached. Captain, we have a situation. Akira Kurosawa perused the newspaper in Lafitte's hand. It reported that the Golden Lion Shiki had breached the guards of the advancing city and made his escape. Oh! A glimmer of determination flashed in Akira Kurosawa's eyes as he commanded, gather in the hall. There is work to be done. With that, he strode purposefully away. Following Lafitte's announcement, the members hurriedly made their way into the hall, having felt a sense of restlessness in the absence of activity over the past days. Once seated, Kurosawa addressed them calmly. I understand that many of you have been puzzled as to why I summoned you to gather on Swordsman Island. Below, the bashful figure of Tiger Wing sheepishly scratched his head, realizing that their young master had indeed recalled his earlier remarks. Akira Kurosawa picked up the newspaper in his hand and continued, Shiki the Golden Lion, I believe all of you have heard of his exploits. A former cadre of the Rocks Pirates, he once sailed alongside the likes of Whitebeard. Later, he established the Flying Pirate crew, earning the moniker of the Sky Pirate. Possessing the powers of the float fruit, yet he remains an undeniable master swordsman. He has attempted to besiege the Roger Pirates and has made incursions into the Navy headquarters. Although he faced defeat, it cannot be denied that his strength resides at the pinnacle of the seas. Observing the members below, upon hearing the name of Shiki, displayed not fear, but rather excitement. Kurosawa nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, our target this time is this legendary figure of the ocean. For our family to continue its development, we require the abilities granted by his float fruit. Therefore, Lafitte, the task of locating Shiki's base is entrusted to you. Due to his fruit's powers, he can effortlessly carry several islands aloft in the sky, so we will need your flying squad's assistance to search for his whereabouts. Understood, young master, Lafitte replied solemnly, fully aware that this mission may prove to be quite challenging. Yes, Akira Kurosawa withdrew his gaze and turned to the other members, Barrett Crocodile and Along Quan. Assemble your forces and remain on high alert. The rest of you, return to your respective islands. Once we have discovered the whereabouts of the Golden Lion, the task of guarding the chaotic seas will fall to you. Understood. Despite knowing he was not included in this expedition, the Tiger Wings responded loudly, albeit with a hint of dejection. Barrett, on the other hand, was exhilarated at the prospect of possibly facing this legendary pirate. When Roger clashed with the Golden Lion years ago, he lacked the capability to partake in the battle between Roger and Skypiea, but he had since transformed. Very well, everyone. Prepare yourselves, Kurosawa commanded. Lafitte, this matter will rest heavily upon your shoulders. Remember, once the island of the Golden Lion is located, follow them from a distance without engaging in battle. Understood. Observing Kurosawa's grave expression, Lafitte took his words to heart. A foe deemed so significant by Kurosawa was not to be underestimated. It was not mere caution that prompted Kurosawa's vigilance. The current Golden Lion was not the frail elder of decades past. Although Shiki had lost his legs and bore a ship's rudder protruding from his head, the extent of his diminished power remained unknown. The capabilities of his float fruit would not diminish due to his legless state, and despite the rudder, his ability to contend with the peak powers of Garp and Sengoku suggested he was still formidable. Furthermore, only a few years had elapsed since the Golden Lion last made a move, and Kurosawa was skeptical that the rudder had so severely impaired his ability to utilize Haki. It was highly probable that the Golden Lion's strength had only waned slightly. Such an adversary warranted Kurosawa's utmost seriousness. Soon, his subordinates sprang into action, and the atmosphere across the chaotic seas grew tense. Various vessels faced rigorous inspections, with a substantial military presence dispatched by Kurosawa to the edges of the chaotic seas to prevent the two other pirate crews from launching an offensive while he was away. Although Kurosawa's operation was to be conducted covertly, no one could guarantee that others would remain oblivious to it. Meanwhile, Big MOM and the Beast Pirates assumed Kurosawa was planning to expand his territory, rallying their forces at the junction of the seas. What is that kid up to? Why has he suddenly concentrated most of his forces at Moke Island? On Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin had gained weight once more, clearly benefiting from flourishing developments within her family. In fact, she had recently married a man from the Three-Eyed tribe as her new husband. Uncertain of their intentions, Katakuri, his face partly obscured by a scarf, inquired, "Mother, do you need me to guard the borders?" "Yes." Charlotte Linlin nodded and said, "Katakuri, you shall proceed, but remain vigilant regarding the movements of the Akazuki family, and refrain from initiating any attacks. For these years, we have coexisted peacefully, and I do not wish to provoke a war prematurely. The time is not yet ripe." "Understood, Mother," Katakuri replied before turning to prepare his vessels. Meanwhile, on Onigashima, Kaido took a sip of his drink and remarked, "Captain, the chaotic seas are stirring. Jean, you should keep an eye on that." He added, "Yamato has been somewhat restless lately. We must not allow ourselves to be distracted by other matters for the time being." "Yes." As the surrounding pirate crews were making their arrangements, news also arrived from Lafitte. "Young master, we are currently at an altitude of approximately 8,000 meters over the calm belt of the New World. Very well, ensure your safety. We shall arrive shortly." Upon receiving Lafitte's message, Barrett and the others began to prepare eagerly for what lay ahead. Akira Kurosawa remained unhurried, continuing to orchestrate various matters. He remained ever vigilant of the movements in the surrounding seas, ready to inform Lafitte immediately should an intrusion be detected. "Understood, young master." He then turned his gaze towards Barrett and the others, stating, "The strength of our adversaries remains uncertain. I urge you all to exercise caution." "Fear not, boss. During this period, I have felt a significant enhancement in my own abilities," Enel boldly proclaimed. Akira Kurosawa felt a sense of helplessness. Yet he did not overly concern himself with Enel's safety. Armed with the powers of the Rumble fruit, even if he were unable to best the Golden Lion, Enel could effortlessly evade capture. In terms of speed, he still lagged far behind the float fruit. Only the glint fruit could hold the advantage. "All right, everyone, let us depart," he announced. Subsequently, the group boarded the Ark, a vessel meticulously crafted by Kurosawa himself, utilizing blueprints discovered on the Sky Island. Its fuel, powered by Enel's Rumble fruit, enabled it to soar into the heavens with ease. In the original tale, Enel had famously employed this very craft to journey to the moon. As Enel summoned the forces of thunder and lightning, the Ark ascended from the ocean's surface, soaring skyward. Once the vessel reached a certain altitude, Kurosawa produced a small piece of paper, which began to drift slowly in a particular direction. This was a life card, specially crafted by Lafitte. As long as its owner remained alive, the card would guide its path toward them. Akira Kurosawa had long since devised a plan to seek out Lafitte after discovering the Golden Lion. Once the course was set, Inaru skillfully navigated the entire arc toward that direction. Chapter 130. The Arrogant Golden Lion Shiki ha 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 ha. Indigo, behold the remarkable find I have unearthed. The Golden Lion Shiki, having narrowly escaped, had arrived at an island he had just transported into the sky using the powers of the float fruit. Accompanied by his loyal subordinate, the island was teeming with colossal, ferocious beasts. Were these creatures? Indigo was taken aback by the state of the animals. Ha 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 ha. These creatures appear to have transformed due to consuming this peculiar plant, Shiki declared, brandishing an unusual specimen for Indigo to see. What is it? Indigo was encountering such an oddity for the first time. Unclear, Shiki replied, shaking his head. I have named it the IQ plant. After escaping from Impel Down, the Golden Lion had arrived at the isle known as Vermal. Upon landing, he discovered many animals that had become savage due to their consumption of the IQ plant. Thus, he harnessed his powers to lift the entire island into the sky, naming it the Floating Island Strong World. Indigo, look at these delightful creatures. Shiki gestured toward the rampaging beasts in the distance. Tell me, if I could control this lot, would the entire world not be within my grasp? As he spoke, the Golden Lion extended his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Captain, you are destined to become the king of the world, Indigo reverently declared. Upon hearing Indigo's praise, Shiki could not help but laugh heartily. Ha 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 ha. Indigo, I entrust you with the study of this plant. Do not let me down. With that, he lit a cigar, taking a deep drag before exhaling a satisfied puff of smoke. I must go rally my troops. Did they all think I would perish and impel down? Impossible. Indigo promptly bowed. The captain's strength cannot be contained by a mere impel down. Indigo. No need for flattery. Focus on your research. I need to contemplate recruiting more men. As the Flying Admiral, I cannot operate without a crew. With that, the Golden Lion turned and soared towards the main island of the Floating Islands, intending to prepare before reuniting with his old friend, Whitebeard. There lay the Floating Islands of the Golden Lion. Not far from the Floating Islands, a colossal vessel soared through the air, nearly level with the entire archipelago. This ship belonged to Akira Kurosawa and his companions. How splendid, Kurosawa marveled as he gazed upon the breathtaking islands suspended in the sky. The old lion had just been released from prison and had already discovered so many islands. Indeed, the float fruit was remarkably convenient. Indeed, Enel chimed in. Master, once we obtain the float fruit, should we elevate all the islands within the chaotic seas into the sky? What are you thinking? Lafitte exclaimed, tapping Enel on the head with his sword. Our islands are not merely for resting. I am well aware, Enel protested loudly, cradling his head. Brother Enel, could you please refrain from striking my head again? Lafitte chuckled, but did not respond affirmatively. Instead, he turned to Kurosawa. Master, shall we ascend now? Akira Kurosawa nodded thoughtfully, observing the conspicuous absence of people around him. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind, but he quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, the Golden Lion Shiki had only just fled from Impel Down and had yet to summon his subordinates. It was only natural for the place to be deserted. After all, even the immensely charismatic Whitebeard witnessed the near disintegration of his crew following his demise, let alone someone as tyrannical as the Golden Lion. Pirates, after all, are ultimately still pirates. Akira Kurosawa shook his head, then gestured to Enel, who took direct control of the ark as it ascended to the main island of the Floating Isle. Young master, there lies a cluster of edifices. As they approached the island's aerial expanse, Long Quan beheld a series of structures adorned in traditional Japanese style, where one could occasionally glimpse figures resembling pirates bustling about. It appears that this Golden Lion fellow still has quite a number of devoted followers. Akira Kurosawa was slightly taken aback. It seemed that the old lion's charisma still held some sway. Young master, shall we descend? Not yet. Let's wait a moment. Akira Kurosawa shook his head, and in an instant, his eyes transformed into piercing slits. Shiki, with a thunderous shout, the formidable conqueror's Haki surged forth, prompting the bustling pirates within the building to glance anxiously toward the skies above the island. These individuals, evidently seasoned warriors of the New World, possessed a certain resilience against such overwhelming Haki. Who dares? A booming voice echoed as a ferocious and domineering wave of conquerors' Haki erupted from the buildings below, countering Kurosawa's force. Suddenly, a man, his feet bound by two renowned swords and sporting a mane of golden hair crowned with a helm resembling a rooster's comb, soared into view. Swiftly, he spotted the floating ark above him, along with Akira and the others. Without uttering a word, He deftly wielded his twin swords to unleash a colossal aerial slash. "Come down here, will you? Your temper is quite fiery, old lion." In a teasing tone, Akira observed as Barrett effortlessly deflected the two slashes. "Oh." Upon seeing Barrett, the golden lion's eyes narrowed. "I recognize you, little brat, but you're no longer under Roger's command." "Humph, he ceased to be my captain long ago." The two had crossed paths previously, during the battle at the Edwall Sea, where Barrett had already demonstrated the ability to withstand many of the Golden Lion subordinates. Noticing this young, yet formidable newcomer, the Golden Lion paid him heed. I have long proclaimed that Roger is unworthy of the title of Pirate King, but..." As he spoke, the Golden Lion Shiki glanced at Akira, who had his arms crossed. "Is this your new captain? He appears rather frail." He then turned his gaze back to Barrett. "Just right, I am currently in need of a crew member. How about you become my right-hand man? Together, we shall ascend to become the rulers of this world. What say you, Barrett?" "Hey, old lion, to attempt to poach someone in front of their captain. Have you no shame after spending time in prison?" Akira Kurosawa stood up, visibly displeased, casting a scornful gaze at the Golden Lion. "Ha ha, you little brat. I'm a pirate. How could the notions you speak of possibly pertain to one of my kind?" The Golden Lion cackled with mirth, but as his words faded, his expression darkened ominously. "You little brat, I recognize you, the infamous Kurosawa, one of the four emperors, am I correct?" He spat dismissively. "The Navy has truly regressed. Even a wet-behind-the-ears child like you can be hailed as a king. Ha ha, old lion, you've merely been incarcerated for 2 years, yet upon your release, you would seem to have dulled." Akira Kurosawa disregarded the mockery and remarked, "It seems that during my 2-year absence, the little devils of the sea have forgotten the terror of the sky admiral." The Golden Lion viciously bit through the final cigar and retorted, "Terrifying, is it?" Akira Kurosawa cast a derisive glance at the Golden Lion's 2 stumps where legs once were, remarking, "You are but an elderly disabled creature, old lion. Might you be overestimating your own worth?" At the mention of his legs, the Golden Lion erupted in fury, exclaiming, "You insolent brat, you have successfully provoked me." With an air of regal authority, he summoned forth immense lion heads that suddenly emerged around the ark, lunging towards it with ferocity. "I shall take action," Enel shouted, leaping from the ark, his entire being enveloped in crackling electricity. Thunder! A torrent of lightning surged from Enel's body, racing towards the colossal lion heads. Upon contact, the heads erupted with a deafening roar. As the assault from both sides gradually waned, the lion heads began to shrink and ultimately dissipated into nothingness. What formidable power indeed! Enel exhaled, his breath heavy with exertion, while Kurosawa's gaze towards the Golden Lion grew somber. He had previously surmised that the old lion's strength would not have diminished significantly, yet he was taken aback that a single move could compel Enel to expend such effort. "Lower the ship," he commanded. Akira Kurosawa commanded Enel to bring the ark down upon the surface of the floating island. The sky was the domain of the Golden Lion, where the battle was decidedly unfavorable for Kurosawa's side. "Humph, do they think they can confront me just because they have touched the ground?" The Golden Lion watched as the ark descended, refraining from interference, and instead, mockingly remarked. Akira Kurosawa paid no heed to the words of the Golden Lion. Instead, he gradually descended to the ground, lifting his gaze towards the haughty elder lion. Under Kurosawa's unwavering scrutiny, the Golden Lion also descended slowly to the earth. "Listen, young one, I offer you a chance. Join me, and before long, this vast ocean shall belong to us," he proclaimed, his arms outstretched as if to embrace the entirety of the world. "Ha ha ha, old lion, have you forgotten how you entered and Impel down? That was merely a moment of underestimation on my part, leading to my unexpected defeat at the hands of Sengoku and Garp. Grant me another opportunity." Akira Kurosawa impatiently waved his hand, interrupting the Golden Lion's impulse to continue speaking. "You have yet to defeat Roger. How can you claim to be the strongest on the seas now that he is gone?" Young man, upon hearing the name Roger, the Golden Lion's eyes immediately narrowed, and he refrained from justifying himself. "If that is your stance, then what brings you to seek me today?" The Golden Lion, recalling his past battles with Roger, chose not to engage further with Kurosawa. "There is nothing of great consequence. I merely have my eyes set on your float fruit and wish to discuss the possibility of you joining me. Or perhaps I shall take it for myself." Akira Kurosawa cast a playful glance at the Golden Lion and remarked, "Oh, you have come to subdue me? That will depend on whether our airborne admiral grants me this courtesy." Lafitte and the others looked at their young master with a mix of curiosity and disbelief, pondering how one could jest and insult someone before inviting them to join. They feared he might just acquiesce to the invitation. Akira Kurosawa paid them no heed. instead silently observing the golden lion across from him. After a moment of silence, the golden lion suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "How amusing, young one. At such a tender age." His words trailed off, yet Kurosawa grasped his meaning. "Shiki, this is no jest. I speak the truth when I assert that I possess the strength to subdue you. Is that so?" The golden lion chuckled. "It seems my reputation does not resonate much among you newcomers." With that, he charged directly at Kurosawa. "Let me see if you truly possess that capability." As the golden lion's formidable aura surged, Barrett and the others grew increasingly vigilant, just as they prepared to intervene. Kurosawa halted them. "Allow me to test this former powerhouse and discern his true prowess." With that, he unsheathed his blade, whisper, and rushed towards the golden lion. In no time, their weapons clashed, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that radiated outward from their epicenter. In an instant, the ground was upheaved, and the surrounding structures and flora were swept into the air. What immense power! As Barrett felt the potent gust sweep over him, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the strength he had long sought. Such a simple collision could yield such a colossal impact. Meanwhile, Enel widened his eyes in astonishment. Having believed his strength was not far from that of his leader, but now he realized he had been overly presumptuous. Upon returning, he vowed to dedicate himself to rigorous training, having indulged in leisure with his newly formed crew rather than honing his skills. "Youngster, you possess considerable strength," remarked the golden lion, eyeing Kurosawa as he parried his assault. "Ha ha, I did not expect you to still wield such power." Akira Kurosawa could perceive the immense power emanating from his opponent's weapon, a force that even surpassed that of the typical giants. "Although I have been absent for a while, do not underestimate me, young one, for I am the Lion King." With a swift stroke, the golden lion cleaved through Akira Kurosawa, subsequently harnessing the power of the fruit to manipulate the earth, conjuring a multitude of colossal lion heads from the soil to envelop Akira completely. "Boy, surrender now, and I shall permit you to become my lieutenant." "Ha ha ha. Old lion, do you truly believe you can capture me?" Akira Kurosawa laughed heartily as he raised his blade. Whispering, slash, ripple. The blade trembled gently, and soon, wave-like slashes emanated from Kurosawa, cascading outward in an unbroken flow. This was a newly developed technique, specifically designed to counter the assaults encircling him, perfectly suited to confront the golden lion. Chapter 131. So close yet so far, observing Kurosawa's unique swordsmanship deflect his attacks. The golden lion felt a flicker of curiosity. What manner of swordplay is this? "Ski, what is so peculiar about this?" he mused. "I am merely intrigued by your technique." "Ah, it is quite simple." Akira Kurosawa chuckled and said, "Join me. I can reveal all that you seek to know." "Ha ha ha. No need for that, young one. What I wish to discover, I shall obtain myself." "Oh." Akira Kurosawa slowly withdrew the light whisper from the ground, standing beside him. A defiant glint flickered in his eyes, and a cruel smile twisted his lips. "So, does this mean I am your adversary?" he taunted, laughter echoing with a hint of menace. Though he chuckled, the golden lion's eyes were laced with a web of crimson veins, and a palpable aura of bloodlust surged violently from his being. As he subtly shifted his stance, a series of aerial slashes erupted forth. Swish, swish, swish. The golden blades, capable of rending anything asunder, wove through the air like crescent moons, effortlessly tearing through the atmosphere and hurtling towards Akira Kurosawa with astonishing velocity. Lion slash Senkigawa. Despite the overwhelming ferocity, Kurosawa maintained an air of calm, although the intensity of his own menace grew stronger. "You won't find it that easy, old lion." With a final bellow, Kurosawa brandished the light whisper and unleashed a colossal aerial slash that blotted out the sun. Boom! The immense red-black strike collided violently with the golden sword beams. In the deafening roar, a tempest of force radiated outwards, and the recently disturbed earth faced yet another formidable blow. Debris scattered in all directions, while the roots of nearby plants were uprooted from the soil. The entire battlefield was instantly engulfed in a swirling cloud of dust. In the next moment, the golden lion surged forth like a wild beast, his long golden hair billowing, piercing through the haze of dust as he charged at Kurosawa. "Boy, prepare to meet your demise," he bellowed, laughing maniacally. "Old lion, don't let your dreams mislead you." Akira Kurosawa let out a hearty laugh, and with a graceful flick of his wrist, several cutting strikes were unleashed towards the face of the golden lion. Little imp, do not bother presenting such feeble attacks." The golden lion mocked, fiercely wielding his twin swords with both feet. Clang! Sparks flew into the air. In the next moment, The golden lion's pupils dilated with shock as he was sent flying by Kurosawa's strike. Old lion, do you truly believe you can overcome me with mere legs? Akira Kurosawa wore a sinister grin. Although the golden lion is a legendary pirate, it is overly presumptuous to believe he could easily defeat Kurosawa without wielding swords in both hands. As for using his feet, that would lead to an even swifter defeat. After being sent flying, the golden lion quickly regained his composure with the aid of the float fruit. This young lad's strength is indeed formidable, he thought with a surge of anger. In an instant, the two renowned blades from his legs soared into his hands. Pray, young one, for I shall endeavor not to slay you. As he spoke, a powerful aura emanated from the golden lion, his sword intent surging forth, leaving deep fissures in the earth beneath him. Although he had lost the use of his feet, the impact on his mobility was negligible. The float fruit could effortlessly keep multiple islands suspended in the air for extended periods. Thus, lifting the golden lion himself was a mere trifle. Now, with swords in hand, it was evident he intended to unleash his full might. Akira Kurosawa understood this well. His expression gradually turned impassive, and he seemed to adopt a more serious demeanor. The golden lion paid no heed to Kurosawa's transformation, as its internal momentum continued to swell, golden locks of hair swirling around it. The waves of energy emanated from the golden lion, dispersing outward and sending a multitude of dust and debris flying. Barrett and the others, observing from a distance, squinted against the onslaught of flying stones, yet they remained intent on witnessing the clash. Each was struck by the overwhelming aura of the golden lion. They never anticipated that this formidable being, even with its severed legs and a ship's helm protruding from its head, could possess such strength. Is this what it means to be a true top-tier powerhouse? Barrett murmured to himself, realizing just how vast the chasm was between him and these elite figures of the sea. He could not ascertain how much power he could muster if he bore the same injuries as the golden lion. Standing resolutely in place, Kurosawa maintained a serious expression, his gaze fixed intently on the golden lion, which continued to emanate an escalating aura. Sensing no intention of abating, Kurosawa resolved to act without delay. Old lion, it is time to cease, he declared, initiating his first proactive assault since the commencement of their battle. The golden lion, keenly aware of Kurosawa's approach, erupted in laughter, followed by a surge of conqueror's Haki that intertwined with its own formidable presence. However, this time, the energy did not scatter aimlessly. Instead, it coalesced, charging directly toward Kurosawa. Just as it seemed poised to reach the golden lion, this force abruptly halted Kurosawa's movements. Damn it, this fellow possesses an astonishingly potent aura. Realizing that he could no longer persist in this manner. Thus, he steeled himself against the overwhelming aura and gradually advanced towards the golden lion. With each step he took, profound imprints were left beneath his feet, suggesting that his progress was fraught with difficulty. Yet, with every stride, his own momentum surged higher. His garments rustled vigorously, and his raven hair billowed wildly, while his gaze grew increasingly resolute. Although he could easily evade the terrifying pressure emanating from the golden lion, Kurosawa chose to confront it head-on. Throughout this period, he had sensed that while his strength was indeed on the rise, he seemed trapped at a threshold. With his growth sluggish, particularly concerning his conqueror's Haki, he sought to harness the golden lion's oppressive force to hone his own Haki. The golden lion, recognizing Kurosawa's intent, opted not to intervene. In his estimation, this young fool could never hope to break through his formidable presence. He believed that as long as Kurosawa chose to evade, even if he managed to defeat the golden lion, his Haki would face immense challenges in its ascent, potentially stagnating entirely. Akira Kurosawa, on this end, gritted his teeth, striving forward, advancing step by step. Akira Kurosawa silently cursed within, for although his physique was capable of continuous growth, he still yearned for his formidable presence to transcend its current limits. He aspired to demonstrate that he possessed the power to fully master his own strength. Shiki, Akira Kurosawa bellowed towards his opponent, unleashing a torrent of conqueror's Haki as crimson lightning crackled between the two figures. Clearly, the indomitable spirit within Kurosawa would not permit anyone to overshadow him. The golden lion, though taken aback by the audacity of this young challenger, was a legendary pirate and thus remained unafraid. On the contrary, he felt an exhilarating thrill within him, as if he were witnessing a reflection of the battles fought alongside Roger and Whitebeard. Ah, come forte, Akira Kurosawa. At the moment of explosive intensity, Kurosawa leapt into the air, swiftly soaring above the golden lion. With a powerful swing of his sword, he struck downwards, prompting the golden lion to raise his own blade in defense. The ground beneath them crumbled, sinking dramatically, creating a vast pit centered around the golden lion. Haha, impressive strength. Young one. The golden lion sensed that the power emanating from above rivaled that of the madwoman, Charlotte Linli. Though surprised, he remained undeterred. As the earth below him sank once more, he summoned his strength, launching Kurosawa into the air. Kurosawa's feet were deeply embedded in the ground, leaving two conspicuous furrows in the earth. After sliding backward for a distance, he finally came to a halt. Yet, the golden lion did not grant him respite. He charged forward without hesitation. Deep bot. With that, the golden lion unleashed a series of swift slashes with his swords, Saki and Moku, aimed directly at Kurosawa. Slash wave. Two razor-sharp gusts of sword energy erupted as the blades descended, hurtling towards their target. Akira Kurosawa could only passively withstand the onslaught. His body once again propelled through the air. The golden lion, relentless in his pursuit, sought every opportunity to exploit a weakness, aiming to bring him to his demise. Yet, despite temporarily finding himself at a disadvantage, Kurosawa had crafted an impeccable defense around himself, preventing the golden lion from inflicting any genuine harm. The clash of their swords resonated through the air, leaving deep gashes upon the very landscape of the island, a testament to their fierce battle. It was truly terrifying. Enel swallowed hard, catching the sweat that trickled down from his forehead. He pondered the grim fate that awaited him should he be caught in the crossfire of these two formidable opponents. He would scarcely have time to transform before being reduced to mere fragments. Their speed was astonishing, both in movement and in attack. Should we assist the captain? Crocodile inquired gravely, observing Kurosawa's continued defensive stance. Though he harbored a certain disdain for Kurosawa, he recognized him as his captain and a peer in youth. He sensed within Kurosawa the potential to rise to the throne of the world with his support. Moreover, having pledged allegiance to the family, one must honor such commitments. Mustn't they? Crocodile found himself perplexed. He had always been indifferent to promises, yet now. I shall go, Barrett shouted, his impatience palpable as he eagerly awaited his chance, dreaming of battling alongside a hero like the Golden Lion. Hold on a moment, Lafitte interjected, restraining those eager to join the fray. The young master has yet to signal. We must observe the situation. But the young master is now. Nobles. Lafitte replied coldly, his own heart racing with anxiety, his expression grave. Yet, he recalled Kurosawa's prior instructions. Unless he expressly called for reinforcements, they were to remain passive observers. It was not that Kurosawa was overestimating his abilities. Rather, he was dissatisfied with the pace of his own growth. This confrontation with the Golden Lion was intended to serve as a catalyst for his rapid enhancement. Akira Kurosawa understood clearly that with his current capabilities, striving for the imperial position in the future was still overly ambitious. Moreover, the number of individuals under his command was increasing, many of whom were formidable. Should Barrett and his companions choose to conspire against him, Kurosawa might find it challenging to maintain control over them. Although he held a degree of trust in their loyalty, one must always remain vigilant against potential betrayal. Having endured numerous setbacks in his past life, including the pressures of capital and the treachery of friends, Kurosawa found it difficult to place complete faith in anyone. The relentless assault from the Golden Lion continued, forcing Kurosawa to defend himself against a barrage of attacks, placing him in a perilous situation. This state of affairs could not persist any longer. Kurosawa gritted his teeth, acutely aware that he could not consistently withstand the rapid assaults of the Golden Lion. Sooner or later, he would inevitably be injured if this continued. Contemplating this, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. The best defense is a formidable offense. With a fervent madness evident in his gaze, Kurosawa abandoned all thoughts of defense, daring to endure a strike from the Golden Lion, all in an effort to disrupt its rhythm of attack. Whoosh! A massive wound was suddenly inflicted upon Akira Kurosawa's chest by the Golden Lion, blood gushing forth. Yet, disregarding his own injury, Kurosawa seized the blade whisper and struck towards the Golden Lion's head. Just as the Golden Lion believed that Kurosawa had relinquished his resistance, he noticed a glimmer of cold light approaching his neck from Whisper. In an instant, the Golden Lion's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Kurosawa would dare to seek mutual destruction. Consequently, he hastily retracted his other blade, aimed at Kurosawa, and sought to deflect the attack from Whisper, simultaneously activating the abilities of the float fruit to retreat swiftly. However, having prepared for this moment for so long, Kurosawa was not inclined to allow the Golden Lion to escape so easily. Realizing he could not reach the lioness head, Kurosawa redirected his strike towards the arm that was raised in defense. A cry of agony escaped the golden lion as he was propelled backwards, exclaiming, "My arm!" His left arm severed and falling to the ground, still grasping the famed sword. Mokuke cough. Akira Kurosawa suddenly coughed violently, spewing forth a copious amount of blood. However, the most horrifying sight was the long, wide gash that extended from his chest down to his abdomen, through which one could faintly discern the heart within, still rhythmically pulsating. Akira Kurosawa lowered his gaze to inspect his wounds, then broke into a sinister grin, his lips stained with blood, reminiscent of a vampire. Hiv, ol de loyon. You were so close. Chapter 132. The Vanished Kurosawa. At this moment, Akira Kurosawa's voice resembled that of an antiquated bellows, emitting a raspy sound. Indeed, had the Golden Lion delivered another blow, Kurosawa's heart would have been cleaved in two on the spot. Though this venerable lion had lost his legs and was advanced in years, his prowess in the art of the sword remained formidable and should not be underestimated. Akira Kurosawa had desperately summoned his armed color Haki to fend off the attack, yet he was still pierced through the chest by that razor-sharp sword aura. How it truly stings. Since Akira Kurosawa arrived in the world of pirates, this is the first time he has sustained such grievous injuries. Although the wounds are rather horrifying, the energy within him is swiftly mobilizing, allowing the injuries to heal at a visible rate. Just as Akira furrowed his brow to examine his scars, the golden lion across from him had succumbed to a frenzy. That damned fool! How dare he? How dare! Before he could finish his words, he charged toward Akira with unrestrained fury. Akira Kurosawa felt an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from the opposing side, compelling him to grit his teeth and resist with all his might. "Hey, I must save the captain. This cannot continue. Do you not see the wound on his body?" Enairu shouted, preparing to elementalize and dash towards Kurosawa. Enairu, wait! Lafitte, with a furrowed brow, restrained Enairu, his gaze fixed on the fierce struggle unfolding before them. "Lafitte, do not stop me." Enairu's eyes darkened as he coldly regarded Lafitte, omitting the term of endearment for his brother. "Do you wish to betray the master?" "Enough, Enairu." Long Quan, overhearing Enairu's fervent words, also knitted his brows. However, he did not turn to face Enairu, but continued to cast worried glances at the distant Kurosawa. "Do not disturb the master. He is at a critical juncture." "What critical juncture?" "Long Quan, the master has raised you since childhood. Are you also going to betray him?" Enairu exclaimed passionately. While he could understand the betrayal of Barrett and the others, given their relatively brief time with them, Long Quan's betrayal left him incredulous. After all, Long Quan had been nurtured by Kurosawa since he was a child. Faced with Enairu's impassioned words, Long Quan turned to scrutinize him. "Focus on the master's aura. Has it waned?" "We cannot disturb him now. Enairu, you must remain calm." Long Quan gazed at Enairu with a seriousness that compelled him to gradually regain his composure. He then utilized his observation skills combined with his fruit abilities to earnestly assess Kurosawa's condition. Before long, Enairu sensed, as Long Quan had indicated, that despite Kurosawa's grievous injuries, his aura had not diminished. In fact, it had intensified. With a sigh of relief, Enairu suddenly felt embarrassed, reflecting on his earlier actions. About what just happened?" Enel, his face flushed, wished to apologize to Lafitte and the others. Alas, at that moment, Lafitte and his companions were too engrossed in the battle unfolding before them to heed Enel's thoughts. They understood that the clash between these two combatants could bestow upon them invaluable experience. Although both were formidable swordsmen, their confrontation would enable the observers to familiarize themselves with the techniques of skilled fighters. Moreover, Akira Kurosawa's ability to break through the pressure exerted by the Golden Lion was indeed an exemplary demonstration for them. While such actions were undeniably perilous at their current level, mere training would not suffice for them to enhance their strength. If they did not embrace a modicum of danger, their potential would remain stagnant. Any growth would be minimal at best. Across the vast ocean, although there were not many individuals of vice admiral rank, every significant faction possessed a few. Progressing towards the ranks of admiral or even the emperor level could not be achieved solely through stable training. It is evident that the realms of admiral and emperor represent entirely distinct categories, which they have long sought to attain. At present, while Akira Kurosawa had already reached the admiral level, aspiring to ascend to the emperor rank necessitated relentless effort and intensity. Despite possessing a unique advantage that others lacked, the slow pace of his growth compelled him to strive desperately. Soon, another round of battle would erupt in the New World, and the Navy remained vigilant towards the waters of that region. Akira could not afford to be complacent if he wished to reach the pinnacle of strength. even though Big Mom and the Beast Pirates seemed to be biding their time in their respective territories. Akira was acutely aware that both harbored ambitions of becoming the Pirate King. Unlike Whitebeard, who chose to retire peacefully in his domain, these two were still in their prime. Barrett and Crocodile, having previously refrained from obstructing Enel, were not oblivious to his presence. Rather, they were utterly captivated by the confrontation between the Golden Lion and Akira. They had never anticipated the sheer magnitude of Akira's prowess, while the Golden Lion, despite losing his legs and an arm, maintained a fearsome combat capability. At this moment, both warriors unleashed their Haki, the clash of conquerors' Haki generating a tempestuous storm of black and red lightning that surged between them. Each collision produced a resounding echo, and the ground beneath them had been forcefully shattered, revealing a vast chasm that exposed the sky beneath the island. Indeed, these two had breached the very island itself. Boom, boom, boom. The Golden Lion, wielding a sword with one hand, unleashed his signature move, Lion's Might, Earthquake. A colossal lion's head surged towards Akira, who deftly swung his weapon, cleaving the massive head in two before employing the shave technique to position himself behind the Golden Lion. Dominating slash. At this moment, the Whispering Blade was ensnared by Akira Kurosawa's armed color Haki and Conqueror's Haki, the entire blade drenched in a hue of deep crimson. Scarlet lightning danced across its surface. In the next instant, a formidable strike descended upon the back of the Golden Lion. However, the Golden Lion was no mere pushover. Although his observation Haki did not rival that of Roger, it was sufficiently potent for the fray. He deftly evaded Kurosawa's assault, leaving a gaping chasm in the earth. "You little brat." The Golden Lion's golden mane billowed with intensity as he summoned his wooden staff from his severed hand, securing it to his leg with a flick of his wrist. Akira Kurosawa, having missed a strike, swiftly distanced himself from the attacking range of the Golden Lion. His eyes filled with apprehension as he regarded his formidable opponent. As a legendary pirate of the same era as Roger and Whitebeard, the Golden Lion undoubtedly possessed unique abilities of his own. Roger wielded the power of observation Haki coupled with his swordsmanship, while Whitebeard was renowned for his formidable fruit abilities. The Golden Lion, too, showcased a remarkable blend of fruit powers and sword techniques. In Kurosawa's estimation, the Golden Lion at the height of his prowess could easily be dubbed the world's greatest swordsman, for his swordsmanship bordered on the divine. Had it not been for the terrifying mastery of his blade, Kurosawa would have subdued him long ago. Yet, confronted with such fearsome swordplay, Kurosawa found himself on the defensive, suffering considerable injuries. As Sakura Ten descended with a strike, Kurosawa barely raised his hand to block, only to be met with an upward thrust from the wooden leg of the Golden Lion. Akira Kurosawa, in a moment of resignation, was compelled to retreat, evading the onslaught of the Golden Lion. Damn it, he had not anticipated that this aged beast could wield two swords with such remarkable finesse. Akira Kurosawa furrowed his brow, beads of sweat trickling down from his forehead. It seems I must rely on it now. Akira Kurosawa seemed to have made a resolute decision, slowly sheathing his whispering blade and setting it aside. The Golden Lion across from him, witnessing Kurosawa's actions, couldn't help but sneer, "Damn it, does he intend to surrender?" "Ha ha ha." The old lion laughed heartily, but his mirth was short-lived, as his expression swiftly turned cold. "Had this been before, I might have accepted your surrender, but..." He glanced down at his bleeding shoulder, now devoid of an arm. "You dare to sever my limb? I shall torment you to death." Upon hearing the Golden Lion's words, Kurosawa offered a disdainful smile. At that moment, he no longer bled, with fresh granulation tissue sprouting at the wound, though the pain would still flare during their battle. "Who said I would surrender? Shiki, are you overly deluded?" The enraged lion, now consumed by madness, paid no heed to Kurosawa's retort. As the Golden Lion charged at him like a frenzied beast, Kurosawa's eyes brimmed with a fierce intensity, and he erupted with vitality. A surge of armed color, akin to venom, enveloped Kurosawa's form. In that moment, he appeared to be adorned with myriad tattoos, patterns etching across his visage, while his hands gleamed with a lustrous black, streaks of crimson coursing intermittently across his body. This was the latest manifestation of Kurosawa's fusion of armed color and conqueror's color, a form in which both his defensive and offensive capabilities reached their zenith, albeit at the cost of considerable energy, rendering it unsustainable for long. Observing the demonic presence of Kurosawa, Lafitte and the others widened their eyes in astonishment, especially Barrett, who believed that the description of a devil's progeny aptly fit Kurosawa at this moment, rather than himself. The boss's form is incredibly cool. Enel envied Kurosawa's current state, feeling that his own lightning god form paled in comparison. Akira Kurosawa, oblivious to the expressions of those around him, was utterly consumed by a primal desire for battle ignited by the golden lion. His adrenal glands surged into overdrive, rendering him nearly impervious to physical pain. At this moment, a singular thought dominated his mind: to obliterate the enemy before him. Golden Lion. Akira Kurosawa bellowed as he charged towards the golden lion. In an instant, the two collided with tremendous force. Boom! For a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the world had been rendered utterly silent. In the next heartbeat, a colossal shockwave radiated from the epicenter of their clash, sending every structure on the island soaring into the air, plummeting towards the ocean below. Lafitte and the others struggled to maintain their footing against the overwhelming force. "We must leave this place. The island is on the brink of destruction," someone shouted urgently. Instantly, the group ascended into the air. Returning to the Arkansas, Inaru deftly maneuvered the vessel, propelling it skyward, away from the crumbling island. As they gazed at the swirling clouds of dust below, silence enveloped them. After a moment, Inaru broke the stillness. "The captain is astonishingly powerful." He had believed he had witnessed Kurosawa's true strength, yet now, merely through a collision with his adversary, an entire island lay in ruins. "Is the young master unharmed?" someone inquired, prompting the others to exchange grave glances at the billowing dust, shaking their heads in silence, uncertain of the circumstances within. Before long, amidst the thick cloud of dust, the sounds of battle suddenly erupted once more, igniting a spark of hope in the eyes of the onlookers. However, it was not long before the clamor dwindled, eventually fading into silence. What has transpired? What is happening? Where is the young master? Has the battle concluded? Where are they? Anxiety gripped their hearts as their observation Haki surged forth, desperately scanning the dust for Kurosawa's presence. Yet, no trace of life remained within the haze. "Over there," Lafitte exclaimed, his eyes brightening as he pointed toward a cluster of islands drifting away. Those landmasses appeared to have lost their inherent power, beginning their descent into the ocean below. The group exchanged knowing glances. The golden lion had perished. Any object affected by devil fruit loses its influence upon the death of its wielder. The falling islands served as undeniable evidence that the user of the float fruit was irrevocably gone. "What the young master?" Long Quan asked, prompting the realization among the others that while the golden lion was dead, Kurosawa had yet to emerge. "I shall search for him," Lafitte declared, taking flight into the swirling dust. The remaining members could only watch in silence, lacking Lafitte's formidable agility, with only Inaru capable of soaring freely. Yet he remained at the helm of the Arkansas. Just as their observation Haki began to wane, Lafitte gradually reappeared from the dust. The group had hoped he had found Kurosawa, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yet upon seeing Lafitte's empty hands, anxiety washed over them. "Lafitte, where is the captain?" "Indeed, have we not located the young master?" Even the typically taciturn Long Quan has raised his voice, revealing the turmoil within. The group now languishes on the vessel, their spirits dampened. Acutely aware that the very foundation of the Kurosawa family rests upon the presence of Kurosawa Akira, who has now gone missing, leaving them in a state of uncertainty. They steadfastly believe that Kurosawa has merely vanished, rather than truly disappeared. Chapter 133, 0803, The Origins of Oneself. On that note, recalling the pure gold, Kurosawa Akira felt compelled to inquire about certain matters with 0803. Is it true that pure gold can grant immortality? Indeed, this substance is one of the anomalies in the universe. It can halt the growth of the wearer's body entirely, allowing them to reach an age that aligns with the cosmos itself. It can be said that as long as one remains in this universe while adorned with pure gold, they shall attain eternal youth. A flash of lightning flickered amidst the swirling dust, accompanied by several figures gracefully traversing the air. These individuals were none other than Inaru and his companions, in search of Kurosawa's whereabouts. In his impatience, Inaru had entrusted the task of maneuvering the Ark to Lafitte, whose abilities allowed the vessel to soar. Where could the captain possibly be? In a state of anxious urgency, Inaru had lost track of time while searching for any trace of Kurosawa Akira. "Inaru, let's wait a moment." Crocodile was among the few capable of keeping pace with Inaru, his elemental form granting him remarkable speed. "What is it?" Hearing a voice from behind, Inaru halted his actions, gazing curiously at Crocodile. "Continuing this way is not productive. I shall gather this dust first." With that, Crocodile activated his powers, consolidating the floating dust, gradually revealing a clearer sky. As the obstructive dust dissipated, a colossal egg formed from a mysterious energy, suddenly materialized in the air. What is this? Upon sighting the egg, the group approached, with Inaru even attempting to reach out and touch it, only to be halted by the arriving Lafitte. The observation Haki did not detect any anomalies. Inaru scratched his head, for his mastery of observation Haki was unparalleled, encompassing the widest range. I scanned the area for quite some time and did not perceive this peculiar object. Could the captain be inside? Crocodile voiced his concern, manipulating the sands with the intent to shatter the strange egg. Wait. Lafitte approached the giant egg with caution, observing it intently. This energy is rather peculiar. Could it be a manifestation of the hidden power of the golden lion, an energy never before seen in this world? Lafitte furrowed his brow, and at that moment, Akira Kurosawa seemed to have vanished entirely. The golden lion was dead, leaving only a peculiar egg at the scene. Perhaps we should take this egg back. Remaining here could prove problematic if any disturbances arise in the chaotic sea. I sense that this energy seems to envelop the young master. The usually taciturn Long Quan slowly remarked, his brow knitted in thought. What leads you to that conclusion? Crocodile inquired gravely, while the others turned to Long Quan with expressions of curiosity, clearly perplexed by the foundation of his statement. Since my induction into the family, the young master has always been somewhat enigmatic in our eyes. Long Quan lifted his gaze, addressing the others. This sensation is not unique to me. Even Hutch, Horin, and others who joined the family from a young age can feel it. In what way is it strange? Barrett asked, intrigued by Long Chuan's words. Upon hearing Barrett's question, Long Quan fixated on him and continued. To you, the young master may appear powerful, benevolent, or even domineering, am I right? The mention of tyranny evoked some unpleasant memories for Crocodile and Barrett, while Lafitte silently nodded in agreement. To us, the young master has always embodied freedom. He seems distinct from anyone else in this world, exuding a sense of liberty evident in his actions and thoughts. Long Quan narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at the sea beneath his feet. This freedom is something one cannot perceive in others. And Roger? Barrett could not help but ask. The notion of freedom inevitably reminded him of his old captain, and he could still vividly recall Roger's words. Long Quan merely shook his head slightly. I have witnessed Roger firsthand. His will differs from that of the young master. Moreover, this peculiar energy is something we have never encountered elsewhere. It mirrors the enigmatic essence of the young master's inner resolve. Though Long Chuan's words were shrouded in ambiguity, they understood that this mysterious energy could only belong to the equally enigmatic Akira Kurosawa. But why would the boss shroud himself in such energy? Enel mused, curiosity piqued. Long Quan shook his head gently. I cannot say. Perhaps the young master has his own intentions. Very well. Lafitte resolved not to linger any longer. Let's take this object back and observe what changes may occur. He gestured toward the energy before them, his concern for the situation in the chaotic sea evident. The others nodded in agreement, consenting to this course of action. However, just as they prepared to move the energy, they encountered a problem. It seemed they could not touch it. Whether Lafitte attempted to manipulate it with his fruit abilities or reached out with his hands, it felt as though it was beyond reach, visible yet intangible. This sensation is akin to an illusionary mirage. What should be done? A few individuals found themselves at an impasse. Confronted with this perplexing dilemma, there seemed to be no viable solution. Should they leave this matter here for the time being, or should one person remain to guard it? As the group continued to deliberate on the appropriate course of action, a figure within the energy stirred. Where am I? In Akira Kurosawa's mind, his consciousness remained vividly clear. It felt as if he could not exert control over his own body, as though his entire being was ensnared within the confines of cerebral space. Akira Kurosawa's consciousness surveyed the surroundings, filled with a swirling golden energy. He yearned to escape this place, yet found himself utterly incapable of doing so. The golden energy seemed endless. No matter how he attempted to move, it felt as though he were merely circling in place. After finally conquering the golden lion, must I now endure this predicament? Akira Kurosawa felt a sense of helplessness as he contemplated the enigmatic energy within him, realizing that the very essence causing his unconscious state was likely the work of that mysterious force. Akira Kurosawa can vividly recall the moment during the fierce battle with the golden lion, where both combatants were engulfed in a frenzied state, seemingly impervious to physical pain, solely focused on the desire to obliterate one another. In the final moments, as the golden lion prepared to deliver a fatal blow with his weapon, Kurosawa seized the opportunity, striking the ship's helm lodged in the golden lion's head with a powerful punch, piercing his brain and shattering it, resulting in the immediate demise of the golden lion. Only after this harrowing act did Kurosawa's consciousness begin to return, at which point an excruciating pain surged through his being, overwhelming him with agony and causing him to lose consciousness from excessive blood loss. Upon awakening once more, he found himself trapped within this mysterious energy, unable to escape. "Hey, I know it's you. If you're conscious, please give a sign, will you?" Akira Kurosawa exclaimed loudly, expressing his disdain for an untimely demise devoid of purpose. After an extensive period of perseverance, just as he was on the verge of surrendering, a sudden resonance of energy emerged. "Greetings. I am the Dream Weaver from the 23rd dimension of the cosmos. You may refer to me as 0803. Oh, Akira Kurosawa, upon hearing that somewhat mechanical voice, suddenly rose to his feet. "Was it you who brought me here?" At that moment, I was in a trial phase when I encountered a temporal chaos. In a bid for self-preservation, I had no choice but to breach the cosmic barrier, and thus I found myself in your world. Little did I know, the energy unleashed by the tumult of time and space was far too immense, and I was unable to escape its influence, ultimately compelled to first inhabit your body. But how did I manage to traverse through time and space? Akira Kurosawa was profoundly intrigued by the reasons that enabled him to traverse into the world of pirates, a phenomenon that nearly transcended his current consciousness returning to reality. The chaos of time and space could only affect us, hence. Before he could complete his thought, Kurosawa grasped the underlying rationale. So upon your entry into my body, the turmoil of time and space could indeed influence me, correct? Although phrased as a question, his tone bore an air of certainty. Indeed, the mechanical voice, somewhat hoarse, subsequently affirmed. Therefore, my sudden demise was also a consequence of this temporal disarray, was it not? Akira Kurosawa's voice was somewhat somber, as if he were in an exceptionally poor mood. At that moment, your body had already begun to falter due to prolonged exertion. Even without the chaotic disturbances of time and space, your endurance would not last much longer. The mechanical voice dwindled to a whisper, and if Kurosawa had not been paying close attention, the final few words would have nearly slipped by unnoticed. And then, Akira Kurosawa yearned to hear alternative answers. After your corporeal demise, the chaos of time and space continued to exert its influence upon me. Helplessly, I could only carry your spirit forth, shattering the barriers of the cosmos. Subsequently, I arrived in this realm and encountered the parents of your physical form, yet they had only just conceived you. Wait, upon hearing this, Akira Kurosawa grew increasingly perplexed. Was I not meant to enter this body only after its original owner had perished? Certainly not. If you had arrived after their demise, how could you possibly retain memories of events that transpired prior? Yet, Kurosawa Akira sought further clarification, but was interrupted. It was merely that your soul had been in a prolonged slumber, only to awaken gradually when the strength of your corporeal form reached a certain threshold years later. As for the consciousness that preceded this awakening, it was but a fragment temporarily separated from your soul. Once your primary essence stirs from its dormancy, that portion will naturally return. Upon hearing this, Kurosawa began to grasp the underlying reasons. Yet a sense of confusion lingered in his heart. What is your purpose in confining my consciousness here? Your body has sustained significant damage. Even if your awareness were to be released, you would still succumb to unconsciousness. Moreover, your entry here serves a specific purpose, as there are matters I must convey to you. What matters? Akira Kurosawa seemed to tilt his head slightly, signaling for him to continue. Over the years, the injuries inflicted upon me by the energies of time and space have nearly healed, and today I shall take my leave. Are you departing? Indeed, I must return to my own universe. However, before I depart, I shall leave a portion of my abilities within your being. Will this not affect you? Akira Kurosawa harbored certain concerns. Although he found himself inadvertently transported to the world of pirates, he remained profoundly grateful to 0803. For it was due to this entity that he could liberate himself from a life dominated by capital. No, these are merely some of my abilities. Once I return to my own universe, I shall be replenished. That is reassuring. Upon hearing that there would be no adverse effects, Kurosawa was finally able to set his mind at ease. However, curiosity soon took hold of him. What exactly are these abilities? Please enlighten me. Having grasped the situation, Kurosawa no longer felt the urgency to venture out, but instead inquired about other matters. First and foremost is the energy that allows for the continuous transformation of your physical constitution. This is our foundation. This energy is referred to as Ming. The ability to alter one's physique is merely the most fundamental capability of Ming. Once your constitution reaches a level that enables you to traverse the cosmic barriers, it will grant you the freedom to traverse the universe at will. Indeed, Akira Kurosawa nodded, awaiting 0803 to continue. However, after a considerable amount of time had passed, 0803 remained silent. Is that all? Akira Kurosawa expressed a hint of surprise, asking, is it merely these two abilities? Indeed, 0803 responded, this encompasses nearly all of my capabilities. Are you certain there are no other skills? Akira Kurosawa harbored doubts regarding the notion that only two abilities could shatter the barriers of the universe. However, he soon realized that May possessed the extraordinary capability to continually enhance one's corporeal form, as well as fortify the soul. Regardless of the universe one inhabited, one's strength would perpetually evolve without constraints. It would be tailored to align with the rules of the respective universe, thus refining both the body and spirit. Through the elucidation provided by 0803, Kurosawa began to grasp the magnitude of May's power, while also recognizing that each universe was governed by its own distinct set of rules. Should one recklessly venture into an unfamiliar universe, there existed the peril of being perceived as a flaw within the cosmic order, leading to one's erasure. Yet, with May's assistance, it became possible to adapt one's physical form into a being compatible with that universe, thereby alleviating any potential rejection or annihilation by its governing principles. This revelation sparked a surge of excitement within Kurosawa. The thought of traversing through the cosmos ignited memories of his past life, where he had longed to explore the myriad worlds depicted in countless anime. However, he was reminded of the immense energy required to breach the cosmic walls. The devil fruit he had previously consumed could scarcely be deemed a sufficient source of energy for May, falling woefully short of what was necessary. Moreover, he recognized that his current physical condition needed May's intervention, as it was far from adequate. Akira Kurosawa found himself in a state of perplexity. With his current physical prowess, he felt that, although he might not rival the formidable Charlotte Linli, known for her ironclad strength, he certainly could not be deemed weak. Chapter 134. The Cosmic Barrier, Slaying. There remains a considerable gap. Even with continuous enhancement of his physique, it would take him 50 years to scarcely attain a body capable of traversing the cosmic barrier. Such a lengthy period. Nevertheless, it is of little concern, for I have yet to fully immerse myself in the world of pirates. Realizing that he had yet to conquer even the vast expanse of the ocean. Even if he were to venture into other realms, he would likely remain a mere novice. Thus, he resolved to quietly cultivate his abilities in this world. Might I be able to traverse the cosmic barriers alongside others? Akira Kurosawa contemplated that should he ever traverse dimensions, it would be essential to bring along individuals such as Enel, ensuring that he would not be alone in unfamiliar universes. The arduous journey of cultivating a faction independently was both slow and exhausting, a repetition he wished to avoid. However, it was imperative that he also enhance the physical attributes of his companions to a formidable degree. Wait, are you suggesting that I can command Ming to elevate the physical prowess of others? Upon hearing this, Akira was enveloped in excitement. If that were the case, could he not empower each member under his command to possess strength akin to that of Charlotte Linli? Indeed, though there remains the pressing concern of overwhelming consumption. During my time within you, I gained insight into this world. The devil fruits within are capable of replenishing Ming, yet the demand would be immense. In fact, the total sum of existing devil fruits in this realm would scarcely suffice to enhance even a single individual. Akira was taken aback by the daunting implications of such consumption. So, do the absorbed fruits vanish completely? Rest assured, those fruits will continue to manifest under the nurturing of this universe. It is one of its inherent laws. Is that so? Akira Kurosawa finally felt at ease. The continuous emergence of devil fruits alleviated his concerns about traversing alone. With the existence of pure gold, he could afford to wait patiently. Speaking of pure gold, he suddenly wished to inquire about certain matters with 0803. Does pure gold truly grant immortality? Indeed, certain anomalies within this universe stem from pure gold, which can halt the physical growth of its bearer, allowing them to attain a state that matches the age of the universe itself. One could assert that as long as one remains within this universe while adorned with pure gold, as long as the universe endures, so too shall they. However, in other universes, it is certainly unfeasible. It is strictly confined to this universe, as others do not permit such phenomena. Well, the time has come. I must take my leave. Is it time to depart already? Upon hearing these words, Akira Kurosawa felt a tinge of melancholy. 0803 had accompanied him from his past life to the present, and although they had exchanged no words, he still felt a sense of reluctance. Rest assured, When you reach a certain level of strength, you will be able to enter my universe, and at that time, you shall witness my form, rather than this current state of energy. Is that so? Akira Kurosawa adjusted his mindset. Well, I find myself rather looking forward to it. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Kurosawa. Farewell, 0803. Akira Kurosawa's consciousness was suddenly expelled by the golden energy known as 0803, returning to his own realm of awareness, which was shrouded in darkness. It seemed he could once again exert control over his body. Outside, while Lafitte and the others were still troubled by how to transport the colossal egg, its surface began to show signs of disturbance. Wait, this energy seems poised to fracture. Enel was the first to sense something amiss and shouted out. Upon hearing his voice, the others hastily gathered, fixated on the energy. They observed fissures appearing on the surface of the energy, gradually widening to reveal a radiant golden light, so blinding that it made it difficult for them to keep their eyes open. What was happening? Just as they were engulfed in confusion, the brilliance slowly faded, allowing them to cautiously open their nearly blinded eyes. Young master? Upon regaining clarity, they discovered that Akira Kurosawa stood before them, albeit with his back turned. How wonderful. Boss. You're all right. Enel, disregarding everything else, swiftly darted to Akira's side, only to find him with his eyes tightly shut, resembling someone in slumber. Boss. Enel called softly, and Akira, as if jolted from a dream, abruptly opened his eyes, startling Enel. Young master, are you all right? Seeing Akira awaken, Longquan approached with concern. Upon noticing the familiar faces around him, Akira realized he had truly returned to consciousness, smiling as he nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, I am fine. With Akira's confirmation, the group's anxieties began to dissipate. Although they were intrigued by how Akira had become enveloped by the massive egg, his awakening was the priority, rendering all else insignificant. Meanwhile, Akira did not dwell on Enel and the others' thoughts, but instead silently contemplated 0803, regrettably receiving no response. It seemed he had truly departed. Akira Kurosawa sighed deeply as he entered the captain's quarters of the Ark, lighting a cigar. He could sense the energy within him, known as Ming, had diminished considerably. When 0803 departed, he had left behind a remnant of that energy. Yet Kurosawa felt a sense of contentment, for this essence could indeed be replenished. To his surprise, he discovered that the injuries sustained during his battle with the Golden Lion had been entirely healed, leaving him in a state of unparalleled completeness, even more formidable than before the conflict. Kurosawa felt a surge of confidence. Should he encounter the Golden Lion once again, he would not only evade severe harm, but could easily vanquish him. As he pondered these thoughts, there was a sudden knock at the door of the captain's quarters, jolting him back to reality. Come in, he called. Moments later, Longquan and his companions entered. Young master, it appears that the floating fruit has seemingly vanished. They understood that their purpose for this visit was to acquire the floating fruit or to subdue its wielder, the Golden Lion. However, it seemed that their endeavor had been somewhat fruitless. Not only had they lost a life, but the fruit itself had also eluded them. Fear not, Kurosawa reassured them. Akira Kurosawa waved his hand, no longer harboring much thought regarding the purpose of this endeavor. The knowledge of Ming and 0803 was already sufficient. We will proceed to Lafitte. Remain vigilant for any disturbances upon the sea. The moment we receive news of the Mara Maranomi, we shall set forth without delay. Understood, Lafitte nodded in agreement. As for the rest, we shall devise our plans once we reach the chaotic waters. Indeed, the others responded in unison before departing, leaving Barrett and Crocodile still standing in place. What is it? Do you two have something to discuss? Barrett inquired. Exchanging a glance, it was Crocodile who ultimately stepped forward. Captain, about the layer of energy that enveloped you previously. Are you curious, or do you wish to possess it as well? Akira Kurosawa, with a smile, turned his gaze towards the somewhat embarrassed Barrett duo. Indeed, we are eager to understand how you harness such energy. I sense that with that kind of vitality, our prowess could be significantly enhanced. Under Kurosawa's watchful eye, Barrett could no longer contain himself and expressed his thoughts candidly. This is not something that has been specifically trained. Akira Kurosawa shook his head, observing that the spirits of Barrett and his companion had somewhat diminished. With a smile, he remarked, however, it is not entirely impossible for you both to attain your desires. Yet well. Akira Kurosawa paused momentarily, causing Barrett and Crocodile to grow increasingly anxious. However, what is it, Captain? As long as it enhances our strength, I shall comply with any command you issue in the future. Indeed, I would willingly join the Kurosawa family for eternity. Both Barrett and Crocodile responded eagerly. Crocodile even suggested nullifying his previous agreement with Kurosawa, pledging to be a member of the family from that moment on. Your words suffice. Now, await a while longer. For the energy is currently insufficient to be infused into your bodies. Upon hearing Kurosawa's promise, the two were momentarily at a loss between disappointment and elation. They were delighted that Kurosawa had acquiesced to their request, though regrettably, it could not be fulfilled at that very moment. Nevertheless, at least there was hope, and their hearts were slightly lifted. They were acutely aware that such energy was a rarity they had encountered only once in over 20 years, a testament to its extraordinary scarcity. Akira Kurosawa did not intentionally deceive them. After Ming departed on August 3rd, the overall energy became alarmingly scarce. Kurosawa felt he would need to consume at least 5 devil fruits to restore himself to his state prior to Ming's departure. However, even if he were to recover, he would still lack sufficient energy to enhance his physique. The combined total of all existing devil fruits was barely enough for a single individual. Kurosawa could not help but feel a headache. The requirements for traversing the cosmic barrier were excessively demanding. Fortunately, the young master had left us here. Otherwise, those damned lackeys of the celestial dragons would undoubtedly have destroyed the academy we painstakingly established. Huchi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gazed at the haphazardly strewn corpses before him, uttering vehemently. Indeed, Alec stood beside the enchanted bone forest he had created through his newly awakened powers. Within the forest, one could clearly observe numerous skeletal spikes adorned with bodies. Some individuals, their abdomens pierced, still clung to life, gasping hoarsely with vacant eyes, evidently not lasting much longer. Where did these individuals learn of the young master's departure? And why are they fixated on the academy? Leech pondered, somewhat perplexed. These intruders had landed on Swordsman Island shortly after Kurosawa's departure. Upon arriving, they headed straight for the academy. Fortunately, constant patrols had quickly detected their presence and reported back to Hu Chi and the other officials stationed at Swordsman Island. Upon receiving the news, Hu Chi hurried to the academy, just in time to encounter these individuals. Initially, he intended to inquire about their objectives, but the moment they spotted him, they launched a surprise attack, catching him off guard. He was still spitting blood as a result of their ambush. What's the situation? Shu Hui, did you ascertain their intentions? Just as the others were lamenting, Shu Hui emerged with a grave expression. These individuals are from the world government's CP organization, seemingly members of CP9. How did they learn that the young master was absent? Shu Hui shook his head, indicating uncertainty. They were only informed that the young master was not present. Then what is their motive for attacking the academy? Hu Chi scoffed. They aim to slaughter the inhabitants of Fishman Island residing within the academy, thereby jeopardizing our family's alliance with Fishman Island. It appears someone has set their sights on the assets of Fishman Island, intending to drive us away and take over afterward. All this information was deduced by Shu Hui through considerable effort. He felt he had employed every tormenting method the young master had taught him. These individuals are truly insidious. At this moment, the entire family had already welcomed numerous fishmen, assuming various roles both large and small. Should a fishman choose to depart, a significant shortage of personnel would ensue, delivering a considerable blow to the family as a whole. Furthermore, Akira Kurosawa intended to exploit the mineral resources surrounding Fishman Island and auction various rare treasures, which promised to bestow immense wealth upon him. Thus, Fishman Island was an invaluable asset that the entire Kurosawa family could not afford to relinquish lightly. Would the world government intervene in these affairs? Clearly they would not. However, they were beholden to their masters, those foolish celestial dragons. Coveting the lucrative opportunities of Fishman Island, they conspired to oust the Kurosawa family and seize the profits for themselves. What would follow? Perhaps only a handful of individuals would arrive. The acting leader spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Although the previous adversaries were not particularly formidable, they were adept at ambush tactics, as evidenced by their wounding of the Tiger Wing. We must maintain vigilance among our ranks. We cannot allow the young master to depart and leave our territory in disarray, for we would struggle to explain it to him later, Mousy solemnly stated. This relatively weak CP9 had already injured the Tiger Wing. If more were to come and continue their ambushes, trouble was inevitable. One could only wonder when the young master would return. Leg sighed, harboring concerns for Akira Kurosawa, especially considering they faced the legendary pirate, the Lion of Gold, from the same era as Whitebeard. Do not dwell on such matters, Mousy advised. We have just received word from Gigan Island that several unidentified pirate crews have entered the chaotic waters. Acting leader, take Malia and watch over these individuals. Tiger Wing, you should seek out Tulin for treatment. Mouse calmly orchestrated the arrangements, as he was the only one capable of managing such matters after Akira and Lafitte's departure. I'm fine, Tiger Wing asserted defiantly. though the blood trickling from his lips betrayed him. No, Tiger Wing, it is imperative that you tend to your wounds rather than continue fighting. However, the acting leader and his team were not in optimal condition either, and the academy held greater importance. With the acting leader's departure, what would become of their defense? Tiger Wing remained resolute in his stance. Mouse found himself in a quandary, uncertain of the thieves' true intentions, and the number of world government agents dispatched to the area remained unclear. If the acting leader and his team left, they would be vulnerable to further assaults without anyone to thwart them. Ho 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 ho, Mousy, allow me to go, a distinctive voice chimed in, its unique laughter unmistakable. Mousy, sensing the familiar tone, felt his earlier distress dissipate. Upon hearing the voice, Tiger Wing and his companions ceased their dispute and turned to gaze behind Mousy. Let me go. I have yet to contribute meaningfully since joining the family. Very well, Moria, I appreciate your willingness, Mousy replied. Not a problem. Moria waved his hand dismissively, followed closely by Absalom. After the arrogant Moria consented to join the Akira Kurosawa family, Absalom naturally followed his captain. Very well. I shall prepare a ship for you along with a liaison. The details will be reported by the liaison. Understood. Following the conclusion of Shu Hui's words, Moria turned and strode towards the harbor of Swordsman Island. With a sigh of relief, Shu Hui finally relaxed, realizing just how formidable his young master's organizational prowess truly was. Boom, boom, boom. A tremendous noise echoed from afar, and the members of the Tiger Wing were about to engage in banter when the sudden commotion heightened their vigilance. However, upon recognizing the newcomers, they eased their tension, for it was none other than the members of the giant soldier pirate crew. Shu Hui, allow us, the giant soldier pirate crew, to guard this place for the time being. You all should take a moment to rest, Dongli remarked, observing the numerous corpses strewn across the ground. They had been training in the back mountains until the noise prompted their hurried arrival. Jelrina activated her fruit powers to tend to the injuries of the Tiger Wing members. Seeing Dongli and his companions in peak condition, Shu Hui felt reassured, nodded, and departed with Tiger Wing, Leg, and the others. Chapter 135. Are you tired of living? Akira Kurosawa remains uncertain about the various circumstances occurring in the chaotic waters. At this moment, he finds himself in the captain's quarters, contemplating the operational status of his vessel. Is it possible that the limited number of devil fruits I have consumed is the reason I am unable to enhance my physical condition at a quicker pace? Akira Kurosawa furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of disquiet. Without a manual for guidance, and with 0803 having already departed, he could only navigate this uncertainty through trial and error. Upon his return, he resolved to utilize more of the fruits at hand, as the warehouse contained a surplus of rather unremarkable specimens. Indeed, over the years, Akira had not relinquished his quest for the devil fruits. However, the formidable ones had eluded him, leaving him with a collection of feeble varieties that, rather than augmenting his power, were instead vulnerable to the sea and sea stone. Although no formidable beings in the pirate world had succumbed to the sea or sea stone at such a level who would require weak fruits to enhance their strength, he pondered returning to examine these fruits. If they could genuinely improve his physical condition swiftly, then, clenching his fist, Akira mused that at that moment, the world government and him would be mere pawns in his grasp. In the chaotic seas, a vessel bobbed upon the waves, its deck occupied by several tall, enigmatic figures clad in white suits and adorned with masks. As I have stated before, we shall proceed with the destruction. What can that useless CP9 do? Remarked one individual wearing a sunflower mask, his tone replete with dissatisfaction. Hey, Hilg, don't be so hasty. Consider a vacation. And let us also assess the quality of this batch of CP9, replied another figure, resembling a clown, his demeanor notably relaxed. Enough, interjected a man wearing a faceless mask, prompting silence among the others, indicating that he was their leader. Let us hasten to fulfill this mission. We remain unaware of when Akira Kurosawa might return. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to slacken our efforts, for the celestial dragons are awaiting our report. At the mention of the celestial dragons, the group visibly straightened, their demeanor shifting to one of heightened obedience as the faceless man's voice took on a tone of reverence. Yes, they responded in unison, turning to enter the ship's interior, each assuming their designated role. The vessel gradually began to move, slowly departing the area and heading towards a specific destination, seemingly aimed at the Swordsman Island. My lord, an unidentified ship has arrived at our island, and several masked figures have disembarked. A subordinate hurriedly approached, reporting to the recently rested mouse painting, a directive he had issued before his brief respite. Where do these mysterious individuals come from? During this precarious period, Mouse painting was acutely sensitive to any developments. We currently lack knowledge of their origin or intent. The subordinate lowered his head in shame, acknowledging their oversight. However, Shui did not overly blame them, as the primary role of the mouse group was never to gather intelligence. Their responsibility lay with specialized teams. The mouse group merely conducted occasional searches. Shui waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to leave. While he pondered internally, it seems I must first seek out Xiaoqing to unveil the true nature of this group. Xiaoqing's subordinate, the Serpent Group, was specifically tasked with intelligence gathering for the Yakuza family. They operated in the shadows, constantly traversing the dark crevices of society, monitoring numerous hidden forces. Subsequently, Shui rose and summoned Hu Qi and the others to accompany him in seeking out Xiaoqing. Although Hu Qi and the others were somewhat fatigued, they had sufficiently rested and regained much of their vigor. For them, as long as they had breath, Gear Lena's fruit ability could restore their health. Soon, they arrived at an underground location and pushed open a stone door to enter. This was indeed the dwelling place of the Serpent Group, where Xiaoqing was currently present. Upon seeing Shu Hui and his companions, Xiaoqing was somewhat surprised, as this group typically exhibited little interest in intelligence matters. Only Yakuza had ever shown concern for such affairs. Xiaoqing, do you know the identities of the individuals who invaded the academy earlier? Shui sought to ascertain whether the leader of the Serpent Group had a thorough understanding of the surrounding intelligence. However, Xiaoqing saw through his intent and smiled. They are members of the CP organization under the world government, responsible for assassination and intelligence collection. Xiaoqing effortlessly divulged this information, clearly well-versed in these matters. Upon hearing her fluent response, Shui felt considerably reassured. So, the recent arrivals on the island are. When mentioning those mysterious individuals, Xiaoqing's expression turned serious, and she looked at Shu Hui with gravity, stating, they are the legendary CP0, the true high-ranking officials of the CP organization. What? Does CP0 truly exist? Hu Qi exclaimed, astonished, as he had always believed that the tales of CP0 were mere fabrications of ordinary people. Indeed, they do, Xiaoqing replied, glancing at Hu Qi. Our Serpent Group has encountered the CP0 organization before. However, we suffered severe losses. The weakest among their ranks possesses strength equivalent to that of a vice admiral in the Navy, and many exceed even that. Upon hearing Xiaoqing's description, the group began to feel a sense of dread. It appeared that these individuals could not be underestimated. Yet, the next word from Xiaoqing left everyone in shock. CP0 is regarded as the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons, directly under their command. It can be said that CP0 is the most formidable intelligence agency in the world. So, the attack on our academy was a direct order from the Celestial Dragons. Shui asked incredulously. Indeed, the world aristocrats, the Celestial Dragons, operate with utter impunity. Damn it, he muttered. Mouse drew in a quiet, frustrated murmur, but swiftly adjusted his demeanor, turning to face Tiger Wing and the others with earnestness. Esteemed colleagues, I trust you are all aware of the significance the Academy holds for our families. Hence, I shall refrain from further elaboration and hope that you can manage to thwart this group. It was not a matter of Mouse doubting the giant soldier pirate crew. Rather, he recognized that while they could prove effective in warfare, this particular adversary comprised elite forces. The notion that a few giants could rely solely on their size and strength to overpower the enemy was somewhat fanciful. Should we contact the young master? Tiger Wing suggested tentatively, acutely aware that the foes confronting Heisei and his companions were considerably more formidable than CP0. However, the circumstances were undeniably exceptional. Upon hearing this, Mouse fell into contemplation. At that moment, Xiaoqing approached, stating, I will report our situation to the young master shortly. Following that, our Snake Squad will also engage in battle. Compared to you, we possess a deeper understanding of the CP0 organization. Although Xiaoqing had taken the liberty of making a decision on his behalf, Mouse felt no discontent. He recognized his own hesitance in certain matters and nodded in acquiescence. Subsequently, he led Tiger Wing and the others back to the ground, heading towards the academy, while Xiaoqing retrieved a transponder snail and dialed a number. The sound of ringing echoed in the captain's quarters, momentarily interrupting Heisei, who was engrossed in research. Frowning, he produced the transponder snail. He was aware that only a select few would reach out to him, especially at this hour, indicating that the matter at hand was of considerable importance. Hello, what is it? He answered. Young master, the transponder snail began to exhibit traits of Xiaoqing, who spoke next. The world government seeks to undermine our alliance with Fishman Island, backed by celestial dragons, and has dispatched CP agents to Swordsman Island. At this revelation, Heisei's countenance darkened, his voice becoming grave. So, CP0 has also arrived? As a direct force under the Celestial Dragons. Only they could command CP0. Indeed, young master. A small squad of CP0 comprising 5 individuals has been deployed. Xiaoqing promptly responded, sensing Heisei's growing displeasure as his expression became impassive. Understood. Hold your position for now. I will arrive shortly, Heisei concluded, abruptly terminating the call and rising to exit. As he emerged, Enel approached him exuberantly. Boss, can the arc move any faster? We need to hasten our return to Swordsman Island. Upon observing Akira Kurosawa's solemn expression, Enel subdued his playful demeanor. Very well, young master. We are not far from the Swordsman Island. Under my utmost efforts, it shall take no more than half a day. Indeed, let's hasten then. Akira Kurosawa note that he had indeed contemplated employing the moonwalk to swiftly reach the Swordsman Island. However, should he choose that path, he would arrive at the island less than fully prepared, which could pose complications when confronting the unknown powers of the CP0 members. Thus, in order to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, even amidst his fervent impatience, he could only refer to it as an arc. Yet, Akira Kurosawa pondered for a moment before summoning Lafitte. Collaborate with Enel to expedite the arc's journey. I must reach Swordsman Island post-haste. Lafitte, somewhat perplexed, inquired what has transpired. Nevertheless, he harnessed his fruit's abilities to conjure a tempest, propelling the arc forward with increased swiftness. The world government intends to undermine our alliance with Fishman Island and has dispatched agents to Swordsman Island to massacre the fishmen and merfolk studying there. Why would they resort to such actions? Lafitte questioned, bewildered, for it seemed illogical that the world government would concern themselves with alliances involving Fishman Island, especially with the Celestial Dragons backing them. Akira Kurosawa calmly uttered a statement, and Lafitte swiftly grasped its implications. Indeed, this was a task well within their capabilities. Nodding to signify his understanding of the situation, he inquired whether he might arrive at Swordsman Island ahead of schedule. Regrettably, Kurosawa declined his request. Despite Lafitte's prowess, placing him among the elite of the seas, confronting a squad of CP0 members would still pose significant risks. Barrett and his companions overheard the conversation, and it appeared that the world government was launching an incursion on Swordsman Island, prompting them to adopt a vigilant stance, particularly Barrett. This excursion had initially been devoid of confrontation, which had left him restless and eager for action. He had intended to engage in a battle with Crocodile upon their return to Swordsman Island, but with a more suitable adversary now presenting itself, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Consequently, he made his way to the control room, urging Enel to accelerate the arc, while simultaneously employing his devil fruit abilities to enhance its speed. In no time, the group, originally expected to reach their destination in half a day, found themselves hovering above Swordsman Island just a few hours later, thanks to the hastened efforts of Lafitte and his companions. Akira Kurosawa could already perceive the sounds of battle emanating from the island, and with his extraordinary eyesight, he could discern the clouds of dust rising high into the air. Stirred by the conflict, the arc descended gradually to a suitable altitude, and the crowd could no longer contain their impatience, leaping down one after another, for they had already caught sight of the lifeless bodies of several family members strewn across the ground in disarray. Akira Kurosawa cast a somber gaze upon the lifeless bodies before him, an involuntary surge of power emanating from within. He beheld several corpses, all belonging to former members. While Long Quan stood beside him, his expression equally grim as he too recognized the remains of several Dragon Group members. The weary warriors, who had withstood much, sensed Kurosawa's presence, their eyes igniting with renewed vigor. Though they had entered the fray bearing wounds, the giant pirate crew had managed to buy them some time. However, their colossal forms rendered them mere, oversized punching bags in the face of true strength represented by the CP organization. Consequently, Dongli and Brogy, among others, could not endure for long and soon succumbed to unconsciousness at the hands of CP0, yet they were spared death, for the world government still harbored intentions regarding the giant race. As for the other family members, their fates were less fortunate. Those marked for death met their end, while only a few squad leaders, possessing formidable strength and the abilities of Zoan-type devil fruits, managed to hold on, their recovery and defensive capabilities allowing them to persist for the time being. Damn it, it seems Kurosawa has already arrived. Humph. Wouldn't it have been better to act sooner? With these words, the faceless masked man silenced further discussion, urging his comrades to concentrate on the task at hand, for failure would not be tolerated by their superiors. The remaining members, now resolute, tightened their grips, realizing that even the remnants of the Kurosawa family proved to be a formidable challenge. Despite the inferiority of the Tiger Wing and his companions in power compared to the CP-0 members, their devil fruit abilities allowed them to entangle their foes. And with Jelena providing support, it would not be so easy to eliminate them just yet. Akira Kurosawa gazed at the perilous few before him, no longer able to suppress the fury within his heart. He charged directly at his adversaries. You lapdogs of the celestial dragons! What audacity possesses you to launch an assault on my territory in my absence? Have you grown weary of life itself? Chapter 136. The annihilation of the CP-0 squad. Observing the fierce demeanor of Akira Kurosawa, the members of CP-0 displayed little concern. They had encountered numerous dominant powers upon the seas, and viewed Kurosawa merely as a fledgling force, not worthy of their trepidation. Akira Kurosawa. The celestial dragons have set their sights on the prophets of Fishman Island. It would be wise for you to promptly surrender it to them, or else your Kurosawa family shall cease to exist. The leader, a faceless masked man, spoke with an extreme indifference, maintaining an unwavering composure in the face of Kurosawa's wrath. Upon hearing such arrogant words, the previously enraged Kurosawa could not help but be amused by their audacity. While he harbored a healthy respect for the world government, it was absurd to think that he would yield merely to these lackeys. What was it that endowed you, mere hounds, with such boldness? The deep voice of Akira Kurosawa resonated, emanating an overwhelming aura of conqueror's Haki. Following the fierce battle with the Golden Lion, his mastery of this formidable power had significantly intensified. The surging aura rushed towards the members of the CP organization, and the terrifying pressure caused those of lesser strength to pale instantly, forcing them to kneel upon one knee. Even the most formidable among them, the faceless masked man, could only struggle to withstand the oppressive force. How could this individual-s conqueror's Haki be so extraordinarily powerful? Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, cascading to his chin and dampening the ground beneath him. He realized that they could no longer allow Kurosawa's aura to dominate. Otherwise, they would inevitably succumb to defeat. With a determined shake of his jaw, he summoned his strength and charged towards Kurosawa. This CP member was a master of martial arts and had consumed a Zoan-type devil fruit, significantly enhancing his offensive and defensive capabilities. As he closed in on Kurosawa with remarkable speed, he transformed into his beastly form. Enormous hands sprouted sharp claws, his mouth elongated, and a profusion of long fur enveloped his body, the grayish hue accentuating his formidable protective prowess. In the form of a giant anteater, even before his body reached Kurosawa, a long, slender tongue shot forth, aimed directly at Kurosawa's head. How grotesque! Observing that tongue, Kurosawa frowned. Although it was entwined with a jet-black coating of Haki, it still appeared wet and repulsive. Akira Kurosawa could only draw forth the whisper, yet he hesitated to lay his hands upon this entity. The moment whisper made contact with the tongue, a sound akin to metal clashing resonated. However, just as Kurosawa believed the whisper could send the tongue soaring, it instead ensnared the whisper within its grasp. The faceless masked man, witnessing Kurosawa's temporary disarmament, felt a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. This tongue not only possessed the ability to extend, but was also imbued with a potent adhesive quality in its saliva, having vanquished countless unsuspecting foes with this very technique. Do you truly believe that ensnaring the whisper renders you invincible against my might? Akira Kurosawa wore a look of disdain. He merely wished to avoid engaging with the slippery tongue, yet that did not imply he was powerless against it. Akira Kurosawa gritted his teeth, seemingly having arrived at a certain resolution. The Haki of armament enveloped his arms in an instant as he released his grip on Whisper with his right hand and seized the tongue that was about to retract. He then raised his gaze towards the faceless masked man, a cruel smile spreading across his lips. Come to me. Just as the masked man sensed something amiss and attempted to withdraw his tongue, it was too late. Kurosawa had a firm hold on him. With a powerful tug, the masked man was uncontrollably propelled towards Kurosawa. How revolting! The dog of the celestial dragons. As he beheld the approaching faceless figure, Kurosawa let out a sinister laugh, intent on tearing this wretch to shreds. Damn it, do you truly believe my close-quarters combat skills are feeble? The masked man glared fiercely at Kurosawa, wondering if he genuinely thought that the captain of the esteemed CP-0 unit had attained his position merely by virtue of a tongue. As he drew near, the masked man swung his clawed hands menacingly towards Kurosawa. Akira Kurosawa had long anticipated the menacing claws, glistening with an ominous black sheen. Swiftly sidestepping the assault from the masked man, he seized the tongue in his grasp and deftly bounded around the assailant's arms. The masked man, caught off guard, found his hands ensnared by his own tongue in an instant. Kurosawa, refusing to grant him a moment's reprieve, forcefully wrenched the whisper, a light yet formidable weapon, free from the tongue and brought it crashing down upon the masked man's head. Caught unawares, the masked man stumbled backward, desperate to free his bound hands. However, as his hands were ensnared by his own tongue, he found himself unable to tear it away directly. How could Akira Kurosawa possibly grant him the luxury of time? Naturally, he pursued with his sword, unwilling to allow the matter to simply conclude. The others, upon witnessing their captain in peril, instinctively rushed to his aid. However, Barrett and his companions had also arrived on the battlefield. Observing the desperate attempts to assist the faceless man, they swiftly obstructed their path. With a menacing grin, Barrett proclaimed, "I've longed for an opportunity to engage with your CP organization. The timing is impeccable." Without allowing a retort, Barrett transformed into his demon form, exuding a fearsome aura as he became enveloped in shades of blue and purple, launching a powerful punch toward his adversary. Faced with Barrett's formidable presence, the CP member dared not underestimate him. Activating his devil fruit, he shifted into his beastly form, bracing to withstand Barrett's assault. This member ranked as the second strongest within his squad, possessing the cat fruit, short-tailed cat form. While his strength may have been modest, his speed was remarkable, enabling him to deftly evade Barrett's strikes. His razor-sharp claws posed a significant challenge for Barrett. Indeed, this was a worthy opponent. Barrett grinned broadly, clearly pleased with the adversary before him. Although he had not yet faced the Golden Lion, this individual was sufficient to satiate his thirst for battle. Meanwhile, Crocodile confronted a superhuman fruit user. "You're the one who dared challenge Whitebeard, the Logia fruit wielder, Crocodile, the sand crocodile." The distinct nature of Crocodile's powers allowed his opponent to recognize him instantly. "I didn't expect you to be a member of the Kurosawa family. You are indeed a dangerous individual." Though the CP member's words hinted at apprehension, his tone dripped with disdain. He did not believe that someone who had fallen to Whitebeard could pose a significant threat. Crocodile, sensing the condescension, remained unfazed as he took a puff from his cigar. "You sewer rats are truly insidious. Our covert operations have somehow reached your ears. In these vast seas, there is no information that can elude the gaze of our CP organization." The enemy chuckled, gradually becoming transparent. "I am a glass man, having consumed the glass fruit. While not as rare as a Logia fruit, it is still a commendable ability." As the words left his lips, his form began to vanish from sight. Crocodile observed the empty ground, his brow furrowing slightly. However, it was not long before he regained his usual impassive demeanor. Merely relying on glass for invisibility, what purpose does that serve? Before one's eyes, Crocodile's form slowly disintegrated, transforming into grains of sand that melded seamlessly with the surrounding terrain. A colossal tempest began to swirl, and the CP member, left with no choice, revealed himself. It was evident that his fruit ability merely rendered him transparent rather than allowing him to vanish entirely. The expression beneath his mask grew increasingly grim. He had not anticipated that his power would be so easily countered by an adversary. Truly formidable, indeed, a worthy opponent from the supernova ranks. With a fleeting sigh of resignation, he resolved to cease holding back. Placing his hands upon the ground, an inexplicable wave of energy coursed through the earth. The landscape gradually morphed into transparency, the soil abruptly transforming into glass. It appeared he had awakened his fruit's latent abilities, quite impressive. Crocodile's voice of admiration resonated through the swirling sands. He was quite familiar with this spectacle, as a member of his own family had also achieved a similar awakening with the bone fruit, namely Alec. However, this individual before him possessed a slightly greater strength, as evidenced by the extensive area affected by his awakened powers. Given this development, Crocodile's thoughts trailed off, yet he had already commenced his assault. Vast expanses of land began to desiccate, losing their moisture, as Crocodile utilized his fruit to sculpt the terrain to his advantage. The clash of their powers incessantly wrestled for dominion over the earth, with swirling sands colliding against shimmering glass, marking the commencement of their fierce rivalry. Meanwhile, Longquan found himself confronted by a Zoan-type fruit user. "So this is Longquan. Such a precious, ancient demon fruit wasted on you," the adversary remarked, a hint of regret lacing his tone. As a master of martial arts, one could hardly resist the allure of a formidable ancient demon fruit. "I am Titan Longquan, a human with the armadillo fruit. I hope you managed to survive." Just then, the enemy before Longquan became enveloped in a multitude of scales, glistening with a dark sheen, clearly boasting formidable defenses. Nevertheless, Longquan remained unfazed, his countenance betraying a distinct indifference. He had already sentenced these foes to death in his mind, and thus he paid them little heed, viewing them merely as the condemned. At this moment, in the realm of Akira Kurosawa, the faceless masked man finds himself being overwhelmed in a fierce confrontation. It is not that the squad leader lacks strength. Rather, Akira Kurosawa has undergone a remarkable transformation following his battle with the Golden Lion, elevating his prowess to unprecedented heights. The opponent before him, even in previous times, possessed a strength comparable to that of Barrett, but now it remains uncertain whether he could even triumph over Barrett, let alone face Akira Kurosawa himself. Akira Kurosawa refrained from hastily eliminating his adversary before him, for the flames of wrath within him burned too fiercely. He yearned for a few more moments in the presence of his foe. "How audacious you are, daring to approach me while I was away and to lay hands upon my subordinates. You wretched rodents of the sewers truly possess an audacity that is remarkable." Akira Kurosawa kicked the faceless masked man around like a ball. While the CP member could only helplessly withstand the onslaught, his heart flooded with terror. How could Kurosawa possess such immense power? Even the leader of CP0 could not possibly be so formidable. He had encountered the current leader of CP0 on several occasions, and the aura of oppression emanating from him was nowhere near as overwhelming as that of Kurosawa at this moment, causing him to feel a chill of dread. If the three kings held such power, could it be true that the Emperor Whitebeard was indeed the strongest man in the world? Yet, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts, for Kurosawa's patience had run out, and he intended to end the life of his adversary right then and there. The faceless masked man sensed the murderous intent radiating from Kurosawa and became even more frantic. He was not yet ready to die. He had just recently ascended to the position of captain within CP0, and a bright future awaited him, just as he managed to untangle his hands. Kurosawa swung his sword down upon him. He narrowly dodged the attack, rolling on the ground like a lazy donkey, momentarily securing a small measure of safety. Just as he thought he could finally catch his breath, Kurosawa had already darted behind him. "In the next life, do not serve as a dog again." Upon hearing these words, the CP captain's eyes widened in shock. He could scarcely believe Kurosawa's speed. In the next instant, he felt his vision inexplicably rise, the entire world spinning around him. Then, he beheld a headless corpse standing before him, gushing forth torrents of blood. Was that not my body? The consciousness in his mind gradually faded into silence, and his surroundings began to darken. The remaining members, witnessing their captain's demise at the hands of Kurosawa, sought to flee. They too wished to avoid such a fate, but Barrett and his companions would not permit their escape. Thus, they unleashed their full strength, abandoning any semblance of playfulness. Originally, Barrett and his allies were already stronger than their respective opponents, and with their newfound seriousness, the enemies found it increasingly difficult to withstand their assaults. Soon, casualties began to mount among the foes, the first being the opponent of Longquan, the one who had consumed the armadillo fruit. Although his defensive capabilities were formidable, one must not overlook the fact that Longquan's armed color Haki had transcended to a realm where it could effortlessly devastate the interior of objects. Initially, he reveled in the thought that Longquan could not breach his defenses. However, in the next moment, Longquan's armed color Haki penetrated his body, annihilating his internal heart on the spot. He could only widen his eyes in despair as his entire body collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. Barrett and Crocodile approached, each carrying the lifeless body of their respective adversaries, nodding in acknowledgement to Akira Kurosawa. Chapter 137. Devour, Ruthless Inferno. Tiger Wing clutched his chest, limping towards Akira Kurosawa, bowing his head and uttering, "I apologize, young master. My strength is insufficient, otherwise we would not have suffered such great losses." Akira Kurosawa lowered his gaze to Tiger Wing and gently patted him on the shoulder. "You have performed admirably, Tiger Wing. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Go and seek out Rabbit Lena and Sheep Lin. Let them tend to your wounds." It is evident from Akira Kurosawa's perspective that Hu Chi is on the verge of collapse, teetering precariously close to unconsciousness. "Yes, young master," he replied. Just as he was about to turn and depart, darkness engulfed his vision, and he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Tabaina and Yanglin, accompanied by their respective medical teams, rushed over. Upon seeing the numerous corpses strewn across the ground, their eyes brimmed with tears, recognizing many of their fallen comrades from the same group. Yet, unable to afford the luxury of prolonged sorrow, they hastily organized their personnel to commence treatment for those still in a state of unconsciousness or unable to rise. Akira Kurosawa furrowed his brow as he beheld the scene before him. He never anticipated that a mere celestial dragon's fleeting whim could result in such considerable casualties among his subordinates. While this was also a consequence of the absence of formidable figures within his clan, they were merely a small division of CP0. Cursed celestial dragons. Deep within, Akira Kurosawa muttered an expletive under his breath. At present, he found himself compelled to endure the indignities of his situation, recognizing that he lacked the power to challenge the world government. Not even the formidable navy under their command would consider his illustrious Kurosawa family a worthy adversary. It seemed imperative to prioritize the enhancement of his subordinates' capabilities. Otherwise, each time he ventured forth, the world government would send emissaries to instigate trouble, a perilous predicament indeed. This time, a celestial dragon had discerned his subtle intentions, leading them to dispatch only a small contingent. Had a larger force from CP0 arrived, the Swordmaster Island would have likely been razed to the ground by now. Reflecting upon this, Kurosawa resolved to take action. Bring me the devil fruits from the warehouse. Understood, Lafitte replied, turning to make his way towards the family repository, not inquiring further about the rationale. Before long, Lafitte returned with several small boxes, each containing a singular devil fruit. Captain, the names of these fruits are affixed beneath the boxes. Very well, I am aware. You may leave for now. Akira Kurosawa nodded slightly. As he observed the receding figure of Lafitte, his gaze returned to the array of small boxes before him. A total of 13 boxes lay before Akira, each containing the accumulated devil fruits collected by his family over the years. Some of these fruits had already been bestowed upon certain ordinary members, leaving only the remainder in front of him. However, the majority of these remaining fruits were of lesser potency, such as the Paramecia-type jacket fruit and the Zoan-type teddy fruit. The abilities derived from these fruits would not significantly enhance the strength of the Kurosawa family, leading Akira to regard them with diminished importance. Thus, it was time to commence. Akira Kurosawa clenched his teeth and retrieved a fruit, closing his eyes as he took a tentative bite. The nauseating flavor surged violently to his senses, and he had never before loathed his taste buds as he did in that moment. Though he had previously consumed devil fruits and was somewhat prepared for their taste, he was still profoundly affected. Curse it, could the flavor of this wretched thing not be a tad more palatable? And yet, this was deemed a treasure of the sea. The instant the fruit was swallowed, Kurosawa could distinctly feel a peculiar energy coalescing within him, presumably the power contained within the fruit. As for the demon, bereft of its ability, it naturally departed from Kurosawa's body, seeking another fruit to inhabit, gradually transforming it so that the demon's power might once again manifest upon the ocean. There was a slight gain, yet it seemed that he still could not draw forth any significant portion of the energy. Kurosawa had conducted some research on this energy, known as Ming. Before his departure in 0803, the Ming left within him was akin to a regenerating seed. However, the Ming that had separated from him was equivalent to a fruit. Once consumed, it would not reappear. In other words, aside from Kurosawa's ability to continually harness Ming, the portions he distributed to others were finite. Once depleted, they could only await his further generosity. Akira Kurosawa harbored no dissatisfaction towards this situation. It was, in fact, beneficial for him and his subordinates. After all, their primary focus was to enhance their own strength, leaving the rest to their young master, Kurosawa. Contemplating this, he reached for a devil fruit, his expression marred by distress as he gazed at the fruit before him. He could only muster the resolve to encourage himself. It's all right. Just close your eyes and take a bite. It will be fine. Gritting his teeth, Kurosawa opened his mouth once more and consumed the fruit. Ugh, ugh. Kurosawa felt as though his bile was on the verge of erupting. The taste was overwhelmingly potent. He hastily reached for a glass of water, intending to rinse his mouth in hopes of alleviating the lingering flavor, for he sensed the urge to retch once more. After a brief respite, Kurosawa assessed the transformation of Ming again, only to find it lacking, still somewhat unsatisfactory. Glancing at the remaining fruits on the table, a frown creased his brow. I would rather engage in a battle with the Golden Lion. This is utterly exasperating. Akira Kurosawa closed his eyes momentarily before abruptly opening them wide. Come on, I shall confront you all. With that, he swiftly seized a fruit and forcefully stuffed it into his mouth. Without a second thought, he grabbed another, continuing to indulge. Only after consuming 4 fruits did he cease his frantic actions. Yet his face contorted as if gripped in anguish. He felt a tumultuous upheaval within his stomach. As for the flavor, his taste buds seemed dulled beyond recognition, rendering him incapable of discerning anything, though his mind felt slightly hazy. Upon taking another moment to reflect, Kurosawa's eyes sparkled anew. It appears that approximately 3 fruits can yield a source of energy. However, I remain uncertain as to what extent this energy can enhance the physical constitution of others. As he slowly rose to his feet, he found himself unsteady. His head spun, and his legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. Curse it, the taste of this devil fruit is truly overwhelming. It nearly rendered my mind unconscious. Akira Kurosawa, quick-witted and agile, placed half of his body on the adjacent table, taking a moment to ease himself, feeling a sense of comfort wash over him before he slowly stood up. Subsequently, he departed from the grand hall, making his way towards the medical room. His intent was to transfer a small portion of Ming that had split off into the body of Tiger Wings. Having endured numerous battles, the exhaustion he faced was considerable, making this transfer opportune for Ming to exert its influence. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the medical room, gently pushing the door open and stepping inside. At that moment, Relina and the medical staff were bustling about, tending to the wounded, thus failing to notice Kurosawa's presence. However, he paid them no mind and began to survey his surroundings, quickly spotting the bed where Tiger Wings lay. At that moment, Tiger Wings was entirely swathed in bandages, making it quite challenging to discern his form from the outside. Fortunately, Kurosawa employed his observation Haki, swiftly detecting the essence of Tiger Wings. Approaching the bedside, without uttering a word, he extended his right hand, palm facing upwards. In an instant, a glimmer of golden energy materialized in Kurosawa's grasp. With a gentle push, he directed this energy into the body of Tiger Wings. The energy met no resistance and effortlessly vanished beneath the surface of Tiger Wings. Satisfied that all was well, Kurosawa turned to leave. A remnant of energy lingered in his hand, and he had yet to decide to whom it should be given. So he chose to retain it for the time being, pondering its future use. "Hey, Captain, we discovered a peculiar fruit in the storeroom," shouted a small sailor, drawing the attention of everyone aboard the ship. This vessel was a merchant ship, engaged in transporting goods as well as ferrying passengers. "Little Linli, what on earth are you shouting about?" An elderly man with a bushy beard and a captain's hat approached. Linli was an orphan he had taken under his wing, often bringing him along on voyages across the sea. "Captain, look, this is what I found in the storeroom." Little Linli exclaimed joyfully, presenting a fruit he had unearthed. Initially, the old captain paid little heed, dismissing the notion that a child could uncover anything extraordinary. However, his gaze soon fixated on the fruit, captivated by the unique patterns adorning its surface. Could it be a devil fruit? Though the old captain had never tasted a devil fruit himself, years of traversing the seas had afforded him the opportunity to encounter many such fruits. "Captain, what is this?" Linli, being too young, had never seen a devil fruit and was merely intrigued by its distinctive markings. At Linli's excited insistence, the old captain snapped back to attention. Little Linli, quickly, put that away and hide it. Hurry. The old captain was in a great hurry to expel Linli, as he suddenly recalled that this devil fruit could fetch an astronomical price of over 100 million berries at the auction house. With so many people aboard the ship, who could predict their intentions? However, it was evident that the captain's actions were too sluggish. The devil fruit in Linli's possession had already caught the attention of a passenger. "Hey, if there's something valuable, it shouldn't be hidden away. Bring it out for everyone to see." A frivolous voice chimed in, belonging to a brazenly dressed young man. "Moniger, this is none of your business. Once we reach your destination, you should depart quickly. Otherwise, you can disembark right now," the captain said grimly, casting a disapproving glance at the young man. "Old man, this fellow speaks the truth. If there's something good, it ought to be shared." The captain abruptly turned his head to locate the speaker, but the individual had already vanished into the crowd after making his remark. Other passengers began to recognize the devil fruit as well, shouting excitedly. Realizing that the situation was spiraling out of control, the captain hastily called upon his sailors to quell the unruly passengers. Yet, when an unidentified passenger proclaimed that the fruit was worth billions of berries, the sailor's interest was piqued. "Captain, why not hand over the fruit so we can all share it? Everyone deserves a part," suggested a newly recruited sailor, who did not feel much loyalty to the ship. Once one person spoke up, others echoed their desire for the captain to relinquish the fruit, arguing that it should rightfully belong to all. However, the captain, blinded by the allure of immense profit, could not easily part with it. After all, he had set out to sea to transport goods solely to earn berries. Selling this fruit would free him from financial woes for life. In a fit of desperation, he drew his gun and shot the loquacious sailor dead. The sight of the captain brandishing a firearm sent the crowd into a frenzy. The captain surveyed the terrified passengers and coldly declared, "Now, all of you, get out and into your quarters." Anyone who speaks out will meet the same fate as him. He gestured toward the sailor lying in a pool of blood, his gaze menacingly fixed on the remaining crowd. The passengers, shrinking in fear, slowly turned to leave the scene. As he watched them retreat alongside the sailors, the captain squinted, not daring to relax his guard. Once the others had departed, he finally let out a sigh of relief and approached Nalin. "Captain here." Nalin, trembling with trepidation, cautiously presented the fabled devil fruit to the old captain. Upon beholding the fruit, the captain's face illuminated with uncontainable joy. With it in his possession, his life would be one of indulgence, liberated from the relentless toils of navigating the treacherous seas. Yet, as he examined the fruit with great care, an unexpected bullet pierced the air, striking him squarely between the eyes. In an instant, he collapsed, his visage frozen in a blend of astonishment and defiance. Suddenly, a group of individuals burst into the scene. Unmistakably the assailants. One of them, evidently the leader, stepped forward, bent down, and seized the fruit from the captain's lifeless grip, spitting disdainfully onto the captain's body. "Old fool. Did you truly believe you could claim such a treasure for yourself?" With a derisive snort, he turned his gaze toward Nalin. Despite the overwhelming fear, Nalin, emboldened by a surge of courage, charged at the group, intent on avenging the fallen captain. However, the gang showed little interest in the diminutive figure before them. The leader swiftly kicked Nalin aside and gleefully departed with the coveted devil fruit, considering how to conceal such a valuable prize. "Boss, we're about to strike it rich," one of the henchmen exclaimed, laughter echoing as they exited, oblivious to the fury etched on Nalin's face as he glared at them from the ground. That night, an unforeseen calamity befell the ship as flames erupted, engulfing it in a fierce blaze. The crew's desperate cries for help filled the air, yet the merciless fire consumed them entirely. Chapter 138. The rumor of the float fruit young master. The float fruit has made its appearance, Longquan announced, clutching a newspaper as he made his way to the rear mountain. The area had been ravaged by the recent skirmishes involving Barrett and his men, now a chaotic landscape filled with dust. Thankfully, Crocodile's powers allowed for the continuous filling of deep pits. Oh! Upon hearing Longquan's proclamation, Akira Kurosawa paused, joining Barrett and the others. Since acquiring the Mingei fruit, Kurosawa had been voraciously consuming devil fruits, causing the family's stock to dwindle alarmingly. He felt as if his sense of taste had been rendered obsolete, as nothing seemed to carry flavor anymore. "Where has the float fruit appeared?" he inquired, taking the newspaper from Longquan's hands. "Is it at the Subjugation auction?" Akira Kurosawa furrowed his brow as he perused the article above. The newspaper proclaimed that an unknown sailor had acquired a devil fruit and intended to auction it at Subjugation. Subsequently, the auction house's staff recognized it as the float fruit. Indeed, young master, the auction house realized that the situation could no longer remain concealed, thus they planned to present the float fruit for bidding 1 week hence. Longquan had already perused the news prior, and, before Kurosawa could finish reading, divulged the crucial information contained within. So, these individuals intend to maximize the value of this fruit? It appears to be the case. Longquan nodded affirmatively. The legendary reputation of Gold Lion Shiki looms large, particularly his renowned flying pirate fleet, which remains immensely alluring to any pirate crew or the world government alike. Akira Kurosawa was not particularly engaged with the other contents of the newspaper. Rather, it was the news of the float fruit that captured his attention. As for the other information, it merely consisted of reports on emerging rookie pirates and the latest naval operations against various pirate crews. However, aside from the news regarding the float fruit, there was another piece of information that nearly elicited a chuckle from Kurosawa. Shocking. The legendary pirate, Admiral Shiki the Golden Lion, has recently escaped from Impel Down, only to be slain by an unknown powerhouse. Following this announcement was a flurry of speculation about the identity of this nameless figure. Some conjectured that it could be a formidable force within the Navy, while others believed it to be a pirate harboring a grudge against Shiki. Given the plethora of strong individuals roaming the seas, it was only natural that some theories pointed toward Kurosawa himself. The reasoning behind these theories was quite compelling, as it was observed that not long ago, he had dispatched his subordinates to the fringes of the chaotic sea, seemingly preparing for some grand undertaking, only to swiftly retract them afterward. The specifics of the situation remained known to only a few. Yet Kurosawa suspected that the world government likely realized he was the one responsible for Shiki's demise. After all, they were aware of his absence from the chaotic waters for some time, during which he had also removed several family members from the area. Nevertheless, Kurosawa paid little heed to this, as he recalled how the world government had taken advantage of his absence to send a CP unit with the intent of dismantling the academy he had just established. His restraint in not seeking trouble with the world government was already commendable. He hardly cared whether they were aware of his actions or not. At present, however, Kurosawa found himself troubled by how to securely acquire the coveted fruit. He could easily envision that during the auction for this fruit, figures such as Whitebeard would undoubtedly send their own representatives, leading to a contest purely of financial might. And then there were the Navy and the world government to contend with as well. As he pondered this, Kurosawa involuntarily narrowed his eyes. He had considered the possibility of seizing it beforehand, but the auction participants would surely be well prepared. If he were to make the first move, he would undoubtedly become the target of all present. What a troublesome predicament indeed. Akira Kurosawa, troubled, scratched his head and then chose not to dwell further on the matter. After all, there was still a week remaining. He decided to send over Tiger Wing and a few others first, while Barrett, Crocodile, and Moria could masquerade as solitary individuals. Following behind, Akira Kurosawa was certain that, at this moment, no adversary was aware of Barrett and his companion's allegiance to the Kurosawa family. When the time came to seize the float fruit, the trio would undoubtedly catch their enemies off guard. Contemplating this, Kurosawa nodded in satisfaction. It had been a prudent choice to keep Barrett and his associates from making their presence known. Otherwise, the situation could have been rather challenging to manage. As he pondered, Crocodile approached. It seems we have intentions regarding the float fruit? Observing the subtle joy on Kurosawa's face, Crocodile recognized that the likelihood of obtaining the fruit had significantly increased. Indeed, we cannot expend our efforts in vain. However, pursuing the Golden Lion proved quite arduous. Should we remain vigilant against the CP organization this time? The previous ambush left a profound impression on the family members and executives. No need for that. Akira Kurosawa shook his head, remarking that the arrival of merely a small squad served as evidence that only one individual, or perhaps a single celestial dragon family, had set their sights on the treasures of Fishman Island. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for such a limited number of personnel to be dispatched. Moreover, the world government would never permit all of CP0 to mobilize against the Kurosawa family. Such an action would only compel other pirates to unite, thereby undermining their imperial strategy of one emperor and three kings. A coalition of pirates from across the globe would undoubtedly exert a tremendous influence on the world government, an achievement that even the notorious rock pirates could not accomplish in their time. However, in light of this situation, Kurosawa remained vigilant and did not allow himself to be complacent. During this period, he had not been idle. He had entrusted the divided aspects of his being to three individuals, Tiger Wing, Barrett, and Long Quan. With the essence of Ming, these three were experiencing a rapid enhancement of their powers. Additionally, the core members of the family had begun to grasp that Kurosawa possessed a method of gradually improving his physical condition, albeit with a significant demand for devil fruits. Consequently, they had been fervently scouring various locations for these fruits, resulting in the family's stock reaching unprecedented levels. Yet, this relentless pursuit left Kurosawa in a predicament, as he felt the return of his sense of taste was a distant prospect. As he contemplated this, Crocodile produced 3 boxes, stating, "These are the devil fruits my subordinates have managed to procure during this time." However, before he could finish his sentence, Kurosawa's expression shifted, and he waved his hand dismissively. Feeling somewhat uneasy, "I understand. Come find me tonight, and I shall provide them to you." Upon hearing Kurosawa's acquiescence, Crocodile's stern demeanor softened, and he departed with a smile. Ever since Barrett acquired Ming, his strength had surpassed that of Crocodile, marking a considerable breakthrough at their level of prowess. The magnitude of Barrett's enhancement was particularly remarkable, evoking a sense of envy in Crocodile, who anticipated achieving similar heights soon, much to his delight. Watching Crocodile leave, Kurosawa shook his head in resignation, casting a glance at the boxes in his hands, his heart heavy with a tinge of bitterness. At that moment, Lafitte approached, addressing him as captain. Upon hearing the nonchalant tone of Lafitte, Akira Kurosawa was once again beset by a foreboding sense of unease. With a hint of disbelief, he remarked, "Lafitte, you cannot possibly." Lafitte remained silent, instead presenting 3 boxes with a flourish. "Ha! Fortune smiles upon us. My forces have uncovered a devil fruit on a deserted island, and subsequently, we procured 2 more fruits at the underground auction between the North Sea and the West Sea. Quite fortuitous, wouldn't you agree?" Akira Kurosawa wished to convey a sense of inner delight, yet as he gazed upon the devil fruits, he found himself unable to muster such an expression. Trembling, he cautiously accepted the box, leaving behind the words that he would be available for a visit later that evening before departing from the spot. He sensed that remaining there would only invite further visitors, and 6 fruits were already more than he could bear. He could not endure any more. Indeed, Akira had informed both the officials and the members that to acquire the light, one must exchange it for the devil fruits. As for the first 3 individuals, they had merely received their share in advance. Each of them still owed Akira 3 devil fruits. Logically, one would require far fewer than 3 fruits to be granted a portion of the light. However, Akira consistently absorbed a portion into his own being, thus increasing the consumption. Upon returning to his room, Akira meticulously examined the devil fruits, eager to determine if any held extraordinary power, intending to reserve them for others in the future. With a heart full of anticipation, he opened the box, only to feel a chill of disappointment wash over him as he discovered each contained a fruit resembling a banana, clearly indicating that they were all Zoan-type fruits. Akira Kurosawa contemplated whether there might be ancient or mythical fruits of extraordinary power within, but alas, such rare fruits would not casually manifest in this place. The few fruits present were merely the most common animal fruits, and none possessed significant strength. For instance, the short-tailed cat fruit in Kurosawa's possession was undeniably charming, yet its utility was rather limited. Akira Kurosawa, with a resigned pout, dispelled the fantasies swirling in his mind and continued to consume the devil fruit with his eyes closed. "Moby Dick," Marco said, holding a newspaper as he addressed the inebriated Whitebeard. "I never imagined that the golden lion Shiki could be slain." That fellow Shiki has actually met his demise? Whitebeard, well acquainted with his old rival, was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the user of the float fruit could be vanquished. Could it be that he sought confrontation? Whitebeard recalled that had it not been for Shiki's brazen assault on Marine headquarters years ago, he would never have been captured. "Unbeknownst to you, old man, it was the sudden appearance of his float fruit in the Subjugate archipelago that revealed Shiki's death," Marco continued. "It seems there are not many left from my era." With a hint of melancholy, Whitebeard reflected on the loss of contemporaries since Roger's passing. Now that Shiki was gone, he felt an increasing sense of solitude. "Old man, should we not acquire the float fruit?" asked the swordsman Vista, despite being a dual-wielding master himself, for many of the crew could utilize the power of the fruit. "What say you, my sons? Do you desire this float fruit?" "Old man, it is the golden lion's fruit. How could we possibly not want it?" boomed a burly man, his demeanor rather foolish despite his loud proclamation. "Ha ha ha. Teach, do you wish to consume a devil fruit as well?" chuckled the 4th Division Captain, Sachi, as he patted the man's shoulder, also serving as his captain. Captain, I have no desire to eat a devil fruit. I still wish to swim in the sea. However, it would be splendid for our companions to consume it, allowing us to soar into the skies." "Gula-la-la-la, you speak the truth," Whitebeard declared, gesturing grandly. "Since my sons yearn for the float fruit, then go forth. Marco, you shall lead the charge, and anyone else who wishes to join may accompany you." "Understood, old man," Marco nodded, and soon Vista, Sachi, and Teach stepped forward, indicating their desire to partake. They then boarded a small vessel, departing from Whitebeard's territory toward the first half of the Grand Line. "Old man, will everything be all right?" Diamond Jozu inquired, watching the departing ship with a trace of concern. The first half of the Grand Line belonged to the world government, so Jozu's apprehension regarding Marco and the others was not surprising. "Gula-la-la-la, do not fret, Jozu. None dare lay a hand on my sons." Whitebeard majestically waved his hand. At this moment, he stood at the pinnacle of his power, undeniably heralded as the mightiest man. The world government and the Navy dared not provoke this formidable figure. To their astonishment, however, the news of the Golden Lion's demise surfaced. On Cake Island, Charlotte Linli was engaged in a telephone conversation. "How is it, Linli? My associates have procured the floating fruit for you, but in return, I require 7 Zoan-type devil fruits." "That is excessive, Kaido. I can only offer you 3 at most." "Linli, the floating fruit is crucial. The old Golden Lion was audacious only because of it. If it weren't for my ambition to assemble an army of Zoan users, I would keep the floating fruit for myself. I insist on at least 6. This is merely 1 floating fruit. I cannot part with such a quantity." As his plans began to unravel, the man on the other end of the line grew anxious. Aware that Charlotte Linli possessed a cloud that enabled her to soar, thereby diminishing her need for the floating fruit, he conceded, "Then, Linli, how many can you offer?" 5. "Kaido, that is my utmost limit." "Very well. I will ensure that Jin and the others cooperate with your people." With their conversation concluded, Charlotte Linli pondered while seated on her throne and summoned her son, Katakuri. "Take a few individuals to Subjugate and retrieve the floating fruit for me. The beast pirates will assist you." "Understood, mother." Chapter 139. The enemies of Subjugate Archipelago at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku declared, "We cannot allow the floating fruit to fall into the hands of pirates. Otherwise, we may witness the rise of another golden lion. In the commander's office, the newly appointed admirals and Vice Admiral Garp sat attentively, their gazes fixed on Sengoku, whose expression was fraught with concern. I previously consulted the world government, and it has been decreed that the floating fruit must be contested solely by our navy, with its distribution left to our discretion. The initial discontent among the officers eased upon hearing this assurance. Nonetheless, we must not relax our vigilance over other seas in pursuit of the floating fruit. Sengoku surveyed the formidable officers before him and nodded in satisfaction. Borsellino, I entrust the floating fruit to you. Sir, the 4 emperors and the 3 kings will undoubtedly dispatch their subordinates to seize it. It would be unwise for me to confront them alone. Borsellino's expression reflected a palpable fear, prompting Sengoku to furrow his brow. Very well, Borsellino. Sakazuki and Akiji must also secure the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line. Isn't Vice Admiral Garp still? Ha ha ha, Borsellino. I have just taken a brief respite from Sengoku, and I must return home to see my grandson. Garp has a grandson named Ace, who is quite well known within the Navy, particularly among the higher echelons. I intend to cultivate my grandson into a future pillar of the Navy. I simply lack the time to seize any devil fruits. Is that so? The yellow monkey, seemingly a bit disappointed, shrugged and smirked. Then it appears I must go alone. With matters already set in motion, Sengoku waved his hand, issuing a dismissal. He had a multitude of documents to attend to and no time to engage in further discussions with them. In the chaotic waters of the New World, young master, reports indicate that Whitebeard, the Beast Pirates, and the nations have all mobilized. Should we not also? Long Quan entered with freshly acquired intelligence. Observing the others capable of contending for the devil fruits had already departed, and he felt a sense of urgency. Are our personnel fully prepared? Akira Kurosawa is not particularly anxious. This time, he will not personally vie for the prize. This reflects a subtle understanding among these factions. It is implausible to mobilize everyone for a single devil fruit, especially since the Navy remains vigilant, eager to seize territory in the New World. Preparations have already been made. Long Quan nodded, and on the very day they received news of the float fruit, the personnel had been fully deployed. Let's set forth. Akira Kurosawa refrained from elaborating further. All necessary arrangements had been meticulously executed. As for the prospect of acquiring the elusive float fruit, it was a matter of doing one's utmost and leaving the rest to fate. He could not venture there personally, as it would surely incite dissatisfaction among the other factions, and a concerted assault on him would be insurmountable. Long Quan turned to summon his subordinates for assembly, while Barrett, Crocodile, and Lafitte had already departed from Swordsman Island. By now, they should have reached Subjugation Archipelago. In the Subjugation Archipelago, Barrett gazed at the islands where bubbles ascended gracefully, a sight both peculiar and enchanting. Is this your first visit to this island? Crocodile inquired, his cigar clenched between his teeth, observing Barrett's curious demeanor. Not quite, Barrett replied, shaking his head. He was born in the first half of the Grand Line, and passage to the New World necessitated traversing Subjugation Archipelago. However, back then, he had approached everything with an indifferent attitude in pursuit of strengthening his power. Now that mindset had considerably waned, and he found himself increasingly attentive to the world around him. Crocodile, having gleaned some insight into Barrett's past, chose not to press for more details and continued onward. Their collaboration on this venture felt somewhat unusual, yet Crocodile possessed profound confidence in Barrett's formidable abilities. Let us seek out a tavern. The auction is still a few days away. We should gather some intelligence, as Subjugation is quite lively at this time, Crocodile mused, observing the throngs bustling about the island. He had already spotted several groups of pirates masquerading as ordinary individuals. Despite their effective disguises, Crocodile could discern their chilling aura and the scent of blood. Barrett nodded in agreement, intrigued by the prospect of conflict, for he had come here precisely with the anticipation of battle, a tendency he could not afford to overlook. Meanwhile, Lafitte had also arrived at Subjugation Archipelago, accompanied by Enel. Initially, Lafitte had intended to act alone, but he could not resist Enel's persistent quest to find Akira Kurosawa. Akira Kurosawa, feeling quite exasperated, ultimately acquiesced to Enel's request, albeit with the condition that he must accompany Lafitte. Though his aspirations for independent action were thwarted, Enel found joy in the prospect of companionship. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from shop with an armful of trinkets. Lafitte, look at the abundance of these little curiosities. When do you suppose the chaotic seas will flourish like this place? With a chuckle, Lafitte replied, Ah, you rascal. It's fortunate the captain allowed me to bring you along. Otherwise, you would be in quite the predicament. Indeed, Lafitte mused that while Sandora was considerably more prosperous than the chaotic seas, The profits generated by the entirety of the Sandora archipelago surpassed that of several islands in the chaotic seas combined. However, the development of the chaotic seas to its current state had demanded considerable effort from the entire Kurosawa family. Lafitte remained undeterred. At this juncture, the Kurosawa family had yet to expand outward, and construction in the chaotic seas was still ongoing, rendering any premature conclusions unnecessary. Enel, unaware of Lafitte's contemplations, was captivated by the splendor of Sandora Island. His previous visit had been marred by his youth and the pursuit of the navy, leaving scant opportunity for leisure. Now, with time at his disposal, he was eager to indulge in merriment. Observing Enel's excitement, Lafitte shook his head in resignation. Come now, let's first visit the family's auction house here. We must gather some intelligence. Ignoring Enel's impending remarks, Lafitte strode purposefully toward the island's interior. Realizing Lafitte was about to move out of sight, Enel hurriedly followed, understanding that this was not the time for frivolity, as they were on a mission. Before long, the duo arrived at the island designated as Number 5, where the Kurosawa family's auction house was situated. As they set foot on the island, they were greeted by a welcoming party. Lord Lafitte, Lord Enel, please follow me. A subordinate respectfully led the way, and Lafitte could easily discern the unmistakable marks of the Kurosawa family upon him, prompting no further inquiries as he followed along at a leisurely pace. Although Enel felt a tinge of curiosity, he refrained from speaking. After passing a street rife with human trafficking establishments and a group of individuals who appeared rather unsavory, they arrived at the entrance of an exquisitely decorated auction house. At that moment, a member of the mouse group stood waiting for Lafitte, accompanied by a family executive, Moria, who had arrived earlier. When the CP organization attacked the Swordsman Island, Moria had already departed, aiming to intercept several pirate crews that had taken advantage of the chaos to infiltrate the tumultuous waters. Initially believing these crews to be formidable adversaries, Moria swiftly dispatched them with ease. Following this, Kurosawa instructed Moria to escort the captured crews directly to Subjugation archipelago and sell them at the auction house, as the family could not afford to provide sustenance for them. Upon Moria's arrival at Subjugation archipelago, news of the float fruit had been leaked, leading Kurosawa to decide against Moria's return, allowing him to remain on site. As Lafitte approached at a measured pace, the mouse group member quickly stepped forward, greeting him. Greetings, Lord Lafitte. I am Nigado, a member of the mouse group and the family representative here. Indeed, Lafitte nodded, having previously acquainted himself with this representative. Nigado was known for his shrewdness and commendable strength. His cleverness made him well suited for his role as the second-in-command of the mouse group. Seeing Lafitte, Moria advanced as well. At long last, you have arrived. But why are there only the two of you? Is the captain indifferent to the float fruit? Moria inquired, puzzled by the apparent lack of urgency regarding such a prized item. Certainly not, Lafitte replied, reassuring Moria. He had received word that several significant pirate crews and powerful factions had dispatched their respective second-in-commands, with some lesser crews even arriving in full force, all vying to seize the float fruit and aspire to become the next Guy Admiral or the next Golden Lion Shiki. Who else? Why do they not accompany you? Lafitte surveyed the surrounding individuals, prompting Moria to realize the potential for prying eyes and quickly ushered Lafitte and his companion inside. Before long, they arrived in a room at the back of the auction house, accompanied by Nigado. Lafitte naturally took his seat at the head of the table, and no one objected, as all present understood that in the absence of Kurosawa, Lafitte would naturally assume responsibility for various matters. This was not a reflection of strength, but rather an acknowledgement of Lafitte's superior proficiency in such affairs compared to others. What is the current situation? Have we ascertained the location of the float fruit? What forces have arrived at the Subjugation archipelago? The composed Nagaduo effortlessly responded to Lafitte's inquiry. From 4 days ago until now, numerous pirate crews, both large and small, have set foot on Subjugation, comprising mostly ordinary pirate bands, among which only 2 hail from the New World, yet their bounties remain under 500 million, posing little threat. However, several notable factions have also arrived at these islands, including the 8 Treasures Navy from the Land of Flowers, the recently rising Don Quixote family, and the Capone family, a significant mafia from the West Sea under the command of one of the 6 underground kings, the Assassin King. Additionally, there are the subordinates of the Emperor and the 3 kings. Upon hearing this, Lafitte could not help but furrow his brow. He had not anticipated the presence of so many adversaries on Subjugation at this time. Though hostilities have yet to commence, their objectives likely converge upon seizing the float fruit. Is there more detailed intelligence available? Lafitte sought a deeper understanding of the foes he would soon confront. Indeed, Nagaduo promptly presented a more comprehensive dossier, detailing the personnel lists of each faction. Such information was relatively easy to procure, as they had made no effort to conceal themselves upon arriving at Subjugation, particularly the Emperor and the Three Kings, whose prominence made them easily recognizable. "Well done," Lafitte remarked, perusing the meticulously detailed information with a nod of satisfaction. The dossier contained not only the names of various faction members, but also highlighted names of adversaries to be approached with caution, along with their abilities. Lafitte quickly noted several circled names, including that of the Assassin King's subordinate. Mondraleg, the Assassin King's confidant, known as the Shadow Killer, possesses the power of the Paramecia-type Shadow Fruit, enabling him to meld into shadows, rendering him nearly undetectable to his enemies. It is said that this assassin has never failed a single assassination task since his debut, having once successfully eliminated a notorious pirate worth hundreds of millions within the very lair of that pirate. Lafitte scrutinized the information about this individual before shifting his focus to the larger pirate crews from the New World, the 1st Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Phoenix Marco, the captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, the captain of the 5th Division, the Flower Sword Bista, the Sweet Commander Katakuri of the Big Mom Pirates, the Minister of Beans, Charlotte Daifuku, and the Minister of Baking, Charlotte Oven. The Beast Pirates are represented by the Calamities, Ember, and Queen. It seems the Beast Pirates do not place significant importance on the float fruit after all. Upon seeing only 2 individuals from the Beast Pirates, Lafitte speculated. Nonetheless, despite their small number, he regarded them with utmost seriousness, for these 2 could be perceived as the 2nd and 3rd in command of the Beast Pirates, holding considerable significance within the entire crew. He also placed great importance on the other 2 pirate crews, as they had dispatched their respective second-tier forces along with numerous formidable warriors. This inevitably instilled a tinge of apprehension regarding the upcoming mission. Although he had not engaged in combat with these individuals, he had once witnessed Katakuri in action, sensing that the man adorned with a scarf possessed strength comparable to his own. The other notable second-in-commands were likely not to be underestimated. Chapter 140. The King of the Underworld. Simultaneously, Barrett and Crocodile entered a tavern. However, they were oblivious to the sign that read Shaki's bar. "Greetings, esteemed guests. What would you like to drink?" The proprietor, who had been dozing off, immediately awoke upon seeing the newcomers. Yet, as she recognized them, a hint of surprise flickered across her face, quickly replaced by a neutral demeanor. "2 cups of sake for each of us, please," Crocodile requested, surveying the sparsely populated establishment with a touch of curiosity. However, he dismissed any further thoughts, confident that, given their strength, there were few places beyond the Navy headquarters and the world government stronghold that could pose a challenge to them. Upon hearing Crocodile's order, the proprietor turned and retrieved 2 bottles of sake from behind the bar, handing them to the duo. "Hey, it seems rather empty here. We might struggle to gather any useful information," Barrett remarked, furrowing his brow as he scanned the surroundings, curious about who his future opponent might be, and eager for that revelation. "Are you seeking information, young man? Feel free to inquire with me," the proprietor said, propping her chin on one hand and regarding Barrett and Crocodile with a playful smile. "You?" Crocodile studied the proprietor intently, sensing that she was more than she appeared. After all, not just anyone could operate a bar in the lawless expanse of Subjugation Archipelago. "Could you enlighten us about the notable factions currently on the island?" he asked, intrigued. "It appears you gentlemen are also drawn here by the allure of the Mara Mara no Mi," the proprietor responded with a light chuckle. Barrett, finding the eccentric owner somewhat exasperating, interjected, "Just name your price in berries. We are willing to pay for information." Barrett, despite his combat prowess, displayed a practical side when it came to monetary matters. "Ah, it seems you 2 are quite confident in your wealth. First, settle the cost of the drinks with me. Each bottle of sake is 100,000 berries," she replied with a grin. 100,000. Crocodile was somewhat astonished, pondering the audacity of the woman before him, who dared to charge them 100,000 berries for a mere bottle of sake. Barrett also sensed that this woman seemed to be toying with him, and his expression darkened, ready to obliterate the small tavern. However, at that moment, a voice from behind interrupted Barrett's impending action. "Barrett, what brings you here?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Barrett turned around in disbelief. There stood a middle-aged man with graying hair and glasses, looking at him with curiosity. "Rayleigh, the first mate," Barrett exclaimed. This was none other than Rayleigh, the former right-hand man of the pirate King Roger, known as the Dark King. Since Roger disbanded his crew, Barrett had not seen any of the other members until Roger's demise. Who would have thought he would encounter the former first mate in such a humble tavern? Crocodile, upon hearing Barrett's address to the old man, felt puzzled, trying to recall who he was. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Barrett was a former member of the Pirate King's crew, and Rayleigh was the first mate. He gazed at the unremarkable middle-aged man before him in astonishment. Without knowledge of his true identity, one might assume he was merely an ordinary civilian. Hardly the legendary Dark King Rayleigh. Haha, I was just wondering how you ended up here. Have you taken a liking to the float fruit as well? And who is this beside you? Despite Barrett's extreme thoughts following the disbandment, many had faded after joining the Akira Kurosawa family, as he now pursued loftier aspirations. Subsequently, Barrett recounted his experiences after leaving Roger's crew, allowing Rayleigh to grasp certain matters. Haha, this is my friend Haki, the former queen of the Amazon Lily. It is thanks to her hospitality that I have a place to stay, Rayleigh said with a smile, gesturing towards Haki, who rolled her eyes in a graceful manner. So, are you living in seclusion now, first mate? Barrett still found it hard to believe that the formidable first mate had chosen to retire at the pinnacle of his strength. I, too, require some rest, Barrett. Following Roger, I have witnessed the wonders of the sea. Continuing to wander upon the waves is no longer suitable for me, Rayleigh remarked, gazing into the distance as the light glinted off his glasses. However, I never expected you would rejoin a pirate crew. Yet you are still young. This vast ocean ultimately belongs to your generation. Rayleigh's tone carried a tinge of nostalgia, reminiscent of his glorious past, evoking a sense of wistfulness. After a moment's reflection, he turned to Haki, bring forth some drinks. Tonight, I shall indulge in a hearty feast with Barrett and his new companions. Haki curled her lips, but refrained from saying more. She was well aware that since Roger's death, Rayleigh had not experienced such joy as he did today. Observing the cheerful middle-aged man before him, Crocodile found it rather curious. Who could have imagined that the infamous Dark King Rayleigh was of such disposition? Barrett, your pirate crew certainly piques one's curiosity. I've heard that your current captain hails from nobility. Is that true? Rayleigh inquired, lifting his glass for a sip of wine. Genuine intrigue evident in his tone. This question was one that many at sea were eager to have answered, for in their perception, those who chose the pirate's life were invariably impoverished or had grown up in solitude. How could someone of noble birth possibly forsake a life of privilege to endure the hardships of the ocean? Barrett nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, I too find it hard to believe he would willingly venture out to sea. While conversing with other crew members, they informed me that my captain once held significant status in his homeland, possessing his own business, and faced no oppression there. Barrett expressed a degree of admiration for Akira Kurosawa, pondering that had he experienced the life Kurosawa endured in his youth, he might never have left his homeland for the sea. But what could have driven him to sail? Perhaps he is merely a wealthy scion, seeking adventure? Rayleigh mused, growing increasingly curious about Kurosawa's motivations for embarking on his journey. I have heard that my captain seeks a different kind of freedom, Barrett replied. Freedom. At this point, Rayleigh seemed to recall a man who often laughed heartily, a fool who was perpetually chanting about freedom. He then turned his attention back to Crocodile. So, you two have joined his family, Crocodile? Rayleigh expressed a keen interest in him. According to Barrett's descriptions, Crocodile had managed to match Barrett's prowess, which left Rayleigh in awe of his remarkable talent. It was well known that Barrett himself was immensely gifted, having participated in warfare from a young age, enduring numerous battles, and later receiving training from the Roger Pirates. For Crocodile to stand on equal footing with Barrett, it was clear that his own talent and strength were formidable. Yet, Rayleigh's curiosity about Akira Kurosawa only deepened, especially considering that Barrett and Crocodile were both in their prime, brimming with youthful vigor. Akira Kurosawa, at this stage of his life, has demonstrated an extraordinary ability to attract talents, such as Barrett and Crocodile, a testament to his formidable strength and personal charisma. In an era marked by Roger's initiation of the great age of exploration, Rayleigh has increasingly harbored intentions to mentor some of the younger generation, particularly someone as exceptional as Kurosawa, with whom he yearns to meet. However, when he expressed this desire, Barrett scratched his head and remarked that he had not accompanied them on this venture. Crocodile chimed in, asserting that as one of the 4 emperors, a single devil fruit was insufficient for them to unleash their full potential. In uttering these words, Crocodile felt a swell of pride, recalling his youthful audacity in challenging Whitebeard. Unaware of the true significance of such legendary pirates, only after being effortlessly defeated by Whitebeard, who then nonchalantly let him go, did he comprehend that these titles were earned through sheer might, not merely due to age or experience. It is only the strongest who survive and live to be celebrated. Those who perish too soon may find their existence forgotten, devoid of any titles or accolades. While Crocodile has never held the 4 emperors in high regard, He previously faced only minor opponents. Now, he stood before the illustrious former Pirate King's right-hand man, the renowned Rayleigh. The trio grew increasingly animated in their conversation, unaware that a band of pirates had entered, disrupting the atmosphere. Upon entering, the newcomers surveyed the surroundings, noting only two burly men, an elderly gentleman with slightly graying hair, and a woman who appeared to be the proprietor. The leader of the pirates let out a boisterous laugh. "I am Hammerogans, with a bounty of 32 million berries. Bring me the finest liquor in your establishment." This pirate, flanked by his crew, arrogantly settled onto the sofa, his demeanor overwhelmingly brash. Observing Barrett and the others as mere commoners, he dismissed them entirely, having encountered numerous pirates with higher bounties and greater strength in larger taverns. He had sought refuge in this seemingly modest establishment, believing it would lack formidable adversaries. Upon seeing Barrett and his companions, he felt vindicated in his assumptions and resumed his ostentatious display. However, Haki remained reticent, merely serving the pirates some drinks before returning to her duties, while Barrett and his companions continued their conversation at the bar, unperturbed by the raucous presence. Yet, their indifference irked the pirate leader. Having proclaimed his name, he was baffled by the apparent disregard from the trio, who seemed oblivious to his presence. Upon noticing the displeasure of their captain, a subordinate swiftly grasped the implication. With an air of arrogance, he approached Barrett and his companions, unsheathing his blade and striking it against the bar with a resounding clang. "Do you not realize that our boss has arrived? Hurry and pay your respects to him. He is destined to be the future emperor." Barrett's brow furrowed at this interruption, a sense of irritation washing over him. Just as he prepared to retaliate, Crocodile activated his fruit abilities. A small tornado materialized in his hand, which he deftly flung forward. The miniature whirlwind swiftly detached from his grasp, hurtling towards the pirate. Before the pirate could comprehend the situation, the tornado enveloped him, lifting his entire form off the ground and propelling him towards the exit. Ultimately, the pirate was sent flying, vanishing from sight. Witnessing the ejection of his subordinate, the individual known as Hammerogans seethed with anger. "You must be seeking death," he bellowed, brandishing his massive hammer and charging at Barrett and his group. Seeing this, Barrett resolved to stop holding back. Rising to his feet, he swiftly dispatched the ruffians, leaving some dead and others wounded. For someone like Rayleigh, seasoned by countless trials, taking a life was as effortless as quenching one's thirst. The sight of corpses was far from unfamiliar, rendering the current skirmish insignificant in his eyes. After effortlessly clearing the ruffians, Barrett presented his resignation, eager to gather intelligence and hoping to return to Rayleigh at a later date. Gathering intelligence? Just seek out Haki. Her information network is among the finest in the Sabati archipelago, Rayleigh chuckled, gesturing towards the tavern owner. "Do not heed this old fool's ramblings," Haki interjected with a smirk. "He merely seeks to fill his belly. Look around. My tavern sees few patrons daily, and this old man often enjoys a free meal here. I must diversify my business somehow." As she spoke, Xiachi shot a glance at Rayleigh, who could only respond with an awkward smile, feigning ignorance. Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Crocodile and his companions' eyes brightened. It seemed that the proprietress had an exceptionally advanced intelligence network, which would spare them the trouble of gathering information elsewhere. Thus, Crocodile cheerfully produced a piece of gold, specifically procured by Akira Kurosawa from Skypiea for their current endeavor. Observing Crocodile and his companions' thoughtfulness, Xiachi also smilingly presented a piece of intelligence to them, while simultaneously casting a disdainful glance at Rayleigh, remarking on his carefree attitude and lack of concern for earning a living. Rayleigh, however, chose not to retort, maintaining a gentle smile as he regarded Xiachi. Chapter 141. The auction. Noticing the eager expressions on Crocodile and Barrett's faces, Xiachi refrained from further displays of affection with Rayleigh and earnestly began to discuss the opponents they needed to be wary of. Pay attention to the second-in-command of that assassin organization. Although the powers of the fruits can be quite troublesome, I trust that you have both awakened your observation Haki. With the enhancement of Haki, they should not pose a significant threat to you. She continued, "Your primary adversaries are the other 3 pirate crews of equivalent standing, Whitebeard, the Beast Pirates, and the World Government." As she spoke, Xiachi's demeanor grew increasingly serious. "In the past, I have worked alongside Whitebeard, Charlotte Linli, and Kaido. Their strength and innate talent are among the most formidable I have encountered. Their subordinates are not to be underestimated either." She recalled having seen several of Linli's sons, particularly Katakuri, a remarkably gifted young man with a calm mind, an innate talent for combat, and a monstrous physique inherited from Linli. Turning her gaze toward the visibly excited Barrett, she remarked, That young man's potential surpasses yours by a considerable margin. However, it is a pity that he remains overshadowed by Linli, lacking the genuine aura of a true powerhouse, which detracts from his prowess. Perhaps this is why, despite possessing Conqueror's Haki, he remains under the influence of that woman. Rayleigh took over from Shaki's words and spoke slowly. He held a certain admiration for Katakuri, who remained loyal to his mother and protected his siblings. Even the manifestation of his Conqueror's Haki was ignited solely to safeguard his sister. Crocodile's expression grew somewhat solemn. He had made some inquiries about the opponent they were about to face before their departure. It could be said that each individual was a renowned figure in the New World, with each of their battle achievements being quite illustrious. After his encounter with Whitebeard, he no longer regarded these illustrious figures with disdain. Haha, I never expected that after Roger's death. The new generation would not fall into silence, but instead burst forth with even greater vitality. If Roger were aware, he would surely be delighted, Rayleigh chuckled, still enveloped in the sorrow of Roger's demise, unlike 2 decades later when he had come to terms with it and was deeply concerned about the newcomers. Do you need my assistance? Rayleigh asked, noticing that Barrett had regained his fighting spirit and was no longer lost due to Roger's death and the disbandment of the crew. After Barrett's departure, Rayleigh had heard of some of his actions, but he understood that at that time, Barrett could not be roused by anyone but Roger. He felt regretful. A child like Barrett had so much potential, yet he had been lost in darkness until someone helped him, only for that person to push him back into the abyss. Fortunately, Barrett no longer dwelled on past matters and had found a greater ambition. No need, since the vice captain has chosen to retire. I cannot allow you to be drawn back in, especially since this is our pirate crew's mission, Barrett replied, shaking his head and declining Rayleigh's assistance. Crocodile, upon witnessing this, chose to remain silent. In truth, having a formidable senior like Rayleigh would have made their task considerably easier, and other factions would not have protested. However, both Crocodile and Barrett were extremely proud and would not accept Rayleigh's help. Seeing this, Shaki let out a sigh of relief. She had finally carved out a life with Rayleigh, and if she were to become embroiled in the battle for the float fruit, even if the Navy were magnanimous, they might still attempt to surround Rayleigh. Let us pause here, Shaki said, producing another piece of intelligence. The Navy might also participate in this battle for supremacy, but it remains uncertain which admiral they will dispatch or when they will land on the Sabati archipelago. Therefore, while you engage in combat, be wary of the Navy's threat. Upon hearing of the Navy's involvement, both men nodded earnestly. Although nearly every pirate holds the Navy in contempt, it is indisputable that they are the most formidable force upon these seas, as well as the most ruthless arm of the world government. Particularly with the recent appointments of 3 admirals, hailed as the mightiest in the annals of naval history, one cannot help but regard them with a sense of caution. 3 admirals of the Logia type. Crocodile, what is your perspective on this? Barrett inquired with a teasing glance at the adjacent Crocodile. Upon hearing Barrett's jest, Crocodile remained silent, merely responding with a scoff. After all, he too possessed the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit. However, it was an undeniable truth that his strength paled in comparison to that of the 3 admirals. Yet, a thought crossed his mind, with the newfound clarity he had attained. It was only a matter of time before he reached their level. Crocodile mused silently, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Contemplating this, he found himself increasingly in awe of Akira Kurosawa, who had managed to acquire such extraordinary energy, a rarity that existed solely within Kurosawa amidst the vast expanse of the ocean. Meanwhile, in the New World, Akira Kurosawa, reclining on the lap of Relina while indulging in fruit, suddenly sneezed several times. Strange, who is speaking of me? He pondered. Akira Kurosawa touched his nose twice, and Rina, filled with concern, inquired, "My lord, are you feeling unwell?" "It's nothing," he replied. Akira Kurosawa spat the grapeseed into Yang Lin's palm and said, "Come, give this young master a gentle massage on the head. Alas, my mind has been overworked lately, and I find myself rather dizzy every day." Upon hearing this, Tulina promptly placed her small hands on either side of Kurosawa's temples and began to rub them slowly. "Young master, does this feel better?" Tulina inquired softly. "Indeed, quite so. Just like that, continue with the gentle pressure." "Ah, how soothing," he replied. Meanwhile, Yang Lin took over Tulina's task, peeling the grapes for Kurosawa and feeding them to him. Akira Kurosawa was not preoccupied with the reason behind his recent sneeze. Rather, he continued to relish the services rendered by the 2 women. Soon, the day of the auction for the float fruit arrived. Longquan, along with Lafitte and Enel, made their way to the auction venue. Their images had already circulated across the globe, and upon their arrival, many recognized their identities and promptly cleared a path for them. As one of the 4 emperors and the 3 kings who resonated throughout the New World, They had faced countless challengers. Yet most of those adversaries had met with dire fates, either dead or gravely injured. Only the 4 emperors and 3 kings remained steadfast at the pinnacle of the new world, casting their gaze over the myriad of other factions. Consequently, Lafitte and his companions, as subordinates of the 4 emperors and 3 kings, naturally commanded both respect and fear from others. Behold, leading the way is Lafitte. Indeed, he is rumored to be a formidable pirate with a bounty in the billions, and he also serves as Akira Kurosawa's right-hand man. Furthermore, he appears to possess the powers of a mythical Zoan devil fruit. It is noteworthy that Kaido, one of the 3 kings, also wields a mythical Zoan fruit. The 2 individuals flanking him are none other than the thunder god Enel and the titan Long Quan, both powerful pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions. Enel, in particular, possesses a remarkably potent Logia-type devil fruit, and currently, the 3 admirals are also of the Logia type. It seems this individual may very well be on par with an admiral in terms of combat prowess. The Kurosawa family is indeed extraordinary. A group of individuals nearby engaged in hushed conversations, occasionally emitting soft gasps of admiration. It is rare to encounter notorious pirates, especially those with bounties in the hundreds of millions or even billions, so the opportunity to witness such figures today is indeed a remarkable one. Naturally, they are eager to discern what sets these individuals apart from the ordinary populace. Lafitte, attuned to the myriad of remarks surrounding him, stood tall with a hint of pride, acutely aware of the attention directed towards him. As the onlookers observed, Lafitte and his companions gracefully entered the auction hall. The proprietor, wary of offending such esteemed guests, had prepared a private box for them, allowing their participation in the auction to proceed seamlessly. However, they arrived rather early, and the auction had yet to commence. Attentive attendants soon delivered an array of snacks and fruits to their box, yet Enel, disinterested, soon departed to the outside. At that moment, representatives from various factions began to arrive at the auction venue. The first to appear were several members of the world government, led by Karakuri, whose half-covered visage exuded an air of aloofness. With his cold gaze surveying the surroundings, onlookers instinctively lowered their heads, hesitant to meet his eyes, though Karakuri uttered no words. The spectators felt as if his piercing gaze sliced through them like a blade, cold and sharp. Once the members of the world government entered the auction hall, the crowd resumed their whispers. However, their chatter soon ceased as they bowed their heads and fell silent. For an even more fearsome presence had arrived, none other than the Beast Pirates, led by Kaido's right-hand man, King the Wildfire. King S' appearance was more striking and peculiar than Katakuri S, yet the onlookers dared not utter a word, fully aware of the Beast Pirate's notorious savagery when confronting adversaries. King, you should consider softening your demeanor. Your usual coldness tarnishes the reputation of the Beast Pirates across the seas, Quinn remarked with a grin, his small eyes glinting with amusement. However, King, accustomed to Quinn's jests, paid little heed to his words and paused at the entrance of the auction hall. Hey King, if you're not going in, let me pass. Why are you just standing here? Quinn complained. Just as he voiced his discontent, King slowly turned his gaze towards the back. Quinn initially thought King was displeased with him and was about to respond, but King S' attention drifted past him, focusing on something behind. What is the matter? Quinn inquired, puzzled by King's lack of focus on him. Following King S' line of sight, he turned to see Crocodile and Barrett approaching from a distance. Quinn, perplexed, wondered aloud. Is there something amiss with them? As he strained to sense their auras, Jean spoke but a single phrase before dismissing Quinn entirely. One aura. Why does he always seem so cryptic? Quinn muttered a few curses, yet he complied with Jin's directive, earnestly attuning himself to the distant presences of the 2 figures. The primal essence and formidable physiques of these individuals. Where had they emerged from? Quinn felt a surge of astonishment, and he contemplated employing his observation Haki for a more immediate perception of their auras. However, Jean intervened, cautioning him against stirring trouble and reminding him of the task bestowed upon them by Brother Kaido. Jin's admonition prompted Quinn to abandon his intentions. Indeed, should he utilize observation Haki to probe those 2, it could very well incite a confrontation. Although they were part of the Beast Pirates, some formidable individuals might not regard their reputation with any deference. As Crocodile and his companion approached, they noticed the Beast's crew fixated on them. Barrett, momentarily exhilarated, was fortunately restrained by Crocodile's composure. The 2 factions locked eyes, each seemingly intent on imprinting the other in their memories. Ultimately, it was Jean who regained his composure, pivoting to lead Quinn and the others into the auction house. Seeing that no skirmish had ensued, Barrett could only smirk wryly as he entered alongside Crocodile. The onlookers, Witnessing Crocodile boldly standing against the beast's crew brimmed with curiosity. Who are these two, so audacious as to confront the second-in-command of the beasts? Do they not fear for their lives? Of course, if they possess equal prowess and are unafraid of the beast pirates, there are indeed many enigmatic powers at sea. Wait, these two seem somewhat familiar. Who might they be? One individual recognized the renowned supernova, the sand crocodile, a user of a Logia-type fruit. Those who frequently peruse the Navy's bounty announcements also acknowledged Crocodile's identity. So he survived the encounter with Whitebeard. No wonder he seems unfazed by the beast pirates. Surviving the world's strongest man surely grants him some confidence. What about the individual beside him? Does no one recognize him? He looks quite familiar. Yet I can't recall where I've seen him. They speculated that he was likely associated with Crocodile, as it would be unlikely for them to be seen together otherwise. The crowd nodded in agreement. Yet Barrett's true identity remained elusive to all. Hey, Gene, who are those two just now? Since when have such powerful figures surfaced upon the seas? Seated in the private booth, the beast pirates were equally intrigued by the identities of Barrett and his companion, with Quinn especially eager to inquire further. Chapter 142. The auction begins. The Navy arrives. The individual adorned with a golden hook was a recently renowned supernova, a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, known as Crocodile. Such an extraordinary ability was indeed a stroke of fortune. How rare it was for someone to possess such a fruit. Quinn expressed a hint of envy, noting that their pirate crew had yet to encounter a single user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Although Kaido desired an army composed of Zoan-type users, he too harbored an appreciation for the formidable powers of a Logia user. It seemed this supernova was not to be underestimated. Indeed, he is quite formidable. Gene nodded in acknowledgement. His name resonated across the seas after he engaged in battle with Whitebeard upon entering the New World. What? Just him? Quinn exclaimed, astonished. He was all too familiar with Whitebeard, as their captain often sought him out for combat, only to be sent flying on each occasion. The fact that Crocodile had fought Whitebeard without sustaining any grievous injuries left Quinn in disbelief. Yet, noticing Jin's silence and the glimmer of doubt in his eyes, Quinn realized that Jin spoke the truth, despite his own skepticism. What about the other individual? I feel a strange sense of familiarity, Quinn mused. You certainly should. Jin's voice deepened. His name is Douglas Barrett, a former subordinate of Pirate King Roger, known as the Devil's Descendant. A subordinate of the Pirate King? Quinn murmured. Although he had once been a scientist, he was well acquainted with the name of Roger, and thus had some understanding of the Pirate King's crew. Recalling the moniker of the Devil's Descendant, he remembered certain details. So it was he. Barrett truly rose to prominence in the aftermath of Roger's demise. Prior to that, he had only gained notoriety for his actions in the country of endless war. However, after Roger's death, Barrett lost his sense of purpose and began a spree of violence across the New World, revealing the true extent of his formidable strength. How is it that he associates with Crocodile? Wasn't it said that Barrett had become a lone wolf since Roger's passing? The details remain unclear, and they bear little relevance to our current mission. Nonetheless, it is prudent to remain vigilant regarding these two. Although they may not be as powerful as several other pirate crews, their involvement in the contest for the Devil Fruit could pose considerable complications. Gene coldly concluded his remarks and fell silent, choosing instead to recline on the sofa and indulge in a moment of tranquility. Observing this, Quinn could only scoff and refrain from further conversation, diverting his attention to the mechanical device he had ingeniously modified. Meanwhile, outside, the arrival of newcomers had ignited a fervor among the gathered spectators. At the forefront was a young man with a shock of golden hair, seemingly unfazed by his surroundings as he ambled forward. Trailing behind him were several renowned pirates from the vast ocean, notably the likes of Bista and Sachi. Could these individuals truly be the formidable subordinates of Whitebeard, the most powerful pirates of the New World? They appeared rather unremarkable. A bystander, observing the seemingly innocuous Marco and his companions, whispered in disbelief. You know nothing, retorted another onlooker, scoffing at his companion's ignorance. The leader is Marco, the first division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. He is a genuine Zoan-type devil fruit user, possessing immense power. The two behind him are also division captains. Do not let their ordinary appearances deceive you. If they were to turn hostile, they would not exert much effort to eliminate you. The presence of Marco and his crew elicited little reaction from them, as the Whitebeard Pirates were not the sort to engage in wanton destruction or theft. Each member had been nurtured since childhood by Whitebeard himself. Although he may not have been the most adept teacher, his inherent goodness shone through, as evidenced by his continued support of his hometown, which rendered his crew rather impoverished, a rarity among pirate crews of any stature. As the white-beard pirates entered the auction house, the proceedings gradually commenced. While the majority of the attendees had gathered in pursuit of the Maramara Nomi fruit, the auctioneer was determined not to squander such a lucrative opportunity, presenting numerous cherished treasures from his collection to capitalize on the event. Soon, a host adorned in formal attire took the stage, microphone in hand, and began the opening remarks. However, wary of the formidable presence in the audience, he swiftly transitioned to the auction itself. The first item on the block was a precious scepter hailing from the kingdom of Marlin, a possession of the reigning monarch. Crafted entirely from gold and embellished with a plethora of exquisite jewels, with a starting bid set at 200 million berries. Several nobles expressed keen interest in this scepter, captivated by its exquisite design and royal provenance, prompting a flurry of bids among them. Within the confines of the Big Mom pirate suite, Daifuku spat dismissively. These nobles are truly affluent and frivolous. A mere scepter incites such fervent competition. I must make it a point to engage with these nobles. Our family will surely profit handsomely. As he spoke, his gaze pierced through the private room, landing fiercely upon the nobles clamoring for the cane. Enough, Dafu. Let us not forget the purpose of our visit, Katakuri coldly remarked, wishing to avert any unforeseen incidents. Understood, brother Katakuri. The children of the Charlotte family held Katakuri in the highest regard, not only for his protective nature, but also due to his formidable strength. Ultimately, the cane fetched an exorbitant price of 10 million berries, claimed by a noble from the West Blue, whose expression radiated excitement as though he had secured an immense bargain. Following this were an array of treasures, slaves, renowned swords, and devil fruits. Initially, the various factions showed little interest in the treasures and slaves, but their enthusiasm peaked upon the unveiling of the swords and devil fruits. Among the items was a remarkable sword, the Hanch, one of the esteemed great blades crafted by the 50 masters. The blade, forged from the icy stones of the New World, exuded a chilling aura, ensuring clarity of mind during battle. The starting bid was set at 1 million berries. Many nobles in the audience displayed indifference, their interests lying primarily with the unique treasures. However, a few nobles expressed a desire to acquire the sword and began to place their bids. 1,500,000 berries. 2 million. The bids from several nobles were modest, reflecting their lukewarm interest, yet the more formidable factions could hardly contain their eagerness. 3 million berries. A voice resonated from the private room above. Although the crowd remained unaware of the bidding faction, they understood that anyone seated there possessed the capability to extinguish their lives effortlessly. Thus they refrained from further bidding. It appears this sword shall be ours, a burly man within the room declared, though his companion was less than pleased. You're using our funds to procure this sword. What a float fruit. Fear not. Have you not seen that even the emperors and kings have dispatched representatives? The float fruit will likely be contested solely by those 4 factions. It is beyond our reach. That is not necessarily the case, Ha. You're overthinking it. Amidst their quarrel, the esteemed sword fell into their possession. While the 50 masters' blades were relatively rare, significant factions were not short of such quality swords. After all, prolonged nurturing of one sword with armament Haki would inevitably elevate its quality beyond that of the 50 masters. Whether it could reach the caliber of the 21 great blades depended on the weapon's material and the smith's craftsmanship. Next to be presented was a precious devil fruit. Following expert appraisal, it was confirmed to be an animal-type insect fruit, specifically resembling a longhorn beetle. The starting bid was set at 100 million berries. At this moment, within the private chamber of the Beast Pirates, Jean displayed a flicker of interest and gestured for his subordinates to make a bid. Their pirate crew had been diligently collecting various zoan-type devil fruits, and encountering one here was an opportunity not to be missed. However, just as Jean anticipated an effortless acquisition of this devil fruit, the Whitebeard Pirates and Longquan made their move. 140 million berries. Longquan was the first to speak up. Although he had no personal use for this particular fruit, it could be beneficial for his young master. 180 million berries. Marco casually chimed in. While he held no interest in the fruit, he was keen on unsettling the Beast Pirates. Upon hearing the raised bids, a flicker of irritation crossed Jin's eyes, yet he signaled for his men to increase their offer. 250 million berries. The other factions, witnessing the fierce competition among the Emperor and 3 kings, made only a token bid before falling silent. They could sense the palpable chill emanating from the private chamber above. As the price soared, Longquan and his companions eventually withdrew from the bidding. A mere ordinary devil fruit was insufficient to warrant their full investment. Conversely, Marco began to feel the strain as well, for their crew was quite impoverished. Their purpose was merely to create a disturbance for the Beast Pirates, and with that objective achieved, they had no reason to persist further. 500 million berries, Jean. If you can bid higher than him, this fruit shall be yours, Marco stated. Upon hearing Marco's words, Jean cast a cold glance at the adjacent box, and then gestured for his men to raise the stakes once more, 510 million berries. He successfully secured the teeny of fruit. Bitte arbeitet, Marco. Jean murmured to himself. Marco was indeed an old adversary of his. Their past encounters had never yielded a definitive victor, yet Marco often held the upper hand, hence Jean approached him with utmost caution. After the auction of numerous treasures, the event drew near its grand finale. A member of the auction house approached, carrying a tray covered with a red cloth, and placed it beside the host. The host casually lifted the cloth, revealing the coveted item. I trust you have all been anticipating this moment. Indeed, this is the long-awaited float fruit. The starting bid is 500 million berries. Despite the steep price, the many factions gathered here had come precisely for the float fruit, and thus were well prepared with ample berries. They eagerly began to raise their bids. The long-waiting big MOM pirates, led by Katakuri and his companions, seized the moment and made the first bid, 800 million berries. Their initial bid catapulted the price by 300 million, compelling the smaller factions to abandon any hopes of competing. 850 million berries. There remain individuals who harbor a profound interest in the float fruit. And despite the vocal presence of the big MOM pirates, they're determined to seize this opportunity. 900 million berries. Long Quan has also voiced his desire. They have exerted considerable effort to obtain the float fruit, and now that it lies within reach, they cannot allow others to snatch it away. 1 billion berries. Katakuri continues to speak in a grave tone. Their determination to acquire the float fruit is unwavering. In truth, Akira Kurosawa is eager to possess the float fruit primarily for its remarkable ability to effortlessly lift substantial objects into the sky and maintain prolonged suspension in midair. It can be said that Lafitte's method of using a hurricane to elevate ships relies on physical exertion, whereas the float fruit operates more like a principle, minimizing physical fatigue. As for the fascination others hold for the float fruit, their motivations remain unclear. Perhaps they believe that the formidable strength of the Golden Lion was derived from this very fruit. Nonetheless, the Golden Lion's notorious reputation is undeniably linked to his flying fleet. Let the bidding continue. This fruit is a command from Mother that we must secure. Katakuri instructs his subordinates to raise their offer. This time, they have brought nearly 2 billion berries for the float fruit. 1 billion is hardly their limit. Upon hearing Katakuri's command, his subordinates promptly respond with an offer of 1 billion. Though this price aligns with the intrinsic value of the float fruit, it ultimately depends on who wields it, for the power it bestows is not inherently formidable. 2 billion. Long Quan raises the bid once more, while Marco and his companions also intend to join the fray. 5 billion. A cold voice emanates from a private room, revealing an individual cloaked entirely, save for a pair of eyes, who is the right-hand man of the king of assassins. Although the 6 underground kings may not be the strongest in the vast seas, their wealth is undoubtedly among the elite. Thus, a mere tens of billions of berries are well within their means. Just as the atmosphere in the auction house intensifies, a substantial naval fleet appears around the Subjugate archipelago. Admiral, our fleet has arrived at the Subjugate archipelago. Please provide instructions. Chapter 143. The Struggle for the Float Fruit. Dressed in a yellow-striped suit, his cape billowing behind him, Admiral Kazu Borisolino leisurely adjusts his yellow sunglasses and speaks slowly. Do we have intelligence on the dangerous individuals present on the island? The marine soldier respectfully responds. Each of the 4 emperors and the 3 kings has dispatched their second-in-command and numerous officers to participate in the auction, alongside various underworld factions and gray market entities. Some members of the 6 underground kings are also interested in the float fruit, as well as certain nobles attending the auction. Should we be vigilant regarding their security? They are indeed perilous individuals. How frightening. The wrinkled visage of Keizuru contorted into an even more disreputable expression. Yet there was no hint of fear evident upon his countenance. With a slight curl of his lips, he continued, I recall that we had previously issued a notification advising the nobility to abstain from this auction. It appears, however, that some individuals, emboldened by their aristocratic status, have daringly chosen to participate regardless. Following the Navy's intention to contest the Mera no Mi, a warning was disseminated through the world government to all affiliated nations, indicating that this auction is fraught with peril. It would be prudent to refrain from involvement, yet it seems some remain indifferent to this caution. I wonder if they possess audacity born of talent or if it is mere avarice driving them. Nonetheless, Kizaru himself seemed unconcerned. After all, the warning had been issued. Should a conflict arise, he could not possibly ensure the safety of those reckless enough to ignore the danger. Our mission is to acquire the Mera no Mi. As for the nobles, if we can assist them, we shall do so in passing. The Navy holds a Mera no Mi in high regard. Possessing this fruit would grant us an exceptionally swift aerial force, enhancing our efficiency in combating piracy. We shall first encircle the island hosting the auction, with some fleets remaining at sea to provide covering fire. After all, it is a lawless zone. Should we level it, no one would dare protest. Kizaru spoke nonchalantly about the various illicit areas within the Subjugation archipelago, which had long been an eyesore for the Navy, rife with human trafficking and perilous transactions. Ironically, the celestial dragons favored purchasing slaves in such locales, compelling the Navy to turn a blind eye. However, this time, their mission was sanctioned by the world government and the Gorosei themselves. During this operation, no celestial dragons would be permitted to set foot on the Subjugation archipelago, granting the Navy an opportunity to act. Fortunately, Kizaru was at the helm. Had it been Admiral Akainu, the entire lawless region might have been obliterated under his fruit's powers, rather than just a solitary island. With a command from Kizaru, the formidable fleet commenced its slow advance, swiftly arriving at the auction's island, encircling its exits. Inside the auction house, the price of the Mera no Mi was escalating rapidly, leaving those present, who had hoped to seize a bargain, gaping at the unimaginable figures. 1. 6 billion. 1. 7 billion. 1. 9 billion. As the price soared to 2 billion berries, the bidding fervor began to wane. For it was evident that this amount far exceeded the fruit's intrinsic worth, and some factions could muster no more than 2 billion berries. Any further increase seemed implausible. Just as the crowd remained fixated on the Mera no Mi, an individual suddenly burst into the auction house, shouting fervently, "The Navy has surrounded this place." Upon hearing the words of this individual, the crowd present ceased their bidding and erupted into a cacophony of shouts. At that moment, someone suddenly inquired, "Who is the Navy surrounding us?" It was Admiral Kizaru, accompanied by a fleet formidable enough to rival the Demon Slayer Order, seemingly intent on reducing this place to rubble. What? The crowd, upon hearing this, became restless. They were somewhat familiar with the infamous Demon Slayer Order of the Navy, which was rumored to have erased an island from the map within mere minutes. Several nobles began to panic. Has the Navy gone mad? Do they not realize we are here? We are nobles of the world government member states. How can they disregard our safety? They had long forgotten that the Navy had warned them before, but they believed their noble status rendered them untouchable, expecting the Navy to protect them in times of peril. However, they had underestimated the significance of the float fruit to the Navy. For the sake of this fruit, some nobles might perish, for they were not celestial dragons. Amidst the chaos of the auction house, someone suddenly noticed that the float fruit displayed on the podium had vanished. The large factions that had come specifically for the fruit became enraged, and an overwhelming aura erupted from several private rooms as figures swiftly emerged, taking their positions on the stage, glaring menacingly at the auctioneer. Where's the fruit? Faced with the pressure of these figures, the auctioneer fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. Gentlemen, I truly do not know. Just moments ago, the float fruit was right here, but in the blink of an eye, it suddenly sank into the table. Observing the auctioneer, who was now utterly terrified, the figures realized they could not extract any further information, and their expressions darkened significantly. At that moment, someone spoke up. Wasn't there an assassin participating in this auction? He possesses the shadow fruit. Could it be him? Before the words were fully uttered, the figures seemed to comprehend, and their observation Haki instantly enveloped the entire auction house. In the next instant, a pair of eyes glimmered with a red light. Damn jester! How dare he steal? The speaker was Kakuri, whose observation Haki was the most formidable presence among those gathered. Suddenly, his right arm elongated, transforming his hand into a colossal flail. With a mighty swing, the flail struck a shadow, creating a massive crater in the ground, for which a dark figure emerged. Truly, as the second-in-command of the big MOM pirates, his strength was not to be underestimated. Upon realizing that his presence had been discovered, the assassin ceased to conceal himself, boldly revealing his figure, cradling within his arms the elusive piao fruit, which had been reported missing. Surrender the piao fruit, and you may leave here alive, Katakuri declared, exuding a formidable aura of conqueror's Haki that pressed down upon the assassin. If you desire the piao fruit, come and take it yourself, the assassin retorted, resisting the overwhelming pressure of the Haki. He turned to once again utilize the fruit's powers to slip into the shadows. However, the factions seeking this fruit were far from ordinary. dispatching formidable subordinates for the task. Duel Haki was merely a prerequisite for them. A hint of crimson flickered in the eyes of all present, and the assassin's silhouette became discernible within the perception of observation Haki. Soon, he was intercepted by another formidable figure blocking his path. "Get out here," the powerful warrior proclaimed, striking the ground with a fist, which instantly cracked the surface. With no other option, the assassin reluctantly emerged from the shadows. "Damn it," he muttered, his expression hidden beneath the mask revealing a grimace. He realized that escaping with the Piao Piao fruit was no longer feasible. With a resigned sigh, he produced the fruit from his grasp and tossed it into the air. The others, witnessing his action, disregarded his subsequent movements and surged towards the Piao Piao fruit. Kata Kuri, having sensed the moment of action, was the first among the strong to reach the vicinity of the fruit. Yet, it was evident that someone else was swifter and as the wielder of the rumble fruit. His speed rivaled that of Kizuru. In the blink of an eye, a flash of lightning streaked through the air, and the Piao Piao fruit, once aloft, now rested firmly in Enel's grasp. Observing the multitude of powerful figures rushing towards him, Enel smiled slightly and declared, "This fruit now belongs to our family. Farewell." As he spoke, he once again elementalized, leaving his original position, while Lafitte and the others responsible for his extraction had long been prepared. In truth, even they had not anticipated that acquiring the float fruit would be so effortless. They had initially believed that Enru merely sought a bit of amusement, only to discover that he had achieved such a significant feat. However, it was not the opportune moment for conversation, as all of them had become targets of the surrounding forces, with an overwhelming barrage of attacks directed at them. Lafitte instantly transformed into his hybrid beast form, unfurling the wings on his back and conjuring a tremendous gale that lifted the entire auction house into the air. Simultaneously, the swirling dust and wind obscured everyone's line of sight, allowing Lafitte and a few others to surge skyward. Apart from Longquan, who could only maneuver in the air using the moonwalk technique, both Lafitte and Enru were able to effortlessly detach from the ground, soaring through the sky with minimal energy expenditure. As for Barrett and Crocodile, their true identities as members of the Kurosawa family remained undisclosed to outsiders. Thus they did not rush to escape. Just as Lafitte believed they had accomplished their mission, an attack suddenly struck towards them. The beast pirate's ember, possessing the power of the wind god Pteranodon fruit, was capable of high-speed flight, and he was quick to pursue as Lafitte and the others attempted to flee. Rising from his position was another figure engulfed in blue flames, adorned with wings. Marco, the first division captain of the White-Beard Pirates, who, as a phoenix fruit user, found flight to be remarkably effortless. Upon seeing them, Lafitte's expression soured. These two were second in command of their respective pirate crews, and their prowess was unquestionable. Should they manage to delay him even slightly, escaping would become exceedingly difficult. He could sense that numerous enemies with flight capabilities were rapidly approaching. Even Katakuri, lacking the ability to fly, could easily linger momentarily in the air. This was troublesome, Lafitte murmured. He was confident he could hold his own against either of them, but facing both posed a significant challenge. If the two of them united, they would possess the strength to contend even with an admiral, although they might ultimately be defeated. Their ability to stall an admiral for a time would undoubtedly illustrate their formidable power. Just as Lafitte found himself at a loss, two black boxes suddenly materialized in the sky, trapping Ember and Marco within. Shadow box. It turned out that Moria had utilized his fruit's ability to temporarily ensnare the two. Quickly, my shadow box cannot hold them for long. At this moment, Barrett and Crocodile approached swiftly. Upon discovering that Lafitte and the others had been intercepted, they hastened to the scene, confident that their formidable strength would deter anyone else attempting to seize the float fruit. Their arrival signified that Katakuri had come as well. A colossal meteor hammer descended upon Lafitte, who nimbly evaded the attack, casting his gaze downward. Katakuri, meanwhile, fixated intently on Lafitte and his companions suspended in midair, demanding the surrender of the float fruit. His voice resonated with a low timbre, yet Lafitte and his associates discerned the resolute determination Katakuri held regarding the fruit. Sandstorm Burial, Crocodile exclaimed, pressing his hands to the ground and activating his fruit's powers. Katakuri, under the impression that Barrett and Crocodile were also vying for the float fruit, paid them little heed, remaining focused on Lafitte and his group. Unbeknownst to him, both Barrett and Crocodile were allies of Lafitte. In a moment of distraction, he found himself ensnared within the earth. Let us go. It seems as though the very ground has shifted in its material form. My fruit's ability appears to have lost its control, Crocodile remarked, his brow furrowed. No sooner had he spoken than the ground transformed into an exceedingly elastic substance, reminiscent of sticky rice cakes, as it parted to reveal a deep crevice. Damn it, the fruit has awakened. This fellow has actually developed his abilities to an awakened state. The realization dawned upon everyone as Enel's body crackled with electric energy. Thunder arrival, he proclaimed, unleashing a torrent of lightning that struck the ground, filling the recently exposed fissure with electric fury. Well done, Enel, Lafitte commended. Enough chatter. The shadow box is on the verge of breaking. Moria's countenance darkened as he sensed that the shadow box could no longer contain Jin and Marco. Hearing this, the group ceased their delay. Crocodile utilized his powers to condense sand into a solid platform, suitable for perching. Standing atop the platform, Lafitte summoned a whirlwind to elevate it, propelling them rapidly into the sky. Chapter 144. The Navy's Supreme Power Boom. Jin and Marco finally shattered the shadow box, emerging from its confines. Upon witnessing Lafitte and his companions soaring into the distance, their expressions soured, and they turned to survey their surroundings. As seasoned rivals, they had teamed up with great difficulty, only to see their adversaries escape. As the second in command of their respective pirate crews, both felt a profound sense of disgrace. However, before they could voice their frustrations, naval cannon fire erupted towards them. The two individuals, unconcerned about soaring through the sky, hastily descended to summon their subordinates, preparing to depart from the location. Enel, well done. Securing the float fruit is an impressive feat. I will commend you to the captain upon our return, ensuring you receive your due reward, Moria proclaimed loudly. Although he remained on the ground during the contest for the float fruit, he meticulously observed Enel's every move, noting how crucial his actions were in not only claiming the fruit before anyone else, but also in thwarting Katakuri's efforts. The others joined in praising Enel, who felt a bit bashful, scratching his head while standing atop a rock, modestly attributing the success to the collective effort. Laughter echoed from the flying rocks, and spirits were high among the group, relieved at the ease with which they accomplished their task. Yet, Barrett felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had come to test his prowess, but as the battle was about to commence, his comrades had already achieved their objective and were preparing to return. This left him in a state of frustration, torn between joy and anger. Be careful. Just as the camaraderie flourished, Lafitte, who was controlling the flying rock, suddenly changed his expression. In the next moment, countless beams of light surged from beneath them, shattering the enormous rock into myriad fragments. Fortunately, the group managed to hover in the air, and Crocodile swiftly intervened, compressing the dust to form a remarkably solid barrier that barely deflected the onslaught of light. Amidst the chaos, a luminous figure materialized above them, particles coalescing to reveal the silhouette of Admiral Kizaru. The Kurosawa family is indeed formidable. Having wrested the float fruit from so many powerful foes, Lafitte thought, narrowing his eyes and feeling a weight of tension settle in his chest. We cannot allow you to take the float fruit so effortlessly. Otherwise, Admiral Sengoku will accuse me of incompetence and dock my pay. Kizaru wore a feigned expression of fear, yet his tone remained eerily calm, as if Lafitte and his companions were mere insignificant pirates. Humph, so this is what an admiral looks like. He doesn't seem so intimidating. I shall gauge his true strength. Enel, momentarily irritated by the interruption, found it vexing that someone would intrude upon their joyful celebration. Before Lafitte and the others could restrain him, he transformed into a flash of lightning and zipped towards Kizaru, delivering a powerful kick. Kizaru merely shifted his gaze slightly, sidestepping Enel's assault with ease. Impressive. So you're the Thunderfruit user from the Kurosawa family. Your strength is indeed remarkable, Kizaru remarked, crossing his arms and scratching his chin, intrigued as he regarded Enel. So, have you ever experienced a kick at the speed of light? What? Enel found himself perplexed. Yet in the next instant, Kizaru vanished from his sight. Enel widened his eyes, attempting to trace Kizaru's whereabouts, but before he could react, a piercing sound sliced through the air beside him. What astonishing speed. Damn it, I need to elementalize. Yet it was already too late. A long leg swiftly struck Enel at his waist, propelling him towards Lafitte and the others like a cannonball. Boom! Long Quan, quick-witted and agile, rushed forward to intercept Enel, but was also sent flying back several dozen meters by the immense force Enel carried, barely managing to stabilize himself. Upon glancing down at Enel, he noticed that the latter had already spat blood from the corner of his mouth after Kizaru's attack, looking somewhat dazed. Enel had never anticipated that he would be unable to keep pace with Kizaru's speed. It was so swift that he couldn't even elementalize in time. Are you all right, Enel? Long Quan inquired solemnly, though his gaze remained fixed on Kizaru, whose previous attack had been so rapid that even an observer like Long Quan had barely comprehended it. Now, holding the injured Enel, he felt an even greater sense of caution and trepidation. Cough. I'm fine, Brother Long Quan, cough, cough. Enel struggled to rise, suspended in the air, his face a mixture of astonishment and doubt. The rumble fruit had bestowed upon him not only formidable offensive capabilities, but also remarkable speed. These were the very assets he prided himself on. Yet in the presence of Kizaru, they had vanished without a trace. In truth, he had encountered Kizaru before, but that time, the latter's speed had not been so disheartening. Now, having ascended to the rank of a top marine admiral, Kizaru's strength had become unfathomable. Nevertheless, Enel's indomitable spirit spurred him to regroup. His expression turned serious, for he refused to accept that he couldn't even catch a glimpse of Kizaru's shadow. With a flash of crimson in his eyes, Enel unleashed his observation Haki, and arcs of blue and purple lightning crackled around him as his figure vanished once more into the air. In the next moment, Enel materialized above Kizaru, enveloped in a tempest of lightning, his eyes gleaming with electric energy. He extended his hands downward towards Kizaru, from which two colossal pillars of lightning erupted, racing towards the admiral's head. Yet Kizaru, unfazed, casually scratched his head, and the lightning struck him almost instantaneously. Did I hit him? Enel pondered, but as his observation Haki enveloped him, he realized Kizaru's figure had already disappeared. Enel's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly darted to the side, narrowly avoiding a laser beam that had just passed through the space he had occupied moments before. Fortunately, he had evaded it. Enel wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart still racing with trepidation. That beam of laser, after missing its target, shot straight towards the ground and exploded upon impact, creating a colossal crater in the earth. The explosion had also flushed the faces of Lafitte and the others in the air a vivid red. What a terrifying display of destructive power. Moria gaped at the enormous pit below. Although he possessed the capability to carve out such a chasm, he would never do so with the nonchalance exhibited by Kizaru. Oh, how remarkable that he managed to evade it. Truly, the power of the rumble fruit is impressive. Kizaru's lips curled into a smirk, his voice slightly exaggerated. Enel remained silent, his expression dark and menacing as he glared at Kizaru, feeling as if he were being mocked. He needed to shake him off, otherwise, the ongoing battle would inevitably attract the attention of others. Lafitte was referring to the Beast Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, and several other pirates from the world government. Despite having tossed Jean and the others quite a distance away, their speed was not to be underestimated. At that moment, they were entangled with the Navy, and if they discovered that Lafitte and the others had been intercepted by Kizaru, they would surely rush over to seize the float fruit. Just as Lafitte was about to speak, Crocodile unleashed a sandstorm he had been brewing for some time towards Kizaru. What had started as a mere trickle of sand transformed into an overwhelming tempest, engulfing Kizaru entirely. He should be trapped now, Moria murmured. Yet before he could receive an answer, his expression darkened as Kizaru reappeared on their other side. How perilous you all are. The Akira Kurosawa family has unwittingly gathered such a formidable assembly of dangerous individuals. Moreover, Kizaru's gaze fell upon Barrett, a member of the Roger Pirates, a descendant of the devil, Douglas Barrett. It is astonishing that someone as perilous as you has joined the Akira Kurosawa family. Humph. Barrett let out a cold snort, but did not refute Kizaru. He was well aware of his own past and the lives he had taken. However, he looked at Kizaru and remarked, if we were to speak of danger, the esteemed Marine Admiral is far more formidable than I. Wouldn't you agree, Borsellino? A smile crept upon Barrett's lips, bemused that he had not encountered a battle this time. Yet the pinnacle of combat prowess had presented himself. With a powerful push from his legs, Barrett launched himself towards Kizaru like a cannonball. Let me test just how strong an admiral truly is. As he soared through the air, his entire being enveloped in Haki, he transformed into a striking blue-purple hue, his eyes gleaming red, and his hands taking on a dark crimson shade. Clearly, he had activated all three forms of Haki. How terrifying. He even possesses Conqueror's Haki. Kizaru stood at his original position, yet his hands began to shimmer with a yellow radiance. Suddenly, with a deafening crash, the two figures collided, generating a colossal shockwave that radiated outward from their center. Barrett, initially brimming with confidence, was taken aback the moment he came into contact with Kizaru. His face etched with astonishment. He could sense that the opposing admiral, Borsellino, possessed a strength that was not only equal to his own, but perhaps even superior. Despite having significantly enhanced his own power, bolstered by a luminous inner strength, Barrett felt diminutive in the presence of Admiral Borsellino. Such formidable power indeed. It was no wonder he was a member of the former Pirate King's crew. Kizaru effortlessly absorbed Barrett's attack, continuing to speak nonchalantly. Don't be ridiculous. You monstrous fellow. Are all admirals like you? Barrett, upon hearing Kizaru's taunts, felt a pang of frustration. The fact that Kizaru had grown so powerful, akin to a beast, yet still feigned humility, was a cruel jest that momentarily incensed the straightforward Barrett. At that moment, four figures appeared behind Kizaru, Lafitte and his companions. Observing that Barrett had managed to hold Kizaru at bay, they rushed to provide support. Kizaru, sensing the impending threat from behind, exerted his strength to send Barrett flying, and transformed into a stream of light to evade their ambush. He eventually hovered in the air, wiping away the non-existent sweat from his brow as though still shaken. How terrifying. I was almost injured by you lot. This task is proving quite challenging. Hey, this guy is a bit beyond the norm. ISNT? Mori amused, perceiving Kizaru's potency as surpassing even Kaido's. The Navy had dispatched such an overwhelming force merely for the sake of a Logia fruit. 2 supernovas, a former member of the Pirate King's crew, a natural-type devil fruit user, a mythical Zoan, and an ancient Zoan user, Akira Kurosawa managing to captain such a diverse group was indeed astonishing. Kizaru scratched his head in mild frustration. It seems this mission will be rather difficult. I might need to ask Admiral Sengoku for a pay raise upon my return. Barrett and his companions heard Kizaru's lament, and their expressions transformed into one of collective ire. However, Lafitte appeared unaffected by Kizaru's words. Instead, he silently retreated behind his allies, retrieving something from his pocket. Soon, Lafitte seemed to rally, his aura surging dramatically as he transformed into his hybrid form, gazing intently at Kizaru. Wrath of the Wind, Hurricane Domain, he declared, as the wings behind him began to flap, summoning a torrent of hurricanes that gradually enveloped Kizaru. Oh! Kizaru observed the violent winds surrounding him, noting that aside from the bluster, he perceived no true threat. Feeling warm? Do you wish for a breeze to cool down? You might as well surrender. This way, I can exert less effort, as there's a large group awaiting my capture. There is no need to rush. Lafitte chuckled, but then his expression shifted. Crocodile. Understood. Crocodile replied, and subsequently released the black sand he carried, dispersing it into the tempest. The whirlwind, laden with copious amounts of black sand, howled towards Kizaru. Although Crocodile could manipulate the sand to create a sandstorm, it paled in comparison to the speed and range of the tempest commanded by Lafitte. As the black sand was swept up by the hurricane, it struck the yellow ape, instantly penetrating his body and creating numerous tiny holes. However, contrary to what everyone expected, the anticipated bloodshed did not ensue. Instead, many glowing holes appeared on the yellow ape's body. After glancing down at the punctures, he scratched his chin, marveling, "What a fascinating attack. Did I truly evade it?" The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, finding themselves perplexed by the yellow ape's resilience. Yet, Lafitte's assault was far from over. The hurricane continued to howl, with black sand swirling about, incessantly traversing through the yellow ape's form. Chapter 145. The Cage, Departure. I can no longer afford to delay. It seems the young ones below are encountering difficulties. The yellow ape raised his right hand to scratch his head, and then transformed into a swirl of light particles. Vanishing from sight, when he reappeared, he stood beside Lafitte. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light, Lafitte? Upon hearing the yellow ape's words, Lafitte not only remained unfazed, but also chuckled. I was just waiting for you, Admiral Yellow Ape. Before the yellow ape could fully grasp the situation, his right leg, which he had kicked out, was firmly grasped by Lafitte, enveloped in the color of armament Haki, preventing the yellow ape from utilizing his elemental transformation to escape. Shadow Box. Sand Cage. Both Moria and Crocodile simultaneously unleashed their devil fruit abilities, ensnaring the yellow ape with precision. Lafitte seized the opportunity to swiftly retract his arm, while the yellow ape was still in a state of confusion. Hurry, into the water! The yellow ape found himself momentarily trapped, affording Lafitte and the others a chance to act. Below, a ship, brought over by several members of the Fishman tribe and already sealed with a membrane, awaited. Lafitte and his companions swiftly descended from the sky, passing through the bubble membrane and entering the vessel. Lord Lafitte, several subordinates were already inside the ship, and as Lafitte and the others entered, the vessel began to rapidly submerge beneath the waves. Too slow, Lafitte frowned. At this pace, the soon-to-be freed yellow ape could easily utilize his devil fruit powers to shatter the bubble membrane encasing the ship. Just as he contemplated this, the shadow box and sand cage imprisoning the yellow ape began to crack, with a multitude of light particles escaping from within. Even from beneath the water, Lafitte and his companions could see the fissures forming in the cage. "I'll handle this." In a moment of crisis, Barrett stepped forward. With both hands pressed against the ground, a torrent of special particles flowed from his body, enveloping his hands and spreading across the ship's surface. This was Barrett utilizing his combined devil fruit powers, intending to enhance the vessel. His medium-sized bullet was ingeniously crafted from the transformation of a vessel. Soon, peculiar particles enveloped the entire ship, and it began to writhe slowly. Consequently, everyone aboard found themselves ensconced within the undulating vessel, succumbing to darkness. When Lafitte and his companions regained illumination, they discovered themselves standing in an extraordinarily advanced technological space. Quickly, find a suitable location to settle. Barrett, seated in the captain's chair, observed the submarine's large screen with a serious gaze, refraining from turning around. Lafitte and the others, acutely aware of the urgency, glanced around and swiftly located their seats. Taking their places, the moment they sat down, they felt the submarine's propulsion. It surged forth at an astounding speed into the depths of the ocean. At this moment, Kizaru had emerged from his confinement, surveying the empty surroundings with a slight headache as he rubbed his temples. "It seems I've allowed them to escape. The fleet admiral will surely reprimand me." He then shook his head dismissively and returned to Subjugation archipelago. Meanwhile, the Marines responsible for the bombardment were engaged in combat with Jin, Marco, and others. Initially at a disadvantage, their spirits were revived upon Kizaru's arrival. "The admiral is back." They launched a more ferocious assault against the pirates, which Marco and his companions swiftly noticed, sensing the intensification of the Navy's offensive. "Kizaru has returned?" The leading pirates exchanged glances, realizing that a more troublesome adversary had arrived. Seemingly having devised a plan, they began to summon their crew members. Under their leadership, they shattered the Navy's encirclement and retreated to their respective ships, sailing away and leaving behind a few smaller pirates who stood on the island, bewildered. Marco and his companion's speed was so remarkable that they could not keep up, and the torn encirclement of the Navy quickly reformed, leaving them with no further opportunities to escape. Kizaru did not exert himself to capture Marco and the others, understanding that they were the second in commands of their respective pirate crews. Whitebeard and his allies would never allow Marco and the others to be apprehended and escorted to impel down by the Navy. Furthermore, the Navy lacked the capability to simultaneously confront one emperor and 3 kings attacking their headquarters. Thus, permitting their departure was indeed the wisest course of action. Moreover, this could yield some gains. Kizaru mused, observing the inconsequential and weak pirates. He gestured for his subordinate Marines to advance and capture them alive. In the absence of top-tier experts to hinder their efforts, the small pirates were swiftly apprehended. Looking at these captured foes, Kizaru stroked his chin, contemplating now. "I have something to present to the fleet admiral." Soon, Kizaru, accompanied by his subordinates, commenced the journey back to the Navy headquarters. Deep within the ocean, a small submarine emitted a soft glow as it advanced, alleviating the tension among Lafitte and his companions. They had felt a palpable anxiety in the presence of Kizaru, particularly as their attacks were effortlessly evaded or countered, intensifying their trepidation. The thought of returning empty-handed after such an arduous endeavor would have rendered them notorious across the vast seas. Finally, they had distanced themselves from him. How could Kizaru's strength have escalated to such formidable heights? Enel breathed a sigh of relief. During their previous confrontation, he had experienced an overwhelming sense of despair. Can one fathom the sensation of facing an adversary capable of grievously injuring or even slaying you, while you cannot even graze the hem of their garment? Enel had felt that today. You ought to train diligently instead of merely frolicking with your subordinates. Are you frightened now? Once they reached a place of safety, the group finally relaxed, turning their attention to admonishing Enel. "All right, I've taken note of this. Upon our return, I shall train earnestly. When the time comes, I will restrain Kizaru. My speed will surely surpass his." Enel felt a twinge of embarrassment, but soon regained his resolve. He was determined to train rigorously upon his return, lest he remain like a child in the face of Kizaru, while Kizaru loomed as an adult, toying with him at will. Kizaru's prowess had also imparted a valuable lesson to Barrett and the others. It became evident that the might of an admiral was indeed terrifying. It seemed that defeating such a formidable opponent was an exceedingly daunting task. Just as they were still lost in contemplation of Kizaru's overwhelming strength, Lafitte est transpondé snaï soudan lion. He retrieved the device and answered the call. "How did it go, Lafitte? Did you acquire the item?" The voice on the other end revealed it to be Akira Kurosawa. "The float fruit is secured. We are currently en route back." Lafitte promptly updated him on their status. "Well done, Lafitte. When you return, we shall celebrate appropriately." Akira praised them from the other end of the line, satisfied with their progress. Although he had not participated in this operation, he remained deeply invested in the acquisition of the float fruit. He was aware of the mission's challenges and had dispatched Barrett and others, whose loyalty was yet unknown to many, specifically to ensure the successful retrieval of the devil fruit. It appeared that his decision had been quite astute. Understood, Captain. We should be back shortly. Very well. Do take care on your journey. We shall discuss matters further upon your return. All right. Lafitte gazed at the now silent phone bug, realizing that Akira Kurosawa had ended the call, and casually tucked the device back into his pocket. Where are we? Lafitte inquired of Barrett. We are not far from Fishman Island. Let us replenish our supplies there before we continue our journey into the New World, Barrett replied. Lafitte nodded in agreement, and the others relaxed completely, engaging in casual conversation. Brother Katakuri about the fluffy fruit. Charlotte Daifuku remarked quietly, observing the icy demeanor of Katakuri. We indeed underestimated the strength of the Kurosawa family. It is astonishing that shortly after entering the New World, their power has escalated to such heights. Katakuri spoke with an air of detachment, adding, it is not only Kurosawa. Even the other officers of his family possess formidable strength. He recalled the previous encounter where Jin and Marco were ensnared by Moria, while he himself was trapped in the earth by Crocodile, clenching his fists in frustration. Although he was unaware of their exact capabilities, the mere fact that they could successfully restrain the three of them indicated that their strength was undeniably formidable. After all, they had only sought to escape from Subjugation archipelago swiftly, rather than engage in battle with them. He pondered the implications for his own crew, the Big Mom pirates. If the whole Cake Island were to face the Kurosawa family, could they truly emerge victorious? My younger siblings are still so young, and Mother seems intent on expanding her influence once more. With this thought, Katakuri's resolve intensified. He was determined to grow stronger until he could protect his siblings and elevate the entire Charlotte family to the pinnacle of power. Meanwhile, aboard the Beast Pirate's ship, silence reigned. Jin's wings blazed with flames as his cold gaze fixed upon the sea. Queen, puffing on a cigarette, fiddled with the machinery in his hands. It seemed that the Kurosawa family was advancing rather swiftly. They were beginning to merit the title of one of the three kings. Previously, Akira Kurosawa, despite triumphing over the steam pirates and the butchery pirates, found his influence still woefully inadequate when compared to the formidable beast pirates and the Big Mom pirates. However, during the fierce battle for the Mera no Mi, the Kurosawa clan revealed a host of unfamiliar yet formidable warriors, including the previously vanquished Moria, defeated by Kaido. Their understanding of Moria's prowess was clear. While he may not rival Kaido, his ability to engage him, even briefly, signifies that he is no mere weakling. The strength of the other warriors, too, appeared to be on par with Moria, which astonished Queen even further. Upon hearing Queen's words, Jin's eyes turned steely upon our return. The captain must pay closer attention to the Kurosawa family. They have numerous strong individuals within their ranks that our intelligence has failed to uncover, and their capabilities remain shrouded in mystery. Queen, unfazed by Jin's statement, admitted his own intrigue towards the members of the Kurosawa clan. One wonders whether Charlotte Linli will still honor her promise of several fruits to the captain. Nonetheless, one could argue that our expedition was not entirely fruitless. After all, we have acquired 2 fruits. As he spoke, Queen produced 2 fruits, admiring them in his hands. One was procured in auction, while the other was seized from a pirate crew they encountered while departing from the Subjugation archipelago, effortlessly dispatching them in the process. To their surprise, the Mera no Mi have fallen into their hands, underscoring the considerable strength of this family. However, Marco, as long as you return safely, all is well. After all, it is merely a devil fruit, not of paramount importance to our white-beard pirates, he mused. Understood, father. Upon our return, I hope you can assist me with training, as I feel my strength is still lacking, Marco replied, his demeanor shifting from casual to serious as he addressed the transponder snail. Indeed, we must all train diligently, chimed in Sachi and Vista in agreement. No problem, my sons. How could I possibly refuse your request for guidance? On the other end of the line, the white-bearded man was elated to learn that his sons seemed to have encountered some setbacks during their recent endeavor, prompting their desire for more rigorous training. With his presence within the pirate crew, he felt reassured about their safety. However, he understood that he could not always be by their side, and there would come moments when they would need to confront challenges independently. Hearing their earnest eagerness to enhance their strength filled him with joy. Yet, he also found himself intrigued by the individual named Akira Kurosawa. The moment Marco and the others departed from the Subjugation archipelago, they promptly contacted Whitebeard, providing him with a detailed account of the characteristics and abilities of the personnel dispatched by the Kurosawa family to contest for the Mera no Mi. Through their discourse, Whitebeard heard the name of a certain individual he not only recognized, but also held in high regard. After ending the call, he sat in silence for a considerable time. Barrett, a crew member of Roger, has he truly joined the Kurosawa family? And that little rascal crocodile. Kurosawa is indeed remarkable. What's the matter? Old man, has Marco and the others sent word? A voice pulled Whitebeard from his reverie. Upon seeing the newcomer, he smiled. Gurura, it's Jozu. Kulme, let us share a drink together. He lifted his sea bowl, and Jozu, upon seeing this, grabbed a barrel of liquor, and they began to drink merrily. Chapter 146. Neptune's request, young master. Are Longquan and the others returning soon? Tiger Wing hurriedly made his way to the back mountain, seeking out the training black Kurosawa. Oh, how did you come by this information? Akira Kurosawa paused his training and glanced at the newspaper, exclaiming, Isn't this today's edition? It reports that the fluffy fruit has already been acquired by our people, Longquan and the others. Has the newspaper come out so swiftly? Kurosawa Akira curiously took the newspaper from the hands of Huchi and began to peruse its contents, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. The efficiency of Morgan had indeed accelerated. Within a mere day, he had encapsulated the events that transpired in Shambodi, proving himself to be the king of news. The newspaper meticulously detailed the entire auction process, along with the subsequent naval siege and the fierce competition for the Mara Nomi fruit. However, it refrained from elaborating on the illicit nature of the auction house's location, instead focusing on the darkness that pervaded the lawless territory, likely in preparation for the naval bombardment of that nefarious island. Nevertheless, the presence of Barrett and his companions had become well known among the denizens of the sea. This was not entirely favorable news for Kurosawa Akira, yet it was not particularly difficult to accept. After all, Barrett and his crew were destined to reveal themselves to the world eventually. By that time, their bounties would have undergone certain alterations. During the contest for the fruit, Barrett and his companions demonstrated formidable abilities and individual prowess, prompting the world government to reassess the Kurosawa family. Additionally, the number of unfamiliar faces in the chaotic seas was steadily increasing. Some were drawn by the allure of the Kurosawa family, seeking to join its ranks, while others were spies dispatched by rival factions, intent on uncovering the family's true nature. Kurosawa can only endeavor to investigate the suspicious individuals, yet he remains unable to fully uncover all these spies, unless the entire chaotic waters are entirely devoid of outsiders, which is evidently impossible. Fishman Island. Ladies and gentlemen, during your visit to Fishman Island, I implore you to take ample time to rest. King Neptune of Fishman Island warmly welcomed Lafitte and his companions, having anticipated their arrival well in advance. Over the years, the collaboration between the Kurosawa family and Fishman Island has grown increasingly robust, leading Neptune to place greater trust and gratitude in Kurosawa and his associates, particularly with Enel, who has become quite familiar to him, as Enel has taken to visiting Fishman Island frequently ever since forming his own crew. For the newly adult Enel, the island's breathtaking landscapes and the warm hospitality of the merfolk maidens serve as irresistible attractions. As soon as Lafitte and his entourage arrived on Fishman Island, Enel had already departed a stroll through Fishman Street, a place he knows all too well. Neptune, not having seen Enel, expressed curiosity, inquiring, I heard that Enel was also involved in your current endeavor. Why is he not here? Lafitte replied with a smile, during this time, we have troubled King Neptune with Enel's care. Should Enel engage in any inappropriate conduct, your majesty may inform me, and I shall personally address the matter with him. The Kurosawa family has engaged in extensive collaborations with Fishman Island, and within the family, there exists a notable presence of merfolk and fishmen. Lafitte is keen to avoid any discord between the family and Fishman Island at this juncture. No, Neptune quickly waved his hand. Brother Enel is quite an intriguing individual. Every time he visits us, we share a couple of drinks, and he even mentioned that he would marry one of our fishwomen in the future. Haha, is that so? Lafitte nodded in response to Neptune's description. Although Enel tends to be somewhat youthful and arrogant, he possesses a clear mind, and Lafitte is well aware of Enel's character traits. However, since they are here, there are indeed matters that need to be inquired about. Esteemed guests, during your visit to Fishman Island, you must stay for several days so that I may extend my hospitality. Then we must trouble King Neptune. Lafitte and Barrett expressed their gratitude, and under Neptune's guidance, they proceeded towards the Dragon Palace. As they walked, numerous fishmen greeted Lafitte and his companions with great enthusiasm, leaving Moria quite astonished. He had always believed that the fishmen were rather averse to humans, yet their warmth was unexpected. Noticing Moria's confusion, Neptune provided clarification. Young Master Kurosawa is the first to willingly recruit our fishfolk en masse to the surface world. To be frank, While we fishmen have always dwelled beneath the sea, we yearn for life on the surface, dreaming of the day we might inhabit it. However, due to our sparse population, lacking sufficient strength often leads to capture by human traffickers, resulting in being sold to the celestial dragons. Yet, young Master Kurosawa is willing to take in our children, dedicating considerable effort to protect and nurture them. Thus, all of Fishman Island warmly welcomes everyone from the Kurosawa family. Omoria nodded thoughtfully, while Barrett and Crocodile also grasped the reason behind the fishman's enthusiasm, quietly admiring Kurosawa's actions, which were indeed unprecedented in these waters. Before long, they arrived at the Dragon Palace, where the table was laden with an array of exquisite delicacies from both land and sea, showcasing the unique cuisine of Fishman Island. Feeling somewhat hungry, Barrett and the others eagerly began to feast. Meanwhile, Lafitte had his own objectives for visiting the Dragon Palace. King Neptune, we have come primarily at the behest of our captain. Oh, upon hearing Lafitte's words, Neptune became intrigued. What does young Master Kurosawa require from us? As long as it is not overly burdensome, we shall comply, for you are indeed benefactors of our fish folk. Your words are too kind, King Neptune. Lafitte shook his head, stating that it would not be overly challenging. Our young master requires the extraction of the minerals buried beneath the ocean floor. However, as you are aware, our personnel find it rather inconvenient to operate underwater. Therefore, leave it to us. Before Lafitte could complete his thought, Neptune interjected. I shall dispatch my subject to assist your family in the mining efforts. When the time comes, you may simply send someone to collect. King Neptune, you are exceedingly gracious, Lafitte responded with a quick smile. Rest assured, our captain has assured us that we shall provide the necessary resources for the extraction, and those involved in the endeavor will receive appropriate remuneration. To speak of remuneration feels rather presumptuous, Lafitte. If I were to share this matter, the denizens of Fishman Island would eagerly rush to partake, let alone the mention of compensation. Neptune replied generously, while Princess Odoheim nodded in agreement with a smile. Your assistance is immensely appreciated, Your Majesty. Lafitte did not decline Neptune's goodwill. However, when the time comes for our family to retrieve the minerals, we will ensure to bring along the remuneration and other supplies to present to the fishmen. Nonetheless, I have one request that I hope the young Lord Kurosawa might grant. Neptune stated, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Oh, what is the request? Please feel free to share, Lafitte replied, fully aware that Neptune's generosity likely stemmed from a desire for something in return. My subjects wish to reside on the surface, Neptune began, but was interrupted by Princess Odoheim. Allow me to elaborate. This matter may present some complications. If it poses any inconvenience to you, feel free to decline. As Lafitte listened to their reticence, his curiosity grew regarding what could possibly cause both the king and queen of the fishmen to struggle with their words. Rest assured, we will devise our own plans. So please do not hesitate to communicate your needs. We hope to plant the banner of the Kurosawa family upon Fishman Island. In doing so, the number of human traffickers who abduct mermaids may be diminished. Since the dawn of the age of exploration, the number of human traffickers and pirates targeting the Fishman tribe has significantly increased. Many have stealthily approached Fishman Island, seizing the opportunity to capture solitary merfolk. Especially as this situation escalates, the guards of Neptune are insufficient to deter this band of marauders. As one of the four emperors, Akira Kurosawa inherently possesses a formidable presence over these oceanic miscreants. Should Fishman Island fall under his dominion, such brazen acts would likely diminish, as these miscreants would have to weigh the repercussions of incurring Kurosawa's wrath. As a king of his people, relying on the strength and reputation of another to safeguard his subjects is an uncomfortable predicament. Moreover, while raising the banner of the Kurosawa family, it would not be akin to the chaotic islands that serve him wholly, as it could inadvertently offend certain factions, rendering the endeavor a thankless task. Thus, Neptune remains uncertain whether Kurosawa would acquiesce to his request. Initially, he contemplated seeking assistance from his old friend, Whitebeard, but it appears that Kurosawa holds a more favorable view of Fishman Island. This inclination further propels Neptune to seek Kurosawa's aid, especially since his subjects regard Kurosawa favorably. In contrast, his familiarity with Whitebeard is limited to personal acquaintance. Flying the Whitebeard pirate's flag might provoke discontent among his people. Neptune already grapples with guilt over his inability to protect his subjects and is loath to further disappoint them in this matter. Furthermore, although the Kurosawa family currently wields royal power, Neptune, having reigned for many years, is perceptive enough to recognize the youthful vigor permeating the entire clan. He is confident that it will not be long before the Kurosawa family ascends to a status akin to that of the Whitebeard pirates. While he harbors great hope for his old friend, he is acutely aware of Whitebeard's advanced age. It remains uncertain who might rise to lead the crew after Whitebeard's passing. Upon hearing Neptune's request, Lafitte expressed mild surprise, though it quickly dissipated as he grasped the situation's intricacies. He understood the implications of raising a flag on Fishman Island and recognized the advantages it would bestow upon the island. Enel had previously shared concerns about the proliferating human traffickers and the increasing number of pirates kidnapping merfolk. However, Lafitte deemed it necessary to consult with Kurosawa, as he perceived this undertaking might not yield substantial benefits for the Kurosawa family. Indeed, while Fishman Island offers considerable advantages to the family and hosts numerous fishmen serving therein, these factors alone do not suffice to compel the family to shield Fishman Island against lurking threats. It is essential to note that those who revel in purchasing Fishman slaves are predominantly celestial dragons. Although these individuals lack formidable abilities, they command powerful legions, the Knights of God, the world government, and the Navy. Furthermore, their vast wealth enables them to enlist treasure-seeking strongmen to trouble the family. Thus, assuming such a significant risk for mere coin and manpower seems wholly unnecessary to Lafitte. In the past, he might have contemplated the matter, but after acquiring the float fruit, the economic significance of Fishman Island has waned for the family, and manpower is no longer in short supply. After all, the expansive, unclaimed territory of Sky Island presents a bounteous opportunity for the Kurosawa family, which can easily seize it with a float fruit. The profits derived from Sky Island surpass those from Fishman Island. The unique shellfish and the inhabitants of Skypiea constitute an invaluable wealth. Not to mention the treasures of Gold Country, Skypiea, where even a fraction of its gold would sustain the family for an extended period. Despite Lafitte's perspective, he recognizes the necessity of communicating with Kurosawa regarding this matter, as the decision to proceed ultimately rests with him. As the snail phone rang, Kurosawa's voice soon emerged from within. "Hello, Lafitte. Have you encountered some difficulties?" "Captain, we find ourselves at Fishman Island at this moment, and there are matters that require your decisive judgment." Oh, Akira Kurosawa exhibited a certain peculiarity. Logically, the tasks he assigned to Lafitte could have been entirely at Lafitte's discretion. The unexpected phone call requesting Kurosawa's personal decision piqued his curiosity. "Pray tell, what is the matter?" "His Majesty Neptune has consented to our mining endeavors and is even willing to provide all necessary resources. However, he has one stipulation. He wishes for our family's banner to be hoisted upon Fishman Island." Upon receiving Lafitte's call, Kurosawa initially found himself momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he comprehended that Neptune had proactively proposed the installation of their family flag on Fishman Island. This was precisely the request that resonated with Kurosawa's inclinations. Thus, he promptly instructed Lafitte to acquiesce. Admittedly, accepting the subservience of the fishmen posed more disadvantages than advantages for the family. Yet, one must consider that Neptune's youngest daughter, Shirahoshi, is one of the ancient weapons known as Poseidon. Although Kurosawa held little interest in these so-called ancient weapons, possessing such an asset would undoubtedly be most advantageous. Upon receiving Kurosawa's decision, Lafitte swiftly conveyed the answer to the anxious Neptune couple. "Your Majesty, our captain has agreed to the flag being displayed on Fishman Island." "Is that truly the case?" Neptune and his wife exclaimed with profound joy. They were acutely aware that their subservience to Kurosawa's family offered little benefit to him, and rather, it would likely introduce more complications. Nevertheless, Kurosawa's willingness to display their banner on Fishman Island demonstrated his extraordinary benevolence towards the fishmen. "Thank you, young Master Kurosawa. We, the fishmen, shall never forget your assistance," Neptune expressed fervently. He had anticipated that his request would be summarily rejected, so the approval was a delightful surprise. "From this point onward, the mining endeavors beneath the sea shall be entirely managed by our fishmen tribe. As for the resources required, allow me to assure you that Ryugu Palace will bear the full burden. Your generosity towards our people has been overwhelming. I beseech you, let me express my gratitude." "Lord Lafitte," Neptune stated earnestly, gazing at Lafitte. Seeing the earnestness of Neptune's request, Lafitte felt compelled to refrain from further discussion and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Neptune warmly hosted Lafitte and his companions, who were likewise moved by his hospitality and adopted a demeanor of being at home. As they dined, Lafitte requested materials necessary for the submarine. Neptune, ever generous, ordered his subordinates to procure the items Lafitte specified. Before long, the submarine, under Barrett's guidance, was replenished with the required supplies, and Lafitte and his companions prepared to depart Fishman Island. After all, with the float fruit in their possession, any unforeseen circumstances could prove troublesome. Lord Lafitte, you must certainly spend more time on our Fishman Island during your next visit. With great reluctance, Nipton bid farewell to Lafitte and the others as they departed. At that moment, the flag representing the Kozu family was proudly hoisted on Fishman Island. I hope you can convey my regards to the young master of the Kozu family. All of us of the Fishman tribe eagerly anticipate his visit to our shores. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall deliver your message to our captain without fail. With that, Lafitte turned and boarded the submarine behind him. Under Barrett's command, they gradually departed from Fishman Island and descended into the depths of the ocean. One must wonder, why did the captain consent to raise our flag on Fishman Island? This is not particularly advantageous for us, is it? Crocodile, puffing on his cigarette, posed this question to Lafitte, a query that had occupied his thoughts for quite some time. Clearly, he understood that accepting the subjugation of the Fishmen was not a favorable outcome for their family. I am not quite certain. Perhaps there is something the captain requires from Fishman Island, replied Lafitte, shaking his head. Although he too was in the dark, he remained committed to following Kozu's directives, as that was the fundamental duty of a crew member. Seeing this, Crocodile refrained from further inquiries, intending to seek clarification from Kozu upon their return. His curiosity piqued. After traversing the ocean floor for a considerable duration, they finally entered the chaotic waters, and after some time, the submarine reached Swordsman Island. Akira Kurosawa had long awaited the arrival of the others at the port. Upon witnessing the safe arrival of Lafitte and the others, he finally felt a sense of relief. The team had executed their mission exceptionally well, and he expressed his gratitude for their hard work. As the group set foot on the island, Lafitte promptly presented the fluffy fruit to Kurosawa. Upon receiving the float fruit, Akira Kurosawa chose not to examine its appearance immediately. Instead, he extended a courteous greeting to Lafitte and the others. Though this greeting was quite subtle, a mere formality, Barrett and the others felt a profound sense of appreciation and recognition from Kurosawa, warming their hearts after a lengthy journey beneath the sea. Subsequently, Kurosawa led them away from the port to the mountainside, where they frequently engaged in training and combat. Upon arriving at the mountainside, they were greeted by a lavish spread of diverse delicacies. You all have worked hard during this time. These dishes were specially prepared by the chef for you. Feast freely, and I've also brought out some of my treasured wines. Enjoy yourselves today. Although Kurosawa's gestures were unnecessary, the influence of capitalism that had permeated his previous life still manifested in such acts of generosity. By the way, boss, who will be the one to consume the float fruit? Abiru, with his mouth stuffed full, suddenly lifted his head, recalling a question he had pondered for a long time. Kurosawa, seated nearby, caught Abiru's inquiry and contemplated for a moment. He had yet to decide who would partake of the float fruit. Initially, his intention was to secure the golden lion for himself, but that plan had met with refusal. Now, as he considered selecting someone from his family to consume the fruit, he found himself at a loss for a suitable candidate. The previous user of this fruit was exceedingly powerful, significantly enhancing its value. Assigning it to just any subordinate would likely lead to complications. After much deliberation, a name suddenly surfaced in Kurosawa's mind. Reg. Hearing his name, Reg stepped away from the feast. The members who had not participated in the recent mission were also present, enjoying the meal and engaging in light conversation with Barrett and the others. How about you take this fruit? Your contributions warrant such a reward. Indeed, while Reg and Alec had not grown up within the family, they had joined Kurosawa's ranks early on. Despite a somewhat convoluted journey, the outcome had been favorable. Moreover, since their induction into the family, both had exhibited unwavering dedication in all their endeavors, earning Kurosawa's utmost satisfaction. Me? Reg momentarily struggled to grasp the weight of Kurosawa's words. But, young master, I wield a sword. That is precisely the point, Kurosawa replied. The previous master of the float fruit was also a grand swordsman, Golden Lion Shiki, renowned for his formidable swordsmanship. It was at this moment that Akira Kurosawa recalled that Reg was indeed a swordsman, much like the Golden Lion, both being masters of the dual blade style. However, Reg felt somewhat bewildered. He had previously declared his refusal to consume a devil fruit. Yet as time passed, Alec, who had already ingested the bone fruit, had grown considerably stronger than him. Not to mention individuals like Tiger Wing and others. Although they may not have surpassed Reg by a great margin, it was still an uncomfortable truth for him. Witnessing companions, once of comparable strength, grow increasingly powerful over the years, while they consistently faced the most formidable foes, left Reg with a profound sense of unease. He longed to fight alongside them, shoulder to shoulder, rather than merely confronting weaker adversaries. Reg, the young master has entrusted it to you. Just take it. Besides, the family is counting on you to harness the power of the float fruit to bolster our strength. The others, engrossed in their meal, remarked upon noticing Reg's hesitation. In truth, Reg's abilities were not lacking, but the path of the sword required profound insight, a matter in which others could offer little assistance. With the acquisition of the float fruit, it was believed that Reg's strength could ascend to new heights. Take it. We will need you to contribute to the family's endeavors. This is not a gift given lightly. We hope you can match the prowess of the previous user of the float fruit. Do you believe you are inferior to the Golden Lion? Upon hearing this, Reg ceased his indecision, accepting the float fruit from Akira Kurosawa and swallowing it whole. Rest assured, young master, I am confident I can surpass the Golden Lion, Reg proclaimed, only to immediately bend over and retch, unable to tolerate the taste of the devil fruit. Shortly thereafter, he regained his composure, and the others urged him to demonstrate the abilities of the float fruit. Naturally, Reg agreed, intrigued by the powers of the fruit. He gradually activated its ability, lifting his feet off the ground and ascending into the air. So this is the sensation of effortless flight? Reg mused, fluttering curiously in the sky. The fruit's abilities were indeed distinct from the moonwalk technique. When using the moonwalk to soar into the heavens, one must exert considerable control over their feet, which drains their stamina significantly. In contrast, the float fruit required only a gentle invocation of its powers to achieve buoyant ascension with minimal exertion. Subsequently, Akira Kurosawa instructed him to employ the fruit's abilities to levitate other objects, attempting to lift the Fishman Island into the sky as well. All right, Reg nodded, taking a deep breath and silently channeling the fruit's power to envelop the entire island. Under his control, Fishman Island began to sway and float upward. It truly works, Enel exclaimed in surprise, while Akira Kurosawa expressed great satisfaction with the outcome, feeling that all his efforts in obtaining the float fruit were not in vain. The recent incident of the floating Fishman Island being raised into the air was now known to others on the island. While they were unaware of who had consumed the float fruit, it seemed that only a user of its powers could achieve such a feat. This news quickly spread to other factions across the seas. On Cake Island, Charlotte Linli seethed with rage upon learning that Akira Kurosawa's allies had seized the float fruit, which she believed to be rightfully hers. In her fury, she imprisoned Katakuri, the head of the mission. Linli placed immense value on the float fruit, having gone to great lengths to collaborate with Kaido, even offering several devil fruits as compensation. Who could have anticipated that all her meticulous preparations would be thwarted by Lafitte and his crew, who snatched the coveted float fruit from her grasp? I will venture into the chaotic seas to see just how audacious Akira Kurosawa is, daring to steal what I desire. Charlotte Linli contemplated seeking out Akira Kurosawa directly to eliminate the one who had consumed the float fruit, awaiting its reappearance in the ocean. Calm down, Linli, came the voice of the long bread, who intervened to halt her impulsive actions. We must reassess the strength of the Kurosawa family. The members they have revealed in their pursuit of the float fruit are not to be underestimated, including former Pirate King Roger's crew. His pointed remarks managed to temper Linli's desire for immediate action. But it's just Barrett. How much trouble could he really cause? She retorted, regaining her composure. Yet, Longbread remained serious, cautioning, we cannot ascertain whether the other members have alliances with the Kurosawa family. Acting recklessly could have adverse consequences for us. Since he learned that Barrett was a member of Roger's crew, now having joined the Kurosawa family, he became certain that Kurosawa was not a mere ordinary individual. Upon hearing the explanation from Chang Yinbao, Charlotte Linli finally regained her composure. Her memories of Roger were still vivid, especially the time when he allied with Garp to battle her captain, Rox, in God's Valley. Even now, Charlotte Linli would stand no chance against her former captain, Rox, not even with Kaido by her side. Yet, Roger and Garp managed to defeat him. Furthermore, the other members of the Roger Pirates, such as Rayleigh, were no weaklings either. Back in the day, she could only hold her ground, often finding herself at a disadvantage against these formidable foes. Fortunately, during that fierce battle, she had the support of Chang Yinbao, and the Navy's focus was diverted entirely to Rox, allowing her to escape from God's Valley and eventually form her own crew in the nation of Totoland. Damn Roger and his crew, she muttered with a hint of resentment. The thought of her devil fruit being stolen ignited her anger once more. In a few years, Kurosawa, I shall ensure your demise. Charlotte Linli narrowed her eyes, a blaze of fury evident within them. Many of her children were still maturing, and her strength had reached a pivotal point. Once her numerous offspring truly came into their own, her foremost task would be to eliminate the neighboring Kurosawa once and for all. Chapter 148. Action. Intelligence. Hey, Jean. The float fruit has already been consumed by someone from the Kurosawa family. Yes, Captain. Ha. It seems Linli's plans have been thwarted, Kaido remarked with a laugh. Raising a drink to his lips, Jean stood respectfully by, refraining from interjecting. By the way, who killed that old geezer, Shiki? Kaido pondered aloud. That old man was one of the top executive back when I was with the Rocks Pirates, and I was just an unknown rookie at the time. Who would have thought that old Coot would meet his end? Whitebeard is still alive. Why hasn't he perished like Shiki? If he had, I could have become the Pirate King. As he spoke, Kaido began to weep, seemingly distressed by Whitebeard's continued existence. Observing this scene, Jean remained silent, accustomed to Kaido's peculiarities. Whenever Kaido drank too much, he would often burst into tears for some strange reason, and Jean had grown used to it. Speaking of which, Kaido suddenly collected himself after crying for a brief moment. It seems our agreement with Kazuki Oden is not far off, is it? There's just over a year left. That's good. Kaido nodded, recalling the agreement he had made with Orochi regarding Oden. The pact stipulated that if Oden performed a dance of nakedness for 5 years, the Beast Pirates would withdraw from Wano country. However, Kaido had long since claimed Wano as his territory, and he had no intention of honoring this agreement. By that time, the samurai of Wano would no longer hold hope for Oden, and when the Beast Pirates moved against him, the support for Oden would dwindle, allowing the Beast Pirates to truly flourish. Indeed, Captain, Jin replied in affirmation. He was well aware of Kaido's plans and wholeheartedly endorsed them. Oden's prestige among the samurai was exceedingly high, with many formidable warriors rallying behind him. If the Beast Pirates were to confront Oden then, victory might be theirs, but the cost would be exorbitant, a price the Beast Pirates could not afford. Thus, they would resort to cunning, first enabling Orochi to usurp Oden's position as shogun, and subsequently promising Oden that the Beast Pirates would withdraw from Wano after his 5 years of dance. The samurai loyal to Oden, however, would fail to comprehend these machinations. The people of Wano held honor and dignity in the highest regard, and Oden's actions would starkly contradict their values. Over time, they would inevitably distance themselves from Oden, making it all the easier for Kaido to deal with him later. Time is of the essence. Big Mom has progressed rapidly in her endeavors over the years, while our Beast Pirates have lagged behind, Kaido lamented. His impatience was palpable. He had long yearned for the day when he could claim Wano, with its abundant supply of sea prism stones, which could nullify the powers of devil fruit users. This precious resource was found in abundance only in Wano. Once the Beast Pirates acquired it, their growth would reach unprecedented heights. Has Barrett also entered the fray for the float fruit? Kaido attempted to redirect the conversation, suppressing his inner desires. Indeed, and it appears he is a member of the Kurosawa family, came the reply. It's astonishing that a former member of the Pirate King's crew would now join a fledgling pirate crew. Yes, I too found it hard to believe at first. But he has genuinely taken action against us, Jin continued. What is his strength like? Kaido inquired, curiosity piqued. After all, it was rumored that Barrett had matched Rayleigh in combat, even before reaching adulthood. While Kaido found it hard to accept, the existence of such rumors surely suggested there was some truth behind them. We have yet to engage him seriously. Jean pondered carefully, realizing that neither side had truly engaged in a fierce confrontation as of yet. What a pity, he thought, if only he were not so occupied at present. He would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to witness firsthand the prowess of this member of the Roger Pirates, as well as that of the new pirate, Akira Kurosawa. Go ahead, Reg, bring over all the gold from Mount Dora. Our family is in need of such resources at this moment. Understood, came the reply. Akira Kurosawa had long coveted the gold upon the Sky Island, yet circumstances had previously rendered it quite challenging to procure. However, with the advantage conferred by the float fruit, retrieving the gold now seemed a trivial endeavor. Naturally, Kurosawa would not hastily distribute the gold into the ocean, for a sudden influx could potentially devalue the precious metal. At the very least, he could transport the treasures back to his possession, as he harbored concerns about their safety while left on the Sky Island. After a brief nod of acknowledgement, Leg turned and departed from the Swordsman Island, soaring into the sky. He was well aware of the Sky Island's location. Although his family had faced difficulties in accessing it in recent years, they would occasionally dispatch Lafitte, for the Sky Island had become Kurosawa's domain. A visit there would not only allow for an inspection, but could also facilitate the transportation of unique Sky Island goods for sale, thereby supplementing household finances. As he watched Leg's figure gradually fade into the clouds, Kurosawa silently withdrew his gaze and turned towards the other members. Having successfully obtained the float fruit, the next step was to enlist some renowned scientists from the sea. The family required their expertise. Scientists? Young master, What purpose do we have for them? Most lack any real power, exclaimed Tiger Wing, whose perspective equated strength with worth. What do you know? Akira Kurosawa cast a piercing glance at Tiger Wing. I require them for our research on the devil fruits, as well as other matters. Naturally, these matters are not yet pertinent for your knowledge. Barrett, crocodile. Akira Kurosawa turned his attention away from the tiger wings and directed his gaze towards the other two individuals. You are to journey to the North Sea, he instructed, to locate a kingdom known as Germa. Bring back their king, Vin Smoke Judge. Remember, I require him alive. Akira Kurosawa was genuinely apprehensive about the potential wrath of these two individuals, fearing they might eliminate Kaji. He was quite intrigued by the person capable of integrating the powers of the nature-type devil fruit into the human body, thus innovating the genetic factors. Particularly captivating were the several types of armor he had subsequently invented. One could only imagine the extraordinary enhancement in strength if the entire family were to don such armor. Understood. Barrett nodded, recognizing that remaining on Swordsman Island was of little consequence, as it was merely a minor venture into the North Sea, akin to a leisurely excursion. Crocodile remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Having previously collaborated with Barrett during the contest for the float fruit, they had grown somewhat accustomed to each other, and he naturally had no objections to this arrangement. Mouse, locate an individual named Caesar Clown and bring him back. Understood, young master. Oh, by the way, Akira Kurosawa suddenly recalled that this individual was also a user of a natural-type devil fruit. Beware of his toxic gas. Although his strength is not formidable, he is undoubtedly a master of poison. Do not fall into his traps. Indeed, Mouse, we hesitated momentarily, prompting Kurosawa to encourage him to speak. Master, it is about Caesar Clown. As for his approximate whereabouts, I am not entirely sure, which is why I suggested you search for him first. I understand. Mouse, we nodded with a hint of resignation, realizing that finding a person in the vast ocean would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He could only return and mobilize his team members to remain vigilant. As he observed his subordinates receiving their tasks and departing one by one, Kurosawa nodded in satisfaction. His quest for these scientists was undoubtedly motivated by a desire to unravel the mysteries of the devil fruits. As for why he did not seek out the renowned Vegapunk, who had advanced the world by 5 centuries, it was because Vegapunk was currently under the control of the world government. Kurosawa had not yet attained the strength necessary to extricate him from their grasp. Given the world government's significant investment in Vegapunk's safety, it was certain that, alongside a Marine Admiral for protection, there would also be CP agents present. Furthermore, Kurosawa was unaware of Vegapunk's precise location at this moment, complicating his search. However, it was reasonable to deduce that he could not be too far from the red line, as Vegapunk had recently fallen into the hands of the world government, and the 5 elders had yet to fully trust him, maintaining a close watch over his activities. At last, I could take a moment to rest. Recently, I have been inundated with numerous matters to attend to. Akira Kurosawa stretched languidly before turning to enter the room. Recently, he had endured a fierce battle against the Golden Lion, witnessed the departure of 0803, and subsequently engaged in the pursuit of the float fruit, albeit without direct involvement in the skirmish. Nevertheless, this whirlwind of events had drained him mentally, leaving him with little time to indulge in leisurely activities with Talina and the others. This thought compelled him to hasten into the inner chamber. Upon opening the door, he beheld Talina, Yanglin, and Xiao Qing engrossed in conversation on the chairs. As Kurosawa stepped in, they all rose to greet him. Young master, enough with the formalities. I've been rather occupied these days, and I've nearly missed you all to death, he exclaimed, before playfully toppling the 3 women, leading to some inappropriate scenes best left to the imagination. Borisolino, why did you capture so many insignificant pirates when I asked you to retrieve the float fruit? Sengoku bellowed, striking the table forcefully in the marshal's office. It turned out that after Lafitte and the others had departed, Admiral Borisolino had apprehended all the small-time pirates who had failed to escape the island. While this could be seen as a commendable act, Sengoku's directive was not to round up minor criminals, but rather to secure the elusive fruit. Marshal, I did my utmost. You cannot fathom the fearsome prowess of Kurosawa's subordinates, Borisolino replied, feigning terror as he patted his chest, though his expression betrayed a more lecherous demeanor. Especially that Roger's crew member, Barrett, he can hold his own against Rayleigh even at such a young age. Were it not for my fruit's formidable abilities, I might have been left stranded at Sabaody Archipelago. Sengoku felt the veins in his forehead throb at Borisolino's remarks. As his superior, he was acutely aware of the latent strength possessed by this seemingly laid-back individual. However, Borisolino was averse to trouble, even as he clung to his own sense of justice. leaving Sengoku with little recourse but to cover his forehead in exasperation. The government intends to establish a scientific task force specifically to protect a scientist. You're to oversee this. Oh, a scientist? Borsalino inquired, puzzled. What sort of scientist requires the personal protection of an admiral? Surely, a vice admiral would suffice. Be serious. Borsalino. This scientist is none other than Vegapunk, who is reputed to be 500 years ahead of the world. The world government has only recently acquired him from an unknown source, and we cannot yet place our full trust in him. So, my role is merely to monitor him? Admiral Sengoku cast a disdainful glance at the languid figure before him, realizing that, given his character, it was implausible for him to be suitable for the task of surveillance. The world government had naturally dispatched their agents for monitoring. Your sole responsibility is to safeguard this scientist. Understood, Admiral, Kizuru replied, seemingly indifferent to whether he was to surveil or protect, as long as it involved a leisurely task with financial reward. You may leave now, Sengoku gestured, urging Borsalino to exit, sensing that prolonged interaction with him might induce frustration. Kizuru, noticing Sengoku's distaste, remained silent, merely smirking before turning to push open the office door and step outside. Once Borsalino had departed, Sengoku picked up a document in his hand and began to peruse it. The black flag of the Kurosawa family is now flying over Fishman Island? He mused, feeling a headache brewing from yet another troublesome report. He scratched his head in bewilderment, recalling how the Kurosawa family had previously remained docile within the chaotic seas. How could they now claim Fishman Island as part of their territory? Alas, the fishmen. Sengoku still held a high regard for the fishmen, whose strength surpassed that of ordinary humans tenfold. Yet it was regrettable that the celestial dragons had a penchant for capturing them as slaves. Consequently, the Navy had yet to enlist a single fishman among its ranks. Casually tossing the report to a nearby goat, Sengoku resumed organizing other intelligence, most of which stemmed from the New World, particularly concerning the Kurosawa family. With Barrett, Crocodile, and Moria now exposed as members of the Kurosawa family, Sengoku's interest in their intelligence had heightened. He realized that the Navy, along with himself, had perhaps underestimated this family that had long remained quietly ensconced in the chaotic seas. Chapter 149. I forgot to ask. The tranquil sea stretched endlessly, occasionally disturbed by fish leaping from the depths before diving back below. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from beneath the surface, gradually enlarging, as if something significant was about to surface. In the next moment, a medium-sized submarine erupted from the water, revealing Barrett and Crocodile, who had departed from the chaotic seas several days prior. Inside the submarine, Crocodile examined the nautical chart in his hands before glancing at the large display screen aboard. Having navigated the depths for an extended period, they occasionally surfaced to ascertain their direction and avoid misnavigation. Well, we could simply ask someone for directions, Barrett remarked casually, maneuvering the submarine in search of a target to inquire about their current location. Shortly after, as the submarine traversed the seafloor, the radar emitted a warning, indicating that something on the surface had triggered the submarine systems. Let's go take a look. Barrett tilted his head and spoke. Then, without waiting for Crocodile's response, he directly steered the submarine upwards. Crocodile, of course, maintained an indifferent demeanor. For the two of them, unless an admiral ventured into the four seas, no force could stand in their way, and admirals were scarce resources within the Navy. How could they possibly wander into the four seas without reason? Thus, they felt a certain invincibility in this realm. However, unbeknownst to them, in the East Sea, there existed an elderly figure comparable to an admiral who frequently returned to visit his grandson. On the surface of the sea, a scruffy-looking man, sporting a small braid at his chin and wielding a large sword, shouted boisterously, "Once we seize the Robinus Trading Company's ship, I'll take you all to indulge in the delights of Romantic Street." Clearly, he was the captain of this vessel, which bore a somewhat tattered pirate flag. Long live the captain! Those women on Romantic Street are truly exhilarating, cheered a dozen or so pirates below, brandishing their weapons in unison. Amused by the enthusiasm of his crew, the pirate captain grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Just as the pirates eagerly awaited the arrival of the Robinus Trading Company's ship, a massive shadow loomed beneath the waves, and a gigantic submarine emerged from the depths. The enormous splash created by the submarine rocked the already dilapidated pirate ship, causing it to creak ominously as if on the verge of disintegration, while the pirates on deck staggered about. "Captain, look! What is that?" one pirate exclaimed, managing to steady himself only to notice a colossal, unidentified object looming beside their ship. Having been mere ruffians from small towns before setting sail, they were utterly unacquainted with submarines. "Humph, merely a submarine," yet it dares to interrupt my revelry." The pirate captain scowled and spat towards the ocean surface. He recognized the vessel. However, such contraptions were typically the playthings of the wealthy elite, and it was inconceivable for one to appear in this humble North Sea. As this thought crossed his mind, a glint of greed flickered in his eyes. Could it be that a wealthy young lord had taken a submarine out for a joyride and lost his way? He couldn't help but contemplate seizing this submarine. The value of a submarine far surpassed that of his intended trading vessel, and if he could acquire it and sell it, it would ensure his comfortable existence in Romantic Street for the rest of his days, basking in the attention of those women. Thoughts of Hong Hong, with her voluptuous figure, danced in his mind. She was always the first he sought upon arriving at Romantic Street. Let us observe for now. I must find a way to claim this submarine for myself. Furthermore, nobles, they must be quite valuable too. It seems my choice to become a pirate was indeed the correct one. Upon reaching this point, the pirate captain cheerfully approached the edge of the deck, fixated on the submarine before him, eagerly awaiting the emergence of its master. Shortly, the hatch of the submarine swung open, revealing a robust man clad in an unusual military uniform. Following closely behind him was another figure, draped in a cloak, a cigar clenched between his teeth, his expression impassive. The two were none other than Barrett and Crocodile. Once they had secured their stance on the submarine, they turned their gaze towards the pirate captain, who had been intently observing them. "Excuse me, is this the North Sea?" Barrett inquired first, fully aware of the gluttony reflected in the pirate's eyes, tempered by a hint of trepidation. The pirate captain had not anticipated the presence of two towering figures, exceptionally formidable, emerging from the submarine, particularly the man in military attire. Though he could not ascertain the origins of the uniform, it was evident that offending such a person was ill-advised. Ever since he set sail, the pirate captain had adhered to a principle of avoiding unnecessary interactions with those who appeared intimidating. Thus, despite the small number of his crew, his pirate band boasted a higher survival rate and longevity compared to larger crews. "Hey, we are inquiring about your location. Is this the North Sea?" The captain, still ensnared by fear of Crocodile and Barrett, momentarily failed to respond. However, Crocodile grew impatient and, employing the powers of the Sansan fruit, lifted the pirate captain effortlessly into the air. As the captain felt the rush of wind enveloping him, he abruptly regained his senses, only to find himself soaring through the air, prompting him to shout in panic. Observing the cowardly figure before him, Crocodile's patience waned, and he conjured a razor-sharp blade of sand, positioning it menacingly against the pirate captain's neck. Faced with the specter of death, the captain ceased his cries, though he could not suppress the dribbles of moisture from his trousers. Barrett regarded the pirate captain with disdain, while Crocodile unceremoniously tossed him onto the deck. Repulsed by the taint, he felled upon his sand. "Quickly, reveal your location, or I shall see to your demise," Crocodile growled, thoroughly disgusted by the cowardice displayed by the pirate captain. "I beg you, esteemed gentlemen, do not kill me. I will tell you everything." The pirate captain, with trembling legs, knelt on the deck, bowing repeatedly towards Barrett and his companion. Though he was unaware of Crocodile's ability to manipulate sand and lift him into the air, he comprehended that the man before him could easily take his life. The other crew members aboard the ship, too, dropped to their knees, fervently begging for mercy from Barrett and his companion. Growing increasingly impatient, Crocodile utilized his Sansan fruit to carve a massive hole in the pirate's ship, causing the crew to cease their pleas in shock from the tremendous noise. Whoever dares to make a sound will find themselves with a gaping hole as well. Crocodile glared menacingly at the pirates. This threat evidently had the desired effect, as the crew huddled together, scarcely daring to breathe. Satisfied with their submission, Crocodile gestured towards the pirate captain. "Now tell me, where are we? Are you aware of a kingdom called Germa?" This esteemed sir. It seems Germa is a nation within a comic book we have," the pirate captain stammered, his trepidation evident as he wondered whether these two figures truly regarded a fictional entity as real. However, he lacked the courage to voice his doubts and continued to tremble before Barrett and Crocodile. "Comic characters?" Crocodile furrowed his brow. "Yes, my lord. This comic is well known among us. The great sea warrior Sora defeated the evil Germa 66. The pirate captain continued, growing more animated with each word. Sensing the captain's increasing excitement, Crocodile positioned a blade of sand at his throat. Silence. He then turned to Barrett, a look of concern crossing his face. "This is troublesome. It seems the people of the North Sea are unaware of Germa's existence. Where shall we search for it? If all else fails, we could inquire with the captain." "He might possess more knowledge," Barrett replied, equally troubled. If the pirate captain's words were indeed true, and Germa was merely a fabrication, it would suggest that the kingdom's concealment ran deep to the extent that even the locals believed it to be mere legend. It was likely that the captain was unaware of its true nature. Otherwise, he would have provided us with a specific location rather than merely stating it was in the North Sea. During this time, Crocodile had also begun to grasp certain aspects of Akira Kurosawa's character. All significant missions within the family were personally decided and issued by Kurosawa. Yet the accompanying intelligence was often vague. Crocodile found himself perplexed as to how Kurosawa acquired such information. If he were in charge of the intelligence gathering unit, he would undoubtedly be quite dissatisfied with the quality of the gathered information, which was frustratingly ambiguous. These were merely trivial figures. Barrett seemed to recall something, his eyes sparkling with newfound energy, before he turned to the pirate captain and inquired, "Tell me, do you know who the most formidable underground force in the North Sea is, and where they reside?" "I know, my lord, I know," the pirate captain exclaimed hurriedly, though he dared not move an inch, for the sharp blade was perilously close. "The most powerful faction in the North Sea is a family known as Don Quixote. Led by one Don Quixote da Flamingo," he continued, swallowing hard. "They are the most dominant underworld family in the North Sea, and we suspect they secretly control several nations. Provide me with pertinent information. Where are they located?" Crocodile interjected, a frown etched upon his brow, interrupting the captain's elaboration. "Their stronghold appears to be in a city called Mihawk," the captain recalled meticulously, although he had limited knowledge of other forces. He was well aware of the prominent rulers of the North Sea. Da Flamingo, a former celestial dragon, had not concealed his identity, knowing that he was privy to the secrets of the celestial dragons, and thus felt little fear of the world government seeking to trouble him. Crocodile nodded in satisfaction, dispersing the sand-formed blade as he turned to enter the submarine. Barrett, too, showed no interest in the pirate crew and followed him inside. As the submarine gradually sank into the depths of the sea, the pirates finally exhaled in relief, particularly the captain, who abruptly turned to glare at his crew with menace, declaring, "If anyone dares to speak of today's events, I will ensure your demise." "Why, yes, Captain," the other crew members stammered, trembling, uncertain whether their fears stemmed from Barrett and Crocodile or their own captain. At that moment, one crew member frantically pointed behind the captain, his eyes wide with terror, voice trembling as if he had witnessed something unfathomable. "See, Captain, behind you." "Behind me?" The captain turned, confusion etched on his face, only for his eyes to widen in horror the next instant. Before him lay the pirate ship, which had sustained a gaping hole from Crocodile's attack, now rapidly disintegrating due to years of neglect and further damage. Half of the vessel was already submerged in the ocean's depths. "Quick, find a way to remedy this." The captain shouted desperately, but the other crew members had already lost their composure, running helplessly on the deck. They understood that in this vast sea, losing their ship meant a significant part of their lives had already been consigned to the afterlife. Witnessing the chaos around him, the captain sank into despair. Sitting down on the deck, his eyes devoid of hope, as the ship slowly descended into the sea, he too was gradually engulfed by the waters. "My choice was indeed a grave mistake. Why did I ever choose to venture out as a pirate?" The pirate captain's final thoughts flickered in his mind before he vanished entirely into the depths of the sea. "By the way, are you familiar with the town of Moyonner?" Naturally, prior to our departure, I had already procured a map of the North Sea, which delineates all the cities within it. Before Crocodile lay a vast nautical chart. Unfortunately, this map was rather rudimentary and only indicated the various islands of the North Sea. "Ah, that is reassuring." Barrett nodded, then recalled something. "Do you know where we currently are in the North Sea, and which direction we ought to take?" Upon hearing Barrett's inquiry, Crocodile lowered his head, remaining silent for an extended moment. "Is our current location marked on the map?" Barrett pondered, wondering if Crocodile was calculating the quickest way to locate the Don Quixote family. Upon hearing Barrett's words, Crocodile raised his head with a grim expression and slowly replied, "I forgot to ask where we are." "What?" Chapter 150. Don Quixote, da Flamingo. Barrett cast a helpless glance at Crocodile, astonished that the man before him could overlook such a crucial detail. Crocodile also felt a headache coming on. However, it was not insurmountable. After all, they could simply find someone else to assist them. Thus, the two continued piloting the submarine, searching the surrounding waters. Before long, they encountered another vessel, which appeared to be a merchant ship laden with a substantial cargo. The Robinus Merchant Association, a modest trade organization in the North Sea, typically engaged in various trades that larger corporations deemed beneath their notice. "President, why must you personally escort this shipment? There are matters not meant for your understanding. Focus on your own responsibilities," a gentlemanly middle-aged man coldly remarked before leaning on his cane and departing the cabin for the deck. "Huh, what an insufferable fellow." A lackey spat contemptuously, casting a shadowy glare at the retreating figure of the middle-aged man, lost in thought. Where did this submarine come from? The once tranquil deck suddenly erupted into chaos as a submarine appeared alongside the merchant vessel. The hatch above the submarine opened, and Barrett and Crocodile emerged from within. "Which of you is the captain of this ship?" Crocodile and Barrett inquired slowly, fixing their gaze upon the merchant vessel. "I am." A middle-aged man, leaning on a cane, emerged from the crowd and bowed respectfully to Crocodile and his companion. The two men exuded an air of significance, and the middle-aged man, seasoned by years of maritime trade and encounters, was keen to avoid any conflict with them. "Greetings, esteemed gentlemen. I am the president of the Robinus Chamber of Commerce, and my name is Robinus Gator. May I inquire if there is anything I can assist you with?" he asked. "Do you know the way to Moyunair?" Crocodile inquired, observing the man before him with a nod of satisfaction, relieved to find him competent. "Are you gentlemen headed to Moyunair?" Gator responded, a hint of curiosity in his voice. However, he refrained from probing further and instead pointed in a specific direction. "If you continue along this path, you shall arrive in approximately 3 days. By the way, I possess a record pointer to Moyunair." With that, Gator retrieved a record pointer from his cloak and tossed it to Crocodile. Upon receiving it, Crocodile examined the pointer, confirming that it indeed aligned with Gator's indicated direction. Satisfied, he nodded and tucked the record pointer away, choosing to say nothing more as he turned and boarded the submarine, which then slowly descended into the depths of the ocean. Once the submarine vanished from sight, Gator exhaled a sigh of relief. "President, why were you so courteous to them? You even gifted them a record pointer." One of the chamber's subordinates questioned, puzzled. "Our president is no ordinary figure. He possesses formidable strength and is notoriously ruthless. Why would he so calmly direct strangers and generously provide them with a record pointer?" Gator remained silent, shaking his head as he retreated into the cabin. Had they been ordinary individuals, his demeanor would have been markedly different. Merely sparing them would have been a sign of his good humor. Yet, the two men he had just encountered were anything but ordinary. He could sense an exceedingly subtle, yet fearsomely powerful aura emanating from the two individuals. This was a peculiar gift of Gator, for he possessed the ability to perceive the essence radiating from anyone before him. If the person were an ordinary weakling, he would remain indifferent. However, when confronted with formidable opponents, so strong that the notion of resistance would not even cross his mind, he would adopt a remarkably amicable demeanor. Crocodile and his companion paid little heed to Gator and his associates. To them, Gator and his companions were merely insignificant beings easily swept aside. At that moment, the two were en route to Moyunair, a journey that would take less than 3 days, as the speed of the submarine could have that duration. Unlike vessels propelled by wind, Barrett's submarine required only fuel. After traversing the waters for over a day, an island emerged on the horizon. This was the place. Crocodile gazed at the recording device in his hand, which was spinning vigorously, indicating that Moyunair was directly above the submarine. Finally, they had arrived. Barrett smiled, feeling somewhat uncomfortable after being confined within the submarine for an extended period, particularly as one who relished combat. He then maneuvered the submarine upwards towards the surface. The surroundings appeared quite pleasant, entirely unlike a territory dominated by the Mafia.